Chapter 1. Weakness as Original Sin in the year 1515 of the Hyuan calendar, during the early summer. North Sea, Kingdom of Lubunolu, Hongye Village. Flames of orange and red licked at the collapsed houses, the stench of blood mingling with the earth, while twisted and broken limbs resembled shattered porcelain, adorning this isolated island like a hellish landscape. Luo Xia extended a pair of emaciated hands, tirelessly digging amidst the ruins of crumbled walls. Ashes coated his head and face, while the wooden debris and stones he touched still radiated a searing heat, scorching his hands to a crimson hue, causing blisters to form. Yet, he appeared oblivious to the pain, relentlessly excavating. Only the expression of numbness on his face gradually contorted into a grotesque grimace, the corners of his mouth lifting to reveal his stark white teeth, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty hyena. With a forceful heave, he cast aside a blackened, charred wooden plank, and at last he uncovered what he had been searching for: a corpse, emanating the acrid stench of charred flesh. The body, clad in tattered linen, lay curled away from him, the exposed skin a mottled black and red, akin to the surface of solidified lava. It was a diminutive, emaciated elder. Upon seeing the old man, the savage expression on Luo Xia's face faded, replaced by a tender softness. He gently cradled the curled-up elder in his arms, as if holding a slumbering infant. The elder's face remained intact, etched with agony, eyes wide open in a deathly stare, yet devoid of any malevolence, embodying 3 parts relief and 7 parts guilt. Luo Xia noticed that the elder's right hand was tightly clenched against his abdomen, grasping something dark and indistinct. He reached out to retrieve it. The elder's grip was fierce, as if clinging to the most precious possession of his life. It was a piece of bread, a loaf of black bread, a loaf as hard as stone, capable of inflicting grievous injury if struck against one's head. Gurgle, gurgle, the sounds of stomach churns emerged, clear and pronounced. "Be quiet," Luo Xia whispered, gently placing the hard black bread back into the elder's hand, before tenderly laying him down onto the ground. Gurgle, gurgle. "I told you to be quiet." He spread his bony fingers and began to dig into the earth. The land, scorched by flames, was as hard as iron. His fingers soon became bloodied, yet Luo Xia seemed impervious to the pain, digging faster and faster. Gurgle, gurgle. "I said to stop your noise." Bang! A frail fist struck his own abdomen with force. Luo Xia's mouth opened wide, bloodied saliva dripping from the corner of his lips, his eyes gradually filling with a crimson hue as the corner of his mouth split open. Turning to glance behind him, "You will soon be full." Laughter and playful curses, mingled with the anguished moans of women, grew increasingly distinct in his ears. "Ah, my little ones, unleash your frustrations. These foolish, feeble commoners possess no awareness of their plight. If they obediently surrender their women, provisions, and treasures, all would be well. Yet they choose to resist. They must steel themselves for the inevitable slaughter. How audacious they are, as weak as insects, daring to bargain with us. They claim that without food, all will perish, and they threaten us with a navy. How absurd. This remote island, numbering in the hundreds if not thousands in the North Sea. What business does the righteous navy have here? Who do they think we are? I am none other than the infamous Jack the Ripper Jericho, with a bounty of 16 million berries. Indeed, with Captain Jericho's might, even if a naval ship were to arrive, it would merely deliver us a feast. Who would have thought that our first raid could be so exhilarating? Being a pirate is truly liberating, and aligning with Captain Jericho is the wisest choice of my life. Hey race to the magnificent Captain Jericho. The pirates, arm in arm, laughed heartily, clutching their bottles of liquor as they sauntered through the village aglow with crimson light, occasionally commenting on the collapsed houses and lifeless bodies, reveling in their handiwork. Suddenly, a drunken pirate blinked through his hazy vision, spotting an exceptionally tall figure, its back turned, kneeling amidst the ruins, engaged in some peculiar activity. Who goes there?" the pirate shouted, causing the towering figure to halt its movements, rigidly turning its head to face them. At the moment the pirate beheld the face of this being, an icy chill surged from his soles to the crown of his head, paralyzing him with terror. He stumbled and fell to the ground, crying out, "A ghost! A ghost! The dead villagers have risen as spirits. Silence! There are no phantoms in this world. How can you call yourself a pirate, you coward?" Jericho, standing at 6 feet tall, with a robust physique, scolded. Following the direction of the pirate's gaze, he beheld a man towering at least 7.5 feet, emaciated to the point of resembling a mere skeleton, slowly rising from the ruins of a collapsed wooden shack. As the figure turned, Jericho saw sunken eye sockets, pronounced cheekbones, and a mane of disheveled white hair. 2 bloodshot eyes, a gaping mouth, exuded an inhuman aura. So gaunt and skeletal, He appeared as a walking corpse. Such a ghostly visage was enough to terrify even his bloodthirsty subordinates. Even Jericho himself, unprepared for the sight, was momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere grew tense, with the pirates holding their breath, fearing the wrath of the skeletal figure before them. This eerie silence was soon shattered by a series of gurgling sounds emanating from the skeleton's belly, breaking the stillness of the scene. Damn it! It turns out to be a wretched beggar who slipped through our grasp. The pirates' faces contorted in shame, a wave of humiliation washing over them as they exhaled in relief. They were nearly paralyzed with fear by a famished, impoverished commoner. Damn it, let me kill him. A furious pirate drew his short flintlock from his waist, clumsily attempting to load gunpowder into the barrel. Don't waste your bullets. There's no need for such extravagance against a beggar with a body as frail as a skeleton. A mere gust of wind could shatter him. Right? Allow me to reduce him to mere bones. The pirate, who had been so frightened that he fell to the ground, grinned maliciously and rushed towards the approaching Rasha. He picked up a charred stick still smoldering at one end, grinning wickedly at the slowly advancing Rasha, and suddenly thrust the stick towards Rasha's abdomen with a sinister intent. Kid, how dare you put on such a show and scare me? Just watch how I deal with you. The pirate's wicked actions elicited laughter from his fellow buccaneers behind him. Ha ha ha. Old Jerry is so devious. The poor fellow is in such a pitiful state, yet he resorts to such vile tactics. Exactly. Didn't you hear the growling of his stomach? Can't you show a bit of compassion and grant him a swift end? Ha ha ha. Sizzle. Flesh burned, releasing a foul, acrid smoke. A satisfied grin spread across old Jerry's face, ready to exchange some taunts, when suddenly a gaunt hand emerged from the black smoke, fingers digging mercilessly into his features, lifting the howling Jerry into the air. That ghastly visage drew near, whispering in a tone almost trance-like. Tell me, is weakness a primordial sin? The new book seeks your support. Please read and cherish it. This tale unfolds slowly, with the fruit of power only manifesting by the 58th chapter. It is not an invincible narrative. The protagonist possesses a talent akin to steel and iron. What is resilient is bone, not skin or muscle. The initial phase is fraught with loss, requiring time for recovery and growth. The Big Mom family is affluent, feasting like balloons, while Rasha cannot compare, having languished for 12 years in deficit, barely managing to sustain the most basic existence. Chapter 2, The Breeding of Darkness. Old Jerry's heart-wrenching, chilling wail pierced the eardrums of the surrounding pirates, silencing their smiles as if they had been choked by an invisible hand. It hurts. Let me go. Please release me. Amidst the excruciating agony, old Jerry's senses sharpened acutely. He could distinctly feel his brain, as soft as tofu, being squeezed by the bony fingers, ready to burst at any moment. Before him lay an abyss, and from his eye sockets, much like from his groin, a warm liquid flowed. The distinction was that the liquid from his eyes was red, while that from his groin was yellow. Damn it. Kill him. Quickly kill him. The sudden turn of events left the pirates momentarily stunned, before they all drew their blades and firearms. Charging from all directions, Rasha stood amidst this pack of wolves, his right hand firmly gripping old Jerry's features, lifting him to eye level, his expression one of sorrowful ambiguity. Do you know? I once believed that this would be a vibrant and colorful life, a new journey in my fleeting existence, in stark contrast to the dark fate of my previous life. I waited for 12 long years, yet those companions who promised dreams and the freedom to roam the seas never arrived. Instead, I was met with an insatiable hunger, a band of marauding pirates, and the death of my ordinary father, who knew nothing but the art of fishing. Blood surged in Rasha's eyes, igniting the depths of his sunken sockets with a fiery crimson glow. Tell me, why is this so? Uncontainable sorrow and rage threatened to explode from within, ready to shatter his very soul and flesh. Rasha, resembling a frenzied tiger, sunk his 5 fingers into old Jerry's eye sockets, and with a series of sickening cracks, old Jerry's face was utterly obliterated, his lifeless body slipping from Rasha's grasp and crashing heavily to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening gunfire finally erupted after the pirates hastily loaded their powder. Iron bullets, laced with the acrid scent of gunpowder, whizzed past Rasha, failing to find their mark in the short span of 20 meters. The pirates, wielding their short-barreled flintlocks, were akin to children playing with toys, their bullets striking with near-zero accuracy. Only the other pirates, armed with sharp blades, posed a true and lethal threat to Rasha. Ravenous hunger pulsed within him, and in a world painted red, merely standing consumed an immense amount of his strength, let alone the necessity to confront a dozen bloodthirsty pirates caught off guard. His towering figure was struck by 4 or 5 blunt knives, each surge of pain piercing deeply into his heart, causing his body to sway unsteadily. It hurt. But compared to the brutal beatings inflicted by his gambling father in his past life, or the anguish that now consumed his heart, it was but a trivial matter. Rasha was not originally from this world in his previous life. He endured a dark childhood that he would rather not revisit. A father, addicted to gambling, dragged their already modest family into an unfathomable abyss, unable to endure the torment. His mother divorced, leaving him to follow his father. When his father won money, he was generous, warm-hearted, and kind. He would take Rasha to amusement parks, treating him to hot pot buffets. But when he lost, Rasha's nightmares would begin: beatings, curses, hysteria, and blame. His father unleashed all his fury upon him. This caused the young Rasha to succumb to severe depression. Sealing himself off from warmth and affection, he took refuge in novels, anime, and video games. His academic performance plummeted as a result. When a homeroom teacher approached his father to discuss the situation, it only led to more beatings for Rasha. Finally, on a dawn bathed in soft light, Rasha transformed into a free bird, flapping his wings to escape that so-called home. When Rasha opened his eyes once more, he beheld 2 elderly figures, united in their affection, their faces adorned with tender smiles. He realized he was swaddled in blankets, transformed into an infant once again. The elderly couple, Mr. and Mrs. John, had been blessed with a child in their twilight years. Showering him with love and care, Rasha finally experienced the genuine warmth of human affection during the day. While Mr. John ventured into the sea to fish, Mrs. Elizabeth remained at home, nurturing this hard-won new life. She busied herself weaving baskets and winnowing trays, exchanging them with the villagers for meager provisions to supplement their household. Life was unremarkably simple, yet it was precisely the existence Rasha had yearned for. However, his arrival imposed a heavy burden on the already strained finances of the John household. For reasons unknown, Rasha displayed an insatiable appetite at birth, growing at a pace several times that of his peers. The inhabitants of Maple Leaf Village primarily engaged in fishing, with no alternative livelihoods available. The island suffered from a scarcity of resources and barren soil. Even sowing seeds yielded scant harvests. The maritime routes were perilous, and often months would pass without sight of a merchant vessel. This impoverished village boasted no special products, resembling an isolated island adrift beyond the confines of civilization. Ironically, even such a secluded isle saw the tax collector from the kingdom of Libunulu arrive punctually each year to collect taxes and exorbitant celestial tributes. The immense pressure of survival compelled Mr. and Mrs. John to practice frugality and toil incessantly amidst this dire existence. Rasha maintained an optimistic and spirited disposition. This was partly due to his heartfelt experience of familial warmth. Another significant reason was that, as he grew slightly older, he learned from the village elder, the most knowledgeable person in the area, about the world he inhabited. This was the realm of the Pirate King, a world that resonated deeply with his previous lives. Favorite and most cherished anime. Rasha's passion for One Piece was ingrained in his very being. He could accurately recite the names, origins, debut moments, and abilities of every character in the series. During his darkest days battling depression, it was the fervent and inspiring narrative of One Piece that helped him navigate the most challenging periods of his life. Upon discovering this revelation, Rasha felt an overwhelming joy. As if his life had reached its zenith, he had loving parents and a vast ocean and distant horizons to aspire to. He even began to devise his future plans. He resolved to train from a young age, to strengthen himself, accumulate wealth, and provide his parents with a life free from want. He envisioned traveling to the East Blue to seek out his beloved figures Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and boldly join their crew to explore the majestic seas. Perhaps one day in the future, he would even encounter those formidable beings upon the ocean and engage in combat with them. He even felt that his towering physique, which surpassed that of his peers, might harbor some unknown mystical power that could one day assist him in stepping onto the world's stage. Such fantasies began to wane 3 years ago when his mother, Lady Elizabeth, succumbed to an ordinary cold. He could not fathom how a mere common cold could take his mother away. Were not the denizens of this pirate world endowed with a constitution as robust as that of monsters? The harsh reality soon followed, revealing to Rasha the true nature of this world. As he aged, his appetite grew increasingly insatiable. Food sufficient for 10 would vanish within him as if he had consumed nothing at all. His stomach resembled an abyss. No matter how much he ingested, he still felt an unbearable hunger concurrently. His height soared like bamboo after the rain, reaching an astonishing 2 meters and 3 centimeters by the tender age of 12. This insatiable hunger led to severe malnutrition, causing his hair to pale, his physique to become gaunt, and leaving little more than a layer of skin stretched over his large bone frame. Such is the plight of Rasha, who is unable to even assist his father in the simple task of casting and retrieving the nets. He has become a mere shadow of his former self, confined to the home, awaiting his father's return from fishing, when he is inevitably filled with the bounty of the day's catch. Old John, having lost his wife, has grown increasingly weary with age. Each time Rasha observes his father, weary from the toil of fishing, yet transforming into a visage of tender affection upon entering the home, tears cascade uncontrollably down his cheeks. Raksa despised his own impotence. He contemplated the notion of ending it all, seeking to release the unfortunate old man from his burdens. That day, after watching old John's silhouette fade from the doorway of the wooden cabin, he sat in a daze for a considerable time, eventually retrieving a rusted harpoon from behind the door. To his surprise, just as he was poised to pierce his throat with the harpoon, old John, who had always been busy, returned unexpectedly. It was on that day, the first since Raksa's arrival in this world, that he faced the sting of a beating, as his father, old John, struck him with tear-filled eyes for a full half-hour. After the ordeal, old John, weeping, imparted these words, "Child, remember this. Your arrival in this world has not harmed me. Rather, it has saved me and saved Elizabeth, no matter what the future holds. Even if one day I am no longer here, you must live with strength and strive to live better than we have. Your life has yet to begin. It holds profound significance." From that moment on, Raksa found renewed vigor, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the family. He ceased to indulge in fanciful illusions. While old John went out to sea to fish, Raksa would carry the bamboo basket woven by his mother, collecting shells and small fish left behind by the receding tide on the beach. He even learned to craft delicate bracelets and necklaces from the shells he gathered. Roches shed the shyness of his former modern self, clutching the meticulously woven bracelets as he bartered with the village matriarchs for some unpalatable black bread or meager fish and shrimp. He vividly recalled the day he first returned home with the exchanged black bread and presented it to old John, who wept like a child, tears streaming down his weathered face. "My child has grown. He will surely become a remarkable man, one that Elizabeth would take pride in," old John said, tenderly caressing Roche's head with a sense of reassurance. And now, the day had come. Old John felt unwell, and Roches insisted he stay home, forbidding him from venturing out to fish. Early that morning, Roches had set out alone to the beach, collecting shells and fish. Today's bounty was splendid. He even found a crab the size of a wooden basin. Elated, he envisioned how he would combine this magnificent crab with the remaining salted fish and the black bread he had bartered for to create a delectable dinner. Then, he beheld the village engulfed in flames, the fiery glow casting a blood-red hue across the sky. In a state of despair, he rushed back only to find the familiar wooden cabin reduced to ruins. Old John clutched tightly the piece of black bread he had exchanged for yesterday, allowing the flames to sear his body as he curled protectively around the insignificant loaf. The blade sliced through his withered skin, halted only by the rigid barrier of bone. Unable to penetrate further, the pirates, with grotesque grins, began to realize a terrifying truth. No matter how fiercely they struck, this silent skeleton before them stood unwavering. There were no shrieks of agony, no retreat, no pleas for mercy. Blood soaked his form, yet he remained steadfast, exuding an increasingly potent aura of despair, akin to a demon emerging from the abyss. At last, one pirate could no longer contain his terror and let out a piercing scream, discarding the dull blade from his grasp and fleeing in panic. They believed he was no longer human. From the depths of Roche's heart, an inky resolve began to rise, threatening to consume him entirely. Why? A voice within him roared. Why must I endure such torment? Am I, Roches, unworthy of a meaningful life? Should the commoners perish, is weakness a sin? He abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes blazing crimson, resembling a malevolent spirit. Fixating intently on the distant figure of the butcher Jericho, his voice erupting like thunder. "Answer me, pirate." An inexplicable force surged forth, causing the ground beneath to crack underfoot. Like a mad beast, Rasha extended his arms and plunged into the circle of pirates, akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. In the wide-eyed horror of the pirates, with a sweeping motion of his right arm, he shattered the dull blades they wielded. Terrifying strength cascaded upon 4 or 5 pirates, who had no time to utter a scream before Rasha's massive hand struck their upper bodies, displacing them with force. Their bones cracked and popped, their forms crushed like overripe tomatoes, with countless crimson arrows of blood erupting from their bodies. "Let go of me. Get away," one pirate cried, unable to evade Rasha's assault. As he was pinned down by the Titan-esque grasp, his shoulders caught in a vice-like grip. He could only watch in terror as Rasha bared his fearsome, white-toothed maw, preparing to bite down upon his face. Chapter 3. Sakazuki Yinxiao. What lies ahead? A deep, somewhat hoarse voice resonated across the spacious deck of the warship, rousing a small girl seated languidly at the ship's railing. With her whimsical pigtails and cherubic round face, Yinxiao appeared exceedingly adorable. Upon hearing the voice, however, she did not respond but instead puffed out her cheeks in defiance, turning her head to gaze out at the vast ocean ahead. What sort of attitude is that? Can't you show a modicum of respect for your father? I have taken time out of my busy schedule to bring you back to your homeland, he admonished. Humph. Spare me your deceit. I heard what Grandpa Sengoku said. You're clearly here to address the coup in the Principality of Prince. This so-called visit to my hometown is merely an afterthought, isn't it? Yunxiao retorted angrily, only to find a burly man, towering over 3 meters, adorned in a red military uniform with a Grand Justice cloak draped over his shoulders, walking towards her from the ship's cabin. He wore a white naval cap atop his head, and his face, marked by a rigid smile, seemed rarely graced by joy, giving him an awkward demeanor. To the unacquainted, one might mistake his expression for anger. With a stiff grin, he responded in a dismissive tone, "But I am a vice admiral of the Navy. What need is there for a vice admiral to intervene in a mere kingdom's coup? As for what your Grandpa Sengoku mentioned, it was merely a suggestion to let me see the situation while I took you back to the North Sea for a holiday. Compared to our homecoming, that is secondary." Upon hearing the man's words, Yinxiao pondered carefully and realized that it indeed seemed to be the case. Although she was still quite young, she was aware that her father was one of the highest-ranking admirals in the Navy headquarters, specifically Admiral Sakazuki, known by his epithet Akainu. In theory, unless an incident involved the world nobles, the celestial dragons, an admiral of such high caliber would not be dispatched lightly. For a small northern nation like Prince, even if a coup were to occur and they requested naval support, the Navy would likely only send a rear admiral or, at most, a vice admiral. Is that so? Yinxiao tilted her head back. Akainu nodded vigorously, affirming, "Of course. Have you ever seen your father lie? By the way, I heard that during this time, you've been learning navigation skills from your grandmother Ahi, and have received some commendation. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, a proud smile spread across Yunxiao's face as she jumped down from the ship's railing, hands on her hips, declaring, "Of course it's true. I've been studying very diligently. Grandmother Ahi said I've made great progress." "Ah, then I shall have to test you thoroughly," Akainu said with a somewhat stiff smile, extending his large hand to ruffle Yinxiao's hair. Pointing toward an island that was faintly visible ahead, he inquired, "Do you know what island that is?" Yinxiao rested her chin on her hand, contemplating for a moment before nodding. "I do. The first lesson I learned from grandmother Ahi was about the geography of our homeland. Based on our course, the next island should be Spidamaris Port, belonging to the Rubunulu Kingdom, the hometown of the great storyteller Norland. Am I correct, father?" "Ha ha ha. Indeed, you have learned well. That is indeed Myra's port ahead. Beyond that port, a few more islands will lead us to the North Sea Branch 177 base, where you will meet your uncle Adira, who has already called to inquire about you." On the deck of the warship, some Navy soldiers manipulating the sails and ropes exchanged glances, astonished by what they were witnessing. It was their first time seeing Admiral Sakazuki display such a kind demeanor, though the smile on his face still appeared rather intimidating. Just then, Akainu suddenly rose, turning his gaze toward another direction of the sea, his brow slightly furrowing. "After not returning to the North Sea for over a decade, this place continues to evoke a sense of disgust. However, the act of cannibalism is indeed a bit excessive," he murmured softly. Turning back, he pointed in that direction and called out loudly to those behind him, "Which island is closest along that route?" The naval navigator stationed at the lookout atop the mast promptly began to sift through the navigation records. Soon, the soldier saluted and answered loudly, "To Admiral Sakazuki. The closest island along that route is Honya Village, a small peripheral village belonging to the Rubunulu Kingdom. Turn the ship around. Let's take a look at that island," Akainu commanded in a low voice. Yes, the soldier did not question the order and promptly began to execute it. Yinxiao cast a curious glance at the direction indicated but saw no island, prompting her to look back at her father in confusion. "Why are we turning back? There are matters to attend to. Yinxiao, are you tired?" If so, you may return to the cabin to rest. Devil. That man is undoubtedly a devil. No human could be so terrifying. Jack, trembling like a strand of noodles, stared at the hellish crimson scene before him. His earlier thoughts of charging at Rasha had vanished. All he desired now was to escape this cursed place, return to the tavern in Maru's port, gulp down several hearty swigs of the strongest rum, and sleep soundly, forgetting the horrors of the day. At this moment, he stood alone. The other pirates had been reduced to mere fragments scattered across the ground. Just as they had ruthlessly dealt with the frail villagers, the man before him savagely tore the limbs from the pirates' bodies, casting them aside in a grotesque display. Blood sprayed outward, mingling with the mud beneath his feet, creating a repugnant sludge that exuded a nauseating odor. Human beings are indeed curious creatures. They can be merciless when inflicting pain upon others without a hint of discomfort. Yet, should the roles be reversed, transforming from the aggressor to the victim, they find the torment intolerable. The sound of tearing flesh still echoed in his ears as a skeletal figure loomed over a pirate, burying its head in the man's chest, emitting a primal growl as it furiously tore at him. Ugh! Jack's stomach churned violently, and the alcohol and food he had consumed that night surged forth in a wave of revulsion. He dared not linger any longer. Retching, he staggered towards the port where the ship was docked. He didn't even bother to collect the 100,000 berries he had gathered in the village. All he wanted was to flee. However, someone was determined to prevent his escape. A thunderous roar akin to a primordial beast erupted from behind him, followed by a fierce rush of wind that sent chills down Jack's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a forward roll, narrowly evading the beast that lunged at him from the rear. As he flipped over, he drew 2 short swords from his waistband, securing them to his wrists, and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Roxa's eyes burned with a crimson hue, blood dripping from his lips as he grinned, his white teeth clattering ominously. He tilted his head, fixating on Jericho with a gaze that resembled that of a predator assessing its prey. Chapter 4. A glimmering crimson light at this moment. Roxa was in a most peculiar state. An unending torrent of hatred and resentment, intertwined with an ever-expanding fury and murderous intent, surged from the depths of his heart. The boundless darkness was gradually eroding the remnants of his humanity's brilliance. Having lived 2 lives, the fragile warmth he had painstakingly acquired shattered before his eyes. His desires were simple, merely a trivial yearning for companionship, to lead a humble existence alongside his father, old John, in this lifetime. For the sake of this meager wish, he had cast aside the insatiable hunger that gnawed at him, embracing the hardships of life with a twisted sense of satisfaction. Yet, how cruel was fate! Even this small desire was to be snatched away from him. In his current state, he seemed to harbor no lingering attachments to the world of mortals. The eruption of negative emotions overwhelmed him, transforming him into a ravenous beast. Now, Roxa's mind was singularly fixated on one thought: to annihilate the pirate before him, to consume him. Faced with Jericho brandishing 2 sharp short swords, Roxa felt no fear. Instead, he lunged forward. Lacking any technique, relying solely on instinct and an inexplicable strength, he extended his enormous hands, aiming to seize Jericho's face with ferocious intent. The fierce rush of wind met Jericho as his expression twisted into a grimace. Gripping his short swords, he crouched low, curling his body into a ball, rolling beneath the oncoming Roxa, his blades slicing upward in a swift arc. Do you truly believe I fear you? How naive. You are but a mindless beast. Watch as I sever your limbs and rip open your belly. I shall preserve your heart. It will be yet another prized possession for me, Jack the Ripper. With a sickening sound, the flesh tore, echoing in Jericho's ears, distorting the smile upon his lips. He felt a warm, sanguine liquid cascade from above, blood, copious and scalding. If the belly were to be sliced open, even the slightest movement would cause the intestines to spill forth. The thought was grotesque. Jericho tilted his head, eager to witness Roxa's final struggle. However, as he lifted his gaze, a skeletal hand crashed down upon his face. Bang! A thunderous impact reverberated as several bloodied teeth flew from Jericho's gaping mouth. His nasal bone crumpled, blood gushing from his orifices. His robust body spun violently, soaring through the air before crashing into a pile of rubble, stirring a cloud of ash and debris. Cough! Cough! Ugh! The pain! My face! Amidst the shattered ruins, the anguished cries of Jericho echoed hauntingly. He clasped his throbbing head with both hands, a searing pain tearing through his visage. The sensitive nerves of his face felt as though they had been shattered by a single blow from Rasha, leaving Jericho unable to control his expression. His mouth agape in a grotesque semblance of a grimace, as he emitted a series of agonized wails from his throat. It felt as if his entire face had crumbled. The very essence of his brain seemed to jostle within his skull, causing a disorienting vertigo. Impossible. Impossible. I am the notorious captain of the Butcher Pirates. With a bounty of 16 million. I am the infamous Butcher Jericho of the illustrious Rubnalu Kingdom. You are merely a country bumpkin. How could you possess such formidable strength? Who are you truly? The pain ignited Jericho's nerves, while the humiliation sparked a fierce fury within him, compelling him to grip his concealed sword tightly once more, unleashing a roar of questions. Yet, the only response he received was the splintering debris of wood and stone before him, as Rasha, resembling a demon incarnate, relentlessly pursued him. Seemingly unfazed by the narrow X-shaped gash carved into his chest and abdomen by the sleeve sword. Like a creature devoid of sensation, he ignored the fountain of blood gushing from his wound, raising his skeletal hand once more to deliver a crushing blow, akin to a pile driver. Boom. The ground reverberated with a muffled roar, earth and stone shattered, dark dust swirling into the air, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Jericho curled his body and rolled to the side, his eyes filled with hatred, as he transformed his sleeve sword from a slashing motion into a piercing thrust aimed at Rasha's left flank. He intended to plunge the over-foot-long blade deep into the beast's body, to viciously shred its innards. Die, monster! Thud! The short sword met no resistance as it drove deep into Rasha's left side, burying itself to the hilt. Success! Jericho's expression turned blank, yet a glimmer of triumph flickered in his eyes. His wrist twisted, ready to wreak havoc on the monster's internal organs. However, in the next instant, a tempest stirred the earth, raising a cloud of dust and ash. Rasha's left hand instinctively reached back, seizing Jericho's right wrist with an iron grip. The immense strength compelled Jericho to emit another cry of despair. Roche's 5 fingers resembled hydraulic pincers, gradually crushing his wrist bones. Jericho could distinctly perceive his right wrist thinning, contracting like a shriveled sponge. The cacophony of cracking bones echoed relentlessly, causing Jericho's eyes to roll back in agony, overwhelmed by pain. Let go, you bastard. Release me. Tears streamed from the corners of Jericho's eyes, his voice quivering with a sob, as he wielded his short sword in his left hand, fiercely cleaving at Roche's left arm. The blade struck with a sound akin to slicing through thick leather. Despite the flesh of Roche's arm rolling back and blood flowing profusely, the bones within remained unscathed. And Jericho even noticed tiny nicks appearing on his sword's edge. Yet that iron claw-like hand remained unyielding, clutching his already thin wrist, gradually extracting the embedded short sword. As the blade was dislodged with a sharp pop from Roche's left abdomen, blood erupted like a high-pressure water jet, drenching Jericho's face and hair. The force of the blood spray was so intense it stung his skin, forcing his head to tilt back, nearly causing him to topple over. Monster, you are not human. You are a beast. Jericho was utterly shattered. He had never encountered someone like Roche's. Not to mention the expression of indifference to pain in the battered body that showed no signs of collapsing. The blood gushing forth like a high-pressure jet was something Jericho had never witnessed, so absurd that he feared it might burst his eyeballs if it struck directly. Was this still human? Even the legendary clone soldiers of the nefarious Germa 66 could not compare to such absurdity. He had to escape. He must flee at all costs. If he delayed any longer, he would surely perish. Jericho was no stranger to ruthlessness. Resolute in his thoughts, he swung his short sword, severing his right wrist, which was barely tethered by a sliver of flesh. Gritting his teeth, he clutched the severed wrist tightly and staggered into a frantic run. Rasha's breath grew heavy. His vision suffused with a crimson hue. Jericho's overwhelming fear led to a grave misjudgment. In truth, Rasha's stamina had already dwindled to the brink of exhaustion. His famished body, after a prolonged bout of violent outbursts, was utterly spent. Coupled with substantial blood loss, this brought him back from the precipice of madness, albeit momentarily. The price of regained consciousness was manifested in the swift emergence of fatigue, pain, and a tumultuous sorrow that surged within him. Scalding tears, akin to boiling water, cascaded from the corners of his eyes like a severed kite, plummeting to the ground below and shattering into countless fragments. Roche's, with great effort, steadied himself and rose unsteadily, determined to pursue Jericho, who was on the verge of vanishing from his sight. He could not simply allow Jericho to escape. The vengeance for his father's murder could not be washed away even by the waters of the vast seas. He yearned to devour Jericho, flesh and bone, to make this pirate experience an unfathomable despair. Yet, at that moment, his legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, rooted to the ground, rendering him incapable of moving even an inch. Moreover, waves of overwhelming fatigue and anguish continuously surged within him. Roxa was oblivious to the possibility of his demise in the next heartbeat. He was equally uncertain whether he could ever locate Jericho again if he departed from the island. Jericho's silhouette receded into the distance, causing Roxa to bite down so hard that blood oozed from his gums. Yet his body felt as if it had rusted, immobilized. No. The vivid crimson hue resurfaced in his eyes amidst the feral howl of a solitary wolf. Just as Roxa was on the verge of transforming into a ravenous beast, ready to devour everything in his path, he suddenly beheld a brilliant stream of light that dispersed the oppressive gloom, piercing through the darkened sky and illuminating the shattered village of Red Leaf in a fiery red. The temperature on the island soared dramatically, the atmosphere warped, and at the horizon, a flash of red morphed into a crimson wall of mountains, severing Jericho's escape towards the pirate ship at the edge of Red Leaf Village from the sea, confining him to the island, alongside a bloodthirsty beast in a cage. Chapter 5. What is this? Lava? Jericho, clutching his severed hand, skidded to a halt, narrowly avoiding a collision with the sudden appearance of the crimson wall. The searing heat struck him like a wave, forcing him to retreat in a frantic scramble. It was only after he had backed away several meters that the suffocating intensity began to wane. This palpable sensation instantly dispelled any notion he had entertained that it was merely an illusion. Yet, why would such boiling lava suddenly erupt along the coast of Red Leaf Village? Moreover, it had fortuitously formed a circular wall encircling half the island, completely obstructing his route of escape. Was I truly so unfortunate as to encounter an underwater volcanic eruption? Jericho cursed his fate internally and turned to flee in another direction, determined to distance himself from Red Leaf Village once more. However, as he pivoted, his body froze entirely. He had caught sight of a ghastly figure that had, unbeknownst to him, approached closely behind. At that moment, his turn allowed him to see the wide grin stretched across the figure's face. "Hello there, pirate. Shall we continue?" The scorching heat radiating from the earth revived a flicker of vitality within Roxa's rigid form. He felt his body resuming its ability to move. Forcefully suppressing the pervasive fatigue and pain, Roxa advanced step by step toward the desperate Jericho. "Stay away. What are you doing? Get away from me, you monster." Jericho spoke with a slight lisp, his tongue swollen and painful, his mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood. The agony radiating from his fractured right hand sent waves of excruciating pain through him, causing his vision to blur. Given his indomitable spirit, it was a remarkable feat that he had managed to endure thus far. Now, confronted once again by the towering figure of Rasha, a specter of immense dread in his mind, he found himself unable to take another step, paralyzed in place, his body trembling uncontrollably. Fear engulfed his heart, while pain clouded his consciousness. He wept, like a child, slowly collapsing to his knees before Rasha's imposing stature, sobbing in desperate convulsions. "I understand my mistakes, I truly do. I beseech you, spare me. I shall no longer pursue the life of a pirate. Please, do not take my life." The sound of a short sword clattering to the ground echoed as Jericho clutched his broken wrist, weeping bitterly. Tears streamed incessantly from the corners of his eyes. "Please, do not kill me. I have a wife waiting for my return, and a newborn son, Jamie, who is so adorable, so small, and cannot afford to lose his father. I never wished to become a pirate. My hometown could not bear the exorbitant heavenly gold taxes imposed upon us. The world government expelled us from the allied nations, and we were subsequently ravaged by pirates. I had no choice but to take up arms and join their ranks." Amidst his weeping, a glimmer of hope ignited in Jericho's eyes as he choked out, "You cannot kill me. Do you know whose subordinate I am? I am an outer pirate under the notorious Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If you take my life, you will forever face the wrath of the Don Quixote family. So please let me go. Let us erase our grievances. My crew has been annihilated, and I ask for nothing in return for the wealth and provisions you seek. You, too, share the burdens of a wretched fate." Roxa let out a sigh, bending down to extend his withered fingers and gently wipe away the tears from Jericho's eyes. Jericho's body trembled slightly as he nodded vigorously. "Yes, we are both wretched souls. And thus, Why do you continue to endure the anguish that this world inflicts upon you? Roxa's voice was soft as he placed his gnarled hand upon Jericho's head, caressing him gently. So, you do have family? I had assumed you were an orphan. Jericho's mouth fell slightly ajar, as if he wished to articulate something. Yet, the hand that had once tenderly stroked his head had now slipped down, the rigid knuckles penetrating his eye socket with a chilling precision. Jericho emitted a harrowing scream from the depths of his throat. His left hand groped for the short sword that had fallen to the ground, seizing it swiftly, and swung it fiercely towards the arm that was upon his face. Crack! Rochester's left hand seized him, fingers gripping his shoulder with a formidable pressure, the knuckles protruding like rugged mountains. One by one, his fingers constricted, enveloping the scapula beneath, which emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds. Jericho's body felt as though it were being ensnared within a colossal hydraulic press, gradually being crushed to oblivion. The excruciating agony, tearing through his very soul, engulfed him entirely. Jericho's mouth gaped open, yet only a rasping sound emerged from his throat, rendering him incapable of uttering a scream. Nevertheless, his consciousness remained acutely aware, sharp enough to perceive the iron-like fingers prying into the crevices of his eye socket, piercing the confines of his skull, invading his very mind. Simultaneously, his left shoulder lay utterly shattered. The scapula caved in, skin, muscle, and bone fused together in an intimate embrace, indistinguishable and unlayered. Jericho felt the enormous hand that had crushed his shoulder glide across his face, slowly gripping the nape of his neck and the area behind his ear. This was one of the rare fissures existing upon the human skull, a testament to nature's evolution for the purpose of procreation. To ensure the safe passage of infants from the womb, the skull, as hard as iron, possesses gaps while within the maternal body, allowing it to slightly flatten and reduce in size. Rochester's gnarled left hand precisely clasped the fissure in Jericho's skull, exerting pressure inward with deliberate slowness. I can comprehend your desire for vengeance, the urge to feast upon your enemy's flesh. However, should you choose to transform yourself into a cannibal, I shall unhesitatingly bury you along with this island. A deep and resonant voice abruptly echoed behind Rochester, halting his hand in midair. Roxa slowly turned around, only to find a soldier towering over him, a man whose height surpassed his by 2 heads, gazing at him with an expression of indifference. Although reality diverged from the depictions of paper figures, Roxa still recognized the man's visage. He had once harbored resentment towards this iron-willed warrior for the death of another. Yet now, all he wished to convey to this man were 2 simple words: thank you. As these words escaped Roxa's lips, the resolve and strength he had clung to dissipated entirely. His eyes rolled back, and his imposing frame collapsed straight back with a thud onto the ground. Succumbing to a profound unconsciousness, Akainu silently observed the fallen Roxa, lost in contemplation, until the distant sound of a girl's cry from beyond the molten walls jolted him from his reverie. Thank you? It had indeed been many years since he had heard such words. Chapter 6. Blood transfusion. Why did they encircle the island with magma? Are there enemies on the island? The crimson lava walls spread apart as if melting, revealing a wide gap. Hibari, flanked by a group of vigilant Navy soldiers, stepped onto Red Leaf Island. Initially, she had been discontent due to being obstructed by Akainu's magma, but upon witnessing the extensive area shrouded in black smoke and strewn with remains, she stood frozen in shock. Did I not instruct you to remain in the cabin and rest? Akainu rose from his crouched position. The soldiers behind him, seasoned and astute, quickly grasped the severity of the situation upon witnessing the horrific scene on the island. Without needing further orders from Akainu, leaders began to allocate tasks, directing the soldiers to disperse throughout Red Leaf Village to commence search and rescue operations, extinguish fires, and capture prisoners. Only the young Hibari was witnessing such a horrific massacre for the first time, a scene that could easily be deemed exceedingly brutal even in Navy textbooks. This harrowing sight left an indelible impact on her tender psyche, causing her to stand dazed for several moments before she clasped her mouth in horror, her complexion paling as she retched. As she turned to step aside, seeking to expel the rising bile from her throat, Akainu raised his right hand as if to intervene. But the words caught in his throat, and he ultimately lowered it, for he had already heard his daughter's piercing scream. As the lark descended, it beheld, mere inches away, a figure kneeling upon the ground, a visage grotesquely marred. The individual's features were a horrific tapestry of blood and flesh, where eyes once resided now lay 2 profound, blood-stained hollows. The nose had collapsed, forming a stark indentation. The shattered lips hung partially open, the jawbone drooping helplessly from the absence of the muscles that once provided support. More chilling still, the crown of the skull above the ears was missing, revealing a brain, streaked with red and white and resembling an enlarged walnut, now exposed to the lark's gaze. The lark's mouth opened slightly, its pupils dilating to their utmost limit. Alas, this is the fate that befalls those who heed not their father's counsel. Akainu sighed, then forced a smile, attempting to lighten the mood, as he comforted his young companion, a mere 11 years of age, who was on the verge of vomiting. It's all right, Lark, you'll grow accustomed to it next time. Medic, come here and examine this lad. See if he still has a chance. Akainu called to a military doctor carrying a medical kit not far away. The ship's medic swiftly approached and conducted a meticulous examination of the unconscious Rasha. The heart rate was alarmingly low yet resilient. He had lost a significant amount of blood and required immediate transfusion. Goodness, with such numerous wounds, it is a miracle this fellow is still holding on. As the medic deftly cut away the coarse fabric of Rasha's clothing, even he, seasoned as he was, could not suppress a gasp at the sight of the injuries laid bare before him. Rox's tall, bare body was marred by a myriad of horrific wounds. His hands and legs bore the gruesome lacerations inflicted by sharp weapons. On his chest and abdomen lay 2 enormous gashes, each over a foot in length, intersecting to form an X-shaped scar. The wounds were so deep that bone was visible, and through the gaps in his ribs, one could even glimpse the writhing crimson of his internal organs. Had those intersecting wounds shifted a few inches downward, without the sturdy barrier of his ribs, it was likely that Rox's intestines would have been severed. The military physician hastily counted and found that Roxa had suffered at least 31 knife wounds. The blood that flowed from him had stained his entire being a dark crimson hue. The coagulated blood had fused his wounds to the coarse fabric of his clothing. And as the physician carefully exerted pressure to tear away the blood-soaked and dusty rags, Rox's wounds burst open anew, causing blood to surge forth uncontrollably. The physician exclaimed, "This is untenable. The medical kit contains insufficient supplies of medicine and bandages, and he requires immediate surgery to cleanse the wounds, prevent infection, and initiate a blood transfusion. This individual possesses an extraordinary constitution. The flow of blood within him is remarkable, and he has an exceptionally resilient heart. Ordinary bandaging will not suffice. The wounds must be sutured. Admiral Sakazuki, I request that he be transported to the warship at once. I must commence treatment immediately." "I understand," Admiral Akainu replied gravely. Then, to the astonishment of the physician, he bent down and effortlessly lifted the unconscious Roxa. With a powerful leap, he soared several dozen meters into the air, his white cloak billowing like a great bird. In an instant, he traversed over 100 meters and landed with a thud on the deck of the warship. "What are you waiting for? Get over here." Yes, the physician, not merely an ordinary soldier but a master of martial arts, grasped the medical kit in one hand and glanced at the still retching lynx. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, took hold of the young girl's arm, and leaped into the air. Boom, boom, boom. The physician's feet struck the air, creating sonic booms as he ascended onto the warship. As soon as he set Lynx down, he dashed into the cabin. Soon, the sound of rummaging echoed from within. A short while later, the physician emerged, clutching an array of medical instruments, several of which clattered to the deck mid-journey, prompting a frown from Akainu. "First, we must administer a blood transfusion before proceeding with the suturing. Let me ascertain his blood type." The physician retrieved several unfamiliar instruments, drew a small sample of blood from Rox's wound, and busied himself on the nearby deck. After a moment, he murmured, "He has type F blood. Admiral Sakazuki, please notify that soldiers and officers with type F blood should return." "Yes, bring several." As his unique constitution demands a substantial volume of blood. "Type F?" Akainu raised an eyebrow, unfastened his military coat, and extended his right arm towards the military doctor. "No need for that. Let it be my blood instead. I am also of type F. Very well." The military doctor, surprisingly unfazed, promptly took the infusion needle and aimed it at the vein on Akainu's arm. With a soft pop, the needle broke. "Admiral, could you please restrain your haki? It makes it rather difficult for me to insert the needle," the doctor remarked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Cough. It's merely a bodily reflex." Akainu retorted with a cough, gesturing for the doctor to try again. This time, the needle did not break and successfully penetrated the vein on the back of Akainu's hand. Crimson blood flowed through the infusion tube, connecting to Rasha's arm. A smile emerged on the doctor's face, one that darkened Akainu's expression. With a gleeful rub of his hands and a sinister chuckle, he raised the scalpel he held towards the unconscious Rasha. I believe this will be quite an intriguing operation. Chapter 7. Awakening. The death toll among the villagers totaled 187, with only 17 survivors, all of whom were women. Their emotional state was highly unstable, and they had already been administered sedatives. Among the pirates, 37 had perished, including one bounty criminal named Jericho, known as Jack the Ripper, the captain of the Ripper pirate crew, with a bounty of 16 million berries. Preliminary investigations revealed that this incident was a unilateral massacre perpetrated by the Ripper pirate crew, executed with extreme cruelty. In a hazy state, Rasha seemed to hear numerous voices echoing around him. The intervals between the sounds were somewhat prolonged, making them difficult to comprehend, as if they were muffled by a thick wall. Rasha was immersed in an exceedingly lengthy dream. In this reverie, he found himself in a world of paradisiacal beauty. Two kind and gentle elders gazed upon him with loving eyes. This world was devoid of hunger, pain, despair, and resentment. It was filled solely with the simplicity of life. Fishing, collecting seashells, weaving bamboo baskets, and sitting on the beach, letting the sea breeze caress his face. Rasha, dawn has arrived. Today, let us venture out to sea with your father. He will take you to catch the royal ribbonfish. You know, my son, that fish is quite precious. Just last time, the village chief was fortunate enough to catch 3. Can you guess how much he sold them for? 20,000 berries each. 3 fish in total, that amounts to a staggering 50,000 berries. Our family hardly earns that much in a year. But father, 20,000 berries each for 3 fish is not 60,000 berries? Is that so? Ha ha ha, my son can count. What a genius. If you ever have the chance to visit Myru's town, you shall surely make a name for yourself there. Rasha, here, this is a bamboo basket woven by your mother. What do you think? I even added a little flower for you. When you grow a bit older, you can take it to the seaside to collect shells and small fish and shrimp. Mother, I'm a boy. I don't like flowers. How could that be? The flower I wove is a sunflower, like the sun itself, the brightest of blooms, perfect for a young man. Yet I desire a bamboo knife. Rasha, my child. Outside the cabin, Admiral Akainu furrowed his brow, casting a somewhat unfriendly gaze upon the sweating military doctor, Desmond Doss, standing before him. Doss, have you truly treated that boy properly? Why, after 7 days, has he yet to awaken? The young doctor, just over 30, held a roll of bandages in his hand, constantly wiping the sweat trickling down his forehead as he stuttered an explanation. My treatment plan is absolutely sound. The surgery was successful. General Sakazuki, you were present throughout the procedure, were you not? After suturing the wound and completing the blood transfusion, the boy's vital signs stabilized. His body is recovering swiftly, logically. He should have awakened by now. The reason he remains unconscious could either be due to an issue with his brain, or he simply does not wish to awaken. You haven't done anything to him these past few days? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I swear I haven't conducted any unauthorized medical experiments on him. I am innocent. Is that so? Akainu's face was filled with skepticism as he glanced at the little girl, stifling a laugh nearby. Seeing her father's gaze, the girl, Yunka, promptly reported without hesitation. I saw Dr. Doss drawing blood from that person. I did not. Don't say such things, Yunka. It could be fatal. Doss's complexion instantly turned ashen, and he hurriedly turned his head, blinking desperately towards the lark. Suddenly, the temperature on the deck seemed to drop significantly, causing Doss to involuntarily shiver. A colossal shadow loomed over him. Just as he intended to explain, he felt a firm grip at the nape of his neck, and before he knew it, he was flailing and soaring high from the battleship's deck, only to plunge into the sea with a splash. Swim 100 laps around the ship. You may not come up for dinner until you finish. The resounding roar of Akainu echoed from the deck. No, I am merely a frail ship's doctor. I could perish. Admiral Sakazuki. The cries of despair from the sea were met with Akainu's indifference as he furrowed his brow, gazing towards the cabin. Bang! A dull thud resonated from within the ship's interior, sounding as if someone was exerting tremendous force against flesh. Bang! The sound was heavy and powerful, accompanied by labored breaths. With Akainu's keen hearing, he could even discern the unsettling sound of grinding teeth. This fellow. Some Navy soldiers also caught the sound and rushed to Akainu, seeking his command. You stay outside, Akainu instructed as he stepped towards the cabin, abruptly pausing to issue a low command. Go prepare some food. Yes. The soldiers respectfully complied and departed. Has that peculiar individual awakened? The lark blinked her eyes and followed Akainu into the ship's cabin. She was not unfamiliar with Rasha. Out of curiosity, she had been trailing behind doors for several days, sneaking into the rest area to observe Rasha. In Young's eyes, Rasha bore a resemblance to a certain naval officer from her memories. Both were emaciated, resembling walking skeletons. The sole distinction was that this skeleton's visage appeared less terrifying, with a frame that was notably taller and sturdier. Despite his gaunt appearance, Young discerned that Rasha was not unattractive. Rather, his physique was excessively frail, likely a consequence of prolonged malnutrition. Though still young, she possessed a keen perception. She had long noticed, through subtle shifts in her father's demeanor, that he seemed somewhat intrigued by this individual, further piquing Young's curiosity about Rasha. In her recollection, her father, Sakazuki, was as rigid as a pedant, his daily routine consisting solely of venturing out to combat pirates or traveling en route to do so, within the vast confines of the Navy headquarters. Apart from his old subordinates and Uncle Paulicelino, he would scarcely exchange a few words with anyone for years. Grandpa Sengoku once remarked that Sakazuki was akin to a stone in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. Were it not for his formidable strength, his temperament would have long rendered him unable to hold his head high. Young had never witnessed her father take such an interest in any naval soldier. To uncover the truth, she employed her ultimate technique, acting coy. It proved that even the most stalwart of men could not withstand the charm of an adorable little darling. Especially a man like Akainu, who became a father in his 30s and bore certain character flaws. Thus, she learned that Rasha was the so-called hero responsible for the tragic demise of the entire coin butcher pirate crew. This revelation deepened Young's impression of Rasha, as after her brief glimpse upon ascending Redleaf Island, she had endured 5 consecutive nights of nightmares. Particularly haunting was the gruesome fate of Captain Jericho, which instilled in her a profound psychological aversion to the tofu dishes served in the naval mess hall, inside the dimly lit rest area of the warship. As Young followed Akainu into the room, she was once again greeted by the sound of dull, resounding thuds. Upon entering the rest area, they beheld a tall, skeletal figure with white hair hunched over on the bed, gritting his teeth as he repeatedly struck his growling abdomen with considerable force. Thud, thud. The intensity of his blows was such that it caused the bed beneath him to creak ominously, as if it might collapse at any moment. Gurgle, gurgle, thud. Roches, with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, clenched his teeth and struck himself with a powerful blow. The lark, feeling a twinge of fear, timidly retreated behind Akainu, peeking out with a curious gaze. Akainu observed silently. Bang! Another punch resounded. With this strike, the bed beneath Roches finally succumbed, cracking with a sharp sound. He tumbled down from the wooden frame, landing awkwardly amidst the splintered debris. Roxa lowered his head, his bloodshot eyes void of emotion. His stomach churned incessantly, an overwhelming hunger crashing over him like relentless waves, forcibly dragging him from the depths of a dream he longed to remain in. Chapter 8. Burying the past since arriving in this world. Nothing has irked Roxa more than this peculiar affliction he has dubbed voracity. This condition bears some resemblance to the peculiar ailment suffered by Charlotte Lingling from his childhood comics, who had a penchant solely for sweets. In contrast, Roxa's voracity encompasses all consumables, standing in stark opposition to the aversion of anorexia. From the earliest moments of his recollection, he has been accompanied by an insatiable hunger, akin to being perpetually scorched by sulfuric acid within his gut. It seems he has never truly been satiated. Yet, in reality, his parents, Old John and Lady Elizabeth, have devoted nearly all of their daily provisions, 99%, to Roxa. Old John toils from dawn to dusk, fishing the seas for sustenance, while Lady Elizabeth painstakingly weaves bamboo baskets, trading them for meager grains. Collectively, these efforts could have supported an ordinary family of 3 with some surplus to spare for taxes and tributes. However, due to Roxa's insatiable appetite, the household of Old John has been rendered incapable of stockpiling any reserves. With neither money nor provisions, taxes remain unpaid, and the kingdom's tax officials are far from lenient. Over the years, Old John has endured numerous beatings, and their wooden abode has faced demolition almost annually. Because of this insatiable disease, his father scrimps and saves, extracting his share of food to leave for Roxa, only to face another day of grueling fishing. This relentless labor has taken a toll on his father's health, deteriorating year by year. Due to this affliction, Lady Elizabeth, even suffering from the common cold, cannot afford treatment at Myra's Harbor. Charlotte Lingling's parents, appearing affluent nobles, were unable to accommodate her terrifying appetite and chose to abandon her. In contrast, Rox's parents are merely ordinary citizens. Despite being brought to ruin by their son's condition, they have never forsaken him. Instead, they have provided encouragement, instilling in him the confidence to persevere. Once, Roxa believed that his uniqueness was a divine gift. Yet it is precisely this gift that has led to his ruin. In the rest area, Roxa ceased his frantic movements, quietly seated upon the fractured bed. Only his stomach continued its relentless, thunderous growls, as if mocking him. The lark, hiding behind the red dog, gazed upon Roxa with sympathetic eyes. He must be in great pain, having witnessed his village decimated by pirates. Among the survivors, he wonders if any of his family remains. Why does he beat his own belly? Feeling hungry is not a matter of shame. It is a natural human condition. Ah, food. Lark glanced at the silent Rasha, who was staring down, and then dashed out. Akainu stood quietly for a while before finally speaking in a low, resonant voice. Have you calmed down? Upon hearing his voice, a flicker of focus returned to Rasha's vacant eyes. Gradually, he lifted his head, gazing up at the imposing figure before him. With a square jaw and an air of aloofness, the man towered at over 3 meters tall, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Clad in a red military uniform, black gloves, and a white cape, his mere presence exuded an almost suffocating intensity. Is this the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Akainu? Rochester took a deep breath, compelling himself to remain composed as he endured the tumultuous hunger raging within him. He rose to his feet. Before he could utter a word, Akainu turned and strode out. Rochet silently followed suit. The two emerged from the ship's cabin, stepping onto the deck. Outside, the sky remained as dim as it had been that day, indicating that it was now evening. The warship's deck was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate hundreds of soldiers. 3 robust masts, 1 large and 2 smaller, stood erect. Thick cables cascaded down from the mast tops, diagonally draping over the sides of the vessel. The white sails were furled and secured with ropes, revealing faintly embroidered patterns of seagulls on the canvas. The evening sun streamed in from the front of the warship, casting shimmering reflections upon the surface of the sea. At the horizon where sea met sky, the sunset glowed like fish scales. Akainu stood at the bow, arms crossed, as the sea breeze billowed his white cloak of justice behind him, making it flutter audibly. Your family lies buried at the place of discovery. Go and bid your final farewell. I have lingered here long enough. Rochet pressed his lips together in silence as he descended the ladder from the warship, making his way toward the small island where he had spent 12 years of his life. Along the path, he examined his body and discovered that all his wounds had scabbed over. The stitched injuries bore fresh granulation tissue, tightly securing the sutures. His body was a canvas of scars, resembling a centipede crawling over his skin, which was somewhat unsettling. The intersecting wounds on his chest were particularly conspicuous. The penetrating injury on his left side had also been tended to. When he pressed it with his fingers, he felt no pain, only a slight tingling sensation. This suggested that the physician who had treated his wounds possessed remarkable skill, in a world where even a common cold could prove fatal. Rochet's condition that day had certainly brought him perilously close to the threshold of death. The village houses were predominantly constructed of wood, under the ruthless assaults of the pirates. The once scattered wooden structures had been reduced to mere remnants, with charred planks and doors littering the area. Aside from the hardened dark brown earth, there were no traces of bodies to be found. Both the pirates and the deceased villagers had been dealt with by the naval soldiers. Rotchaff remained oblivious to whether those corpses had been cast into the sea, transported by the Navy to a different location for burial, or incinerated by Akainu's magma. He discerned no signs of disturbed earth within the village, save for the mound that had risen before the wooden cottage that belonged to his family. Rasha stood before the small earth mound for an extended period, before finally kneeling down and extending his hands to begin digging. The soil was compacted firmly, compelling Rasha to procure a charred piece of wood to aid in his excavation. His stomach ached with hunger, and he was oblivious to how long he had been unconscious or how many days had passed since his last meal. Devoid of strength, even the simplest of digging tasks left him drenched in sweat. Fortunately, the remains of old John were not buried deeply, and after nearly an hour of effort, Rasha finally cradled his father's body in his hands, lifting it from the earth. Time had taken its toll. The corpse showed signs of decay, emanating a repugnant stench. Yet, Rasha maintained a stoic demeanor. Silently, he held his father's lifeless form, departing from the wooden cabin and making his way toward the distant beach. There, a sparse bamboo grove awaited him, a place where his mother, Elizabeth, often foraged for bamboo shoots and materials during her lifetime. It was also the resting place where she was laid to rest after her passing. Roxa expressed profound gratitude to the naval soldiers for interring his father's remains. However, he wished for his parents to rest together, believing that such a reunion in the afterlife might be possible. He hoped that his mother's spirit had not wandered far. As the final handful of earth was gently placed, the bamboo grove, now shrouded in twilight, witnessed the soil of the once overgrown mound receiving a fresh layer. Roxa sat quietly before the earthen mound, grasping an aged wooden plank, upon which he meticulously inscribed characters. The carving bore the elegant strokes of Chinese calligraphy, in memory of my mother Elizabeth and my father John. Son, Roxa. They were a virtuous wife, a gentle husband, and exceptional parents. Dated the 6th of July, in the year 1515 of the Sea Circle. What exquisite script this is. Suddenly, a voice, imbued with a subtle magnetism, resonated from behind him. Rorschach did not turn around immediately. Instead, he first inserted the wooden board, inscribed with words, into the earth before he faced the approaching figure. There, not far along the forest path, stood a man in a white lab coat, wearing spectacles, appearing to be in his early 30s. Accompanied by a little girl who was glancing about nervously, her face betraying unease, yet smiling. "Ah, I hope we haven't startled you," he said. "We noticed your prolonged absence and grew somewhat concerned, so we came to check on you." Chapter 9. The Battle of the Chef and the Glutton. I apologize for any inconvenience we may have caused. Rorschach approached the two with a somewhat apologetic smile. "Are you a doctor? You must be the one who treated my injuries. I am truly grateful." Rochard approached with a smile, instinctively extending his right hand. Doss hesitated for a moment before reciprocating the gesture. "It's nothing, it's my duty. We are sailors, after all. By the way, I have yet to introduce myself. I am Desmond Doss, the ship's doctor. You may call me Doss. This is Lark. Greetings, I am Rochett." Rochester shyly scratched his head. It was his first experience interacting so formally with individuals from outside Hongye village. Roxa appeared somewhat reserved, for his combined age from 2 lifetimes scarcely amounted to 27 years. In his previous life, he suffered from severe depression, which led him to shut himself away emotionally, leaving him with but a handful of confidants. In this life, while he is free from depression, he is afflicted by an even graver condition, a voracious appetite. His fearsome appearance has rendered the children of Maple Leaf Village reluctant to approach him, and even the adults harbor a certain trepidation towards this boy, who is truly only 12 years old, primarily out of concern that his affliction might be contagious. Consequently, the villagers often caution their children against visiting Roxa's home. It was only then that she learned his name. The Lark, perceptive to Roxa's discomfort, found herself feeling less anxious. She brought her hands, which had been resting behind her back, to the front, holding a 3-tiered food container. Although the container was covered, a rich aroma of food wafted from within, causing Roxa's growling stomach to stir once more. Roxia felt a touch of embarrassment, yet he observed Lark extending a food box towards him. "You haven't eaten for 7 days. Here, this is freshly prepared food." "Thank you," he replied hastily, accepting it. Upon hearing Roxia's gratitude, a faint blush colored Lark's cheeks. The food box felt somewhat weighty in his hands, clearly indicating a generous portion within. Roxia retrieved a portion and then presented the food box before Doss and Yunk. "Let us partake together." No, we have already dined," Doss replied, shaking his head. Yunk nodded in agreement. "We have already eaten." "Very well, I shall begin," Roxia said, licking his lips as he lifted the lid of the food box. A rich aroma of meat wafted into his nostrils, stirring the appetite within him and causing his saliva to flow uncontrollably. "It smells divine." Roxia, having grown up, had never tasted such exquisite meat before. Observing Roxia swallow his saliva, Daosh chuckled lightly. "Isn't it delightful? Tonight's dinner features a specialty from Beihai, salt and pepper steamed ribbonfish, a dish that Chef Dino excels at. The steamed ribbonfish is tender and succulent, melting in your mouth, complemented by the refreshing saltiness of the seasoning, making it impossible to feel overwhelmed even after indulging." While Daos continued speaking, Roxia had cautiously opened all 3 food containers, pouring their contents directly into his gaping mouth. The sound was resounding. So delicious. Roxia licked his lips, resealing the food containers, and, patting his still flat stomach, sighed, feeling even hungrier. "You're eating so quickly. Are you performing magic?" Das nearly choked on his own saliva, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Yunk's small eyes widened in disbelief. "That was food meant for 5 people. I'm sorry, I'm just so hungry," Roxia admitted, somewhat embarrassed. His stomach grumbled again. His face flushed. The night was too dark for Daos and Yunk to see it clearly. Since that's the case, let us hurry back to the warship. I remember there is plenty of food in the kitchen that will surely satisfy your appetite. A little while later, on the deck of the warship, Daos and Yunk stood with mouths agape, utterly stunned at the sight of Roxia sitting on the ground. He was devouring plates upon plates of various delicacies as if they were mere autumn leaves swept away by the wind. The thick bones crumbled beneath his teeth as if they were sugar cane, being crushed with each bite. Before he could even finish swallowing, he seized another heaping plate of noodles, inhaling them with a voracious appetite. With a loud clang, a plate fell to the ground as Roxia, resembling a famished ghost, reached out for another heaping plate of garlic fish fillets. The cacophony of chewing filled the air as dozens of fish fillets stuffed his cheeks, making him appear like a squirrel hoarding food in its mouth. Despite consuming food meant for dozens, Roxia's stomach remained flat, showing no signs of fullness. More astonishingly, as he gorged himself, his stomach continued to grumble like thunder. I'm so hungry. With the food before him all gone, Roxia's mouth hung open, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Subtle traces of red veins spread across his pupils. The more he ate, the hungrier he felt. At that moment, Roxia resembled an insatiable beast, with an overwhelming desire for food surging within him. He craved more sustenance. Chef Dino, the plump cook, was also taken aback. He had not anticipated that enough food for 50 men aboard the warship would be devoured by Roxia in mere seconds. Moreover, judging by Roxia's demeanor, he seemed far from satisfied. After a brief moment of shock, excitement sparkled in the chef's small eyes. With a broad grin, he clenched his fist and pointed at Roxia, whose eyes glimmered with hunger, exclaiming, "Excellent. What I, Dino, love most are those with hearty appetites. Roxia, is it? I accept your challenge. Wait for me. Allow me to showcase my exclusive technique, supersonic cooking. Bring forth the ingredients and my pot." What is it about consuming food that ignites such an exhilarating fervor? Dorse's lips quivered. But that cannot be the crux of the matter, can it? The real question lies in why he has devoured such an immense quantity without a modicum of change in his physique. Yunk exclaimed in disbelief. Could this be what Rasha referred to as hyperphagia? Dorse pondered. Astonishing. He has entirely consumed enough sustenance for 50 individuals. This fellow possesses an extraordinary appetite. The naval soldiers aboard the warship were left astounded, witnessing the plump chef preparing himself, rolling up his sleeves, and eagerly gearing up for the task at hand, eliciting excitement among them as they gathered around. On the other side, the battle between the chef and the voracious eater commenced with the emergence of the first large plate of takoyaki. Prepare yourself. A 10-serving appetizer of takoyaki. Next up is a 20-serving portion of salt-baked snails. The chef's ample flesh quivered like waves, his energy unleashed, his hands transforming into blurs as he seamlessly washed, chopped, fried, stir-fried, steamed, and roasted the copious ingredients brought by the soldiers on the adjacent deck. His speed was astonishingly rapid, truly embodying what he claimed, cooking at supersonic velocities. This was his pride, the culinary prowess that allowed him to single-handedly cater to the meals of 200 warriors aboard this grand vessel. Yet, he finished, in an instant. Too swift. The supersonic cooking technique could not keep pace. If Chef Dino's culinary skills are supersonic, then this lad's eating speed is nothing short of light speed. Listening to the soldiers' excited discussions behind him, Dino's chubby face turned crimson, as if about to burst into flames. Young's petite face flushed with excitement, bouncing up and down as she waved her hands and shouted, "Go for it, Uncle Dino. Don't let Rasha defeat you. Naturally, I am the supersonic Dino. Prepare yourself for 20 servings of emerald boiled kelp. Cooking simply yet deliciously. Even in the pursuit of speed, one must not neglect flavor. This is my life motto." Emerging from the cabin, Akainu's forehead bulged with a vein, his expression marred by dark lines. Chapter 10. The Innate Return of Life. Go for it, Chef Dino. Keep it up. The chef cannot keep pace with Rasha's eating speed. He is astonishingly swift. Is his stomach a portal to another dimension? In the heavens, a crescent moon hangs like a hook, casting down its delicate glow. The sea, dark and profound, reveals a solitary island in the distance, shrouded in an air of desolation. Yet, aboard the moored warship, a cacophony of voices fills the air. It is an unprecedented occasion. The vessel of Akaina buzzes with an unexpected liveliness. Soldiers, officers, and even cooks all wear flushed expressions, exuberantly shouting with delight. This vibrant atmosphere even stirs the spirits of the 17 unfortunate women aboard, lifting their previously despondent moods ever so slightly. Among them, the most jubilant is undoubtedly the young girl, Lynx. Though she has accompanied many high-ranking officials of the Navy since she was little, studying navigation, combat, medicine, and intelligence, she remains merely an 11-year-old child. The love for liveliness and spirited environments is innate to youth. In Akainu's ship, such merriment is as rare as the legendary treasure, One Piece. Throughout their journey, even the slightest exuberance was met with trepidation. Soldiers feared even a loud breath might reach Akainu's ears. As Das would say, on Akainu's ship, even a flatulence must be stifled. After all, the Supreme Commander is a serious man devoid of humor. Yet today, for reasons unknown, the atmosphere has loosened remarkably. Laughter erupts from every corner. Oh, my youth is igniting. The rotund cook bursts his attire, sweat cascading down as his hands flail, tossing dish after dish of food behind him. On the deck behind him, a scene unfolds that leaves everyone astounded. Rashia, in a relentless feast, finds his exposed skin ablaze with heat. A thick plume of white steam hisses from his skin, curling upwards. His tousled white hair, barely a foot in length, suddenly writhes like a serpent, growing rapidly. In mere seconds, Rashia boasts a mane of silvery hair over 2 meters long. This flowing hair cascades like a silver waterfall, dancing freely in the air, twisting into coils that resemble the tentacles of an octopus. What is happening? Das and several other high-ranking officers stand in stunned silence, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. They, along with Akainu, are among the few formidable officers aboard the ship. Naturally, they understand the seemingly bizarre transformation occurring within Rashia. Das, wide-eyed in disbelief, murmurs, "Is this the return of life? The legend of the Navy?" Das had gleaned some information about Rashia from the surviving women of the Red Leaf village. This included, of course, details such as Rashia's age, his peculiar affliction, and the basic circumstances of his family. They were initially taken aback to learn that the towering figure of 2 meters and 3 centimeters, who single-handedly vanquished 37 pirates and earned a bounty of 16 million berry, was merely 12 years old. However, in these vast seas, there exist individuals with extraordinary physiques. Even in ordinary families, one might give birth to a giant standing 4 to 5 meters tall. Moreover, aside from humans, this world is home to numerous other races, giants exceeding 10 meters in height, and demon races standing 30 or even 50 meters tall. As for strength, the ocean is teeming with monsters. A 12-year-old defeating a pirate with a bounty of 16 million berry hardly qualifies as a monster. Consider Charlotte Linlin, who at the age of 5 felled a giant with a single punch. Similarly, Kaido of the Beasts, another overlord, asserted his dominance over his homeland, the Vodka Kingdom, at the tender age of 10, remaining invincible throughout the nation. Douglas Bullet, the heir of the devil, fought to a standstill against the pirate king Rayleigh at just 15, prompting the mobilization of an entire demon-slaying fleet that included figures like Sengoku and Garp to capture him. What constitutes a monster? Only those capable of achieving what ordinary people dare not even dream of can be labeled as such. Presently, their ship harbored one such monster. No, now there were two. Das cast a discreet glance at Akainu, who stood apart from the crowd, and then he turned his gaze to Rashia, whose body was enveloped in mist, skin flushed red, resembling a boiled lobster. It all seemed too outrageous. Could it be that this boy was truly born with the ability of life restoration? Insatiable hunger, an unquenchable appetite. How could he never feel full? Das retrieved a small notebook from his pocket, adjusted his glasses, and began to peruse its contents. His skeletal structure was unlike that of an ordinary human, with a density nearly 10 times greater, making him resistant to blades and swords. His heart was exceptionally powerful, and his blood flowed at an astonishing rate. While an ordinary person would take months to heal from an injury, he could recover in just 7 days. No, 5 days, despite being unconscious and without replenishing his strength. Das gasped in astonishment. This was not merely a case of insatiable hunger. It was a higher level of life restoration. The food consumed was entirely transformed into energy to enhance his body, subtly refining his physique. No wonder he was perpetually hungry. All that he ingested was digested and utilized to fortify his bones and organs. Contemplating this, Das regarded Rashia with profound pity. If this boy had been born in the Navy headquarters, discovered for such a talent, and trained from a young age, his physical strength now would likely rival that of Big Mom at the same age. Charlotte Leanlean's physical prowess is renowned as the steel balloon, that innate ability, relying solely on the defensive properties of his skin, can rival the terrifying prowess of the armament hockey armor. Meanwhile, Rasha's astonishing skeletal strength might well be dubbed ironclad fortitude. I recall that Vice Admiral Karp had a technique known as Fist of Bones, and I wonder if there is any correlation to Rasha's talent. As I pondered, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of noise, prompting Dorse to look up in haste. He beheld the portly chef, Dino, utterly exhausted and foaming at the mouth, collapsed on the deck, while several assistants were administering chest compressions. This sight made Dorse's lips twitch. Was it truly necessary for him to be so dramatic? On the other side, the crimson hue in Rasha's eyes gradually faded, and he no longer felt the pangs of hunger. In stark contrast, he felt invigorated, his body lighter than ever before, exuding a sense of ease and comfort. The absence of hunger was exhilarating, bringing him to the brink of tears. However, it was more than mere sensation. A remarkable transformation was unfolding within him. As the mist dissipated, his previously gaunt physique swelled with clearly defined muscle contours. His already imposing frame became even more formidable, drastically altering Rasha's demeanor. At present, he stood at an impressive height of 2 meters and 3 centimeters, his silver hair cascading like a waterfall behind him. Though his muscles had not reached an exaggerated prominence, they were significantly more robust than before. A mere clench of his fist revealed tendons on his arms that coiled like steel, imparting a powerful sense of strength. The most striking change was in his visage. His sunken eye sockets now brimmed with vitality, and his crystalline blue eyes sparkled like precious gems, captivating all who beheld them. His nose was elegantly defined, and his lips were somewhat thin, lending a youthful softness to his otherwise striking features. 2 silvery strands of hair fell gracefully across his forehead, enhancing his ethereal charm. This astonishing metamorphosis rendered Rasha almost unrecognizable, leaving those around him in a state of stunned silence. The lark, too, was taken aback. As Rasha's gaze fell upon her, his azure eyes, reminiscent of the legendary All Blue, enveloped her entirely. Truly, he was breathtaking. Chapter 11. Private Rasha. Could it be that the lad from Old John's family is so strikingly handsome? Those aquamarine eyes remind me of Elizabeth. His face bears a striking resemblance to his mother's. Not far away, the surviving women of Redleaf Village were equally astonished by Rasha's appearance. General Sakazuki, still immersed in shock, the naval soldiers finally noticed Akainu standing behind them, their faces turning pale with fear. The soldiers tensed, instantly straightening their posture like arrows poised to fly. Akainu, with an impassive expression, strode through the crowd and approached Rasha. His towering frame, exceeding 3 meters in height, emanated a formidable presence. A pair of piercing eyes, imbued with intense authority, rendered the naval warriors aboard the warship too intimidated to meet his gaze. Excluding Rasha, he did not feel fear. Instead, he instinctively stood tall like the other naval soldiers, directing his gaze towards Akainu. He felt a profound gratitude towards Akainu. Had it not been for Akainu's intervention that day, using magma to block Jericho's path, Jericho could have escaped to an unknown destination by now. The North Sea is vast, and seeking vengeance for his father's murder could take an eternity. Moreover, his physical and mental state that day was at its nadir. Without the assistance of Akainu and Dorse, he might have succumbed long ago. Not to mention, during his days of unconsciousness, Akainu, known for his stern and ironclad demeanor, had anchored the warship at Maple Leaf Island for a full 7 days. Regardless of the portrayal of the Navy in the One Piece manga he had read in his previous life, the events Rasha had experienced over the past few days had provided him with a newfound understanding of the Navy's justice. Of course, a Navy admiral like Akainu would not simply linger in such a remote place out of pity for Maple Leaf Village or for Rasha himself. He might have recognized Rasha's potential. Regardless, Rasha could not overlook this kindness. Looking at Akainu, Dorse, Hibari, the survivors in the distance, and the numerous naval soldiers aboard the ship, Rasha took a deep breath and resolved to express his gratitude. Amidst the astonished gazes of the soldiers around him, Rasha turned to Dorse, bowing deeply in gratitude as he said, "Dr. Dorse, I am immensely grateful for your treatment. Without you, I might have already perished. Thank you." Why so formal all of a sudden? Dorse chuckled lightly, adjusting his glasses perched on his nose. Roches smiled gratefully, then turned to the young girl, Yunk, standing beside Doss. "Miss Yunk, thank you for personally bringing me dinner." "Oh," Yunk exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. utterly surprised that Roches would express such gratitude towards her. Her face flushed crimson under the scrutiny of those around her, as if she were about to ignite. Chef Dino, your culinary skills are the finest I have ever encountered in my life. Today marks the first time I have ever felt truly satisfied. Your supersonic cooking technique is simply remarkable. The portly chef, supported by others, stood up, his ample form quivering as if in a spasm. He had indeed labored intensely today. However, upon hearing the boy's words of appreciation, a proud and joyful smile blossomed on Dino's round face. He laughed heartily. Your name is Roches, isn't it? Why not join the Navy? Once aboard my ship, I shall not allow anyone to go hungry. That is my life motto. Isn't your life motto a bit excessive? Doss could not resist interjecting with a quip. What did you say? Do you still wish to savor my cooking? I apologize. I was wrong. The smile on Roche's face faded as he cast his gaze towards the 17 women not far away. Dear ladies, he began. I am acutely aware of the sorrow that weighs upon your hearts. The past few days have undoubtedly been the most harrowing nightmare we have ever encountered in our lives. As Rorschach spoke, the women seated by the cabin's edge were overcome with emotion, their eyes reddening as they stifled sobs. Cursed pirates, who have robbed us of our loved ones. I have lost the most significant figure in my life, my father, an ordinary fisherman. Illiterate, yet an exceptionally kind and noble man. Our departed kin must be watching over us from heaven, and they would never wish to see us in despair, sorrow, or hopelessness. Therefore, we must rally our spirits. The future holds promise, and life will surely improve. Let us, together, live well, carrying forward the hopes of our cherished ones. Upon finishing his words, the women seated on the ground could no longer suppress their tears. Several sentimental naval soldiers also found their eyes glistening with emotion. Some were gritting their teeth in furious condemnation of the pirates, vowing to eradicate those wretched marauders. Little Lark, with her lips pursed, let the tears cascade down her cheeks. She too was a profoundly emotional being. Finally, Rasha turned towards Akainu, solemnly fixing his gaze upon him, and declared loudly, Uncle Sakazuki, your immense kindness will forever reside in my heart. I am Rasha. I beseech you to allow me to join the Navy. I yearn to serve as one of your soldiers. Grant me an opportunity to uphold justice. Instantly, the warship fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixed upon Rasha and Akainu. Akainu's gaze was sharp and authoritative, rivaling that of the world-renowned swordsman Dracul Mihawk, known as Hawkeye. His formidable eyes scrutinized Rasha for an extended moment before a deep voice resonated across the deck. Justice is not merely a matter of words, Akainu intoned. Are you prepared to stand against the world, even at the cost of your life? Let it be witnessed. Rasha spoke in a thunderous voice, declaring without any guarantees or oaths, please bear witness to these 4 words. Akainu let out a dismissive snort and turned to walk towards the cabin. Such arrogance. I shall keep watch. Should there come a day when you betray justice, I will personally see to your burial. Return to your post, Private Rasha. Yes, sir. Rochester stood upright, raising his right hand to his forehead, palm facing inward and back of the hand outward, executing a naval salute with impeccable precision. This gesture was one he had retained from his previous life while perusing comics. The reason for orienting the palm inward during the salute is attributed to sailors spending prolonged periods aboard ships, their hands often stained and darkened from contact with ropes, cannons, and ammunition. Thus, they present the back of the hand outward. As Rashia's voice faded, a chorus of cheers erupted from the deck of the warship. The surrounding naval soldiers, beaming with joy, rushed forward to lift him high into the air. Ha ha ha, I adore this lad. He is undoubtedly destined to become a formidable naval officer. It has been ages since I encountered such an insatiable appetite, boomed Dino with hearty laughter. Is it merely his capacity for consumption that merits such praise? By what criteria do you judge a person's worth? Doss retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, Dino's assertion held a kernel of truth. A robust appetite signifies formidable digestive prowess and exceptional stamina. While not all gluttons are champions, all champions are invariably those with hearty appetites. Set sail. Full speed ahead towards Division 177. Chapter 12. The warship destroyer The Sky was clear, and the air crisp as a 50-meter-long green, 3-masted warship billowed its sails. Gliding across the vast expanse of the azure sea, the vessel sailed with the wind at its back, cutting through the water and leaving a long white wake in its path. Admiral Sakazuki, we are nearing the waters off Chinyuan Island. Should we slow down to await the escort from Division 177? Called out a navigator from the lookout tower, peering through his telescope. No need. I have already issued the necessary instructions. We shall dock directly, replied Akainu, standing resolutely on the ship, his justice cloak billowing in the brisk sea breeze. New recruit. Enough gazing. Only officers of the rank of lieutenant and above are entitled to don the justice cloak. If you wish to wear it sooner, then labor diligently. Now, stow the foresail. We are preparing to dock and must reduce our speed. A burly man with a thick beard interrupted Rashia's reverie with his gravelly voice. Rasha gazed at the new recruit uniform resembling a primary school outfit from his past life, feeling exceedingly awkward as it clung to his towering frame, which surpassed even that of Yao Ming. Yet, as a newly enlisted naval recruit, he had no choice but to don this blue and white sailor suit. Only those with the rank of lieutenant and above were afforded the privilege of selecting their attire. To don the pristine cloak of justice, one must ascend to the rank of a school-level officer or higher. Observing the wide-eyed expression of the bearded lieutenant, Rasha promptly strode forward, grasping the descending rope. The warship that Admiral Akainu commanded was a large vessel from headquarters, measuring over 50 meters in length and equipped with dual-layered cannons. Alongside a formidable main gun at the bow, comparable to coastal defense artillery. Its firepower was immensely formidable, further bolstered by the protection of 200 elite soldiers from headquarters. During the journey to Branch 177, Rasha finally witnessed his first naval battle upon arriving in this world. It had transpired just 2 days prior. His warship encountered the Wolf Fong pirate crew in the North Sea. Rumor had it that their captain was a fearsome newcomer with a bounty of 44 million berries. The Wolf Fong pirate crew boasted 3 ships, 1 large and 2 small, making them a considerable force and a dominant presence in these waters. As the 3 pirate vessels encroached within a mere 200 meters of Admiral Akainu's warship, the ship's artillery unleashed a relentless barrage of cannon fire with devastating efficacy. There was no need for Akainu or the high-ranking officers aboard to intervene. Under the deft control of the enlisted men, the dual-layered cannons roared to life just twice, transforming the pirate vessels into mere wreckage that slowly sank amidst clouds of smoke and flames. Throughout the entire encounter, the pirate captain aboard had not even managed to utter a complete taunt before being obliterated by the ferocious onslaught. This outcome profoundly altered Rasha's understanding of the artillery's power in this world. According to Dr. Doss, even pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million would not withstand the overwhelming barrage of cannon fire for long before succumbing to exhaustion and defeat. Even Douglas Barrett, known as the Devil's Heir, a peak powerhouse of the sea endowed with formidable hockey, had suffered extensive scarring from the naval onslaught of the demon-slaying order. Thus, it became evident that the firepower of the warships was far from the ineffectual portrayal often depicted in comics. New recruit, what are you doing? Haven't you eaten? Put some effort into it. The bearded lieutenant bellowed as he noticed Rasha lost in thought. My apologies. Roxa offered an awkward smile, grasping the thick cable with both hands and pulling down with all his might. Whoosh! The sturdy rope tightened abruptly, securing the sail to the top of the mast. Then, amidst a cacophony of distressing cracking sounds, the resilient canvas began to tear ever so slightly from the center. With a crash, the sail, now severed in 2, sagged and billowed in the sea breeze, dancing wildly above the heads of the onlookers. Yet, this was not the end. As Roxa instinctively exerted his strength, a formidable surge of power erupted from his recently restored body, traveling up the cable and impacting the top of the ship's foremast. Thus, before Lieutenant Big Beard and the naval soldiers could fully comprehend the situation, they were once again met with the ominous sound of splintering wood. In the next moment, the upper half of the mast snapped with a sharp crack. The 5-meter-long mast tilted and collapsed, its pointed tip angling downward, piercing through the taut mainsail. Then, to the astonishment of all present, the emblem of justice, the seagull, began to fracture from the center. With a rip, a large hole was torn into the once pristine sail, and the severed mast crashed heavily onto the deck, producing a thunderous boom. Lieutenant Big Beard exclaimed, "Akainu! Rorschach!" Roxa let out a dry laugh, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I've messed up again." New recruit Roxa, what on earth are you doing? The furious roar of Lieutenant Jason echoed through the ship. Are you sure you're not a pirate sent to wreak havoc? Doss, cigarette dangling from his lips, placed a hand on Roxa's shoulder. I truly didn't mean to. I never expected the mast to be so flimsy. Perhaps it's your strength that's the issue, lad. Who else could snap a mast like that in one go? Doss responded, his face a picture of incredulity. He couldn't help but glance towards Akainu. Noticing the Admiral's gloved fists had tightened, sending a chill down his spine. He hurriedly pulled the bewildered Roxa away. As they passed Lieutenant Jason, Doss muttered, "Jason, didn't I already tell you to refrain from assigning him tasks? This kid, having just regained his strength after years of weakness and lacking systematic training, simply cannot control his newfound power. But recruits are meant to undertake these duties. Everyone has gone through this." Lieutenant Jason lamented, on the verge of tears. The damage inflicted upon the warship would surely result in a reprimand upon his return to headquarters. Watching Roxa being dragged away by Doss, Jason wore an expression of deep sorrow. Tasked with cleaning the deck, Roxa had managed to create several large holes. When instructed to stow the sails, he had severed them, snapping the mast in the process. When told to adjust the cannon, he had crushed it. And when he was to transport the ammunition, he had inadvertently detonated it. What virtues does this boy possess, aside from an insatiable appetite? No, being a glutton is hardly a virtue, ever since he boarded. I haven't had a proper meal in 3 days. As Roche approached the entrance of the cabin, he noticed the little girl, Lark, rubbing her eyes and yawning as she emerged. Just as Lark was about to greet Doss and Roche, her gaze fell upon the disheveled deck of the warship behind them, causing her mouth to fall open slightly, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Brother Roche, did you damage the warship again? That's incredible. How did you manage that? I heard Uncle Dino say that the masts of warships are made from premium timber and are exceedingly sturdy." At the bow of the ship, Akina's mouth twitched in frustration. Truly, a case of more harm than good. When the warship reached the port of the 177th branch, Major Adira, a subordinate of Akainu during his time in the North Sea, gazed in shock at the broken masts and torn sails, cautiously inquiring, "Admiral Sakazuki, which pirate did you encounter? How were they able to breach the defenses of an admiral and cause such destruction?" Chapter 13. Recruitment of the branch. Major Adira was a man in his 40s. Towering nearly 2 meters tall with a robust and formidable physique, presenting the image of a stern and unyielding warrior. However, upon seeing Akainu disembark from the ship, a brilliant smile instantly graced Adira's face, as he had been waiting at the port for quite some time, especially upon catching sight of the little Lark behind Akainu. His expression blossomed like a flower. "Ah, my little Princess Lark, you have finally returned to your homeland of the North Sea. Uncle has missed you dearly. Come, see what I have prepared for you." With a grin, Adira extended his hand, and immediately a row of soldiers emerged from behind him, each holding a fluffy pink cotton candy. "Uncle Adira, I'm no longer an 8-year-old child. Why do you still try to win me over with cotton candy?" Lark replied, though her smile revealed her delight. "Nonetheless, I still love cotton candy." "Thank you, Uncle Adira." Giggling, Lark ran up to the soldiers holding the cotton candy, taking 3 sticks and handing 2 to Doss and Roche. 3 years apart, my little princess has grown into such a graceful young lady, Major Adira remarked, ruffling Lark's hair. He nodded towards Doss and the others, briefly appraising Roche before making his way to Akainu. "Brother Sakazuki, you arrived several days later than expected. I was almost tempted to call and inquire if you encountered any troublesome pirates on the way. I see the warship has sustained damage. Some unexpected incidents occurred." Akainu replied curtly, striding ahead towards the naval branch base. "What is happening with the Kingdom of Prince? Your intel mentioned a sighting of dragon near the Kingdom of Prince." Adira quickly detached himself from the group, closely following Akainu's footsteps, quietly responding, "About a month ago, our intelligence officers did indeed spot a revolutionary army ship near the waters of the Kingdom of Prince. They further discovered that the leader of the revolutionary army, Dragon, had previously entered the royal city of the Kingdom of Prince. I personally led the troops at that time, yet I was unable to prevent Dorag and his companions from departing. How could the esteemed leader of the revolutionary army venture to a small nation like Prince?" Akainu furrowed his brow. "It must be for provisions." Adira pondered for a moment, noting that recently, the military forces of the world government had intensified their pursuit of the revolutionary army, leaving them in dire need of sustenance. Meanwhile, the crown prince of the Kingdom of Prince, Elijah, had been acquiring food supplies and had preemptively levied a substantial amount of heavenly gold and economic taxes. On another note, the health of King Prince 7 was deteriorating, and rumors of his impending demise had begun to circulate. Therefore, you suspect that Elijah has reached out to the revolutionary army, seeking to harness their strength to seize the throne? But isn't he the crown prince? Upon the king's death, the throne would naturally fall to him. You may not be aware, Sakazuki. Adira chuckled and shook his head. Compared to the ambitious Elijah, King Prince 7 dotes on his younger son, Gruss. Though Gruss is still quite young, he possesses a gentle disposition and bears a striking resemblance to his father, coupled with considerable abilities. Thus, the nobles of the royal city are privately speculating that King Prince 7 intends to bequeath the throne to Prince Gruss. Conspiring with the revolutionary army is a capital offense. Akainu's expression turned frigid, and a murderous intent glinted in his eyes. Even though the kingdom of Prince is a member state of the world government, such an accusation could suffice to lead to its downfall. The issue lies therein, Adira remarked, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, individuals from the revolutionary army had appeared, that they departed swiftly. Our intelligence personnel stationed within the royal city have not detected any revolutionary army combatants remaining. It seems they merely purchased a shipment of provisions from Elijah. Ironically, Elijah has recently been in close contact with the Giant Bug pirate crew. The Giant Bug pirate crew? They're a supernova crew from the North Sea, led by a brutal and formidable captain who has risen powerfully over the past 2 years, recruiting numerous new pirates and claiming to be subordinates of the warlord, Gecko Moria. How did we end up discussing the warlord again? The North Sea remains as chaotic as ever. Admiral Akainu let out a cold snort as he stepped into the naval base before him. This naval base sprawled over an area exceeding 1/4 of the entirety of Thousand Rock Island, with its training grounds, logistics department, main buildings, and residential quarters. It encompassed a vast expanse of 4 to 5 square kilometers. Beyond the naval base lay a town of considerable size. This town did not belong to any kingdom of the North Sea. Rather, it had gradually evolved into a settlement due to the presence of the 177th Division. Within this town resided individuals who had drifted from various parts of the North Sea, families of division soldiers, and innocent civilians rescued by the Navy from the clutches of pirates, left homeless in their wake. Among them were the 17 women who survived the massacre at Red Leaf Village, who would later be assigned to live on Thousand Rock Island. Is this what a naval base is? It is remarkably vast and bustling with activity. Rasha, Doss, and several others, each clutching a cotton candy, followed the soldiers of the division into the magnificent fortress of justice. As they gazed upon the vast training ground enclosed by towering walls, bustling with a throng of people arranged in 5 serpentine lines, Rasha could not help but express his astonishment. The base of Division 177 was indeed teeming with an overwhelming number of individuals. Everywhere he looked, there was a dense flow of humanity. Were they all soldiers? What was the purpose of this gathering? If I am not mistaken, it must be for recruitment, Doss suggested, adjusting his glasses as he addressed the young lieutenant in the lead. The youthful division lieutenant promptly saluted, affirming, "Yes, sir. Our division has officially commenced recruitment this month, and the townsfolk nearby have flocked here upon hearing the news to take the examination. So many people are eager to join the Navy. I had assumed that recruitment would be a challenging endeavor." Rasha surveyed the scene, estimating that there were at least 500 individuals queued on the training ground. The lieutenant was somewhat taken aback that Rasha, a mere private, could engage in light-hearted banter with the division's Major Doss. Upon hearing Rasha's inquiry, he dared not be dismissive. In the lieutenant's mind, Rasha might be a descendant of some naval officer, much like the lively lark standing beside him. After all, Rasha's appearance and demeanor were decidedly striking. With his silver hair tied back and a height of 2 meters and 3 centimeters, he was undeniably impressive. His youthful yet gallant visage, complemented by striking azure eyes, made him resemble a celebrity amidst the crowd of ordinary individuals. The lieutenant smiled as he elucidated, "By joining the Navy, they can ensure a steady meal, and their families would have the chance to relocate to Chinyan Island." Can they truly ensure a steady meal? Rasha was momentarily taken aback. What a simplistic rationale indeed. At that moment, Doss interjected with a query directed at the lieutenant. With such a multitude applying, surely there will be a selection process? Is this recruitment merely another exceptional selection? The lieutenant hesitated briefly but did not conceal the truth. Recruitment, by its very nature, was open to all in the Northern Sea. Indeed, if among the new recruits there are individuals of remarkable capability and no serious transgressions, they stand a chance for exceptional selection, potentially rising directly to the rank of lieutenant. A lieutenant? From private to second-class private, first-class private, sergeant, warrant officer, this equated to a remarkable leap of 6 ranks. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he grinned at the somewhat bewildered Rasha. "Young man, your opportunity has arrived, an expedited chance to shed your identity as a recruit." Chapter 14. A Fellow from the Northern Sea. As long as one performs exceptionally in the recruit selection, is there a possibility for remarkable advancement in rank? To leap 6 levels and become a lieutenant? Upon hearing this, Rasha could not help but feel his breath grow heavy. At that moment, a critical question suddenly struck him. He had officially joined the Navy with the consent of Akainu, becoming a third-class soldier under his command. This implies that his rank should perhaps be assessed according to the standards of the Navy headquarters, specifically as a third-class soldier of the headquarters. It is widely known that the rank levels between the headquarters and the branches differ by 3 tiers, representing a significant hierarchy. For instance, a captain or lieutenant at the Navy headquarters corresponds to a colonel or lieutenant colonel within the 4 Seas branch, who are the highest-ranking officials in that region. Hence, the branch lieutenant leading the way held profound respect for Das, as his rank was that of a lieutenant colonel at the Navy headquarters. Such a high-ranking officer in a place like the 4 Seas branch is akin to a formidable presence, wielding overwhelming authority. However, this does not suggest that a third-class soldier from the headquarters is equivalent to a branch lieutenant. That would be a gross overestimation. Those below the rank of sergeant are merely considered recruits, regardless of their location. Nonetheless, what piqued Rasha's curiosity was the rank of the commander of the 177th branch. Named Adira, which seemed entirely incongruous with the 4 Seas branch's highest rank of branch colonel. He recalled hearing the young girl Skylark mention that Adira held the rank of rear admiral, and notably, he was a rear admiral of the headquarters. He was one of the truly powerful rear admirals within the Navy headquarters, and moreover, he had once served as Akainu's aide. His thoughts had wandered a bit too far. Now, he needed to return to the main topic. Roxia pondered whether, if he were to enter the new recruit selection process and achieve outstanding results, his promotion in rank would adhere to the standards of the branch or those of the headquarters. Was he being overly ambitious? Even a leap of 3 ranks to become a sergeant would be commendable. Moreover, with so many individuals vying for enlistment, who could ascertain whether formidable newcomers lurked among them? This was the world of pirates, teeming with innumerable new monstrosities. Nevertheless, Dorse was correct. To forego an opportunity would mean languishing in a lowly rank for a decade or more. Kibbe, upon joining under Captain Garp, ascended to the rank of a colonel in less than 2.5 years. Furthermore, during the grand recruitment of 1521, the newly appointed admirals Fujitora and Green Bull, both possessing monstrous strength, had no prior qualifications. This elucidates why the current branch recruitment allowed for exceptional selections. The enforcement of justice must rely on formidable strength. Brother Roxia, Dorse is right. This is your chance. If you can slay a pirate with a bounty of 16 million, excelling in the new recruit selection should pose no challenge. Go for it. Yukike's chimed in. You killed a pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries? I must have misheard. The branch's second lieutenant leading the way had his eyes widen in astonishment, regarding Roxia with newfound intrigue. A mere third-class recruit had vanquished a pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries? In the North Sea, such a bounty typically indicated a pirate of considerable strength, equivalent to the rank of branch officer, requiring at least a lieutenant or higher to contend with. The most formidable pirate he had faced thus far had only a bounty of 8 million berries. This realization brought to mind the adage often reiterated by his superiors: never underestimate anyone from the headquarters, for they do not harbor incompetence. Lieutenant, do you think I could participate in this branch selection? Rotchet wore a smile as he inquired of the suddenly reserved lieutenant before him. Well, I cannot make the decision myself. You are now a new recruit, but I can certainly inquire with the higher-ups on your behalf. The lieutenant spoke with great politeness. Roxia expressed his understanding. Oh, very well, my apologies for the trouble. By the way, I am also a local from Beihai, hailing from the village of Hongya in the kingdom of Libuni Road. My name is Roxia. As he spoke, Roxia extended his hand amicably. The young lieutenant, appearing to be in his early 30s, was momentarily taken aback but soon regained his composure, smiling as he nodded. Ah, a fellow Beihai native. No wonder your accent feels so familiar. I am Richard, a lieutenant from the Navy's 177th Division, originally from Minion Island. Minion Island? Roxia blinked in surprise. The name resonated with a sense of familiarity. Wait a moment, isn't that the island where Law acquired the Ope no Mi in the manga? It is now the year 1515 in the Sea Circle calendar, so Law must have long since defected from the Don Quixote family. I wonder if he is still in Beihai? Seizing the opportunity to connect with a fellow local, Roxia remarked, Brother Richard, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Richard smiled at Roxia and turned, hastening towards the location of the branch chief, Attila. Roxia let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat sentimental. The phrase a fellow townsman from Beihai proved to be surprisingly effective. Indeed, This is merely within Beihai. Once you arrive at the headquarters, you will truly comprehend the solidarity that arises among compatriots from the same region. For instance, Deci mischievously nudged the lark beside him, whispering in a hushed tone. Take Sakazuki and Porcellino, for example. Their rapport is exceptional. Not only because they hail from Beihai, but also as they are both formidable beings who joined the Navy in the same cohort. The lark scoffed lightly. I heard that. I'm going to tell Daddy. My dear lark, I was mistaken, Deci lamented. His face contorted in despair as he offered the half-eaten cotton candy in his hand to the lark. Please accept this cotton candy and refrain from informing General Sakazuki. EW. You've already tasted it. That's disgusting, the lark retorted, covering her mouth in disgust. Huh. Deci, upon hearing this, suddenly seized Roxia, snatching the cotton candy intended for his mouth and thrusting it into the lark's hands. Then I shall treat you to the cotton candy that Roxia has savored. How does that sound? The lark was momentarily taken aback. She stole a glance at Roxia, who was scratching his head in a wry smile. Her slightly chubby cheeks flushed a faint red as she silently took a small bite of the half-eaten cotton candy. This little girl indeed shows favoritism. Could it be that my looks do not compare to that peculiar lad? Roxia mused. Deci's face twitched as he grasped Roxia's shoulder, pondering. Does having white hair confer an advantage in looks? Perhaps I should consider dyeing my hair. No. I believe that a bespectacled individual with white hair is likely on a path towards darkness, he continued. What nonsense are you spouting? I am steadfastly devoted to justice. A loyal fan of General Sakazuki. How could I possibly turn to darkness? As the two continued their banter, on the other side, Major Adira, on the verge of entering the office building of the branch, listened to the stammering account of Lieutenant Richard. He first glanced towards Roxia, then directed his gaze to Akina standing beside him. Brother Sakazuki, who is that new recruit? A recruit I picked up along the way, Akina replied tersely, as always. Oh? So it is a recruit taken in by the elder brother? Major Adira was taken aback. He was well acquainted with the gentleman before him. When Sakazuki returned to the North Sea to assume the role of admiral, Adira served as his aide. He understood Sakazuki's character profoundly, regardless of the circumstances. Any soldier favored by Sakazuki and brought under his command, with the exception of those who fell midway, had proven their worth. This realization sparked a flicker of interest in the youth named Rashia from Red Leaf Village. Why not allow him to participate in the new recruit selection? Let me observe what unique qualities someone chosen by Brother Sakazuki possesses. A smile adorned Adira's face, but in the next moment, it transformed into astonishment and shock. This was prompted by the sudden remark from Akainu beside him. Let all the recruits being assessed today come forth together. Chapter 15, 500 versus 1. Altogether, Richard questioned his own hearing. Yet, upon witnessing the same incredulous expression mirrored on the face of his superior, Major Adira, he realized he had not misheard. Had it been anyone else uttering such words, Richard would have dismissed them as an irrational madman seeking fame. The number of participants in today's new recruit selection exceeded 500, including bounty hunters, boxers, fighters, and hunters from the North Sea. Moreover, there were even army commanders from certain kingdoms who had deserted their posts, hoping to join the Navy and gain renown. Each of these individuals, even when considered individually, could engage in a formidable exchange with him, a mere lieutenant. The notion of having everyone present engage simultaneously was unfathomable. However, the one who made this proclamation was none other than Admiral Akainu, the highest combat force of the Navy headquarters. For Richard, the words of such an exalted figure were akin to ironclad law. This implied that the Admiral believed the young man named Rashia, a fellow from the North Sea, could single-handedly contend against 500 recruits. Richard couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. His gaze towards Rashia transformed with newfound respect. Adira swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he scrutinized Rashia closely. Could it be that this was yet another prodigy, akin to the CP9's formidable Rob Lucci? Upon reflection, Major Adira felt a sudden surge of excitement. Ever since Admiral Sakazuki and Borsalino departed from the North Sea, the region had not witnessed the emergence of any remarkable talents for many years, let alone those of extraordinary aptitude. Among the new generation of naval leaders, there were but a handful of prodigious individuals. In stark contrast, the pirate faction had seen a plethora of illustrious figures rise to prominence. Each one of the 7 warlords boasted a formidable reputation, exerting dominion over their territories. Countless supernovas of piracy had emerged, infusing this dark era of piracy with an abundance of fresh vigor, although the Navy was reluctant to acknowledge it. The undeniable truth was that a generational gap had emerged within its ranks. 3 years prior, during a briefing at headquarters, Major Adira had heard Admiral Zephyr lament this very situation. How could one steadfastly uphold justice? Only through the continuous emergence of prodigious talents like Sakazuki and Borsalino could this be achieved. The seas were rife with monstrous pirates, and it was only another monster that could contend with them. If a prodigious naval genius were to arise once more in the North Sea, Adira found himself breathing heavily, a grin spreading across his face. Since his brother Sakazuki held such confidence in the youth named Rasha, then so be it. Adira's interest was piqued. To Richard's astonishment, the commander of the branch base stepped directly into the throng of eager recruits. Major Adira, with a voice like thunder, proclaimed, "All new recruits participating in today's selection. Heed my words. The rules of the exceptional selection process have been amended." Upon hearing these words, the already impatient recruits in line erupted in uproar. Particularly those with considerable prowess displayed evident anger on their faces. Why had they traveled such great distances to Chianin Island? Was it not for the sake of this exceptional selection rule? Those who were confident in their abilities would certainly not wish to squander years as mere foot soldiers in Branch 177, engaged in menial tasks like cleaning, cooking, and laundry. Some among them held esteemed backgrounds. Why had they come here? Was it not to leverage their own strengths and utilize this selection mechanism to ascend multiple ranks and become officers in the North Sea branch? Now, with opportunity at hand, the Navy announced a sudden alteration in the selection rules. Was this not a jest at their expense? Fortunately, despite their discontent, none dared to voice their opposition first. For in the North Sea, there were 3 powers that no one would ever dare provoke: Germa Wardock, the Don Quixote family, and the present 177 Navy branch. Fear not. Adira continued, the temporary alteration of the rules does not signify the absence of opportunity. On the contrary, this adjustment will facilitate a more efficient and expedient selection of the outstanding candidates. Those who endure to the end shall reap even greater rewards in terms of exceptional promotion. Major Adela surveyed the scene, fully aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the new recruits below. However, he chose not to intervene. The North Sea had never been short of headstrong individuals. If anyone truly wished to abandon their post, no one would utter a word of persuasion. Indeed, upon hearing his remarks, the previously indignant recruits exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of his intentions. Disregarding their confusion, Adela turned his gaze towards the distant figure of Roxa and called out loudly, "Recruit Roxa, step forward to receive your orders." At that, Roxa, startled, hastily abandoned his conversation with the chattering Doss, navigated through the curious crowd, and stood before Major Adela, snapping a sharp salute. "Private Roxa, reporting to the commander. Please give your instructions." "Excellent." Displaying great spirit, Major Adela praised, before pointing at Roxa and addressing all the recruits. "The revised selection rule is as follows. All of you will face him together. Whoever defeats him will gain significant favor from the 177th Division, receive an exceptional promotion, and may even ascend directly to the rank of second lieutenant." What? The moment Adela's words echoed through the air, a wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. The recruits waiting in line began to murmur among themselves, and even the officers from the 177th Division responsible for registration turned to their commander with expressions of bewilderment. Everyone questioned whether their ears had deceived them. They were to confront Roxa alone? Why? The cotton candy in Lark's hand suddenly lost its sweetness. She furrowed her brow, gazing quizzically at Major Adela. Was he targeting Roxa? But why? Precisely. This is the only way to rise above a crowd of ineptitude. Unexpectedly, Doss, standing nearby, lit up with excitement and wore an expression of agreement. "Whose side are you on?" Lark shot an upset glance at Doss. With so many against Roxa, even he seemed to be taking a stand. Yet before she could finish her thought, Doss interrupted her with an air of mystery. "My dear, you have no idea just how immense that boy's potential truly is." He spoke with an obsessive gleam in his eyes, as if entranced. "Comparable to the monstrous talents of the New World's pinnacle, Roxa possesses a terrifying physical aptitude akin to that of Charlotte Lingling in her youth, a level of strength beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals." Doss's fervent gaze fixated on Roxa as he ascended the spacious arena. His ironclad talent rivals that of the infamous woman S. Steel Balloon. Let them witness what monstrous talent truly looks like. Roxa. Chapter 16. Unyielding as a mountain. Rochester was bewildered by the sudden imposition of what appeared to be an overtly unjust rule by Major Adira. However, He discerned that this was a test set forth by the Major. The prospect of confronting 500 adversaries alone left Rochester uncertain of his capabilities. Yet, as he reflected on his father, old John, who clutched a piece of black bread until his last breath, and his mother, Elizabeth, weaving baskets before their humble abode, whose life was tragically claimed by a mere cold, the memories weighed heavily upon him. He recalled the grotesque remains of the 187 souls from Maple Leaf Village and the 17 survivors, seemingly fortunate, yet forever scarred by the cruel torment inflicted by pirates, destined to awaken from nightmares for the rest of their lives. Roxa resolutely stepped onto the stage, his eyes shimmering with a hint of crimson. Without awaiting Major Adira's signal to commence, his silver hair billowed like a cascading waterfall as he unleashed a thunderous roar. New recruit Roxa, I invite all of you to ascend the stage for battle. The youth's voice resonated like spring thunder, captivating the entire audience. Little brat, do not be so arrogant. Do you truly believe you can defeat everyone here? There are over 500 recruits present. A towering figure, a brawny man standing at 2.5 meters, strode confidently onto the stage, charging towards Roxa. His massive frame, even more imposing than Roxa's 2.3 meters, was a tapestry of bulging muscles resembling a mountain of stone. He was none other than the 2-star bounty hunter of the North Sea, the tiger hunter, Very. Legend has it that he once single-handedly hunted down a pirate captain with a bounty of 3 million. Before the commentary from an anonymous recruit could conclude, a tempestuous wave of energy erupted from the 1-meter-high platform. In a moment that left the audience in stunned silence, Very's colossal form was struck squarely in the chest by Roxa's right fist. The resounding thud echoed throughout the venue. Very's enormous body was propelled from the ground, hurtling straight back 50 to 60 meters, akin to a cannonball, crashing through the base's wall and creating a gaping hole 3 to 4 meters in diameter. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The recruits gaped in disbelief. What just happened? Who was that who flew past? One individual appeared utterly bewildered. Gulp. Several recruits trembled, struggling to maintain their footing. Hey, what kind of joke is this? That was Very, the 2-star bounty hunter of the North Sea, capable of single-handedly taking down a pirate with a bounty of 3 million, and he was just sent flying with one strike? Is this really a new recruit? Navy, surely you haven't sent a general to torment us? The commanding officer from a certain kingdom wore a look of indignation, suspecting that Adira was deliberately trying to embarrass them. A bunch of useless fools, frightened by this. Such easily intimidated individuals are not needed in our North Sea branch. Adira's icy gaze swept across the raucous training ground. Arm them. A voice, cold and commanding, resonated from a distance. The crowd turned to see a 3-meter-tall naval general clad in a red uniform, his arms crossed, and an expression of indifference fixed upon the scene. Who is that guy? I've never seen him before. He seems rather arrogant, a well-known fighter from the North Sea began to murmur, but was swiftly silenced by several large men who hastily covered his mouth. Let me go. What are you doing? Shut your mouth. You fool. Are you trying to get us all killed? How can you not recognize a naval admiral? Several burly men pressed the fighter to the ground, desperately covering his mouth. Their faces pale as death and beads of cold sweat streaming down their brows. It was one thing not to recognize him, but this fool dared to insult. Just the thought sent shivers down their spines, as if they had traversed the gates of hell and back. A naval admiral? Are you referring to that rascal? Bang. A fist, the size of a sandbag, struck the fighter's face with tremendous force, sending his teeth flying and causing his head to tilt as he fell unconscious. The man who threw the punch, his face ashen, rose and glanced at the distant Akainu, who remained expressionless, before heaving a sigh of relief. He then turned his attention to the white-haired youth standing on the ring. The admiral actually permitted us to use weapons against that boy. This was certainly not a good sign. The burly man's expression grew increasingly grim. Brother, what do you mean? His bewildered subordinate inquired. What I mean is, when we rush onto the ring, we should initially stay on the periphery and let them go first. The burly man instructed solemnly. Oh, although the subordinate did not understand his brother's reasoning, they simply needed to follow orders. Weapons must certainly be taken. Although the youth had the admiral's favor, he could not possibly withstand an onslaught from so many. We only need to strike at the last moment. If the timing is right, this could very well be the opportunity for Hamel, the long-legged warrior, to make a name for himself in the North Sea. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Hamel's eyes. Meanwhile, after a brief silence, all the recruits in the training ground, as if invigorated, rushed to the Navy soldiers distributing weapons. seizing their preferred arms and rushing towards the ring where Rasha stood. Although Adira had declared that whoever could defeat Rasha would have the chance for promotion, those who chose to loaf around on the periphery, waiting for Rasha to exhaust himself before swooping in, would certainly gain nothing. The naval officers observing were not blind. Moreover, and most crucially, weapons are the extensions of humanity's will. With weapons in hand, a person's courage is multiplied manifold. In mere seconds, the area around Rasha was encircled by dozens of recruits wielding long spears, swords, and knives. Naturally, the recruits were armed with cold weapons. Although they were permitted to use weapons, Adira was not foolish enough to distribute firearms. Even if Rasha's physical strength was adequate, his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose remained vulnerable. If, by chance, an accident occurred and he were shot in the eye, it would be disastrous. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Kid, you can still surrender now. Crack. The long sword shattered, and a heavy fist lunged forward, striking the recruit's abdomen in the midst of his astonished gaze. Guh. The recruit's body arched, the outline of his spine distinctly marked upon the fabric of his shirt. His mouth agape, a mixture of blood and the remnants of his innards erupted from his mouth and nostrils. Bang! The long knife in the recruit's grasp shattered, his body recoiling violently backward. Hurtling through the air. Bang! He collided with the person behind him, and an ear-piercing crack of bones echoed across the arena. Bang! The individual struck continued to be propelled backward, crashing into a third, then a fourth, and a fifth person. Thud, 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 thud. The point of impact carved a deep chasm upon the stage. In an instant, the encircling recruits toppled like a line of dominoes. A cascade of bodies collapsing in a heap, with no semblance of martial technique whatsoever. Rasha's fists were propelled entirely by sheer physical strength. The force he unleashed at this moment was the result of his deliberate restraint. He dared not exert himself too forcefully, for doing so would likely reduce the new recruits before him to mere fragments. Even Jericho, with a bounty of 16 million berries, could not withstand his assault. And this was while Rasha was still in a state of considerable depletion. However, at this instant, after undergoing 5 days of meticulous recuperation under the guidance of Chef Dino, Rasha's body had fully healed, reaching the pinnacle of physicality. With a single punch, the air erupted in a thunderous roar, clearing an expansive area before him. Come, defeat me. Only then can I grow stronger. Rasha bellowed, his feet driving into the ground with such force that the arena's surface threatened to shatter beneath him. His fists, though lacking in technique, danced forth to conjure the sounds of thunder and lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds surged forward like a torrential waterfall, relentlessly charging towards Rasha at the center of the ring. Yet, what astonished the new recruits was that the silver-haired youth before them stood firm like a boulder amidst the raging current, impervious to their onslaught. He remained steadfast, unmoving as a mountain. Chapter 17. The kid is 12. Boom, boom. The muffled sounds of impact resonated like the rhythmic tolling of bells, echoing in the ears of the surrounding recruits. Those in front desperately sought to distance themselves from the silver-haired whirlwind, whose fists moved like the wind. Meanwhile, the recruits behind clamored, brandishing their weapons and pushing forward to reach Rasha. They were not oblivious to the instances when the arena was cleared, nor to the figures that were sent flying, bloodied. Yet the sheer number of recruits surrounding them lent them a misplaced confidence in their ability to topple Rasha. After all, the unfortunate souls thrown aside bore no consequence for those behind. They thought, let us charge. The silver-haired monster is already encircled by hundreds. Surely, he couldn't escape, could he? As these thoughts coursed through their minds, Rasha bore the marks of battle. Over a dozen cuts adorned his body, his clothes tattered by the slashes of blades. His skin was lacerated, oozing crimson blood, yet his muscles remained unscathed, let alone his bones. Despite Rasha's remarkable strength and rapid punches, the multitude of attackers was overwhelming. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and now there were not merely 40 hands, but 400? Amidst the chaotic melee, countless blades and swords struck against him. The sting of his wounds reddened Rasha's eyes, and his breath grew labored. I must move. Crack, crack, crack. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, Rosia shattered the surface of the arena, reducing the hard rock beneath him to rubble. He swiftly crouched down, evading 4 or 5 gleaming long blades, his hands gripping the ground as his body arched, the muscles in his legs tensed like tightly coiled springs. The tendons in his calves twisted and knotted, as if compressed to their utmost limit, before suddenly releasing. His arms spread wide, resembling a giant eagle ready to take flight. akin to the enormous horns of a primordial triceratops. With a tremendous crash, the solid ground fragmented as Rosia swung his arms horizontally, charging forward like an enraged bull, completely disregarding the gleaming swords and knives before him. Bursting forth with unbridled strength, Rosia surged ahead like a high-speed train, piercing straight into the throng of soldiers with an irresistible force. In an instant, the new recruits attempting to block his path were utterly overwhelmed. The officers from the 177th Division, observing from below the arena, witnessed the crowd suddenly pour outwards, as if a dam had burst. Armed recruits were sent flying, screaming as they crashed to the ground like dumplings, suffering bruises and injuries. This heart-stirring scene caused the lips of the officers to twitch in disbelief. Is this the strength that a mere recruit possesses? Could it truly be that Major Attila covertly brought in an officer from the naval headquarters to subdue these unruly individuals? Bang, bang, bang. The silver-haired youth navigated through the chaotic crowd, violently hurling aside each recruit that dared to approach. Wherever he passed, the throng dispersed, akin to a ferocious shark plunging into a school of sardines, leaving destruction in its wake. With sheer physical prowess, he rendered hundreds powerless to retaliate. Indeed, he was the recruit favored by Sakazuki, proving to be extraordinary. Moreover, this youth appeared somewhat youthful, likely no older than 17 or 18. At such a tender age, possessing strength comparable to a junior officer, with a bit of training, he could soon rival a commanding officer. This young man named Rosia undoubtedly harbors immense potential for the future. Major Attila, standing beside Akino, remarked with a sense of wonder. Akino remained silent, arms crossed, his expression inscrutable as he observed the unfolding events. Upon hearing Major Attila's reflection, Yunxiao, Dorsey, and Denner, who were approaching from a distance, exchanged glances, a mysterious smile emerging on their faces. Dorsey, grinning widely, sauntered over to Major Attila and leisurely whispered, "Don't be deceived by Rosia's youthful visage. His true age is far beyond 17 or 18. General Attila was momentarily taken aback, stroking his chin in contemplation, before nodding as if struck by an epiphany. Indeed, there are individuals who possess an innate youthful beauty, their appearance bearing little resemblance to their true age. I have witnessed such instances before. I once encountered a remarkably agile elderly woman on the Grand Line, whom I presumed to be merely in her 60s or 70s, only to learn that she had already surpassed 120 years of age." As he spoke, General Attila turned his gaze towards Rasha on the arena. Although he was now in his 20s, his extraordinary prowess and innate talent were undeniably remarkable. His future accomplishments would surely not be confined to the ranks of a lieutenant. Perhaps he might even ascend to the esteemed position of rear admiral or even vice admiral. Not far away, Yunxiao's face flushed a deep crimson. The rotund chef, Dino, wore a peculiar expression, while Daosh chuckled. "No, General Attila, what I mean is that Rasha has yet to reach the tender age of 17 or 18. Not yet 17 or 18. General Attila was momentarily bewildered. Daos intended to elaborate, but the blushing Yunxiao could no longer contain herself and revealed the truth. "Uncle Attila, Brother Rasha is only 12 years old, just 1 year older than me." "Huh? Who is 12? General Attila was utterly confounded. "Brother Rasha, do not be deceived by his towering stature. He possesses a gentle and timid demeanor. The reason he was able to vanquish so many pirates was due to his overwhelming sorrow. He lost his father and everything in that calamity." As Yunxiao spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Rasha, who was fiercely battling in the arena, a hint of concern etched upon her small face. Although she believed in Rasha's victory, the multitude of adversaries made it inevitable that he would sustain injuries. Dino's warm, sturdy hand rested upon Yunxiao's head. "Little Yunxiao, do not worry. That lad is remarkably resilient. Even if he does incur injuries, a meal prepared by my hands will hasten his recovery. Furthermore, we have Daos, the esteemed physician, here to assist." "Who is a quack?" "I possess a prestigious medical qualification," Daos exclaimed loudly. While the two continued their playful banter, General Attila stood nearby, as though struck by a colossal hammer. His mind ensnared in a daze, repeatedly murmuring, 12 years old, 12 years old, only 12 years old, without a trace of training. He was a prodigy surpassing even the rarest geniuses of CP9, truly a monstrous talent. "We have struck gold in the North Sea, Zephyr-sensei. I must inform Zephyr-sensei of this news. It will surely revive him from his grief, adding yet another champion to the noble navy." Chapter 18. The art of deception. As the number of new recruits blocking his path dwindled, Rasha's breath grew increasingly labored. His stamina was not boundless. The prolonged skirmish, lasting over half an hour, had left him profoundly fatigued. His garments lay in tatters, resembling the rags of a beggar, while blood stained his body in various places, his own, as well as that of his adversaries. Techniques, physical prowess, and combat awareness, there were myriad skills he lacked. If only he could master these elements, he would undoubtedly vanquish his foes with greater ease. Gasping for air, Rasha contemplated this. His slightly reddened eyes swept the surroundings. 12, 15, and even 17 opponents remained. Exhaling sharply, he resolved to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. He felt ravenous, yearning for Uncle Dino's octopus ball fried rice. Roxa's stomach growled with hunger, and unbeknownst to him, an aura of ferocity began to emanate from his being. For reasons unclear, whenever he felt the pangs of hunger, the negative emotions buried deep within him surged forth uncontrollably. A monster. It is utterly impossible for us to vanquish such a creature. I shall not fight any longer. You may carry on, for I concede. In the fleeting moment of locking gazes with Roxa, whose eyes glimmered with a faint crimson hue, 7 or 8 individuals could no longer suppress their overwhelming fear and promptly turned to leap off the arena. The remaining 8 clustered around a remarkably tall and robust warrior, weapons in hand, anxiously eyeing Roxa. My apologies, young man named Roxa. You are indeed formidable. I, Hamel of the long-legged tribe, hold the unwavering will of a strong adversary in the highest regard, and you qualify as one. Hamel elevated his right leg, striking a posture reminiscent of a solitary rooster. Yet he harbored an imperative reason to win this battle. Therefore, I beseech your understanding as I refrain from striking until the very end. Breathing heavily, Rasha took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and gravely declared, "Rest assured, I shall not underestimate anyone for such trivial reasons. Come on." "Very well. I stake the honor of being a long-legged warrior, Hammer. Should I lose this time, I shall become your subordinate." With a thunderous shout, Hammer's 8 subordinates surrounding him immediately grasped the hilts of their long knives, launching their strikes at Rasha. Simultaneously, Hammer followed closely behind, his long legs propelling him across the arena like a swift spider, swiftly maneuvering to circle around Rasha's back. Rasha's attention was predominantly focused on the formidable Hammer behind him, for he sensed that among the 9 individuals before him, it was only the long-legged Hammer who possessed the greatest strength. The other 8, despite wielding weapons, posed little threat to him. However, just as Rasha was contemplating this, the 8 burly men lunged forward and simultaneously hurled their blades toward the bewildered Rasha. In a moment of haste, he had no time to evade, so he crossed his arms defensively in front of himself. He was confident that the density of his muscles and bones would protect him from significant harm, even from such strikes. Yet, to his astonishment and fury, the 8 men, having discarded their weapons, did not cease their assault. In unison, they produced a pouch of white powder from their garments and flung it toward Rasha's face. Following the trajectory of the descending blades, he had not anticipated such a treacherous tactic. They were scattering lime powder. The flurry of white powder enveloped Rasha, obscuring him entirely. In an instant, his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were plastered with the caustic substance. The powder clung to his eyes, igniting a sharp, stinging pain that caused tears to stream forth, which only intensified the irritation, prompting Rasha to emit a pained cry. The excruciating agony forced him to shield his eyes, and he knelt on the arena floor. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers, including the officers of the branch who had been captivated by Rasha's astonishing strength, as well as Dorse, Dinner, and others, utterly stunned. After a brief moment of shock, their expressions shifted dramatically. Damn it, they've resorted to such despicable tactics. The indignation of Major Adira surged, akin to an enraged lion, as he rose abruptly, poised to charge onto the stage. Yunxiao was equally distraught, witnessing Rasha's painful struggle to shield his eyes. "Rasha, brother. Father, please save Rasha. His eyes are going to be blinded." Dorse, why are you just standing there? Hurry and help Rasha." Dorse gritted his teeth, remaining motionless. Dinner grasped Yunxiao's shoulder firmly, restraining her from rushing forward. "Trust him. That lad will not concede so easily. In this world, mere brute strength is superficial. One must wield intellect and assess the situation to triumph over all adversaries." The deep and resonant voice of Akina resonated in the ears of the onlookers. Major Adira's advancing foot halted. Everyone around held their breath, fixated on the unfolding battle on the stage. Indeed, the conflict was far from over. "My apologies, young man. I must prevail. Please forgive my underhanded methods." Cyclone triple kick. As Rasha, in agony, clutched his eyes caked with lime powder, he collapsed onto the arena floor. Hammer sighed, but resolutely surged forward, pivoting on his left leg and spinning like the wind upon the hard surface, conjuring a fierce gale. His right leg lashed out like a whip, striking mercilessly at Rashia's exposed neck, spine, and the back of his head. The strike was decisive and ruthless, devoid of hesitation. This is precisely why the North Sea is renowned as the mightiest of oceans across the world. Its fierce terrain has nurtured countless formidable souls. With a resounding impact, Hammer believed that with his strength capable of shattering stones, even if Rashia possessed exceptional physical prowess, his vulnerable areas would inevitably yield to the onslaught. As the force of his whip-like leg sent Rashia's body flying, a victorious smile blossomed upon Hammer's face. His body continued to spin, his elongated right leg restriking. This time, even the air before him seemed to explode under the force of his kick, emitting a thunderous crack. The position of junior officer in the branch is mine. Deception is a soldier's art. My intellect may not yet be fully matured, but amidst the swirling white dust, a somewhat unsteady figure stood firm, his flowing white hair dancing like serpents, extending outward. In Hammer's astonished gaze, strands of silver hair, seemingly alive, ensnared his extended leg, pulling him upwards. His body soared into the air, suspended by the silvery locks. The silver-haired youth waved his right hand before him, parting the clouds of white dust as if unveiling a white curtain. With a sudden forward thrust, he pivoted on his left leg, spinning like a whirlwind. His right leg descended like a guillotine, and in Hammer's terrified stare, it struck his chest. The victor is I. The air before him erupted with a sharp crack. Hammer's chest was swept by Rashia's whip-like leg, and he gasped as a torrent of blood mist erupted from his mouth. The silver hair that had ensnared his feet released him, and Hammer became an arrow loosed from its bow, soaring far from the arena. With a resounding crash, a new hole was added to the walls of the 177th branch amidst the flying debris. Victory! Huh. I told you that lad would undoubtedly win. Dorse's hearty laughter was the first to resonate in the training ground. Well done, Rashia. Chef Dino gave a thumbs up, then turned to the soldiers watching from behind and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and bring down the food from the ship's kitchen, along with my cooking utensils." After such an intense battle, that young lad must be severely exhausted and undoubtedly ravenous now. Brother Rasha. Yun Xiao broke free from Dino's grasp and swiftly dashed towards the stage. This young man has exceeded my expectations. Upon witnessing Rasha's victory, Major Adira breathed a sigh of relief, a smile immediately gracing his features. To be honest, he had nearly rushed onto the platform to halt the confrontation between Rasha and Hammer. Typically, when an ordinary person is suddenly blinded by a cloud of lime, they would be thrown into chaos and panic, especially with an opponent so close at hand, poised to deliver a potentially fatal strike. In such a moment of crisis, few can maintain their composure and face the adversary with steadiness. It is even more remarkable considering that Rasha is merely 12 years old. Yet, to Adira's astonishment, after a brief moment of initial disarray, Rasha regained his composure within merely a second or two, rising from his kneeling position, turning around, and raising his arms defensively, successfully blocking two powerful kicks from Hammer. Although he was pushed back a few steps due to excessive exertion, he managed to stabilize himself. At the critical juncture, he used his silvery hair to entangle Hammer's whipping leg and countered with a similar strike, decisively concluding the battle. His quick reflexes, adaptability, and acute awareness of danger all signify that Rasha is a prodigious talent for combat. Brother Sakazuki's keen eye has indeed proven invaluable. He has truly unearthed a hidden gem. Major Adira beamed at Akainu, but suddenly scratched his head and turned his gaze back to Rasha on the stage. Wait, am I overlooking something? His eyes fixated on Rasha's flowing silver locks, his expression transforming into one of intrigue. Did his hair just move on its own? Indeed. Was it the power of a devil fruit, or perhaps the life return technique from the six powers? Was it an innate gift? Akainu promptly clarified Adira's silent wonder. An innate gift? So, this young lad was born with the ability of life return? At that moment, Adira's demeanor resembled that of a despondent fish out of water, resignedly seated on the stone steps below. I have devoted an entire decade to mastering the Navy's six powers, just to grasp the life return technique beyond those skills. And even then, I received praise from Master Zephyr. On the stage, Das was examining Rasha's injuries. Are you all right, Brother Rasha? Yin Xiao asked anxiously. Concern etched across her face as she gazed at Rasha's wounds. I'm fine, Yin Xiao, no need to worry. These are merely superficial injuries. They only appear alarming. The prolonged battle, lasting an entire hour, left him utterly drained of strength. The moment he relaxed, a wave of ache swept through his body. After a brief treatment from dose, his eyes no longer felt as gritty as before. As for the remaining 8 robust men on the arena, they had already succumbed to fear, collapsing to the ground when Rasha had sent their leader flying. Covered in a sticky sheen, he yearned for a refreshing bath, a hearty meal, and a restful slumber. Roxa murmured weakly to himself, questioning the wisdom of bathing when he was so injured. Did he not fear infection? Wait here. I shall fetch some alcohol to cleanse your wounds, he said. Indeed, your injuries are primarily superficial, sparing the necessity for stitches. Given your constitution, a simple bandage will suffice, and you shall recover in a few days. Do not fret, Lark. Your beloved shall not perish, he reassured, noticing her teary eyes. Daos, with his incessant chatter, caused the 2 youths to blush slightly. As Daos rose to inquire about the medical room from an officer, Roxa cast a glance at the young girl beside him, who was intently examining her wounds. A tender wave of youthful emotion surged within him. Are you ready for a grand feast? A robust voice jolted him from his reverie. He looked up to see the portly chef, Dino, approaching with a large pot, a spatula in hand, accompanied by a throng of soldiers carrying an array of ingredients. Uncle Dino, Roxa exclaimed with delight. We must devour all of this today. I adore your cooking. I can finish it all, no matter the quantity. In the distance, Major Adira seemed to have shaken off his despondency, discussing with Akainu the possibility of promoting Roxa beyond the standard ranks. Since Roxa is your subordinate, he is technically a soldier under the Navy headquarters. I believe it permissible to appoint him as a lieutenant without breach of protocol, given his exhibited potential and strength. With a bit of training, he would meet the requirements for that rank, and I doubt there would be any objections from headquarters. See? Adira smiled. He doesn't require a higher rank. What he lacks is training, and his temperament is still immature. Akainu's gaze reflected Roxa, who was heartily enjoying his meal, and Lark, who stood beside him, smiling as she offered him food. Lark beamed with joy, which caused Akainu to frown. I understand, Adira nodded, in full agreement with Akainu's observations. He then gestured for the soldiers to take away the groaning recruit sprawled on the ground and approached Roxa with a bright smile. Ah, it smells delightful. May I partake? Major Adira pointed at the sumptuous spread laid out on the platform. These are for the wounded. You are not injured, so you should not eat. Before Roxia could utter a word, the plump chef, who was vigorously stirring a dish with a spatula, darkened his expression and unceremoniously declined Attila's request. Ah, Uncle Dino. Must you be so heartless? Attila couldn't help but smile wryly, gesturing towards Roxia. I have come to bestow an award upon this young man. Turning his gaze to Roxia, Attila spoke with solemnity. New recruit Roxia, heed my words. From this moment forth, you are appointed as a junior second lieutenant in the Beihai 177 branch. Given your age and combat experience, the branch has granted you special permission to temporarily forego the routine responsibilities associated with your rank. However, in the days to come, you shall commence the most rigorous training. Are you prepared? Congratulations to the readers who successfully signed up for investment. For those wishing to invest, do not hesitate, as opportunities remain. A heartfelt thanks to Brother Yuchen for the generous donation of 500 starting coins. Now, to address a point, to enhance the exposure of the new book. Updates will be divided into 2 sessions, morning and afternoon, which may leave some readers wanting more. You may choose to wait until the afternoon or evening to enjoy the day's updates in one sitting. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 20. A request for collection. Brother Roxia, are you not yet awake? Shall we venture into town? Early in the morning, while the sky was still dim, Roxia, still in a hazy slumber, heard a melodious female voice calling from outside the door. Please wait a moment. Roxa rose with some difficulty from the hard bed. Lowering his gaze, he observed the white bandages enveloping his body and could not help but smile wryly. Just a few days had passed, the old wounds were still unhealed, and now new injuries had emerged. Had this occurred in his previous life, he might have found himself on the hospital's blacklist. As he stood up, his eyes immediately fell upon a neatly folded military uniform resting on his bedside. Due to his injuries, he had been granted a special leave of 3 days by Major Adira. After this brief respite, he was to officially commence the officer training program at the branch. In this era's Navy, the prowess of a soldier is held in utmost regard, rendering daily training indispensable. From Major Adira himself to the newly enlisted recruits, every soldier in the 177th branch partakes in training that corresponds to their rank. Logically speaking, despite having ascended 6 ranks in one leap, Roxa was still merely a rookie who had enlisted only a few days prior, and he should have been subjected to training befitting a new recruit. However, his astonishing performance in yesterday's training arena led Major Adira to decisively assign him to the officer training level. The room he had occupied last night was situated within the officers' quarters of the branch's residential area. It was a spacious suite, complete with a private bathroom, kitchen, and living room. The furnishings were all brand new, evidently untouched by prior occupants. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, this would be his abode for the foreseeable future. It felt somewhat surreal. Who would have imagined that just days after departing from Maple Leaf Island, he would become a naval second lieutenant? Roche tenderly caressed the white military uniform before him, a wave of sentiment washing over him. The design of this officer's attire bore a resemblance to his suit. Starkly contrasting with the sailor uniforms of new recruits, it exuded an air of formality. The uniform was crafted from a soft, elastic fabric, its stretch and comfort exceeding Roche's expectations. Clad in this seemingly formal attire, he estimated that engaging in battle would remain equally convenient. With no mirror in the room, Roche, anxious about keeping Lark waiting, hastily donned the uniform and placed the white military cap atop his head before opening the door. Outside the corridor, Lark appeared to be growing increasingly impatient. "Are you not ready yet, Brother Roche? You are so slow, like a girl," she murmured under her breath just as the door swung open, revealing a tall and handsome young officer, who stepped out with a smile. This young man possessed a slender and well-proportioned physique, wide shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, and a strikingly handsome face adorned with a pair of aquamarine eyes. Without triggering the life restoration state, his silver hair, cascading to about a meter in length, spilled down from beneath his cap, resting gracefully upon his shoulders. His already remarkable appearance, complemented by the pristine white military uniform and cap, rendered him even more dashing and gallant. "How splendid," Lark observed, momentarily entranced. "Apologies for the wait. Shall we venture into town? I find myself rather intrigued by this place. By the way, what of Doss and Uncle Dino? Lark, are you all right?" "Oh, I am fine. Let us go. Doss and the others are preoccupied with their own matters, so let us not concern ourselves with them. We can bring back some local specialties for them later." Shaking her head lightly, Lark clasped her hands behind her back and followed Roche out of the residential area. Along the way, the officers and soldiers of the 177th Unit they encountered greeted Roche with warm smiles and nods, leaving him somewhat flabbergasted. "Brother Roche, you are now quite the celebrity of the 177th Unit. Look, it seems everyone recognizes you wherever you go," Lark remarked with a grin. Roxa touched his nose and smiled wryly, saying, "But I am still a newcomer." "A newcomer?" Yunxiao scoffed. "Is there anyone who can defeat 500 new recruits and be directly promoted to a junior lieutenant? Yunxiao, if you keep praising me, my tale will surely soar to the heavens," Roxa quickly interrupted, fearing that passers-by might overhear. "Hee, but it is the truth," Yunxiao replied, skipping ahead with her hands behind her back. "Hurry up, don't let my father see you. Otherwise, he will make me stay at the base." Upon arriving at the top floor of the 177th branch office building, Akaina gazed darkly at the departing figures of the two. Major Adira, observing with an impassive expression, approached with a serious demeanor. "Sakazuki, the warship is ready. Shall we depart?" "Indeed. Wow, it's so lively here," Yunxiao exclaimed, walking a short distance ahead of Roxa. It was indeed bustling, akin to a marketplace. The streets of Qianyan town were broad, exceeding 10 meters in width. Flanking the roads were rows of 3 to 4-story buildings, with the ground floors occupied by various shops. Roxa's gaze swept across taverns, fruit stalls, clothing stores, and weapon shops. The streets were teeming with pedestrians, vendors shouting their wares, and others haggling. The passers-by exhibited a myriad of appearances and attire, including fishermen clad in sailor outfits, bounty hunters armed with blades and guns, and Navy soldiers in uniform. Here, Roxa observed a life atmosphere vastly different from that of Hongye village. The faces of the people on the streets were radiant with smiles, their conversations filled with confidence. Shopkeepers boldly bannered with Navy soldiers, unafraid to tell non-customers to leave. The pedestrians were not in a hurry, often pausing to chat merrily with acquaintances. Truly, in a place guarded by a naval base, its inhabitants were free from the fear of pirate attacks, reflecting a distinct spirit of life. Unlike Hongye Island, where the people led monotonous lives burdened by exorbitant taxes and the oppressive weight of existence, laboring like the walking dead. Despite being in the North Sea and merely hundreds of miles apart, the disparity in their living conditions was stark, reflecting on the people of Hongye village, who had never experienced a single day of leisurely existence in their lives, only to ultimately face the devastation wrought by pirates. Roxia suddenly found himself lacking interest. Roxia, dear brother, the barbecued meats here are absolutely delectable. You must come and try some. The crisp voice of Yinxiao interrupted his drifting thoughts. The young man looked up to see the girl standing before a barbecue stall, clutching a handful of skewered meats, her mouth glistening with grease, her cheeks puffed out. I recall that you didn't bring any money, Roxia said, a bit embarrassed as he stiffly approached. No need for money, Yinxiao replied, her cherubic face alight with a satisfied smile, which alleviated Roxia's melancholic mood considerably. Why is there no charge? Has Major Adira perhaps informed the vendors in town beforehand? Roxia questioned, thoroughly puzzled. No. Yinxiao's little head shook vigorously like a rattle drum as she laughed and pointed to the owner behind the barbecue stall. Do you see who that is? Roxia paused momentarily, turning to gaze in that direction. It was the lad from old John's household, announcing that today's barbecue was complimentary, encouraging everyone to indulge as much as they desired. The familiar voice reached Rox's ears, rendering him momentarily speechless. Chapter 21. The Torment of Hellish Training begins. A plea for collection. Standing behind the barbecue stall were, astonishingly, the 17 women who had survived the massacre in Hongye village. Clad in aprons, they busied themselves around the lengthy grill, which extended 5 to 6 meters. Some were adding charcoal to the fire, others fanning the flames, some attending to the guests, while others managed the transactions. Their roles were well defined, and they were thoroughly engrossed in their tasks. Roxia gazed intently, observing the smiles that graced their faces. Indeed, those smiles emanated from the depths of their hearts. Come now, lad from old John's household, savor the culinary delights of your aunt. A skewer of roasted meat was presented before him, exuding the fragrant aroma of cumin and the essence of a lively fire, wafting enticingly into his nostrils. Thank you, Aunt Pello. Roxia accepted the grilled meat. He recognized the woman speaking before him. She was Pello, the wife of the fisherman lawyer from Hongye village, who should be in her 40s by now. Pello is an exceptionally kind-hearted woman. Rorschach fondly recalled the years he spent collecting shells to craft bracelets and necklaces. In the village of Maple Leaf, it was Pello who exchanged the most black bread with him. Although her family was not affluent, Pello and her husband, Rorel, had no children, allowing them to save a portion of their provisions. A portion of these rations was graciously bestowed upon him by Pello. Each time, she would tell herself that her previous shell bracelet had vanished, and she yearned to trade for another. How does it taste? Aunt Pello inquired with a smile. Roxia nodded emphatically, exclaiming, delicious, absolutely exquisite. That's wonderful, Aunt Pello replied, preoccupied with grilling meat, applying chili powder to the skewers as she reminisced. I always dreamt of selling grilled fish at Myra's port. Alas, back then, the catch from Laurel was so meager that the proceeds, after paying the tax collector, were hardly sufficient to support our venture to Myra's port. Aunt Pello, how is it that you opened a barbecue stall so quickly? Rochester, while savoring a skewer of grilled meat, hesitated momentarily before voicing the questions that lingered in his mind. Aunt Pello chuckled, revealing that the barbecue grill had been prepared the previous afternoon, thanks to the kind assistance of the naval soldiers. The house behind them had been rented in advance, with the first 3 months free of charge. After that, once they began to earn money, they would pay rent to the naval branch. Was the rent exorbitant? Not at all. The earnings from just a few days of sales would suffice to cover a month's rent. I calculated that as long as this barbecue stall continues to thrive, within 2 years, we would be able to purchase a house of our own in this town. The funds for the barbecue were initially covered by the Navy, who assured us that we could repay them once we started making a profit, without any interest. The naval officers here are truly benevolent souls. Had they been present when the pirates reached the village, my clumsy husband would not have met his demise while trying to protect me from those marauders. Rochester was uncertain how he had returned to the branch base, accompanying Yunqiao. After wandering around Qianyan town, the gloom that had weighed upon him dissipated, and his spirits soared, invigorated with renewed determination. Reflecting on the current situation of Aunt Pello and the others, Rochester gained a profound understanding of the justice he now upheld. His efforts to strengthen himself were not driven by a desire for power or to trample upon the lives of others, but rather to protect the ordinary lives before him. Perhaps this was the essence of true justice. 3 days later, at the coastal training grounds of Branch 177. As junior officers, you constitute the backbone of justice in Beihai. You are tasked with leading the eradication of pirates and criminals in the surrounding seas. The strength of your capabilities will directly impact the soldiers under your command, determining the extent of casualties they may suffer in battles against these pirates. Each elite soldier in the branch is nurtured with considerable resources. The loss of even one represents a significant depletion of our just forces and a failure on your part. Thus, during periods without maritime patrol missions, you must complete your training regimen daily before indulging in leisure, rest, or personal pursuits. On the undulating sandy beach, 32 branch junior officers, including Ratchet and Richard, stood in formation, their gazes unwavering and postures rigid as they listened to the stern address of Lieutenant Colonel Jennifer. Lieutenant Colonel Jennifer was an imposing figure, towering over Ratchet by a head, with muscular arms thicker than Richard's waist. Her military uniform, stretched taut by her robust physique, gave her a more masculine appearance. Yet, despite her formidable stature, she possessed a strikingly beautiful face framed by cascading red waves of hair. She was the wife of Major General Adira and served as the deputy base commander of Branch 177. Now, we shall commence with the first training exercise, swimming. Swimming? Rochester was taken aback. Prior to his arrival, he had envisioned the various forms of training he might endure: weight-laden running, push-ups, frog jumps, and sparring with fellow officers. However, swimming training seemed utterly incongruous with what Richard had described as hellish training. A look of perplexity crossed his face. But upon hearing Jennifer announce that the first event would be swimming, the expressions of the other officers shifted dramatically. It was over. The inaugural task was indeed swimming, which meant that today's training regimen would likely be of an infernal caliber. How vexing. I would rather be patrolling the seas, battling those oblivious pirates. Standing before him, Lieutenant Richard wore a grimace, muttering under his breath. Was swimming truly so dreadful? Rorschach's confusion was swiftly resolved by Jennifer. In the distance, a warship glided gracefully toward them. Anchoring 200 meters from the shore, its hull aligned parallel to the coastline. Concurrently, 100 soldiers armed with long-barreled flintlock rifles surged onto the beach. Jennifer drew a fully loaded flintlock pistol from her waist and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! The resounding gunfire echoed across the water. Everyone, heed the command. Enter the sea. Swim forward along the shoreline, and do not halt without my order. Do not venture near the shallow waters, or you shall face the fire of the musketeers on the beach. Every 5 minutes, those who lag behind will be subjected to bombardment from the warship. Bombardment? Rochelle widened her eyes. I knew it wouldn't be a mere swimming exercise, but what on earth is artillery? Is there a risk of elimination? Could it be fatal? Seizing the moment as her colleagues eagerly leaped into the sea, Rochelle grasped Richard, who was about to plunge into the water. It was genuine cannon fire. Merely solid rubber projectiles. Nevertheless, Richard shivered, seemingly recalling some distressing memories. Believe me, you would not wish to endure such a sensation. How far must we swim before we can stop? Rochelle inquired. Did you not hear Colonel Jennifer's instructions? No orders mean no stopping. Alas, I have no time to explain. The training has commenced. If we delay any longer, those marksmen will begin firing, and what they wield are authentic flintlock rifles. Richard broke free from Rochelle's grip and swiftly plunged into the sea, propelling himself towards the direction of his colleagues. Rasha tilted his head slightly and beheld over 100 soldiers silently raising their long rifles, aimed in this direction. Could it be true? Chapter 22. Prince Ilya seeks collections. The sound of rushing water flowed in his ears as Rasha, using all his limbs, flailed in a rather ungraceful dog paddle style, thrashing desperately on the surface of the sea, 30 meters from the shore. Is it truly the case that I would be the first to be struck by cannon fire? Roches initially believed that, given his physical prowess, he should not find himself at the back of the pack. However, the reality was stark. The 31 junior officers, including Lieutenant Richard, advanced with astonishing speed. In just a matter of seconds, he found himself distanced from the group, relegated to the rear of the line. After desperately flailing for a few minutes, he was compelled to confront an undeniable truth. He could not swim. Indeed, although Red Leaf Island was a secluded isle surrounded by the sea, Roches had long suffered from a debilitating condition that severely depleted his physical strength. Everyday activities were a struggle, leaving him ill-prepared to venture into the water. Moreover, the elderly couple, John and his wife, had never permitted him to swim in the ocean. Thus, despite spending 12 years in this maritime world, Roches had never learned the art of swimming. Fortunately, his health had now been restored, and his vitality surged to an extraordinary level. Although he lacked the paddling finesse of Richard and the others, he was rapidly adjusting his movements, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed, fueled by his newfound strength and innate physical gifts. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the nearby sea, sending a jolt of apprehension through Roches. Before he could react, a basketball-sized gray rubber projectile crashed into the water just 2 or 3 meters from him. The impact sent the sea into a violent frenzy, disrupting his movements and pushing him toward the shallows. Simultaneously, the soldiers crouched on the beach raised their long-barreled flintlock rifles, aiming at the shallow waters, poised to fire at any moment. A profound sense of crisis gripped Roche's, causing his muscles to tense. And he began to thrash his limbs with even greater urgency. The cannon had indeed been fired. If he were to be pushed into the shallows by the force of the projectile, he would be vulnerable to a barrage of gunfire from countless rifles. No, not that. Roche's heart roared with fury. Bang, bang, bang. It seemed to echo his inner turmoil, a series of muffled rumbles resonating with the swiftness of thunder. The soldiers aboard the warship, expertly maneuvering the cannons, swiftly adjusted their aim after the initial projectiles fell short. Thus, after 3 more shells crashed down near Roche, he finally grasped the sensation of being struck by rubber cannonballs. With a resounding thud, a basketball-sized gray projectile landed heavily on his left side. The tremendous impact and vibration propelled Roche's body out of the water, tracing an arc across the surface before he crashed into the shallows. Ugh! Despite his robust physique, the force of the rubber cannonball inflicted a wave of excruciating pain. A large patch of crimson immediately blossomed on the skin of his left abdomen. It felt as though his ribs had been shattered, causing him to gasp sharply, dazed from the blow, as Roche staggered to his feet. A cacophony of gunfire erupted around him. In the next moment, bullets rained down, a relentless barrage. Most of the rounds found their mark in the sea. Yet a few struck his body, eliciting a wretched howl from his throat. Although they were hollow-point bullets, the tremendous kinetic energy unleashed by the gunpowder was undeniable. With each hollow round that struck him, it felt as if a giant had wielded a massive hammer, delivering a crushing blow to his form. Roche, his muscles taut and his face contorted in distress, plunged into the sea, desperately fleeing the shallow waters in pursuit of Richard and the others, who were nearly out of sight. 5 minutes later, the sound of cannon fire erupted once more, interspersed with the anguished cries of a youth, sending shivers down the spines of the officers in the lead, including Richard. Fortunately, with Roche providing support, it appeared that today's training would be successful. Richard exhaled, relieved. It was usually he who bore the brunt of the hardships. Perhaps he would invite Roche for a drink at the tavern afterward as a token of gratitude. Casting a sympathetic glance back at Roche, who had fallen behind by 500 or 600 meters, a smile of relief gradually spread across Richard's face. At the base, Lark languidly lay on a plush bed, burying herself among a pile of fluffy bear plushies. How dreadfully boring. Father and Uncle Adira have gone out, and Uncle Dos and Uncle Dino are busy procuring medicine and ingredients. Roche has begun his training, leaving me all alone at the base. How tiresome. The girl lazily rolled over on the soft cotton blanket, then suddenly sat up. Right. After finishing his training, Roche must be famished. Perhaps I shall venture into the kitchen to prepare a meal for him. Father always praises my culinary skills. Yes, that's the plan. With determination sparkling in her fair face, she dashed out of the room towards the kitchen. Roche will surely be delighted. In the grand hall of the royal palace in Prince City, Major Adira, clad in a white cloak of justice, stood with his arms crossed, coldly regarding the pale-faced royal youth before him. Your Highness Ilya, how do you explain your collusion with the revolutionaries and your unauthorized transfer of large quantities of grain to those criminals? The opulent and cavernous hall echoed with only the presence of Major Adira and the royal youth. Before Adira stood Ilya, the tall and delicately featured eldest prince of the Prince Kingdom. Days prior, Adira and Akainu had departed from Chinyan Island and arrived at Prince City, ostensibly to interrogate Ilya regarding the revolutionary criminals. Typically, naval officers from various seas lack the authority to interfere in the internal affairs of the kingdoms. Even the highest-ranking officers of the 4 seas, known as the admirals, must engage with the upper echelons of the kingdoms with utmost courtesy. Otherwise, these influential figures from the member states, who pay their annual dues to the world government, need only to voice their grievances to the officials collecting their taxes. However, the current circumstances were markedly different. Firstly, Adira's status far exceeded that of a branch admiral. He was a high-ranking officer within the naval headquarters. Secondly, Ilya had no leg to stand on, having been caught by the intelligence personnel of Branch 177 in connection with the revolutionaries. The world government maintains an absolute zero-tolerance policy towards the revolutionaries. The actions and ideologies of the Revolutionary Army are undeniably shaking the foundations of the world government's authority. Over the years, the Revolutionary Army has successfully incited the regimes of several minor nations across the seas, significantly intensifying the pressure on the world government. Consequently, although the overall strength of the Revolutionary Army may currently be comparable to that of one of the four emperors in the New World, its threat level has been elevated to the highest degree by the world government. Among them, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dracula, is regarded as the most notorious criminal in the world, his infamy surpassing even that of the dominant four emperors in the New World. This is precisely why Adira dares to question Ilya so ruthlessly. Upon hearing Adira's inquiry, Prince Ilya's face contorted in anguish, his gaze bitterly fixed upon Adira. "Your Excellency, you are unaware that the Revolutionary Army's acquisition of provisions from us was not voluntary on my part. You cannot fathom the brutality of Dracula. If I did not acquiesce to his demands, he would annihilate all the citizens of our royal city. We, the Principality of Princes, are merely a small member nation. How could we possibly resist a world-class criminal like Dracula? I was left with no choice, compelled to act in this regrettable manner for the safety of the people of the Principality. Should the Navy seek to hold me accountable, I shall not evade responsibility. If there exists an arrest warrant from the world government, I, Ilya of the Principality, am willing to bind my own hands and accompany the general back to the branch at Chianyan Island." Chapter 23. The Limits of Justice. Prince Ilya spoke with heartfelt sincerity, nearly moved to tears. His slightly pallid face was etched with pain and resolve. Adira, expressionless, listened intently to Ilya's account without interruption. Such are the details of the matter. Ilya retrieved a white silk handkerchief from his bosom to dab at the tears at the corners of his eyes, then turned his gaze to Adira. "In fact, prior to your arrival, Your Excellency, I had already discussed the sequence of events with the exclusive liaison officer for member nations of the government. The world government has vehemently condemned Dracula's coercion of our principality into selling provisions. I have heard that they will dispatch a naval admiral to pursue the nefarious criminal Dracula. I wonder, where might the esteemed admiral of the Navy be at present? Should there be an opportunity for him to visit our principality? I would ensure that my father welcomes him with the utmost hospitality." A hopeful smile graced Ilya's face. "This is classified information of the Navy. You have no right to inquire," Adira retorted coldly. Ilya, undeterred, nodded gently and extended his right hand in a gesture of invitation. "Then, Your Excellency Adira, the royal banquet has already been prepared. Shall we discuss matters over a meal? My father is also quite eager to make your acquaintance, as is my brother, Bruce. He has always been an ardent admirer of the Navy, dreaming of joining its ranks. Should he have the fortune to meet a naval figure of your stature, he would surely believe he was in a dream. No need for that. I have matters to attend to." Adira shook his head and turned to leave. Ilya hastily caught up with a smile, inquiring, "Your Excellency, what matter could be so urgent that you have no time even for a meal?" "To be candid, we have prepared a sum of funds for the 177th Division, intending to support the construction of the North Sea Naval Base, contributing our humble share to the forces of justice. If you are not too busy." Adira paused in his steps. Ilya's face brightened slightly, just as he was about to speak. However, he noticed Adira turning back with a stern expression. "Your Highness, the affairs of the Revolutionary Army can be regarded as beyond the control of the Prince Kingdom. But what of the giant worm pirate crew? I have heard that the ruthless pirate, Mig Jones, is now collaborating with you?" A cough escaped Ilya, his smile faltering momentarily before returning. "My dear Adira, Captain Mig is a capable subordinate of the warlord Gecko Moria. Though a pirate, he is recognized by the world government and holds the legal right to plunder the seas. Their presence in the Prince Kingdom is merely coincidental. According to the regulations set forth by the world government regarding the warlords, there exists an alliance between the warlords and the allied nations, as well as the Navy. Normal commercial cooperation is permitted." "Enough. Do as you see fit," Adira replied, his frown deepening with impatience. With a disdainful huff, he strode out of the palace. "Your Excellency, please take care. Regarding the funds for the support of the 177th Division, I will ensure they are delivered promptly," Ilya called after him, maintaining his smile as he stood at the entrance of the Grand Hall, lingering for a considerable time. It was not until half an hour later that the smile faded, leaving his expression neutral. Applause erupted from behind him, followed by several figures of varying heights and builds emerging from the rear of the Grand Hall, approaching Ilya with jovial expressions. These individuals exuded a fierce aura. Armed with gleaming weapons, seemingly indifferent to the fact that they were in the royal palace of the Prince Kingdom, each sporting exaggerated smiles. Marvelous. Truly a splendid performance. Your Highness, it is only through collaboration with talents such as yourself that our giant worm pirate crew can grow more swiftly, boasted the tallest among them. Exceeding 4 meters in height, with a robust build and a full beard. He wore an eye patch over his left eye, his face marred by pronounced scars. A captain's hat perched upon his head, and a 3-bladed claw on his left wrist, embodying the essence of a pirate. Captain Mig, you flatter me. I trust you find my hospitality satisfactory? Elia replied humbly, gesturing dismissively. Indeed, very satisfactory. The noble young ladies of the Kingdom of Prince are indeed quite enchanting, leaving one in a state of lingering fascination. Mig Jones extended his large, knuckled right hand and patted Ilya on the shoulder, leaving behind a smudge of grease. Ilya, however, remained unfazed, maintaining his graceful demeanor. Very well, he said. So, can Captain Mig begin preparations for the matters we discussed? Mig Jones took a swig from the flask at his waist, pacing before Ilya with a somewhat displeased tone. Ilya, do you realize? You are undoubtedly a person of talent. But your indecisiveness is rather excessive. He spread his arms wide in a gesture of embrace. Is it really necessary to be so cautious over the throne of a mere small nation? What else with this gradual takeover of military forces in various regions? Allowing my subordinates to systematically replace the army of the Kingdom of Prince, while carefully maneuvering with the navy to prevent them from meddling in the final power transition. He snorted heavily. Too slow. Too cumbersome. In my opinion, it would be far better to simply eliminate your ailing father or capture your rival for the throne. Your mud-loving brother, leaving this country with you as the sole heir. When the old king passes, who else but you would have the right to inherit? With my assistance. Who could possibly stand in your way of becoming Prince 8? Yet you insist on these convoluted methods. Mig Jones spoke with a tone reminiscent of reprimanding a subordinate. Ilya, suppressing his smile, sighed. After all, I am the crown prince of the Kingdom of Prince, and my father has treated me well in his earlier years. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish to act excessively. Captain Mig, your promised reward shall be substantial. And I shall add an additional 200 million Bailey as a token of my appreciation. Upon hearing the sum of 200 million Bailey, the displeasure on Mig Jones's face vanished instantly. He slapped Ilya's shoulder enthusiastically, laughing heartily. I do appreciate your loyalty. Then my great bug pirate crew shall remain in the Kingdom of Prince to witness your coronation, your Majesty Ilya. With that, Mig Jones laughed uproariously and departed with his entourage. Once Mig Jones had left, another figure silently emerged in the grand hall. Ilya was unperturbed by this occurrence. Truly, an insatiable and lowly pirate, devoid of any professional ethics. The newcomer muttered something under their breath before turning to Ilya. However, your response to Adira was somewhat unexpected. What are your thoughts? After all, he is a key figure dispatched by the Navy headquarters to the North Sea, a righteous rear admiral. Ilya leisurely removed his oil-stained garments, tossing them to the floor. Righteous? Huh. He chuckled lightly, a playful glimmer dancing upon his face. Perhaps Adela truly embodies justice, a paragon of virtue in every conceivable sense. Yet, if those in power are corrupt, what efficacy can the Navy's justice wield? No matter how eloquently one speaks, it cannot alter an undeniable truth. The righteous Navy merely serves as a lapdog to the world government. The concept of justice in this era is inherently limited, as long as they remain advocates of order. The shadowy figure listened with great appreciation, unable to suppress a clap of approval. Truly, one who garners the esteem of the young master, Ilya. We shall await the unfolding of events with keen anticipation. Chapter 24. The Departure of Akainu and the Quest for the Navy's 6 Styles. On the beach of the 177th Division, observing the young girl, Skylark, biting her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she dashed back to the base. Dao C's expression was quite remarkable. Hey, I must ask, is young Rasha truly a man made of steel? That girl toiled to prepare a heartfelt bento, and you dare to declare it unappetizing? Though she may have charred the cream bread into blackened lumps and turned the lean meat porridge into a dark mush. Cough. This is a heartfelt bento we are speaking of. Do you not grasp the significance of a heartfelt bento? Even if it is the most unpalatable dish, one must weep and proclaim, it is delicious. Thank you for your hard work. I adore it. This is the quintessential romance technique, young man. Roxa lay supine on the beach, utterly drained, surrendering to Daos as he kneaded the cramping muscles. Listening to Daos's sarcastic remarks, a bitter smile adorned his face. I wish it were different, but it's truly inedible. I now find even the rock-hard black bread delectable, he lamented. Daos cast a glance at the peculiar, dark object strewn beside Roxa. Hey, Deos. Would you care to sample this? Roxa quivered as he lifted a piece that glimmered with a metallic sheen. What is this? Deos hesitated, his throat constricting slightly. A specialty from the North Sea, steamed ribbonfish. Ribbonfish? Deos's lips quivered, yet he lacked the courage to taste the dubious metallic chunk of fish. This is a heartfelt bento from that little girl. How could I indulge in it carelessly? Besides, I've already feasted in town, and I'm quite full. The two exchanged a knowing glance, tacitly steering clear of the topic of the heartfelt bento. Ahem, how did training go today? Are you managing to cope? Daos coughed lightly, retrieving some ointment from the medical kit to apply to Roxa's swollen chest and abdomen, causing tears to well up in Roxa's eyes from the pain. Training? That was no training. It should be termed a descent into hell. The mere mention of training conjured memories of a day filled with torturous trials. During the first half of the swimming drill, he endured a barrage of rubber projectiles from the warship and hollow rounds fired from the shore, leaving him battered and in excruciating pain. However, in the latter half, fueled by remarkable endurance and physical prowess, Roxa surged to the front of the line as Lieutenants Richard and others faltered, leaving the unfortunate Richard and a few others as the second wave of victims to the barrage. After the swimming drill, it finally transitioned into what Roxa deemed a somewhat normal weighted long-distance run. According to the training standards set by the junior officers, each participant bore a weight of 500 pounds, running 3 laps around the coastline of Chianin Island. Each lap spanned approximately 12 kilometers, amounting to 36 kilometers in total. In the realm of Earth, lifting 500 pounds would deem one remarkably strong. Yet in this world, such weight was trivial. Similarly, the underperforming officers faced the onslaught of hollow rounds and the merciless reprimands of Colonel Jennifer. Useless. Each and every one of you is worthless. Not even as competent as a novice, and you dare consider yourselves the elite officers of the North Sea? I am embarrassed for you. Accelerate. For heaven's sake, accelerate. If you don't pick up the pace, you'll have to run an extra lap. After an arduous session of weighted long-distance running, the regiment continued with a staggering 10,000 meters of frog jumps. This was followed by an astounding 1,000 one-handed push-ups in an inverted position, 2,000 sit-ups, 5,000 kicks against a sandbag, and a relentless 10,000 strikes with a wooden sword against a wooden dummy. Out of this grueling sequence of excessive training, only 3 individuals, including Rasha, managed to endure until the end. The other 2 were seasoned captains from the 177th Division. As for Richard, the fellow from Minion Island, he succumbed during the long-distance running segment. No one anticipated that Rasha, a newcomer to the training, would prove capable of lasting until the conclusion. Even Colonel Jennifer expressed her admiration for Rasha's perseverance and announced that he would receive additional training sessions exclusively for him the following day. Rasha found himself on the verge of tears. After a grueling day of training, all the junior officers were left with aching muscles, nearly carried back to the base by the soldiers on stretchers. Subsequently, the base's medical staff would attend to each officer, providing massages to relieve their tension and applying ointments. The base dining hall had prepared a plethora of nutritious foods, including the rare meat of sea kings. The junior officers, having expended vast amounts of energy, were akin to ravenous gluttons. Just the daily food consumption for the 32 officers in training alone would incur a significant expenditure of berries. This was merely for one branch in the North Sea, not accounting for the training costs of the thousands of soldiers stationed at the base. A glimpse into this situation reveals the staggering military budget the Navy headquarters must allocate each year to sustain such expenses. Days later, after a period away, Admiral Akainu and Major Adira finally returned to Kuroiwa Island. Shortly thereafter, Admiral Akainu prepared to depart once more for the Navy headquarters. At the beach port of Kuroiwa Island, Major Adira, accompanied by many officers from the branch, came to bid farewell. Rasha, clad in a pristine white military uniform, stood at the forefront of the crowd, his gaze fixated upon the imposing figure ahead, filled with a myriad of emotions. Do not squander your innate talent, young one, Akainu unexpectedly addressed Rasha. Only by confronting the essence of darkness can one truly comprehend the weight of justice. Although you have traversed through shadows, your understanding of this world remains rather superficial. Do not rush to unveil the world's truths. First, fortify yourself, for only then can you maintain your footing amidst the tempests of the sea. As he spoke, Akainu, under Adira's astonished gaze, retrieved a small red notebook from his pocket and tossed it to the flustered Rasha. This contains some insights I recorded during my training in the Marine 6 styles. You may endeavor to practice these in your spare time. Thank you, Uncle Sakazuki. I shall strive with unwavering determination and will never take your kindness for granted. Ratchet solemnly tucked the small notebook into his chest. After Akainu finished speaking, he gave a few instructions to Adira and turned aboard the warship, vanishing from Ratchet's sight. Father, why aren't we bringing Brother Ratchet back with us? Yunk anxiously pursued, raising his voice in inquiry. Without enduring the tempest, how can one behold the rainbow? The men of the North Sea must carve their path through it themselves. However, Yunk opened his mouth, stamped his foot in frustration, and rushed to Ratchet, reaching out to grasp his hand. Brother Ratchet, shall we return together? Training is possible in Marineford as well, where there are many exceptionally skilled elders who can teach you countless things. Rock smiled and gently ruffled her hair, his cerulean eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. The man from Beihai is determined to break free from the confines of the North Sea. Fear not, for we shall soon reunite before the bastion of justice at Marineford. Indeed, the lark bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Departing. A true man's farewell requires no tears. Ha ha ha, young lad, I shall be waiting for you at the Navy headquarters. Do not keep me waiting too long. Dors kicked off the ground with his medical kit, soaring into the air like a magnificent bird, leaping onto the warship that stood over 10 meters high. Young one, if you wish to savor my culinary creations, come find me at Marineford without delay. The rotund chef brandished his spatula, erupting into a hearty laughter. Dors, Uncle Dino, Lark. Esteemed companions, until we meet again. Rashia bid farewell to the crowd as they boarded the warship. The sails adorned with the emblem of the seagull, symbolizing justice, billowed and gradually picked up speed, departing from the harbor as he waved fervently. Big brother Rashia, please come back to find me soon. Yunk could no longer contain her emotions, tears cascading down her cheeks as she rushed to the ship's railing to wave towards the shore. Salute, bellowed Major General Adela. The officers and soldiers of the 177th branch promptly raised their right hands in unison. I will. Rock clutched tightly the small notebook gifted to him by Akainu, his gaze resolute as he spoke softly. The salty sea breeze swept over the beach, carrying whispers from afar. Uncle Dino, I wish to learn the art of cooking. Oh? That requires utmost seriousness, for cooking is no simple skill. I will strive diligently. Dost, I wish to study medicine. Medicine? Do not jest. It cannot save this world. You would be better off honing your martial arts with your father. Hey, why are you hitting me? I do not care. I am determined to learn. If you refuse to teach me, I shall expose you for conducting unethical human experiments, labeling you a wicked doctor. No, please. I have not engaged in such activities. Chapter 25. Amir Lieutenant seeks attention. Ha ha ha. Captain Ralph, when shall we embark on another journey to Minion Island? The women there are truly remarkable. Indeed. But the expenses are equally substantial. The funds we acquired from plundering merchant ships barely suffice for a single visit. The sky is high and the clouds are sparse, while the gentle sea breeze caresses the air. A 20-meter-long two-masted sailboat, its sails billowing in the wind, glides across the shimmering surface of the sea. The deck at the bow is abuzz with activity. A dozen drunken pirates, their laughter echoing, indulge in boastful tales. Occasionally, crude jokes escape their lips, provoking uproarious laughter among the crew. A burly man named Ralph reclines casually in a wicker chair, leisurely sipping rum from a high-stemmed glass. Though it is merely ordinary rum, Ralph relishes it slowly, believing that such refinement distinguishes him from his coarse subordinates. Once a mere butcher in the capital of the Rabini kingdom, Ralph now yearns for a life akin to that of the nobles, sipping exquisite red wine served by elegantly dressed maidens in lavish halls. He had imagined that by becoming a pirate and amassing wealth, he might taste such a life. Yet, reality delivered a harsh blow. Life as a pirate at sea is far from the freedom he envisioned, especially in the North Sea, renowned for its peril and chaos, where existence is akin to living with one's head precariously held by a belt. In these waters, piracy is not the only threat. The naval factions, the German army that uses pirates as practice targets, bounty hunter guilds, and the mafia, all are formidable forces that dominate the region. Even now, with a bounty of 25 million berries on his head, Ralph dares not provoke any of these powers. To make matters worse, even slave ships, when encountering pirates, do not contemplate escape, but rather seek to capture them for profit. Curse this life of piracy. How did I ever come to this wretched existence? With these 2 steel blades in my possession, I could easily secure the position of captain of the guard in the Rabini capital, far superior to this life of hardship. Surrounded by brutish men, as these thoughts surged within him, Ralph felt a fire igniting in his chest. Observing his chuckling subordinates and recalling the lavish pleasures he had witnessed on Minion Island, he could not help but gulp down more rum. These fools complained about the high costs of entertainment on Minion Island? Do they not realize that it is now the territory of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo? The high cost is entirely justified, for there one can indulge in pleasures without the constant dread of being unexpectedly met with death, whether pirates, navy, or bounty hunters. Once they enter the territory of that island, they must adhere to the rules set forth by the Don Quixote family. To be a pirate at such a level is indeed a form of enjoyment. Ralph, increasingly vexed, felt his frustration boiling over and decided to instruct the ship's navigator to seek out a small village or island for a gratifying slaughter to relieve his pent-up anger. Just then, the pirates leaning against the ship's railing, boasting, suddenly let out a startled cry. "Captain, we've spotted a vessel ahead. It's a warship." The panicked voices of the pirates disrupted Ralph's thoughts. Frowning, he rose with displeasure and turned his gaze toward the direction they indicated. There, not too far off, a 15-meter single-masted sailboat was slowly making its way toward the right side of the sea, though there was some distance. The emblem of the just seagull embroidered on the billowing sails unmistakably identified the ship as a warship from the North Sea branch. Upon confirming it was indeed a warship, Ralph tempered his cavalier demeanor and inquired sternly, "Can you ascertain which branch it belongs to?" An unkempt old man, peering through a telescope for some time, stammered, "It appears to be from Branch 177, Captain. Should we retreat? Branch 177 is the strongest naval division in the North Sea. I believe it wise to avoid unnecessary contact." Ralph's nostrils flared as he fixed his gaze on the indistinct silhouette of the opposing vessel. A 15-meter single-masted sailboat indicated the highest-ranking officer aboard, likely a lieutenant of the branch. Such a rank, even from the formidable Branch 177, was not particularly daunting. "With my strength, I need not shy away even from a branch lieutenant or captain." Ralph's eyes flickered with resolve, and he forcefully struck the ship's railing, proclaiming, "Change course and steer away from them." "Aye." The pirates aboard sighed in relief and promptly set to work, some at the helm, others adjusting the sails. They genuinely feared that their captain's volatile temperament might lead him to recklessly charge forward. Yet, at that moment, the warship in the distance unexpectedly altered its course and began to accelerate toward them. "Captain, they are pursuing us," the old navigator exclaimed in alarm. With a resounding bang, Ralph slammed his palm against the ship's railing with such force that it splintered. His eyes glinted with ferocity as he drew his twin steel blades, exclaiming in fury, "A mere lieutenant dares to be so arrogant. They are courting death. Bring the ship alongside. I shall annihilate every last naval officer on that warship." "Aye." As Ralph glared fiercely, drawing his sword, the pirates dared not dissuade him and instead complied, maneuvering the vessel to charge directly towards the oncoming warship. Meanwhile, aboard the opposing warship, upon spotting the pirate ship and identifying its flag, they ascertained that it belonged to the Steel Blade pirate crew, led by Captain Ralph. With a bounty of 25 million berries, a towering man, standing 3 meters tall with thick legs, boomed in a deep voice, "Shall we fire the cannons?" The soldiers aboard the warship inquired anxiously. "No need," came a calm response from the ship's cabin. Shortly after, a tall, silver-haired youth emerged, stretching his arms and yawning. Before making his way to the bow of the warship, he lightly leaped onto the cannon platform. The soldiers behind him reached out, mouths agape, about to speak. In a swift motion, the long-legged giant, Hammer, performed a somersault, diving into the cabin. The speed of his action left the soldiers on the warship dumbfounded. In the next moment, the silver-haired youth crouched on the cannon platform, his calf muscles taut, causing the loose fabric of his trousers to billow. With a smirk, he propelled himself upward, launching into the air like a rocket. Boom! The 15-meter-long single-masted warship tilted sharply as its stern rose, the bow plunging into the sea, nearly inundating the deck with water. The entire vessel formed a 60-degree angle with the horizon. The Navy soldiers aboard turned pale, screaming as they plunged into the ocean, splashing down like dumplings. Utilizing the immense recoil, the silver-haired youth ascended several dozen meters, resembling a hawk surveying the earth from the sky. Spotting the rapidly approaching prey on the sea, he plummeted downwards like a meteor, hurtling with a roar towards Ralph's pirate ship. Boom. Chapter 26. The Weak Seek Collectibles. Boom. The entire Steelblade pirate crew could only hear the howling wind above them. Suddenly, their vision blurred, and beneath their feet, the ship erupted with a thunderous crash. A massive hole appeared on the deck in front of Ralph, splintered wood flying in all directions like deadly darts, inflicting cries of agony among the pirates. The mast creaked ominously, beginning to tilt dangerously. The sails were shredded, reduced to tattered strips. A fierce wind whipped at Ralph, making it difficult for him to see. As he could only bellow in confusion, "What is happening? Is it cannon fire? How could it be so precise? You worthless fools, why are you still standing there? Fight back." Yet the screams from behind him only heightened Ralph's sense of absurdity. The ship's hull had been breached. Water surged in. "Our ship is sinking." The pirates shouted in terror. "This is no joke. Did their cannonballs fall from the sky?" Ralph seized the terrified pirate with a grip that left the latter's face bruised and purple. "No, it is not a cannonball." The old navigator trembled as he cast his gaze towards the gaping hole in the deck. Not a cannonball. What do you mean?" With a furrowed brow, Ralph released the choking pirate and strode towards the deck's breach, peering down into the abyss below. There, at the shattered keel, a silver-haired youth clung to the edge of the vessel's damaged hull, tilting his head upwards to meet Ralph's gaze. Their eyes locked, and Ralph discerned a bashful smile gracing the youth's face. "What on earth?" Ralph's lips moved, barely whispering his confusion, when suddenly the keel emitted a sharp crack. The silver-haired boy, half submerged in the sea, exerted force with his hands against the wooden edge, propelling himself upwards like an arrow shot from a bow. In an instant, he leapt before Ralph, leaving him astounded. "Damn the Navy! You shall die." Ralph's response was swift. As the youth landed before him, he swung his dual blades with ferocity. Rochit's lips curled into a grin, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. He did not flinch or evade, allowing the opponent's steel blade to strike against his body. The clash of metal resonated sharply, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Ralph's grip on his twin blades fractured, blood cascading from his hands. "This cannot be." Ralph's eyes widened in disbelief as he defiantly swung the steel blade once more. This time, the blade was aimed directly at the silver-haired youth's face. "It is you who are too weak." Roxa stepped forward with his right foot, his right hand clenched into a fist, and with the swiftness of lightning, he unleashed a powerful blow to Ralph's abdomen. The sound of impact resonated through the air, a sharp crack echoing as Ralph gaped in shock. His clothing tearing at the back as his spine arched grotesquely, as if it might detach from his body at any moment. The steel blade clattered to the ground. Ralph's eyes were bloodshot as he sank heavily to his knees, lurching forward to collapse onto the deck. "Captain Ralph." He was felled by a single strike. "It's over. We are doomed. I warned that we should have retreated sooner. Ralph's arrogance has doomed us all. Water is leaking from the ship. It is sinking. Navy, we surrender. We wish to capitulate. Let us board your warship. I do not wish to meet my end in the depths of the sea." Amidst the cacophony of the pirates' desperate cries, Rox's gaze turned icy, and he surged forward like a swift cheetah. "I regret to inform you that my stance towards pirates who have committed unforgivable sins is one of zero tolerance." With a series of thunderous blows, Roxa darted among the throng of pirates, each strike finding its mark with lethal precision. The sheer force of his attacks shattered the muscle and bone of those he hit, leaving their bodies crushed and contorted. In less than 10 seconds, the notorious Steel Blade pirate crew, who had terrorized the North Sea, was utterly annihilated. "Who are you?" Such power could not possibly belong to a mere lieutenant, Ralph's strained voice echoed from behind. Roxia tilted his head and beheld the notorious pirate captain, whose bounty had soared to an astonishing 25 million, struggling to rise from the ground with both hands braced against it. "To your dismay, allow me to introduce myself. I am Roxia, a second lieutenant from the 177th Division of the North Sea." Roxia gazed down upon Ralph, who was struggling to rise. The moment Ralph's body stood upright, Roxia's right leg surged forth with the force of a cannonball, crashing into Ralph's chest. A sickening sound echoed as blood erupted forth. Ralph's eyes widened in shock. His lips trembled, and his head drooped, utterly devoid of life. His chest was mercilessly crushed and pierced by a black military boot. Withdrawing his bloodied foot, Roxia swept the ground, and a gleaming steel knife fell into his grasp, which he seized and brandished. With a swift motion, a splatter of blood erupted. A distinct crimson line appeared across Ralph's neck, and blood gushed forth like a fountain, propelling his head upward. Rasha reached out and grasped the unblinking head, his feet moving like the wind. With a swift step upon the gradually submerging ship's edge, he transformed into an arrow released from its bow, tracing a graceful parabolic arc through the air before plunging into the depths below. The sea erupted with a cacophony of sound, and beneath the surface, a long trail of waves formed, as if a swift barracuda was cutting through the waters with remarkable speed. As he approached the warship, the white froth on the surface exploded, and a lithe figure soared skyward, landing deftly upon the deck of the vessel. Sunlight cascaded down, glinting off the silver hair cascading over the youth's shoulders, reflecting shimmering water-like glimmers. With a thud, the grotesque head rolled onto the deck, prompting Rasha to flash a grin at the bewildered naval soldiers before him. Mission accomplished, he declared. The Steel Blade pirates have been decisively eradicated. This patrol task has been flawlessly completed. One of the sailors stepped forward to retrieve the head from the ground, nodding towards Rasha. Congratulations, Lieutenant. You've achieved another great feat. Nonsense. The head thudded down once more. The soldiers' legs weakened as they pointed at the ship's bow cannon, which Rasha had just obliterated with his foot, alongside the myriad of cracks now marring the warship. Please, we implore you, refrain from such recklessness next time. You may have enjoyed yourself, but our ship nearly met its demise once again. This marks the third vessel our squad has lost. Each return results in punishment from Commander Jennifer, subjecting us to grueling training. Oh, Mother, I wish for a different commander. Ha ha ha. I understand. I shall exercise more caution next time. My apologies. As for the training arranged by Colonel Jennifer, isn't it rather straightforward? Roxas scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. How could this be simple? It is merely straightforward for you, a peculiar being, for us ordinary folk. It is sheer torment. How infuriating. Oh, is that so? I had assumed everyone was relishing the experience. Relish? Not a shred of that sentiment exists, I assure you. Chapter 27. In the harbor of Kinyandeo, Beihai 177th Branch, a lieutenant-class warship slowly approached the port, drawing the gazes of many new recruits training at the base. Lieutenant Richard, supervising the new recruits, raised an eyebrow and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "How remarkable. This time, his warship has returned unscathed. Previously, he either swam back with his soldiers or called for a large warship for rescue." Before the warship even docked, everyone at the base heard Hamill's thunderous voice. Quartermaster, come here and tally the supplies. Coming." As Hamill's voice faded, a group of individuals hurried out, armed with papers and pens, seemingly well prepared. What? That rascal Roxa has made yet another haul? Is his luck truly this exceptional? A junior officer craned his neck toward the harbor, exclaiming in disbelief. If encountering ferocious pirates is considered good fortune, then I would rather my luck be a tad worse. The other officers shrugged, showing no envy toward Roxa's rapid accumulation of military achievements. Indeed, not everyone possesses the same fortitude as that lad, who has reached heights beyond our reach in just a year. Even Colonel Jennifer no longer requires him to undergo officer training, claiming that the hellish trials have become utterly ineffective for him. Stop it. The more you speak, the more it pains my heart. A captain clutched his chest, his expression despondent. Having graduated from such grueling training is one thing, but he has also mastered several techniques from the Navy's 6 styles. Truly, the comparison is disheartening. On the warship, Lieutenant Bill, the quartermaster, gazed at the tall silver-haired youth before him with a mix of awe and respect, meticulously recording Rox's achievements on this journey. The patrol mission was successfully completed, annihilating the Steel Knife pirate group and slaying 16 pirates, including Steel Knife Ralph. The confiscated supplies included 24 million berries in cash, various gold and jewels, cannonballs, several cannons, food, and a nautical log. Furthermore, there was a treasure map belonging to Steel Knife Ralph, which requires time for verification. Lastly, Ralph's bounty will yield a 30% reward, to be distributed among all accordingly. Congratulations to everyone. Congratulations indeed. Bill, shall we head to the tavern in town for a drink after work? Ratchet extended his hand and shook hands with Bill, giving a gentle pat on the shoulder, showing no sign of discomfort despite Bill's higher military rank. Bill, accustomed to such gestures, instinctively smiled in return. Unfortunately, it seems today will not suffice. The supplies you brought back will require time for meticulous categorization and storage, and it appears our logistics department will need to work overtime. What a pity. Let us defer this to our next meeting. Ratchet leapt from the warship with a smile, striding toward the officers' quarters in the residential area under the respectful gaze of numerous soldiers and officers. How graceful, truly graceful. When might I possess such elegance as Lieutenant Ratchet? Hammer stroked his chin, gazing at Ratchet's retreating figure with a face full of envy. Bill cast him a glance and replied nonchalantly, "It's quite simple. As long as you can capture a pirate like Steel Knife Ralph, you will earn the respect of everyone in the division, regardless of the dubious means you employ." I think I shall pass. I possess a fair amount of self-awareness. How could a mere human ever compare to a monster? Wouldn't you agree, Lieutenant Bill? Behind the officers' quarters lay a sparse forest, Rochet, his robust upper body bare, perched upon a gnarled tree trunk, delicately sipped from a bottle of fruit wine. This exquisite libation was procured by merchants on Chinyan Island from distant lands. Priced modestly, a 500-milliliter bottle of this delightful nectar cost merely 500 belly. After Richard treated Rochet to a drink once, he developed a fondness for a fruit wine reminiscent of apple cider. It is noteworthy that this wine is named Sally. One wonders if it bears any relation to the sherry that teacher Zay from the comics so adores. Unbeknownst to him, he has already spent a year on Chinyan Island. How swiftly time passes, seemingly in the blink of an eye. Immersed in relentless training each day, he loses track of time. This gradual mastery over his own powers feels rather gratifying, despite the arduous journey it entails. Rochester reminisced about the experiences of the past year, feeling a profound stir within his heart. Firstly, there was the remarkable surge in his own capabilities. Through a year of rigorous training, what he once regarded as a hellish regimen had transformed into nothing more than a warm-up that merely broke a slight sweat. While other junior officers struggled with a 500-pound weighted run around the island, Rochester had reached the point where he could drag a small naval vessel in pursuit of them. His physique had experienced an astonishing growth, and his strength had escalated to a level he himself could scarcely quantify. In the entire 177th Division, apart from Major Adira, who had returned to the naval headquarters for a report, no one could surpass him in sheer physical prowess. Even Colonel Jennifer could not match him. He had grown to a height of 2 meters and 5 centimeters, an increase of a full 20 centimeters in just 1 year. His figure had become even more robust and solid than before, with muscles that were not the bulky type of hammer, but rather streamlined and resilient, akin to that of a cheetah. In the first half of the year, Rochester dedicated himself to junior officer training, while the latter half was spent alone in the woods, contemplating the 6 forms of cultivation imparted to him by the Red Dog. Roxa distinctly recalls the astonishment he felt upon perusing the crimson-covered booklet. He was genuinely taken aback to discover that Akainu, a man whose exterior exudes ruggedness and whose demeanor is as unyielding as iron, had meticulously documented his insights and challenges encountered during training. The somewhat hasty cursive script within the booklet reveals that Akainu was deeply engaged in contemplation and exploration. Certain passages exhibit smudges and additions, with ink appearing fresh, suggesting that Akainu had made last-minute alterations. It is evident that he has bestowed upon Roxa a priceless gift. This invaluable resource has enabled Roxa, a novice entirely unacquainted with the Navy's 6 styles, to methodically delve into the foundational applications of these techniques. Following Akainu's training philosophy step by step, as of now, he has preliminarily mastered the basic applications of the 6 styles, and the insights gained from his training are firmly entrenched in his mind. He is confident that achieving proficiency in this powerful martial art is merely a matter of time. In addition to his growing prowess, Roxa has also gained significant insight into the internal operations of the Navy. For instance, he learned from Officer Bill about the systematic statistics regarding the suppression of pirates. Every pirate crew eradicated by the Navy has its seized resources meticulously cataloged, serving as a vital supply for the base's daily operations and for accommodating refugees. Bounty-listed pirates are uniformly collected, and when naval vessels return to headquarters, they are transported en masse to be redeemed for their bounties. 30% of the bounty is allocated to the officers and soldiers involved in the capture, with the distribution strictly adhering to military merit. Aside from voluntary profit-sharing among officers, others have no authority to interfere with the allocation rules. The remaining 70% is likewise stored, contributing to the operational sustenance of the base. Some may perceive the bounty distribution within the Navy as unjust. Why is it that a soldier who captures a pirate with a bounty of 25 million berries only receives 5 million, or even less due to the need to share with subordinates? However, upon closer reflection, one must consider the substantial resources and finances expended by the Navy to cultivate these officers before they attain their current positions. Rochet does not place great importance on wealth. However, some individuals hold a different perspective. They perceive themselves as having been insulted by the Navy, believing that their abilities warrant greater recognition. Consequently, each year, formidable officers emerge from various seas, defecting from the Navy to become pirates or bounty hunters. Casting aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, Rochet found himself reminiscing fondly about the familiar faces he had not seen for a year. It was during his most desolate moments that they had bestowed upon him hope and light. Uncle Akainu, Uncle Danu, Doss, and Yunk, we shall reunite soon. A faint smile graced Rashia's lips. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a naval soldier rushing towards him. The soldier, breathless, approached Rashia and saluted with a raised hand. "Lieutenant, Colonel Jennifer requests your presence. I extend my gratitude to the reader who bestowed the first monthly vote upon Dreams of Solitude, a gesture of profound significance. I also wish to express my appreciation for everyone's recommendations. This book endeavors to maintain a semblance of reason, avoiding any unwarranted disparagement of the characters within the comic. There may be instances of playful banter regarding time travelers, yet the author shall refrain from indulging in self-satisfaction." Chapter 28, The King's Demise. A humble request for your support and collection. The office building of the branch. Rorschach was escorted by the soldiers to the door of the department chief's office. He adjusted his appearance slightly before gently rapping on the door. "Come in," came a slightly weary, coarse female voice from within the office. As Rashia pushed the door open, he beheld Colonel Jennifer, whose physique surpassed that of a man, furrowing her brow in distress as she gazed at a stack of documents in her hands. Roxa was somewhat intrigued by the nature of the news that had left this formidable woman from the North Sea branch so visibly troubled. Was it some dire tidings, Colonel? Consequently, he inquired directly. Upon hearing Roxa's voice, Colonel Jennifer exhaled deeply and extended the documents in her hand towards him. "Take a look," she said. "We have a significant predicament to address." "A significant predicament?" Roxa raised an eyebrow and stepped forward to grasp the stack of papers. A mere cursory glance was enough for him to furrow his brow in unison with Colonel Jennifer before him. The news was grave. King Prince 7 had passed away. In his last will, he had declared that the next sovereign of the Kingdom of Prince would be his second son, Prince Gruss. Concurrently, Prince Ilya had instigated a coup and had begun to impose restrictions on the ingress and egress of the royal city. Rochester flipped through the subsequent pages and discovered that the intelligence recorded therein was entirely related to the Kingdom of Prince. There were mentions of exorbitant celestial taxes being levied in advance, a complete overhaul of the military personnel, and the presence of several notorious pirate crews lurking near the royal city. As he perused these documents, Rochester lifted his gaze to Colonel Jennifer, and with a hint of confusion, inquired, "The coup in the Kingdom of Prince should be classified as internal strife within the allied nations. According to naval regulations, we possess no authority to intervene in such matters. Even if the kingdom were to become precarious due to this upheaval, it bears no relevance to our branch 177. Colonel, is there truly a cause for concern? Our only obligation should be to intensify patrols in the surrounding waters to prevent any opportunistic piracy amidst the chaos." If only it were that simple, Jennifer sighed, retrieving a sealed dossier from her desk and placing it before him. She gestured with her index finger at the file. "This contains detailed information regarding Prince Ilya. Prince Ilya, the eldest son of the Kingdom of Prince, is an individual of profound depth and extraordinary capability. During the years when Prince 7 fell ill and was unable to attend to state affairs, the kingdom experienced widespread unrest, with nobles and merchants fleeing due to the burdensome celestial taxes. Meanwhile, the weakened kingdom saw a decline in its military strength, attracting the attention of numerous dark forces. Pirates, slave ships, and organized crime proliferated within the kingdom, their numbers akin to locusts sweeping across the land, and despite our northern sea branch's efforts, we could not eradicate them. Amidst these arduous circumstances, Prince Ilya, through his remarkable personal abilities, established connections with the world government and several neighboring nations, alleviating the predatory gaze of various dark forces. Leveraging these relationships, he vigorously promoted trade and commerce, enticing merchants to settle by reducing taxes. Not only did he ensure the annual payment of 5 billion berries in celestial taxes, but he also rejuvenated the kingdom's economy, gradually restoring stability among its populace. Raka felt a tremor of astonishment. This character named Prince Ilya was indeed an exceptionally formidable figure, capable of revitalizing a decaying kingdom and restoring it to life. However, Raka was soon taken aback once more. "Wait a moment, Colonel Jennifer, you are referring to Prince Ilya, not Prince Gruss?" Jennifer nodded. Rotchet was immediately puzzled. Why then? Did Prince 7 choose to bequeath the throne to Prince Gruss? It should not be the case. Logically speaking, the eldest prince was the legitimate heir to the throne. Given that Ilya himself possessed such remarkable abilities, would it not be a travesty not to elevate him to kingship, guiding the kingdom towards a future of greater prosperity? Could it be that the second prince was more exceptional than his elder brother? After all, Ilya was born of Prince Vii's maid, whereas Prince Gruss was the offspring of the queen. Colonel Jennifer's response caused a twitch at the corner of Rotchet's mouth. What a dramatic tale of royal ethics in another world. How melodramatic the plot. Furthermore, Grust bore a striking resemblance to his father, while Ilya took after his mother. With these two connections, it was only natural for Prince Seven to lean towards bequeathing the throne to Prince Grust. If that were the case, would it not be a fortuitous turn of events for the kingdom's coup, with Ilya leading the principality in the future? Rochester picked up the file from the table, extracting the sheets within and gazing downwards. The issue lay precisely here. Colonel Jennifer's expression turned grave. Recently, our intelligence personnel had uncovered some nefarious tactics employed by Elijah, as well as his intentions to orchestrate a coup. Should he succeed, the entire North Sea region would be plunged into turmoil. Is it truly that dire? Could it be that he is clandestinely colluding with the revolutionary forces, planning to betray the allied nations and align himself with the insurgents? As Rasha grasped a piece of paper from the file, the teasing words inscribed at the top momentarily stilled his tongue. With a subtle exertion of his fingers on the right hand, he crumpled the paper tightly. Ilya had clandestinely colluded with numerous pirate factions of varying sizes from the Northern Sea, orchestrating rampant plundering of remote villages and islands belonging to neighboring nations, thereby amassing wealth. Utilizing maritime trade fleets as a facade, he concealed his true intentions, providing cover and sanctuary for the marauders, and swiftly accumulating vast riches. The pirate groups involved included the Steel Blade Pirates, the Flower-Eyed Pirates, the Giant Worm Pirates, and the Ripper Pirates. Was the Ripper Pirates under Ilya's command? Rox's gaze turned vacant, his mind consumed by the words Jack the Ripper pirate crew. To this day, these words remain an indelible scar upon his heart. Ilya's true intentions may be to emulate the 8 treasures navy of the West Sea, aiming to establish a kingdom of pirates in the North Sea. Once his coup is realized, the Principality of Prince will transform into the most formidable pirate power across the entire North Sea. Jennifer, oblivious to the brutal killing intent lurking in Rox's eyes, continued to speak gravely. At that juncture, all naval operations in the North Sea would be subjugated to Ilya alone. Rochester clutched the paper, his eyes tinged with crimson veins, and spoke in a somewhat husky voice. Why? Wouldn't it be more advantageous for our navy if the pirates gathered together? No, you are mistaken, Jennifer shook her head. For by that time, the pirates aligned with the Kingdom of Prince would gain legitimacy. In these waters, there exist 2 categories of pirates that the navy cannot apprehend at will. One comprises the pirates under the banner of the 7 warlords of the sea, who possess the legal right to plunder. The other consists of nations established by pirates that duly pay their tribute to the celestial authorities each year, thereby becoming members of the world government. Chapter 29. The Blade's Secret Task Force Seeks Recommendations. Roxia maintained an impassive expression as he continued to turn the pages. Soon, he came across a photograph. In the image, a young man adorned in opulent robes stood at the entrance of a grand palace, wearing a faint, elusive smile. Even from a mere photograph, it was evident that this young man was a noble, characterized by a fair complexion, delicate features, and an air of poised elegance. The figure captured in the picture was none other than Prince Elijah. Listening to the somewhat resigned words of Jennifer, Roxia felt a wave of displeasure wash over him and replied brusquely, "What are we to do then? We cannot move or take action." And is it truly the case that there is nothing we can do about this Elijah? Without a request or directive from the member states or the world government, the Navy lacked the authority to interfere in the internal affairs of the kingdom. As long as this rule remained in place, their 177th Division would find itself powerless to effect any change. In response, Jennifer smiled at Roxia. "That is precisely why I sought you out." With that, Jennifer retrieved a small communication device resembling a snail from her ample bosom and dialed a number. The device emitted a series of sounds, indicating it was establishing a connection with the counterpart on the other end. After a brief moment, the call was answered, and the visage of a man appeared on the screen, bearing an X-shaped scar on his chin. Rochester appeared somewhat familiar, yet he hesitated to confirm his suspicions. However, the subsequent voice of Jennifer solidified his thoughts. "Captain Drake, where are you now?" "Colonel Jennifer, we have crossed the border of the Libuni Kingdom and will soon reach the headquarters." "How is the situation in the Prince Kingdom?" The man's voice was steady, revealing a profound self-assurance. "The situation has not yet deteriorated. I will provide you with a detailed account once you arrive at the headquarters." "Very well, until then." A click resonated as the call ended. Jennifer lifted her gaze, smiling at Rochester. "As you mentioned, our Navy cannot easily intervene in the internal affairs of the kingdom. However, this does not entirely imply that the Navy lacks the capacity to urgently address such matters." Roches cast a glance at the telephone bug on the table, lost in contemplation. Jennifer continued, "Within the Navy exists a clandestine special forces unit, known as SWORD. The name SWORD signifies a sharp blade. This elite unit is composed of the most distinguished and promising members selected from within the Navy. Members of SWORD are simultaneously part of the Navy and yet detached from it. In essence, SWORD comprises individuals who have formally resigned, having returned their naval identification to the military. They are not bound to follow any orders, operating as a guerrilla force capable of engaging the four emperors without the need for superior approval. However, this autonomy comes with a price. The Navy and the world government bear no responsibility for the actions of SWORD members, who may be expelled from military service at any moment, their very existence erased. The current situation presents a perfect opportunity for SWORD to take action. Roches, your abilities are formidable, and having spent the past year training diligently at the base, you have consistently apprehended and eliminated pirates during your patrols. Your fundamental information remains undisclosed to the outside world. Therefore, I implore you to temporarily collaborate with the forthcoming SWORD team to infiltrate the royal city and apprehend the mastermind behind this incident, Prince Elias, thus thwarting his nefarious intentions. Once Cruz ascends to the throne, our Navy will not find itself in a passive position in the North Sea. I understand that such methods may lack nobility, yet they are crucial for the cause of justice. Hence, I have consented." Rorschach gently withdrew the folded photograph and tucked it into his pocket. Turning his gaze towards Colonel Jennifer, "I concur, Colonel. As long as we can strike against the pirates, I have no objections." Colonel Jennifer immediately exhaled in relief, however. A distinct trace of guilt lingered upon her countenance. "I apologize, but this operation makes it exceedingly challenging for the 177th Division to provide overt support to the Blade Squad. You will have to rely on your own judgment. If circumstances become untenable, remember to prioritize your own safety above all." "I will. Thank you for the reminder, Colonel." Roxia nodded thoughtfully. "Very well, let us proceed to the port and await the arrival of the Blade Brigade. I trust they will be here shortly, and I shall introduce you to their leader when the time comes." At the harbor of Chianyan Island, the area between the base and the town had been cordoned off by soldiers from the local branch to prevent any unauthorized entry during this crucial period. The majority of the soldiers within the base had been ordered to return to their residential quarters, leaving only a select few officers of higher ranks. As Roxia followed Colonel Jennifer to the port, he observed Lieutenant Bill, the logistics officer, positioned cautiously with a dozen subordinates, armed with a medium-sized communicator, vigilantly surveying the surroundings of the base. Rochester recalled that it was a jamming device, typically employed to disrupt the signal bands of other listening devices, thereby preventing eavesdropping, photography, or the transmission of images. It appeared that Colonel Jennifer had indeed executed her confidentiality duties regarding the arrival of the Blade unit with remarkable efficacy. However, Rochester remained somewhat curious as to how Jennifer was privy to the existence of such a clandestine force. Additionally, Major General Adira had recently returned to the naval headquarters for a debriefing, and it was reasonable to expect that he should have returned by now. After waiting for approximately half an hour at the beach harbor, a vague silhouette of a vessel finally emerged on the horizon. The ship advanced at a remarkable speed, far exceeding that of the single-masted warships Rochester was accustomed to. As Rochester pondered whether the Blade unit's vessel would be a two-masted or three-masted sailing ship, moments later, a completely unexpected craft gradually slowed down as it entered the harbor. It was, astonishingly, a submarine. Rochester was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, he had spotted a deep blue submarine, its hue closely resembling that of the ocean. Had he not been keenly observant beforehand, it would have been quite challenging to distinguish it from the water. At first glance, the dark vessel protruding from the sea appeared akin to a cresting wave. Its design bore a striking resemblance to the submarine of Trafalgar Law from his memories of comics, albeit significantly larger in scale. As the submarine gradually approached the dock, the hatch on the deck opened, revealing a dozen or so men and women dressed in casual attire, who nimbly leapt from the deck, landing before Jennifer. Subsequently, the hatch closed, and the submarine swiftly descended, vanishing from Rochester and the other's line of sight. The foremost young man stood tall, exceeding 2 meters and 3 in height. An X-shaped emblem, one large and one small, adorned his chest and chin. He wore a black eye mask and a sailor's hat, with an axe and a sword affixed to his waist. Approaching Jennifer, the imposing figure extended his hand. "Greetings, Colonel Jennifer. I am Captain X, Drake of the Blade Team. Should anyone have inquiries, feel free to comment, and I shall endeavor to respond." Chapter 30. Drake seeks investment in the minister's office. Thus, Captain Drake, Jennifer began, addressing the casually seated Drake and his companions, who lounged on the sofa with their legs crossed. She proceeded to relay critical intelligence regarding the kingdom of Prince. Drake held a steaming cup of coffee, gently blowing away the rising steam before taking a sip. He then leisurely remarked, "So, the garrison within the royal city has essentially been replaced by pirates. Supporters of the second prince, Gruss, have all fallen under Elia's control. Gruss himself is unaccounted for. He may have been imprisoned or possibly even eliminated by Elia. If it is the latter, our mission may be destined for failure. Indeed, if Gruss has perished, capturing Elia would only lead to his eventual return under the orders of the world government. The kingdom of Prince has only these two heirs, and the world government would show little concern if a pirate nation were to emerge in the North Sea." Jennifer sighed. "Thus, the success of this operation hinges on Gruss being alive. As long as this legitimate heir to the kingdom remains, even if Elia is apprehended by the Navy, the world government will refrain from exerting further pressure on us. Therefore, this mission must be divided into two segments." Seated beside Drake was a young woman, alluring in appearance, clad in a short floral dress. She licked her glossy red lips, her gaze fixed intently on Rochester, who stood beside Jennifer, as she raised two fingers. "First, we must proceed to the palace to ascertain Gruss's status. If he is alive, we must find a way to ensure his safety, ideally rescuing him first," says Prince Elia. Rochester felt a twinge of discomfort under the gaze of the exceptionally sweet-looking young woman. Her voice, as delightful as her appearance, was soft and melodious, exuding a captivating fragility that instinctively evoked a desire to protect her. Jennifer had introduced her as Peacock, the lieutenant of Drake, holding the rank of major in the headquarters. Rochet, however, possessed more knowledge than Colonel Jennifer. Within the pages of the One Piece manga he had perused, he discovered that Peacock was indeed the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Tsuru, a user of the devil fruit known as the Whip Whip fruit, belonging to the Paramecia class. This extraordinary ability allowed her to command everything she struck with her whip, encompassing both people and structures. Such a power was utterly preposterous. Perhaps it was this very ability that lent the already stunning young woman a hint of masochistic allure. Her voice and expressions brimmed with seduction, igniting fervor in the hearts of men. For reasons unknown, Rochet could not shake the feeling that her gaze held deeper meanings. Drake set down his coffee, seizing the thread of conversation from Peacock. The premise of their second mission hinged on the survival of Gruss. Once his demise was confirmed, we would promptly evacuate the royal city. Furthermore, I propose a third objective, to uncover the hidden puppet master behind Ilia's ambitions to establish a pirate nation. "A puppet master?" Colonel Jennifer inquired, momentarily taken aback by the concept. Drake cast a sweeping glance over the assembled company and spoke in a somber tone. "Indeed, a puppet master. The creation of a nation comprised of pirates is no trivial endeavor. It cannot simply be achieved through wealth. Pirates are inherently unruly. How could they willingly submit to another's governance? The Eight Treasures Navy of the West Sea, however, is a lineage of pirates, passed down through generations over centuries. Their internal cohesion far surpasses that of the unruly brigands of the North Sea. To compel this pack of wolves to heed Ilia's commands, there must be a more formidable force operating in the shadows." "Your reasoning is sound." Colonel Jennifer nodded repeatedly, pondering for a moment as if struck by a revelation. Could it be related to Gecko Moria? Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? How could he possibly be involved? Drake furrowed his brow at her suggestion. The 7 warlords were not insignificant figures. Each one was a formidable pirate renowned across the seas, wielding immense influence and strength. It was precisely this power that had led the world government to invite them into an alliance, thus shielding them from the Navy's scrutiny. The giant bug pirates were currently in league with Ilia. Mig Jones, a supernova who had returned from the Grand Line to the North Sea, was said to have had dealings with Gecko Moria during his time in the Grand Line and had become one of his most trusted subordinates. Mig Jones? Drake frowned, glancing at Peacock beside him. Peacock's gaze shifted from Rochet's face to her whip hanging at her waist, and with a light laugh, she spoke. "Captain Mig Jones of the giant bug pirates, a user of the animal-type bug fruit, with the ability to transform into a sandworm, boasting a bounty of 130 million berries. He commands several formidable pirates with bounties exceeding 50 million. His nature is characterized by brutality and arrogance. A pirate with a bounty over 100 million? It seems this mission will not be an easy one." As he spoke, Drake rose to his full height, casting his gaze towards Rasha, who stood beside Jennifer. This must be the second Lieutenant Rasha that Colonel Jennifer mentioned in the comms, albeit he appears rather youthful. Roxa stepped forward, raising his hand to salute. Lieutenant Roxa of the 177th Division, reporting to Major Drake and Major Peacock. In 1516, Drake was already 26 years old, having risen to the rank of major within the division. Among the new generation of the Navy, he was considered a promising talent. Although young, Roxa possessed commendable abilities. As Jennifer had just noted, only to be interrupted by Drake's raised hand. Skill is of little consequence. We simply need a local guide, should combat arise. We can handle it ourselves. Drake remained non-committal towards Jennifer's endorsement of the silver-haired youth. In his view, if Roxa were truly formidable, he would not still be a mere division lieutenant. As for Jennifer's assertion of his capabilities, Drake dismissed it as her desire to have Roxa accompany them on the mission, perhaps to bolster his reputation for future promotions. Although the Blade unit was an external Navy force, internal ranks could be elevated to match the main Navy after accumulating sufficient merit. Sensing Drake's skepticism towards her words, Jennifer grew anxious. However, Roxa remained unfazed, gently shaking his head at her. Then, without further ado, we shall set forth. The journey to the island where the royal city resides will take some time, so we should not linger here. He turned to Jennifer. Colonel Jennifer, please continue gathering relevant intelligence and contact me promptly should any significant information arise. With that, Drake turned and walked towards the door. Rochester suddenly called out to him, Captain Drake, I have a suggestion regarding how we might discreetly enter the pirate-blockaded Princess City. Chapter 31, The Blade's Pirate Crew. Captain Drake, do you truly believe that this attire will allow us safe passage into the royal city? Might it not be a tad too reckless? On the spacious avenue, Drake boldly led the way, followed by a dozen or so individuals. Openly striding toward the gates of Princess City, the speaker was a lieutenant from the headquarters, trailing behind Drake. At that moment, the lieutenant was clad in an open-chested white sailor's uniform, with a coarse cloth tied haphazardly around his waist. A rather gaudy gold chain dangled from his waist. Swaying with each step he took, he bore a gleaming short flintlock pistol and a sheathed dagger at his side. To all appearances, no one would associate him with the honorable Navy. Mind your demeanor, we are pirates now. Embrace the essence of piracy and let us be wild. Drake maintained his composure, his lips twitching slightly as he lowered his voice to utter a reprimand. Leading the procession, he remained unchanged in his appearance. Clad in a black eye patch, bearing a scarred visage, a sword at his waist, and a captain's hat perched atop his head, he strode with an air of confidence. With each step, his slightly raised chin revealed a hint of his inherent arrogance, unabashedly on display. According to Rasha, Drake's attire epitomized that of a quintessential pirate captain. Encountered upon the vast sea by naval forces, he would undoubtedly attract a volley of cannon fire. The other dozen or so officers had also donned typical pirate garb. Among them, the striking figures of Peacock and Rasha trailed just behind Drake. Like him, Peacock had not altered her outfit, still adorned in a revealing, form-fitting dress. Her curvaceous figure appeared ensnared by the flimsy fabric, while her long, fair legs, accentuated by sleek black high heels, swayed enticingly as she traversed the thoroughfare, capturing the greedy gazes of passers-by. Beneath her pale pink leather hat rested an alluringly captivating face. A black leather whip secured at her waist lent an indescribable allure to her presence. Beside her, Rasha sported blue capri pants, a white shirt with an open collar that revealed swathes of sun-kissed muscle, and leather sandals on his feet. His silver hair was tied back in a single ponytail, while two droplet-shaped tattoos in violet ink adorned the corners of his cheeks. His right hand rested casually on the hilt of a long blade at his waist. Most striking were his cerulean eyes, tinged with faint veins of crimson. The corners of his mouth curled into a smirk that exuded a sense of irreverence. Your attire hardly conveys the air of a pirate, I remarked. It resembles that of a noble youth from some kingdom, come to revel in the splendors of Princess City. Drake stole a sidelong glance at Rasha, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Was this young man from Division 177 not a touch too handsome? Their decision to adopt the guise of pirates had indeed been suggested by Rasha. Rochester opined that since Ilya's objective was to transform the kingdom of Prince into a realm of pirates, it inevitably implied that a considerable number of pirate crews were congregated within the kingdom at present. This, indeed, presented them with an opportunity. A mere change of attire to masquerade as a Northern Sea pirate crew attending the grand festivities in the royal city would suffice. There would be no need for stealthy infiltration. They could enter through the main gate without concern. The advantages of disguising themselves as a pirate crew extended beyond this. It would also grant them access to the enemy's inner circle, allowing them to approach the royal palace and openly gather intelligence regarding the current state of the royal family. Peacock stepped closer, smiling as he looked up at Rochester. No, I actually believe this attire suits him quite well. Who says there are no noble gentlemen among pirates? Ah, a noble gentleman among pirates? If such a character truly existed, he would likely have already caught the attention of those infamous slave-catching ships. Drake interjected with a hint of sarcasm. I've heard that some of the older noble women are quite fond of his style. Drake's tone carried a tinge of envy. Oh, are you feeling jealous, Captain Drake? Peacock stepped forward, extending his right index finger as if to poke Drake's cheek. Who is jealous? I don't have the time for such trivialities. Drake sidestepped to avoid the gesture, his rugged cheeks slightly reddening beneath the black eye patch. Before long, the group arrived at the imposing entrance of the castle gate. Indeed, were they to be restricted from entry? Rasha gazed at the imposing, closed city gates. His deep blue eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Prince Elia must be within this royal city, he mused. Hey, who are you? Do you not see the gates are shut? What business do you have here? Beyond the barred entrance stood several burly soldiers clad in armor. Yet, despite their military garb, their languid postures, some standing, others seated, with wine flasks and skewers in hand, betrayed their true nature as impostors. What legitimate soldier would dare to indulge in drunken revelry while on duty in broad daylight? Upon hearing the pirate's boisterous inquiry, the dozen or so officers behind Drake tensed, casting their gazes towards him. Clearing his throat, Drake adjusted his somewhat rigid expression, stepping forward with a smile. I come as an invited guest. A pirate here to attend the grand festivities of the royal city. A pirate? Another unfamiliar face. Which crew do you hail from? The gatekeeper soldiers appeared unimpressed, seemingly accustomed to the influx of pirates arriving from various locales. The Blade Pirates. I am Captain Drake of the Blade Pirates. Drake rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated. The Blade Pirates? The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, confusion evident in their expressions. The bearded pirate, who had been questioning him, furrowed his brow in disdain and waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Never heard of you. Just another scum trying to leech off the royal city. You ruffians should return home and prey on the innocent villagers. Clearly, you have no grasp of your own insignificance. Ruffians? Are you addressing me? Drake, taken aback, pointed at his own nose in disbelief. I am Captain Drake, a renowned pirate. How dare you label me a mere thug? Renowned? The bearded man scoffed. Then what is your bounty? Let us hear it. Bounty. Drake blinked, glancing back at Rasha, instinctively scratching his face. Huh. You lack even a bounty, and yet claim to be renowned? While I am still in good spirits, you best be on your way. The bearded pirate spat, showering Drake in his saliva. Suddenly, the bearded man's gaze fell upon the peacock standing behind Drake, and his mouth gaped open, his throat working with anticipation. What a breathtaking woman. His eyes sparkled with newfound interest. Hey, Drake, if you let this woman entertain me for a few days, I'll grant you passage to rake in your spoils. What do you say? He called out to Drake, his hand instinctively reaching for the peacock's arm. Despite his words, the bearded pirate viewed Drake and his crew as mere rural brigands, dismissing any notion that a pirate could hold them in esteem. What the pirates covet, they seize without hesitation. In the depths of his mind, the formidable Whitebeard contemplated that if Drake and his companions lacked the foresight, he would swiftly eliminate them right at the gates of the royal city. A band of worthless miscreants, devoid of even a bounty, bore no distinction from the innocent civilians they mercilessly slaughtered. Meanwhile, Drake stood in a daze, utterly bewildered. Suddenly, Rasha strode forward, closing the distance to the burly pirate with resolute steps. He extended his right hand, seizing the pirate's outstretched wrist and twisting it downward. With a sharp crack, the Whitebeard's wrist bent at an unnatural angle. An excruciating pain surged through him, and the pirate's mouth gaped open in shock. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Rorschach's lips. He released the broken arm with his right hand and reached upward, grasping the big man's face, silencing the anguished scream that was about to erupt from his throat. Roches flicked his wrist, propelling the burly pirate with the bushy beard forward. Clad in imposing armor, the hefty pirate transformed into a cannonball, crashing heavily against the formidable city gate. Boom. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 32. Are you still a pirate without arrogance? Boom. The heavy gate emitted a dull, resounding noise. Dust that had accumulated on the gate began to cascade down. The bearded pirate, resembling a tin can, weighed at least several hundred pounds and immediately created a slight gap in the gate. Drake and the dozen or so officers behind him gaped in astonishment, watching as Roches slowly withdrew his right hand, casting a cold glance at the remaining pirate soldiers. Damn it! How dare you take action? Are you seeking death? The other pirates, equally stunned by the sudden turn of events, took a moment to regain their composure before furiously drawing their weapons and charging towards Roches and Drake. Drake, still in a daze, turned to Roches and whispered urgently, "Hey, kid, what happened to our plan to disguise ourselves as pirates and enter the city smoothly? Why did you resort to violence? If this escalates, our mission—" "Captain Dex, what identity do we hold now?" With an impassive expression, Rasha coldly regarded the 7 or 8 ironclad pirates brandishing their spears as they charged towards him. "Pirates of the sea? Indeed, we are pirates." As he spoke, Rasha advanced towards the oncoming ironclad foes. Being a pirate, one must naturally embrace a bold and audacious style. His right hand formed a fist, and with a deft sidestep, he evaded a spear thrust from one of the pirates, delivering a powerful punch to the assailant's chest. Thud! The iron breastplate buckled under the impact, leaving a distinct imprint of his fist. The tremendous force unleashed sent the unfortunate pirate flying. Roche's lips curled into a smirk, bloodshot veins surfacing in his eyes. With the swiftness of lightning, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each striking the 3 pirates with resounding force. Bang! 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 The pirates gaped in shock, feeling their innards upheaved by the impact of each blow, as if their very stomachs had been instantly pulverized. The sheer power of the assault rendered them incapable of uttering a cry of pain. They were knocked unconscious, akin to cannonballs, colliding with their comrades behind them, one after another, crashing heavily against the city gate. Drake and his companions could only hear the thunderous echoes of the impacts. Subsequently, the once closed gates of the royal city were slowly forced ajar, the crossbar securing them splintering under the tremendous force. At last, the way was clear to enter. Rochet turned his head and called out to the group of people standing behind him. Drake's lips moved. Wasn't the plan to enter the city discreetly? Huh. What an amusing fellow. Perhaps he is right. Now that we assumed the identity of pirates, our demeanor should not be overly reserved. The peacock chuckled lightly, following closely behind Rochet as they entered through the city gate. Drake and the officers who trailed behind exchanged bewildered glances before hastily following suit. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my territory? As soon as they stepped into the city, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Behind the open city gates, a formidable group of dozens of fierce pirates had gathered unbeknownst to them. These pirates did not don the armor of kingdom soldiers to conceal their identities. Rather, they brazenly displayed their true nature as pirates. The one who bellowed was a corpulent giant, towering over 3 meters tall. His ample flesh quivered with each utterance, shaking as he spoke. In his right hand, he gnawed on a bone, grease dripping from his mouth. With his large, bell-like eyes, he scanned Rochet and his companions before extending his greasy hand to seize a pirate who writhed in agony on the ground. What on earth is going on? Upon seeing the face of this rotund figure, the captured pirate was so terrified that he momentarily forgot the excruciating pain coursing through his body. Trembling, he replied, "Lord Troll. They wished to enter the city, claiming to be members of the Razor Blade Pirates." The Razor Blade Pirates? The hefty troll scratched his cheek with a finger as thick as a carrot, perplexed. Is there such a pirate crew in the North Sea? I do not know. We have never heard of this name, hence we did not open the city gates for passage. Then, that white-haired man made a move. The pirate gestured towards Rochet. Resentment etched across his face. Oh, is that so? Troll turned to face Rochet, his corpulent visage nearly pressing against Rochet's own. Instantly, a pungent mix of sweat and alcohol assaulted Rochet's nostrils. Roxia curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a set of white teeth. A bunch of worthless fools. I merely asked them to open the city gates. It was their own folly to strike against us. Do they think the Blade Pirates are mere soft persimmons? The hefty man sniffled, wiping his nose before directing his gaze to the pirate he held in his grip. Is that so? Did you initiate the attack? The pirate's complexion instantly drained of color as he hastily defended himself. Lord Truel, it's not as he claims. It was that white-haired man who struck first. We merely had words about his captain. Yes, that black-eyed ruffian over there is their captain, named Dakes. Black-eyed ruffian? A vein throbbed on Drake's forehead. Truel turned to him. Is that true? Are you the Captain Dakes of the Blade Pirates? Drake, somewhat exasperated, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I am. Eliminate him. The hefty man commanded in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Truel. No sooner had Truel's words concluded than the pirates, who had been glaring hungrily at Drake and his companions from behind him, let out sinister laughs, and rushed forward, brandishing their swords and axes in a vicious onslaught. A bunch of scoundrels, do they truly think I am easy to bully? Drake, having endured enough indignity, felt a surge of pent-up rage as he observed the throng of pirates charging toward him. He swiftly drew his weapon, ready to confront them. The officers behind him, however, let out a sigh of relief. After all, it seemed a battle was inevitable. Had they known this from the start, they needn't have gone to such lengths to disguise themselves as pirates. A dozen men plunged into the ranks of the pirates. Meanwhile, Truel cast a downward glance at Roxia. You struck first, didn't you? Is that correct? Indeed, Lord Truel. It was he who initiated, Roxia affirmed. With a swift motion, Truel's large hand closed around the pirate's head, crushing it as if it were a helmet. Red and white fluids burst forth from beneath the armor, splattering the ground. Truel held the disfigured pirate before him. Did I ask you a question? Answer me, you insolent wretch. Roxia gazed at the rotund figure of the pirate corpse swaying incessantly. His brow furrowed slightly as he turned to the peacock beside him. Who was this hefty individual? He appeared rather peculiar. It was Truel, the third mate of the giant worm pirates, with a bounty of approximately 59 million. No sooner had the peacock spoken than a vast shadow loomed overhead. You bastard! Who are you calling fat? Truel, a colossal figure towering over 3 meters, his body adorned with layers of flesh, moved with astonishing speed. His spherical form barreled toward them, extending his enormous palm to deliver a strike aimed squarely at the peacock and Roxia. In his eyes, the enchanting peacock was less captivating than a mere bone. Without a hint of mercy, Truel launched an assault on the lovely maiden and the handsome youth before him. The peacock covered her mouth and nose with one hand, her brows knitting in concern, while the other hand reached for the black whip at her waist, poised to draw it. Yet, suddenly, a tall silver-haired youth appeared before her. With a swift motion, Roxia darted in front of the peacock, extending his right hand with fingers splayed, ready to meet the descending giant hand of Truel with an upward strike. Truel's eyes widened in disbelief, his jowls quivering in indignation. Dare to challenge my strength? Prepare to become a mere pancake, boy. A gust of wind surged as the massive palm collided with Roxia's slender fingers. However, to Truel's astonishment, his smile faltered. The colossal hand that descended upon Roxia felt as if it had struck an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron. The terrifying recoil reverberated through Truel's right hand, causing the skin and veins to rupture, leaving it a gruesome mess in an instant. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force surged back towards him, repelling his own hand and sending his entire body hurtling backward. A resounding thud echoed as Truel's rotund form was propelled several meters through the air, crashing into the building behind him with a deafening impact, shattering the walls and sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Lord Truel? The pirates besieging Drake gasped in shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads as they witnessed the spectacle. This boy truly seemed to possess remarkable strength. Meanwhile, Drake, who had been effortlessly dispatching the pirates before him, was also taken aback by the power Roxia had just unleashed. It appeared that Colonel Jennifer had not been exaggerating. This young man named Roxia possessed a raw strength capable of sending that hefty brute flying with a single blow. Immediately, some pirates rushed towards the gaping hole in the building, searching for their Lord Truel. Surely, the bounty of 59 million couldn't be so easily dismissed? Roxia cast her gaze upon the gaping hole in the wall before her. The peacock, with a flourish of her wrist, wielded the long black whip in her grasp, creating a flurry of afterimages as it lashed out at the encroaching pirates. Be cautious, that rotund fellow is an animal-type devil fruit user. Who are you calling rotund? Such a discourteous individual. No sooner had she uttered these words than the building before them erupted in a thunderous explosion. The hefty figure of Truel, flung away by Roxia, barreled forth, his massive fists clenched tightly, hurtling towards the peacock. His colossal fists resembled mighty hammers, causing the very air to resonate with a low, ominous hum. As Roxia crouched low, his calf muscles taut, he prepared to strike the rotund figure beside him with a powerful punch. Crack! 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 The black whip sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, crisp sound. The dozen or so pirates struck by the peacock whip instantly displayed expressions of rapture. And under Roxia's enigmatic gaze, they turned and charged towards the oncoming Truel. Ah, please, whip us to your heart's content. We are your slaves. With faces adorned with obsession and ecstasy, the pirates dreamily brandished their swords and blades, aiming them at the advancing Truel. You treacherous scoundrels, have you betrayed me? Die. Truel roared in fury, his massive arms sweeping through the air as if swatting flies, crashing into the pirates rushing towards him. Boom. The tremendous force effortlessly sent the attacking pirates flying. In midair, their bones shattered, their organs dislocated. Is this the power of the whip fruit? Can it truly manipulate even foes? Roxa could not help but murmur. The peacock cast a flirtatious glance at him, her enchanting eyes surveying his exposed bronze-hued muscles. Roxa, dear sir, would you care to experience the sting of my whip? Roxia's mouth hung slightly ajar as he absorbed the beguiling words, and his mind involuntarily conjured images unsuitable for children. For a youth so naive to the ways of the world, such stimuli proved overwhelming. His face flushed faintly, discomfort coursing through him. He hastily distanced himself from the peacock, his feet propelling him forward in a quick sprint, before he leapt high, his right leg sweeping across, delivering a heavy kick to Troll's cheek. Thud! A robust arm intercepted Troll's side, blocking the blow, albeit not entirely. Once again, disbelief flickered in Troll's beady eyes as his left arm, meant to defend, was forcefully rebounded, striking his own left cheek. The sound resonated like a drum, causing the flesh of his face to quiver like waves lapping at the shore. The brow above his left eye split open, crimson blood gushing forth, and his left eye became engorged and bloodshot, rendering his already grotesque visage even more monstrous. How can you possess such strength? You are but a frail monkey. Troll, in a frenzy, clenched his right fist and swung it at the still airborne Roxia. Die, brat. In the next instant, his massive fist met only emptiness, a flicker of confusion dawning in his eyes. Bam! The air before him erupted with a thunderous crack as Roxia's right foot stomped down, distorting the atmosphere, creating what seemed like a tangible platform upon which he could pivot. It was the moonwalk. Drake's pupils narrowed. That fellow has mastered the moonwalk. Surely a jest. When could a mere branch lieutenant acquire such an advanced martial technique? The officers of the main branch could scarcely believe their eyes. The moonwalk, one of the 6 techniques of the Navy, is widely regarded as the most practical of combat maneuvers. A Navy soldier skilled in this technique can tread upon the air, enabling them to remain suspended while engaging in battle. It is immensely advantageous for evading ground-based foes and executing strategic retreats. This technique is akin to an advanced version of shave. Mastery of shave necessitates executing over 36 rapid steps upon the ground within a single second, resulting in a velocity akin to instantaneous movement. Conversely, the moonwalk involves swiftly stepping upon the air, allowing one to traverse the skies. Typically, only officers of at least school rank can command the 6 techniques of the Navy. Yet, this youth is merely a lieutenant, a branch lieutenant at that. In the main branch, this rank is even inferior to that of a chief petty officer. If he can wield the moonwalk, what capabilities do the rest of the Navy possess? Drake murmured to himself. Suddenly, Truel lost sight of Rasha, and before his sluggish mind could comprehend the situation, he felt an excruciating pain piercing through his back. Unbeknownst to him, Rasha had already materialized behind him, striking with the speed of lightning. His index finger aimed at Truel's vulnerable spot. The finger jab. Gratitude to my indomitable brothers, including LYF and Woody, for their unwavering support and votes. Appreciation for the heartfelt donation of 500 coins. Chapter 34. Rasha, you are still too young. With a swift motion, the index finger effortlessly penetrated Truel's back, akin to a sharp spike, easily tearing through the ample flesh that adorned his back. The searing pain ignited a fiery rage within Truel, his eyes turning crimson as he spun around, swinging his massive hand wildly towards Rasha. Yet, by the time his hand came crashing down, Rasha had already vanished. The figure of Rasha materialized once more, looming behind Truel's broad back, as his index finger once again pointed. The finger gun. A sharp sound pierced the air, and blood erupted forth as flesh was penetrated, prompting another cry of agony from Truel. The hefty man spun around in a frenzy, striking out in vain, unable to seize Rasha's elusive form, his frustration erupting into furious roars. Ratchet moved like the wind, akin to a maggot burrowing beneath the surface, persistently appearing behind Truel and incessantly probing at his vulnerable spots. What a nuisance. The corpulent man's hide was too thick for his stabs to penetrate. After several attempts with his fingers, Ratchet resolved to target a different area. Murmuring softly, he flickered and materialized before Truel, his right index finger poised at the latter's throat, and struck forth. Who are you referring to? That fat fool. Truel's eyes blazed with fury as he let out a thunderous roar. His rotund body swelled as if inflated. Countless strands of black hair erupted from his pores, enveloping him in an instant. His limbs grew disproportionately robust, the flabby flesh transforming into rock-hard muscle. His fingers elongated into razor-sharp claws, while massive fangs sprouted from his gaping maw, his head morphing into that of a colossal bear. In the blink of an eye, Truel's stature surged from 3 meters to over 6, his body adorned with long black fur and bulging muscles, a testament to the immense power he now possessed. Beware, the ferocious bear Truel, a wielder of the Zoan-type brown bear fruit. Zoan-type users are renowned for their extraordinary strength, and his brown bear fruit elevates him to the pinnacle among ordinary Zoan abilities. Not only is his hide rugged and resilient, but the strength gained from his beastly transformation is also astonishing. Peacock, amidst a throng of sycophantic pirates, turned to Ratchet and cautioned, "Is he a capable user?" Ratchet swiftly stomped his feet, his body propelled backward for more than 10 meters. As he steadied himself, an enormous shadow loomed overhead, enveloping him entirely. "Roar! How dare you insult me, the fat man? Prepare to meet your demise." The colossal black-furred bear, towering 2 stories high, bellowed to the heavens, swinging its massive arms, akin to beams of a house, and struck down mercilessly towards Ratchet on the ground. Ratchet continued to employ the 6th form of the shave, his figure flickering as if out of a frame, deftly evading the colossal bear's strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The immense paw of the bear slammed into the ground, instantly creating deep craters. The resilient streets of the royal city were battered, the cobblestones shattered, and debris flew in all directions. It was truly terrifying, resembling a humanoid steamroller. As Rasha retreated, he sought the vulnerabilities of the colossal bear. The heart? No, the muscle there was at least 2 feet thick. Unless he could launch his entire arm with a thrusting technique, reaching its heart was utterly implausible. The neck? That too seemed unfeasible. The layers of muscle were excessively dense, and without a sword-like strike, penetrating its formidable flesh would prove exceedingly difficult. The eyes? That was indeed an option, yet the bear was in a frenzy. A careless misstep could result in a devastating blow. Could my physical prowess withstand such an impact? Roxa stroked his chin, pondering the matter at hand. After a year of rigorous training, he found himself uncertain about the extent of his physical prowess. He recalled that Doss had once mentioned he might possess a physical affinity akin to that of Charlotte Lin, the formidable wielder of the iron balloon. The fact that Big Mom could topple the giant Elbaf with a single punch at the tender age of 5 spoke volumes about her extraordinary strength. Was it not true that, in her youth, she had once felled a massive bear while intervening in a dispute among animals? With this thought, Roxa narrowed his eyes. He glanced at his right hand, then at the colossal bear that was relentlessly pursuing him, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding streets and buildings. I should test my strength in advance to have a clearer understanding, he mused. Otherwise, engaging in battle without knowledge of my own limits could be perilous, especially with even more formidable foes looming ahead. Thus, he resolved to give it a try. In the distance, Drake, who had already dispatched the surrounding pirates, observed Rox's predicament as he evaded the relentless onslaught of Troll, a sigh escaping his lips. After all, he was still a youth from the branch. And although he had grasped the basics of the 6 forms, his offensive capabilities remained somewhat lacking against the resilient Zoan-type users. Only powerful slashes or superior physical force could yield effective results. The skirmish had dragged on for some time, if it were not concluded soon. Reinforcements from the pirates would arrive, complicating their escape. Drake recalled that the giant bug pirates had a newcomer with a bounty exceeding 100 million. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he hastened toward Roxa's position, calling out, "Roxa, you are still too young. Step aside, let me handle this." Bang, bang, bang. Troll's massive arms swung as a lithe silver-haired figure leaped into the air, his feet striking the ground in rapid succession, creating a thunderous sound in the atmosphere. With fists clenched, his previously lean physique expanded dramatically, muscles rippling as he transformed into a formidable force, his body resembling steel forged in iron. The hair tie at the back of his head snapped, unleashing a cascade of silver locks that danced wildly in the wind. Life returns. With a thud, Drake's forehead struck the ground, creating a sizable crater as he lay there, aghast, gazing up at the silver-haired youth suspended in midair. Life returns. As Roxa harnessed this ability for the first time upon his physical form, the vast reservoir of life energy within him surged forth, unleashing an overwhelming aura. The bones in his tightly clenched right fist crackled and popped as waves of robust power coursed through his entire being. With such magnitude of strength, Rochester gazed at the colossal bare paw that thundered down upon him, a wild smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With a leap that seemed to defy gravity, he propelled himself upwards, his right fist launched towards the descending paw. A resounding boom erupted, akin to an explosion, as a terrifying force was unleashed. Resembling the ignition of high-grade explosives, the massive bear's thick claw, under the astonished gazes of onlookers, shattered into fragments. Bursting apart and raining down a cascade of flesh and bone, Roches lifted his right foot, deftly evading a massive arm of the frenzied bear, while his right fist descended with ferocity upon the roaring head of the beast. Thud! The bear's formidable skull was effortlessly penetrated, shattered, and exploded into fragments. Within the open city gates, the streets of the royal city lay in utter disarray. Buildings lay in ruins, and the ground was riddled with craters, as if it had endured a bombardment. A headless giant bear, towering over 6 meters and cloaked in dark fur, stood motionless like a statue. From the shattered remnants of its head, thick, crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain. After a moment, the headless giant bear collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending up a cloud of dust. Subsequently, its dark fur rapidly dissipated, revealing the corpulent figure of Troll, who too had lost his head. Gulp! It was unclear who was the first to swallow nervously. Countless astonished gazes converged upon the imposing figure that descended from the air and landed steadily before Drake. Roches gazed at Drake, who was lying on the ground, gazing up at him, momentarily taken aback. "Major Drake, are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries?" A flush crept across Drake's weathered face as he became acutely aware of his current posture, resembling a seal sprawled on the ground, seemingly attempting to charm Roches. Consequently, he hastily scrambled to his feet, coughed discreetly into his hand, and then fixed Roches with a look akin to that of a monster. "Are you, young man, a creature of the extraordinary? Not only have you mastered the Navy's 6 styles, but you have also acquired the enigmatic technique of life restoration beyond those 6? Who has been your mentor? Are there such skilled individuals within the 177th Division? Is it perhaps Major Adira?" Drake bombarded Roches with a barrage of questions, leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Just as Roches pondered how to elucidate his abilities to Drake, both men suddenly furrowed their brows and turned their gazes toward the far end of the street. "Have we been discovered?" A chilling voice echoed through the dilapidated thoroughfare. "Who goes there?" Drake cautiously tightened his grip on his weapon, poised for action. Within their line of sight, a figure emerged on the street, approximately 6 feet tall. Slender and elongated, wielding a long blade. The individual wore a black and white spotted cap, adorned in an unremarkable black skull-patterned short-sleeve shirt. The officers of the Blade unit had gathered behind Drake, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. At that moment, Peacock approached, flanked by a throng of the giant bug pirates, who were grinning foolishly and obliviously surrounding her, unaware of their adversarial position. The officers, however, appeared unperturbed by this peculiar situation. Roxia curled his lips in disdain. This was the most unreasonable aspect of the devil fruits. These pirates, likely having been soundly whipped by the Peacock's whip fruit, had all been successfully trained. However, compared to these pirates who had switched allegiances, Roxia found himself far more intrigued by the figure approaching him step by step, for he had discerned the identity of this individual solely from his appearance. "Trafalgar D. Waterlaw?" Roxia instinctively murmured under his breath. The newcomer paused, furrowing his brows beneath the spotted cap, casting a curious glance in Roxia's direction. "You actually know me?" With a scrutinizing gaze, Luo meticulously surveyed Rasha, Drake, and the lieutenant standing behind them. "You are not pirates." Upon these words, Rasha maintained an expressionless demeanor, while Drake's countenance subtly shifted. His eyes directed at Luo now tinged with a palpable intent to kill. As Luo closed the distance to within 5 meters, Drake's hands discreetly grasped the axe and sword at his waist. Luo Dandin cast a fleeting glance at his taut figure, seemingly unfazed by Drake's movements and murderous intent. She merely continued to gaze at the opposite Luoxia. "Speak, what do you know about me? Are you particularly concerned about this?" A smile graced the corners of Rojas's mouth as he took 2 steps forward, extending his hand towards the opposite Rua amidst Drake's astonished gaze. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rojas. Isn't it a remarkable coincidence that both our names contain the character Rua?" The glimmer in Luo's gaze flickered, and a wave of perplexity surged within him. Although he had established the Heart Pirates with Beppo, Penguin, and Shachi several years ago, his tumultuous childhood experiences and his chosen profession had compelled him to remain in a certain nation in the North Sea for the past few years. dedicating himself to the study of medicine and the art of healing. To this day, he had not attracted the attention of the Navy with a bounty on his head. In this world, the only individuals who could recognize him so swiftly were, to his mind, members of that particular family. Seemingly perceiving Luo's thoughts, Luo Xia gently shook his head. Rest assured, I am not affiliated with the individuals you are concerned about. My knowledge of you stems from entirely different circumstances. In any case, it does not appear to be the appropriate moment for such discussions. I believe we might consider relocating to a more suitable venue for our conversation. Ruo furrowed his brow and gazed at Ruo Xia for a prolonged moment before adjusting the brim of his hat and turning towards the opposite side of the street. Softly uttering, "Follow me." "Hey, kid, what kind of riddle are you two playing at? Do you know this person? He is a pirate, isn't he? Are you certain we should follow him?" Drake grasped Ruo Xia's arm, gesturing towards the headless, corpulent figure on the ground. "Let us not forget our purpose here. This fellow is the third mate of the giant worm pirate crew. The demise of someone of such rank will undoubtedly incite the wrath of Mig Jones. It is only a matter of time before that deranged individual descends upon us. Should we not hasten to the prince's palace? There is no rush. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles." Roxa gently patted Drake on the shoulder. "As newcomers in this royal city, we are utterly unfamiliar with the information here. We must proceed with caution and seek someone to inquire about the circumstances. Yes, that individual seems quite suitable. Rest assured, he is not our adversary, at least not at this moment. Moreover, I am quite intrigued by his presence in Prince's royal city. Caution." Drake cast a glance at the disarray around them, littered with blood and craters, not to mention the gruesome demise of the corpulent figure. "Do you harbor some misapprehension regarding caution?" Watching Roxa hasten after the vanishing figure around the corner, Drake sighed and turned to the approaching peacock. Expressing his frustration, "I can't shake the feeling that this fellow is unreliable. Why should we heed his words, especially regarding this charade of masquerading as pirates? I find it rather amusing. Perhaps we might uncover some valuable intelligence. Furthermore, what shall we do with these pirates? Bringing them along seems rather conspicuous." Peacock gestured toward the group of 40 to 50 pirates trailing behind her. Drake surveyed the motley crew, slowly drawing his weapon from his waist. "Let us eliminate them all. We reviewed the dossier on the giant worm pirate crew before our arrival, did we not? None aboard their vessel can be deemed innocent, given their past transgressions. Each one is deserving of the death penalty." A glance at the headless body on the ground confirmed his thoughts, having already dispatched their leader. It would be prudent to eliminate the rest rather than risk them causing trouble. After all, your abilities can only be sustained for 2 hours at present. "Very well, then. Let us proceed with the execution." Peacock nodded, her gaze fixed on the pirates behind her. The pirates, overhearing the unguarded dialogue between the two, displayed fear in their eyes. Yet, curiously, none expressed a desire to flee or resist, still wearing foolish grins as they gazed at the beautiful woman before them. The officers promptly unsheathed their weapons and charged forward. Meanwhile, from the distant end of the street, the sound of rapid footsteps began to approach. Chapter 36. The Enraged Mig Jones. A request for support. The relentless and chaotic footsteps grew nearer, as Drake and the others swiftly dispatched 4 or 5 dozen pirates. Racing to catch up with the elusive Roxa, a throng of armed pirates surged toward the city gates. Upon witnessing the carnage strewn across the ground, including the headless body, their expressions shifted dramatically. "Curse be it! Lord Truel has been slain. This must be a ruse. Who in the North Sea could accomplish such a feat in such a brief span? We received news of fighting and arrived here in mere minutes. Is now the time for such thoughts? Quickly, contact Captain Mig. A formidable foe is upon us." One pirate, pallid with dread, retrieved a den mushy and began dialing. In the heart of the royal city, within the grand hall of the prince's palace, a massive round table is positioned at the center of the spacious and well-lit chamber. The floor is adorned with a carpet as vibrant as fiery maple leaves, while the surrounding walls are illuminated by the warm glow of red candles. Graceful maidens clad in delicate veils dance rhythmically, their movements enchanting the atmosphere. The guests at the round table revel in merriment, their laughter echoing throughout the hall. Prince Ilya occupies the esteemed seat at the head of the table, lifting his goblet in a toast. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us witness the rise of a kingdom that belongs solely to pirates, here in the North Sea. Cheers! Cheers!" His voice booms with exuberance. "How splendid this is! I have long dreamed of living in such a realm, where one can plunder freely, engage in battle, and relish the joys of life. Most importantly, We shall not be pursued by those repugnant flies of the Navy. A burly pirate captain raises his cup, downing it in one swift motion, erupting into hearty laughter. Indeed, the royal city is now under our control, and the entire kingdom of Prince is in your hands, your highness. All that remains is for you to ascend the throne and gain formal recognition from the world government. The kingdom of Prince shall truly become a haven for pirates. The only grievance lies in the fact that a kingdom established by pirates must pay a hefty sum of heavenly gold to gain the world government's acknowledgement. What a greedy bunch they are. However, when compared to the safety of our plundering, free from naval harassment, paying a bit more is hardly a concern. We can always seize a few more towns and villages each year. Around the table, a dozen pirate captains from various parts of the North Sea engage in unabashed discussions. Throughout it all, Ilya maintains a smile upon his face. To his right sits a towering man of 4 meters, devouring meat while fixating his bloodshot single eye on the dancing maidens. Your Highness, do send those women to me later. I have a few newly captured fishermen slaves that would surely provide some novel entertainment. Mig Jones mumbles through a mouthful of steak. Ilya nods with a smile. At that moment, a slightly inebriated pirate captain overhears Mig's words and expresses his displeasure with a disdainful snort. Captain Mig, there are at least 10 dancers here. And you wish to claim them all for yourself? Your appetite seems rather excessive. Mig's grin falters, his chewing halting as he turns to face the speaker. What did you say? The pirate captain opposite him, adorned with alluring peach blossom eyes, burps audibly and slams his palm on the table. What do you mean by that? Your giant worm pirate crew only joined later, and your participation in the plunders pales in comparison to ours. Yet you take more than your fair share belly, weapons. Women, by what right do you get to choose first? Idkar will not accept this. Mig Jones curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a mouthful of large, yellowed teeth, and continued to tear into the steak between his jaws, grease dribbling down his chin. Who dares to defy me? Speak now, if you will. As he munched on his meal, he mumbled indistinctly, me too, perhaps emboldened by drink. His usual trepidation towards Mig, the only pirate in attendance with a bounty exceeding $1 billion, had notably diminished. Another pirate captain erupted with indignation. Jones, we extend you the courtesy of addressing you as Captain Mig. Without such courtesy, you are nothing. Do you truly believe your bounty renders you remarkable? That merely reflects your return from the Grand Line after massacring a number of villages. The increase in your bounty from slaughtering innocents does not equate to superiority over us all. You are merely a cowardly failure, returned from paradise. Yet here you stand, posturing. What are you really? I heard you received an additional 200 million berries from His Highness Elia last year. Surrender that sum, and we shall overlook your previous transgressions. Indeed, another captain from the Long-Neck tribe stood, pointing an accusing finger at Mig. By what right do you presume to enjoy the spoils? Do you truly think that pillaging neighboring villages comes without peril? Steel Blade Ralph and Butcher Jericho both perished on such ventures. Hand over those 200 million berries. And these dancers are of no concern to you. Mig, remember, the North Sea is no longer under your dominion. We are the true rulers here. The sound of Mig chewing his steak echoed in the air. Beside him, a middle-aged man propped his feet on the edge of the table, arms crossed, coldly observing the 3 boisterous pirate captains. 2 dual-edged swords, each over 1 meter long, lay upon the table. Is there anyone else? The middle-aged man spoke in a subdued tone. The 3 raucous captains, upon meeting his gaze, felt a chill envelop their bodies, as if drawn into a frigid cellar. Zeiss, what are you planning? We are conversing with Mig, and you are not even a captain. You have no standing here. Jones suddenly raised his right hand. Bubbling and gurgling sounds emanated from his breast pocket. A transponder snail's voice chimed from within, prompting Jones to wipe his mouth with a napkin from the table. Retrieve the transponder snail and check it before answering. Moshi, what is it? The moment the call connected, an agitated voice burst forth from the device. Captain Mig, a grave incident has occurred. Lord Trull has been murdered, and all his subordinates have perished as well, right at the city gates. Upon hearing the words from the transponder snail, Jones's singular eye widened, and the scar on his face twitched ominously. What did you say? The middle-aged man seated beside him furrowed his brow, placing his feet down and grasping the broad-bladed long sword resting on the table. At that moment, the inebriated and flamboyant Descartes suddenly erupted into laughter. I always said that a loser must embrace the reality of their failure. Did you truly believe that the North Sea belonged solely to your giant worm pirate crew? Now, the enemies have come knocking at your door, haven't they? As his words faded, Sis, clutching 2 broad swords, flickered, and vanished from beside Jones. In the next instant, a soft sound echoed, thump. A bloodied sword tip emerged from Descartes' chest. Ugh! Descartes' body stiffened, disbelief clouding his eyes. Behind him, Sis had appeared unnoticed, his icy gaze fixed on the two boisterous pirates. Sis. You. The mere sight of him caused the two pirate captains to pale in terror, prompting them to turn and flee. However, Sis withdrew the long sword that had pierced Descartes' heart. His figure flickering across the red carpet of the hall, and with a swift motion, the two swords carved through the air, severing two terrified heads with a chilling sound. My subordinates lie dead. If you worthless fools wish to avoid a similar fate, go and hunt down those murderers for me. Jones roared at the other 10 or so pirate captains, who sat in stunned silence around the round table. Chapter 37, Collaboration for Collecting. You wouldn't have set a trap here, would you, Luo? Inside a humble inn, Luoxia and his companions followed Luo inside. Rorschach cast a sweeping glance around the establishment. Noting that although it was a hotel, the only occupants aside from himself were two disheveled men clad in white and an adorably charming polar bear. Roxas scrutinized the adorably clumsy white fur bear before him. Could that be Beepo? The other two individuals donned hats that obscured half of their faces, seemingly named Pekin and Shachi. Upon seeing Roxas enter, Beepo and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, you have finally returned. The outside is perilous, teeming with pirates. Beepo exclaimed, his small eyes filled with trepidation. Do not worry, they are not seeking trouble with us. Roranoa approached the trio of Beepo, casting a fleeting glance at Rashia. If you're frightened, you may take your leave, Navy, he remarked. Have we been discovered? This is quite troublesome. Drake entered with a grim expression and plopped down directly across from Roranoa. Law, undaunted, let out a soft hum and leaned back against Beepo, crossing his legs. Surely, anyone with a modicum of sense could make a reasonable conjecture, right? Who would dare to engage in a fierce confrontation with the sea bug pirates at such a moment? And with such a relentless attitude at that. He cast a glance at Drake, then at Rasha. Drake let out a muffled grunt, rolling his eyes. Do you think I desire this? You must be after that so-called second prince of the principality, seeking to rescue the rightful heir to the throne, correct? Can you even deduce that? Truly a formidable intellect. Have you considered joining the Navy? I believe you would excel as a military physician. Speaking of which, I happen to know an exceptional surgeon. I'm sure he would be delighted to make your acquaintance. Rochester instinctively pulled out a chair for the peacock that had just entered, then made his way to sit opposite Roe, settling beside Drake. Not all of the officers from the Blade unit entered. Rather, a portion remained concealed on the street outside, standing guard. Luo appeared to contemplate for a moment. However, he ultimately shook his head, expressing that he currently had no intention of joining the Navy, as doing so would hinder the completion of certain endeavors. For now, let us return to our previous conversation. What would you like to discuss with me? Rorschach carefully scrutinized the individual before him, discovering that the other truly embodied the temperament depicted in the comic. There was an air of aloofness, yet it did not evoke a sense of indifference. The reason why Law did not consider joining the Navy is likely due to the fact that Don Quixote Doflamingo is still a warlord of the sea. He has long sought vengeance against Doflamingo. However, as a warlord, the Navy is not only unable to take action against him, but at times, they are even required to assist him. After all, on the surface, the warlords and the Navy are allies within the same camp. Casting aside his complex thoughts, Law turned to Robin and asked, "Why are you here in the kingdom of Dressrosa? And how did you so accurately deduce our intentions? Are you also coveting this place? Or is it that the night demon Doflamingo is here as well?" Thud. Drake's chair toppled backward, and the back of his head struck the ground with a dull thud. What? Drake sprang to his feet in a flash, bewildered. Why was another warlord of the sea being mentioned? It seems you truly possess a wealth of knowledge. Luo sat upright, resting his elbows on his knees, his 10 fingers interlaced, with his thumb supporting his chin, obscuring half of his face as he gazed at Luoxia. Rochet smiled. So, am I correct? Drake hastily turned his gaze towards Rochet. At that moment, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Previously, during the discussions at Branch 177, Jennifer had mentioned that the buggy pirates were suspected to be affiliated with one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. That alone was already quite a headache. Now, he found himself entangled with yet another warlord, and one known for being exceptionally formidable among them. As a mere junior major in the headquarters, he certainly lacked the standing to contend with such formidable figures. Luo fell silent for a moment before responding in a low, resonant voice, granting a tacit affirmation. This revelation shattered the last vestiges of hope within Drake, leaving him to slump despondently into his chair. Indeed, you have surmised correctly, it pertains to the Navy. The events unfolding in this nation are undeniably linked to that individual. As for the specifics, I have yet to ascertain them fully. However, I can unequivocally assure you that he is not present here at this moment. Sigh. As soon as these words were uttered, Drake let out a sigh of relief, reaching for the water pitcher on the table to pour himself a glass. However, his highest-ranking officer, Torpole, along with several family members, were present at the prince's palace. Cough. 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 Water erupted from Drake's nostrils, splattering onto the figure of Luo across from him. The corners of Luo's mouth twitched, his right hand spread wide. A circle of rippling waves suddenly unfurled, enveloping Drake and his hemispherical shield. The conductor's baton. With a mere flick of his finger, Luo made Drake vanish from his spot, only for him to reappear at the entrance of the inn, still seated in that very chair. Water, expelled from his mouth and nose, inadvertently sprayed onto a lieutenant standing at the door, leaving both him and the officer in a state of bewilderment. Before Luo, a new stool materialized. Such an extraordinary ability, capable of instantaneously shifting one's position. The peacock gazed at Luo with astonishment. Drake, scratching his head, returned with a puzzled expression. How did I end up at the entrance? What transpired? Rorschach looked up and covered his face. Are you a fool, Major Drake? What did you say? Major Drake's expression darkened instantly. I said you were quite handsome, Major Drake. Where? Ha. Major Drake's face flushed with embarrassment as he repeatedly waved his hands. Roches shook his head slightly. What is the meaning of this? I am discussing serious matters, so do not distract me, you imbecilic dinosaur. He cleared his throat and redirected his gaze towards the silent row. Thus, your objective is indeed Torpole and his associates? Roches was aware that Luo had been incessantly seeking an opportunity to strike at the Don Quixote family. It could be said that his desire for vengeance against Doflamingo now surpassed even his quest for the fabled great treasure. Luo remained non-committal, offering no response. Rorschach extended his right hand once more. Thus, I believe we should have the opportunity to collaborate, Rorschach. Luo Weiwei lifted her gaze to observe. Roches continued, Indeed. We are the Navy. I shall not conceal from you that our purpose in entering the royal city is to locate Prince Gruss, to capture Ilya, and to thwart his ambitions of establishing a pirate nation. Given that the Tory Bull family of the Don Quixote clan serves as Ilya's true support, we can unite our efforts against them this time. A mutually beneficial arrangement, if you will. What are your thoughts? Luo gazed at Rasha for a prolonged moment before softly uttering, Do you dare to trust a pirate? I am indeed a pirate. Mr. Rosinante is a gentleman. I believe that the life he saved, yours, will also be that of a gentle soul. Furthermore, until now, you have not committed acts of slaughter against innocent civilians. Have you? Rorschach whispered softly, extending his right hand forward once more, gazing at Luo with a smile. With a tremor coursing through his body, Luo's lips quivered slightly. He cast a profound gaze at Luo Xia, gradually extending his right hand to clasp Luo Xia's in a firm handshake. Then I shall collaborate with the Navy this once. My heartfelt gratitude extends to Muse 34309, as well as to my esteemed brothers such as Time's Flow, Freedom's Breeze, the connoisseur of light prose, the heir of Chancellor Chow, and those who aspire to write. I am deeply appreciative of all who have cast their votes and taken the time to read. Chapter 38. A comparative analysis of combat strengths, a humble request for your support and continued reading. Ahem, could you come here for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. Drake grasped Luo Xia by the neck, pulling him outside the hotel. Luo cast a glance at the two individuals, remaining silent as he extended his right hand once more, conjuring a hemispherical barrier. This time, the shield enveloped the entire hotel. In an instant, a rudimentary map, sketched by hand, materialized upon the table before him. Come over here, let us deliberate on our course of action, shall we, madam? The peacock, rising slowly, called out to Luo Xiao. With a smile, the peacock replied, Indeed, that is precisely my intention, young man. Outside the inn, Drake tightened his grip on Luo Xia's arm and lowered his voice. Hey, I ask you, are you serious? This fellow is a pirate, and he was one of the first to enter. Perhaps he was also invited by that Elijah to assist in establishing the pirate nation as one of its captains. To trust his words so easily is perilous. Should he betray us and sell us out to Mig Jones or that Tory Pole, we would be utterly doomed. Moreover, why do you place such trust in him? Who exactly is he? Drake's grip was firm, reflecting his prowess as a Zoan-type devil fruit user, specializing in physical strength. Roxa, feeling suffocated, rolled his eyes in exasperation and summoned strength to free himself from the grip, swiftly wrapping his arm around Drake's shoulder. The two leaned in closely, engaged in a hushed conversation. It was unclear what Roxa had uttered, but Drake's eyes bulged, and his mouth fell agape, resembling a frenzied hippopotamus. "What did you say?" he exclaimed. He is the grandson of the warlord from the Warring States period. Rochester hastily covered his mouth. "Shoo, lower your voice. If this matter were to leak, just contemplate the consequences." Drake immediately fell silent, his head shaking like a rattle. "I know nothing. What did you just say? What are we doing here? Let us proceed inside." As he spoke, he straightened his collar, a flamboyant smile gracing his face as he led the way back to the inn. Have you even prepared a rudimentary map of the royal city? You are truly remarkable, so well prepared. This endeavor will undoubtedly proceed smoothly and meet with great success." Luo's lips quivered, and a prominent vein throbbed on his forehead. He closed his mouth. Very well. A few individuals gathered around the table, their gazes fixed upon the hand-drawn map before them. This map meticulously depicted the principal streets and edifices within the royal city. Certain significant locations were adorned with whimsical caricatures of small figures. Beside the pagoda-like structure that housed the palace, there was a depiction of a lecherous old man with a runny nose, a large-headed child with protruding teeth, a figure sporting a flamboyant hairstyle and a mask, and a rather endearing girl. Surely, this cannot be the work of Luo, can it? This fellow indeed, being a medical student, excels even in the art of drawing. Feeling somewhat uneasy under the gaze of Rasha, Luo cleared his throat and gestured towards the royal palace. This is where the palace is situated, less than a kilometer from here. Through my investigations, I have ascertained that the individuals from the Don Quixote family who have arrived include the highest-ranking officer, Toripole, the senior officer, Gladius, and members Buffalo and Baby 5. Among the most formidable individuals in this royal city, they are undoubtedly the four of them, alongside the captain of the giant bug pirates, Migjans, the first mate, Sis, and the second mate, Hutton. As for the third mate, he has already fallen to your hands. Luo cast a glance at Rorschach. The image of Rasha unleashing his strength and delivering 2 lethal blows to Truel left a profound impression on him. Could you elaborate on their abilities and the standards of their strength? Drake adopted a serious demeanor. This operation pertains to the tranquility of the entire North Sea. It is a matter of utmost importance, and he must proceed with caution. I am not well acquainted with the members of the giant worm pirate crew. Luo gestured towards Toripole and his companions, stating, Toripole, a paramecia-type user of the sticky fruit, possesses the remarkable ability to secrete an exceptionally adhesive slime from his body. This viscous substance is incredibly tenacious. Once ensnared, escape becomes a formidable challenge. Furthermore, this slime can be ignited, resulting in a violent explosion. Gladius, a paramecia-type user of the bomb fruit, has the capacity to cause a part of his body to explode or detonate any inanimate object he touches. Buffalo, a paramecia-type user of the spin fruit, can induce his body to rotate at high speed, achieving the ability to soar through the air. Baby 5. After a moment of silence, Luo spoke. The superhuman weapon fruit user possesses the ability to transform their body into any weapon for combat, ranging from long-range artillery missiles to close combat blades. Drake felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. All members possess abilities, which sounds formidable and troublesome. This is only to be expected, considering they are subordinates of the 7 warlords of the sea. How could they possibly be weak? Peacock, seemingly from nowhere, produced a pack of cigarettes, extracted one, and placed it between her glistening red lips. She then retrieved a lighter from her fair thigh, igniting it with a flick. Slightly raising her alabaster chin, she exhaled a plume of mint-scented smoke, her enchanting visage partially obscured by the mist. Drake, Luo, and Rasha subtly turned their heads, unconsciously touching their noses. Peacock appeared oblivious, letting out a soft laugh. Allow me to share some intelligence regarding the giant insect pirate crew. First, the captain, Mig Jones, is a user of the animal-type bug fruit, with the ability to transform into a colossal sandworm. His bounty stands at 130 million berries. The intelligence we have indicates that he can metamorphose into a gigantic sandworm, burrowing underground to launch attacks and devour enemies with his massive jaws. He can also amalgamate into a multitude of smaller insects, dispersing them to assault multiple targets. Next is Sis, the first mate of the giant insect pirate crew, a dual-wielding swordsman known as the North Sea Slaughter Demon. His swordsmanship has reached the level of cutting through iron, with a bounty of 95 million. Finally, There's the second mate, Hutton, a cyborg equipped with numerous high-powered weapons, boasting a bounty of 65 million. Drake sighed heavily. Once again, we are faced with several troublesome adversaries. This is truly going to be difficult. He surveyed the others present and questioned, with just the four of us, can we truly handle these formidable foes? Eye Patch Man, who do you look down upon? The three of us are quite strong as well. Upon hearing Drake's words, the previously huddled trio of Beepo immediately straightened their backs, casting hopeful glances toward their captain. This time, you three cannot join the mission. Luo glanced at them. Captain, please don't leave us behind. Beepo's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. With a twitch of her cheeks, she steeled herself, declaring, this is my personal affair. You need only await my return at the hotel. Roche's rapped on the table, drawing the attention of the three. Apart from the four of us, is there any other assistance to be found within the city of Princess Castle? He glanced at Drake, although Drake's words were somewhat disheartening. They were indeed a candid reflection of our predicament. With the strength of the four of us, confronting these 7 individuals, along with the entire city as pirates, presents a challenge as formidable as facing one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If we cannot secure additional allies, we may have no choice but to resort to desperate measures and launch a surprise attack on the palace. That Prince Gruss appears to possess some abilities and is an unknown power wielder. If we could locate him in advance, we would gain another ally. The peacock exhaled a plume of smoke and gestured towards the palace map. Luo furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, suddenly struck by an epiphany. It appeared that within this royal city, there indeed resided an undetermined force. In certain matters, there was considerable dissent, and I shall amend them accordingly. For instance, the instance where copious amounts of water washed into the eyes of the lime powder. I had referenced Baidu for that detail, rather than fabricating it indiscriminately. However, given the expressed concerns, I shall rectify it. Furthermore, should anyone notice typographical errors or omitted punctuation, please feel free to comment, as I review them daily. My heartfelt gratitude to all. Chapter 39. It is said that men with golden hair are formidable. In a tavern within the royal city. Ale. Bring me ale at once. Having just dispatched a few unseen commoners, it was time to revel in hearty drink and feasting. Indeed. Innkeeper, are you daft? Hurry up with our drinks, lest you wish to feel the sting of my wrath. We are the members of the Hammer Pirates. And meat. Bring forth several platters of meat. While at sea, one could only subsist on salted provisions, enough to make one wretch. Fresh fruits and vegetables were a rarity, were it not for the lure of riches. I would much prefer to retire in this royal city. The tavern was shrouded in smoke, the air thick with raucous chatter. Pirates huddled in groups, animatedly recounting their recent pillaging escapades, boasting of the women and wealth they had seized. The tavern owner was a portly, balding man who, from the fine silk robe he donned, seemed to have once thrived in this prince's city. Yet, at that moment, beads of sweat adorned his brow as he scurried about, serving dishes alongside the tavern's servers, bowing and smiling ingratiatingly at the raucous pirates. Esteemed guests, please bear with us for a moment. The kitchen is expediting your orders. Expediting? The pirate at the table sneered, abruptly drawing a short flintlock pistol from his waist and slamming it onto the table with a resounding thud, causing the tavern owner to blanch in fear. I have waited a full 3 minutes. Do you comprehend the wealth that is required to compensate for the 3 precious minutes you have squandered? The pirate's companions snickered, casting mocking glances at the trembling proprietor. Today, as patrons are far too numerous, our tavern staff is overwhelmed. As for the meat, we kindly ask for your patience a moment longer. As for the ale, yes, I shall summon someone to bring you your drinks. Jimmy, fetch the ale at once. The tavern owner forced a humble smile. Yet his heart was rife with curses for all the pirates within his establishment. This band of ruffians, reeking of sweat, may have been patrons seeking a meal. But in truth, few had the decency to settle their bills after dining. If the pirates were in high spirits, they might toss a few coins. But on a bad day, not only would he receive no payment, but he would also be subjected to harsh insults and physical violence. Ever since the demise of His Majesty the King, the once peaceful life in Prince City had been utterly transformed. Pirates roamed freely, engaging in daily brawls, slaughtering, and robbing the townsfolk. The tavern owner had contemplated accumulating his meager savings over the years to leave the city for a better life in another land. However, the residents of Prince City were gripped by fear and unease, as the city gates had been sealed by the pirates. The once watchful guards of the Prince Kingdom had vanished, replaced by a band of drunken marauders. It was unfathomable how this nation had descended into such chaos. Moreover, with so many pirates brazenly parading about. The absence of the Northern Sea Navy to apprehend them left the townspeople living in constant dread. "Jimmy?" the tavern owner called out. But when he saw his son had not brought any drinks, confusion washed over him. At that moment, near the bar, a handsome youth with short hair found his wrist grasped tightly by a scar-faced pirate seated at a nearby table. Terror flashed across the boy's face as he struggled to free himself from the pirate's grip, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. No amount of thrashing would avail him. "Let go of me. Father, help!" Jimmy shouted in a panic. "Jimmy!" The tavern owner could no longer attend to the surrounding pirates. He rushed to the bar, hands clasped in supplication, bowing repeatedly to the scar-faced pirate. "Sir, please do not torment my child. He is just a boy, unaware of his transgressions. I apologize on his behalf." "Apologize?" The scar-faced pirate scoffed, pointing at the overturned bottle on the table. "This brat was careless and spilled my drink. How do you propose he makes amends? That is absurd. I didn't touch you. You're framing me," Jimmy exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. The tavern owner's expression shifted sharply as he grasped his son's arm. "Jimmy, stop talking. Father, I am not lying. Everything I said is true," the youth continued, desperate to defend himself. The sinister grin on the pirate's face faltered. Meanwhile, the other pirates in the tavern who had been watching the scene erupted into raucous laughter, unabashedly mocking the scar-faced pirate. "Ha ha, Peter, you're pathetic. You can't even intimidate a mere child, yet you claim to be the terror of the Northern Sea? Truly laughable." Indeed. Is that scar on your face merely painted on, or did you accidentally fall? I recall you claiming it was inflicted by that wretched Jennifer with a knife. It seems you are merely embellishing your own tale." The pirates mocked the scarred pirate. In a corner, a tall man with wavy golden hair and a delicate appearance sits quietly, seemingly detached from the raucous world around him. Before him lies a stack of tarot cards. The golden-haired man shuffles and cuts the deck with graceful ease. He selects a few cards from the cut deck and places them on the table, pressing his finger against the back of one card. Thus, where does fate point? The card is revealed, depicting a king crowned, wielding a scepter, seated upon a throne. It is the Emperor card. Within the tavern, the scarred pirate's face reddens under the ridicule of his peers. He yearns to roar in protest, yet the pirates drinking here, though seemingly ordinary, are predominantly the subordinates of greater pirates who have been invited. The scarred pirate dares not offend them lightly, gnashing his teeth as he glares fiercely at the obstinate youth before him and the simpering, rotund owner. "You insolent brat, how dare you argue? And you, blind fool of an owner, why don't you fetch me another bottle of wine?" The scarred pirate raises his leg and delivers a kick to the fat owner's belly. The owner cries out in pain, doubling over and collapsing to the ground. "Father!" the young Jimmy cries, struggling desperately. "Ha ha ha, let your body serve as an apology for spilling my wine." The scarred pirate laughs heartily, seizing the youth's wrist and pulling him into an embrace. The fat owner coughs violently, crawling to the feet of the scarred pirate, pleading, "Please, spare my child. He is a boy, not a girl. Get lost." The pirate slaps the owner's face, causing blood to spill from his nose and mouth. "I relish this. Peter, you scoundrel, be gentler. If you kill the owner, we shall have nothing to eat." In the corner, the golden-haired man, Basil Hawkins, picks up the Emperor card. Rising to his feet and striding toward the tavern door. "Is what I seek within the palace? Then let us see." He rummages through his pockets, his brow furrowing slightly. "Did I forget my money?" Ahead, the fat owner continues to plead for mercy for his son, but the pirate remains indifferent, focused solely on tearing the boy's clothing. Hawkins approaches the owner from behind and softly says, "My apologies, owner, I forgot my money. However, I can assist you in some manner to earn my meal. Is there something you would have me do?" The tavern keeper, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, was in a state of utter despair, tears streaming down his face. He collapsed onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, pleading for mercy for his child, crying out for assistance to save his offspring. Would anyone come to his aid? Hawkins nodded gently, his right hand reaching for his waist, as a gleaming long sword was swiftly drawn, slicing through the air in front of him with blinding speed. "Your request has been fulfilled. Consider the meal paid for." The long sword was slowly sheathed as he stepped away. Behind him, the scarred-faced pirate's expression froze in horror. A crimson line appeared across his neck. With a sudden spray, blood erupted like a fountain, launching the pirate's grotesque head high before it crashed onto the table before him. Blood rained down, splattering Jimmy's face and hair. The young boy stood frozen, staring at the headless corpse that still clutched him tightly, his mouth trembling like leaves in the wind. What just happened? After a brief, chilling silence, the tavern erupted into chaos with the sound of chairs and tables being overturned. The pirates rose in shock, horrified by the gruesome spectacle. Who was that man? He killed Peter with a single strike. Although Peter was a boastful fool, he was still a pirate with a bounty of 9 million berries. How could he be so easily dispatched? There was no warning at all. That man is a dangerous individual. Find out which pirate crew he belongs to. A few pirates followed Hawkins as he exited. The tavern keeper scrambled to his feet, rushing forward to pry open the hands of the headless body. Tightly embracing his bewildered son, gazing blankly at the tall figure with golden hair departing the tavern. When did such a formidable swordsman arrive in the kingdom of Prince? Excuse me, young sir, could you tell me who you are? As Hawkins stepped out of the tavern, he was met by a street teeming with hundreds of pirates wielding swords and knives. The foremost three exuded a brutal and menacing aura. The one speaking was a middle-aged man with 2 broad-bladed swords hanging from his waist. Hawkins cast a glance at him, ignoring the towering giant beside him, who stood over 4 meters tall. I have no obligation to inform you. We are not allies. With that, he turned and walked towards another street. The middle-aged man, Zeiss, paused momentarily, then a cruel smile crept across his face as he crossed his arms, slowly gripping the hilts of his swords. Then, allow me to pose another question. As he slightly bent his body, he stomped the ground, vanishing from sight only to reappear in the air behind Hawkins. His twin swords glinting in the sunlight like scissor blades, aimed at Hawkins' neck. Did you kill Troll? Clang. Sparks flew as a slender, narrow-bladed longsword suddenly materialized to intercept the strikes from 2 broadswords. Hawkins turned, gripping his sword, his expression cold and impassive, his gloomy eyes betraying no emotion. I do not recognize this troll, he stated flatly. Is that so? Yet, I find it hard to trust you. A sinister chuckle escaped his lips. If trust is absent, then perhaps it is best to eliminate you outright. Sith, wielding dual swords, was thwarted by Hawkins' blade, sending him crashing to the ground, a cruel smile spreading across his face. At that moment, the pirates from the tavern emerged. Upon seeing the throngs of people in the street, they were taken aback. However, upon recognizing the faces of Mig Jones, Sith, and Houghton, their expressions shifted to one of palpable anxiety, causing them to retreat in haste. It's Mig Jones. What do they intend? Even the notorious killer Sith and the modified Houghton are here. Standing at 3 meters tall, Houghton's body was adorned with metallic pipes, and his shoulders and elbow joints were encased in metal shields. He bellowed with a voice that grated like metal scraping against metal, addressing the panicked pirates in the tavern. Listen up, you worthless scum. I have a task for you. Some troublemakers have infiltrated this city, and I require you to disperse immediately and locate them. The pirates exchanged nervous glances, hesitating. They were not members of the giant bug pirate crew. There was no reason for them to assist. A short, stout pirate mumbled. We belong to the giant hammer pirate crew. We have no obligation to aid you giant bugs. Boom. Houghton raised his arm, and the shield on his shoulder slid aside, revealing an aperture from which a cannonball the size of a fist erupted, striking the stout pirate squarely in the face. In an instant, a violent explosion billowed forth, engulfing the area in thick smoke. The stout pirate emitted no scream. His head was obliterated. Flesh and blood splattered onto the faces and bodies of those nearby pirates, instilling in them a terror that compelled them to nod frantically at Houghton. Absolutely. We will find those troublemakers. They stammered in unison. Humph. Now be gone. Houghton snorted disdainfully, gesturing to the throng behind him. You too, go search. Yes. The pirates surged forth like a tide, scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, Sith had already begun to wield his dual swords, launching a frenzied assault on Hawkins. The 3 longswords blurred in the air, clashing and sparking, creating a cacophony of metallic resonance. Dual sword style. Tempest. Sith grew increasingly exhilarated, leaping high into the air, his dual blades thrusting madly downward towards Hawkins. The tips of his swords glimmered incessantly, casting a multitude of icy points of light above Hawkins, effectively sealing off his escape routes. Yet, Hawkins maintained his stoic demeanor, showing no hint of emotion. Faced with the tempestuous barrage of thrusts from above, he astonishingly sheathed his long sword. Huh, have you conceded? You possess a certain self-awareness. He taunted. Prepare to die? With a hearty laugh, Sis lunged forward. Hawkins looked up, his form suddenly bending down, his left hand gripping the sword sheath while his right grasped the hilt. Upon noticing his movement, Sis's gaze sharpened. Aijutsu. Hawkins unsheathed his sword with lightning speed, executing a swift strike. The flash of the blade pierced through the pouring rain, solidly clashing against the edges of Sis' dual swords. The resounding clang echoed as Sis let out a muffled grunt, his body soaring high before crashing to the ground several meters away. He shook his hands, which still held the sword, his expression turning grim. To think he could wield Iaijutsu. Enough is enough. I have no time to play around. My fury is at its peak. The 4-meter-tall one-eyed giant, growing impatient, stepped over Sis's head, clenching his right fist as he lunged toward Hawkins. Boom. His massive fist tore through the air, propelled by a fierce gust, striking directly at Hawkins's face. Hawkins sheathed his sword once more, bent down, and drew the blade. Iaijutsu. Whoosh. The long sword carved a gleaming arc, swiftly hitting its target. Although the speed of the strike was impressive, Jones smirked as a faint dark hue manifested on the surface of his clenched fist. It was this shadowy aura that thwarted Hawkins' powerful Iaijutsu strike, leaving even the skin on his fist unscathed. Insufficient strength. The fist descended, crushing the sword with incredible speed, and landed squarely on Hawkins' chest. Bang! Hawkins gritted his teeth and was sent flying, blood spattering from his mouth. Armament hockey. Not bad. You even know about hockey? Ha ha ha. How about joining my ranks? I could spare your life. Jones laughed boisterously. He could not possibly join your ranks. Doing so would turn this mission into a hellish ordeal. As Jones finished speaking, a faint voice echoed in his ear. Instantly, a hemispherical transparent dome descended from above. Room. Chapter 41. Chaos of Battle. Room. The transparent dome enveloped both Mig Jones and Hawkins in an instant. On the tavern's roof, Roe, gripping a long blade, extended his slender fingers and beckoned toward Hawkins and Jones, conducting the symphony. Swish. Hawkins, who had been sent flying and was coughing blood, crashed onto the tiles beside him with a thud. Meanwhile, Rasha, who had been standing next to him, vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was suspended directly in front of Jones. Piercing strike. The air crackled with a sharp sound as Rasha extended his index finger, aiming directly at Jones's solitary eye. If he could successfully blind Mig Jones, dealing with him afterward would become considerably simpler. With the assistance of Luo's abilities, Roxia nearly materialized before Jones as if by teleportation. Given the proximity between them, the likelihood of a successful ambush was exceedingly high. With a swift motion, success was achieved. On the rooftop, Drake clenched his fist in exhilaration. However, Luo's brows furrowed in unease. In the street, Luoxia, with his index finger extended, displayed a visage of anguish as he gazed at Jones with a mix of shock and fury. Indeed, his finger had penetrated Jones's blood-red single eye. Yet, astonishingly, Jones's eye seemed to sink momentarily, transforming into a grotesque cavern filled with razor-sharp fangs, reminiscent of an open-mouthed lamprey. Dozens, if not hundreds, of exceedingly sharp teeth closed around Luoxia's finger, piercing through skin and muscle, compressing his phalanx. A bizarre ability. Ha ha ha, you nearly succeeded. Jones laughed heartily, tearing away the black eye patch that concealed his other eye, revealing a bloodshot orb. He mocked Luoxia's agonized expression, his massive right fist tightening as it surged toward Luoxia's abdomen. You are the ones who killed Truel, aren't you? How fortuitous that you delivered yourselves right to me. With a rippling sound of flesh tearing, Luoxia gritted his teeth, forcefully yanking back his finger ensnared by Jones. The flesh on that finger rolled back, exposing deep grooves that revealed bone. With no time to tend to his injury, Luoxia clenched his right fist and retaliated against Jones's enormous blow. He was injured. Switch out. Luo. Drake, worried for Luoxia's safety, shouted loudly. Room. With his right hand spread wide, Luo summoned a swirling vortex of air, ready to unleash its power. At that moment, Hawkins, who had fallen onto the rooftop, cautioned in a low voice, "Be careful." Below, the cyborg Hutton sneered as he puffed out his chest. From his broad torso, metallic tubes disconnected and converged, astonishingly forming a 6-barreled Gatling gun. Let the storm of bullets tear you apart. Experience the technological weaponry from the Germa war docks. Gatling Storm. The gun on his chest whirred into action, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets that rained down upon the 3 figures on the rooftop. The tiles shattered with a cacophony, fragments scattering onto the streets below. Hawkins rose to his full height, drawing his long sword, wielding it with the grace of the wind, creating afterimages as he deftly deflected the incoming bullets with a series of clangs. What? He is actually slicing through bullets with a sword? Hutton's eyes widened in disbelief. Trained in the art of Aikido, Hawkins' wrist moved with astonishing speed, delivering swift cuts. Meanwhile, Sis gripped his twin swords and began to dash toward the tavern's rooftop. Realizing the urgency, Hutton's Gatling gun gradually ceased its fire, and the shield on his shoulder slid aside, revealing 2 gaping holes. Black cannonballs screamed forth, hurtling toward the tavern's rooftop. Boom, boom. 2 massive fireballs erupted skyward, tearing the tavern's roof apart, leaving it in tatters. Inside, the rotund owner had already scooped up his bewildered son Jimmy, fleeing through the back door of the tavern. Did we succeed? Hutton shouted, rushing toward the scene. Upon reaching the tavern entrance, Sis suddenly felt a tightening in his chest. Above, dense black smoke was swept aside by 3 weapons, hurtling down towards his head with tremendous force. The hunting ground. Drake wielded a sword in his left hand and an axe in his right, crossing them to deliver a downward slash. The weight of his weapons was immense, causing the air to resonate with a thunderous crack. To his left, a narrow-bladed longsword sliced through the air with lightning speed, targeting Sis's flank. Aikido. Bamboo cut. It was too fast, too sudden. In a moment of panic, Sis could only swing his sword with his left hand, attempting to parry Drake's dual weapons. With his right hand, he braced for Hawkins' Aikido strike. Swish. The 2 forces collided like crashing waves, forcefully driving Sis's swords back against himself. Bang! His garments were rent asunder by the razor-edged sword, blood saturating the fabric. Like a cannonball, he plummeted heavily, creating a vast, deep crater in the street. Drake, emboldened by his advantage, descended with ferocity, raising the twin weapons in his grasp once more, striking downwards with tremendous force towards Sis, who was coughing blood and attempting to rise from the pit. Gatling storm. The relentless barrage of bullets erupted like a deluge, crackling through the air and sending Drake's form hurtling back, shattering the tavern wall behind him, crashing into the establishment. Meanwhile, Rosh's fist collided with Jones' right hook. The immense force of their confrontation stirred a violent gust of wind in the air, dispersing the surrounding dust in tumultuous waves. You possess remarkable strength, boy, Jones exclaimed, his eyes widening as he beheld Rasha, who stood defiantly against his punch. Roxia gritted his teeth, utterly disregarding the bloodied index finger, and delivered a powerful kick towards Jones's lower abdomen. You can't just kick around recklessly here, kid. Jones snarled, revealing a multitude of spiraling fangs. His thick neck suddenly elongated like a spring, revealing layers of folds. His mouth split open, transforming his entire head into a grotesque maw, resembling a gaping cavity of flesh and blood, akin to an enormous, magnified lamprey lunging at Roxia's approaching right foot. Within that cavernous mouth, the jagged fangs rotated like gears. A terrifying sight. Should those dreadful teeth clamp down, it would take but a heartbeat for Roxia's right leg to be reduced to mere splinters of bone. At that moment, a hemispherical transparent dome reappeared, enveloping both combatants. Room. Command baton. Roche's silhouette vanished, having just risen from the pit and still coughing up blood. Sis's pupils dilated in an instant as he beheld a myriad of menacing fangs lunging towards his face. The preliminary readings before the official release are paramount. Without them, there are no recommendations, and without recommendations, there are no collections. Without collections, there are no subscriptions, and without subscriptions, the book languishes in obscurity. Therefore, I earnestly beseech those who still find it worthwhile to invest a moment to peruse through it. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 42. The strange insect seeks attention, boss. Faced with the ferocious fangs mere inches away, Sis was paralyzed with terror, unable to restrain a scream. The fangs, spinning with incredible speed like a set of gears, came to a halt before his visage. A putrid stench assailed him, churning his stomach in turmoil. What manner of creature could this possibly be? Luo clutched the long knife, reaching out to steady Luo Xia, who had suddenly appeared beside him, his gaze fixed on Mig Jones in the center of the street, his expression darkening. Mig Jones's head had transformed into a wrinkled, white insectoid form, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, from which thick saliva dripped incessantly. His visage bore no eyes, no nose, and his ears had vanished, leaving only a terrifying, gaping mouth. With a swift motion, his elongated neck retracted, reverting to Jones's original appearance. He cast a cold glance at the perspiring Cece. Cece, are you sleepwalking? Cece managed a wry smile, tightening his grip on his twin swords. Apologies, Captain. I let my guard down. He turned to the assembled Luo, Drake, and Hawkins. However, these individuals are not to be underestimated. I wonder from whence they emerged. At that moment, the ground beneath them trembled as a tide of pirates surged forth from the alleyways, brandishing weapons, rushing towards them. Hutton's lips curled into a renewed smile as he pointed towards Luosia and the others. Onward! Eliminate them! The advancing pirates brandished their swords, some raising flintlock pistols. Bang! 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 Hutton's smile faltered as he stumbled forward, his back riddled with gunfire from several flintlocks, the impact sending him crashing to the ground. The pirates, wielding their swords, erupted into laughter, mercilessly hacking at his fallen form. Hutton shielded his head and face, allowing the throng of pirates to rain blows upon his body. The sound of metal clashing echoing around him. Bewilderment clouded Hutton's mind as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Have you all lost your minds? How dare you turn against me? How dare you betray the captain? Gazing at the grinning pirates, their faces devoid of fear, Hutton felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. The metal tubing on his chest ruptured, splitting open to reveal more small orifices. Those who dare to betray the captain shall be turned to ashes. Flamethrower. Fiery tongues erupted from the openings in his chest, igniting the surrounding pirates in a flash, transforming several into human torches as their clothing and hair caught fire. Conke, were you not supposed to head to the palace first? Why have you returned? Observing the figures standing behind the 100 pirates, Drake dashed forward, lowering his voice to inquire. I merely came to assist you, to alleviate some of your burden. Conke wielded a black whip, cracking it through the air with a sharp snap. At the sound, the pirates who had been assaulting Hutton immediately scattered, rushing towards Jones and Cece instead. Let us go? The peacock cast a glance at Rasha and his companions not far behind Drake, and with a swift step, vanished from sight. Do not perish, dear ones, a soft and gentle voice resonated through the street. Zeiss, wielding twin swords, furrowed his brow as he observed the encroaching pirates. What had transpired? Had they betrayed them? The majority of these weapon-wielding pirates belonged to their own giant insect pirate crew, yet now they turned their weapons against their leaders. This perplexed Zeiss greatly. Jones, unfazed, casually seized a grinning pirate by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. In the pirate's eyes, he discerned a flicker of fear, yet curiously, the corners of his mouth remained curled in a smile. With a swift motion, Jones's powerful grip crushed the pirate's upper body, causing a sickening explosion of flesh. With a resounding thud, a grotesque mass of human remains was tossed to the ground, blood splattering outward like a blooming crimson rose. It is merely a case of being ensnared by madness. Disregard them and eliminate those few brats. Jones's mouth widened ominously, stretching forth like a robust python. His neck elongated, seemingly extending over 10 meters in the air as he snatched a charging pirate, his razor-sharp teeth whirling with ferocity, swallowing the unfortunate soul whole. His thick neck bulged, revealing the outline of a human form discernible beneath the surface. That repulsive creature was indeed consuming human flesh, his own subordinates, no less, a truly deranged wretch. Drake's expression soured as he beheld Jones, whose body was grotesquely transforming into a colossal white worm. 3 formidable foes stood before him. Ratchet extended his right hand, employing the capabilities of his surgical fruit to urgently tend to the horrific injury on his index finger. He offered a faint smile to the expressionless Hawkins, then gravely addressed his companions. Drake, with your resilience, take charge of that cyborg. Strive to neutralize him in the shortest time possible, so you can assist us. He continued. Together, we shall confront the formidable Mig Jones. His abilities are peculiar, and only with your support can we hope to prevail. Mr. Hawkins, I entrust the swordsman to you. He concluded. Throughout, Hawkins refrained from inquiring about the origins or identities of Ratchet and his companions. He did not oppose Ratchet's battle assignments, and simply drew his longsword. Advancing towards Sis, Drake, feeling somewhat disgruntled, scratched his head and muttered, Hey, who is the actual leader of this operation? Why must I, a distinguished naval lieutenant, heed the orders of a mere sub-lieutenant? Despite his complaints, he quickened his pace. With an axe in one hand and a sword in the other, Drake stomped the ground, vanishing in a flash to appear behind Hutton, weapons raised to strike at his back. I've been anticipating you. Flamethrower. Hutton grinned, and his back, much like his chest, split open to reveal several dark openings. In the next instant, searing flames erupted, nearly scorching Drake's face. Drake leaned back, pressing his body against the ground, and executed a horizontal slash with his sword that struck Hutton's ankle. A resounding clang echoed as sparks flew from Hutton's ankle, causing his towering form to tilt and crash towards the ground. Elated, Drake prepared to spring up and strike at Hutton's neck. only to be met by an overwhelming wave of flames that singed his eyebrows. Such troublesome flames, rolling away more than 10 meters. Drake touched his singed eyebrows and smoldering hat, slowly sheathing his weapons at his waist. Ha! I am the mightiest cyborg of the North Sea, the all-capable technological warrior, Hutton. Flames, projectiles, Gatling guns. My body, encased in steel, cannot be shaken even by a zone-type user. Your feeble slashes are utterly ineffectual against me. Hutton rose slowly, casting a derisive glance at Drake. Is that so? Then allow me to put that to the test, Drake replied with a grin. A colossal shadow loomed over him as his form began to swell, as if inflated, in Hutton's astonished gaze, growing wildly larger. A thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of ancient beasts from a primordial era, a true manifestation of such a creature. As Houghton's eyes trembled violently, he beheld the complete disappearance of Drake. In his stead loomed a colossal beast, towering at 7 to 8 meters, its emerald-hued form revealing a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth, adorned with a savage grin. A dinosaur? With a thunderous crash, the massive green tail swept across, striking Houghton's formidable steel body and sending him soaring like a baseball. Boom, boom. Houses lining the street were pierced one after another, walls shattered, and clouds of dust ascended. The green behemoth, with its robust hind limbs, stomped the ground with a resonant thud, crashing through obstacles as it pursued the airborne cyborg. A dinosaur? Could it truly be a creature of ancient lineage wielding animalistic powers? Who on earth were these beings? Sith clenched his fingers tightly around the hilts of his twin swords. Ahead, the golden-haired Hawkins had already grasped the sword's handle. Prepare yourself, troublesome foe. I shall sever your head. With a burst of speed, Sith soared into the air, his twin swords descending with fierce intent. Row. Get ready for action. Our mission is formidable, and that gigantic creature will not be easily subdued. Rochus fixed his gaze intently on Jones, who was voraciously tearing into his subordinates, his entire being fully absorbed and on high alert. Not hearing a response from Luo, Rochus turned in confusion, only to find Luo clutching a long blade, staring fixedly at the transformed Drake, his eyes gleaming with fascination. Rochester's lips involuntarily twitched. Hey, stop staring. If you are interested in dinosaurs, I can arrange for Drake to transform just for you at another time. Right now, we have matters of greater importance to attend to. Roches lightly patted his shoulder, clearing his throat. A faint blush crept onto Roche's cheeks. I was analyzing tactical issues. Have you completed the analysis? Rochet unsheathed the steel blade from his waist. This knife was the standard weapon of the Navy, its only merit being its remarkable hardness. Although he had not formally studied swordsmanship, during his rigorous daily training on Xinyan Island, he diligently practiced the slashing motions with the sword each day. Having completed his analysis, Rochet touched his nose and drew forth the long knife. Roches cast a glance at the long blade in his hand, his brow arching in intrigue. It was the famed sword, Onikuru, from the pages of a manga. Luck seems to favor this fellow, as he has swiftly acquired a renowned blade. Let us proceed. Room. A hemispherical barrier descended, and the two figures vanished, reappearing amidst the throng of pirates besieging Jones. Utilizing the cover provided by the pirates ahead, they stealthily gripped their long swords and advanced towards Jones. The number of pirates surrounding Jones was no less than 40 or 50. Yet, in a mere span of seconds, many had perished, some left in tatters, and several were devoured alive by Jones. The remaining pirates trembled in fear, their spirits engulfed by terror. Had it not been for the peculiarity of Peacock's abilities, these pirates would have long since fled. Whoosh! A neck extending over 10 meters twisted through the air. A dark crimson maw descending to bite down upon a pirate frozen in fear. An opportunity. Hidden behind this pirate, Rasha sprang into action, gripping his steel blade tightly and striking at the descending gaping mouth. In that moment, all his strength surged forth. The steel longsword sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Fueled by tremendous force, the blade began to warp slightly. With a powerful swing, the sword struck the enormous maw with a resounding thud. Splash! Blood erupted, the stench of it drenching Rasha entirely. The giant worm's orifice was cleaved open, the blade sinking over 2 feet deep before being halted by its hard teeth. Roar! In agony, the colossal creature swung its long neck, lifting Rasha high into the air. Over 10 meters. Amidst the cacophony of roars and rushing wind, Rasha shouted, Roa! I am in motion. On the ground, Ro was silently approaching Jones from behind, his hands firmly clutching the longsword. Ghost cry. A flicker of electric light danced upon the blade as he lunged towards Jones's vulnerable back. Electric scalpel. The tip of the ghost cry glimmered ominously, piercing into Jones's rear heart. "Die, monster!" Rao's eyes gleamed with surprise. The sharp sound of metal meeting metal echoed in his ears, causing his body to shudder. What was happening? Could it be that this individual was also a cyborg? Luo widened his eyes and beheld a haunting sight. Where the ghostly blade had pierced, a faint dark stain emerged on Jones's back, resembling a splotch of ink diffusing into the skin. A jolt coursed through Luo's heart as he exclaimed, "Armament hockey!" With a thunderous roar, the colossal insect bellowed, its powerful arm twisting and sweeping across. In that moment of Luo's astonishment, it struck him squarely in the abdomen. Cough. Rojong opened his mouth wide and coughed up a copious amount of blood, his body feeling as if struck by lightning, as Jones's massive hand forcefully sent him flying. In midair, Luo Xia found himself unable to withdraw the steel knife lodged within the giant insect's mandibles, and thus, he relinquished his grip. Crouching low to evade the insect's thrashing neck, with a swift step in the air, he propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful punch to the side of the insect's wrinkled neck. Bang! His fist struck like a cannonball, causing the creature's head to jerk upwards. It was at that moment Luo Xia realized that the steel knife he had thrust was being gradually extricated by the teeth within the giant insect's maw. As the knife fell, the immense wound he had inflicted began to heal at an astonishing pace, visible to the naked eye. This creature's defensive and regenerative capabilities far surpassed those of the giant bear. This was indeed the remarkable strength of a Zoan-type ability user. Rasha furrowed his brow. Despite his own strength, he found himself unable to breach Jones's defenses. Moreover, what troubled him even further was that Jones had exhibited a formidable presence. Although the concept of such presence had become commonplace in the latter stages of the manga, even the minions of the New World possessed it. In the Four Seas, however, a wielder of such power, with a bounty exceeding 100 million, possessed a level of dominance that was almost imperial to the inhabitants here. With a resounding thud, Rasha propelled himself through the air, executing the moonwalk technique to evade the giant insect's bite, darting towards the direction in which he had been knocked back. At that very moment, Jones's neck, measuring over 10 meters in length, rapidly contracted and tightened, resembling a spring compressed to its utmost limit, shooting towards Rasha's back. What? Roxa felt a chill run down his spine, his scalp tightening with an ominous anticipation. The colossal insect, upon compressing and releasing its formidable force, moved with a speed that blurred its form, leaving Roxa no opportunity to utilize the moonstep to evade. In that moment of peril, he could only barely summon the sixth defensive technique, Iron Block. His muscles inflated and tense like steel, plummeting towards the ground in a desperate attempt to escape. In the next instant, a terrifying force collided with his back. Bang! The air rippled in waves as Roxa emitted a muffled grunt, akin to being struck by a high-speed ocean train, crashing violently to the ground. Boom! The long street trembled, countless stones erupted, and the earth fractured, creating a vast chasm. Chapter 44. Cardral seek to follow. Boom! The streets of the royal city erupted in a shower of debris, dust swirling into the air. In the depths of the crater, blood trickled from the corner of Rox's mouth as he attempted to rise. However, an immense force bore down upon him from behind, pinning him firmly in place. Jones's long neck, as thick as a giant python, pressed against his back. Its mandibles twisted outward, revealing sharp fangs that began to spin, slicing towards Rox's back. How can teeth rotate like that? Is this truly a normal Zoan-type creature? Though Rasha wielded an iron block, he had only begun to grasp the fundamentals of the sixth form. The hardness of the iron had yet to reach an exalted degree. When confronted with Jones's rapidly spinning teeth, he let out a low groan, his back a gruesome tapestry of flesh and blood. Life surged back. A torrent of immense energy erupted from within him, causing Rasha's physique to swell instantaneously. Tendons coiled around him like constricting serpents, pulsating with boundless power. With a thunderous crack, the ground shattered beneath him as his body flipped. His left hand splayed wide, seizing the edge of Jones's gaping maw, forcefully halting the rotation of his teeth. Despite his palm being raked and mangled by the razor-sharp fangs, Rasha's grip remained unyielding. His right hand clenched into a fist, muscles rippling and veins protruding as he drove his fist deep into the giant's mouth. With a resounding thud, his colossal fist, forged as if of steel, shattered the teeth within the creature's maw one by one. Wherever his fist passed, flesh and blood were obliterated. With a roar of pain, Jones flung his long neck, attempting to dislodge Rasha. Rasha's body was lifted, seemingly to be dragged away from the ground once more. However, with a resounding crash, his feet crushed the rocks beneath him. embedding themselves into the earth. Grasping the menacing jaws before him, he let out a powerful roar, hurling the enormous worm, measuring over 10 meters in length, along with Jones's unyielding form, into the air, soaring over 10 meters high. In a moment of clarity, a transparent shield enveloped Rasha as he brandished his long knife. Appearing midair, aimed directly at Jones's heart with a single strike. Futile. The weapon in your grasp cannot breach my domineering defense. Jones's elongated neck retracted, transforming into a human head, which broke into a maniacal laugh, allowing Rasha's blade to strike his chest without resistance. On the exposed skin of his chest, the familiar dark hue of his domineering aura re-emerged. Undeterred, Rasha's knife crackled with arcs of electricity. Cardiac shock. With a sharp crack, the electric arc struck Jones's heart, causing the smile that had just graced his face to freeze in agony. A wave of excruciating pain surged from his chest, clouding his vision as he collapsed downwards. This moment presented an opportunity for Rasha, who was on the verge of relinquishing his life-return state. He swiftly propelled himself against the ground, transforming his right hand into a pointed finger, jabbing towards Jones's single eye. This time, Jones's eye did not morph into those fearsome jaws. Rasha's index finger pierced straight through, obliterating his singular eye. Ack! The excruciating pain jolted Jones awake from his stupor. He instinctively covered the eye that Rasha had pierced, emitting a harrowing scream. Well done, Rasha. Luo's complexion appeared somewhat pale as he descended from midair, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth, casting a glance towards Luoxia. Be cautious. Rochester bellowed. Perish, you wretched imps. With a roar, Jones lowered his hands from his face, revealing a bloodied eye socket, his body swelling rapidly like a balloon. In an instant, he transformed from a 4-meter-tall figure into a colossal white worm, measuring 20 meters in length, nearly filling the entire street. The gigantic creature unhinged its maw, lined with countless fangs, descending ominously upon Rochester's head. Bang! The earth beneath Rasha shattered, and he charged forward like a ferocious beast, crashing into the massive white worm that loomed like a small mountain. The worm's wrinkled flesh rippled as Rasha's formidable force sent it soaring, resulting in a thunderous crash that obliterated the nearby buildings. On the adjacent street, a sinister chuckle escaped from Zeiss. Your companion seems to be nearing his end, doesn't he? The old man Jones is unleashing his power. With a wicked grin, Zeiss wielded twin swords, forcing Hawkins to retreat repeatedly. Hawkins bore numerous alarming wounds, his robe stained crimson, and his longsword, seemingly of lesser quality, had sustained many small nicks from Zeiss's relentless assault. Each step back, he took left shallow impressions on the hard ground. For a swordsman, a disrupted breath signifies imminent demise. A smirk crept across Zeiss's face as he suddenly lunged forward, his left sword slashing towards Hawkins's waist. The glimmering edge of the strike had yet to fully make contact when it sliced through Hawkins's garments, leaving a bloodied gash upon his body. Hawkins raised his sword once more to parry the attack. However, Zeiss, a dual-wielding swordsman, did not relent. As he swung his left sword, his right blade continued its assault. The air screamed with a sharp whistle as Zeiss hurled his right sword at Hawkins, who found himself unable to evade in time. The sword zipped past, grazing Hawkins's left armpit. The fabric tore, and the blade sliced through skin and muscle, causing blood to gush forth. The excruciating pain made him instinctively tremble, diminishing the strength in his right hand that clutched the long sword. A triumphant smile spread across Zeiss's face as he suddenly crouched down, curling like a ball, and rolled swiftly towards Hawkins's feet, his broad blade sweeping toward his legs. Despite the searing agony from his armpit, Hawkins gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and plunged it into the ground before him, positioning it against Zeiss's blade. With a sharp metallic clash, his sword shattered, the broken tip soaring high, reflecting Zeiss's maniacal grin. Cold sweat beaded upon Hawkins's brow, not from fear but a primal instinct. The intense pain in his armpit severely hampered his combat prowess. Observing the glee on Zeiss's face, Hawkins suddenly released his grip on the sword's hilt with his right hand, reaching out to seize the flung sword fragment. The blade was exceedingly sharp. As his fingers closed around it, they were instantly cut, blood oozing forth. Yet, Hawkins remained unfazed, instinctively tossing the shard of sword toward the ground where Zeiss stood. Zeiss's pupils constricted. He was about to roll aside to evade, but at that very moment, Hawkins's left foot rose, blocking his instinctive escape path to the left. In but a fleeting moment of hesitation, the severed blade plunged with a resounding thud into the hollow of Zeiss's shoulder, embedding itself deeply and eliciting a cry of anguish from him. You bastard! You seek death! Zai's eyes instantly filled with a crimson rage. He refrained from extracting the blade lodged in his shoulder. Instead, he gripped his longsword tightly and struck at the utterly exhausted Hawkins. As the razor-sharp blade whistled through the air, Hawkins displayed no trace of fear upon his countenance. Rather, he raised his right hand. Between his index and middle fingers, he held a tarot card, the image upon it depicting justice. "Room," he commanded, wielding his baton. As a translucent shield materialized from thin air, a furious figure charged forth, facing the descending sword with an ironclad chest wide open. Chapter 45. I am famished. Clang. The glinting sword collided with the chest of the suddenly appeared individual, erupting in a flurry of sparks. Zai's strength was formidable, with a single stroke. Although he did not penetrate Rosh's defenses, he did send the figure staggering backward, just as he was about to collide with the injured Hawkins. Rosh swiftly crossed his arms and waved. "Room. Slaughterhouse." Hawkins's body vanished, and Zai found himself abruptly occupying his previous position. Roxa propelled himself off the ground, his body accelerating backward, his broad back resembling an impenetrable fortress as it forcefully collided with the astonished visage of Sis. A resounding thud echoed through the air as Sis emitted a pained cry, several bloody teeth flying from his mouth. With a swift motion, he flipped his body and drove his sword into the ground, halting his retreat while blood streamed down his face as he gazed at Roxa and his companions. "Why are you here? Where is Boss Jones?" Sis, with a few teeth knocked out by Roxa, spoke with a breathy tone. His eyes darted around until they landed on the distant clouds of dust, where buildings crumbled in disarray. A colossal white worm, resembling a small mountain, writhed through the streets of the royal city, wreaking havoc. After Roxa had blinded the creature's soul eye, Jones found himself disoriented and unable to ascertain their location. Though transformed into the monstrous white worm, it appeared to possess nothing but a gaping maw without any visible eyes. "He cannot assist you now." Luo, wielding a long knife, cast a cold gaze at the increasingly pallid face of Zai. Then, he heard the sound of gurgling. Luo paused momentarily before turning to gaze at Luo Xia, hunger evident in his expression. Ratchet clutched his rumbling stomach, the state of life restoration fading away, revealing his slender and vigorous figure once more. How ravenous he felt, yearning for sustenance. Rorschach's eyes were filled with blood, and his silver hair danced as if stirred by an unseen wind, whether it was merely an illusion or not. Both Rorschach and Hawkins suddenly felt a chill enveloping their bodies. Was it true that such a state of eruption required a considerable expenditure of physical energy? As Luo appeared lost in thought, Zai wiped the blood from his lips, gripping his long sword tightly. His eyes resembled those of a solitary wolf, fiercely fixated on Luo and his companions. "Surely you do not believe that, without the assistance of Boss Jones, I am at a loss against you?" he jeered. Casting a glance at another sword lying at his feet, he reached out to seize it. However, a transparent barrier descended, causing the sword to vanish, only for a stone to clatter to the ground. Zai's expression darkened, his cheeks twitched, and a vein throbbed ominously on his forehead. "Damn it, my sword. Such a fine blade, indeed." Rona brandished the broad sword that had unexpectedly appeared in his hand, giving it a slight swing. "It felt somewhat heavy and ill-suited for me." "Hawkins, your sword is broken. You may take this one for your use." Rao extended the long sword to Hawkins, who accepted it with grace. Luo cast a glance at the gruesome wound beneath his armpit, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke softly. "Allow me to tend to your injury first. The bleeding is rather profuse." Hawkins nodded in acquiescence, offering no resistance. Sis observed Luo audaciously performing surgery on Hawkins, utterly disregarding his formidable presence, which incited a mixture of amusement and ire within him. "Ha ha ha, splendid. In this wretched place known as the North Sea, it is the first time someone has dared to overlook me, Sis." Grasping his longsword tightly, he crouched low, unleashing a surge of speed as he charged towards Luo and Hawkins, sword poised. Iron cutting blade. The sharp aura emanating from the sword intensified, transforming Sis's entire demeanor. At that moment, he resembled a humanoid sword. The acceleration of his speed rendered his sword strikes mere phantoms, trailing ethereal afterimages through the air. A crescent arc of sword energy erupted from the blade, slicing through the sky, aimed directly at Luo's neck. "Die!" Sis roared, following the sword energy with another fierce slash. Clutching his abdomen, Luo Xia lifted his head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. "I am so hungry." With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath him shattered as he lunged forward, positioning himself directly in the path of Sis's sword energy, leaving Sis momentarily stunned. A cruel smile soon spread across his face. "Fool, To attempt to block my iron-cutting sword energy with mere flesh, even iron would succumb to my blade. With a piercing sound, the sword energy penetrated Luo Xia's body, causing a line of blood to erupt forth. Yet, contrary to Sis's expectations, Luo's form did not split in two. What? The smile on Sis's face froze in disbelief. Roche's massive hand swooped down with a fierce intensity, striking directly against the blade of his sword, indifferent to its razor-sharp edge. In the astonished gaze of Sis, he effortlessly deflected the sword aside. In the next heartbeat, a colossal foot struck his chest. Crack, crack, crack. One after another, bones shattered as Sis's chest caved in, sending him hurtling backward like a projectile. Room. With a graceful wave of his hand, Luo Yihue spread his fingers apart, and a vortex of energy began to swirl. A translucent hemispherical dome descended, enveloping Hawkins, causing his form to vanish. A sense of alarm surged through the Sith as his pupils dilated. He attempted to halt his backward trajectory with sheer force. Yet the concave state of his chest rendered him powerless. He felt as if every bone in his body had been shattered under Luo Xia's formidable kick. Suddenly, a figure with golden hair appeared behind him, wielding a sword with both hands, tracing a beautiful arc through the air. With a swift motion, darkness engulfed the world before the Sith. A severed head soared high into the air. Goodness, you are utterly reckless, he thought. To use your body as a shield against a blade. Luo gazed at the gruesome wound gaping on Luo Xia's chest, noting the crimson hue of his eyes, and felt a pang of shock at Luo Xia's cruelty towards himself. Are you all right? Allow me to assist you with your injury. Luo stepped forward, making a soft cooing sound. Rochester's stomach growled audibly. He moved his lips slightly, gestured with his hand, and cast his gaze towards another part of the royal city. First, let's assist Drake in dealing with that cyborg. Time is of the essence. Once that blind fool regains his composure, trouble will inevitably follow. Hawkins returned, wielding both of Sis's swords. This time, Luo did not unleash his abilities. His powers cannot be employed continuously. Utilizing surgical space demands considerable stamina. Currently, his combat prowess pales in comparison to that of Roxia. However, the teleportation capability of the surgical fruit undoubtedly serves as an exceptional auxiliary skill. On another street, a cacophony of explosions erupted, the fierce detonations ascending along the lengthy thoroughfare, causing the colossal dinosaur before him to roar in fury. Flames and thick smoke materialized around the beast. Ammunition capable of demolishing a building merely succeeded in momentarily halting the dinosaur's relentless advance. The augmented human, Houghton, was now drenched in beads of cold sweat. Was this creature's body forged from steel? How could it be tougher than me? Neither flames nor projectiles inflicted any fatal damage upon the dinosaur, plunging Houghton into a predicament. A deafening roar erupted from the billowing smoke. In the next instant, the earth trembled and rumbled. The massive beast trampled down the street, and, under Houghton's astonished and enraged gaze, it snapped its jaws. Get out of my way. Gatling storm. The rapid-fire bullets surged toward the dinosaur's gaping maw, provoking an enraged roar from the creature. Upon witnessing the dinosaur recoil from the pain of the bullets, Houghton breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, at that moment, a translucent dome descended, and a colossal hand appeared above him, seizing his head and forcefully slamming it into the ground. With a thunderous crash, the earth erupted, creating a deep crater as Houghton's skull embedded itself into the soil. Who? He bellowed in fury, attempting to rise. But in the next instant, a heavy foot came crashing down upon the back of his head, mercilessly flattening his hardened, steel-like cranium. Rochik clenched his fists and bellowed, I am famished. I extend my gratitude to my steadfast brother Yuchen, and to those who have cast their votes. I have noticed that many are concerned about the fruit. Let me clarify, the abilities of the fruit will be introduced at the conclusion of this major storyline. The primary objective of the first arc is to elucidate the protagonist's sense of justice, while the fruit serves as a delightful embellishment. The weapon will be acquired in the subsequent arc. Moreover, the original synopsis was misleading. It aimed to convey the message that those who commit sins must be punished and evil must be eradicated, yet it could easily be misconstrued as portraying a rabid killer. Thus, I have made revisions. Allow me to present a segment of the narrative. This version shall remain unchanged. Chapter 46. The North Sea Bug Brigade on the dilapidated streets. Houses lay in ruins, the ground pockmarked, and blood splattered recklessly, resembling a child's haphazard doodling. In the distance, a colossal insect rolled and ravaged the landscape, emitting a deafening roar. It has been proven that even a robot devoid of a head can perish. The massive dinosaur gradually diminished in size, and Drake wiped the blood from his face, breathing heavily as he approached the lifeless body of the cyborg, delivering a kick that sent the unfortunate soul, whose head had been crushed by Ratchet, flying. Next, it must be that enormous insect, for it is my first encounter with a creature of such magnitude. A bug larger than a dinosaur. Roronoa cast a glance at Drake, pointing towards the distant white giant worm. The four gathered together, each bearing wounds of varying severity. Fortunately, with Roronoa, a user of the surgical fruit, present, the lacerated skin and muscle on Hawkins and Rasha were seamlessly mended by Roronoa's abilities, eliminating the need for sutures. Ratchet, clutching his rumbling stomach, gazed in astonishment at his chest, which appeared perfectly intact. Has it truly healed completely? Ratchet, I reckon your ability resembles that of a mad diamond. What is that? A question mark emerged above Luo's head. He then clutched the ghostly whale and glanced at Rorschach and Hawkins, saying, I merely utilized surgical space to reassemble your torn bodies. I have not fully healed you. Upon engaging in vigorous movement, you will undoubtedly succumb to further disintegration. Ro halted his steps, a smile gracing his face as he turned to Hawkins. I apologize for the prolonged conversation. We have yet to introduce ourselves. My name is Rosia. Rokia pointed to himself and then gestured towards the scowling Drake, saying, This masked ruffian is Drake. Drake silently removed his black eye patch. He then pointed to Rokia, declaring, He is Trafalgar Law. To make a long story short, our collective aim is to journey to the royal palace, locate the newly appointed king of this nation, and unveil the mastermind behind the scenes, capturing or eliminating them. Mr. Hawkins, will you join us in this endeavor? Rochester remarked. Drake and Rose simultaneously covered their faces. In Drake's mind, a tempest of fury raged. What was I thinking bringing this fool on a mission? Who in their right mind would dare venture into such perilous territory? Not a problem, for I, too, have business at the palace to retrieve an item, Hawkins replied coolly, causing Drake's expression to morph into one of incredulity. A hand patted him on the shoulder as Rochester earnestly stated, It has been proven that our infiltration plan into Prince's City has been executed flawlessly. Not only did we gain entry, but we also acquired 2 formidable allies. Is this what you call infiltration? Drake surveyed the collapsed buildings around him, the scattered corpses on the ground, and the distant chaos of rampaging behemoths. His lips moved, but no words emerged. Rochester inhaled deeply, raising his voice and assuming a serious demeanor. Well then, everyone, let us join forces to eliminate this repugnant creature. I proposed, why not take advantage of this chaos and make our way to the palace to attend to other matters? This creature, blinded as it is, will surely be unable to pursue us. The 4 of them began to rush towards the rampaging monstrosity. Drake, meanwhile, voiced his uncertainty, suggesting they first attempt to see if they could vanquish this beast amidst the turmoil. As Luo darted forward, his right hand extended beside him, a swirling wave of energy began to coalesce. This individual possessed formidable strength. Should he manage to infiltrate the palace and join forces with Toribol and his ilk, our situation would become exceedingly dire. This moment presents a rare opportunity for a concerted assault, regardless of the outcome. We must endeavor to ascertain whether we can either eliminate him or inflict significant damage. If such efforts prove futile, we shall retreat decisively, making our way to the palace to regroup with Beppo and the others. Room. With a sweep of his right hand, a hemispherical dome descended, enveloping the 4 individuals in their frenzied dash. Rasha seized the long sword thrown by Hawkins and shouted, Drake, you hold the front. Hawkins, attack from the side. Row. Provide support. Charge. With that, a transparent shield descended, and the 4 figures vanished from sight. Surrounding the writhing, colossal white worm, 4 silhouettes materialized out of thin air. Drake landed before the giant worm, and in an instant, his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a towering greenish-blue dinosaur, its maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Lunging directly at the worm's body, he wielded the power of the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, taking on the form of an Allosaurus. While ordinary Zoan fruits bestow remarkable regenerative abilities, defensive strength, and ample stamina upon their users, ancient Zoan types are the pinnacle of the Zoan category. Those endowed with such powers are akin to human tanks, possessing a resilience that surpasses even that of robots forged from pure steel. Among all the Zoan fruits, save for the rarer mythical Zoan types, Drake's fruit ranks among the elite. With a thunderous roar, the dinosaur's gaping maw appeared poised to seize the white worm before it. In the next moment, a more tremendous bellow echoed across the skies of the royal city, reminiscent of a thunderclap. Within the dinosaur's vast pupils, the worm's head reared back, revealing an abyss-like cavernous mouth. Its cylindrical body bore no eyes or limbs, only an unfathomably terrifying maw. The gaping orifice, exceeding 4 meters in diameter, expanded to its limits, revealing a multitude of teeth, resembling stalactites suspended within the worm's dark red throat. As the worm unleashed its roar, a violent, foul wind, thick with viscous saliva, drenched Drake from head to toe. The colossal dinosaur body was forcefully repelled by the sonic waves emanating from the worm's roar, crashing heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, from above, the left and the right, Rasha and the others swung their long swords in unison. With 3 crisp sounds, the blades sliced through the worm's resilient skin, penetrating deep within. Rox's eyes were bloodshot as he exerted his strength, gripping the hilt of his sword and pulling it downward with force. With a swift motion, the long sword of Sis cleaved a gash over 2 meters long into the back of the colossal insect. A deluge of crimson gushed forth, transforming him into a figure drenched in blood. The giant creature let out a roar of pain, its elongated body contracting rapidly, shrinking from 20 meters to less than 3, resembling a massive water tank. The tautness of its elongated form was akin to a gigantic spring, ensnaring all the weapons held by Roxa and his companions, rendering them immovable. The muscles of the insect writhed like waves, and amidst Roxa's furious gaze, it gradually consumed the blade of his ghostly howling knife into its depths. Damn it, my knife! Luo yearned to grasp the vanishing hilt of the knife, yet he was startled by Luo Xia's urgent cry. Do not lose your composure. Shift our focus. Rohenin gritted her teeth as the cover in her hand unfurled, enveloping the 3 individuals. With a resounding thud, the colossal insect, shrinking into a meatball-like form, suddenly expanded and swelled, transforming in an instant into a massive white sphere with a diameter of 10 meters, crushing the surrounding buildings with a thunderous crash. The ground trembled as the gigantic creature rolled forward, swiftly advancing towards Luo Xia and the others who had just landed. As it passed, houses were reduced to mere powder. Within the royal city, dust surged into the air, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Rochester's brow furrowed in perplexity. How could he so precisely ascertain our location? Could it be that he has mastered the observation hockey as well? The 3 were utterly baffled. Behind the rolling giant insect, the dinosaur transformed by Drake was also rushing towards them with great speed. Suddenly, Hawkins spotted 2 familiar figures standing vacantly atop a nearby building, staring blankly in their direction. It was the portly tavern owner and his son, Jimmy. No, it was not just the 2 of them. Unbeknownst to them, on the surrounding streets, a number of stiffly moving citizens of the royal city had appeared, all casting eerie glances towards the trio. An abrupt realization struck him regarding the underground city's curse. He then discerned that the sandworm fruit, which I had designed to resemble the giant devouring worm, bore a striking resemblance to the insect king's curse, so much so that it was nearly identical. Chapter 47. Prince Grus. The architectural ensemble of the royal palace of the Prince Kingdom rests deep within the royal city. Nestled against a mountain that rises approximately 500 meters high, the radiant white structures extend at the mountain's base, outlining a series of onion-shaped domes. The central dome, the most grand and prominent, houses the throne hall of the kingdom. An ancient stone bridge, sloping upwards, leads directly to the vast castle suspended in midair. To enter the throne hall, one must traverse this solitary bridge. At the entrance of the hall, 2 guards clad in iron armor stood resolutely, gripping long swords, diligently performing their duty of safeguarding the palace. At that moment, a black whip slithered from beneath the right side of the stone bridge, akin to the forked tongue of a pitch-black serpent. With a soft crack, the end of the whip deftly flicked, landing on the exposed neck of the soldier to its right. The sound was so faint that even his comrade standing opposite him did not hear it. The soldier, struck by the whip, appeared momentarily dazed, a satisfied smile gradually spreading across his face, as his lips curled in an almost foolish manner. Master. Please feel free to whip me, he murmured in a slurred tone. His comrade blinked in confusion. What did you say? I said. The whipped soldier took a couple of steps forward, still wearing a contented smile, and abruptly thrust his spear into his fellow soldier's neck. I shall obey every command of my master without hesitation. The soldier on the right pushed his unblinking comrade off the stone bridge, which stood dozens of meters high. With a careless chuckle, he turned to observe a dozen shadowy figures emerging from beneath the bridge. Leading them was the graceful peacock, who was slowly rising from a crouched position, extending her fair fingers to smooth down her ruffled skirt, concealing a dazzling white hue. Behind the peacock, a clothed polar bear blushed crimson, with streams of blood trickling from its nostrils. Beside the bear, two of Luo's subordinates, Peijin and Shachi, appeared flushed, gasping for breath. The trio fixated on the peacock's alluring silhouette, murmuring, "We too wish to be whipped." Peijin and Shachi exchanged bewildered glances before turning to the polar bear, quizzically stating, "Aren't you a bear? Shouldn't your interests lie with a she-bear?" "Ah, my apologies." Babua hung his furry head, his entire bear form sagging in disappointment. What a pitiful creature, so easily flustered by mere beauty. It's no wonder he is a pirate. Indeed, their character needs further refinement. The officers who followed them nonchalantly wiped away the blood from their noses and entered the grand hall with an air of indifference. "Master." The soldier who had slain his comrade knelt, a foolish grin plastered across his face as he gazed up at the peacock. "Pray tell, where is Prince Grus imprisoned? Where is Prince Ilya now?" The peacock looked down upon the soldier, slowly coiling her black whip. The soldier, in a daze, murmured, "Prince Grus is confined in the royal chambers, and Prince Ilya seems to have just headed that way." "Excellent. Where is the royal chamber?" A sweet smile graced the peacock's face, causing the soldier to drool. "It's in the loft atop this grand hall, from where one can overlook the entire prince's city." "I see. Thank you ever so much." The peacock extended her delicate fingers, slightly bending to caress the soldier's cheek. A look of infatuation spread across his face. Crack! Her fair fingers snapped his neck, and his lifeless body was discarded from the stone bridge. "Did you all hear that? Stay hidden at the entrance of the grand hall, prepared for any approach." The peacock elegantly rose and walked over to Babua and the others, whose foreheads were beginning to smoke. With an enticing smile, she reached out to stroke Babua's furry head. "As you command, master." Babua's cheeks flushed, resembling a drunken man as he slumped down, grinning foolishly. The peacock vanished in a flash from the entrance of the grand hall, darting towards the direction indicated by the soldier. Behind her, Peijin and Shachi lamented in frustration. "Ah, how infuriating. It's always like this. Why does our allure pale in comparison to that of a bear? We too wish to be caressed by a beauty. It's utterly unfair." At the pinnacle of the palace, within the vast onion-shaped chamber, the floor was adorned with a grand crimson carpet edged in gold thread, while flickering flames danced in the fireplace upon the walls. Prince Ilya lounged comfortably on a plush bearskin sofa, pouring a glass of red wine for his younger brother. Opposite him sat a tall, slender youth draped in a white feathered cloak, his curly hair obscuring his eyes. His wrists were shackled with heavy sea tower stone handcuffs, rendering him somewhat lethargic as he slouched on the sofa. "Brother, are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" "In truth, I have no interest in the throne bestowed upon me by our father. You are aware that I am ill-suited to be a ruler," Gruz spoke with a weary tone. The elder Prince Ilya remained silent, gently swirling the stem of his goblet, gazing into the amber liquid that swayed within. Gruz sighed, laboriously placing the chains from his wrists onto the tea table before him, reclining deeper into the sofa. "I have always known that you are the most capable individual in the principality. You have consistently outshone me since childhood. Whether it be the culture, history, languages, customs, or etiquette that nobles must learn, or the swordsmanship and physical training of the guards, you mastered them far more swiftly than I ever could. I have long envied your talent and admired your eloquence and courage. I am aware that, without resorting to sordid means, your abilities could lead the entire principality to prosperity and revival at any moment you chose." With a clatter, the chains were dragged as Gruz leaned forward, his unseen face directed toward his brother. "Therefore, brother, please reconsider. There is no need for such actions. Establishing a nation of pirates will only bring about its utter ruin. Our centuries-old legacy will be obliterated, and countless citizens will perish beneath the swords of pirates. While the authorization from the world government has yet to arrive, you still have time to avert this calamity. Brother, I do not know what has transformed you into this. Yet in my heart, you have never been a person of such cruelty. So, what exactly do you intend to achieve?" Gruz implored earnestly, his voice trembling. Ilya took a sip of the amber wine, slightly lifting his gaze to the ancient fresco adorning the dome of the chamber. "Gruz, I am in search of an answer." Chapter 48. What governs the world in the opulent and weighty royal chamber, filled with a sense of history. The flickering flames in the fireplace cast shifting shadows upon the profiles of the two brothers. An answer? Gruz was taken aback upon hearing his brother's response. Yes, an answer. Ilya reclined on the sofa, his right hand cradling a goblet, staring vacantly at the undulating amber liquid within. From a tender age, I discerned that our father favored you more. No matter how diligently I endeavored or how commendably I performed, I could never elicit a single smile-laden compliment from him. Yet you, even when you erred, would receive a gentle pat on the head accompanied by his reassuring laughter. Brother, Gruss opened his mouth to speak, only to be halted by Ilya's raised hand. Ilya continued, once, I believed my inadequacies were the root of my plight. I thought that if I could attain a level of excellence sufficient to assist our father, I might finally receive that elusive praise. Thus, I sacrificed my sleep in the dead of night, immersing myself in the history of the kingdom and the nuances of etiquette. I endured physical pain, training in swordsmanship with the guards to strengthen my body. At long last, at the age of 15, I utilized my eloquence to secure a lucrative trade agreement with the kingdom of Rubnalu, bringing immense wealth to the princely family. Ilya's gaze shifted from the fresco on the ceiling to Gruss's face. During that period, I witnessed radiant smiles on the faces of every royal. I was lauded by all, with the nobles of the kingdom dubbing me the star of the princely kingdom. I entered this chamber, filled with pride, seeking my father's acknowledgement, fully expecting a word of praise. To my astonishment, however, I was met with a resounding slap across my face. Ilya's expression was a curious blend of amusement and bitterness as he drained his glass of red wine and poured himself another half-cup. Gruss's face clouded with regret. Brother, I am sorry. Our father, the king, berated me as a cunning wretch, accusing me of striving for the love of the populace and nobility merely to usurp your rightful place as the legitimate heir. He proclaimed that my schemes would never succeed, for the throne of the princely kingdom would never be bestowed upon a vile wretch born of a mere maid. Ilya chuckled softly. How absurd. I never aspired to seize the throne from you. My desires were simple, merely a word of praise from our father, a smile, a glance of satisfaction. Even when my mother, who continued to toil as a maid after bearing the illustrious firstborn, succumbed to illness, I was still yearning for my father's acknowledgement. Until our father's dying moments, when he uttered his intent to pass the throne to you, I felt not a flicker of rage. Ilya rose, pacing to the grand floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entirety of Princely City, where, in the distance, he perceived plumes of smoke rising. Ignoring the guard's protests, he rushed to the bedside, pouring forth the years of effort and struggle he had endured, humbly pleading for a word of acknowledgement. The king remained silent, yet I discerned the answer through the depths of his gaze. Ilya, with his hands clasped behind his back, turned away, his answer echoing the significance of bloodline. He spread his arms wide, and in the king's eyes, the most vital essence in this world was the royal lineage. Only those possessing the legitimate bloodline could inherit the throne. It was not merely about how much one resembled another, as the outside world suggested. It stemmed from the fact that your mother was the acknowledged queen, while mine was a mere servant of lowly status. Little did he know that 5 or even 10 years ago, I could have effortlessly dismantled his so-called bloodline dominance, seizing this nation within my grasp. Yet, I refrained, yearning to comprehend what truly governs this world. Is it the king's unwavering commitment to bloodline succession? Is it the wisdom capable of persuading others with ease? Is it the power to suppress all dissent? Or is it the predetermined fate that one is born into? Gurus. A peculiar smile finally graced Ilya's delicate features as he strode confidently towards his brother, crouched down, and embraced Gurus. Soon, I would obtain the answers I sought. Let us bear witness together. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as a black whip lashed towards Ilya's face. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. Justice would inevitably triumph over evil. Ha ha, the navy, emblematic of fate, has arrived. With a swift roll, he distanced himself from Gurus, striking the ground with his hand, propelling himself like a bolt from a crossbow to the windowsill of the palace. A peacock's form materialized beside Gurus, watchfully observing the smiling Ilya, while deftly retrieving a key from the black leather pouch strapped to its leg. How did you acquire the key to the handcuffs? Gurus inquired, astonished. Aside from the specially crafted seastone handcuffs, most others utilized identical keys. The peacock quickly provided an explanation, taking advantage of Ilya's momentary inaction to bend down and free Gurus from his restraints. Seastone is a rare substance in this world, functioning similarly to seawater, capable of restraining those with abilities, rendering them powerless upon contact. The higher the purity of the seastone, the more severely the abilities are curtailed. Due to its properties, It is regarded globally as a crucial strategic resource. However, the hardness of sea stone rivals that of diamonds, making the crafting of items from it exceedingly challenging. Most sea stone handcuffs available in the market are of low purity and standardized, all employing the same key. As the sea stone chains clattered to the ground, Gurus breathed a sigh of relief and quickly cautioned, "Be wary, for this palace conceals formidable ability, users of unknown origin. They are my brother's accomplices." Upon reminding the peacock, he eagerly turned his gaze towards Ilya. However, Ilya, perched on the windowsill, had vanished without a trace. Silent and stealthy, even the peacock failed to notice how he departed. This revelation sent a shiver down the peacock's spine. It seemed that this Prince Ilya was not a feeble opponent. Regardless, the mission objective had been accomplished. As long as he could extricate him from the royal city, he would be able to contact the branch and summon reinforcements to besiege the pirates of this nation. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the entire grand hall suddenly trembled violently. Boom! The fireplace, ablaze with flames, erupted, ejecting a viscous white substance that shot forth like the tongue of a chameleon, aimed directly at both the peacock and Gruz. Chapter 49. The curtain rises. Boom! The walls of the fireplace shattered, and a massive glob of viscous white matter surged toward Gruz and the peacock. Just as the peacock was about to react, he felt himself being pushed aside by Gruz. This fellow possessed a peculiar fruit ability. Once ensnared, it was arduous to escape. "You go ahead. I'll hold him off," Gruz exclaimed, seizing the sofa he had been sitting on and hurling it toward the oncoming slime. Bang! The sofa exploded into a flurry of wooden splinters. The white substance continued its relentless advance. Gruz swiftly crouched down, pressing his hands against the ground, causing the carpet beneath him to rise rapidly. The layers of flooring beneath the carpet piled up in haste, forming an earthen wall. Clay wall. Boom! The white slime crashed against the ascending earthen barrier, finally halted in its tracks. Observing this, the peacock sprang forward, propelling himself toward the figure emerging from the shattered fireplace. With a whip in hand, he struck down forcefully. What a fierce woman! With a satisfying crack, the peacock's heart leaped with joy as he saw his whip strike a man clad in a metallic mask and enveloped in heavy metal attire. If he could convert the enemy into an ally, this battle was far from over. The peacock held unwavering confidence in his abilities. Although the powers of his whip fruit might sound somewhat unrefined, their actual impact was far greater than one might imagine. Those struck by his whip would temporarily become allies, incapable of resisting his commands, and entirely at his mercy. This psychological manipulation depended on various factors, including the target's strength, mental state, and willpower. Even more terrifying was the fact that this influence was not limited to living beings. It could also affect inanimate objects. Thus, despite the metallic attire of the man deflecting the whip, the peacock could still command that very armor to detach from the opponent's body, subsequently striking at his flesh once more. A smirk appeared on the face concealed beneath the gladiator's mask. His right hand, struck by the whip, twisted violently as if attempting to break free. Yet, in the next moment, his entire right arm swelled uncontrollably, transforming into a round balloon aimed directly at the peacock suspended in midair. Black feather explosion. Gruz exclaimed in alarm, "Quick, evade. His body is about to explode." No sooner had he spoken than Gladiator's right hand erupted with a deafening blast, unleashing a violent shockwave directed at the peacock. Boom! Within the royal palace, a tempest arose, causing the entire hall to tremble with a resonant hum. Iron shards. The peacock barely managed to shield himself with his arms before being violently hurled away, crashing through the wall behind him. Weren't you supposed to escape first? These creatures are absurdly powerful. I was captured by them. Gruz anxiously rushed toward the direction where the peacock had been flung. Ha. It seems the grand spectacle arranged by Ilya is about to unfold. I wonder if the young master has arrived yet. Emerging from the shattered fireplace was a hunchbacked old man, smeared with sticky goo, leaning on a cane and wearing a lewd grin. Two figures trailed behind him. On the left, clad in heavy metal attire, was Gladiator. On the right, in a maid outfit with a rocket launcher strapped to her back, was Baby 5. Gladiator approached the broken wall and peered down, observing the spacious palace hall where the peacock and others were frantically fleeing with Gruz. Shall we strike now to eliminate them, or wait for the young master to arrive? Torpol sniffled, wiping the gooey substance from his nose. The Navy's main force is still battling that insect in the royal city. Those present here are mere insignificant players. It would be of no consequence to eliminate or severely injure them. By the way, that rascal Law has also appeared. What delightful news. The young master has sought him for many years, only to discover he has been lingering in the North Sea. Law? Where is he? I haven't seen him in ages. I must capture him and bring him back to the Don Quixote family. Baby Five's eyes sparkled with excitement, a sweet smile gracing her face. There's no need to rush. This is the true stage for the drama to unfold. The performers will gather here. It merely requires a bit of time. The group approached the window and gazed down to see a party hastening along the stone bridge below. Suddenly, a buzzing sound echoed from the distant sky, reminiscent of an aircraft's propeller spinning. The peacock, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, lifted his head to witness a chubby figure with a rotating neck and limbs plummeting from above, crashing headfirst onto the stone bridge before them. Boom! The entire stone bridge shook violently, its surface fracturing as massive stones tumbled downwards. Damn it! The path into the city has been severed. White Bear screamed. Should we jump down to the bridge? A lieutenant shouted loudly. Beneath the bridge lay the inland sea of the Principality of Prince, and any ability user who fell in would meet their demise. If they lost their combat capability, the mission would be utterly doomed. Therefore, there was no room for risk. They must leap across. The lieutenant cried out, charging ahead towards the broken stone bridge. At that moment, a buzzing vibration echoed from below the bridge. Boom! With a resounding crash, the bridge beneath the lieutenant crumbled, and a flying figure shot up from below, spinning its right hand to strike the lieutenant's feet. Thud! His calves were severed cleanly, and blood instantly stained the ground with shards of stone. Ah! The lieutenant let out a wretched scream, but with fury in his eyes. He drew his flintlock pistol and fired at the soaring buffalo. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out, and a severed finger fell from the sky. Ah! Damn it! My pinky! Buffalo's howl pierced the air, louder than the lieutenant who had lost both legs below. The remaining dozen or so lieutenants, unfazed, rushed forward to assist their injured comrade, some picking up the severed legs while others drew their weapons, vigilantly watching the sky. I have a plan, let me handle it. Gruz stepped forward, pressing his hands onto the ground, causing the hard surface of the bridge to rapidly soften. The mud-like earth extended forward, swiftly forming a wide stone slab that bridged the gap of several meters. Among those present, none possessed the sixth form's moonwalk, rendering them unable to traverse the air and forcing them to proceed along the ground. This is troublesome, clay fruit, similar to your abilities, Torpole. Baby Five glanced at the snotty old man, lighting a cigarette and placing it between her pristine red lips, reaching for the rocket launcher on her back, aiming at the freshly constructed bridge. By the way, Torpole, how can you and Ilya be so certain that they are the Navy? She inquired curiously, tilting her head as she pulled the trigger of the rocket launcher. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted not far in front of Gruz, the shockwave sending debris flying into the faces of the onlookers. The newly connected stone bridge shattered once more. It's quite simple, aside from the self-righteous Navy, who would dare risk their lives to meddle in the affairs of the Principality of Prince. On the third day of the month, at 7 in the morning, 12 at noon, and 6 in the evening, a large three-masted sailing ship, measuring 50 meters, glided smoothly across the waves of the sea, which appeared slightly agitated under a darkened sky thick with gathering clouds, as if a storm were imminent. The flag fluttering from the mast's peak was a cross emblazoned with spherical ends, signifying that this vessel belonged to the world government. Typically, vessels dispatched by the world government for the officials' travels to various kingdoms are not excessively large. However, the deployment of such a sizable three-masted ship usually signifies a singular purpose: the acquisition of celestial gold. On board, the deck was remarkably spacious, occupied by several soldiers clad in naval uniforms and government officials in black suits, all diligently maneuvering the sails and helm. Among them sat several stern-looking middle-aged men, poring over a list of supplies. Prince Ilya harbored grand ambitions. In his quest to establish his own pirate domain in the North Sea, he was willing to part with 3 times the amount of celestial gold, a truly substantial sum. A middle-aged man with a small mustache twirled it thoughtfully. If his pirate nation were to be successfully established, the North Sea might very well become a haven for pirates, descending into chaos. Should we truly grant him the authorization from the government? Another official, holding a document, voiced his uncertainty. The mustachioed man cast a casual glance at his colleague before taking a deliberate sip of coffee from the table. Understand this, the authorization is not ours to give. It is a directive from above, obtained by Prince Ilya through an annual wealth of 15 billion berries. As for the chaos and pirates, Humph. In such impoverished territories as the Four Seas, how else can one extract profits without some disorder? We merely collect payments and execute our duties. The complexities of chaos are for the higher-ups to ponder, not for us to deliberate. The others exchanged knowing glances and nodded in tacit agreement. All kingdoms in the world must receive an invitation of authorization from the world government to become affiliated states. Although the Kingdom of Prince had previously been an affiliated state, it now required reauthorization following a coup. Furthermore, the establishment of a pirate nation necessitated a special authorization, the most prominent condition being the payment of 3 times the celestial gold annually. As they sipped their coffee, enjoying the serene maritime scenery, a peculiar laughter suddenly echoed from above. Hee, is it not true that the world government is merely a colossal pirate entity? The laughter continued. Who goes there? The officials were taken aback and hastily looked up. When they discerned the figure perched on the ship's rigging, their expressions turned grim. A man clad in a pink cloak and wearing pink glasses was grinning wickedly, crouching on the crossbeam and gazing down. He sported an open floral shirt, knee-length beach shorts, and golden-pointed shoes. The little mustached official broke into a cold sweat. Doflamingo. He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The naval soldiers on deck grew tense, gripping their rifles and hesitant to fire. The little mustached official forced himself to maintain composure and, with a trembling voice, asked, Doflamingo, what brings you here? The man on the crossbeam tilted his head, curling his right hand's middle finger. I go where I please. When did it become your place to question me? You mere lackeys? The little mustached official on the deck suddenly stiffened, terror evident in his eyes. Doflamingo, please don't act recklessly. This ship is dispatched by the world government to the Kingdom of Princes to collect the gold from the heavens. It is under surveillance by the government. Another official cried out in trembling panic. Silence. Doflamingo rose, stepping forth and astonishingly standing on the void itself. His pink cloak billowed in the wind as he casually walked down an invisible staircase, hands in pockets, until he stood before the government officials, towering over 3 meters. The stout officials appeared like children in his presence. Doflamingo landed on the deck with a sinister grin, leisurely reclining in the chair previously occupied by the little mustached official and sipping a chilled juice from the table. Observing the surrounding officials, who were frozen in fear, he displayed unabashed mockery and disdain, leaving them unable to voice their anger. Don't be afraid, I don't bite. I merely wish to hitch a ride. You are headed to the Kingdom of Princes, and coincidentally, I too wish to enjoy a theatrical performance there. A theatrical performance? The officials exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Doflamingo, however, seemed to be the true master of the vessel, picking up the documents and forms on the table and perusing them. The stiff little mustached official's expression changed as he could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, Heavenly demon, that is classified information from the world government. You cannot peruse it freely. You, as one of the 7 warlords, are well aware of the consequences of knowing government secrets. With a flick of his finger, Doflamingo split the corners of the little mustached official's mouth, leaving gory gashes that exposed his gums and tongue. The excruciating pain caused little mustache's body to convulse, eliciting heart-wrenching cries. In an instant, soldiers aboard the vessel raised their long rifles menacingly towards Doflamingo. Should you dare to aim your weapon at me, I shall consign this ship to the depths of the ocean, Doflamingo remarked coolly, returning to his perusal of the documents. Lower your weapons at once. Do you wish to meet your demise? All of you, return to your duties. The officials present, their expressions shifting rapidly, hurriedly shouted at the soldiers to resume their tasks. A few trembling officials approached Doflamingo, wary of incurring the same fate as Little Mustache. Ha. I inquired why you sought the heavenly gold, yet brought so few formidable bodyguards. It seems your intentions were to line your own pockets. Doflamingo jeered. Let me scrutinize your report. A total of 16 billion berries was collected, yet only 15 billion reported to the treasury, with 2 billion withheld for Lord Roswald, and a mere 1 billion reserved for travel expenses. His laughter echoed wildly, while the officials turned pale, beads of sweat adorning their brows. It is utterly revolting. The stench of corruption permeates every level and corner. Silence. I have no interest in your embezzlement. Keep your mouth shut. Before we reach Prince's City, I wish to hear not a whisper aboard this ship, or I shall annihilate you all. Chapter 51, Scene 1. The Bug Puppets plea for preservation. Hey, are you all intent on throwing away your lives? Hurry and leave. Rasha, frowning, shouted at the increasingly dense crowd of citizens in the royal city. Yet, What struck him as peculiar was the utter indifference with which these residents responded to his cries. On either side of the long street, there stood a little girl clutching a teddy bear, an elderly woman leaning on a cane, a mother holding her child's hand, and a man grasping his luggage. All of them stood expressionless, resembling wooden sculptures, their vacant eyes fixated upon the trio, sending chills down their spines. Is this some form of mind control? I was unaware that Zoan-type users could harness such psychic powers. The three sprinted towards the end of the long street, attempting to lure the enormous white orb trailing behind them into an uninhabited area. With a thunderous rumble, the gigantic spherical insect, towering over the buildings, seemed to shake the very foundation of the royal city. As it rolled by, all structures in its path were crushed. It was gaining on us. We must halt it. Row, get me to its side, Rorschach exclaims. Room. Luo extended his 5 fingers, and a translucent wave of energy swirled and dispersed. Whoosh. In an instant, Rasha's figure vanished amidst his frenzied dash. Suspended in midair beside the rolling behemoth, his silhouette reappeared. With a resounding thud, he pressed his left foot against the void, his right leg's muscles coiling and propelling the air as he unleashed a sweeping kick towards the tumbling giant worm. The gale kick. His calf stirred the atmosphere, tracing an arc 2 to 3 meters long in the air, reminiscent of a swordsman's strike, emanating a fierce and commanding aura. The force of the gale kick shot forth with unwavering precision, directly impacting the undulating white body of the colossal worm. The layers of flesh on the creature's form rippled, akin to the rise and fall of a belly during respiration. The Rorschach's sweeping kick was unexpectedly repelled with a resounding thud, unleashing a burst of air in its wake. The creature's hide was astonishingly resilient. Without a weapon, how could one breach its defenses? Ruo gazed at his empty hands, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. In midair, Luo Xia, witnessing the ineffectiveness of his strike, gritted his teeth as his formidable physique swelled once more. Life restored. His right foot sliced through the air as he delivered a powerful kick. Gale strike. Boom. The air beneath his foot erupted as if in an explosion, sending forth a powerful shockwave. Subsequently, a dazzling slash, significantly thicker than before, shot forth from his right leg. Splurt. This time, the resilient membrane of the colossal insect could not withstand the force, as Luo Xia's gale strike tore a long gash across its surface. Moreover, the massive body of the insect was momentarily halted by the sheer might of the kick. It worked. Ro's eyes brightened. Hawkins shook his head slightly, remarking that the size was too great for any significant effect, and that his stamina had evidently been excessively depleted. No sooner had Hawkins finished his words than Rasha plummeted from the sky, his body contracting as if deflating. At that moment, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. Bang! Just as Rasha landed, before he could regain his balance, something struck his head. Instinctively, he waved his hand to catch the incoming object and looked at it. An apple? Who could be so kind-hearted? Rochester was initially taken aback, but soon a wave of joy washed over him as he wiped the dust from the apple and devoured it whole. The crisp sounds of crunching filled the air as he savored each bite. However, when he turned to gaze in the direction from which the apple had been thrown, he was utterly stunned by the sight before him. Along the shattered streets, dozens, perhaps hundreds, of townsfolk from the royal city surged towards him like a relentless tide, brandishing various objects and hurling them in his direction. The residents' faces were grotesquely contorted, their veins bulging, and their eyes bloodshot, reflecting a terrifying and savage expression. Rochester was momentarily paralyzed with horror, forgetting to chew. Zombies. A chaotic assortment of debris rained down upon him, crashing around his vicinity. Some of these objects struck his body. Among the debris were hardened loaves of bread, kitchen knives, rolling pins, slippers, and short-barreled flintlock pistols. Get away. Are you all insane? Drake, who had been pursuing him, became ensnared by the dark, surging crowd. To avoid harming the fragile residents, he had no choice but to revert from his Therizinosaurus transformation. Stepping lightly as he ascended into the air, suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the throng below. Drake, having just leaped into the air, felt a burst of blood erupt from his chest. He let out a cry of pain as his body plummeted from the sky. The dense mass of people surged forward, engulfing him entirely, resembling a horde of the undead. Damn it, there were pirates concealed within the crowd. Roche's countenance was exceedingly grim. The bizarre behavior of the inhabitants of the royal city left no doubt as to who had ensnared them and their peculiar powers. He reached out to seize a piece of flying black bread, shoving it into his mouth as he ran, crunching it voraciously while forcefully pushing aside the throngs of encroaching residents. When he encountered the frail and vulnerable, elderly, women, and children, he would leap into the air to evade them. Thud, thud, thud. Those who obstructed his path were sent sprawling by his relentless charge. Roxa surged forward, rushing to the side of the fallen Drake, seizing one of his legs and dragging him outward in haste. At that moment, Drake's garments lay in tatters, having been mercilessly torn by the ravenous townsfolk, resembling zombies. His skin bore numerous red marks from clawing and biting. To Rox's chagrin, he noticed an exceptionally conspicuous lipstick mark on Drake's face. Moreover, Drake did not disappoint him, as a slight flush appeared on his cheeks. "What on earth are you blushing for, you foolish fool? Do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation?" Rochester, overwhelmed with exasperation, clutched one of his legs and sprinted fervently towards the direction where Rowe and Hawkins were situated. At that moment, the sound of their footsteps echoed ahead. As Rorschach looked up, he beheld a vast throng of individuals trailing behind the two figures opposite him. "Damn it! This mob is under the mental control of that fiend's insects. Make haste in that direction. To the palace." Luo pointed towards the distant, towering palace. "How do you know it is the insects that have taken control of them?" Rorschach exclaimed loudly. "Is this truly the moment to inquire?" In a fit of rage, Luo unleashed his abilities, teleporting a frenzied youth who was in hot pursuit. A spherical halo enveloped his hand as he inserted it directly into the boy's skull, probing within. Moments later, he emerged with a white worm in his grasp. With a firm pinch of his fingers, Luo Shuang crushed the insect. Subsequently, Luo Xia and Drake witnessed the boy seized by Luo's grip go limp and collapse. Thus, it became evident. The four reunited and merged into the central avenue, sprinting towards the palace. At that moment, a colossal white insect, previously hurled away, charged towards them once more. As they drew nearer, the quartet discerned that the enormous white insect was shedding countless smaller insects that cascaded down its body. These densely packed minuscule creatures scurried in all directions, infiltrating the bodies of every living being they encountered, commandeering them towards the four, intent on encirclement. As the smaller insects tumbled off, the giant insect's form began to diminish. With a thunderous rumble, the ground trembled as the white giant opened its gaping maw, its serrated teeth tearing into the earth, swiftly creating a large chasm into which its body plunged. As the four of them observed, the ground around them began to bulge and crack, rapidly advancing towards their location. Drake's eyes widened in disbelief, and he could not help but exclaim, "Why is it moving faster underground than on the surface?" "Who knows? You might as well ask it yourself." Snap, snap. Rasha let out a mighty roar. Rowe turned in astonishment to face him. Drake was equally taken aback. Even Hawkins's cheeks twitched as he glanced over. Rochester, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Why are you all staring at me?" The three responded in unison. "Why are you eating at a time like this?" To which he replied, "Because someone brought food, and it is quite delectable." Rasha held a cucumber in his mouth as he deftly caught a large cabbage hurled from the dense crowd behind him. He glanced at the dust coating it and shook his head in mild disappointment. It was far too dirty. Without water to wash it, it was inedible, a waste indeed. Was this the time to ponder such trivialities? Fool. Boom. The ground erupted as a massive creature sent four fleeing individuals tumbling through the air before it opened its tooth-filled maw to devour them mid-flight. "Row, unleash the domain," Rasha shouted while tearing at the cabbage. "Shut up." In front of the palace hall, the rocket artillery from above shattered the bridge created by Gruss once more. A peacock, pale-faced and bloodied at the corners of his mouth, emerged, clutching a black whip tightly. Crack, crack. This time, the whip did not strike at anyone, but instead fell upon the bridge beneath them. With the activation of the whip's training ability, even inanimate structures could be commanded by the peacock. The ancient stone bridge beneath them, after centuries of existence, seemed to come alive, breaking free from its connection to the palace hall. With its long stone legs, akin to a camel with elongated feet, it stepped forward, lifting the peacock and his companions. In a single stride, it covered a distance of 50 to 60 meters, directly depositing them onto the streets of the royal city. The towering stone bridge continued its march, carrying the group away into the distance. What power is this? How bizarre. Torbol exclaimed, shocked. Is it possible to do that? It's truly miraculous. The power of a demon. Gruss's face was alight with excitement, and the others, including Beppo, jumped with glee. Yet, the enemy would not allow their departure so easily. They must not celebrate too soon. The lieutenant officers gripped their swords, watching as Baby 5 transformed into a human cannonball, shooting toward them from the palace above. The flying Ba Furo also dove once more. Ba Furo, You need not engage. Just remain aloft and safeguard those two treasures. When Doflamingo arrives, he will surely be pleased. Torbull shouted from afar. Then I shall leave it to you. I'll keep an eye on the overall situation from the sky, Bahfuro replied, veering back upwards. A closer look revealed two golden treasure chests chained to him, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. On the palace windowsill, Torbull was drenched in a viscous liquid that dripped continuously from his back. He grasped a large clump of the sticky substance and flung it forward. Sticky chains. A viscous liquid stretched a long parabolic arc in the air, its leading edge landing upon the bridge in front of the officers. Quickly sever it. Several officers sprang forth, brandishing their long knives at the gelatinous chain. At that moment, Baby 5, transformed into a cannonball, paused above their heads before plummeting straight down. Fools. Perish in the explosion. She giggled mischievously. Sorry, but I won't let you succeed so easily. Gru seized a stone, rapidly kneading it with both hands until it morphed into a smooth clay ball, which he hurled at the cannonball that Baby 5 had become. Clay bomb. Whoosh. The clay bomb soared over the heads of the crowd, striking the black cannonball. Boom. A burst of flames erupted above the officers, the intense pressure of the blast sending them staggering in all directions. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the liquid clinging to the bridge quickly retracted, unleashing a white silhouette that descended with unerring precision. Sticky cannon. Torbull, suspended in midair, unleashed a barrage of massive white gelatinous blobs raining down upon the peacocks and others. Don't touch that. You'll get stuck. Clay wall. Gris pressed against the bridge surface, causing the rocky ground to soften, which he then lifted to shield his comrades above. Thud. 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 The gelatinous blobs were completely thwarted, inciting Torbull to screech in frustration. That brat is infuriating. He's Ilya's brother. Gelatinous meteor. With a powerful tug, he yanked a large section of the glued bridge up, using his incredible strength to swing it towards the clay wall above. Boom. The earth and stone shattered, the bridge wobbling perilously as it swayed under the impact, with cracks appearing along its two elongated stone pillars. In the distance, a series of violent explosions resonated through the air. Beppo and the others looked up to see Gladiolus's feet swelling and bursting repeatedly, releasing fierce shockwaves that propelled his body forward, faster than a cannonball. No. Another one playing with explosives. This is too dangerous. Beppo cried out. Lord Torbull, bind them for me. Let me deal with them all at once. In the air, Gladiolus's entire form expanded, resembling a gigantic balloon. As his body swelled rapidly, an extremely perilous aura was released, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Leave it to me. Sticky sea wave. Torbull descended to the ground, unleashing a torrent of slime that instantly enveloped the entire bridge surface. You all go down first. I will hold them off. Clay puppet. Gruz let out a thunderous roar, and as his foot struck the ground, the solid surface of the bridge softened and cracked, engulfing the peacock, Babua, and the officers, sending them plummeting toward the streets of the royal city below. In an instant, as the waves of slime obscured the vision of the others, the figures of the peacock and the others re-emerged on the bridge, now frozen in place, transformed into clay puppets by Gruz in his haste. His expression shifted as he glanced skyward, where he beheld the enormous, swelling form of Gladius, the cannonball-like Baby 5, and the slime-wielding Torbull all charging toward him. An explosion. You say? I can manage that too. A grin spread across Gruz's face as his large hand pressed down against the bridge, conjuring spherical clay bombs into existence. Clay bombs. Perish. Explode in full force. Gladius roared as he descended. Torbull, with a wicked grin, ignited the advancing waves of slime. Annihilate everything. The pink missile. Baby 5 transformed into a pink projectile hurtling downward. Boom. The four wielders unleashed their explosive powers simultaneously, and in an instant, a magnificent mushroom cloud rose above the streets of the royal city before the palace. The surging shockwaves radiated outward, toppling countless structures in their wake. The peacock and the others, just landing, were immediately caught by the massive shockwave, each of them spitting blood as they were sent flying through the air. The ancient stone bridge disintegrated into dust in an instant. The inland sea behind them was stirred into towering waves, crashing into the palace hall. At the pinnacle of the palace hall, Ilya sat on the ground, observing this breathtaking spectacle, a faint smile gracing his lips. The performance has begun. Chapter 53, Act 3, Betrayal. On the streets of the royal city, Hawkins, I've heard you are quite skilled in divination. Could you perform a reading for me? Roche's cheeks were puffed out, seemingly chewing on something as he ran, glancing towards Hawkins at his side. Select a card from this stack of tarot cards. Hawkins reached into his pocket, retrieving a deck stained with a hint of crimson. I'll take the 12th card from the top. I have a fondness for the number 12. With an impassive expression, Hawkins shuffled and cut the cards, then drew one, pinching it between his index and middle fingers for Roches to see. The card depicted a red figure suspended upside down from a pillar. Is this the hangman? Roches queried, uncertain. Hawkins nodded, affirming, indeed. It is the hanged man. What does this card signify? Roches harbors a certain curiosity towards divination and prophecy, elements of Western culture. In the world of pirates, there are a few charlatans in this realm. Among them, Hawkins undoubtedly stands out as a foremost expert. Even though he seemingly has yet to acquire the powers of a devil fruit, the meaning of the hanged man is manifold. However, in light of the present predicament, I typically interpret it as signifying sacrifice and transformation. Sacrifice and transformation? Roches nodded thoughtfully, refraining from probing further. Divination is often a matter of ambiguous psychological influence. Belief renders it potent, while skepticism renders it ineffectual. For instance, when one consults a fortune teller for the winning lottery numbers, even if one were to interrogate relentlessly, the fortune teller would most likely recite a poem rather than directly reveal the numbers for tomorrow's lottery draw. Indeed, it holds significance. May I offer you an apple? Roches, smiling, extended the apple in his hand. Give me one. Drake's large hand reached out. Crunch, crunch. The three of them bit into their apples, their expressions remarkably composed. I inquired, why have you all become so relaxed? Running on the far left, Rose's face was a picture of frustration, his cheeks twitching as he regarded the trio. Drake scratched his head, just noticing a stick-like piece of bread descending from the heavens. With a swift motion, he caught it and handed it to Ro. Here, have some bread to replenish your strength. Get lost. I absolutely detest eating bread. Ro let out a despairing roar, his lips quivering. An overwhelming sense of helplessness surging within him. He raised his hand to cover his face, lamenting why he had heeded that boy's deceptive words and allied with them. Drake sighed, offering a sympathetic pat on his shoulder. I comprehend your feelings, Ro. He once told me he had a way to enter the city discreetly. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble shook the earth, fissures cracking the ground beneath, while a terrifying white shadow slithered through the depths, drawing ever closer. Not far behind, a vast throng of the kingdom's citizens, their faces contorted, waved a variety of objects, resembling a surging tide of darkness rushing forward. The four of them, pursued by a colossal creature and thousands of people, sprinted fervently toward the palace. In an instant, a towering mushroom cloud erupted from the palace, rising hundreds of meters into the sky. A violent explosion unleashed a torrent of flames and black smoke, soaring into the atmosphere. Following this, a monumental shockwave swept in all directions. Boom. Within the royal city, it felt as if an apocalyptic tempest had suddenly arisen. The surging blast of air slammed into the faces of the fleeing quartet, rendering them unable to open their eyes. Despite the presence of Rorschach and his companions, one cannot overlook the thousands of ordinary citizens trailing behind them, in addition to the colossal worms encroaching from beneath. The throngs of citizens from the royal city were swept away by the surging shockwave, collapsing as if they were mere stalks of wheat being harvested. Many were rendered unconscious by the sheer force of the blast, while those who remained conscious sustained significant injuries from the impact. Fortunately, their distance from the epicenter of the explosion mitigated the risk of a catastrophic loss of life. What a terrifying explosion! What transpired over there? Lo Sha rested his hand on the makeshift canopy, squinting towards that direction. However, within the city walls, a tumult of sand and dust obscured his vision, rendering everything indistinct. It was the peacocks engaged in combat. Such terrifying explosions. Could they possibly be unscathed? Drake swallowed the apple, concern etching his features. Look, they are coming. At that moment, Lo Sha suddenly pointed at several small dark dots in the sky, exclaiming. The others focused their gaze and beheld, in the distant sky, a dozen figures flailing about, tossed by the violent gusts like leaves caught in a tempest. It was indeed the peacocks, along with Babua and others. Suddenly, the ground beneath them erupted with a thunderous roar, a chasm-like maw opening wide, poised to engulf the four. Babua, Peijin, Luo, deeply concerned for the safety of his companions, disregarded his physical exhaustion and unleashed an expansive surgical space. With a resounding thud, a semi-spherical transparent dome, spanning 100 meters in diameter, descended, abruptly concealing the four figures within, leaving the colossal insect below to strike the ground in vain. creating a massive crater. In a swift motion, the four emerged high in the air, and Luo Xia, with remarkable agility, executed a moonstep, propelling himself a considerable distance before grasping the peacock, whose eyes were tightly shut and whose lips were stained with blood. With his other hand, he seized one of Beibua's fluffy ears, bringing both of them down to the rooftop of a nearby building. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as Drake's form expanded, transforming into a colossal dinosaur. With its jaws, it captured 3 or 4 officers, while its powerful forelimbs grasped Pei Jin and Xiachi. With a tremendous impact, the dinosaur's back collided with the ground, creating a vast and deep pit. In Luo's grasp, the surgical space expanded once more, enveloping the remaining individuals as he prepared to relocate. Luo, you traitor! At long last, I found you. From the rising inferno not far away, 2 figures, a man and a woman, emerged in succession, their faces etched with murderous intent as they lunged towards Luo's position. The man, with his silver hair standing on end, resembled a cluster of blooming gladiolus. His legs swelled and erupted, propelling his body forward with the force of a rocket, his speed escalating rapidly. The woman transformed into a projectile, trailing a fiery tail as she hurtled towards Luo. Gladius, baby 5, with a wave of his hand. Luo relocated the remaining individuals from the air to the rooftop beside Luo Xia, intending to distance himself in another direction. However, he underestimated the exhaustion of his physical strength. The immense toll from executing 2 large-scale surgical maneuvers had severely drained his energy. At this moment, he was far from being a supernova. His mastery of the surgical fruit and his physical capabilities had not yet reached the levels anticipated for years hence. The gust of energy forming between the fingers of his right hand dissipated into an invisible breeze. Suspended in midair, Luo's complexion turned pale as he clutched his chest and suddenly began to plummet downward. This is not good. Rorschach, Drake, and Hawkins were all taken aback. Roxa boldly initiated the restoration of life, the floor beneath him quaking as he propelled himself forward with astonishing speed. Ha ha ha, have you exhausted your stamina, Roxa? Gladiolus cackled menacingly as he approached, extending his swollen right hand, intent on seizing Roxa's neck. I shall render you half dead before delivering you to the young master. Damn it! Roxa's eyes blazed with fury as he stomped the air beneath him, producing a thunderous sound. Yet, he still had quite a distance to cover to reach his position. Cold sweat beaded on Law's forehead as he watched Baby 5, transformed into a projectile, soaring behind Gladius. Suddenly narrowing his eyes, he shouted towards her direction, Baby 5. I need you. Help me eliminate Gladius. Am I needed? The visage of Baby 5 emerged on the missile, a blush appearing on her face. A wave of joy washed over her. Once again, she felt needed. Not good. Law, you despicable scoundrel. Baby 5, snap out of it. He is now the enemy. Gladius bellowed in a mix of shock and fury. Silence. I am willing to do anything for those who need me. Gladius, perish. Baby 5, embodying the projectile, accelerated fiercely, crashing directly into Gladius amidst his astonished and enraged gaze. Boom. Chapter 54, Act 4. Sacrifice for Collection. The sky erupted in a dazzling blaze. Frustrated, Gladius had yet to seize Law when Baby 5, charging from behind, collided with him, causing him to cough blood before igniting a tremendous explosion. Thick smoke enveloped his form. Bang! The air below ruptured as Law finally soared beneath Law, catching him mid-fall. Captain! On the deck, Beepo and the others, roused by Drake, hurried over, rubbing his ear. Beepo looked concernedly at Law, whose complexion had turned somewhat pale. Captain, are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit drained. Luo took a breath, supported by his companions as they guided him to the side. At last, Rasha had the opportunity to observe the circumstances surrounding the Blade squad. The first sight that caught his eye was that of Captain Benbu, whose legs had been severed. Drake was cradling his comrade, his eyes brimming with tears, as he pounded his fists heavily against the floor. Rorschach's heart sank, and a heaviness enveloped his spirit. Could it be that he? Rasha crouched down, his voice strained as he gazed at the lieutenant. Drake sniffled, choking back tears as he uttered, "Not yet dead." Ratchet instantly collapsed onto the ground, pointing at him and exclaiming, "You're not dead, yet you act so sorrowful. You frightened me to death, you scoundrel." Drake's eyes were red-rimmed as he gazed at the lieutenant's empty, hollow legs. Alas, his legs were gone. Sigh. Rochester's gaze dimmed as he let out a sigh. Indeed, although the lieutenant had narrowly escaped death, he had lost both of his legs. This signified that his naval career had reached its untimely conclusion. Such is the reality of this world, a stark reflection of the plight endured by the lower ranks of naval soldiers. In this realm, individual strength reigns supreme upon the seas, where the powerful can single-handedly vanquish multitudes, effortlessly decimating entire nations. The weak often find themselves relegated to mere cannon fodder. No matter how numerous they may be in the eyes of the strong, they are but inconsequential figures, lacking strength. Even the execution of a simple mission can result in the tragic loss of countless warriors. Roxa glanced back at the remaining dozen or so officers, observing that most of them were relatively unscathed, albeit suffering from some internal injuries due to the earlier explosion. The peacock, too, had awakened, furrowing his brow as he gazed towards the palace. Does he still possess his legs? If so, I could reattach them for him. Suddenly, a somewhat feeble voice resonated in the ears of Roxa and Drake. It was Ro, approaching with the support of Babwa and Peijin. Rorschach's eyes sparkled with surprise as he exclaimed, "Indeed, I almost forgot that you, the doctor, are here." Upon hearing this, the officers of the Blade unit hurriedly began to search around. Luo crouched down to examine the captain's injury. Even if he could not locate the severed leg, it mattered not. He could procure a pair of legs from another. Legs from another? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Drake, his face etched with sorrow as if he had resolved to undertake a solemn oath, rose to his feet. "I am the commanding officer of this unit. They are my responsibility, and I shall ensure their safe return." In the midst of Luo's astonished gaze, he rolled up his trousers, revealing his long, hairy legs, and drew a long blade from the waist of a lieutenant, offering it forth. "Let my legs be given to him." The still-dazed lieutenants were instantly moved to tears. "Captain Drake, this cannot be. If legs are to be exchanged, let it be ours." "Yes, use mine. Use my legs. My strength is too feeble to be of any real assistance." They choked back their emotions, gathering around, rolling up their trousers to display their hairy legs to Luo. Luo found himself in a rather absurd situation, helplessly pointing in the direction of the royal city. "What I mean is, we could use the legs of a pirate." The crowd fell silent, taken aback by this suggestion. Drake clenched his right fist and struck it against his left palm, suddenly enlightened. "Ah, I see. We can find a pirate and persuade him to willingly part with his legs in exchange for something." "Would a pirate really be willing?" "Surely he would. If not, we shall compel him until he acquiesces." The mood of the Blade squad inexplicably soared, infused with a newfound fighting spirit. Fortunately, the severed leg of this lieutenant was eventually located, thus indirectly sparing a certain fortunate pirate from the loss of both legs. Roxia chuckled bitterly, shaking his head as he approached the peacock. "Major, what captures your gaze?" The peacock furrowed her delicate brows, her eyes fixated on the vast chasm by the inland sea in the distance. "Prince Gruss has shielded us from the onslaught of Toribol and his two companions. Now, their fate remains uncertain." "What? That fellow actually?" Rochester's body trembled, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. For the first time, the peacock revealed a hint of shame. As a member of the Navy, he had been rescued by the very target he was meant to save. A true dereliction of duty. At that moment, Drake approached quietly, drawing his weapon from his waist. "That second prince is indeed a man. I, Drake, have come to respect him. I have heard that he has long aspired to become a member of the Navy, and if he survives this ordeal, I shall certainly recommend him." Thus, Roches took a deep breath, gazing at the distant street where Tori Bol appeared, alongside the tattered Geradius whose clothing had been ravaged by explosions. And Baby 5, who had returned to her normal state, her face filled with fury. Preparations were underway for an arduous battle that lay ahead. Oh, let us not forget the formidable beast lurking behind. Drake hoisted his weapon upon his shoulder, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. As Rorschach turned, he addressed Luo, who was tending to the officers. "Luo, I have a premonition that your abilities may very well prove to be the pivotal element in this battle. Remain here for the time being. Take the opportunity to regain your strength, and when you discern the most opportune moment, lend your support." Luo Shinshin gazed at him for a moment and slowly nodded. "I understand. Well, take this to regain some strength." Rochet withdrew the iron-like baguette from behind and placed it firmly into Luo's hand. The corners of Luo's mouth twitched. "I have repeatedly expressed my profound aversion to consuming bread. Moreover, from where did you procure this? And what about you, Mr. Hawkins?" As Roche's words escaped his lips, he witnessed Hawkins seize a long knife from the hands of an officer. "I am fine. Go ahead," he declared. A premonition stirred within him. suggesting that this battle would serve as a pivotal moment in the fates of the few of us present. Hawkins raised a tarot card, proclaiming, "The Wheel of Fortune has commenced its rotation. Ha ha ha, then I shall take your auspicious words to heart. Let us engage," he commanded. "Drake, Hawkins, you shall confront that monstrous creature. The officers will seek out Prince Gruss. Major Peacock, we shall depart." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon the rooftop, four figures swiftly took flight. Luo gazed intently at Luo Xia and the peacock as they charged towards the direction of Torbol. He understood that, compared to the formidable Mig Jones, the abilities possessed by the members of the Don Quixote family posed a far greater challenge. "Luo Xia, remember to always inform Baby 5 of your needs." Suddenly, La shouted loudly. In midair, Rasha wore a playful expression as he caught sight of the darkened faces of Torbol and Gladiolus. "Baby 5, keep your distance from us," Gladiolus reprimanded with irritation. Baby 5 cast a resentful glance towards the rooftop and abruptly raised her right leg beneath her maid's skirt, aiming it directly at Rasha. "I will not be misled by them again," she declared as her right leg swiftly transformed into a cannon barrel, poised to fire at Rasha and Peacock. Ratchet's lips gradually curled into a bold smile, one that left Torbol and Gladiolus feeling utterly vexed. "Baby 5, I require your assistance. Help me eliminate Torbol and Gladiolus." Chapter 58 of the fruit has been consumed, and the weaponry division has acquired it. Chapter 55, Act 5, the Death Song seeks your collection. Damn it. Truly. A case of more harm than good. Get away from me. This battle does not require your participation. Gladiolus's expression darkened, his demeanor as grim as a storm cloud. As Ratchet's words resonated, Baby 5, who had initially been fuming and poised to unleash her wrath upon him, suddenly felt her cheeks flush with heat. Her hands clasped together as a soft, ambiguous sound escaped her throat. "I am needed again. How blissful." Her eyes sparkled with moisture, bashfully gazing at Ratchet. "Whoever requires me, I shall do anything for them." As she spoke, her right leg, transformed into a cannon, shifted direction, aiming at her nearby companions. Torbol raised his cane in a gesture of surrender. "I say, Baby 5, we are your comrades. We need you far more than he does." "Yes, we need you. We need you to eliminate him," he shrieked, pointing at Ratchet. "Is that so? Do you truly need me more than he does?" Baby 5 hesitated for a moment, then redirected her aim back towards Ratchet. Roches pursed his lips, a gentle expression suddenly gracing his face. "No matter what they say, Baby 5, I will always need you 1,000 times more. You are a person of value, not merely a combat machine. Come, let us together vanquish those two scoundrels." 1,000 times more? Ah, happiness fills my heart to the brim. Baby 5's cheeks burned with an intense heat, and steam even wafted from her head. She covered her face, revealing a blissfully foolish smile, then abruptly turned, launching an assault on the snarling Torbol and his companion. Boom. The black cannonball struck Torbol at close range, exploding into a great burst of flames. "Stay to the side and calm down, Baby 5. Torbol flung a mass of gooey substance towards her. "Sticky cannonball. You wretched little brat. Is this all you can do, resorting to such childish tricks? Die." Black feather explosion. Gladius lay tied beside Torbol, his right arm swelling like a balloon, and then detonated right in front of Roche's face. Snap. Peacock cracked the long whip at his waist, not aiming at Gladius, but striking the ground beneath him. With a sharp sound, the earth quickly rose in a wave, surging to crush the three opponents together. Simultaneously, Roches took a step, his figure darting forward, bending low to evade the explosive shockwave from Gladius, and dashed right in front of Torbol, pointing directly at his grotesque face. Finger gun. Danger. Torbol let out an odd shriek, but instead of retreating, he charged forward, colliding head-on with the snot-dripping, lecherous visage. What a guy. Roxia felt a chill run down his spine as he suddenly recalled the true nature of Torbol from the comics, a gaunt old man concealed within a mass of slime. The enormous and bloated form he currently presented was merely a fade. If he were to inadvertently strike the false limb disguised by the slime, he would be met with inescapable tendrils of goo. With this thought in mind, he propelled himself forward, retracting his finger spear while his right foot sliced through the air, delivering a swift cyclone kick. Whoosh. The arcing blade of air sliced through Torbol's approaching visage, cleaving open half of his head and revealing the viscous substance within. Roche's expression darkened. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Quite cautious, this little navy brat. Torbol was momentarily taken aback, the slime on his face sealing shut, before he suddenly swung his cane with his right hand. Boom. The air exploded like a cannon, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy that left Roche gasping for breath. With just a single swing, this lecherous man had unleashed such a terrifying force. Roxa leaned backward, narrowly evading the strike of the cane. He lifted his right foot once more, delivering a rising kick aimed provocatively between Torpal's legs. A swift kick. How insidious to launch an attack at such a sensitive area. Torpal responded by swinging his cane with his right hand, effectively dispersing Roxa's assault. At that moment, Roxa finally discerned the truth. The tip of the cane was enveloped in an inky darkness. It was that very shade of black that amplified the cane's momentum, augmenting its destructive potential manifold. Indeed, a senior officer under the banner of the Seven Warlords could not possibly lack the mastery of armament hockey. Ratchet executed a swift roll, evading another strike from Toripo. A thunderous roar erupted as the ground exploded, creating a massive crater, with soil and debris scattering in all directions. Baby 5. Attack his body. In the midst of the swirling smoke, Rashia shouted, drawing forth an unusual cross-shaped weapon from his waist. This was the 10 Hands, a distinctive armament infused with fragments of seafloor stone, specifically designed to combat those with abilities. Its hardness was commendable, rivaling that of a standard fine blade. As Drake had informed him, such weapons were currently rare and could not be mass-produced. With this weapon in hand, he could finally pose a threat to the formidable Tory pole before him. Just as he contemplated this, a sudden exclamation from Baby 5 pierced through the haze, followed by an eruption of viscous liquid that gushed forth from Torpal's body, surging outward like a fountain. The tidal wave of slime crashed down, enveloping Baby 5, who had been persistently harassing him and binding her to the ground. No matter how she struggled, she could not free herself from the relentless grip. The sticky deluge also rendered Rashia's own attacks cumbersome and constrained. Ratchet's expression darkened. This despicable scoundrel, possessing such formidable strength, still chose to exercise caution. On the other side, the peacock retreated at breakneck speed, her black whip striking anything within reach: ground, walls, buildings. Anything that the whip touched seemed to come alive, writhing and lunging towards Gladiolus. Yet, despite her efforts, she was utterly unable to halt Gladiolus's advance. The rocks shattered. The moment Gladiolus's hands made contact with the rocky walls, they would swell rapidly before erupting in a massive explosion, obliterating the surrounding structures. The overwhelming shockwave struck the peacock, causing her to cough up blood repeatedly, which made Ratchet's heart race with anxiety. At that moment, atop the palace hall, Ilya rose, raising his wine glass towards the royal city. I hear the song of death. What a melody every second. It elevates this theatrical performance. As if in response to his murmurs, on the battlefield of the urban area, Drake and Hawkins, covered in blood, gazed at the hellish scene before them, a veritable mountain of corpses, their eyes involuntarily twitching. Jones, you beast, cease at once. Before them, on the shattered street, a white giant worm had reverted to human form, Jones standing in rapture atop the towering heap of corpses, his aura steadily intensifying. The thousands of city residents he controlled with the worm were all howling in agony, their heads contorting in grotesque shapes, enduring unspeakable torment. Soon, heads of all ages, men, women, and children, began to explode, with fat worms emerging from within. Young Jimmy sat paralyzed on the ground, his gaze blankly fixed on his father, the tavern's rotund proprietor, whose head swelled and sank repeatedly before bursting open with a resounding pop, splattering blood across Jimmy's face. A fat worm crawled out from the tavern owner's head, making its way towards Jones. These repulsive worms, their wrinkled bodies writhing, swiftly crawled onto Jones, clinging to him and merging with his being, becoming part of him. With the integration of these worms, his physique gradually elevated, his aura explosively ascending. Mwaha! Mwaha! Offer your humble, wretched flesh and souls to the great Captain Jones. Ilya, this is my true purpose. I shall devour this nation, along with the vast treasure from the heavens. I extend my gratitude for everyone's monthly votes and recommendations. Indeed, the early chapters have been somewhat slow to warm up. This segment of the Prince's Kingdom is crucial in establishing the moral tone of the narrative and the protagonist's modus operandi. The author is still a novice, and there are many aspects that have not been adeptly managed, resulting in a narrative that may not be entirely satisfactory. Yet, I will strive with all my might to unfold the story I wish to tell, step by step, for the eager readers among us. Today marks the second day of our initial trial, and I noticed a significant increase in comments yesterday. I took a brief glance, but refrained from delving further. as the overwhelming negativity was disheartening and hindered my creativity. Should anyone have inquiries, please feel free to pose them in my pinned post. I shall endeavor to respond to all questions that are not overtly hostile. Moreover, it is crucial to clarify that this narrative does not embody the essence of an invincible tale, at least not in its early stages. Thus, do not anticipate that Rosha will become invincible merely by consuming a mythical beast. Such an outcome is implausible. There remains a plethora of competencies to master, including dominance, fruit development, physical conditioning, martial techniques, and weaponry. If this genre does not resonate with you, there is no obligation to engage. However, if you find it agreeable, feel free to add it to your reading list. I sincerely appreciate everyone's support. Chapter 56, Act 6, Defeat with a Roar. Drenched in blood, Drake bellowed, his form swelling uncontrollably. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal 8-meter dinosaur, charging towards the towering figure of Jones. Faced with the ferocious advance of this ancient being, Jones unleashed a maniacal laugh, revealing his razor-sharp fangs. Suddenly, he stomped, crushing dozens of plump insects beneath his feet, and his massive form created a deep crater in the hardened earth. Boom! The ground erupted, forming a gaping chasm as a hint of dark armament hockey manifested upon Jones's forehead, akin to a heavy tank colliding violently with the oncoming turquoise dinosaur. As the two titanic creatures surged forward, the entire royal city trembled under their weight. The dinosaur's eyes blazed a furious crimson as it barreled forward, intent on proving its dominance, even against a mountain. With a resounding crash, the two fearsome heads collided, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. A cruel smile crept across Jones's lips as he firmly repelled the charging dinosaur with his hockey-imbued forehead. Roar! The teeth of the dinosaur shattered, its consciousness fracturing, while fissures marred its skull, from which blood gushed forth like a fountain. The colossal beast arced through the air, carving a bloody gash into the long street below. Wahahaha! My power is now unrivaled. Jones, with his empty eye sockets, laughed maniacally towards the heavens, seizing the large white worm that had crawled onto him and voraciously devouring it. Juices splattering everywhere. Behind him, the heads of the townsfolk exploded one by one, their headless bodies collapsing to the ground and forming an ever-growing mountain of corpses. Thud! Thud! The steady and resolute sound of footsteps echoed on the shattered earth, momentarily pulling Jones from his reverie as he raised his hollow gaze forward. As he lifted his head, those who were infested by the worms behind him also looked up, their eyes filled with pain and despair reflecting the approaching figure of Hawkins. Though his eyes had been blinded by Rasha, he could still perceive the world through the eyes of the host that the parasitic creature inhabited. Ha ha ha! Witness my invincible power. Yet, there are still those who dare to challenge me without fear of death. I shall show you what absolute strength truly is. Jones's form grew even larger, towering over 10 meters as he hunched down, the muscles in his legs bulging dramatically. With a thunderous crash, he shattered the ground beneath him and charged towards Hawkins like a colossal cannonball. Hawkins stood firm in the center of the street directly in front of him, slightly bent forward, his left hand gripping the blade as if clenching an invisible scabbard, while his right hand clutched the hilt, his fingers turning pale as they strained against the wooden handle, cracking it under pressure. A bloody wind rushed towards him, blowing his golden curls back. With a swift motion, the blade trembled in anticipation, and Hawkins's right sleeve exploded into a flurry of crimson butterflies. Die! Shadow flash! The sounds of impact resonated simultaneously. Then came the sharp, disintegrating crack of the steel blade. Ugh! Bastard! A line of blood erupted from Jones's massive frame, stretching from his left shoulder to his abdomen. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground before him. His chest was cleaved open, and his abdominal muscles and skin tore apart, a segment of thread falling from the wound, sending shockwaves of agony through his colossal body. He trembled uncontrollably in pain. Meanwhile, Hawkins boomed. Elijah, with a smile at the corner of his lips, looked down towards the palace hall and beheld a figure, skeletal and twisted, bleeding profusely, embedded in the rocky wall, motionless. Clap! Clap! Elijah burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face as he applauded, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha! Marvelous! Absolutely splendid! Continue. Show me the answers I seek. In the skies above, Bahafaro observed him and could not help but shake his head. This Elijah is utterly deranged, with such a formidable yet unhinged mind. I hope the young master considers carefully and refrains from inviting him into the family. This man is far too dangerous. Captain Drake, Upon witnessing this harrowing scene, the distant officers, their eyes ablaze with fury, disregarded the pleas of Luo and Beibua, brandishing their steel knives as they charged forth from their concealed refuge. A gust of wind flickered between Luo Wu's fingers, and the dozen or so young officers who had just surged forward were abruptly transported to the skies above the inland sea, plummeting towards the surface below. I regret to inform you that I cannot permit you to venture out and meet your demise. Ruo fiercely clutched the hard bread in his hand, gnashing his teeth upon it with a ferocity akin to that of tearing into the flesh of an adversary. His bloodshot eyes, glinting with rage, scanned the dilapidated royal city through the shattered window. A turning point, yet it remained elusive. Drake, the peacock, engaged in combat with Gladiolus, heard the distant, sorrowful roar of a beast followed by a resounding crash, causing his heart to plummet to the depths of despair. This bodes ill. Roches felt his muscles tense up, an overwhelming sense of impending danger surging within him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. This chilling sensation served as a frantic warning in his heart. One by one, his companions fell. Death was counting down. He gazed at Baby 5, stuck to the ground, watched as the peacock retreated, blood pouring from his mouth, and listened to the distant sounds of battle that had now vanished. He observed Gladius, his entire form swelling, exuding a dreadful aura, and Toripole, whose body oozed countless viscous substances, grinning mockingly at him. He beheld Prince Ilya at the pinnacle of the palace, clapping and laughing heartily. Was this truly the end? Was there no possibility for a reversal? As he looked at Torpole's emaciated right hand gripping the cane, Roches's pupils suddenly constricted, a thought flashing through his mind like a bolt of lightning. No, something seems amiss. Why has this fellow been attacking solely with his right hand from the very beginning? Is he too disdainful to use his full strength, or has he sustained injuries in the previous explosion? Let me see. Life restored. His garments tore apart, revealing his sinewy arms as he unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the thick slime on Torpole's face. In an instant, Roches propelled himself into Torpole's corpulent body. Toripole was initially taken aback, only to be filled with delight. Hee, naval brat, fear has clouded your judgment, and you strike recklessly now? You are finished. Yet, the smile on his face froze as he felt his shriveled body, concealed within the slime, struck by a hard iron rod at the waist. Rochet swung his entire sea stone staff, shattering it in an instant. Torpole's mouth gaped open, his emaciated body arched like a projectile, bursting forth from the mass of slime, colliding violently with the unsuspecting Gladius, who mistakenly believed he had been ambushed by Rochet. Without a moment's thought, Gladius detonated his expanding form. The explosion was catastrophic. No. Boom. Torpole's scream was abruptly silenced, and he was hurled back by the tremendous shockwave of the blast, his frail body spitting blood as he flew towards Rochet. This time, he was met with Rochet's fist, which was continually tearing through skin and muscle, taut with tension. Bang! The air crackled as Torpole's gaunt face caved in, teeth scattering. As he was struck squarely in the face by Rochet's powerful blow, his head driven deep into the ground. Boom. Chapter 57, Scene 7, Turning Point. Blood seeped continuously from the ruptured muscles and skin as Rochet clenched his fist, forcefully pressing Torpole's sunken visage, nearly embedding his head and upper body into the pit. The exorbitant cost of overexerting the life return was a severe depletion of stamina. His strength was on the brink of exhaustion. Rochet gasped for breath as he beheld Torpole, his left arm severed at the elbow, and the left side of his body marred by burns. Damn it! I should have anticipated this. In the aftermath of the tremendous explosion, the user of the clay fruit, Princris, was left unaccounted for, his fate unknown. Such an explosion, with its incredible intensity, would likely overwhelm even those possessing armament hockey if caught at its epicenter. Baby 5 and Gladius, akin to living bombs, could trigger explosions with their own bodies, thus remaining unscathed. However, Torpole was different. While the mucus he secreted could ignite and detonate, he was not a special paramecia like Katakuri, unable to transform his body into slime. Consequently, he suffered the loss of his forearm in the cataclysmic blast and sustained severe burns from the explosion's searing heat. Thus, during his confrontation with Rochet, he relied solely on his right hand, refraining from launching any vigorous offensive maneuvers. Initially, Rochet thought his opponent was merely toying with him like a cat with a mouse. Now, it seemed evident that this individual had intended to stall for time, waiting for Gladius to deal with the peacock before coming to his aid. Had he realized this sooner and quickened his assault, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Crackling sounds erupted from a nearby crater as Gladius shook his groggy head and rose, a grim expression etched upon his face. Ratchet cast a frigid glance at him, raising his clenched right fist high before bringing it down with tremendous force, crashing it onto Torpal's lewd, sunken visage. With a resounding crack, Torpal's broad face shattered completely. Akin to broken porcelain, a thunderous realization struck Rasha's mind. Wait, this sensation. Half of Torpal's body was buried in the ground, and within that utterly shattered, grotesque visage lay another face, one with a sunken nasal bridge, yet bearing far less severe injuries. Ah, how delightfully sticky. A viscous shell. Torpal coughed up a few bloody froths from the corner of his mouth, yet a smug grin spread across his face. Ratchet's right fist opened, fingers clawing towards his eyes. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of fire erupted around him. Gladius's expression darkened as his legs swelled and exploded, propelling him forward like a rocket, delivering a devastating punch that collided with Ratchet's chest. Ratchet's body soared into the air, transforming into a projectile, hurtling backwards for several dozen meters before crashing into the dilapidated structure with a thunderous impact. Though merely a swarm of insignificant insects, their presence injected a multitude of unforeseen variables into what should have been a flawless conclusion to this dramatic tableau. Gladiolus violently tore away the tattered metallic adornments clinging to him, casting a glance at Torbal's severed left arm. His teeth ground together audibly, and with a gaze brimming with lethal intent, he glared at Ilya perched atop the palace. Prince Ilya, when the young master arrives, you must provide him with a thorough explanation. Upon uttering this proclamation, his legs swelled once more, detonating the ground beneath him into two massive craters. As his form surged forward like a fish darting through water, aiming directly for the crumbling edifice where Ratchet had been sent reeling. Suddenly, a black whip lashed through the air, targeting his airborne body. Get away. Don't obstruct me. You wretched woman. Lead block explosion. Gladiolus did not glance back, instead hurling forth a barrage of small lead balls. These projectiles expanded mid-flight, and upon striking the bloody body of the peacock, they detonated one by one, showering it with countless tiny metallic shards, raining down like a torrential downpour, splattering crimson droplets across the peacock's form. The peacock staggered a few paces forward before collapsing to the ground. Ha ha ha, what a madwoman. Toribol, still sprawled on the ground, wore a lewd grin as he gazed at the fallen peacock. The peacock bit down on her vibrant lips, casting him a detached glance. Then, she uttered a phrase that sent both Toribol and the airborne Gladiolus into a state of alarm. Baby 5, I need you. Ignite the slime upon your body. Terror flickered in Torbal's eyes. No, run away. Toribol, Gladiolus roared, preparing to pivot back. The buildings behind them erupted violently as Ratchet, akin to a vengeful specter, lunged forth and embraced the turning Gladiolus, propelling them both into yet another structure ahead. In Torbal's horrified gaze, Baby 5, ensnared by an abundance of slime, wept two streams of tears. I am needed once more. Mother said that those who are needed are worthy of survival, deserving of a life filled with happiness. How fortunate I am. Her body gradually morphed into a black cannonball. Then boom, the black projectile detonated amidst the viscous slime, igniting the flammable liquid and triggering a far more terrifying secondary explosion. Boom. The ground littered with slime erupted violently, and a towering mushroom cloud ascended from the borders of the inland sea within the royal city. In the midst of the expanding inferno, a transparent shield flickered momentarily, whisking away the peacock lying on the ground. Look at what you have wrought. Gladiolus roared as he unleashed a devastating punch, sending Rasha flying through the air. The swelling of his muscular arm unleashed a concussive shockwave, causing blood to spill from the corners of Rasha's mouth. His garments had long been torn apart by the explosive force, leaving his body marred with burns from the searing flames. As a naval officer, do you comprehend the implications of confronting one of the 7 warlords? His hair grew wildly, each strand expanding and bursting forth. The tips of his hair transformed into countless fine steel needles, hurtling towards the precarious Rasha with an ominous swiftness. Rashia's eyes blazed a crimson hue, unwavering and unflinching, as the torrential deluge of steel needles pierced his skin, penetrating his flesh and embedding themselves within his chest. The state of life had long been relinquished. Excessive depletion of strength had brought his body to a critical threshold, causing his eyelids to feel as though they were weighed down by the might of a giant's relentless pull. Only the agony could rouse his languid senses from their slumber. He tilted his head back, his gaze reflecting a diminutive black speck, Gladius, his entire being swelling with an ominous presence, exuded a terrifying aura that surged wildly around him. His eyes brimming with murderous intent. It signified that we need not intervene. The world government above you shall cleanse its own ranks. An explosion of fury awaits. Roar. Rock suddenly let out a wild roar towards the heavens. The sound was so thunderous that it resonated like a clap of thunder above the royal city. On the distant rooftop of a shattered house, Rock clutched Drake's sword. Ba. F.A. Ro. The three words, infused with boundless wrath and fury, reverberated across the skies of Prince's city. A sudden jolt coursed through Luo's heart as he abruptly lifted his gaze, instinctively depleting the last remnants of his strength in a single, fervent effort. The slaughterhouse, with a resounding hum, a colossal hemispherical dome, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, swiftly enveloped a vast expanse of the royal city, casting its shadow over the airborne Biafro as well. Luo gripped his long sword tightly, striking a blow towards the sky at the descending Biafro, who had lowered his flight due to concerns for Torpol and Gladius. With a swift slash, the air was cleaved, and Biafro's body was severed in two. The two golden treasure chests strapped to his back were also neatly sliced apart, revealing two peculiar fruits adorned with spiral patterns. The moment Luo beheld these fruits, a thunderous realization struck his mind. This was the turning point Hawkins had spoken of, summoning the last of his strength. He gestured with his finger. The baton. Whoosh. Whoosh. The two spiral-fruited treasures vanished mid-air. One materialized in the hands of the recently awakened Hawkins, while the other gleamed in the open palm of Luo Xia's right hand. Ratchet took a decisive bite. Crack. Boom. Chapter 58, Act 8, The Chelan Seeks Collectors. Boom. The furious explosion of gladiolus shattered the surrounding buildings within a radius of several dozen meters into a cloud of fine dust. Ratchet, bloodied and pierced like a hedgehog, instantaneously vanished amidst the swirling debris. Ratchet, on the roof of the crumbling house, Ro, exhausted and collapsed to the ground, could not help but cry out. Below, Beepo hurriedly approached the epicenter of the explosion, accompanied by Peijin and Shachi. This is the fate of those who provoke the young master. In the street, within a deep pit measuring 50 to 60 meters in diameter, Gladiolus slowly rose, his expression cold and unforgiving. Are you referring to that clown, Doflamingo? Suddenly, a detached voice echoed behind him, causing Gladiolus to pause in surprise. Is that the voice of that naval brat? No, it can't be. How could he possibly still be alive? A look of disbelief crossed Gladiolus's face as he abruptly turned around. There, amidst the swirling dust blown by the fierce wind, stood a figure with silver hair, quietly positioned just 2 meters away from him. Gladiolus could see that Ratchet held the last piece of spiral-patterned fruit in his hand, slowly bringing it to his lips. Rorschach's cheeks swelled as he savored each bite, relishing the rare delicacy. Gladius's pupils dilated in sudden realization. Could it be that he was consuming? Although the comic suggested that merely a morsel would bestow upon one the entirety of its power, I resolved to consume the entire portion just to be cautious. The moment it slid down my throat, I could distinctly feel an unimaginable surge of immense energy awakening within me. The effects manifested so swiftly. Could this be the nature of a Zoan-type ability? Roches murmured to himself. His exposed physique swelled gradually, forcing strands of hair that had embedded deep into his body to break free, cascading down in a clattering shower at his feet. Animal type? Upon hearing Roches's mutterings, Gladius felt as if struck by lightning, his countenance instantaneously paling. Indeed, within the kingdom of Prince, 2 devil fruits existed. As one of the illustrious 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo traveled great distances to this pitiful little kingdom, even dispatching the highest-ranking member of his family, Treble, to assist Ilia in secretly controlling a multitude of pirate factions, all for the sake of those 2 devil fruits. Or perhaps, more accurately, for one of them. That rare fruit, exchanged by Prince Ilia for vast quantities of provisions from the revolutionary army. Should the young master acquire that fruit, he could forge a more profound collaboration with that esteemed individual from the New World, propelling the Don Quixote family onto a grander world stage. For the sake of that fruit, they had remained in the desolate kingdom of Prince for nearly 2 years, ultimately securing it from Ilia's grasp. To safeguard it, they insisted that Bartolomeo remain airborne, refraining from engaging in any conflicts below, regardless of any unforeseen occurrences. Yet now, Gladius's lips trembled. No, he might not be consuming the fruit desired by the young master. It could very well be the other one, the Paramecia-type straw fruit. Yes, perhaps. A howling gale suddenly materialized, swirling the surrounding dust into a tempest, gradually forming two spiraling whirlwinds of yellow sand beside Roche's. Under Gladius's increasingly despairing gaze, Roche's body expanded, rising higher. A myriad of azure scales, resembling exquisite metalwork, slowly emerged upon the surface of Roche's form. His ever-burgeoning physique, with muscles coiling and writhing like dragons and pythons, pulsated with unparalleled ferocity, exuding an unimaginable power. Roche's legs were similarly adorned with vibrant blue scales, his joints contorted, and his toes transformed into fearsome claws that dug into the ground. From his gaping maw emerged sharp fangs, while his eyes morphed into piercing blue slits, exuding an aura of terrifying authority. Two coral-like, fiery red antlers sprouted from his forehead, jutting towards the heavens. Behind it trailed a menacing tail, covered in scales and spikes. Gladiolus, in a state of utter disarray, beheld Rasha, who towered over 5 meters. His muscles rippling like those of a dragon, his breath explosive like that of a primal beast. The last remnants of hope within him dissipated entirely. The naval whelp before him had devoured the fruit that the young master desired. A zoan-type, mythical beast fruit, the mama fruit, in its Chelan form. An even rarer, mythical zoan devil fruit than the natural type. Young master, we are deeply sorry for failing to safeguard this fruit. Had we known, we should have allowed Biafro to depart with it first. Tears of remorse welled in Gladiolus's eyes, gradually giving way to a chilling intent to kill as he gazed up at Rasha. You little wretch of the navy. Should I eliminate you now? Perhaps this fruit could resurface upon the sea. The young master may yet have a chance to obtain it. At that moment, rumble. It was as if the heavens themselves were collapsing as a massive hand, covered in blue scales, descended upon him, silencing Gladiolus's murmurs in his throat. Roch's muscular right arm, resembling a colossal pillar supporting an ancient palace, ensnared the head of Gladius with fingers splayed like the formidable claws of a mythical Chelan, squeezing gently. With a soft pop, Gladius's skull burst open, crimson and ivory liquid spraying forth between Roch's fingers. When Beppo and the others, panting heavily, arrived at the edge of the explosive crater, they beheld Gladius's headless body, gushing forth blood and swaying as it collapsed, sending a cloud of dust into the air. A towering figure, over 5 meters tall and resplendent in deep blue, cast a fleeting glance their way. In the instant their eyes met with those vertical pupils, an instinctual awareness enveloped them. A palpable pressure emanating from a predator at the apex of the food chain. The trio felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, collapsing in terror onto the ground. Rasha remained silent, suddenly turning to gaze in the direction of Luo. In the next instant, a fierce gust of wind erupted from the depths of the pit. His enormous form, cloaked in blue scales, vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. On the streets of the infernal royal city, the stature of Mig Jones had exceeded the limits of human growth, surpassing even that of the adult giant race, reaching a terrifying height of 15 meters. At this towering height, due to the excessive exertion of his abilities, writhing white giant worms emerged intermittently on his surface, existing in a state of half integration and half dissolution. At this moment, his entire muscular structure piled upon itself, resembling the wrinkled skin of the white worms, akin to an oversized Michelin man. The indistinct outline of his face bore a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth. Ha ha ha. Powerful, invincible. My strength is now beyond all obstruction. Your painstakingly established pirate kingdom, along with the treasures plundered from afar, shall all be mine. To show my gratitude, I can appoint you as my first mate. Indeed, my first mate. That useless waste, Sis, has proven to be utterly inept, succumbing to mere children. Jones strode forth with legs as stout as pillars, navigating through the ruins of shattered buildings, his colossal figure casting a stark contrast against the diminutive structures, resembling a normal human entering a land of little people. Just then, atop a distant building, a hemispherical transparent dome suddenly expanded, enveloping a space over 100 meters in diameter. In the next moment, a bizarre slashing strike, which even Jones perceived as a threat, cleaved through the sky, severing the airborne figure in two. Jones's hollow eye sockets fixated on that rooftop, where he then spotted the young man, possessing the ability to displace objects, seemingly drained of energy, collapsing to the ground. The sight of the youth stirred a subtle ache within Jones's body. It was only then that he realized he had forgotten something. The worms periodically protruding from his surface began to surge outward, as 3 long blades were gradually expelled from within his body. Jones recognized 2 of them as the fine knives he had once purchased for Sis. The longer blade, a formidable katana, belonged to the young man from the rooftop. With this realization, a surge of brutality and fury flooded Jones's muddled mind. Boom, boom. The long street reverberated as he took large strides, crashing through surrounding buildings, charging towards the structure where Luo was located. "You little brat, I will have your life," he roared, bringing his massive arm, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, down upon the defenseless Luo. Chapter 59, Act 9. The thunderous pursuit upon the precarious rooftop of a dilapidated building. Luo, his countenance somewhat ashen, gazed skyward, indifferently observing the approaching giant, who was relentlessly trampling all structures in his wake, leaving destruction in his path. The colossal figure extended its enormous hand, akin to a table in size, and with a thunderous clap, aimed to strike Luo down. The sheer force of its physical might sent clouds of dust swirling from the rooftop, causing Luo to stagger, buffeted by the ferocious winds. Suddenly, a vivid blue figure, towering over 5 meters, materialized in the air behind Luo, unleashing a powerful kick towards Jones's grotesque visage. In the form of the Qilin, Rashia appears to be inherently endowed with the power to command the forces of wind and thunder. At the very moment he thrusts forth his right leg, an intangible gale, stirred by Jones, materializes in the surrounding void, coiling around his arched right claw. The 5 ebony talons, each approximately a foot in length, glimmer with a razor-sharp sheen, as the unseen currents entwine around them. He delivers a kick that induces a violent upheaval in the air. Whoosh! Luo felt a sharp surge of energy flash above his head. In the next moment, he beheld the towering giant, Jones, standing 15 meters ahead, as a slender wound erupted upon his form. The grotesque white worms protruding from his skin were severed in twain by an unseen strike. Viscous, dark green fluid erupted from the corpulent creatures, splattering in all directions, causing Luo to feel a wave of nausea. A deafening scream escaped from Jones as he reeled backward, his massive frame staggering from the force of Luo Xia's kick, crashing into the adjacent structure of 7 or 8 meters, reducing it to rubble. As Luo Zhang turned his head, he beheld a colossal shadow sweeping overhead, leaping like lightning towards the staggering Mig Jones. He observed that the azure figure was enveloped in a howling gale, swirling and wailing, with blue-white sparks flickering about. The presence emanating from this figure exuded a ferocity far more formidable than that of Mig Jones. The might of the gale kick surpassed that of the wind slashes executed under normal life restoration conditions by several magnitudes. Was this the fundamental attribute bestowed by the fruit? What an astonishing augmentation it was. Upon consumption, one could initially manipulate the faint elements of wind and thunder. Had I inadvertently ingested the devil fruit of a phantom beast? The gale kick, propelled by compressed air, manifested as tangible blades of wind, akin to a swordsman's aerial cut. Let us name this technique Sky Slash. Suspended in midair, Luo Xia had already discerned the fallen corpses strewn across the street. The shattered heads of men, women, and children lay haphazardly across the long avenue, delivering a profound psychological shock to him. Just who was this Mig Jones, to so callously harvest the lives of countless innocents? "Who are you?" Jones stammered, retreating a dozen steps before finally stabilizing his unsteady form, casting an enraged glare towards Luo Xia hovering above. His mind was clouded. Yet the myriad of monstrous tendrils merging with his body instinctively quivered in fear, cautioning him of the peril posed by this creature. The dead need not comprehend so much. In Roche's eyes, a surge of murderous intent erupted as he lifted his right foot, delivering another kick. Streams of air swirled and compressed, entwining around his foot. And with the strike of his foot, they shot forth, unleashing a piercing howl in the sky. Gale kick, air slash, whoosh. A barely discernible arc of black flashed through the air. The velocity was so astounding that Jones could not capture it through the eyes of his host body. Armament hockey activated. Instinctively alerted to danger, he could only assume a defensive posture, crossing his robust arms in front of him. Simultaneously, a faint dark hue of armament hockey manifested on the surface of his arms. His mastery of hockey was still nascent, barely grasping the rudimentary application of localized armament hockey. The intensity of his hockey was only slightly superior to that of a basic iron block. Just as Jones crossed his arms, a sharp crack echoed near his ears. In the next moment, he felt excruciating pain radiate from his wrists, as his clenched fists soared high, severed from the constraints of his wrists by an invisible slash. The force of Rashia's gale-like kick was so tremendous that it could sever steel. A crimson line erupted across Jones's chest. "Ah!" The terrifying gaping maw of Jones emitted a pained wail. He staggered once more, a look of intense madness and disbelief crossing his face. "No, it cannot be. My strength is invincible. No one can defeat me. I am destined to become the pirate emperor ruling the North Sea, the man who will be the pirate king." As he spoke, his massive form shed strands of vermin severed by Rashia's strike. With each creature that detached from him, his stature visibly diminished. From the stumps of his severed hands, a multitude of enormous white worms surged forth, intertwining at the wrist's gaping wounds, swiftly entangling to form two new hands. "I refuse to believe. I refuse to believe. I'm the strongest." Jones clenched his fists, the surface of his colossal hands emanating a faint dark aura. As he distorted his features and lunged at Rashia, his gigantic fists tore through the air, creating visible ripples as they rocketed towards Rashia's body. He aimed to obliterate the diminutive figure with the sheer might of his invulnerable physique. In midair, Rashia hardly needed to tread the moonlit path. An invisible tempest swirled around him, allowing for a brief suspension in the air. As he beheld the terrifying giant fist barreling toward him, Rashia glanced at his right arm. The over 2-meter-long limb was adorned with metallic, azure-scaled armor. His outstretched fingers were remarkably resilient, with a broad palm capable of transforming into the formidable claws of a chelan. As he slightly clenched his fist, delicate strands of white electricity flickered beneath the azure scales, dancing across his entire right arm, invigorating his muscles and bones, enabling him to unleash even greater physical prowess. Such a formidable bodily structure allowed Rashia to wield techniques from Akainu's Manual of the Six Styles with reckless abandon. Iron block fist. His muscular arm crashed forward, unleashing a burst of white airwaves that erupted before him. The white arcs of electricity crackled in the air, emitting a sizzling sound. Ratchet unleashed a powerful punch, colliding with Jones's massive fist. One large and one small, ascending and descending, the two fists met with a resounding clash. Boom. At the epicenter of their collision, a surge of chaotic shockwaves erupted, sending countless fragments of stone and dust swirling in all directions. Rashia's body quivered as his right fist swelled dramatically, transforming into the colossal claw of a chelan. The ferocious power surged forth like a volcanic eruption, ruthlessly crushing everything in its path. No. A look of terror and disbelief flickered across Jones's face. In the next moment, his striking right fist disintegrated inch by inch, his entire arm morphing into countless white insect carcasses that cascaded downwards in a chaotic shower. The overwhelming force surged into his body, wreaking havoc within. Interspersed within were erratic currents of electricity, violently dismantling the larval forms of the parasites within him. As countless white insects emerged from his body and fell away, Jones's massive form began to shrink rapidly. 14 meters, 13 meters, 12 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters. No. My power. Return to me. My power. Jones's expression turned frenzied as he suddenly glanced back. Behind the hellish scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood stood several hundred reserve supplies, motionless. They were kept for emergencies. Now was the moment to replenish his strength. This time, I shall absorb greater power and grow even stronger. Jones roared within as he commanded the parasitic giant larvae nestled in the brains of the citizens of the royal city to devour their hosts. Suddenly, he felt the sunlight above him eclipsed by a looming shadow. Jones's body stiffened. A gigantic hand, resembling a steel claw, gently clutched his head. Chapter 60. Scene 10. The Yaksha Seeks Collection. I have heard that you are a general under Moonlight Moria. I wonder, if you were to perish, would he feel a pang of sorrow? The menacing claw of the Rakshana ensnared Mig Jones's head, forcefully twisting his body around. The bones in Mig's neck emitted a series of ominous cracks, as if they were on the verge of snapping. Power. I must absorb more power. Jones stared with vacant eye sockets, his lips curling into a maniacal grin, muttering to himself, as if unable to come to terms with the harsh reality. His already troubled mind spiraled further into madness. Rashia coldly clenched 5 claws harder than steel. As he tightened his grip, 5 deep impressions instantly appeared on Mig Jones's forehead. The intense pain abruptly jolted Mig Jones from his delirious state, prompting him to flail his arms and strike Rashia's chest. Thud! His fist struck Rashia's torso, resonating like a drumbeat, producing a dull sound. Yet, Rashia remained unmoved, his expression indifferent as he continued to grip Mig's head. His right arm swelled with thick tendons, and with a surge of strength, he lifted Mig Jones off the ground. I shall ask you once more, what is your connection to Moonlight Moria? The excruciating agony in Mig Jones's head rendered his consciousness somewhat hazy. A hoarse groan escaped his throat, and upon hearing Rashia's words, a derisive smile crept across his lips. Moonlight Moria? Ha ha ha. That waste of a warlord dares to think I would follow him? Spare me the jest. He is merely a defeated coward. Cowering in the midst of the grand line, indulging in gluttony. Was the information erroneous? Rashia furrowed his brow momentarily before it relaxed. Regardless of Mig Jones's connection to Moonlight Moria, his actions today had sealed his fate. For such a complete scoundrel, Rashia had no intention of apprehending him and delivering him to impel down. A dead Mig Jones was a far better outcome. The steel-like Kirin claws slowly closed in, and Mig Jones's body began to thrash violently. Yet, weakened as he was, he stood no chance against Rashia's surging power. The 5 claws, harder than steel, finally converged. With a faint crack, Mig Jones followed in the footsteps of Galadius. Roxia was momentarily taken aback. Not only had he eliminated a significant subordinate of Don Quixote Doflamingo, but it seemed that the devil fruit he had consumed was also something Doflamingo greatly coveted. He had keenly listened to Gladius' mutterings just moments earlier. This realization led him to ponder. Had he unwittingly forged an irreconcilable enmity with Doflamingo? Given Doflamingo's attitude towards family, if he were to discover the current circumstances, Roxia would undoubtedly face a gruesome fate. How was it possible that he, merely a junior lieutenant within the Navy, had so swiftly entangled himself in a bitter feud with a world-renowned pirate? Nevertheless, as a member of the Navy, it was inevitable that he and Doflamingo would cross paths one day. There was no alternative. He would have to eliminate them all. In a flash, he vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he found himself hovering above the gooey remnants left by Baby 5's explosion. This area also featured a massive pit, over 10 meters deep. At the edge of the pit, a woman with a smile was half buried in the earth. At the bottom of the pit, a viscous white liquid was expanding and rising, threatening to transform the abyss into a mire. As if sensing the vibrant life force radiating from Roxia, the thick liquid quivered momentarily, halting its spread. Soon after, a lecherous old face slowly emerged, gazing vacantly at Roxia, who was lightly tapping the air with his feet. "Ha ha ha, who are you?" it inquired. "The one who seeks your life." Rochet lifted his bent right leg, slicing through the air as he delivered a kick downward. "The storm foot, eh?" Torpal's pupils dilated in astonishment as he beheld the descending, elongated wave of slashing energy, spanning over 10 meters. This was a fierce strike produced by highly compressed air. The white wave cleaved through the viscous substance, tore into the earth, and penetrated his very flesh. A distinct line of crimson appeared upon Tori Pole's neck, his eyes filled with a palpable dread of death. He could feel his grotesque head perilously close to detaching from his emaciated torso. Suddenly, the ground of the deep pit transformed into a vast expanse of white threads. Even the slime secreted by Tori Pole was assimilated into this white filament at that moment. The white threads surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly embedding themselves beneath Torpal's skin, morphing into a resilient shield just as Rochet's strike was about to sever his spine, repelling the lethal blow. Suspended in midair, Rochet felt an icy chill envelop him as an overwhelming sense of imminent peril surged within his heart. Gazing at the expanding ocean of white threads below, his spirit plummeted to the depths of despair. Truly, one fears what one dreads. That rascal Luo, was he supposed to be in the North Sea? Just as this thought flickered through his mind, 5 vibrant threads suddenly materialized in the air above him, slicing through the atmosphere with silent swiftness, darting toward him like lightning. Simultaneously, in the distance, a man draped in a pink cloak approached, his visage contorted in a menacing grimace. On the rooftop of the low building, Luo struggled to rise, his gaze filled with intense hatred directed at the approaching figure. "Don Quixote Doflamingo, get lost. I have no time for you, brat Luo." A pitch-black thread shot forth from Doflamingo's hand, vanishing in an instant before Luo's eyes. Then, he beheld his own arm detach from his body, soaring into the air. Meanwhile, the multicolored threads moved with a velocity so swift that Rochet could not evade them, striking him head-on. With a splatter, the azure scales, impervious to any blows from Mig Jones, fractured with 5 precise lines of blood. The colorful threads sliced through the protective scales covering his body, severing the underlying muscles and blood vessels, causing blood to erupt from his chest like a fountain. Doflamingo's right hand splayed open, manipulating the 5 threads as they carried Rochet's body downward, swinging him like a meteor hammer toward the earth. Boom! The ground shattered violently as Rochet was driven into the depths below. Swiftly, Doflamingo descended, landing beside Tori Pole, lifting him from the ground, and quickly pressing his right hand against Tori Pole's neck. An urgent suturing operation commenced. From his hand, fine threads, invisible to the naked eye, swiftly emerged, weaving and stitching through the horrific, gaping wound on Torpal's neck. In a mere 2 to 3 seconds, the dreadful injury, which had nearly severed Torpal's neck in two, was meticulously sewn up by Doflamingo. Underneath the delicate threads, not only were the skin and muscles mended, but even the fragile blood vessels beneath the skin were temporarily closed together. Observing Toripol, who had succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss, Doflamingo's body trembled slightly. He rose to his feet, gazing at Baby 5, who lay buried in the earth, unconscious. Nearby, he noticed another pit, where the headless gladiolus lay. Further away, he spotted Buffalo, whose body had been cleaved in two. Doflamingo's face twisted into a grotesque expression. From his towering frame, a surge of black and red energy erupted, sweeping across the entirety of Princetown in an instant. How dare you? Chapter 61, Act 11. Frenzy in Princetown, centered around Doflamingo. A sphere of black and red energy suddenly expanded, crashing outward in all directions, sending shockwaves throughout the entire town. The terrifying, abyss-like aura unleashed by this orb rampaged through the royal city. Those residents still alive, along with pirates hiding within the town, collapsed one by one, their eyes rolling back as they foamed at the mouth. Beppo and his companions, who had just reached near law, felt as if a hammer had struck their heads, letting out a muffled groan before they too fell to the ground. Along the coastal area of the royal town, several officers were submerged in the sea, supporting the Prince Grus they had found. Due to the steep and smooth cliffs and their lack of mastery over the moonwalk technique, they had been unable to ascend. As the black and red sphere swept past, nearly all the officers displayed signs of consciousness dissipating. The lone remaining captain gritted his teeth, biting down on his tongue to draw blood, desperately stimulating his nerves to keep himself from fainting. Clutching Grus with one hand, he gazed in horror toward the cliff top. This is Conqueror's Hockey, who has arrived. The captain's face was etched with concern. Captain Drake, Major Peacock, Lieutenant Rasha, please be safe. At the apex of the onion-shaped palace, Ilya swiftly evaded Hawkins' attack, a smile gracing his face as he turned to the approaching Doflamingo. Ah, Doflamingo, you seem to have arrived a tad late, missing the most splendid part of this theatrical performance. However, your arrival is not too late, for you are the final actor to take the stage, embodying the formidable villain representing power. With a swift motion, a slender thread cut through the air, slicing towards him. Ilya raised his right arm, a veil of pitch-black armament hockey enveloping his entire arm. Bang! A slender thread struck against his right arm, instantly snapping apart. Ilya, do you dare to scheme against me? Doflamingo's eyes brimmed with unrestrained cruelty as he approached the spot where Rasha had fallen, casting a glance towards Ilya's position. Ilya shrugged, stating, our relationship is one of mutual benefit. You entered this game of your own volition. However, I bear unfortunate news. The mythical beast fruit you desire, the Kirin, has already been consumed by that navy brat who represents fate, the very same who took your family's lives. Across a small inland sea, Doflamingo's countenance darkened further. Observing the smiling Ilya, a vein throbbed ominously on his forehead as his right hand abruptly gestured towards the palace. Feather strike. The white threads on the ground converged, twisting and coiling in midair, transforming into a spiraling drill adorned with a layer of pitch-black hockey, instantly traversing hundreds of meters to pierce Ilya's raised arm. Ilya let out a muffled grunt as the slender threads penetrated his upright arm, driving straight into the surface of the dark hockey manifesting on his chest. His form was sent hurtling backward, carving a furrow across the hall's apex. Amidst the rubble, blood trickled from the corner of Ilya's mouth. He coughed as he sat up, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the world, a look of eager anticipation resurfacing on his face. With bloodlines diminished, fate found itself at a disadvantage. Power surged forth ferociously, while wisdom merely observed from the sidelines. Let me witness the climax of this theatrical performance. What splendid display shall unfold? What revelations shall be unveiled at the curtains fall? Not far in front of him, Hawkins, with a pallid complexion, found half of his body transformed into straw. His right arm extended over 3 meters, steel nails nestled between his fingers. As he cast a glance at Ilya seated on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly towards the direction of Wanqing, Hawkins had, at last, acquired the power of a devil fruit that resonated deeply with him. The straw fruit, a unique ability that is both semi-physical and mystical in nature. He had arrived in the kingdom of Prince alone, and that year, he had yet to establish his own pirate crew for the seas. Initially, Hawkins intended to venture to the palace alone, seeking the fabled fruit foretold in his visions. However, he did not anticipate encountering Rasha, Law, and Drake along the way, which drew him into this perilous storm. Yet, when Rasha extended an invitation for companionship, Hawkins did not decline, for he was a firm believer in fate, convinced that whatever he faced was merely the gears of destiny turning. Life and death, everything, was predestined before it began. Whether he could attain the desired power was no different. The Soulstone Bridge leading to the streets of Wancheng had been destroyed, given Hawkins' current physical condition and injuries. Crossing the 100-meter-wide inland sea seemed nearly impossible. Migjan's punch had nearly dealt him a fatal blow. Moreover, consuming the straw fruit would not restore the user's strength in a short time. Observing the malevolent aura emanating from Doflamingo, Hawkins dispelled the demonic form of the straw fruit and slowly retrieved a crumpled stack of tarot cards from beneath his bloodstained garments. This time, he did not shuffle or cut the deck. He simply drew one card at random, allowing the remaining tarot cards to flutter down into the sea. He took a glance at the card and, like Ilya, sat quietly, gazing at the final confrontation ahead. In the unseen threads of fate, everything seemed predetermined. Yet I did not witness the demise of that man. Was the disparity truly so vast? Even having consumed a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, he could not withstand Doflamingo's attack. The rainbow threads. The fractured ground had collapsed into a chasm over 10 meters deep, within which lay Rasha, his towering form of over 5 meters now prone. 5 neat gashes marred his chest, the blood that had once poured forth gradually ceasing, showing signs of coagulation. This exemplified the nature of an animal-type ability user, which is why they are often referred to as the indestructible cockroaches of the world. Moreover, he was a rare mythical beast type. Suddenly, the entrance of the shattered cavity was shrouded in darkness as a figure draped in a pink cloak obscured the sunlight above, casting a vast shadow over Rasha. The moment Doflamingo beheld Rasha's Chilan beast-human form, a prominent vein throbbed upon his forehead. This diminutive figure below had indeed consumed the mythical beast fruit he intended to trade to Kaido. The astounding appearance displayed was precisely that of the Chilan beast-human form as depicted in the Devil Fruit Compendium, antlered, scaled like a dragon, with sharp claws and a long tail, emanating an aura of wind and thunder. Doflamingo had traversed from the distant New World specifically for this mythical beast fruit. Prior to his arrival, he had already devised a series of extensive collaborations with Kaido concerning this extraordinarily rare animal-type fruit, such as securing exclusive rights for the export of all weaponry from Wano country, establishing himself as the premier supplier of arms throughout the New World. Furthermore, he aimed to obtain maritime protection from the beast pirates, expanding the Don Quixote family's maritime trade network into more nations and factions within the New World. It could be said that this Chilan fruit was a pivotal element in the ascendance of the Doflamingo family. Yet now, it had been devoured by such a frail wretch. What compounded his frustration was that in his exuberance, he had already relayed this good news to Kaido during his journey. However, what incited Doflamingo's fury most was that this imp had also slain Gladius. In a brutal manner, he had left Gladius dismembered. Had he not arrived in time? Treble's head would have been severed from his body as well. How many years had it been? Doflamingo could scarcely recall the last time he had experienced the tremors of uncontrollable rage and murderous intent surging through him as he did today. You wretch! You have done well. I care not whether you are a marine or a pirate. Having slain my kin, you shall pay the price. Let you and the entire Prin's kingdom accompany Gladius in death. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with fury, and suddenly raised his right hand towards the heavens. Thin threads erupted from his open palm, shooting skyward to heights of several hundred meters, resembling a fountain of threads that spread outward, enveloping the entire island upon which the royal city stood. In the distance, Rasha, clutching his severed arm, gazed at the incessantly rising threads with a countenance growing increasingly pale as if drained of all color. The Birdcage. Chapter 62. Act 12. The Jester in a fit of rage, Doflamingo unleashed a multitude of delicate threads from his palms into the sky, ascending to a considerable height. These threads dispersed in all directions, plunging into the earth at the edges of the royal island like hardened steel needles. In a mere span of seconds, the entire prince's capital was ensnared beneath an enormous birdcage. On the rooftops, Law gazed up at this breathtaking spectacle with a pallid complexion, his lips quivering uncontrollably. The vast birdcage woven from threads cast a profound shadow over him. Many years prior, as a child, he had witnessed Doflamingo employ this very technique off the coast of an island. Once the birdcage took shape, the threads embedded at the island's perimeter would inexorably constrict towards the center at a constant pace. These threads were unyielding, impervious even to the mightiest of swordsman's strikes. No one could impede the inexorable advance of the tightening threads. Those trapped within the confines of the birdcage could only watch helplessly as the cage gradually shrank, witnessing both familiar and unfamiliar faces being mercilessly severed by the razor-sharp threads. Ultimately, the island was left strewn with the remnants of shattered flesh and scattered corpses. Luo would eternally remember that harrowing scene. It was a veritable inferno on earth. Luo Xia, with one hand gripping the edge of the building, cried out in desperation. His voice trembled with fear. He had to stop him. The birdcage must not close, for if it did, everyone would perish. As Luo spoke, gritting his teeth and straining his body, he yearned to rise and rush forward. His steps were unsteady, and he did not even glance at the severed arm that had fallen to the ground. His remaining left hand splayed open, revealing a flickering aura. Room. A hemispherical dome materialized, yet its diameter expanded to less than 5 meters. His strength had been entirely depleted. After a series of fierce battles and the loss of an arm, Luo's body was on the brink of collapse. He vanished from sight, only to reappear outside the building. However, the confines of the surgical space were too restrictive. He failed to reach Doflamingo and merely shifted outside the structure, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. His face bloodied. Hee. Doflamingo observed this ludicrous scene, unable to suppress a hand pressed against his forehead, emitting an eerie laughter. Hee. Are you still trying to be funny? Luo? Is this amusing to you? A chilling voice echoed in his ear. Doflamingo looked down at Luo Xia, who had risen from the pit, his lips curling into an exaggerated grin. Indeed, it is amusing. Before this birdcage completely closes, how could one not find joy in this farcical performance before death? Doflamingo spread his arms wide, addressing those naive youngsters who had never witnessed the ocean's cruelty and held no reverence for the strong. Now, I shall impart a lesson. Your final lesson in life. As death approaches gradually, immerse yourselves in the profound collapse and despair that awaits. Rashia's bent legs propelled him out of the deep pit, and he stood face to face with Doflamingo, his expression devoid of the fear and despair that Doflamingo had anticipated. Instead, a blatant mockery appeared upon his visage. So, your companion, whom you regarded as family, has perished, yet you can still wear such a joyful smile. Truly, you deserve your title, Jester. What did you say? Doflamingo's voice turned chillingly frigid. Ratchet advanced with measured steps. The gravel beneath him stirred and floated around his form, as a tempest howled through the expanse of heaven and earth. How does it feel to commit patricide and fratricide? Silence. What is the sensation of utter solitude? Silence. From a divine being of lofty stature to a mere mortal of no worth, how does that transformation feel? Insolent wretch, I shall slay you this very moment. Doflamingo extended his fingers, and the ground beneath them rapidly transformed into a white expanse, morphing into a sea of filaments. The white waves, woven from these threads, surged forth, crashing toward Ratchet with ferocity. Rasha gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, his body shimmering with tiny sparks of electricity, and swirling winds enveloped him. He suddenly shattered the approaching threads, leaving behind a straight, lingering shadow upon the white waves as he charged directly at Don Quixote Doflamingo. He roared, reminiscent of thunder. Is your greatest prowess merely to intimidate us with death? Do you presume I fear it? I did not fear it in my last life. I did not fear it 4 years ago, nor did I fear it a year ago. Mere death. With a violent force surging from within, Rasha transformed into a ferocious beast. His scaled right leg swept through the vacuum with a horizontal slash, raging foot, air slash, whoosh. A sweeping arc of over 10 meters sliced through the air, aimed at Doflamingo's neck. The colossal figure of Rasha followed closely behind, his massive fist, akin to a mighty chelan's claw, shattered the air as it descended towards Doflamingo's head. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, the na-ve little creature. Doflamingo remained steadfast in his position, as strands of white thread rose from the ground before him, twisting and intertwining in the air, forming sharp, menacing tendrils. The silken appendages struck down effortlessly, shattering the slashing assault of the gale foot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of white threads lunged towards Rasha's body. Iron block, fist of the gun. Ratchet remained indifferent to the threads that pierced his body, as his colossal right fist accelerated once more, ferociously shattering a white, tentacle-like filament. He aimed a devastating blow at Doflamingo's head. Doflamingo extended his left hand, and from his arm emanated an inky black hue of hockey, striking down upon Ratchet's incoming fist. Bang! The air erupted with the force of their collision, and Ratchet let out a muffled grunt, his massive right fist colliding with what felt like an impenetrable steel wall. The strength capable of sending Mig Jones flying did not push Doflamingo back. Rather, with a mere flick of his wrist, Doflamingo shattered the muscle and armor of Ratchet's fist. In contrast, Doflamingo only staggered momentarily from the immense force. In that brief pause, Doflamingo's right foot surged forward. The pointed tip of his shoe cloaked in an aura of dominance, striking Ratchet squarely in the abdomen. Boom! His immense form was propelled like a bowling ball, parting the air into swirling white eddies. Doflamingo, with his fingers splayed wide, gestured forward. You are nothing but a weakling who lacks mastery over hockey, relying solely on your words. With that, a flurry of dark, thread-like filaments erupted from the ground, resembling the expansive wings of Doflamingo, piercing the void and racing towards Ratchet's flying body, striking with the swiftness of a tempest. Roxa's body was pierced by countless threads, blood spraying forth incessantly, akin to raindrops cascading down. The scales that adorned his exterior were punctured. However, these threads, imbued with the might of hockey, could never penetrate his bones. Even when slender strands breached his vital organs, he did not succumb immediately. The terrifying vitality of his mythical beast lineage transformed him into a creature that could not be dispatched easily. Roxa. Ro's eyes widened as his left hand dug into the earth, a desire to assist swelling within him, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Why was he so feeble? The killer of Mr. Rocinante, Don Quixote Doflamingo, was right before him. Yet all he could do was sit and watch, helplessly observing as his companion was mercilessly slaughtered. How utterly intolerable. I extend my gratitude to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendations. Thank you for reading and for the thoughtful suggestions from many readers. Some of the points raised by fellow brothers are indeed quite insightful. However, the earlier plot will not undergo significant revisions. The die has been cast, previously influenced by others. I altered certain settings, and further modifications would only lead to chaos. As a novice, I lack the seasoned experience of others and can only construct the story according to my envisioned path. This will inevitably alienate some readers, as it is impossible to please everyone. Chapter 63, Act 13. Fearless Doflamingo soared into the air, leisurely gliding toward the direction in which Rasha was being flung. Hee. Little brat, weren't you quite defiant? Why the silence now? Rox's body shattered through a mud wall, drenched in blood. His Chelan form was dispelled. And despite the astonishing regenerative abilities inherent to mythical beasts, his body was riddled with countless wounds inflicted by Doflamingo's threads, resembling a leaking water bag. Every muscle quivered, and the agonizing pain surged like relentless waves, crashing against his spirit. Doflamingo descended from the sky, leisurely approaching Roxa, casting a condescending gaze upon him. Do continue. You are not. Boom. The structure to the left suddenly exploded, as a greenish-blue dinosaur barreled through the debris, its maw filled with sharp teeth aimed directly at Doflamingo. An ancient species, HM, yet another splendid ability wasted on a feeble fool. Doflamingo seemed to have anticipated this, methodically spreading his fingers. Parasite thread. Dozens of nearly invisible threads descended from the sky, connecting to the dinosaur. As the cavernous mouth prepared to snap at Doflamingo, the colossal beast abruptly halted, unable to advance any further. The dinosaur glared furiously, fixated on Doflamingo, yearning to struggle, yet its body was entirely beyond its control, releasing a thunderous roar instead. Doflamingo, stay away from him. Return to your Dressrosa. This is not a place for you. Annoying. Doflamingo's countenance turned icy as he closed his fingers, causing the gaping maw of the dinosaur to snap shut instantly. He redirected his attention to Roxa, a playful smile suddenly gracing his face. Who would have guessed? You have someone so concerned for you? He glanced at the immobile dinosaur beside him, the captain of the Navy's secret unit, the Blade, Major X, Drake. An ancient Zoan-type user, the dragon fruit in its exceptional form. To elicit such concern from him, it seems, little one, you are not as insignificant as you appear. Doflamingo paid no heed to the astonishment evident in Drake's eyes as he crouched low, scrutinizing the now human form of Rasha, with silvery hair and azure eyes. His visage bore a youthful innocence, yet his gaze was fierce, reminiscent of a young wolf. After a prolonged examination, Doflamingo could discern no resemblance between Rasha and any high-ranking official within the Navy. As a former celestial dragon, Doflamingo's collaboration with the world government was the most intimate among all the 7 warlords, granting him insight into numerous secrets of the government's subordinate agencies, including the covert unit known as SWORD. Over 80% of its mid to high-ranking members hailed from the progeny of senior Navy officials. Even those without direct lineage often maintained connections to notable figures within the Navy. Drake's father had once been an officer at Navy headquarters, although he later turned to piracy. Drake chose to align himself with the Navy, serving closely under Vice Admiral Tsuru and distinguishing himself as a rare talent among the new generation of naval forces. His conspicuous devil fruit ability garnered much attention. Ha ha ha, it matters not. I shall dispatch you first. For my patience has waned in awaiting the closure of the birdcage. Doflamingo extended his fingers towards Rasha. Roxia gazed coldly at him, his chest heaving with emotion. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful blow aimed directly at the nearby Doflamingo. The sound of desperation echoed, a final struggle for survival. The parasitic threads emerged. With a subtle flick of his fingers, Doflamingo summoned the strings once more, which descended and entwined around Roxia's form. His fist halted a mere centimeter from Doflamingo's face. Roxia felt as though he had lost dominion over his own body, transformed into a mere puppet in the hands of Doflamingo. His right hand remained poised in a fist, while Doflamingo extended his index finger, from which a serrated thread shot forth, slicing through Roxia's arm with a swift motion. The thread saw continued to emerge from Doflamingo's finger, relentlessly carving into Roxia's flesh. He intended to dismantle this obstinate little brat piece by piece, to ascertain whether Roxia truly feared death. As Roxia's arm was gradually severed, flesh and sinew tearing to reveal stark, white bone, Drake's eyes brimmed with anguish. Damn it, this sense of helplessness, regardless of how fiercely his inner voice roared in anger. His body remained ensnared by Doflamingo's thread-like control. The beastly physique he usually took pride in was rendered a mere jest in Doflamingo's eyes. The serrated thread continued its relentless assault, thick, crimson blood transitioning from an initial torrent to a mere trickle. Roche's complexion grew increasingly pale, his aura waning with each passing moment. Yet his eyes, icy and resolute, were tinged with a crimson hue. Doflamingo's face was suffused with a sadistic pleasure, reveling in the torment he inflicted. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds passed. The saw continued its relentless work, yet Roche's arm remained suspended in midair, unsevered. Doflamingo's smile gradually faltered, his gaze descending to the arm bone of Roche's, now being sliced by the saw. To his astonishment, the pristine surface of the bone bore no signs of being cut. It remained impossibly smooth. Doflamingo's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could this be? He was acutely aware of the immense power of his saw. Previously, Roche's right arm had snapped merely from a glancing blow of the saw. Yet, this young man's arm had endured slicing for several seconds without a single mark of injury. Could it be that this youth was a product of naval enhancements? No. Even a cyborg forged of steel could not withstand the might of his saw. Observing Doflamingo's furrowed brow, Roche's managed a feeble smile. Why have you ceased your efforts? Is your wire losing its vigor? It appears you are rather weak, clown. Doflamingo fixed a cold stare upon him and reignited the saw. This time, the cutting wire was imbued with a layer of dark, armed hockey. As the wire shot forth from his fingertips with blinding speed, Roche's arm bone was once again subjected to the saw's relentless assault. This time, Doflamingo finally discerned the surface of Roche's bone being grazed. Yet, his expression grew even graver. The marks left upon the bone were but superficial. At this pace, he would require at least 10 minutes to sever Roche's arm. Little brat, what manner of monster are you? He gazed at Roche's, his heart stirring with unease. Monster? No, I am merely made of hard bone. Ha ha ha. Instead of pondering my nature, you might want to glance behind you. Roxia's breath was faint, his face twisted in mockery as he cast a glance behind Doflamingo. The unusual state of Roxia drew the majority of Doflamingo's attention, causing him to startle and turn abruptly. He beheld the sight of Law, now reduced to a single arm, gripping a sword and plunging it forcefully into the heart of the unconscious Treble. At that moment, Law's once handsome visage appeared somewhat grotesque. Law. Doflamingo's eyes blazed a furious crimson, and in an instant, he vanished from in front of Roxia. When he reappeared, he loomed above Law, his raised right foot enveloped in an immensely heavy coating of hockey, exuding an aura capable of obliterating all in its path as he aimed a devastating kick towards Law's head. Ha ha, ha ha ha, clown. Doflamingo, you are nothing but a clown. Rochester lay amidst the ruins, his skeletal right arm dangling, his body riddled with holes and stained with blood, yet he laughed heartily, unabashed and unafraid. Have you grown old? It is only the aged who fear death. We are still young, And do you think to intimidate us with the specter of mortality? Hey, Drake, Hawkins, Roe, do you fear death? Drake's mouth remained sealed, but his eyes bulged with a clarity that betrayed his thoughts. Death? It is the inevitable conclusion of all existence. What have I to fear? From a distance, atop the palace, Hawkins spoke with a measured tone. Law remained silent. A mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed the frenzied Doflamingo approach with a kick. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted dramatically. An icy chill sweeping through the air, enveloping the entirety of Dressrosa. Ah, how exhilarating this moment is, stirring my very blood. I hope I am not too late. Chapter 64. The curtain falls. The Ice Age. In an instant, a wave of sub-zero temperatures engulfed the land, freezing the earth and air alike. Where the frigid wind passed, shattered buildings and pockmarked streets, as well as the distant inland sea, were all encased in a thick layer of ice. Doflamingo's right foot, mere centimeters from Law's head, became ensconced in the transparent ice. He transformed into a frozen statue, his features contorted, his outstretched right hand frozen in a gesture of fury. Through the heavy ice, his pink cloak appeared strikingly vivid. With a crisp sound, a figure descended from the sky, landing upon the icy surface before Law and his companions. The newcomer stood nearly 3 meters tall, slender like a walking bamboo stalk, clad in a white vest reminiscent of a bartender's uniform. He wore a flowing white justice cloak draped over his shoulders. A blue-eye mask adorned his forehead, and his hair was a tousled mess of curls. His face, exhaling puffs of vapor, bore a hint of apology. Admiral Kazan, why have you only just arrived? Did I not contact you long ago? As the parasitic threads dissipated, the motionless dinosaur swiftly shrank, transforming into Drake. He hurried to Law's side, his gaze falling upon Law, drenched in blood, and the right arm, severed by Doflamingo to reveal stark white bones, causing his eyes to well with tears. Ah, my apologies. I was delayed due to an encounter with some pirates. Kazan expressed his apologies. Glancing at the ice-encased Doflamingo, a cold demeanor overtook his features. A glimmer of crystalline light danced in his eyes as a formidable observation hockey radiated from him, enveloping the entirety of the royal city of Prince. As he delved deeper into his perceptive capabilities, the countenance of Kazan grew increasingly grim. Corpses. They were everywhere. In the distant streets, hundreds of headless bodies lay stacked upon one another, the ground soaked in a crimson tide, the stench of blood saturating the air throughout the city. On the outskirts of the royal city, the earth was cleaved by sharp threads. Some citizens, attempting to flee the island, remained eternally trapped at the fringes, their fragmented forms scattered across the ground. Witnessing this gruesome tableau of death and carnage, even Kazan, who had always adhered to a laid-back sense of justice, found himself overwhelmed with an uncontrollable fury. He strode towards the ice-encased Doflamingo, raising his right hand into a fist, poised to strike. The Kingdom of Prince is a member state of the world government. Doflamingo, your rampant slaughter of innocent civilians has transgressed the boundaries of Navy justice. Crack, crack. Thick layers of ice began to fissure, tiny cracks spreading from within. Just as Kazan's fist was about to descend upon the icy surface, the sculpture shattered explosively from the inside out. Doflamingo was propelled skyward, yanked by the descending threads, retreating over 10 meters before casting a wary glance at Kazan. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. His face twitched, contorted in distress. Kazan, a spear of ice, exuding an aura of frost, whizzed past Doflamingo's side. Kazan gazed at him coldly. Release the birdcage at once, or you shall meet your demise here today. A chilling mist spiraled between the fingers of his right hand, gradually taking the shape of a razor-sharp ice blade. Hee, Kazan. Doflamingo forced a laugh, his face twisted in rage as he roared. I haven't even sought trouble with you yet. Why has the Navy unjustly slain my subordinates? Navy? Kazan surveyed the surroundings, indifferently stating, I see no other Navy personnel here besides myself. You. Doflamingo's forehead pulsed with veins, realizing that the Navy would never acknowledge the sword unit as part of their ranks. This unit operated outside the Navy, addressing matters that could not be pursued openly. And the Navy's Admiral Kazan was indeed the highest authority of this clandestine force. If they are not the Navy, then why do you obstruct my vengeance for my subordinates? Doflamingo pointed furiously at Law, who was weary and approaching Russia. That brat is still a pirate. When did the Navy ever assist pirates? I demand a reasonable explanation. An explanation? Kazan's gaze was as frigid as steel, and an overwhelming surge of icy energy erupted from him, cascading towards Doflamingo's position with a relentless force. The terrifying cold current contained within it, once ensnared, would not permit an easy escape as before. Doflamingo's expression shifted once more, his form soaring skyward like a great bird, evading the onslaught of the approaching frost. The Navy's actions require no explanation to pirates. I shall reiterate, dissolve the birdcage at once. Otherwise, Kazan tightened his grip on the ice blade. An intangible flow of haki emanating from his being, enveloping the ice, soared in a tangible armor that radiated an aura that sent chills down Doflamingo's spine. This man was truly enraged. Doflamingo's complexion fluctuated between pallor and ashen hues, yet he remained indecisive about confronting Kazan. With a brooding gaze, he glanced at Law and Rasha behind Kazan, relinquishing his grip with 5 splayed fingers, gesturing towards the heavens. In response to his motion, the massive birdcage, which had retreated several meters, began to dissipate from the bottom upwards. Several long threads shot forth from his hand, ensnaring Baby 5, Buffalo, Gladius, and Treble from various angles. Among them, Baby 5 and Buffalo still clung to life. Although Buffalo appeared more wretched than the headless Gladius, cleaved in two by Law's blade. Law's surgical prowess merely separated his body without claiming his life. With a mere reassembly, he could be restored. Baby 5 had succumbed to unconsciousness from the explosion. Meanwhile, Gladius and Treble were irrevocably deceased. Doflamingo's glasses reflected the lifeless forms of the two, and suddenly, his shoulders heaved as he erupted into raucous laughter. Ha 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 ha. Splendid. Splendid. How many years has it been? This was the first time he had suffered such a significant setback. That young Navy brat who consumed the Kirin fruit, along with the traitor Law and Prince Ilya. Doflamingo's gaze turned icy as it fixed upon the palace. There, he beheld the young prince of the kingdom, wearing a smile as he clapped his hands, his form flickering in the air before manifesting before the onlookers. Clap, clap. Marvelous. The drama of life and death, with constant twists and layers of progression. This is truly a magnificent stage play. Ilya turned his head towards the darkened visage of Doflamingo, saying, Doflamingo, you see, just as I predicted, fate ultimately triumphs over all. You, the embodiment of power and villainy, have not escaped this law. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Phoenix, Yu Chen, Bookfriend 202109111, Guanyin. If you do not cherish, I shall not love. Bookfriend 2023, Fongbua, Hancheng Quij, Shayatsi, Songhai Jiren, Zhenghu Xiaoxian, for their generous monthly votes. Chapter 65. The answer. Beneath the cliff lies the inland sea, frozen in ice. This is the power of Admiral Akiji. Remarkable. The Admiral has arrived. Quickly, break the icy surface and lift this gruss up. He requires immediate medical attention. On the ice, the officers shattered the ice layer and emerged from the frigid waters. In the distance, towards the direction of the palace, Hawkins pressed his hand against his chest, traversing the ice towards this vicinity. Along the long street, Akiji cast a cold glance at the appearance of Ilya among the gathered crowd and stepped forward to confront Rasha and the others. Are you all right? Akiji inquired as he crouched down, observing the 3 youths before him, who were significantly younger than himself. The injuries they bore were rather alarming. Drake's skull was fractured, and the congealed blood mingled with dust, staining his upper body a dark crimson. Ruaw's right arm lay severed, yet he continued to draw breath alongside Drake, as they utilized torn rags ripped from his own body to staunch the countless wounds that marred Ruaw's flesh. In that moment, Ruaw's vitality waned to its nadir. Reclining against the desolation of the ruins, his pupils betraying signs of a disconcerting detachment. Fetch a piece of ice, someone urged, to rouse his senses and stave off the looming specter of shock. Luo tilted his head towards Kazan and uttered a soft "oh." Kazan promptly extended his right hand, and a swirling mass of frost rapidly materialized in his palm, skillfully shaping itself into a palm-sized block of ice, which he then offered to Luo. Without lifting his gaze, Law continued, "What about your Navy's subsequent support? Why are you still standing there? Quickly contact a doctor. They require immediate medical attention." Kazan slapped his forehead, feeling embarrassed. "I apologize for my oversight. I will contact the branch right away. They are currently on standby offshore near Prince's Island. I will notify them to come immediately." With that, he hurriedly took out a den mushy. The device rang twice before being answered. "Is this Jennifer? Deploy personnel to the island at once to address the disaster in Prince's City. Additionally, Drake and the others are severely injured and need immediate treatment. Please send someone quickly." Meanwhile, at the cliff leading to the inland sea towards the royal city, Several thick ropes of straw extended downwards as a dozen naval lieutenants climbed up from below. Upon seeing their companions, the lieutenants rushed over with Gruss in tow. Further away, Beepo and his companions were roused from their slumber by the chill of the ice beneath them and hurried back to the shelter they had previously occupied, carrying the unconscious peacock outside. Upon seeing Law with one arm severed, Beepo's eyes immediately brimmed with tears, noticing the peacock's body stained with blood and burns. Kazan's expression darkened further. He instructed the lieutenants to send a few into the royal city to assess the situation and fetch the military doctor from Unit 177. Rising to his feet, he approached the battling Doflamingo and Ilya. As Kazan drew nearer, the temperature around them plummeted, as if they had stepped into the Arctic. Doflamingo lowered his raised hand and turned to regard Kazan's approach. Kazan, however, did not meet his gaze, focusing instead on Ilya. "You are the culprit behind the coup in the kingdom of Prince, are you not, Prince Ilya?" Ilya wiped away the blood that had flowed from Doflamingo's earlier assault and smiled at Kazan. "Indeed, it is I. A pleasure to meet you, Admiral Kazan." "Why did you do it?" Kazan's expression remained stoic, devoid of mirth. "Because I seek the answer. What truly governs this world?" Ilya's face, once bearing a resemblance to Hawkins in its somber demeanor, now manifested a similarly neurotic expression as before. He pointed at his unconscious brother, Gruss, lying on the ground. "Look, Gruss is the embodiment of our bloodline. Our father would rather bestow the throne upon him, a person inferior in every aspect to me, solely because he possesses the royal bloodline. He can ascend to this kingdom without paying any price." Ilya then gestured towards the brooding Doflamingo. "The formidable warlords of the sea represent power, and their involvement has altered the course of bloodline succession. You Navy, likewise, represent legitimacy under the guise of justice. You come to uphold peace in this nation and drive away pirates. Will justice inevitably triumph over evil? Is this the unchanging destiny that has persisted for millennia? And I alone shall embody wisdom." Elijah pointed to himself, declaring that at the age of 15, he had already mastered the intricacies of the Northern Sea nations, instigating wars between neighboring countries over trivial matters, allowing the kingdom of Prink to reap the benefits and amass boundless wealth. He promised the pirates meager rewards, which drew them to him like sharks sensing blood, eager to do his bidding. The provisions seized from the pirates were exchanged for the strategic mythical fruits coveted by the Revolutionary Army. With these mythical fruits, he lured the Don Quixote family into the fray. Now, within this diminutive kingdom of Prink, the elements of bloodline, destiny, power, and wisdom, what he deemed the four most influential factors in shaping the world, had converged. However, Elijah smiled as he pointed at the expressionless Kazan. It dawned on him that wisdom was perhaps the least effective of these factors. The nobility of the kingdom, laden with bloodline yet devoid of power, ultimately amounts to nothing. Destiny may have triumphed, but only upon the foundation of strength. Had it not been for your intervention as the highest military prowess of the Navy, the conclusion of this theatrical performance would have inevitably been strength. Thus, is the ultimate resolution to this dilemma the synthesis of destiny and power? Could this be the quintessential factor that governs the world? Ha! Elijah threw back his head in laughter, pondering whether he had discerned the very essence of existence. Ha! Doflamingo regarded him coldly, as if observing a lifeless corpse. "Rasha!" Suddenly, a shout came from behind Kazan, belonging to Drake. Kazan turned to see Rasha, bloodied and battered, struggling to approach with a wavering form, his azure eyes fixed upon the maniacally laughing Elijah. "So, for such a trivial question and answer, you have willingly sacrificed your own nation, allowing countless innocent lives to perish, and turning neighboring islands and villages into rivers of blood? How could this be trivial? This is indeed a profoundly significant undertaking. With merely the lives of tens of thousands, one can glimpse the essence of the world. Is that not a remarkable feat?" Elijah spread his arms wide, his smile growing ever more radiant. Rochester's cheeks twitched, and the corners of his mouth curled upward, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of suffocation and fury that filled his chest. He pointed a finger at Drake, whose head was split open, at Roe, with his severed arm, at the unconscious peacock and Gruss. "Allow me to elucidate what governs this world. It has never been about lineage, wisdom, strength, or the fate of the meek. It is the most fundamental conscience and benevolence inherent in our humanity. It is the audacity to confront the unknown, to defy tyranny, and to face life and death head-on. The greatness of humanity lies in its courage. The anthem of humankind is an ode to valor. With goodwill and conscience in our hearts, and armed with unwavering courage and conviction, We can transform this battered world. Roches gazed at Ilya, whose smile was gradually fading, and then at the somber countenance of Doflamingo. Such matters, those of you who regard human life as mere chaff, will never comprehend. Having spoken, he seemed to exhaust his last vestiges of strength, swaying before collapsing. Kazan reached out to catch his falling form, his pupils trembling. Is it only through harboring benevolence and a steadfast courage that one may alter this fractured world? A sudden warmth ignited within Kazan's heart. This is how the Navy ought to be. This is the essence of justice. Doflamingo's expression remained frozen for a prolonged moment before slowly morphing into a wild grin. Ha ha ha. Can one simply be endowed with conscience and kindness by virtue of being human? What audacity! You, child, how much true darkness and cruelty have you truly experienced? Venture out to the sea and behold this ravaged world. With your Navi convictions, can you indeed transform it? Ha ha ha. He ascended with a sudden burst, taking Tory Pole and others aloft, soaring into the distance. Nearby, Drake, Hawkins, Law, Bepo, and the officers silently observed the silver-haired youth in the arena, their emotions involuntarily stirring. Boom, boom. Outside the prince's royal city, naval warriors from various branches of the North Sea set about their ships, encircling the multitude of pirate crews gathered in the Prince Kingdom. The cannon fire roared across the sea, heralding the final curtain call. Chapter 66, Kazan 10 days later, on Chianyan Island, in the office of Branch 177. Kazan bowed over his desk, reviewing a series of documents arising from the incident in the Prince Kingdom. His hair was tousled, resembling dried grass bleached by the sun along the shore. Weariness was etched across his face, and he stifled yawns incessantly. It had been many years since he had personally engaged in such troublesome clerical work. Yet, on this busy day, he had been laboring diligently for nearly a week. There was no alternative. After all, he was now the highest commander of the entire North Sea Navy. Although the coup in the Kingdom of Prince has concluded, the aftermath it has left behind is undeniably extensive. It not only involves numerous pirate factions, both large and small, but also engages some neutral maritime trading entities, as well as the need to comfort tens of thousands of afflicted citizens. Furthermore, the actions of Prince Ilya, who previously dispatched pirates to massacre villages in neighboring countries, have come to light, inciting outrage and indignation among surrounding nations. Reports and denunciations against the Prince royal family have, like a flurry of snowflakes, been sent to the world government. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of Prince itself finds itself in disarray, lacking a king to govern, resulting in widespread anxiety among the populace amidst this calamity. To swiftly mitigate the negative repercussions of this incident, it is imperative to restore order within this affiliated state. Consequently, the world government has been persistently urging the 177th branch to facilitate the ascension of Prince Gruss, the legitimate heir to the throne, in order to stabilize public sentiment. However, this is precisely what troubles Kazan the most. The prince, who had only recently awakened from a severe injury-induced coma, has no desire to assume the role of king of the Prince Kingdom. The legitimate heir of the affiliated state refuses to fulfill his duty. Not only is he unwilling, but Gruss has also implored to join the Navy. The thought of this caused yet another throbbing ache in Kazan's head. He paused in his work, pinched the bridge of his nose, and sighed deeply. He still recalled how severely he was reprimanded when he reported Gruss's request to Admiral Sengoku just days prior. Sengoku's exact words were, "Do not jest, Kazan. Gruss is the designated heir of Prince 7. If he refuses to be king, the only remaining candidate worthy of the throne is Prince Ilya. Do you wish to see that criminal, who has caused the deaths of tens of thousands, return to power and plunge the nation back into despair? Subsequently, reprimands such as, if you fail to complete your mission, do not return to headquarters, and a distinguished general who cannot handle such trivial matters is utterly useless," echoed in his mind. The mere thought of Prince Ilya stirred within Kazan an indescribable sense of oppression and anger. That seemingly refined and gentle noble youth had plunged an entire nation into a blood-soaked inferno for the sake of a so-called answer, resulting in the deaths of countless innocents. On that fateful day, he had nearly succumbed to the urge to eliminate Ilya on the spot. He was nothing but a complete wretch. Had it been Sakazuki in this situation? Yet, on the other hand, Kazan could not deny that Prince Ilya was indeed a profoundly cunning and nearly diabolical genius. Had he chosen the righteous path and joined the Navy, he would have undoubtedly risen to the rank of a senior advisor at headquarters. With his singular strength, he had ensnared several formidable factions far beyond his own capabilities. The notorious supernova pirates, with bounties exceeding 100 million, the renowned warlords of the sea, the justice-defending navy, and even the Revolutionary Army, which had specifically offered precious mythical Zoan fruits in exchange for provisions. Indeed, Kazan had already uncovered the origins and name of the fruit consumed by Rasha. The animal-type mythical Zoan fruit that Rasha ingested was none other than the Mare no Mi in its Chilan form, reputed to wield control over wind and thunder. A fruit of immense potential, rivaling Kaido's dragon form. With such boundless promise, combined with his unwavering commitment to justice, once he matures, the Navy would gain yet another formidable force. Whenever he recalled that day, when the battered Rasha had nearly roared those few words, Kazan's heart, which had long been encased in ice, ignited with fervor once more. Was he not, in some ways, the very Rasha of today? When had he forsaken the initial fervor of his convictions and settled for this languid form of justice? Was it with the O'Hara Buster call that it began? No. Perhaps it was even earlier. As that detestable Doflamingo had remarked, the darkness and filth of this world are far too abundant. How many of those entrenched within it can steadfastly pursue their original aspirations? Unbeknownst to him, Kazan rested his forehead in contemplation. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden rap at the office door jolted him from his reverie. He inhaled deeply, rubbed his face vigorously, and spoke in a voice tinged with gravel. Come in. Lieutenant Richard from Branch 177 pushed the door open, saluted sharply, and announced in a loud voice, Report, Admiral Kazan, Lieutenant Rasha's warship has returned. Finally back? Kazan shook his head slightly. Shall I inform Lieutenant Rasha to come see you? Richard inquired. No need. I shall go see him myself. Keep an eye on things here, and if any calls come through, please take them. Kazan waved his hand and rose from his seat, departing the office under Richard's astonished gaze. It was no surprise that Rasha commanded such respect from the general. After all, a man capable of such feats truly deserved recognition. To share the same origins in the North Sea and to exist in the same era as such a remarkable individual was indeed a stroke of fortune. Richard recalled the vivid scenes they had witnessed during their assault on Princess City, and he could not help but feel a profound sense of awe, particularly when he beheld the horrifying injuries sustained by Rasha and his companions. No one in the 177th Unit harbored jealousy towards Rasha's talents any longer. Instead, there emerged a sense of acknowledgement, respect, and even reverence. At the seaside port, a warship, its mast broken and hull riddled with damage, slowly approached. A group of soldiers and waiting military officials rushed forward to facilitate the reception. Lieutenant Bill, Lieutenant Rasha has returned, a soldier hurriedly reported. Beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his expression far from favorable. Understood. Gather more soldiers. The workload will be considerable and we require additional hands, Bill responded, nodding as if he had anticipated this. However, as Bill stepped once more onto the battered deck of the warship and surveyed the scene before him, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, his complexion paling akin to that of the new recruits in the unit. The deck was not strewn with rations, nor with confiscated weapons, nor with refugees to be settled. Instead, it was a gruesome mound of severed heads, a mountain of horror. Each head bore expressions of terror and despair, bloodied and grisly, nearly filling the ship's expansive deck. A thick layer of congealed blood coated the surface, resembling splattered dark red paint. The acrid scent of blood even attracted scavenging vultures circling above. Amidst this hellish tableau, Bill spotted a silver-haired youth in a blue and white military uniform, coldly seated atop a small hill of severed heads. Suddenly, a sigh broke through the atmosphere behind him. Ah, Rasha, if this continues, you shall become another Sakazuki. The unexpected voice startled Lieutenant Bill, and upon recognizing the newcomer, he stood at attention, saluting respectfully. Admiral Akiji. You carry on with your duties. I wish to have a word with Rasha. Kazan smiled at him before turning his attention to the motionless Rasha, raising a bottle of wine in his hand. Rasha, would you care for a drink? I brought some fine wine. Watching the tall, silver-haired youth follow Akiji away, Bill sighed. Lieutenant Rasha was indeed relentless. Having sustained such grave injuries yet scarcely resting, he had still ventured out to assist in the extermination of pirates. Though unaware of the burdens he carries, I still hope he emerges from his shadows soon. The existence of pirates is relentless. Exhausting oneself in this pursuit yields nothing but regret. Bring forth the bounty notices. Present the heads of those with a price upon them, and string the remaining pirate heads together with iron chains to be cast upon Paya Island. Paya Island, a desolate land near Chanyan Island, is designated for the disposal of pirate corpses, notorious as the graveyard of North Sea pirates. It is one of the reasons why the 177th Navy branch stands resolute in the Kingdom of Prince, with no pirate daring to provoke them. At the rugged coastline, the briny sea breeze sweeps across, creating undulating ripples upon the water's surface. As dusk approaches, the setting sun casts a golden hue across the sky. A bottle of wine was tossed over by Kazan, which Rasha caught silently. The two sat facing each other upon the rocky shore, illuminated by the dying light. Kazan, with a smile, reached into his gaping chest, retrieving yet another bottle of wine, from which white frost emanated. Chilled to perfection, taste it. This is a fine wine that every true man must savor, brought from Marineford. Kazan removed the cork from the bottle and offered it to Rasha for a toast. Rasha glanced at the bottle, and indeed, was it sherry? Kazan paused momentarily in his action of tilting his head back to drink, looking somewhat astonished as he remarked, "You are familiar with sherry?" "I have heard of it," Rasha replied. "In Kianyanton, there is also a fruit wine beverage known as Sally." Rorschach removed the cork and tilted his head back to pour the liquid into his mouth. As he swallowed a generous gulp, the fiery spirit caught him off guard, prompting a fit of violent coughing. A faintly youthful blush swiftly appeared on his cheeks. How potent this wine is! Rochester furrowed his brow as he gazed at the wine in his hand. With just a sip, his throat felt as if it were ablaze. The liquid coursed through his abdomen, igniting a similar fire within his stomach. The rapid evaporation of alcohol struck him almost instantaneously as he drank. Is there truly sherry fruit wine available here? It is indeed from the same winery that produces sherry. Kazan, taken aback by this revelation, could not suppress a chuckle upon witnessing Rochester's disheveled state. "What? You cannot hold your liquor, Rochester?" he exclaimed. "This simply won't do. Alcohol is a splendid companion. And as a talented member of the Navy, you will undoubtedly encounter numerous social gatherings and events. If you cannot drink, you shall find yourself at a disadvantage." Roxia managed a bitter smile as he lifted the sherry glass to his lips, taking another small sip, only to find the fiery liquid igniting a warm flush throughout his body. Indeed, he was no connoisseur of alcohol, particularly not of such potent spirits. The sherry from Chinyan town was merely a fruit wine reminiscent of apple cider. In his previous life, he had only lived to the age of 15, having barely completed junior high school. During that time, growing up with an alcoholic father, he developed a profound aversion to alcohol. Whenever his father lost money, he would resort to drinking, and in the aftermath, he would unleash his fury upon him. As for now, he genuinely sought solace in alcohol to alleviate the oppressive emotions festering within him. Observing Roxia down several glasses of sherry, his face flushed crimson. Kazan's expression brightened with a hint of amusement. Did that bring him any relief? Roxas set down the bottle, a hint of regret appearing on his face. "I feel much better now. Thank you, Uncle Kazan. I apologize for taking up your precious time and for burdening you with the troubles of a mere foot soldier." "It is no trouble at all," Kazan waved his hand dismissively. "I simply cannot bear to witness a promising youth lose himself in the chaos of violence. So, what do you say? Are you willing to engage in a conversation?" Rochet let out a bitter laugh, sighed, and took another sip of wine, feeling a sense of suffocation. That Ilya, driven by a single question in his heart, could recklessly trample upon the lives of tens of thousands without a second thought. Mig Jones, in pursuit of power, could easily extinguish the lives of hundreds of innocent civilians. Those pirates, hailing from the northern seas, exhibited no gratitude towards their homeland, instead indulging in rampant slaughter and plunder. He turned to Kazan. "Do you know? Once, my impression of pirates was that they pursued dreams, yearned for freedom, and embarked on grand adventures at sea with their companions, exploring diverse landscapes. Although I recognized the naivety in this view, aware that many villains lurked among pirates, I could not help but indulge in such fantasies. However, my experiences in the Kingdom of Prince and Red Leaf Village have taught me that perhaps such a force as pirates should not exist upon the seas. Regardless of the motives that spurred Pirate King Roger to usher in this age of piracy, we, as the Navy, must bring it to an end. This world cannot be saved by pirates. Otherwise, the future will be 100-fold worse than the current era of piracy." As Rasha spoke, a subtle yet chilling aura gradually emerged on his slightly intoxicated visage, a presence so formidable that even Kazan felt a twinge of apprehension. The young man before him exuded a charisma that evoked the shadows of remarkable individuals. Yet, Prince Ilya was not a pirate. Kazan took a sip of his drink and gently shook his head. Rashia remained silent for a moment, then gently nodded. Indeed, he was a noble, a ruler, an exploiter. The words and actions of such individuals could profoundly influence the countless ordinary people under their dominion. In certain respects, they were far more terrifying than pirates. Yet, the chaos-loving pirates would serve as the finest weapon in the hands of these exploiters. Kazan remained quiet for a considerable time before earnestly gazing at Rashia and inquired, "So, do you intend to eliminate all the pirates, just as Sakazuki saved you?" Roches was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Kazan was aware of this. "For the past 7 days, you have been trailing Jennifer, engaging in the eradication of pirates in the waters near the kingdom of Prank. Over this span of a week, you have vanquished more than 2,000 pirates, leaving over 2,000 severed heads upon the shores of Paya Island." As he spoke, Kazan's gaze towards Roches grew somewhat intricate. Roche's methods of dispatching pirates are exceedingly ruthless. After acquiring the mythical Zoan fruit, those pirates with bounties in the millions are rendered utterly powerless against him. Every pirate that falls into Roche's grasp is violently crushed, met with immediate execution. Their severed heads taken as trophies. While these pirates have indeed committed heinous acts, slaughtering countless innocents and deserving of their fate, Roche's approach remains strikingly extreme. Aside from the 177th Division, whose warriors have witnessed the horrors within the royal city, the rest of the populace, including other soldiers of the division, now regard Rasha with profound awe, an amalgamation of respect and fear, akin to how the Marines view Akainu. Kazan has long believed that Akainu's brand of justice is excessively harsh. The burdens he carries are unbearably heavy, leaving no room for retreat. Kazan suspects that if sacrificing 2 or 3% of the world's population could fulfill Akainu's vision of justice, he would not hesitate to do so, even at the cost of his own destruction. One Akainu is more than sufficient for the Marines, another should not emerge. Observing Rasha's silence, Kazan sighed inwardly. Realizing that with the young man's temperament, imparting wisdom alone would not easily unravel his inner turmoil. "Don't worry, Uncle Kazan," Rasha assured. "The path I choose is distinctly different from that of Uncle Sakazuki." The words that followed from Rasha brought a modicum of solace to Kazan's heart. Yet, he soon heard Rasha's subsequent statement, "In encounters with pirates henceforth, I shall present them with 2 choices." Rasha solemnly raised 2 fingers. "Firstly, those without a criminal record must either enlist in the Navy on the spot or promptly disband and return home to await further instructions. Secondly, for those guilty, they shall be dealt with promptly, depending on the severity of their crimes. Those whose sins do not warrant death shall be sent to Judicial Island for trial, while the irredeemable shall be dealt with on the spot, dispatched to be reborn, with hopes of becoming a better person in the next life." Observing the earnest expression on the youth's face, Kazan felt a twitch in his cheek. "Ah, what a splendid choice indeed. By the way, Uncle Kazan, may I ask a favor of you?" "What kind of favor?" "Well, there are a few admirable individuals I wish to invite to join the Navy, and I would appreciate your assistance in persuading them, as you are acquainted with them as well." Chapter 68. Suicide early the next morning. Due to a hangover from drinking with Kazan the previous day, Roches was roused from his slumber by the persistent knocking of a soldier at his door. As he rubbed his heavy head and opened the door, he was greeted with shocking news. Prince Ilya, who had been arrested and temporarily detained in the 177th branch prison, had committed suicide. Upon hearing of Ilya's demise, Roches could hardly suppress a smirk. Was this not good news? Had he not been gravely injured that day? Roches could not guarantee that he would not have executed Ilya on the spot in Prince's capital. For such a highly intelligent and unscrupulous criminal, Roches truly wished to prevent him from entering Impel Down. The threat posed by someone like Ilya far exceeded that of pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions. According to Kazan, Ilya's entry into Impel Down could lead to a charge of nation-destroying, resulting in confinement in the legendary Infinite Hell, specifically the 6th level of Impel Down, due to the crimes he committed alongside the notorious pirate king, Pizarro. If such a person were to undergo enlightenment in Impel Down, the chances of their reemergence could upend the world, much like those fearsome pirates released by Luffy and Blackbeard in the manga. However, since he had been forewarned of this potential calamity, he would strive to avert it. Yet, as Roches approached the branch prison alongside the soldier delivering the message, the smile on his face vanished upon learning that Ilya's suicide had been unsuccessful. Truly, it was disheartening to have been momentarily elated for naught. Roxia curled his lips in disdain. Just then, Kazan approached from a distance, accompanied by Gruss. Upon overhearing Roxia's mutterings, he cast a sidelong glance at Gruss. The upper half of Gruss's face was obscured by his curly hair, rendering his expression indiscernible. As Kazan drew nearer, Roxia greeted him. "Good morning, Uncle Kazan. The form of address elicited a chuckle from Kazan. It was the first time someone had referred to him as uncle. As one of the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters, he was typically met with reverence and formal titles wherever he went. Rarely did anyone, aside from a select few, greet him with such casual familiarity. Nonetheless, Kazan found this appellation quite endearing. However, his demeanor at that moment appeared rather solemn. Roxia, I called you here because I have a request to make. Rasha was taken aback. Are you asking me for a favor, Kazan? If you have any matter at hand, please feel free to command me. After all, you are an admiral. Kazan shook his head, clarifying that it was not a military concern. He got straight to the point, gesturing towards the prison entrance. You may not be aware, but Ilya has been eager to meet you. Throughout the 7 days you have been at sea, eliminating pirates, he has requested to see you daily. I have nothing to discuss with him. Rasha's expression turned cold. He was perplexed as to why Ilya was so insistent on meeting him. However, Rasha had no desire to gaze upon Ilya's face any longer. He merely wished to seize that visage and forcefully smash it against the wall. Observing the look on Rasha's face, Kazan had anticipated this reaction. He sighed and implored, thus, I must ask you to acquiesce to his request and meet with him. Before Rasha could voice his inquiry, Kazan divulged the specifics. It appeared that the vast sums of money and resources Ilya had amassed over the years, as well as the substantial celestial gold that was due this year, had yet to be located. Rumor had it that the celestial gold alone amounted to a staggering 16 billion berries. This was threefold the share of celestial gold Ilya had prepared for the establishment of a pirate nation. Such an astronomical figure, regardless of the sea it occupied, would be unparalleled. To put things into perspective, even the several emperors of the New World had bounties of only 40 to 50 billion berries. The celestial gold Ilya had prepared could potentially purchase the heads of several sea emperors, if such a transaction were feasible. For this immense sum, a government ship from Mariewa had been lingering in Qianyan town, reluctant to depart. The Navy from the 177th branch sought to uncover this treasure not out of greed, but because the Kingdom of Prince was in dire need of substantial funds for disaster relief. Homes and families lay in ruins and required reconstruction. Tens of thousands were displaced, necessitating the daily consumption of vast quantities of food. Furthermore, reparations for losses incurred by neighboring nations were essential. All of these demands called for considerable financial resources. Naturally, the Navy of the North Sea also needed to reserve a portion for ongoing support to these refugees. Ilya had promised that after their meeting, he would disclose the whereabouts of that money. Kazan scratched his head, looking somewhat sheepish as he regarded Rasha. So, I implore you, this is of utmost importance. Very well. Rasha conceded. I shall meet with him and ascertain his intentions. Roxia ventured alone into the underground prison of the 177th Division. The subterranean environment was somewhat dim, yet overall, the cell floors appeared rather clean, devoid of the unpleasant odors he had anticipated. Perhaps this was due to the infrequent incarceration of pirates in this place. The pirates of the North Sea were notoriously ruthless, and encounters with the Navy typically ended in a struggle for survival. Even when captured, most were condemned to the desolate Paya Island for their numerous transgressions. Navigating the short staircase downward, Roxia arrived at the outer confines of the deepest cell, where he once again beheld the delicate, androgynous visage of Ilya. You have arrived, Ilya greeted, his pallid complexion marred by several fresh bandages, yet he offered a gentle smile. There was not a trace of hostility or anger in his demeanor. What is it that you wish to convey? Ratchet sat directly on the ground, indifferent to its dirtiness. The two of them gazed at each other across a fence gate, merely wishing to engage in casual conversation before departing from this mundane world. Ilya's gaze seemed to penetrate through Ratchet's very being, looking far into the distance. Do you, a noble so high and mighty, who disregards the lives of others, not fear death? Roxia, with unmasked disdain, cast a frigid gaze upon Ilya in the cell. Within, there undoubtedly resided a monster cloaked in human skin. Its demise would only bring benefit to this world. Noticing the chill in Roxia's eyes, Ilya offered a faint smile. I have already acquired the answers I sought. Life and death hold no significance for me any longer. Perhaps you may regard this as the ultimate dream you have pursued throughout your existence. Once it is realized, will not your life be complete? As for what follows, be it life or death, it matters not. Rorschach found himself in a state of bewilderment. Is that hollow question truly of such significance to you? So significant that you would sacrifice your own nation in pursuit of these so-called answers? Are you aware of the countless lives you have imperiled? The smile on Ilya's face vanished, replaced by a sigh, as a shadow of reminiscence flickered across his somber visage. To me, it holds immense importance. In fact, it is not only crucial for myself, it bears great significance for you and for the world at large. Did your navy not uncover that the revolutionary forces had ventured into the Principality of Prince? In truth, I am a member of the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 69, Ilya. What are you saying? You are a revolutionary? Roxa felt a jolt of disbelief as he gazed at Ilya within the confines of the cell. This man, who regarded countless lives as mere insects, was, astonishingly, a member of the Revolutionary Army. Was Dorag truly blind? Perhaps sensing Roxa's astonishment, Ilya revealed a rare solemnity. Do not misinterpret Mr. Dorag. He is the only man I hold in esteem. As he spoke, a seldom-seen expression of reverence graced Ilya's features. Mr. Dorag is a genuine pioneer, the first in this decaying world to dare to stand against the world government, boldly lighting the flame of hope and illumination for this realm. Unlike the pirate King Roger, who entrusted the hope of toppling the world government to a band of chaotic pirates, Mr. Dorag leads by example, personally venturing into the impoverished and desolate areas, those ensnared in darkness and stripped of hope and future, to deliver sustenance, warmth, and the very essence of survival. His actions have not plunged the world into the same chaos characteristic of this age of piracy. Instead, they have ignited sparks in forgotten corners. He once confided in me that it was indeed on the day of Roger's execution that he awakened to the path he was destined to follow. Yet, unlike Roger, he is determined to forge an alternate route to save this world. I have failed to live up to his lofty expectations, straying onto a misguided path. Suddenly, tears streamed down Ilya's cheeks as he tilted his head back, declaring, I do not regret it. As Ilya continued his narrative, Roxa's eyes widened further. The shock within him was beyond expression. He had believed he had overestimated Ilya, only to realize he had significantly underestimated him. This man had discerned Roger's true intentions. Ilya continued to speak. Roches has also come to know that Elijah was once a strategist for the Revolutionary Army. Although his rank did not reach the exalted heights of the second-in-command, he held a position comparable to that of a deputy commander, undeniably a member of the revolutionary elite. Approximately a decade ago, in the year 1506, feeling overlooked and unappreciated by his father, Elijah departed from the kingdom of Prince, seeking solace in the northern seas of other lands. By a stroke of fate, he encountered Dorag, who was then orchestrating a civilian uprising in that very nation. Perhaps it was a fateful encounter. With Elijah's remarkable oratory skills, Dorag successfully seized the reins of power in that small country without a single drop of bloodshed. The oppressed, who could scarcely afford to eat, overthrew the tyranny and exploitation of the nobility, reclaiming their land and freedom. Dorag extended an invitation to Elijah, which he did not decline, for he was equally moved by Dorag's audacity to challenge the world government. In the ensuing years, Elijah assisted the Revolutionary Army in dismantling the noble regimes of several small countries in the northern seas, liberating tens of thousands of common folk from their dismal existence and granting them a glimmer of hope for survival. Consequently, he cultivated a newfound confidence in himself, believing that as long as he persevered, he would ultimately earn his father's recognition. He did not aspire to the throne of the kingdom of Prince. He merely longed for a word of acknowledgement. Later, when the Revolutionary Army shifted its focus to the southern seas, Elijah chose to remain behind, pledging to watch over the few small nations that had once basked in the light of freedom. This decision marked a pivotal turning point in Elijah's life. Do you know what I beheld when, after a 7-year absence, I returned to those lands that had once overthrown the noble rule? A hint of mockery danced upon Elijah's face, leaving one to ponder whether the object of his derision was himself or some other. Rasha remained silent. Yet an answer began to form in his mind. I witnessed the darkness once again engulfing the light. As the civilians of those nations returned to an era of exploitation and domination, even more wretched than before the overthrow, Ilya spoke, a shadow of anguish crossing his face. The chains clattered as he raised his hands to press against his head. How could this be? It should not be so. We had eradicated the nobility. Leaving no heirs of royal blood, the commoners should have become the rightful rulers of those small states. Yet, how did new nobility, new oppressors, and new rulers arise? I could scarcely believe my eyes. I was determined to seek the truth. Ilya suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes bloodshot. One of the small nations, if I recall correctly, was called the Kingdom of Canis. It was a diminutive realm, unworthy even of the title kingdom, with a population of less than 10,000. I infiltrated the palace, which resembled an ordinary manor, and gathered the new rulers of Connie's for interrogation. Elia laughed, a hearty laugh, declaring that I had found my answer. Those rulers were, in fact, drawn from the very same oppressed commoners. They were the more enlightened and cultured representatives among them. Thus, upon our departure, we entrusted the governance of Connie's to them. Little did we anticipate that within a mere 5 years, no, even 3, they would consider themselves the sovereigns of Connie's. Following the previous rebellion, they treated their former peers with even greater severity. I could hardly believe my ears. I had thought my actions were sacred, a means of rescuing humanity from its dire plight. Yet, I discovered that it was not salvation but rather a push into a deeper abyss of darkness. Elia bowed his head, his shoulders trembling. From soft chuckles to uproarious laughter, he wept even as he laughed. I departed from that place, and before leaving, I exterminated all 10,000 citizens of Connie's. From the elderly to the young, from men to women, not a soul was spared. Elia fixed his gaze upon Rasha, enunciating each word deliberately. Thus, I was compelled to seek the essence of it all, that elusive answer. Only by understanding the true nature of the world can we prescribe the right remedies and prevent occurrences like those in Connie's from happening again. If the essence of the world remains unclear, then regardless of Mr. Drag or Roger's efforts to instigate change, the ultimate fate of this world will inevitably revert to its current dilapidated state. Rasha, Elia's voice rose in intensity. I hold deep admiration for the words you spoke regarding courage and conviction, about kindness and conscience. You are absolutely correct. It is indeed the right path. Mr. Dolag and his associates also adhere to a similar course, fearlessly engaging in perilous endeavors that challenge the world. However, unless one discovers a method to confront the essence of the world, all your efforts will ultimately revert to the starting point, namely, fate and power. Mastering them may elevate you to the status of New World rulers. Destroying them will lead the world toward an uncertain future. This is a choice that must be made. There exists no third option. As Ilya fervently articulated these thoughts, his aura diminished abruptly, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, as if his very spirit had fragmented, extinguishing the will to live. His once delicate and striking visage grew gaunt, and his eyes, devoid of emotion, gazed through the bars at Rasha. Rasha, if the opportunity arises, please convey the answers I have obtained to Mr. Dolag. You are the first person I have admired besides him. Courage. Perhaps I have never truly possessed it in my life. Chapter 70. Reward on the streets of Qianyin town. Rasha ambled carelessly. His prior conversation with Prince Ilya in the prison had left a profound impact on him. The man he had perceived as an irredeemable madman was once a hero who had saved several small nations and over 100,000 civilians. Ilya's resonant words had illuminated for Rasha the realization that this world is not devoid of sages. It is not that no one perceives the current state of affairs, rather, it is a matter of whether one is willing to instigate change. As Ilya had articulated, one could choose to collude with the corrupt, continuing to serve as an accomplice to the world government, or one could stir the waters, igniting greater chaos to navigate the emergence of transformation amidst the turmoil. Alternatively, one could bravely step forward, declare a stance, and position oneself against the entirety of the world. Accomplice, does that refer to the Navy? Truly, there is no semblance of mercy. Observing the lively town, seemingly untouched by the kingdom's calamity, Rasha's gaze fell upon a barbecue stall just around the corner ahead. Roxia slowly shook his head. The cost of directly igniting the world was far too great. Indeed, this world necessitated transformation, yet it should not be hastily decided on behalf of all its inhabitants. In a realm where individual prowess runs rampant, one must first possess exceptional strength to guide the world towards a brighter future. With the current meager capacity of the Revolutionary Army, it was not merely a matter of toppling the world government. Even confronting one of the 4 emperors would prove arduous. After exchanging a few words with his brother Grus, Elia met his demise within the confines of the 177th branch's prison. In doing so, he honored his promise by revealing the location of an immense fortune he had concealed. It was a place utterly unexpected by anyone. This location was less than 100 miles from their base on Qianyin Island. Indeed, Elia had hidden that vast sum in the pirate graveyard on Paya Island, a sight one would never conceive of. Given the staggering amount involved, Kazan personally boarded a warship bound for Paya Island. Before his departure, Kazan instructed Roxia to prepare for a journey to naval headquarters. If all went as planned, he intended to return to Mariehua with the Blade unit in a couple of days. Roxia would accompany him, for Kazan was not inclined to leave this promising naval asset lingering in the North Sea. Ratchet has indeed eliminated Gladius, a high-ranking officer under Doflamingo, which directly led to the demise of Toripol, the highest-ranking member of the Don Quixote family. The deaths of these two individuals have forged an irreconcilable vendetta against Doflamingo, who regards his subordinates as family. Should Ratchet remain in the North Sea, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of the Don Quixote family. This time, he is bound for the Navy headquarters to partake in the new recruit training. Each session of new recruit training at the headquarters commences with the arrival of spring each year. Now, in July, Ratchet is essentially joining midway. Compelled to train alongside a cohort of elite naval soldiers from around the globe who have already undergone 6 months of training. Notably, Prince Gruss's application to join the Navy was finally approved by Kazan after his heartfelt pleas. The future of the Principality of Gruss, now devoid of a king, is a matter that the world government and Sengoku must contemplate. Furthermore, in light of Prince Gruss's valiant actions within the royal city, he has been exceptionally summoned and promoted directly to private first class. Set to embark on the journey to Marineford for new recruit training alongside Ratchet in just a few days. While he was walking, a voice in the distance interrupted Ratchet's musings. "Hey, Ratchet, over here." As Rasha lifted his gaze, he spotted Drake, burdened with a plethora of items, standing at the entrance of an old tavern, calling out to him. Even from a distance, he could discern the flush of Drake's face. "You scoundrel. Instead of assisting Colonel Jennifer with the kingdom's affairs, you've chosen to indulge and drink here. No wonder I haven't seen you all day. Is this how one addresses a superior? Where is your sense of decorum? Come on, you owe me 3 rounds." Drake, reeking of alcohol, chuckled heartily as he seized Rasha's arm, pulling him into the modest tavern. Inside, the establishment boasted only a few tables, and patrons were scarce. After all, those who leisurely drank during daylight hours were either pirates unburdened by employment or wealthy individuals with ample means. At that moment, in a corner of the tavern, sat representatives of both categories. Luo sat in the corner, stuffing a snow-white rice ball into his mouth, his cheeks puffed out. Hawkins, as ever, sat quietly at the table, engrossed in his card game. The enchanting and mature visage of the peacock rested against the fluffy head of Babua, causing the white bear's fur to blush a deep crimson, and his expression resembled that of a drunken man, yielding to the embrace of the peacock. 2 of Luo's companions, Pei Jin and Xia Qi, gazed on with envy, tears streaming down their faces as they huddled in a corner, drawing circles on the ground. "Look who I brought," Drake exclaimed, as he deposited a large pile of snacks he had purchased from the street onto the grand table before everyone. The crowd collectively lifted their heads, and Luo Xia greeted each one with a smile. Hawkins nodded in acknowledgement. Luo, with a rice ball in his mouth, caught sight of Luo Xia and immediately turned his head away, emitting a disdainful snort, his expression decidedly displeased. Roxia was certainly aware of the source of his discomfort. With a forced chuckle, he intended to sit down and elucidate his feelings to Luo. However, as soon as he settled into his seat, the peacock beside him, cradling Bibo, unexpectedly pushed aside the white bear and leaned over, resting her flushed face against Roxia's shoulder, causing him to freeze in shock. His height far exceeded that of the peacock. Even seated, she had to rise to barely reach his shoulder. The softness against his right arm and the intoxicating scent of alcohol wafting past his ear made Roxia's face flush deeply. The peacock leaned closer, her voice dripping with sweetness as she teased. "Oh, our little hero has finally descended from the battlefield?" Major Peacock, Roxia swallowed hard, paralyzed with apprehension. "Don't be nervous. I merely wish to," she said, suddenly leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on his right cheek, playfully stroking the silver strands of hair cascading onto his shoulder. "Just a small reward for our little hero." Rox's pupils dilated, a wave of warmth surged through him, reaching straight to his forehead. Even before he had taken a sip of alcohol, his youthful visage flushed a deep crimson, spreading to the very roots of his ears. The trio of Babua gazed in astonishment, their eyes now brimming with envy as they beheld Roxa. Chapter 71. The Pitfall. All right, Peacock, do not tease the lad. Have you forgotten he is merely 13 years old this year? Drake nonchalantly leaned against the wall, muttering to himself, providing a much-needed reprieve for the nearly mortified Roxa. Roxia, startled, swiftly moved away from the peacock and squeezed between Drake and Luo. "What of being 13? She retorted. "My combat prowess far surpasses that of you. An aged man in your 20s. Drake, with a haughty tilt of his neck, let out a scoff and muttered, "She is a mythical beast, while I am merely a pitiful ancient species." It is only natural that I cannot compare. The peacock, with a graceful smile, returned to her seat and elegantly lifted a glass of red wine. She observed Roxia, who hastily grabbed snacks from the table to conceal her embarrassment, and remarked, "We shall soon be heading to Marinfando, Roxia. Are you prepared?" Roxa cleared his throat, somewhat perplexed. "What preparations?" he inquired. "It concerns the customs of Beihai," replied the peacock. "Before your arrival, word had already spread from headquarters. Although you have yet to reach there, many are already intrigued by you," the young recruit. Roxa was taken aback by the peacock's words. "The customs of Beihai?" He scratched his head and glanced at those nearby. "What customs does Beihai have? I'm not aware." He admitted. "Drake, do you know?" "What? The customs of Beihai?" Drake appeared utterly confused. "Is that so?" The peacock, noticing Roxa's apparent ignorance, blinked and suddenly smiled. "Not knowing is fine. In any case, once you arrive at Marinvando, you shall witness the surprise awaiting you. Oh, and there's a young lady who has been earnestly honing her culinary and medical skills this year, hoping to prepare a sumptuous feast for you upon your arrival." "Is it Yun Yunk?" Rox's lips twitched as memories of the heartfelt bento prepared by Yunch Ao resurfaced in his mind. Would it be wise to indulge? Surely. It could lead to poisoning. Regardless, he thought, he would bring Luo along. After all, this fellow was a doctor and likely possessed knowledge about food poisoning. With this in mind, Roxa tilted his head to glance at Luo, only to find him glaring with palpable resentment. "Haha, Luo, what troubles you?" Roxa chuckled awkwardly, feigning ignorance. "What could possibly be wrong?" Luo retorted, incredulity lacing his tone. A few dark lines appeared on Luo's forehead. The last time he collaborated with Luo Xia and Drake, they engaged in a fierce battle in the prince's city. Due to severe injuries sustained, with his arm severed by Doflamingo, Law was sent back to Qianyan Island for recuperation and treatment by the warriors of the 177th Division. Being a highly skilled physician himself, and possessing the unreasonable powers of the Op no Mi, he regarded injuries such as missing limbs as no more serious than mere superficial wounds. As long as he had spare limbs available, he could easily replace them at any time. Thus, after only 5 days of rest on Qianyan Island, Law had completely healed his body. He initially intended to depart swiftly, sailing away in his small submarine to distance himself from the tumultuous Prince Kingdom, evading the gaze of the Don Quixote family and to quietly enhance his strength. However, he was forcibly detained by Rasha under various pretexts. On the first day, Rasha insisted that he should at least bid farewell to Drake before leaving. On the second day, upon Drake's return, Rasha pointed out that as pirates, the current situation in the Prince Kingdom was perilous for them. If they were discovered by the patrolling navy, it could be quite dangerous, thus suggesting they should wait another 2 days. By the fourth day, a formidable admiral, who had even frightened Doflamingo away, visited him, engaging in casual conversation for a while before inviting him to dinner, during which he unknowingly drank something potentially harmful. On the fifth day, Rasha informed him that his submarine had been struck by a pirate's cannonball, causing some leaks. He had already requested the logistics department of the 177th Division to conduct emergency repairs and urged Law to wait a little longer. Then came today, when Drake approached him again, stating that he was about to leave the North Sea to return to headquarters. Given their shared experiences, they should share a farewell drink. Thus, what was supposed to be a departure 6 days ago had extended Law's stay on Qianyan Island until now. Roranoa chewed vigorously on the rice ball in his hand, casting a fierce gaze at the silver-haired youth before him. He resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, he must finish this farewell feast and leave Qianyan Island with Beppo and the others. Remaining any longer filled him with trepidation, fearing he might fall into another trap. Who would have imagined that a mere 13-year-old child could possess such cunning? Recently, Roranoa learned from Drake the true age of Roroshia, which was only 13. Finally shedding light on the overwhelming sense of helplessness he had felt during his time in Prince's City. This revelation resonated deeply with Drake, and the two found a rare moment of consensus. Observing Roranoa's darkened countenance, Roroshia chuckled heartily, affectionately draping an arm over his shoulder while raising a glass from the table. "Don't be angry. Come, let me toast to you." The act of eating became rigid for Luo as he yearned to break free. He was unaccustomed to such an intimate gesture. Yet, the large hand of the 13-year-old beside him was as steadfast as sea prison stone shackles, no matter how he struggled. He remained unable to escape its grasp. After Ratchet and the dark-skinned Luo shared a drink, he coughed lightly, took a deep breath, and with a serious demeanor, he regarded Hawkins and Luo with utmost sincerity, stating, Mr. Hawkins, Luo, having endured the battle of the Principality of Prince. I trust you have also glimpsed a shadowy facet of this world. The voice of Rorschach commanded the attention of the peacock seated across from him, as well as that of Drake to his right, both adopting a serious demeanor. Luo's act of eating came to a halt, and Hawkins also raised his gaze slightly. Rochet continued, Miguel Jones, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Prince Ilya, each of them, should they choose to appear, would be regarded as exalted beings, utterly unattainable by the common folk of this kingdom. Their power and status exist on an entirely different plane. The humble populace merely yearns for a life of tranquility and stability, yet even this simplest of desires hinges upon the benevolence and compassion of their superiors. Should the whims of those in power take a dire turn, a single erratic decision could plunge countless ordinary lives into despair. With a heavy sigh, Rochet poured himself a glass from the bottle on the table and drained it in one swift motion. He was unaccustomed to alcohol, and after just 2 glasses, a youthful flush crept across his cheeks. Rochester pointed to himself, declaring that his hometown was the birthplace of the great adventurer Rolando, situated in the kingdom of Lubnalu, on a small island known as Maple Leaf Village. He resided there for 12 years, and although his family faced hardship and endured many unfortunate events, life was bearable without the interference of those chaotic individuals. Yet, a mere assault by a pirate, whom I now perceive as weak and insignificant, with a bounty of only 16 million, resulted in the tragic demise of the entire village, including my father, totaling 187 souls. Rash's eyes glistened with a hint of red. Alas, such is the nature of pirates, the locusts of the sea. Wherever they tread, not a blade of grass remains. Drake sighed and gently patted Rasha on the shoulder. Not all pirates are devoid of virtue. A somewhat somber voice resounded. Chapter 72, A Sincere Invitation. I understand that. Just as there exist corrupt and malevolent admirals within the ranks of the righteous navy, there are also those among pirates who set sail in pursuit of their pure and simple dreams. Roranoa gently nodded. However, Roranoa, how can the impoverished masses discern between a noble pirate like yourself and a nefarious one like Miguel Jones? Upon hearing of pirates landing, the immediate reaction of common folk, regardless of their location, is one of sheer panic and dread. Only later can they gradually comprehend your true character. Moreover, some impressionable children, having heard tales of pirate adventures in their youth, naively venture out to sea to become pirates themselves. Roranoa, if among those children there are admirers of you, can you assure that they will uphold the same principles as you and strive to be fundamentally good pirates, regardless of intent? The very existence of pirates instills fear within this world. Roxy gazed intently at Law and Hawkins. As I observe both Mr. Hawkins and you, Law, I discern that neither of you possesses malevolent inclinations. We have fought side by side. Why not join the Navy and together transform this world? An immediate silence enveloped the tavern, sinking into an extended stillness. Noticing that Hawkins and Low remained silent, a flicker of disappointment crossed Rox's visage. Having chosen the path of the Navy, he was destined to stand in opposition to pirates. As a traveler from another realm, he once viewed this vibrant world from a divine perspective, deeply cherishing many of the flesh and blood characters within it. Yet, now that he was immersed in this reality, he felt compelled to uphold his convictions. 13 years of living in this land had fostered a sense of belonging, and through his personal experiences, he yearned even more to effect change. Thus, he did not wish to indiscriminately condemn those pirates who were merely kind and orderly, having committed no wrongs. Upholding justice could not be achieved alone. It required a multitude of like-minded individuals to unite. Should Hawkins and Law decline the invitation to join the Navy, Roxo would not relinquish his steadfast beliefs. He would encourage Law to abandon piracy in favor of becoming an adventurer or bounty hunter. The Rubnala Kingdom boasts a legitimate adventurers guild. For centuries ago, Roland was a great adventurer. If they insisted on pursuing a life of piracy, Roxo would have no choice but to regard them as adversaries, a scenario he wished to avoid. Hawkins and Law could discern the sincerity and earnestness woven into Rox's words, understanding that he genuinely wished to invite them into the Navy. However, the discussion was far from over. As the image of Doflamingo's loathsome visage crossed Luo's mind, a flicker of hesitation within him gradually dissipated. Most crucially, the tragic events that transpired in the kingdom of Fervans and the heartless manner in which the world government addressed them left him profoundly disheartened. Though his parents and sister perished at the hands of the invading enemy, the world government, having reaped substantial profit from the platinum lead mines, chose not to intervene and quell the conflict. Instead, They passively witnessed the annihilation of the Fravan's kingdom while completely sealing off any information regarding the calamity. Hawkins perpetually bore a stoic expression, hinting at untold tales of his past. However, after Luo Xia had extended his invitation, it was Hawkins who spoke first. He regarded Luo Xia, observing this youth significantly younger than himself, and recalled the events that had unfolded in the city of Prince. To claim that his heart remained untouched would be a falsehood, particularly when he remembered the portly tavern owner and his son, Jimmy, whose images lingered in his mind. That fateful day, Hawkins had witnessed young Jimmy slumped amidst a gruesome sea of corpses, his gaze fixated on his father's head exploding, blood splattering across his innocent face. What despair must that boy have felt? Moreover, the words spoken by the young man before him still resonated, tugging at his heartstrings. Yet, he was not yet prepared to decide the course of his life. His journey to the kingdom of Prince was solely to acquire the straw fruit. Thus, Hawkins gazed at Luo Xia, whose face was alight with expectation, and remarked, "I have yet to determine whether I will join the Navy. Nonetheless, I recognize your unwavering commitment to justice. Luo Xia, I believe you will undoubtedly evolve into a formidable naval warrior in the future, unless absolutely necessary. I do not wish to become your adversary. Therefore, while I will not be joining the naval ranks for the time being, I shall not align myself with pirates either." Upon hearing this, Luo Xia felt a twinge of disappointment yet managed to smile. "Mr. Hawkins, that is truly splendid. Let us exchange contact information. Whenever you decide to join the Navy, do not hesitate to reach out." Hawkins nodded and produced a tarot card, handing it to him. Upon observing, Rorschach discerned a card of justice. Drake extracted a pencil from his chest and instructed Rorschach to inscribe his telephone contact number. After finishing his writing, Rorschach handed the tarot card back to Hawkins, then raised his wine glass. "Here's to wishing Mr. Hawkins a pleasant journey. Cheers." The crowd lifted their glasses in unison. Luo finished the wine in his cup, having just resolved to decline Luo Xia's advances, when he heard the wooden door of the tavern creak open. A slender man, resembling a tall bamboo pole, strolled in, yawning as he entered, and made his way directly towards them. Upon seeing the newcomer, Beiboa and the others instinctively shrank behind Luo. Drake, Peacock, and Luo Xia all hastily rose to their feet. "Uncle Kazan, Admiral Akiji." Hawkins remained expressionless, while Luo maintained his silence. "Do not be alarmed. Would you mind if I joined you for a drink?" Kazan waved his hand, speaking casually as he pulled out a chair for himself and sat down. He settled next to Peacock, who smiled and poured him a glass of wine. "Thank you," Kazan said gratefully, raising the glass and downing it in one gulp. He then closed his eyes to savor the flavor before exclaiming, "What a fine wine." Afterward, Kazan turned his curious gaze towards Luo Xia and the others seated across from him. "By the way, what are you discussing? Might you share it with me? I find myself quite intrigued." As he spoke, he cast a subtle glance towards Luo Xia. Roches lightly touched his nose, understanding the unspoken words, and promptly expressed his desire to invite Luo to join the Navy. Upon hearing this, Kazan immediately raised his hand to stroke his chin. Gazing at Luo and the trembling Bepo behind him, he murmured to himself, "The Navy has always been at odds with pirates. Once discovered, they are certain to be either eliminated or apprehended." As Luo's cheeks twitched, the trio of Beppo behind him turned pale, their bodies rendered limp with fear. However, Kazan shifted his tone, causing the panicked Beppo and his companions to involuntarily perk up their ears. The notion of pirates joining the Navy was not without precedent. He regarded Luo, contemplating how a pirate like him, who had not committed any grave transgressions, could potentially be granted clemency. "If you wish to join the Navy, I might be able to intercede on your behalf with Admiral Sengoku to persuade him to show some leniency." Then, his voice suddenly turned frigid, as if the very air around them were on the brink of freezing. "But if you insist on remaining pirates, then I will have no choice but to carry out what is expected of a just Navy." With his palm raised, he summoned wisps of white frost, which coalesced into several frozen figures. "I shall apprehend all pirates. Captain, please agree to his terms. We'll be frozen. I don't want to turn into a polar bear." Beppo squeaked in a hushed voice. "Who says being frozen will turn you into a polar bear, you fool?" Pekin smacked Beppo on the head, though he too shivered, wrapping his arms around himself. "But I really don't want to become an ice sculpture, Captain." Luo remained silent. Suddenly, Luo Xia leaned closer to his ear and whispered softly, "Mr. Luoxin N.D. is also a naval officer, and moreover, he is the adopted son of the current admiral. I understand that you harbor many grievances, but I implore you to trust me, to place your faith in the Navy for just this once. If in the future we fail to meet your expectations, you are free to depart at any time. Ro's body trembled, and the struggle etched upon his face began to crumble at last. Very well, I shall place my trust in you this once, Luaxia. Roches exhaled in relief, smiling as he extended his hand. Welcome to the Navy. Chapter 73. This batch of new recruits is lacking at Marine Headquarters in Marineford. The magnificent Fortress of Justice loomed at the center of the island, symbolized by the soaring seagull sculpture unfurling its wings atop the fortress. Before the Fortress of Justice lay a vast crescent-shaped plaza. At this moment, in early summer, the sun blazed fiercely in the sky. The plaza was filled with rows of Navy soldiers clad in blue and white uniforms, drenched in sweat as they engaged in rigorous training. Weighted long-distance running was employed to build endurance. Wooden sword sparring enhanced their ability to withstand blows and adapt in combat. High-intensity high knees specifically targeted the breakthrough of the Navy's 6 forms. Each physical training exercise involved a minimum of 1,000 repetitions. Some soldiers, exhausted from the intense training, collapsed to the ground. At such times, a standby medic would rush forward to administer urgent care. After a brief rest, the soldiers would resume their relentless training. In this expansive plaza, it was rare to witness soldiers slacking off, for if their training results did not meet the standards set by the instructors, these recruits hailing from all corners of the world, the Grand Line, in the New World would be sent back, losing their opportunity to join the headquarters and become elite warriors. The Navy soldiers who successfully passed through rigorous selection to gain training qualifications at the headquarters were all individuals of resilient character, naturally seizing this precious opportunity. Moreover, the rank differences between the headquarters and its branches were substantial. The training resources and salary benefits provided to soldiers at the headquarters, not to mention the commanders, were incomparable to those of the branch navies. In this place, as long as one demonstrated exceptional performance, opportunities for exceptional promotions were abundant. At this moment, an open space in the center of the plaza was simply enclosed by rough ropes and wooden posts, forming a square ring. The ring was sizable, with 2 agile new recruits standing atop it, exchanging punches in practice. The sounds of fist and foot colliding echoed continuously. Although the 2 on the ring held the rank of mere privates, the speed and power of their strikes indicated their physical prowess was quite commendable. Goodness, this level of sparring is so mundane it nearly puts me to sleep. This batch of new recruits is lacking. Beneath a sunshade set up at the side of the ring, several officers from the headquarters, either standing or seated, observed the competition. Among them, a colonel in a white coat reclined in a lounge chair, yawning and appearing drowsy. The others, either lieutenant colonels or colonels, frowned at his lazy demeanor. To the left, a cold-faced lieutenant colonel with sharp facial features scoffed softly, glancing sideways at the colonel. "What's wrong, Colonel Doss? Are you about to start boasting about that rookie from the North Sea again? A rookie, you say? Huh." Doss chuckled lightly, rising from his semi-reclined position, a clear mockery dancing across his features as he retorted without reservation, "Boasting? No, my dear Colonel Benjamin, I am not boasting. I even suspect that the so-called rookie from the North Sea may well be capable of besting you, a colonel of this very headquarters." "What did you say?" A thunderous clap echoed. It startled not only the other officers standing nearby, but also caused the 2 rookies practicing in the ring to pause, rendered motionless and bewildered. The table between them bore the brunt of a furious slap from Colonel Benjamin, leaving it cracked. His face flushed with anger, he rose abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at the nonchalant Doss, exclaiming, "Doss, enough of your incessant bragging about that rookie from the North Sea, claiming he could single-handedly topple the thousands of recruits currently in training. Do you have any grasp of what that entails? Even when Colonel Smoker participated in the rookie training, equipped with his Logia powers, he would never dare to make such a claim." He gestured towards the stout, white-haired man reclining in another chair. 2 thick cigars clamped between his teeth, directing his furious reprimand at Doss, who outranked him by a single stripe. Benjamin possessed such audacity because, although Doss held a higher rank, he was not a combat officer but a medical officer. The status of a medical officer in the Navy headquarters is certainly not low, yet it pales in comparison to the might of combat commanders like themselves. Ultimately, strength dictates respect in this world, and the Navy headquarters is no exception. The strong naturally garner respect, exemplified by Colonel Smoker, who, despite sharing the same rank as Benjamin, possessed combat prowess far exceeding his own. Consequently, even those with higher ranks than Smoker would converse with him courteously, avoiding any pretense of superiority. Not to mention, Smoker's Logia abilities rendered him particularly esteemed in the eyes of the higher-ups. How dare you speak to a superior in such a tone, my dear Colonel Benjamin? Are you feeling a bit too bold? Doss's lips curled into a smirk as he slowly rose from his chair. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he towered over Colonel Benjamin. As he spoke, he looked down upon him with an air of superiority. This haughty demeanor only deepened Benjamin's scowl. You are merely one rank above me. When did you become my superior? I am Major Doberman. Stop. Doss interjected with a hand raised in a gesture for pause, then placed it behind his ear, feigning exaggerated surprise as he looked at Benjamin. Major Doberman? Did I hear that correctly? My dear Colonel Benjamin, if you insist on such remarks, I must reveal my identity as the ship's doctor aboard General Sakazuki's vessel. Moreover, General Doberman is directly subordinate to General Sakazuki. Benjamin faltered momentarily. His lips quivered as the words he wished to articulate were forcibly restrained within his throat. His rugged visage flushed crimson, and his body trembled with suppressed rage. Abruptly, he pointed a finger at Dors's nose and bellowed, I care not for your rank. If you have the courage, ascend the stage and let us duel. As soon as the words left his mouth, Dors's smile widened into a mocking grin. Are you serious? I have no desire to bear the reputation of bullying my subordinates. His sardonic tone only inflamed Benjamin's fury further. Without uttering another word, Benjamin executed the 6 forms of shave, vanishing from Dors's sight and appearing upon the arena. He gestured for the 2 new recruits to withdraw, then unleashed a thunderous cry. I invite Colonel Dors to the stage for a lesson. This outburst immediately captured the attention of the new recruits training nearby, along with several instructors. Instantly, some instructors signaled for a temporary break and led a throng of eager new recruits to gather around. Dors, wearing a smile, leisurely approached the arena. Smoker, reclining on a chair, cast a sidelong glance at Benjamin, his eyes brimming with pity. Could a commander who had long accompanied a general on maritime missions truly be weak? Chapter 74. I shall claim this youngster. On the arena, Benjamin, brimming with fury, had scarcely taken his stance when Dors vanished from his view, sending a jolt of surprise through him. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind surged from behind, raising the hairs on his neck. The distance was too short. He had no time to employ the same shave technique, leaving him no choice but to hastily assume a defensive posture. Iron block. Boom. A jet-black fist ascended from below, striking his abdomen with such force that Benjamin felt bile rising within him. His body propelled backward like a cannonball, leaving a long trail upon the arena. This brief encounter drew the attention of hundreds of new recruits in the square, as they witnessed Colonel Benjamin, a mid-ranking officer. Unable to withstand a single punch from the clearly designated doctor, their mouths fell agape in disbelief. It was too swift. The officer named Dors had concluded the battle in less than 2 seconds from his ascent to the stage. Just a single shave combined with a powerful punch had felled a mid-ranking officer like Benjamin. Dors strolled leisurely to where Benjamin lay on the ground, still struggling to rise, and offered a cheerful consolation. Well done, dear Colonel Benjamin, managing to endure a punch without losing consciousness. Your strength is indeed commendable. How infuriating! Benjamin gritted his teeth, forcing himself to rise, casting a resentful glare at the smiling Dors. Dominance. Before me stands a most detestable individual who has remarkably mastered the art of armament hockey. Furthermore, his speed in executing the 6 styles far surpasses my own. I am utterly no match for him. Yet, despite the impending defeat, Benjamin remains indignant. With a disdainful huff, he suddenly points at Doss and bellows to the hundreds of fledgling recruits below. You rookies, heed my words. Colonel Doss has declared that in a few days, a new recruit from the North Sea will arrive to single-handedly defeat every one of you in this square. Should this boy named Rasha truly accomplish such a feat, it would not merely signify his strength, but it would also reveal that all of you are utterly worthless. Upon utterance of these words, an immediate silence envelopes the arena. Benjamin's voice, laced with fury, reverberates throughout the entirety of the plaza. His proclamation reaches every new recruit training in the main square, as well as the supervising instructors. Following this brief interlude of quiet, the plaza of Marineford erupts in a frenzy. The youthful and passionate elite recruits, hailing from various branches around the world, glare with fury at Doss on the stage. How absurd! This time, more than 1,000 recruits have come to participate in the elite training camp selection. How arrogant can this colonel be to assert that one individual could vanquish us all? The recruits are stirred into a fervor. A towering young man, exceeding 3 meters in height and sporting a grand beard, exclaims angrily. So, Rasha from the North Sea, is it? I've taken note. Henry, will be the first to challenge him. I await his arrival at headquarters. Rasha? I seem to recall something about him. Recently, whispers have circulated that a remarkable recruit from the North Sea has boasted that this batch of recruits is nothing but trash, incapable of holding their own. Upon his arrival at headquarters, he intends to adhere to the traditional customs of the North Sea. Among the recruits, one ponders aloud while stroking his chin. What are these traditional customs of the North Sea? I hail from there, yet I am unaware. A puzzled recruit from the North Sea inquires. It involves one person challenging an entire cohort of recruits, battling through the ranks of the training camp from start to finish. The Navy Headquarters Recruit Training Camp is divided into 3 phases. The first phase is the selection round, wherein new recruits are evaluated through the training of naval officers to identify elite warriors for advanced cultivation. The second phase is the Elite Training Camp, where the instructors of the recruits transform into the legendary Admiral Zifa, known as the Black Arm. It is said that those who gain entry into the Elite Training Camp are destined to become at least a major in the future. The third phase consists of the Officer Training Camp, where only the Sea Army de la Sea Army of the elite class receive their training, although still a recruit. They are being nurtured towards the ranks of mid-level commanders within the organization. Graduating from the Officer Training Camp guarantees a position of at least Lieutenant Colonel. Are you jesting? To penetrate all new recruits? We are not weaklings. Who on earth established such a rule? Is he a fool? Some new recruits scoffed. It is rumored that these words were spoken by Admiral Sakazuki during his training after arriving from the North Sea, and indeed, he accomplished the feat of dominating the 3 phases of the recruit training camp. Aside from Admiral Borsellino, none of the other recruits could withstand even a single blow from him. Enough said, it is truly terrifying. In the distance, on the balcony atop the Fortress of Justice, a lecherous middle-aged man clad in a yellow-striped suit, with yellow-tinted glasses, observed the scene from afar, his lips pursing in disdain. Oh, how frightening. The military doctor of Sakazuki possesses such formidable strength that even I feel a tinge of fear. Did I not mention it? The Kingdom of Prince can be managed by other nations of the North Sea, but the condition is the capture of 10,000 pirates. Furthermore, they must oversee the heavenly gold shares of the Kingdom of Prince and expedite the reconstruction of the royal city. If this cannot be accomplished, then do not speak to me. I shall not entertain negotiations. From within the marshal's office, the thunderous roar of Sengoku resonated, shaking the very walls. Kizaru, having dug into his ear, pouted and stepped inside. How terrifying. Marshal Sengoku is in such a furious rage. He settled onto the sofa to the right, crossed his legs, and produced a nail clipper to tend to his nails. Ha ha ha. Isn't it all due to that heir of the Kingdom of Prince, who was thrown in the towel to join the Navy? What an admirable young man. Forsaking the throne in pursuit of justice, I cannot help but admire him. On the sofa to his left sat a robust old man with white hair. This elder had a square face, a thick neck, and a faint scar above his left eye, complemented by striking blue eyes. At that moment, he was crunching on the rice crackers he held. Hearing the incessant crunching while on the phone with the world government, Sengoku roared once more. Garp, you scoundrel, you are making a racket. Get out of here if you have nothing to do. Ha ha ha. Garp rose, chuckling as he approached the desk, tapping on a stack of documents. Atop the pile lay a photograph of a silver-haired, blue-eyed boy. In the image, the youth, clad in blood-stained white, clenched his fist, surrounded by countless pirate corpses. I can leave, but mark my words, Sengoku, I intend to take this little brat as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's eyes behind his black-rimmed glasses widened in astonishment, his voice rising an octave, nearly deafening the person on the other end of the line. You wish to take him on as a disciple? What could you possibly teach? Is it Dorag or Kazan? What is the matter? Aren't their abilities formidable? Ha ha. Karp wore a smug expression. Abilities? What use is mere strength? One defies the world government, while the other is so lethargic he could sleep while standing. Am I truly to entrust a disciple to you? I would have to be mad. Sengoku, observing Karp's smug demeanor, felt his anger surge, and he swiftly snatched the senbei bag from Karp's hands, pouring its contents into his own mouth. Ah, my senbei, you scoundrel. Abandon the thought of taking on a disciple. Karp, if I were to entrust that young man to you, Zephyr would surely seek vengeance. After all, it is rare to find such promising talent. I cannot allow you to ruin him. Gratitude is extended to Qing Shan, Dan Diao, Wang Pongzi, and other brethren for their monthly votes. Chapter 75, the Weeping Kaido. Just as Luffy and his companions were about to accompany Kazan to the Navy headquarters, a monumental event was unfolding that would alter the world's landscape. In the New World, within Wano country, the colossal Skull Island loomed over the sea, its gaping maw resembling a gateway to hell, while flickering lights emanated from its vast eye sockets. This was the lair of Kaido, one of the 3 sea emperors of the New World, known as Onigashima. While the exterior of the island resembled a gigantic, malevolent demon, its interior presented a stark contrast. Adorned with ancient architecture, pavilions and towers, intricately carved railings, and flowing streams transformed the space into what felt like the capital of a kingdom. At the pinnacle of this towering structure sat a giant of mountain-like stature, holding a 2-meter-tall wine jug and gulping down its contents voraciously, even while seated. This behemoth surpassed 4 meters in height. His head bore a pair of robust, elongated horns, and wild black hair cascaded untamed around him. His upper lip was adorned with 2 lengthy, mustache-like tendrils reminiscent of dragon whiskers. The bare upper body appeared as though chiseled from stone, with bulging muscles coiling together like massive serpents. A vast dragon scale tattoo sprawled across his left arm, and a prominent X-shaped scar marred his right abdomen. This towering figure was none other than Kaido, one of the 3 sea emperors standing at the pinnacle of piracy, the captain of the Beast's pirates, and hailed as the world's strongest creature. As Kaido continued to drown his sorrows in drink, the atmosphere in the loft grew increasingly oppressive. 5 or 6 similarly imposing men stood nearby, their wild demeanor betraying their trepidation. None dared to disturb Kaido during this moment. Suddenly, as he guzzled his liquor, tears began to stream from the corners of Kaido's eyes. He sobbed while drinking, his voice choked with emotion. The closest, the portly Quinn, broke into a cold sweat, instinctively shrinking his neck and retreating behind the even bullier Jack. Why? Kaido bellowed, casting aside the wine jug, his cries echoing through the room. I was on the verge of acquiring another rare mythical Zoan fruit user, and now I am told it is lost. His eyes widened in fury as he turned to a tall man enveloped in black leather armor. My lifelong dream is to create an army of Zoan fruit users. Jean, what was the name of that fruit? The first mate of the Beast's pirates, known as Flame Calamity Jean, replied in a deep voice, Brother Kaido. It was the mythical Zoan horse fruit, model, Chilin. The weight of Kaido's aura intensified, pressing down on the shoulders of those present as if a mountain had settled upon them. Indeed, like your azure dragon, the Chilin is also a powerful divine beast from myth, capable of commanding wind and thunder. The potential for that fruit's growth likely surpasses even Master Yamato's capabilities. Upon hearing this from Jean, veins immediately bulged on Kaido's forehead. Gritting his teeth, he ground them together with a resounding crack, his wide eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Quinn, Jack, and the others, witnessing this scene, dared not utter a single breath in fear. Joker, you useless fool. That was my Kirin fruit. Suddenly, a tremendous and overwhelming aura erupted from Kaido's towering figure, instantly engulfing the surroundings. Dark crimson haki manifested as torrents of deep red lightning, sweeping across all directions and resonating explosively above Onigashima, shaking the entirety of Wano. As this potent conqueror's haki surged forth, the pirates scattered across the island found themselves dizzy, rolling their eyes as they collapsed to the ground. Even Fuzzfuzz and Runty, standing beside Kaido, were beaded with cold sweat upon their foreheads. Fuzzfuzz's gaze towards Kaido grew increasingly filled with reverence. The power this maritime overlord displayed over the years had grown stronger with each passing year, his aura thickening as well. Merely the close-range release of his conqueror's haki left him momentarily dazed. The strength he prided himself on paled in comparison to this man, akin to an ant gazing up at a dragon. After his thunderous roar, Kaido turned to Jean and commanded, Joker mentioned that a young marine has consumed my Kirin fruit. Jean, find a way to capture that brat. It took great effort to locate such a rare mythical beast. We absolutely cannot allow those Navy scoundrels to acquire it. Jean nodded in response. Just then, Quinn's snail phone began to ring. Quinn reached for it, and as he connected the call, everyone present heard a panicked voice on the line. Boss Quinn, the weapon factory on Winter Island has been seized by the red-haired pirates, and they are currently hosting a banquet on the island. What did you say? Quinn's rotund face, devoid of a visible neck, contorted in shock as his small eyes bulged wide. The red-haired pirates? What audacity! Do they seek death by invading our territory? Jack fumed. Crack. The tall Jean placed his right hand upon the hilt of his sword, stepping forward and addressing Kaido. Brother Kaido, allow me to handle this. Oh ho 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 ho. Hearing the voice from the snail, Kaido erupted into laughter, bending down to grasp the pitch-black kanabo resting on the table, a grin spreading across his face, revealing his gleaming white teeth. I was just looking for an outlet for my frustration. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. Without waiting for anyone's response, Kaido's body swiftly expanded, his head transforming into a majestic dragon's head that protruded from the attic, stretching towards the sky. Scales emerged on his surface as his form swelled with the wind, and in an instant, he transformed into a serpentine azure dragon, hundreds of meters long, surrounded by swirling crimson flame clouds, soaring into the heights. Jean, follow big brother Kaido. We shall join him shortly. Quinn, resembling a large meatball, suddenly displayed an unusual expression of caution. The strength of the red-haired pirates is formidable. Recent intelligence indicates they have seized control of over 20 islands in the New World, even repelling the invasion of the Big Mom pirates. Jean nodded, swiftly transforming into a black wyvern, pursuing the distant azure dragon. On an unnamed winter island, hundreds of miles away from Wano, a group of individuals gathered around a fire, feasting. The leader, a man with only one right arm, 3 scars across his left eye, and striking burgundy hair, stood out prominently. Ha ha ha, Jesus Burgess, there is no need for concern. Becoming the Emperor of the Sea has long been our plan. If Kaido is difficult to handle, does that mean Whitebeard and Big Mom are any easier? Rest assured, I possess unwavering confidence in myself, Shanks declared, a confident smile gracing his face. Indeed, you are all monsters of the New World. Boys, let us celebrate in advance for Shanks becoming the 4th Emperor of the Sea. Jesus Burgess laughed heartily, raising his goblet. Hooray, the Emperor of the Sea. At that moment, dark clouds surged ominously in the sky, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder reverberating throughout the realm. A colossal azure dragon emerged from the inky clouds, its serpentine form gazing downwards. Here it comes, Shanks exclaimed, finishing his drink, rising to his full height, and drawing his sword, Griffin, as he looked up at the great dragon. Kaido. Days later, news that would astonish the world spread like wildfire. The 4th Emperor of the Sea had emerged in the New World, known as Red-Haired Shanks. Chapter 76. The Tyrant and the Dragon united in the South Sea, within the Kingdom of Salb. A grand vessel adorned with the image of a colossal red dragon navigated towards the distant silhouette of the royal island. On the expansive deck, sacks of provisions were piled high, while soldiers clad in green uniforms stood vigilantly at the ship's rail, their long guns at the ready as they scanned the surrounding waters. At the bow of the ship stood a towering figure cloaked in a flowing black robe, the sea breeze billowing the fabric dramatically around him. Suddenly, a sharp, crystalline sound pierced the air, reminiscent of a balloon bursting. In an instant, a gigantic figure, akin to a small mountain, appeared abruptly on the ship, startling those on deck into instinctively raising their weapons toward this unexpected visitor. However, as the crew beheld the newcomer, smiles emerged on their faces, and they lowered their guns. The man who had appeared so unexpectedly stood nearly 7 meters tall, with a robust and imposing physique, clad in a striking black and white ensemble. Adorning his head was a hat with bare ears, and in his right hand, he held a Bible. Bear, it has been far too long, Dorag remarked, lifting his hood to reveal a weathered visage, which was graced by a rare and genuine smile. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Dorag, Bear replied, a subtle smile forming on his otherwise stern countenance. Despite his immense stature, his voice was remarkably gentle. I heard that the Kingdom of Salb is suffering from a locust plague, so I made a special journey to the North Sea to procure some grain from Ilia. Perhaps this will help us weather the current storm, Dorag said, gesturing towards the stacked sacks of provisions with a smile. Bear expressed his heartfelt gratitude and then retrieved several sheets of paper from his pocket, bending down to hand them to Dorag. What is this? Dorag inquired, somewhat perplexed as he accepted the papers. It is internal intelligence regarding the coup in the Principality of Princes, which I obtained from the world government, Bear explained. The coup in the Principality of Princes? Dorag's brow furrowed, and he sighed. So Ilia has indeed made a decision. As he spoke, he prepared to peruse the documents. At that moment, a revolutionary soldier stationed in the lookout atop the mast suddenly called out urgently, Commander Dorag, Lord Bear. A pirate fleet has been spotted in the waters ahead. 5 pirate ships are heading towards Salb City. Pirates? Dorag exclaimed, dropping the papers from his hands and turning to gaze in the direction indicated by the soldier. Sure enough, 5 indistinct ship silhouettes emerged on the distant horizon. A fierce killing intent surged across Dorag's face upon witnessing this sight. Yet, he cast a puzzled glance at Bear. Bear, have you not become one of the 7 warlords? Why do pirates still dare to invade your domain? It is quite normal, Dorag. The expression on Kuma's face appeared more composed than that of Dracul Mihawk. The most intimidating waters of the 7 warlords of the sea lie within the first half of the Grand Line. The pirates in that realm have often braved tempests. Gaining a profound understanding of these waters, which naturally instills a sense of reverence for the powerful. The New World is a sanctuary for the strong. Even the 7 warlords hold little significance there. Conversely, those novice pirates who have yet to venture beyond the 4 seas lack a clear self-assessment of their own capabilities, often displaying an arrogance akin to that of the individuals before him. His eyes glimmered faintly beneath the brim of his hat as he sighed. Do you think I am called a tyrant for no reason? I cannot even fathom how many pirates I have slain who sought to assault the Sorbet Kingdom. They swarm like the locust plague currently ravaging the kingdom. After one group is vanquished, another quickly emerges. With that, Kuma removed the black glove from his right hand, revealing a paw adorned with flesh-colored pads. Do not rush, Kuma. Allow me to see, Dracul said, gazing at the distant silhouette of a ship. His towering figure was cloaked in a flowing robe, and the surrounding air began to swirl rapidly, soon giving rise to a fierce wind. His formidable observation haki, bolstered by this tempest, extended its reach to encompass the expansive waters surrounding the capital of the prince, covering a span of several dozen miles. In no time, the events unfolding aboard the distant pirate ship were vividly etched in Dracul's mind. On the vessel at the forefront of the fleet, the recently established pirate captain, Badramonsong, wore an expression of smug satisfaction as he soaked in the flattery of his crew, relishing a thrill unattainable to mere merchants. Once a maritime merchant from the kingdom of Kitala in the South Seas, he had seen his fortunes flourish after transporting a shipment of grain, earning his first substantial profit. Over the years, his maritime endeavors had blossomed, his wealth soaring from a few million berries to several hundred million. Initially, Song was quite pleased with his burgeoning enterprise. He expanded trade routes, erecting factories one after another. At this rate, within a decade or so, he would become the wealthiest merchant in the kingdom of Kitala. However, an unexpected encounter introduced him to the most notorious human trafficker in the South Seas, Emito Custine, revealing to him the true nature of a lucrative industry. A normal adult human slave commanded a price of around 500,000 berries, while beautiful women fetched even higher prices. Rare races beyond humanity, such as the dwarves, longarms, and longlegs, had starting prices of 700,000 berries each. The even rarer giant race saw male slaves priced from 50 million berries and females starting at 10 million. The merfolk, being exceedingly valuable, had a minimum price of 70 million berries for a single slave. In the Sabaeity archipelago, should one encounter the extravagant world nobles, selling a single mermaid could yield profits exceeding several hundred million berries. The value of a single slave could amount to hundreds of millions of belly. Badramonsson could hardly fathom such a notion. After dedicating 5 or 6 arduous years to sailing the treacherous seas, battling against the tempestuous elements, and contending with both pirates and mountain bandits, he had managed to gradually accumulate a fortune of several hundred million belly. Yet, that unremarkable woman, Emetoxtine, could effortlessly procure a mermaid slave, equaling the fruits of his painstaking labor. Disheartened for several days by a mere comment from Christine, Badramonsson ultimately resorted to desperate measures during one of his maritime ventures. He seized a group of civilians from a small island and sold them to Christine. In the South Sea, while capturing priceless mermaids proved elusive, ordinary civilians were abundantly available and posed no significant risk to apprehend. Although Christine offered him only a third of the procurement price, the sale of over 300 civilians netted him an impressive sum of more than 50 million belly in one fell swoop. Having tasted the sweetness of such profit, Badramonsson became insatiable. He began to frequently abduct individuals during his maritime journeys to sell to Christine, amassing wealth in considerable quantities. As a legitimate merchant of the kingdom of Kitala, the naval forces of the South Sea branches of those kingdoms failed to connect the vanishing populace to his activities. This enabled Badramonsson to earn in a mere 3 months what had previously taken him 5 or 6 years to accumulate. The risk-free nature of the slave trade yielded profits several times greater than those of conventional maritime commerce, all while requiring less time and sparing him the need to ingratiate himself with the loathsome nobility. The exhilarating thrill of such unrestrained profit ensnared Badramonsson. Gradually, He grew discontent with his subordinate status under Christine. Why should the slaves he painstakingly captured allow Christine to reap the lion's share so effortlessly? Monson aimed to seize civilians for his own profit, engaging in trafficking to amass greater wealth. However, ventures such as arms dealing, human trafficking, illicit drug trade, and even organ trade, all of which yield substantial profits, necessitate formidable military power for protection. Without sufficient force, even a ruthless slave trader like him would inevitably confront more vicious pirate crews on the high seas. A month ago, during a slave smuggling operation, Monson encountered a band of young pirates who effortlessly overpowered the guards he had hired at great expense. In an instant, he found himself in a state of fear, having lost a significant portion of the vast wealth he had accumulated over the past 6 months. This experience finally made Badra Monson realize that merely being a merchant would not suffice to seize the immense profits of such illegal enterprises. He resolved to establish his own power, to form a pirate crew, and to recruit a multitude of formidable pirates. With substantial military strength, he could plunder populations with impunity. Free from the fear of encountering arrogant pirates like the red-haired boy, he envisioned capturing enough people at once to amass even greater riches. Sooner or later, he, Badra Monson, would ascend to the ranks of slave traders like Imatoxton. No, he would even surpass her. And that rascal kid would pay the price once he amassed sufficient wealth in Cambodia and forged connections with the world as elite. A smile graced Monson's face as he listened to the flattery of his subordinates, while his heart simmered with ambition. Possessing a sharp business acumen, he understood deeply that engaging in high-end markets was the most lucrative path. Thus, he planned to raid the remote Solbay Kingdom, capturing enough people to sell in the bustling markets of the Grand Line, thereby earning ample berries. He would then use that fortune to venture into the prosperous Cambodia Islands, assembling a larger fleet and influence, beginning his foray into high-end markets and attempting to capture rare racial slaves. If he could seize a mermaid with his intellect, he would undoubtedly leverage the opportunity to ascend among the world's aristocracy. Just as Monson was quietly plotting his future, a clever pirate nearby reminded him, "Captain Monson, I have heard that the former king of the Solbay Kingdom, known as the tyrant Bartholomew Bear, is also a powerful pirate. If we plunder the civilians of Solbay Kingdom, might we attract his attention?" Bartholomew Bear? Monson paused, having certainly heard that name before. Yet, he found it difficult to believe the tales of the man who could effortlessly defeat thousands. As a merchant, the most formidable adversary he had encountered was Kid. Though the red-haired Kid was indeed powerful, it had taken considerable time to vanquish his crew. Could one individual truly conquer thousands of pirates? What a jest! It remains unclear which defeated wretch has spread such embellished tales. Thus, Monson delivered a severe reprimand. What a ridiculous tyrant! No matter how brutal, he merely oppresses the common folk of his own nation. Kings across the globe are hardly virtuous. I seize the realms ruled by tyrants, thereby aiding those who languish in suffering to find a worthy buyer. Perhaps I might even afford them a better life, and they may come to express their gratitude towards us. Let us hasten our endeavors. Today's objective is to fill all 5 vessels to capacity. Everyone, put forth your utmost effort. Once accomplished, we shall embark on the Grand Line and savor the luxurious life of the affluent. Badramon commanded with fervor, his spirits soaring as he envisioned himself as the favored merchant of the world's elite, his smile growing ever more radiant. Suddenly, the surface of the sea began to heave, and without warning, a fierce gale swept through. The howling wind struck the fleet head-on, violently billowing the sails backward. The vessels, propelled at full speed, abruptly decelerated and, instead of advancing, were driven backward by the sudden tempest. Curse it! Why has a storm arisen so unexpectedly? Lower the sails. A tempest may be imminent. Experienced sailors aboard shouted in alarm. The ocean is rife with fierce winds and tumultuous waves. Though the gale's arrival was unforeseen, Badramon's fleet maintained a semblance of calm, methodically securing the sails to brace for the approaching storm. Yet gradually, the pirates aboard the 5 ships began to succumb to fear. A look of disbelief crossed Badramon's face as he dashed to the ship's edge, peering down at the receding sea, as if he had seen a ghost. What is happening? Captain Monson, our ship has been lifted by the wind. Think of something quickly. The panicked cries of the pirates echoed from afar. The vast ocean was enveloped by an invisible tempest, lifting millions of tons of seawater along with the 5 pirate ships, forming a colossal waterspout that churned the sea below into massive whirlpools. Hundreds of meters above, the clouds shattered, driven by the whirling winds, creating swirling eyes of storm. On the dragon's head ship, Dorag raised his right hand with great force. In the distance, the 5 pirate vessels, now caught in the tornado and lifted high into the air, suddenly lost their propulsion, plummeting toward the sea below. The pirates aboard were blinded by the gale, left only with boundless fear and despair. Thunderous. A tumultuous surge erupted upon the surface of the sea as 5 sailing vessels were instantaneously shattered, transforming into a shower of splintered wood. Bard Ramon plunged into the waters, fortuitously surviving this calamity. Yet before he could fully awaken from his stupor of fear, the ocean beneath him was ensnared by an overwhelming tempest, conjuring a gargantuan vortex that spanned hundreds of meters, resembling an abyssal maw that threatened to consume all. No, no, my dreams. The desperate cries were swiftly swallowed by the shadowy depths of the ocean. After a considerable time, the raging winds upon the sea began to subside, and the waters gradually returned to their former state, with only scattered remnants of timber to attest to the prior presence of 5 pirate ships. On board, Bear silently observed this scene. Drago, after a moment of contemplation, set aside his papers once more. The new generation of the Navy had valiantly intervened, halting the atrocities of Prince Ilia, thereby salvaging the kingdom of Prince and rescuing the North Sea. It is only through the nurturing of goodwill and conscience, coupled with unwavering courage and belief, that one can hope to transform this battered world. Chapter 78, The Struggle for Redemption in the North Sea. Upon the placid surface of the water, a teal submarine partially emerged, slowly advancing in a singular direction, along the railing outside the cabin. For fishing rods were laid side by side, trailing long lines into the depths below. A few men languidly leaned against the railing, yawning incessantly out of boredom. At sea, one often finds themselves confronted by the vast, endless expanse of water. Initially, the crew might marvel at the grandeur of such a sight, but as time drags on, the mood inevitably turns monotonous. The unchanging scenery can be irksome to the spirit. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy sound of metal colliding behind them increasingly irked Drake and his companions, disrupting their fishing endeavors. Hey, Rasha, don't you ever tire? You've been at it since morning. Drake turned around in exasperation, mumbling, only to widen his eyes in astonishment. Clang. A stack of metal apparatus stood 5 or 6 meters high, with a silver-haired youth at the bottom, effortlessly lifting the weight in a repetitive motion. Massive iron pipes, haphazardly bound by thick chains, clashed together with a dull thud during the up and down movements. Drake even spotted an anchor as thick as a thigh atop the chaotic heap of metal. 825, 826, 827. Rasha stood bare-chested, his body glistening with sweat. The sturdy veins in his repeatedly lifted right arm bulged, and his muscles quivered slightly, reddening from exertion. He was oblivious to the weight of the heap of metal he had amassed. He merely pushed the limits of his strength, continuously hauling useless steel from the submarine and binding it together. Within the confined space of the deck, he monotonously repeated basic strength exercises. Ignoring Drake's incessant chatter, he persisted in shedding sweat, counting 988, 989, 9 bang. Suddenly, his trembling right arm seized with cramping pain, unable to bear the weight above him. The towering stack of metal came crashing down, landing heavily upon him. The dull thud of flesh meeting metal made Drake flinch, shutting his eyes in trepidation. At that moment, a deep, primal roar erupted from beneath the mound of metal. Roar. Blue linform. In the next instant, the entire submarine trembled violently. Bang. The towering heap of metal shot skyward with a thunderous blast, soaring straight into the air. The speed of its ascent was so swift that it created a shockwave, breaking the sound barrier mid-flight. Amidst the powerful upheaval, several metal fragments rained down, clattering onto the deck, striking the heads of Drake, Rasha, Bruce, and others, sending them into a flurry of chaos and exclamations of dismay. Rao raised his arms defensively above his head and beheld a humanoid monstrosity standing at a staggering height of 5 meters and 5. Its entire form adorned with deep azure scales. It trailed a fearsome, colossal tail behind it. The creature emitted flickers of delicate white electricity, while swirling vortices of air danced around its body, lifting small metallic fragments into the air. Sensing the immense aura radiating from Rao, the others could not help but swallow hard. Drake let out a despondent sigh, pondering the vast chasm between mythical beasts and ancient species. How could there be such a disparity? It had only been a short while since he consumed that fruit, yet it seemed to bestow him with such formidable power. Suddenly, the air above erupted with a deafening roar as a cascade of metallic objects plummeted towards them. Roches raised his right arm, supporting the heavens with a single hand. as his 5 formidable fingers transformed instantaneously into gleaming Kirin claws. With a thunderous roar, his right arm descended slightly, firmly catching the metallic heap plummeting from above, before cradling it gently and placing it upon the deck. Meanwhile, the trio of Beppo, positioned to his right, had already been jolted by the immense tremor, landing unceremoniously upon the ground. I could distinctly sense that my strength had significantly augmented once more. Roxia gazed down at his arm, adorned with shimmering blue scales, as a faint smile of satisfaction curved his mouth, which bore 4 sharp fangs. The sensation of gradually growing stronger was truly exhilarating. Whenever he recalled the day he was ruthlessly defeated by Doflamingo in the royal city of Dressrosa, a surge of frustration welled up within him. In this world, even with immense talent and abilities, one risks becoming a mere supporting character if they do not exert sufficient effort. For instance, take Caribou, who consumed the swamp fruit, or Silver Fox Foxy, who ingested the slow fruit. Roxa tilted his head, observing the discontented expressions of Drake and the others. What is with that disdainful gaze? I am your superior. Show me some respect. Drake's lips twitched. In truth, he and Roxa had also engaged in physical training aboard the submarine. Being ambitious young men, they certainly would not squander their potential by being idle every day. However, exercise is meant to enhance one's capabilities, not to inflict self-torment. Drake had never encountered anyone quite like Roxa, who rose at dawn each day to engage in intense workouts on the deck, training vigorously until the sky was adorned with countless stars. After consuming a copious amount of food and taking a shower, he would collapse into bed, sleeping soundly. The next day, he would awaken rejuvenated and continue his relentless training. 7 days had passed since they departed from the 177th branch, and they had 2 days remaining before entering the doldrums of the North Sea. This journey to the naval headquarters would not traverse the reverse mountain, but would instead proceed directly into the doldrums from the North Sea, heading straight towards the Red Line. They would then utilize the lift passage of Mary Geos to cross the dividing Red Line and enter Mariawa. This route effectively bypassed the latter half of the Grand Line, which is known to be the most perilous section of the New World. However, despite the treacherous weather of the New World, their submarine was equipped with a substantial amount of sea prism stone, allowing for safe navigation through the doldrums. This region is perpetually calm, with the only concern being the colossal sea kings that roam the waters. The submarine, infused with sea prism stone, emitted an aura akin to the ocean itself, rendering it undetectable to the sea kings, thus permitting a tranquil passage through the doldrums. With a creak, the heavy hatch swung open, and a drowsy Kazan emerged, yawning widely. Ah, are you once again engaged in your rigorous training, Roxa? I thought the submarine had been shelled, waking me from my slumber. My apologies, Uncle Kazan, for disturbing your rest. Kazan sensed the vigorous life force emanating from Roxa, akin to a furnace ablaze, and could not help but nod in admiration. Truly, the vitality of a mythical Zoan fruit user is extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Rasha smiled, as if recalling something, and turned his gaze towards Kazan. Uncle Kazan, he began. Considering my current physical condition, with just a bit more training, should I not be able to master the fundamental aspects of the dual haki? Why is it that after 7 days of rigorous training, I have yet to experience the essence of these 2 powers? Furthermore, the primary manifestation of my Kirin abilities remains solely in the enhancement of my physical form. The control over wind and lightning elements that you mentioned still eludes me. I can barely manage the airflow around my body, let alone achieve flight. The power of lightning is even more challenging to command. As he spoke, Rasha transformed into his azure Kirin form, towering over 5 meters as a beastman, extending his massive hand, causing the air to rush around him, creating a whistling sound upon the deck. Simultaneously, the surface of his shimmering blue scales revealed delicate threads of white electricity, crackling with a soft hiss. Hearing his inquiries, Drake and a few others set down their fishing rods and approached, their eyes fixed on Kazan. It was a rare opportunity to receive guidance from an admiral. How could they not take it seriously? From the rear, the sound of footsteps echoed again as Peacock emerged, carrying several glasses of chilled beverages. A gentle smile gracing his face. Would you care for some juice? My apologies for the trouble. Roxia, with a smile, reached out to grasp the diminutive drink, no larger than a segment of his finger, and then turned his eager gaze toward Kazan. Ah, alas, I truly find myself lacking in the art of teaching. Surrounded by several individuals, Kazan awkwardly scratched his head. After a moment of contemplation, while observing Roxia's towering and robust figure, he finally spoke. Roxia, I would like you to attempt to unleash your most formidable attack in your current state, so I may gauge the extent of your strength. Unleash my most formidable attack? Roxa paused momentarily, then cast his gaze downward towards Drake and Luo. Upon noticing his attention, the two shared a tacit understanding and turned their heads, presenting the back of their heads to him. Well, allow me to take charge. Let's move to the surface of the sea without damaging the vessel. Kazan took a sip of juice and returned the cup to the peacock, his form flickering before he emerged onto the open sea. As Kazan's feet barely touched the water, the surface began to freeze rapidly. The ice spread forth, transforming into an irregular floating mass with a diameter of 50 meters. Kazan skillfully regulated the chilling aura he emitted, avoiding the creation of a breathtaking spectacle of an expanse bound in ice. Come, unleash your full power against me, he beckoned to Roxa. Then I shall humbly request your guidance, uncle. As Roxa's eyes sparkled with determination, his robust physique conjured a tempest. With a powerful stomp, his towering form leapt from the submarine, soaring through the air, his right foot arched and slicing through the atmosphere with ferocity. The gale slash. The air was cleaved apart by a sweeping arc, a strike extending over 10 meters, aimed directly at Kazan's form. Kazan made no attempt to evade. He allowed the colossal gale slash to collide with him, embedding itself into his chest. A sharp crack resounded as a shallow gash opened on his torso, revealing the icy layer beneath. Boom. The air erupted as Rasha surged forward, his sturdy right arm adorned with azure scales. His fist swelled ominously, transforming into a formidable Kirin claw, and he struck with immense force, shattering the air as it barreled towards Kazan's head. In the face of such overwhelming might, Kazan mirrored the stance once taken by Doflamingo, raising his right hand. An invisible flow of haki enveloped his arm, forming an imperceptible armor. Bang! Kazan's outstretched fingers intercepted Rasha's right fist. His form remained steadfast, unmoving. Yet, the ice beneath him was thrust back several meters by the sheer force of the impact. Observing this, Rasha felt a twinge of despondency. The disparity seemed insurmountable. Is this truly the might of an admiral? Kazan's physique appeared anything but formidable. With a determined grit of his teeth, Rasha's already formidable physique swelled once more, his muscles coiling like dragons, and his aura surged dramatically. Life returned. Boom. His powerful right leg struck relentlessly at Kazan's chest, unleashing an explosive force that seemed to momentarily shake the very fabric of space. Kazan's torso was met with the full impact of Rasha's colossal foot, and at last, his body was lifted off the ground. Roxia retracted his right fist and unleashed another powerful blow, sending ripples through the air. The ironclad punch transformed into a phantom-like colossal fist, crashing into Kazan's unsuspecting body and propelling him several dozen meters away, beyond the icy platform and into the distant sea. Yet, no gasps were heard, for Kazan's abilities assured that he would not lose his strength simply by plunging into the water. A chilling white mist arose as another ice platform materialized beneath him. As soon as he regained his footing, Kazan beheld Roxia, now visibly enlarged, charging at him once more, his kicking strike becoming even more formidable. I believe I understand why you have yet to awaken your haki, Kazan remarked, extending a finger to launch an icy spike that severed Roxia's slashing kick in twain, transforming it into two crescent arcs that splashed into the sea, sending a deluge of water cascading around them. Ratchet's form contracted, reverting to his human shape as he landed upon the icy surface, casting a curious glance towards Kazan. What could be the reason? He inquired. Your physical prowess is already formidable, surpassing that of most adult giants, Kazan remarked, gesturing towards Ratchet. The physical capabilities of many commanders in our ranks pale in comparison to yours. Even if they were to employ their haki, they might struggle to withstand the sheer force of your transformed body. Not to mention, your attacks are imbued with a paralyzing electric effect. He paused, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he scratched his head, uncertainty creeping in. The reason you have yet to awaken your haki, I surmise, lies in the vast potential for growth within your physical abilities. Your current arduous training and discipline are but the tip of the iceberg in terms of harnessing your corporeal strength. The awakening of haki necessitates a certain level of power saturation. Perhaps, once you have acclimated to the capabilities of your mythical beast form, you will breach that initial threshold. At that juncture, haki will manifest naturally, without the need for deliberate training. While haki exists within everyone, the quality of haki upon awakening varies significantly. Many individuals may devote their lives to honing their haki, only to achieve a power level comparable to that of a strong individual at the moment of their awakening. Thus, there is no need for you to rush. As for your control over the elements of wind and thunder, Kazan shook his head at Ratchet. Your application of life restoration is rather crude and simplistic. You remain fixated on the mere explosion of power. Life restoration refers to the comprehensive mastery of every part of one's body. It entails precise control over one's strength, accelerated absorption of sustenance, and the advanced storage of energy within the body. You possess an innate ability for life restoration. You ought to devote time to contemplating the changes within your body post-consumption of the fruit. Rather than solely engaging in physical training each day, take the time to truly experience the elements of wind and thunder within you, allowing your body to acclimatize and ultimately master them. As for your Kinbunchika haki, I can sense that you are on the cusp of awakening it, merely a thin veil away from breakthrough. Before Kazan could finish his sentence, 2 resounding cannon blasts echoed from the distant sea. Soon after, the group witnessed 2 ominous black projectiles soaring across the ocean's surface, heading directly towards their submarine. These unexpected cannonballs left Ratchet and Drake momentarily perplexed. As the dark projectiles approached the submarine, Drake remained in a daze. Meanwhile, Peacock unsheathed the long whip from his waist, launching it into the air. The ebony whip extended over 10 meters, resembling a serpent striking with precision. With 2 sharp cracks, it made contact with the cannonballs. Rather than exploding, the struck projectiles trembled slightly before altering their trajectory and returning from whence they came. Rashia stared in a daze, incredulous. Could it be true? Even artillery shells could be manipulated? The capabilities of this devil fruit were utterly unreasonable. Who would dare to attack a warship? After all, a vice admiral is stationed here. Could it be pirates? Drake, taken aback, hastily retrieved a monocular from his waist and gazed towards the direction from which the shells had returned. Upon a mere glance, his expression transformed, excitement flooding his visage. His cheeks flushed with enthusiasm, and his eyes sparkled with fervor. It was indeed the evil core. To his astonishment, the evil core was real. Rashia, clutching the weeping specter, paused in confusion. What evil core? Fool, you don't even know this? They are the nefarious antagonists led by the maritime hero Solari, the Germa 66 of the evil core. They wreak havoc upon the seas aboard their colossal snail ships, disturbing the peace of the ocean. Drake clenched his fist, anticipating a fierce confrontation with the righteous hero Solari. Is it truly real? Is the evil core genuinely out there? Roa's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he seized the telescope from Drake's hands. Gazing through it, he observed Rosia and Kazan glancing back towards the sea behind them. On the horizon, a vague silhouette of ships emerged, an indistinct mass, densely packed, leaving one to ponder just how many there truly were. Germa 66? Rosia blinked in surprise. Could this be the Germa kingdom of Sanji's father, Judge? Ah, how magnificent it is, the floating war dock. The sole mobile allied nation adrift upon the waves. Kazan shaded his eyes with his hand, marveling aloud. As the distant fleet swiftly approached, Rosia and the others discerned the full extent of the vessels. They were war fortresses dragged by colossal snails, unlike any ordinary wind-powered sailboats. These swiftly advancing crafts were constructed entirely of steel and stone, exuding an air of formidable sturdiness. On either side of the hulls, mechanical treads whirred and clanked, propelling the ships toward them with great speed. As the distance between them shrank to a mere 100 meters, the foremost 10 or so snail ships revealed their fortress-like structures, each displaying gaping black cannon ports. Upon witnessing the scene, Rasha's expression shifted subtly. Such formidable firepower is no trifling matter. Has Germa lost its senses to dare strike against the Navy? Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. Our submarine does not display the naval ensign, for the operations of the Blade Unit are not sanctioned by our headquarters, and thus, the display of any flag is prohibited. Kazan muttered, Hey, cease at once. We are a warship. With a swift leap upon the icy surface, Rashia soared into the air, intent on engaging in dialogue with the approaching snail ships. Simultaneously, the cannons of the dozen or so vessels, meticulously adjusted, ignited in a brilliant display of fire. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive sounds echoed across the ocean like a cacophony of firecrackers. In an instant, dozens of heavy shells tore through the sky, raining down upon the submarine with relentless ferocity. As the barrage commenced, both Drake and Rashia, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of incoming projectiles, unsheathed their blades with urgency. Room. The slaughterhouse. With fingers outstretched, Luo conjured an invisible current that spiraled into a hemispherical dome, enveloping the submarine within its embrace. Drake leaped into the air, executing a series of swift kicks that unleashed a flurry of miniature air slashes. Stormfoot. Rain of time. Clay shatter. Grooves rummaged through his pocket, producing a handful of clay, which he deftly molded into dozens of tiny projectiles, scattering them into the fray. Boom, boom, boom. The incoming shells were cleaved by the sword's aura, struck by the slashing blows, and penetrated by the clay, subsequently igniting in midair, erupting into billowing clouds of smoke and flames. Roxia executed a swift kick, effortlessly slicing through the 3 projectiles aimed at him. At that moment, a green figure rapidly traversed the air, emerging from a distant snail ship, hurtling towards Roxia, who was suspended in midair. The individual moved with astonishing speed, his shoes seemingly emitting flames, enabling him to hover gracefully. With a powerful strike, a man clad in a flowing green cloak appeared before Roxia, delivering a formidable right punch aimed at Roxia's chest. Could this be Vinsmoke Yanji? Ratchet's gaze sharpened, and without transforming, he clenched his right fist and launched a punch forward. Iron block fist. Boom. The 2 fists collided, unleashing a tempestuous current of air in their wake. Roxia retreated several meters, stabilizing himself by treading upon the air. Opposite him, the valiant Yuji, clad in a green battle suit, unleashed a right punch that cracked audibly, revealing a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. His body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the side track of the snail ship, which crumbled and plummeted into the sea. A voice from afar uttered a tone of intrigued astonishment. Soon after, 2 figures, one red and one blue, leaped into the air, their shoes buoyed by spherical bubbles. With one on the left donning a brilliant red cape and the other in a blue ensemble, they soared towards Roxia. The man in the crimson cloak conjured a fiery orange glow in his hand, while his blue-clad counterpart unleashed a fist crackling with electric energy. They were none other than Sanji's 2 brothers, Vinsmoke Ichiji and Vinsmoke Niji. Spark swirl. Electric fist. A palpable sense of danger enveloped Roxia, whose silver hair danced wildly as he maintained a tranquil demeanor. Treading upon the air, he delivered a swift kick, slicing toward Niji on the right. The air on the left became searing, rapidly heating as a blazing fist radiated intense warmth, aimed at his head. Paper draw. The fiery fist missed its target, detonating in a burst of flame in the midst of the air. Ratchet's body floated like willow catkins caught in the wind, elegantly evading the turbulent onslaught of punches. As he circled to the side of the approaching figure, his finger poised to strike. A finger gun. With a swift motion, Vinsmoke Ichiji raised his gloved hand to intercept Ratchet's assault, while his technologically advanced footwear emitted a powerful thrust, propelling a kick aimed at Ratchet's face. Simultaneously, Vinsmoke Niji, momentarily hindered by Ratchet's tempestuous kick, approached with a grin, his electrifying fist targeting Ratchet's lower back. "Hey, cease this at once. We are not pirates," Ratchet bellowed sternly. However, Ichi and Niji remained impervious to his words, their relentless assault not only persisting but accelerating in intensity. As Rasha furrowed his brow, his figure suddenly swelled, revealing a cascade of azure scales. His right leg, propelled with astonishing speed, struck the astonished Nis squarely in the face, shattering the sunglasses he wore. Like a meteor, he plummeted towards the sea below, erupting into a magnificent spray of water. A devil fruit user? Niz's expression darkened as the flames emanating from his right shoe intensified, launching him towards Rasha's midsection with formidable force. Rasha's robust form was enveloped by a tempest, his speed surging as he vanished from Izzy's view in an instant. The air slashed through the atmosphere with a piercing sound, delivering a decisive blow to Izzy's back. Blood trickled from Izzy's lips as he was propelled backward, crashing into the colossal snail ship, which let out a shrill cry upon impact. What? On board the massive snail vessel, Vinsmoke Gaji, with his golden curls, stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Chapter 81, Your Nephew? Seeking initial subscription boom. The surface of the water erupted, sending 2 towering columns of spray skyward. As YG, clad in green, and Niji, donned in blue, emerged one after the other, suspended in midair. YG gazed at his twisted right wrist, a look of surprise crossing his face. He extended his left hand and, with a sharp crack, realigned his fractured wrist. Throughout the ordeal, not a hint of pain flickered across his visage, as if the broken limb were entirely foreign to him. Niji, hovering beside him, was in a similar state. His neck had nearly been snapped by Rasha's kick, yet he appeared unfazed, using both hands to adjust his crooked neck. The trio floated effortlessly in the air, their feet barely touching the ground. The air-cushioned soles of their shoes, combined with the flames spouting from their heels, allowed them to hover gracefully. Rasha watched with a tinge of envy. The technological prowess of this world was astonishing, capable of producing laser guns, humanoid androids, cyborgs, and clones. Yet, most island nations remained rooted in primitive agricultural societies. The small northern kingdom of Prince, for instance, still relied on flintlock firearms for combat, with most being cheaply made in local workshops, often of dismal quality, sometimes even inferior to a simple blade. In the distance, Drake, Roe, and Gruss, witnessing the trio suspended in the air, were filled with exhilaration, as if they were gazing upon their idols. The scientific battle suits of the Evil Legion, fiery red, electric blue, and winch green. Did that mean Rasha was the heroic maritime champion? Sora? Go! Rosora Rasha! Drake shouted from afar, causing a few dark lines to materialize on Rasha's forehead. Were these individuals truly in their 20s? It was perplexing to see them so captivated by a serialized comic, particularly one as cliché as the tale of righteous naval forces combating maritime villains. At that moment, Gaji aboard the snail ship finally realized that his target was not a pirate. A tall, slender man had, unbeknownst to him, made a grand appearance on the deck behind him, reclining on an ice sculpture lounge chair that was still emitting wisps of steam. Ching-ching-ji. Gaji's heart sank momentarily, realizing the gravity of the situation. In his haste to apprehend 10,000 pirates and vie for the Principality of Prince, he had hastily commanded his legions to fire upon any suspicious vessels encountered at sea. Even if they misfired, it mattered not. After all, they were Germa 66. In the North Sea, the Vinsmoke family had never feared anyone. However, Gaji could never have anticipated that the very first cannon shot would strike a formidable target. No, it was a Sea King. They had inadvertently shelled an admiral's submarine. The sheer coincidence left Gaji momentarily speechless. One would expect that a dignified admiral would display the Navy's flag on his submarine. Thus, the air was thick with an awkward tension. Kazan, nonchalantly reclining on his ice sculpture chair, had even pulled down the eye mask he wore on his forehead, seemingly intending to take a brief respite aboard the vessel. After a prolonged pause, Gaji feigned composure and cautiously attempted to justify his actions to the reclining Kazan. Admiral Akiji, this is a misunderstanding. My fleet is patrolling the North Sea and mistakenly identified your submarine as a pirate ship. Fortunately, we have not caused you any losses. I will immediately order my fleet to cease fire. As a gesture of goodwill, I am willing to offer the Navy a sum of 300 million berries to contribute to the cause of justice. Gaji forced a smile, though inwardly he cursed his misfortune. Having set out to capture pirates, he had instead offended a naval admiral. As for the 300 million berries, it was a trifling matter. Gaji would gladly pay more just to see this formidable figure depart. Ah, no need to be anxious. I am merely resting here. Kazan replied without lifting his head, instructing them to halt the bombardment. However, your sons and, my nephew's skirmish may continue. Consider it an opportunity for them to serve as practice partners for Rasha. It shall suffice as your compensation. Kazan scratched his head. Rorschach refers to himself as an uncle. Conversely, does that not imply he is, in fact, akin to his own nephew? It certainly seems so. A nephew? Gaji was momentarily taken aback, quickly turning to gaze in the direction of Iji and the others. There, for figures engaged in a fierce aerial duel, their movements so swift they appeared blurred, creating 4 distinct trails of colored light: blue, red, green, and white. The lights clashed continuously, producing a deep, resonant sound of impact. In the sky, a fierce wind howled around Rasha's formidable physique, bestowing upon him immense power, enabling his heavy form to unleash a speed nearly thrice that of his previous pace. Even clad in Germa's scientific battle attire, Iji and his companion struggled to keep up with his onslaught. However, Rasha did not adopt an overly aggressive stance. Instead, he pondered Kazan's earlier words, engaging in a rapid exchange while reflecting on the transformations within his beast-human form. The Blue Scale form, as Rasha affectionately dubbed his Chilan beast-human transformation, enveloped him in shimmering azure scales, significantly augmenting his defense as if he were clad in iron armor. Earlier, aboard the submarine, he had instructed Drake to attack him with a long sword to test the resilience of these scales, to further evaluate the limits of his scaly armor. He had also invited Kazan to strike him with his ice blade. The results were illuminating. While the scales of his blue scale form could withstand Drake's sword strikes, which rivaled the force of iron cleaving, they faltered against Kazan's blade imbued with haki. Beyond the protective scales, The two prominent crimson antlers protruding from his forehead appeared to serve no extraordinary function, resembling mere characteristics of his beastly transformation. Akin to the four sharp fangs emerging from his mouth, his hands and feet morphed into fearsome chelan claws, each curved talon exceeding a foot in length. Sharp and robust as 5 steel blades. The hardness of these claws surpassed that of the scaly armor enveloping his body. Lastly, a menacing tail resembling that of a crocodile sprouted from his back, adorned with blue scales and tipped with several white bony spikes. In the blue scale form, Rasha's bones, muscles, and blood vessels underwent significant reinforcement, allowing him to overpower Drake's ancient species, the Allosaurus, solely through sheer strength. These transformations were physical in nature. Furthermore, upon transforming, the cells within him naturally generated electricity, akin to the biological phenomena of an electric eel, producing powerful currents that invigorated every part of his body. The rate of electric generation far exceeded that of an electric eel. This phenomenon differed from the thunderous manifestation of the rumble fruit, as his transformation belonged to the Zoan category, focusing primarily on bodily structural changes. The internal stimulation constantly enhanced the resilience of his physique in blue scale form. Presently, in his normal human state, Rasha did not produce electric currents, likely due to his consumption of a Zoan-type fruit rather than a Logia. Only upon transforming did his cellular structure undergo such alterations. After reverting to his human form, the enhancements from the electrical stimulation persisted, resulting in a more formidable physique. Consequently, during many instances aboard the submarine, Rasha would assume his blue scale form to harness the internally generated currents to fortify his body. The most visible manifestation of this physical enhancement was his height, which surged nearly 10 centimeters, bringing him close to a towering height of 2.6 meters. Rasha's physique also grew considerably stronger, diverging from the lean build characteristic of Kazan. Raksa occasionally finds himself pondering the absurdity of his height. Had he possessed this stature in a past life, he would have been a remarkable basketball player. However, his mastery over the wind is not derived from his physique generating power akin to cellular energy, but rather from his ability to control external air currents. In his transformed state, Raksa can manipulate invisible airflows, shaping them into malleable forms, compressing, distorting, and rotating them at will. This skill resembles the fluidity of fishman karate, allowing him to command the air freely, conjuring fierce winds, tornadoes, and hurricanes, a rather superhuman capability. What audacity! How dare he remain unfocused during our battle? Let us teach him a lesson. Niji, observing Raksa deftly evading attacks amid the onslaught of his 3 brothers while manipulating the external air currents, felt a surge of anger as his expression darkened. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Niji promptly pressed a button on his left wrist. In an instant, the blue combat suit he wore began to fade, rendering him invisible, vanishing from sight. His disappearance startled both Drake and Gaji, who were watching from a distance. Drake's concern lay with Raksa's safety. They had refrained from intervening from their submarine because Kazan had not intervened in the confrontation, implying his tacit approval of the battle. Meanwhile, Gaji feared that Niji's stealthy assault might inadvertently harm Raksa. After all, Kazan had openly acknowledged that the Zoan-type user was his nephew. If Niji were to truly injure the Marine Admiral's kin, the consequences would be dire. In recent years, the Germa kingdoms standing in the North Sea had already been precarious due to the disruptive presence of the Don Quixote family. Should they further offend the higher echelons of the Navy, the Germa might well find themselves unable to reclaim their former glory of dominion over the North Sea, a status they enjoyed centuries ago. As Niji faded from view, Raksa, immersed in his physical sensations, suddenly felt a potent warning surge within him. Danger was approaching. He focused his mind, scanning his surroundings, and caught sight of Iji, whose fists blazed with intense flames, and Yunji, who had launched the gauntlet from his right hand, sending forth a long chain that snaked toward his neck. But where had Niji gone? Raksa furrowed his brow, summoning every ounce of focus. The electric currents coursed through his cells, sharpening his mind to an ethereal clarity. With a swift motion, Jiangji launched a green fist, curving menacingly towards Raxia's neck. Beside him, Iji's technologically advanced shoes emitted a blazing trail of flames, propelling his speed to its zenith. Flames flickered to life in his hands as he hurtled toward Raxia like a bolt of lightning. With a powerful swing, Yonji unleashed his chain. Crack! Raksa extended his massive hand, seizing the outstretched chain, and with a vigorous shake, a cacophony of clashing chains erupted. In an instant, Yonji's expression shifted. His body rendered uncontrollable as Roxa hurled him into the air like a meteor hammer, sending him crashing toward the oncoming Iji. Yet, the speed at which Iji surged forth was undeniably greater. With a flash of crimson light, Iji had already appeared before Roxa, both fists raised and aimed at his chest. Sparks ignited, a dual whirlwind. The intense flames enveloping his fists were poised to collide, threatening to unleash a tremendous explosion that would indiscriminately engulf friend and foe alike. Rasha sensed a subtle aura of danger and was about to evade with a swift moonstep. At that moment, a chilling sensation coursed through the skin at the back of his head. Roxia did not turn back, yet suddenly seemed to possess a divine perspective, as if he could see all around him. He perceived a flicker of electricity in the air behind him, where a radiant sword, crackling with energy, was gripped by unseen hands and thrust violently towards the back of his head. "Danger!" Drake shouted. "Room!" Roxia immediately unfolded his surgical space and instantaneously transported himself away. Gaji's expression changed drastically, and he shouted urgently, "Stop! Oh dear, I was just about to fall asleep when I was awakened. This is quite distressing," Kazan said, sitting up and pulling off the eye mask, a rare smile gracing his lips. "Has your observation haki awakened?" In midair, Roxia felt his perception instantly magnify several-fold. With the enhancement of his senses, he could now command the electric currents that had accumulated within him for over 10 days with ease. A crackling sound erupted as a bolt of lightning, far stronger than the electric current wielded by Niji, burst forth from within Roxia. In an instant, the air within a 10-meter radius around Roxia was pierced by the released electricity, forming a spherical domain of lightning. A cacophony of explosive sounds followed as Iji and Niji screamed in agony. Their battle suits were instantly pierced by millions of volts of electricity. The powerful high-voltage current ravaged their bodies, reducing them to near-charred remnants. The dazzling lightning also surged along the chains that Roxia grasped, rapidly extending outward. Before Yuji could react, it transformed into a blue and white electric net, enveloping his body entirely. Oh! The electric light flickered as Yuji emitted a horrific wail. All his mechanical apparatus was incinerated, leaving his body charred and lifeless, succumbing to the same fate as his brothers as he fell helplessly from the sky. "Iji, no. What have you done? Bastard. I will slay you." Gaji, witnessing his 3 modified warrior sons being struck down by Roxia, was consumed with uncontrollable rage. Gripping his spear, he leaped from the snail ship, charging towards Roxia like lightning. "This won't do, King Gaji," Kazan interjected, extending his index finger. A small ice spike shot forth, striking Gaji's back as he had already flown several dozen meters from the snail ship. The ice spike shattered, transforming into a large cloud of white frost, enveloping Gaji like a net. With a series of crisp sounds, Gaji's form was instantly encased in a massive ice sculpture, crashing into the sea with a resounding thud. "We agreed to let the younger generation spar. How can the adults interfere?" Kazan cast a fleeting glance at Reiju, who had appeared at the bow of the ship. Reiju's body stiffened, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. A figure suddenly materialized in midair not far from Rasha. Yet due to an inability to master the moonwalk technique, he plummeted directly towards the surface of the sea below. At this moment, Rorschach's perception, enhanced by the tempestuous domain of lightning, encompassed an expansive radius of 2,000 to 3,000 meters, including submarines and all the German war docks. Witnessing Roar's clumsy descent from the sky evoked a sense of amusement within him, as his form transformed into a streak of lightning, leaving behind a shimmering trail in the air. He swiftly grasped Roar, who was on the verge of plummeting into the sea. "Tell me, are you not still resentful of my entanglement in the Navy? Why then, do you willingly come to my rescue?" Rorschach grasped Ro's arm firmly with his large hand, holding him tightly in his grip. As Luo Gang attempted to speak, the short hair atop his head was electrified by the current emanating from Luo Xia's hands, causing each strand to stand on end and even dislodging the hat he wore. His eyes rolled back in response to the shock, and his limbs convulsed uncontrollably. My apologies, I did not intend for this to happen." Roxa was taken aback, flustered as he attempted to rein in the current surging through his body. However, the intensity of the electric discharge unleashed moments earlier rendered him somewhat disoriented. Consequently, his frantic efforts not only failed to retract the lightning power coursing through him, but also exacerbated its output. The unfortunate Roxa began to convulse violently, akin to an epileptic fit. With trembling fingers, he shakily pointed at Roxa, exclaiming in frustration, "You scoundrel, you treacherous wretch." Amidst yet another spasm, Roxa promptly succumbed to the electric shock, losing consciousness in Roxa's grasp. Oh dear, I should have simply reverted from the blue scale transformation. Roxia tapped his head, suddenly awakening to clarity. His form diminished, returning to human stature. He gazed at Luo, whose hair had transformed into an explosive hairstyle. Luo, I truly did not mean to, but your hairstyle is quite remarkable. Grasping his toppled comrade, Roxia descended gracefully onto the submarine's deck, employing a much lighter moonwalk than before, and handed Luo, along with his hat, to the bewildered Beepo. Captain, what has transpired? Rokia rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. He had just tumbled into the sea, encountered the salt water, lost his strength, and subsequently drifted into slumber. Drake and Gruss exchanged sidelong glances, observing Rokia's earnest fabrications, their expressions reflecting disbelief that anyone could be foolish enough to accept his words as truth. Ah, indeed, those with abilities do lose their strength upon contact with seawater. Well, let the captain enjoy a well-deserved rest. Beepo, suddenly enlightened, nodded and carried Rokia into the cabin. Was that bear truly so simple-minded as to believe such a tale? Drake smirked slightly. Captain Drake. Roranoa elongated his tone, his form gradually expanding as he approached Drake's side. He extended his colossal Chelan claw, larger than Drake's own body, and patted him on the shoulder. Why did you not rush to my aid just now? Did you not see how close I was to being ambushed? I, Roranoa, having just joined the Navy, already comprehend the necessity of risking my life to save a comrade. Yet you, on the other hand, merely stood by to observe. Drake winced under the weight of Roranoa's mighty hand, his shoulder cracking as if it might disintegrate, and he forced a nervous chuckle. Speed is not my forte, you see. Roranoa, your abilities allow for instantaneous movement. Heh, you know me well. I am more adept at face-to-face combat. Or rather, am I not skilled in hand-to-hand combat? In that case, I humbly request Captain Drake to impart some wisdom upon this junior lieutenant over the next few days, so that I may learn the art of battle. As Rasha regained his form, he lifted his arm, tightening his grip around Drake's neck, chuckling mischievously. No, I am absolutely inept at hand-to-hand combat, Drake lamented, his eyes pleading for help as they darted toward Gruz beside him. Yet, Gruz remained utterly still. Meanwhile, not far from the entrance of the cabin, another Gruz stealthily slipped inside and deftly closed the hatch behind him. This rascal had left behind a mere clay doppelganger. After a while, Kazan was delivered back in full by a snail-shaped vessel. Upon his ascent onto the submarine, several robust warriors descended respectfully from the snail ship behind him. They placed the boxes they carried upon the deck, then silently returned to the snail vessel, maneuvering it back to the fleet of Germa's battleships. What is this? Rochet and Drake gazed curiously at Kazan. The peacock gently flicked the long whip in his hand, producing a sharp crack as it struck the lid of the chest. With a resounding thud, the heavy chest seemed to come alive, opening its mouth wide and grinning as it flipped the lid open, revealing stacks of neatly bound banknotes and a heap of glittering gold jewels. The golden gleam nearly blinded Rochet and his companions. Rochka gazed at Kazan in disbelief. Uncle Kazan, have you accepted bribes? Oh, come now, don't speak so harshly, Kazan replied while scratching his head. This is military funding generously provided by His Majesty Kaji for the righteous development of the Navy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 boxes. How much money is contained within? Roches was somewhat intrigued. He recognized Bailey, yet he was unaware of the specific value of the golden jewels. Although other nations possess their own monetary systems, Bailey serves as the universal currency issued by the world government, accepted across all countries, even in the Sky Islands. For instance, the currency of the daughter of Snake Country is snake hair, that of Wano Country is gold, and the currency of the Sky Islands is Ike. This alone illustrates the immense dominion the world government exerts over this world. Through mere adjustments in currency exchange rates, the world government undoubtedly earns an astonishing sum annually. It is no wonder that inflation in this world has become increasingly outrageous. 8 boxes, of course, equate to 800 million Bailey. Am I correct, Admiral Akiji? Drake inquired with a questioning gaze directed at Kazan. Kazan nodded. 800 million Bailey? My heavens. Uncle Kazan, does being an admiral in the Navy yield such immense profits? Is it truly possible to amass such a fortune merely by intimidating others? Roxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Suddenly, a sharp knock on his head from Kazan brought him back to reality, causing him to clutch his head in pain. I did not accept any bribes. I have already stated that it pertains to military funds. The general would fear more if he did not accept Gaji's money, wouldn't he? Although Gaji's 3 sons suffered losses at Roxia's hands, the mere sum of 800 million berries pales in comparison to the offense of angering a naval admiral. Peacock chuckled softly, her whip skillfully cracking as it trained the 8 boxes filled with immense treasure, coaxing them to sway and move into the ship's hold. The foremost box, brimming with pride, extended a curled corner of its lid to open the hatch that Gruss had brought. Meanwhile, the vast fleet of Germa's snail ships swiftly altered course, distancing themselves from the submarine as they sailed into the horizon. On the snail ship where Kazan had previously stayed, Reiju glanced at her 3 brothers, nearly charred by electricity, and at Gaji, encased in ice, before turning her gaze back to the submarine that was gradually setting sail. Faced with the formidable navy, the scientific prowess that Germa prided itself on appeared pitifully weak. A few hours later, Gaji, released from his icy prison, sat silently on the deck like a wooden sculpture. He remained there for a full day and night before suddenly rising to issue commands to the Germa army. Cruise the North Sea with utmost speed. I must secure the agency of the Principality within 10 days. Immediately. Thank you all for your subscriptions. I am grateful for the generous contributions from brothers and the support in various forms. Please continue to subscribe as we strive for more updates. 2 days later, the submarine carrying the Blade team finally entered the doldrums. Is this the doldrums? Indeed, as its name suggests, there is not a trace of air current or fluctuation. Rochester cast a curious glance around him. As far as his eyes could see, the expanse mirrored the ocean's surface he had observed earlier, devoid of any discernible boundaries. The submarine was enveloped on all sides by the deep, shadowy waters, the depths of which remained an enigma. The vessel they occupied measured nearly 40 meters in length. Yet within this boundless ocean, it appeared but a mere speck, utterly insignificant. I have heard that the doldrums are teeming with marine life. Why, then, can I not see a single creature now? Luo had never encountered the doldrums, and his curiosity about this legendary and mysterious sea was immense. Ah, here it comes. A colossal creature. Kazan raised a hand to shield his eyes, seemingly dazzled by the brilliance of the midday sun. Where is it? The Bepo trio hurriedly leaned over the railing of the submarine, gazing intently at the surface of the sea. Rasha also unleashed his newly awakened observation haki, extending his senses across the ocean beyond the submarine. There was nothing. Roches was momentarily taken aback. His observation haki failed to detect the presence of any sea kings nearby. His body began to swell gradually, the azure scales enveloping him entirely. The blue scale form, in an imposing, beastly form exceeding 5 meters in height. Rasha unleashed the electric currents accumulated within, directing them through the gentle breeze he manipulated, sending arcs of energy radiating in all directions. The crackling sound echoed as the minuscule currents pierced the air, producing a sharp, staccato noise. Upon hearing this, Luo and Drake, like cats startled by a sudden step on their tails, leapt 3 feet into the air, hastily retreating from Rasha. Empowered by the electric surge, Rasha's eyes gleamed with realization. I see it. How magnificent. Just as his words fell, a colossal wave, resembling a mountainous peak, suddenly surged from the sea surface, approximately 3,000 meters from their submarine. As the water elevated dramatically, the surrounding sea began to tremble violently, undulating like tumultuous waves in a storm, despite the absence of any tempest in the sky. In the next moment, amidst the stunned expressions of Rasha and his companions, a spindle-shaped white giant emerged from the depths, its cavernous maw opening wide, thundering as it leapt into the air. A whale! Rasha exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Is this a jest? How could such a colossal whale exist? Surely, it cannot be anything but a mountain? Luo gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape in sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, Beibua and his companions huddled together in terror. It's enormous. We must flee. We are destined to be devoured. They exclaimed. Indeed, it is colossal. This is the monarch of the oceans. The whale's length was estimated to exceed 800 meters. In comparison, humanity seemed inconceivably diminutive. Kazan, too, expressed his awe. Rasha's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld a colossal, pure white whale, measuring over 800 meters in length. Witnessing such a magnificent creature, whose size rivals that of a mountain, was an experience vastly different from anything he had encountered in comic books during his previous life. It was a profound and indescribable shock. The wonders of nature in this world are astonishing, capable of giving rise to such gigantic sea kings. And this was merely a creature of the 800-meter variety. In the Fishman Island arc of the comics, there were even sea kings exceeding 5,000 meters in length. Yet, even a 5,000-meter sea king does not represent the utmost limit of biological growth in this world. For in the New World, near the seas of Wano, There exists an ancient giant elephant, Zanisha, which has lived for a millennium. Its mere height above the surface of the sea reaches 20,000 meters. Its total height exceeds 30,000 meters, allowing it to effortlessly consume plants from the sky islands and kelp from the deep sea. Suddenly, the enormous white whale arced gracefully through the air, emitting a resounding, ethereal roar before crashing into the ocean's surface. Drake and Peacock's expressions changed dramatically as they shouted and rushed toward the submarine's interior. "Quick, get inside the cabin. The submarine will be capsized by the giant wave." Hearing their panicked cries, Rasha and the others hastily followed suit, abandoning their awe of the magnificent beast and diving into the submarine. No sooner had they entered the steel vessel than it transformed into a tumultuous washing machine. Ratchet and his companions became akin to garments tossed within a washing machine. Caught in a tumultuous whirl, the scene before them spun in a dizzying blur, their bodies incessantly colliding with the steel structure of the submarine, producing a series of dull thuds. Occasionally, the anguished cries of Beepo and others could be heard amidst the chaos. Kazan remained remarkably composed, a layer of solid ice enveloping him, binding his form to the submarine's interior walls with steadfast resolve. The vessel rolled violently in the tumultuous waters for several seconds before finally ceasing its tumult, gradually ascending toward the surface. Drake, Peacock, and the others hurriedly scoured the submarine, keen to assess the situation. Rasha was genuinely concerned that the submarine might encounter perilous circumstances in the ocean. Although it is said that even if the submarine were to malfunction, survival in the depths of the sea was not entirely improbable. The prospect of an incident occurring in the doldrums posed significant challenges, as conventional vessels would struggle to reach such remote waters. Within the naval branch of the North Sea, it was rare to find warships adorned with coral stone. Should a mishap befall the submarine, they would have no choice but to remain in the windless expanse, awaiting rescue from headquarters or the New World branch. Fortunately, after meticulous inspections conducted by Drake and Peacock, it was determined that the internal systems of the submarine were functioning adequately, allowing for continued navigation. However, several large screws had fallen from the outer hatch, an issue that could not be taken lightly. It necessitated an immediate halt for repairs to ensure the hatch was secured, as any breach could lead to catastrophic flooding. Yet, when Rasha opened the hatch, the crew's pupils dilated in unison, utterly astonished by the breathtaking sight that greeted them on the surface of the sea. Lo and behold, a multitude of aquatic royals had emerged to bask in the sunlight, a truly magnificent spectacle. Kazan stretched lazily and stepped out of the cabin, while Beepo, overwhelmed, fainted at the sight. Rokia followed Kazan back onto the deck, his mouth agape as he gazed upon the colossal sea creatures towering above the ocean like mountain peaks. There were immense white whales, gigantic eels adorned with stripes of black and white that resembled mountain ranges, and massive crimson ribbonfish marked with large black spots. Additionally, there were colossal octopuses and sea kings with heads reminiscent of lions, presenting an array of bizarre forms that seemed endless. Their submarine appeared as if it had arrived at the foot of a majestic mountain range, obstructed by an innumerable assembly of these aquatic giants. Such a spectacle was utterly magnificent, a vision that would surely remain etched in memory for a lifetime. Rasha's body instinctively began to transform into a beastly form. Azure scales unfurled rapidly, his head swelling into that of a colossal dragon. His hands and feet pressed against the ground, morphing into pillars resembling the claws of a chelan. His body elongated, inflating like a balloon, instantly filling the entire deck of the submarine, which was over 20 meters long. As a lengthy tail emerged, those walking behind him, Drake, Luo, and Gruss, were abruptly pushed back by the massive appendage, tumbling into the depths of the submarine's corridor. Suddenly, within the windless zone that had not felt the caress of the sea breeze for years, a fierce gale erupted. The howling wind grew stronger and more urgent. With each breath, the mighty currents lifted the still expanding blue chelan, propelling it skyward. "Ah, it is a chelan," Kazan exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. The azure chelan, measuring over 50 meters in length and towering more than 10 meters high, its brilliant scales reflecting the shimmering sunlight, galloped through the heavens with majestic strides. Rasha has finally undergone a complete transformation into a pure animal form, achieving the essence of the chelan for the very first time. With this metamorphosis, he finds himself effortlessly gliding through the skies, no longer needing to consciously manipulate the surrounding currents of air. His long dragon whiskers and flowing mane dance gracefully alongside him as the magnificent blue chelan traverses among colossal sea creatures that overshadow the sun, reminiscent of a majestic beast surveying its dominion. Although his size pales in comparison to these mountain-like leviathans, the proud demeanor displayed by the blue Qilin seems inherent, elevating him above all other beings. A thunderous roar escapes the Qilin as it gazes skyward, and in an instant, the tranquil atmosphere is charged with a tempest. The immense sea creatures, as towering as mountains themselves, turn their attention to this divine beast soaring through the heavens, as if paying homage to the king of all beasts. Chapter 85. Overload Mode. Subscription request 35. A month later, within the submarine, in the soldier's rest area, Roxia sat alone in a room furnished with 4 beds. His legs crossed in a meditative posture, learned from countless hours spent watching television in a previous life, attentively attuning to every part of his body. Originally, this space was shared among Drake, Ro, Gruss, and Roxia. The confines of the submarine were inherently limited, precluding the possibility of private quarters for each individual. However, since the awakening of Roxia's observation haki, he embarked on a quest within the dormitory to harness the electric power residing within him. Following a fateful night marked by an indoor electric discharge incident, Drake and the others, their faces shrouded in smoke and sporting frizzy hair, vacated the premises. Consequently, Roxia became the most favored occupant aboard the entire submarine, enjoying a room more spacious than that of even a naval admiral, despite being merely a junior lieutenant. Sizzling sounds filled the air as wisps of electricity manifested along Roxia's skin, extending at his behest to his flowing silver hair. Under the stimulation of the electric currents, his silver locks unfurled behind him, reminiscent of seaweed drifting in water, gently swaying with the undulating air within the room. At the tips of his hair, tiny currents flickered, emitting a soft crackling sound. Life returned to his hair. With a whoosh, strands of silver hair, aglow with electric light, surged forth, dancing like serpents in the air, piercing the steel wall opposite him. A series of sharp hissing sounds echoed as tiny pinhole-like punctures appeared in the thick steel wall, measuring over 10 centimeters. Along the edges of these numerous holes, flickers of white electric light darted about. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the adjacent room, startling Roxia, prompting him to retract his electrified mane. The voice seemed to belong to Drake. Ah, so he had moved next door? Coughing lightly, Roxia reassured himself that Captain Drake, a physically formidable ancient species ability user, would surely withstand mere electric currents without issue. Rox's striking azure eyes sparkled with a hint of electricity. With a hum, his mastery of observation haki enveloped the entire submarine, allowing him to perceive the happenings in the adjacent room with utmost clarity. There, leaning against the wall, was Drake, foaming at the mouth and sprawled on the floor, his hair standing on end as his body convulsed intermittently. His eyes were wide open, vacant and hollow, reminiscent of someone utterly broken. Rox's lips quivered slightly. Aside from Drake, who was napping in the dormitory, the others had proceeded to the submarine's control room. The ensigns operating the vessel had previously mentioned that they were nearing the naval headquarters. Indeed, Roxa and his companions had successfully traversed the wall that divided worlds, thanks to the lift established on the Red Earth continent, and had arrived in the vicinity of the Shambadi archipelago. After more than a month of navigation, they were finally approaching Marineford. Throughout this month, Roxa had become increasingly adept at harnessing his Qilin abilities, developing numerous techniques that employed wind and thunder for offensive maneuvers. Physically, through rigorous training, Roxa had transformed into a towering 6-meter figure, his strength vastly amplified. According to Kazan, his sheer physical power rivaled that of 5 Drakes combined. In his blue Qilin form, he could manipulate winds powerful enough to lift several tons, effortlessly hurling them dozens of meters into the air. Moreover, in his Qilin form, this strength would multiply several times over. The affinity for the elements of wind and thunder in his pure animal form was indeed far superior to that of his hybrid form. Yet, none of these aspects were of paramount importance. Ratchet places utmost importance on the mastery of the lightning power within. Following his encounter with the Ichi brothers, he truly grasped the formidable nature of electricity. After unleashing the amassed electrical energy within him, the Ichi trio, clad in their scientific battle suits, proved utterly no match for him, akin to being swiftly vanquished. The force of lightning encompasses a myriad of advantages, including velocity, striking power, extensive range, and extraordinary long-range capabilities. Moreover, it significantly enhances one's observation haki perception range. Through electrical stimulation, it invigorates the physique, augmenting its vitality and fortifying the body from within. After a month of exploration and experimentation, Ratchet finally mastered the technique of life restoration, enabling him to simulate cellular electricity generation within his own body, allowing him to unleash lightning-infused attacks without the necessity of transformation. In the world of One Piece, he is not alone in this capability. For instance, Maguka, a pirate captain under the banner of Whitebeard, can imbue his sword strikes with the power of lightning. Others can conjure flames or frost in their assaults. Given that Ratchet himself wields the innate ability to control lightning, achieving this feat becomes all the more effortless. Consequently, he can continuously hone his electrical prowess without transformation, thereby enhancing his physical strength as the powers of Zoan-type abilities intensify with the body's fortification. As Ratchet's physique grew increasingly formidable, the terrifying prowess of his Chilean abilities became ever more pronounced. The application of lightning in his martial arts, particularly in the Navy's 6 styles, represented merely the most rudimentary of utilizations. Throughout nearly a month of exploration, Ratchet unearthed a technique that significantly amplified his own capabilities through the manipulation of electricity. This method involved harnessing the electric charge within his body to stimulate his heart, thereby accelerating blood flow and dramatically enhancing his physical vitality and explosive strength within a brief span of time. The accuracy and range of his observation haki similarly expanded exponentially. Just 3 days prior, he had conducted a modest trial of this technique, delivering an electric shock to his heart. Under normal conditions, the range of his observation haki doubled. His strength was such that he could effortlessly incapacitate the transformed Drake with a single blow. Now, Ratchet was eager to ascertain the extent to which his perception range would expand under full electrical activation. In his human form, his observation haki encompassed a radius of 5 kilometers. While this range did not increase significantly in his blue Chilean state, upon unleashing the full force of his electricity, his perception capability could surge to an astonishing 15 kilometers. The technique of stimulating his heart with his own electricity to unleash latent physical potential, which Ratchet referred to as overload mode, had yet to be fully tested. Zzz. A flicker of electricity sparked from the palm of Ratchet's hand, coalescing into a brilliant sphere of lightning in his right hand. He raised his thumb, gritted his teeth, and delivered a forceful jab to his left chest, targeting his heart. Overload mode. Engaged. Buzz. The dazzling currents surged wildly, his silver hair billowing as if caught in an unseen gale, cascading behind him. Lightning erupted from every orifice, radiating outward in brilliant arcs from his heart, transforming the modest room into a tempestuous sea of electricity. From the adjacent room, the sound of a heavy door slamming shut and hurried footsteps retreating in panic could be heard. Boom. The ferocious winds roared through the cramped confines of the chamber, and Ratchet's form expanded dramatically, towering to 6 meters. Brilliant blue scales emerged, and his muscles swelled grotesquely. Buzzing. Zzz. After a month's accumulation, an indeterminate voltage surged forth from his imposing frame, akin to the detonation of a small nuclear device. What on earth is this rascal doing? Self-detonation? In the control room, Kazan, who had been leisurely sipping tea, abruptly sprang from his chair, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, an overwhelming chill emanated from him, enveloping everyone in the control room. Ice Fortress. In the next instant, boom, a series of thunderous bolts, as formidable as dragons, pierced through the submarine's thick hull, annihilating everything in their path with relentless ferocity. In the naval headquarters inner base square, thousands of naval warriors were undergoing rigorous training. On the port steps beside the coastal defense artillery, Dorse and Smog stood side by side, their eyes filled with eager anticipation as they gazed out at the sea. Roshana should be arriving soon, right? It has been over a year. I wonder what he has become. Before the thought could fully form, a colossal explosion erupted on the surface of the inner bay, shattering the surrounding waters within a radius of several hundred meters. A towering plume of steam and mist ascended into the sky, creating a magnificent mushroom cloud above the sea. Subsequently, a tangible shockwave radiated outward, sending ripples across the water like deep furrows. The warships docked at the inner bay rocked violently under the force of the shockwave. Several vessels, positioned too closely, collided with one another, producing a resonant sound akin to wood splintering. Dorse and Smog's eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the sudden cataclysm. With a sharp crack, the mast of a nearby warship splintered, dragging down the sails and lookout tower, creating a gaping hole in the ship's deck. The tempest stirred by the shockwaves surged onto the square, tumbling many new recruits stationed at the periphery into disarray. Enemy attack. The officer leading the training, possessing commendable military acumen, momentarily froze before bellowing a battle alert. Simultaneously, a piercing air raid siren blared overhead. All personnel, attention, assemble, prepare for combat. The expressions of the commanding officers were grave as they rushed towards the source of the explosion. The recruits, caught in disbelief, exchanged incredulous glances. An enemy attack? Surely this is a jest. This is the naval headquarters. Who would dare launch a surprise assault here? The four emperors? Among the throng of new recruits, reactions varied. Some were puzzled, others exhilarated, a few wore expressions of alarm, and some recalled a news story from many years past. The legendary pirate captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, known as the Golden Lion, had once infiltrated the naval headquarters single-handedly. At the pinnacle of Justice Fortress, the door to Sengoku's office swung open, and several men clad in voluminous justice cloaks emerged, casting peculiar glances at the inner bay. Carp's eyes sparkled with delight as he let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. This kid embodies the spirit of my youth, capturing the attention of the entire Navy upon his arrival. Truly the most anticipated naval rookie of the year. Zifa, let us negotiate. Allow me to take him on as my disciple, and I shall treat you to some senbei. Kazara pouted. How frightening. Today's youth are as powerful as monsters, capable of triggering such a terrifying explosion. The submarine of the Sharp Blade Squad cost the equivalent of 5 large warships to construct. This little rascal certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Kazan, is he once again napping aboard the ship? It is utterly incomprehensible that no one is putting a stop to his antics. Sengoku gazed at the chaotic surface of the inner bay, observing the warships clustered together, pushed by the shockwaves, and was immediately struck by a throbbing headache. To the right of Garp stood an elderly man with violet hair, stroking his bulky mechanical arm, a glimmer of brilliance shining from beneath his dark sunglasses. The young lad brought back by Kazan possesses a physical condition even better than I had envisioned. Perhaps this time, I must devise a specialized training regimen for him. Garp, it is absolutely unfeasible to entrust this young one solely to you. However, Zifa, with a strand of kelp dangling from his mouth, wore a delighted smile, but I will permit you to train alongside him. What? Are you serious, Zifa? This could be fatal. Sengoku exclaimed in disbelief. A sympathetic expression crossed the lecherous face of Kazuru. It was utterly terrifying to have two heroes training together. Upon hearing this, Garp chuckled heartily, wrapping an arm around Zifa's shoulder. Ha ha ha. It's settled then. We shall see whose training methods prove more effective. On the curved stone steps of the inner bay, coastal defense cannons adjusted their barrels, aiming at the bubbling surface of the sea. Daz and other high-ranking officers of the Navy headquarters lined up in a long row on the steps, drawing their swords and spears in unison. Behind them, the recruits anxiously formed their ranks in the square. The atmosphere in the air grew exceedingly oppressive. Just then, the bubbling surface of the sea rapidly crystallized into ice. The ice layer swiftly spread outward, soon forming a colossal floating ice sheet measuring several kilometers across at the center of the inner bay. This is the ability of Admiral Akiji. Such a distinctive manifestation of power was instantly recognized by the naval commanders. Admiral Akiji? Daz queried, glancing curiously at Smoker beside him. Wasn't he on the submarine with the Sword of Justice? How could he possibly be utilizing his abilities in the inner bay? Could he have caused the earlier explosion? Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, suddenly transformed his lower half into swirling white smoke, soaring upward toward the icy expanse ahead. Wait. Dost promptly executed the moonwalk, swiftly following suit. Their movements prompted a multitude of naval commanders to ascend into the air, propelled by the moonwalk towards the immense iceberg ahead. The foremost among them, Smoker and Dost, had yet to touch down when the core of the iceberg erupted with a resounding crash. Kazan, his face emanating a chill, emerged from the pit, his expression as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. In his left hand, he dragged a colossal hollow ice sphere, through which the outlines of dozens of individuals could be discerned huddled together. In his right hand, he clutched an unconscious tall silver-haired youth, faint currents of electricity still flickering across the boy's body. With a grunt of annoyance, Kazan unceremoniously tossed the unconscious Rasha onto the ice surface, gazing at the descending figures of Smoker and Dost. Smoker marked this lad with a serious reprimand, his offense being the reckless conduct of hazardous experiments in a public space. Rochester found himself enveloped in a dream. He lay languidly atop a billowing expanse of pink clouds, savoring the resplendent hues of the setting sun on the horizon while indulging in an endless supply of pink cotton candy that surrounded him. The air was infused with a soothing fragrance that relaxed both body and mind, and he reveled in the softness of the clouds, reluctant to awaken. It was only when a rumbling hunger echoed from his belly that he was stirred from this exquisitely comfortable reverie. Roxia gazed upon the room before him. A charming sanctuary imbued with a youthful essence, his mind clouded in a haze of confusion. The walls ahead were adorned with an array of nautical charts, each bordered by delicate paper cutouts of various animals, meticulously affixed to the edges. Above him, a few origami cranes dangled gracefully, swaying gently in the soft breeze that wafted through the window on his right. He found himself reclining on an exceptionally plush little bed, enveloped by several plush teddy bears, which explained the ethereal sensation of floating on clouds. A light blanket covered him, and a subtle fragrance lingered in the air. Shaking his still-dazed head, he rose from the bed, which was evidently ill-suited for his frame, wearing an expression of bewilderment. Where was he? He recalled being in the confines of a submarine, experimenting with a mode of overload he had envisioned, eager to discern the extent of his observation abilities under maximum power. And then, everything faded into oblivion. Awakening in this elegantly serene room was a disconcerting surprise. However, the last impression that flickered through his mind was, Ratchet's eyes widened in astonishment, a sharp breath escaping his lips. The final image imprinted in his mind was a panoramic map of the entire Marine headquarters at Marineford. In the moment of activating the overload mode, his observation hockey surged forth, enveloping the vast sea surrounding the Marine headquarters for several miles, bolstered by the ferocity of tens of millions of volts of electrical energy. Although the duration was fleeting, preventing a thorough examination, the impression of surveying the entire expanse from a lofty perspective was indelibly etched in his memory. It felt as though he had become an outsider, utilizing satellite navigation to meticulously scrutinize every detail within this expansive area. Moreover, it possessed the innate capability of penetrating walls, providing a glimpse through solid barriers. Even the formidable fortress could not hinder the probing nature of his observation hockey. A look of astonished delight graced Rosh's face. Indeed, the overload mode proved to be formidable. Under full power, the range of his observation hockey expanded to an astonishing degree. However, it is somewhat regrettable that he has yet to experiment with the augmented strength afforded by the overload mode. Perhaps he should set aside some time for a re-examination. Moreover, how did he find himself here? Rochester cast a sweeping glance around the diminutive chamber, confirming that it could hardly be the quarters for new recruits at the naval headquarters. With a sense of bewilderment, he pulled open the door and nearly doubled over as he stepped outside. Beyond the threshold lay a modest balcony, which overlooked an expansive plaza. To the right of the corridor stood the imposing side of a formidable fortress. In the diagonal distance, a steel platform could be faintly discerned. Further into the spacious plaza, a murky expanse hinted at the undulating surface of the sea. The dwelling he occupied was a solitary structure nestled within a square courtyard. To the left, separated by a mere 10 meters, stood another slightly larger three-story building, reminiscent in style of a tower-like residence. The courtyard itself was quite substantial, roughly estimated to exceed 1,000 square meters. Was this truly the naval headquarters? Roxa felt a twinge of uncertainty. A flicker of electric light danced in his eyes as he unleashed his observation hockey, enveloping an area of over 2,000 meters. With just a brief perception, he confirmed that he was indeed situated in Marineford. Furthermore, his current location was to the left of the main fortress, within an isolated courtyard. In addition to himself, there was another individual present in this quaint enclosure. Descending the winding staircase, Roxa reached the first floor, where he noticed the door ajar, emanating a warm, bright light. Following that beam of illumination, he beheld a petite figure busily engaged in the kitchen. In the courtyard's kitchen, a young girl with a ponytail donned a crisp new recruit's short-sleeved uniform, her waist adorned with a floral apron. Humming a cheerful tune, she wielded a knife with dexterity, swiftly chopping a large mound of vegetables. On the stove ahead, steam billowed fervently from a large steamer, atop which rested platters of meticulously prepared meats. Was it Yin? Roxia, somewhat uncertain, cautiously inquired in a low voice. Ah, the girl, who was engrossed in chopping vegetables, was startled by his sudden voice and turned around abruptly, brandishing a gleaming knife. Upon recognizing Roxia's face, the petite girl, standing at merely 1.5 meters tall, displayed a look of delight on her slightly cherubic countenance. "Brother Roxia, you have finally awakened," she exclaimed. Yin Xiao rushed a few steps forward, her cheeks flushing slightly as she abruptly halted, awkwardly placing the knife down. In a shy voice, she added, I am preparing a meal. Soon, Uncle Daosi and Uncle Denois will be coming over to dine. Is that so? Are Uncle Daosi and Uncle Denois also at the headquarters? Roxa felt a surge of joy. Indeed, Daos served as an instructor at the recruits training camp, while Uncle Dino worked in the cafeteria at headquarters. They were likely to arrive later, as the cafeteria was still bustling, preparing meals for the soldiers who had just finished their training. Yun Xiao's gaze flickered, as if she dared not meet Roxa's eyes. Noticing the awkwardness on Yun Xiao's face, Roxa smiled and stepped into the kitchen, approaching the two large steaming bamboo steamers, inhaling the fragrant aroma that wafted through the air. It smells wonderful. Did you prepare these dishes? He asked, astonished as he gazed at the girl in an apron, her hands clasped behind her back, a proud expression adorning her petite face. His surprise was genuine, as his mind still lingered on the culinary disaster he had witnessed on the shores of Qianyan Island, contrasting sharply with the delightful offerings before him. While these dishes might not rival the exquisite cuisine crafted by Chef Dino aboard Akainu's warship, they undeniably showcased at least two of the essential qualities, color and aroma. Yes, I made them all by myself. Impressive, isn't it? Yin Xiao exclaimed, her face beaming with pride as her two little canine teeth peeked out when she smiled, adding a touch of adorableness. Truly remarkable. How did you manage this in just a year? Roxia could not help but give a thumbs up to Yunk, simultaneously feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Now, he need not worry about searching for Rox, who was lost somewhere. Upon receiving Roxia's praise, a blush crept onto Yunk's cheeks, and with a voice barely above a whisper, she replied, I have been learning to cook from Uncle Dino, and during my spare time, I assist in the cafeteria at headquarters. That must be quite exhausting, considering the demanding tasks at headquarters, he remarked. With a smile, Luoxiao stepped forward and naturally took the kitchen knife from Yun Xiao's hand, beginning to slice the vegetables piled on the countertop. Allow me, brother Luoxiao, Yun Xiao said, momentarily taken aback, before hastily approaching to reclaim the knife. I intend to partake in this meal as well, so I must lend a hand. I can't just stand by and watch you toil away alone, can I? Here, you handle the cooking, and I shall assist you with the chopping. Chapter 88. A rare moment of warmth. The wooden cutting board resonated with the rhythmic clatter of the knife's contact. Rochet's hands moved swiftly as he methodically sliced the abundant array of vegetables and fruits piled atop the stove, artfully arranging them on a platter. In his previous life, he possessed culinary skills, for he often found himself alone at home, managing all aspects of his daily existence. Meanwhile, Lark busied herself in front of the large pot to the right, diligently adding ingredients and commencing the cooking process. The kitchen stove bore a resemblance to the rustic earthen hearth of Rochet's former home, featuring 3 pots arranged in a row, 2 larger ones on the left and a slightly smaller one on the right, each nearly 1.5 meters in diameter. Lark's petite frame appeared even more diminutive as she stood before the imposing pot. In the world of pirates, where hearty appetites reigned, one could easily deduce the scale of culinary endeavors from these pots alone. Speaking of which, could this courtyard possibly belong to Uncle Sakazuki? As Rasha sliced the vegetables, he cautiously voiced the doubts that lingered in his mind. Lark lifted her gaze, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and smiled as she nodded, affirming, yes, this is indeed my home. It is my father's residence in Marin Vondo, and due to his status as a general, he is privileged to possess a house of his own. She gestured toward the 3-story building across the kitchen. Look, that is my father's abode, and my room is situated on the upper floor of that very house. Rochester's movements momentarily halted. Is the room above occupied by the Lark? Indeed. That small chamber bears a striking resemblance to a young lady's quarters, exuding a delicate fragrance reminiscent of the Lark herself. Roxia felt a sense of bewilderment. How had he inexplicably found himself in Akainu's home, and, moreover, resting in the room of the Lark? The mere thought of encountering Akainu upon his return sent chills down Roxia's spine, envisioning the scenario where he might be pierced through the chest by a hellhound strike. Who could possibly be orchestrating such a scheme against him? Noticing the myriad expressions flitting across Roxia's face, the Lark, intrigued, inquired, Brother Roxia, is there something troubling you? I am merely curious as to why I find myself in your room, he replied. Roche instinctively blurted out a question, and as soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. Huh? Yu Chao was taken aback by his inquiry, her large eyes blinking in surprise, and soon her round face was suffused with a rosy hue. The young girl bit her lip, tilted her head, and with a shy whisper replied, "It was Dors who brought you back when you were unconscious. I asked him to place you. The girl's mind seemed to be clouded. Whether from the steam rising from her cooking or some other distraction was uncertain. In any case, Yinxiao hesitated for quite a while, failing to articulate the rest of her thoughts. The atmosphere in the kitchen grew awkward. Indeed, it was that scoundrel Dors who had meddled. On the other side, Roche's face contorted with rage, his fingers tightening around the handle of the knife, nearly crushing it. Did that scoundrel of a military doctor intend for him to be scorched into an unrecognizable form the moment he arrived at Malinvondo? An enraged father could resort to any extremes, not to mention the volcanic temper of Akainu. It was decided he would seek out Dors later for a proper duel, demanding that this high-ranking officer from headquarters offer him some guidance. A sinister smile crept across Luoxiao's face, causing the returning lark to shrink back in trepidation. "Brother Luoxiao, are you angry?" "Not at all. I am far too delighted to be angry." As Rasha awoke from the fantasy of how to strike Dors, he caught sight of the tears glistening in Yunk's eyes and quickly responded. "Happy." Yunk, lost in thought, buried her head in her chest, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Roxa covered his face with his hands. "What was I saying? Still feeling joyous? This is the room of the daughter of the fiercest individual in the headquarters. I must not be perceived as a lecher by Uncle Sakazuki, otherwise my future in the Navy would be as bleak as a sky shrouded in volcanic ash." With this thought in mind, Roxa hastily shifted the topic. "By the way, Hibari, why haven't I seen Uncle Sakazuki? Isn't he at the headquarters?" Hibari, engrossed in preparing the ingredients, responded to Roxa's inquiry. "Father went to the New World some time ago, and Uncle Adira accompanied him. It has already been 6 months. However, I heard from Grandpa Sengoku that he is due to return in a few days." "The New World? Speaking of which, we just came from that very place, having sailed through the doldrums for a month." "The doldrums? So, Brother Roxa, you've encountered those colossal sea kings as well? Wasn't it astonishing? They are as large as mountains, even surpassing the Justice Fortress of Marineford." "Indeed, I saw not just one, but several. We encountered hundreds of giant sea kings basking in the sun." "Is that true? How magnificent." "My father, Dors, and I have never experienced such a sight while traveling from the doldrums of the Grand Line to the North Sea. I truly envy you." "Envy what?" "At that time, our submarine was nearly crushed by a sea king. The two busied themselves in the kitchen, one chopping vegetables and the other cooking, while engaging in lively conversation. Being young at heart, they quickly became animated, sharing their experiences from the past year with each other. In his previous life, Rasha had merely lived for 15 years. In this current life, he has only experienced 13 years thus far. He has not traversed the realm of adulthood. Yet he has endured a childhood fraught with darkness and cruelty. Both lives were marked by such trials. Nevertheless, at the core, he remains a youth not yet fully matured. The presence of a peer with whom he can converse freely brings him considerable joy. Just as their engaging dialogue reached a crescendo, a teasing voice unexpectedly resonated from the kitchen doorway. "Ah, I see which scamp has enchanted the little princess of the esteemed Sakazuki family. Is it that the old man is seeking to hasten his own demise?" As Roche and the lark turned around, they beheld Doss casually leaning against the doorframe, a bottle of wine in hand, his face adorned with a teasing expression directed at the two. The words of Doss's jest left the lark blushing fiercely, her cheeks aflame and her ears burning, as she turned away, unable to meet anyone's gaze. "Doss, you scoundrel, what mischief have you wrought?" As Rasha perceived the newcomer, the smile on his face vanished in an instant. He set down the kitchen knife and, clenching his fist with a cracking sound, approached with a menacing grin. "What do you intend to do? You rascal, do not act recklessly. This is the residence of General Sakazuki. If anything gets damaged, oh dear." A dull thud resonated as Dost bent over, only to be ensnared by Rasha, who wore a broad smile, lifting him off the ground and dragging him into the courtyard. Bang! "Rasha, I am trying to assist you, yet you strike me. Truly, kindness met with ingratitude. My good intentions are met with hostility. Ouch, not the face. Bang! Are you serious? Then do not blame me for retaliating. Bang! Hiss! What is the matter with your physique? How can you be so solid? Are you electrified? Speaking of which, I didn't realize you had grown so tall. You are nearly matching General Sakazuki now. Have you been feasting on growth supplements this past year? Bang! Stop. I surrender. I am sorry, it was my fault." As chapter 89 unfolds, following Rasha, starving for 3 days, Dost entered the kitchen, only to be met with the sight of his bruised face, eliciting muffled laughter from Yunk. "Humph, Kindness repaid with malice, Dost muttered, pouting. Rasha clenched his fists. Dost shivered and hastily ran to the 2 large steamer baskets, lifting 2 plates of food and making his exit. I will assist with the dishes. You two carry on. Observing Dost's retreating figure, the 2 youths exchanged knowing smiles and resumed their tasks. Outside in the courtyard, Dost, looking woeful, placed the large round table beside the wall into the center, glancing back at the kitchen while rubbing his bruised eyes, still shaken. That rascal certainly strikes hard. Hiss. By the way, what has this kid experienced in the North Sea? How has his strength surged so dramatically? His power almost made me feel as though General Sakazuki himself was beating me. And his height. I recall he was merely 2 meters 3 when we departed the North Sea. Now he stands over 2 meters 6. Kid, do not grow any taller. If you become too imposing, the 2 of you may not be well suited for one another. I heard that. Rasha's voice echoed from the kitchen, startling Dost. After a while, the plump chef, Dino, reeking of oil and smoke, appeared in the courtyard, apron still on, cradling a towering stack of food. Accompanying him were Kazan, Drake, Law, Gruss, and Beepo. The peacock did not join them, likely having returned home. Being the granddaughter of Admiral Crane, she naturally had her own quarters within the headquarters. Uncle Dino, how did you all come together? Rotchet and Lark emerged, carrying several plates, their curiosity piqued by the increasingly portly figure of Chef Dino. As he arranged the dishes with a cheerful demeanor, Dino remarked, I completed my tasks in the cafeteria, and on my way, I encountered them. Upon inquiring, I learned they had yet to have their meal, so I decided to bring them along. Rotchet gazed in astonishment at Kazan, who was leisurely seated at the head of the table. Kazan, dear uncle, what are you all so busy with, to the point of neglecting dinner? Upon hearing his incredulous inquiry, Kazan, Drake, and the others were taken aback, their foreheads adorned with the weight of exasperation. What do you mean by busy? You troublesome fool. Not only did you manage to detonate the submarine, but you also damaged over a dozen warships docked in the inner bay. Do you have any idea how long we have been reprimanded by Admiral Sengoku because of this? Meanwhile, you indulge in the pleasures of fine wine and exquisite cuisine. Drake's face was a canvas of resentment, nearly overflowing with frustration. What? The submarine exploded? How did that happen? Rotchet exclaimed, his expression one of utter bewilderment. The moment Drake caught sight of the innocent look on his face, his heart ached, and he quickly inhaled deeply, choosing to avert his gaze from Rotchet's infuriatingly provoking visage. The same is true for Luo and Gruz. However, fortunately, they have arrived at Marineford and no longer need to endure the company of that troublesome fellow every day. Otherwise, Luo feared he might abandon the Navy midway and return to piracy. Well, now that everyone is here, let us commence our meal. Yunko beamed with a radiant smile as she brought forth the final 2 platters of fruit. Today is indeed a joyous occasion. Everyone gathers around the round table to dine together. Such a warm scene is a rare treasure, even in the Navy headquarters, the safest place in the world. Most officers rush about, preoccupied with their own advancement and missions. Even upon returning from assignments, they spend the majority of their time cultivating relationships with colleagues and superiors, or honing their own abilities. After all, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. Yet, inexplicably, wherever Luoxia is present, the atmosphere becomes markedly less serious. This was the case aboard a Kainu-S warship, and later at the 177th branch on Shinyan Island. Now, at the Marineford headquarters, it remains the same. A Kainu-S warship is renowned as the most solemn and austere place in the world, without exception. In that man's lexicon, words like cheerful and happy are nearly non-existent. However, ever since Luoxia boarded the ship, a sense of joy has permeated the atmosphere. Uncle Dino's hearty laughter, Dorse's antics, and the frantic shouts of the officers have unexpectedly brought happiness to Yunko. On ordinary days, not to mention gathering for a meal in this courtyard. Even approaching the courtyard near a Kainu-S residence would prompt the officers and soldiers of the headquarters to instinctively quicken their pace to distance themselves. Thus, Yunko had very few friends in this place. Aside from Granny Crane's granddaughter, Peacock, she seldom interacted with others. Unlike now, where the round table is filled with laughter and cheer. All of this is attributable to the silver-haired youth sitting beside her. He possesses a unique charm that encourages those nearby to naturally set aside their barriers and coexist peacefully. Damn it, Luoxia. That enormous lobster is mine. I had reserved it with Uncle Dino in the headquarters cafeteria. Give it back to me, Dorse exclaimed, rising to reach for the over-a-meter-long lobster that Luoxia had picked up. Snap, snap, snap. Roxa stuffed the last shrimp leg into his mouth, casting a puzzled glance at Dorse, who had risen to his feet. What did you say? Dorse's eyes widened in disbelief. What about that enormous lobster? Are you performing some kind of magic, you rascal? Drake and the others pursed their lips, having long since grown accustomed to such scenes. Competing with Roxa in strength was certainly preferable to challenging him in terms of appetite. This was the most profound realization the group had come to during their month aboard the submarine. Whenever Peacock diligently brought the prepared meals to the deck, the entire crew faced a fierce battle concerning whether they would retire to bed with empty stomachs that night. For seated before them was a silver-haired lad whose speed and consumption rivaled that of a sea king. A moment's distraction or a mere glance downward could result in nothing but rolling empty plates on the deck. Lark, observing Dorse's ghostly expression, burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. Ha ha ha. How delightful. You are having a feast here without inviting me, little Lark? Suddenly, a resounding, hearty laugh echoed through the night sky from outside the courtyard, startling everyone at the table. It was Grandpa Carp. Upon hearing that laughter, a joyful smile spread across Lark's face as she quickly rose and dashed over. Ah, everyone has arrived. There is hardly room at this table. Kazan scratched his head and also stood up. The group rose in unison, casting uncertain glances toward the entrance of the courtyard. Ratchet was taken aback. Carp, was he truly about to meet the legendary hero of the Navy? Yet, why did Kazan utter the words "they have all arrived"? Soon, several tall figures emerged from the darkness beyond the courtyard. Hee, I haven't had dinner yet. I hope you don't mind if I join you for a meal, little Lark. A burly elder, adorned with round spectacles and a voluminous, spherical hairstyle, chuckled as he placed a bag of rice crackers into Lark's embrace and affectionately ruffled her hair. Upon seeing this individual, Drake and the others instantly stood at attention. Rosh's mouth gaped in disbelief as he beheld the figures entering through the courtyard gate. Each of these individuals was a titan whose mere stamp of a foot could resonate throughout the world. The tall elder with an explosive hairstyle, adorned with round glasses and sporting black braided facial hair, was none other than Admiral Sengoku. The robust, white-haired man who burst into hearty laughter was the legendary marine hero, Garp. Even in the late hours, he donned sunglasses, a strand of seaweed dangling from his mouth, and sported a colossal mechanical arm. This was the former Marine Admiral, now the chief instructor of the Marine Corps new recruits, the indomitable Zephyr. How astonishing it was to witness such a gathering in Sakazuki's courtyard. Did they not fear his ire? The speaker, a lanky, somewhat dubious old man resembling Kazan, stood with hands buried in his pockets, pouting. Borsellino, I implore you, do not divulge this to my father. Yin Xiao beseeched, hastily grasping the arm of the yellow monkey. Borsellino scratched his cheek. Well, I could, but I haven't had dinner yet, and my stomach is quite empty. Then let us dine together. My brother Rasha and I have prepared an abundance of dishes, ample enough for everyone, Yin Xiao exclaimed, a smile illuminating his face as he tugged the reluctant yellow monkey to sit beside the uneasy Rasha. Uncle Borsellino, Rasha stammered, offering a shy greeting. Borsellino appraised him with a discerning gaze, nodding. So, you are the Rasha spoken of by Sakazuki? Quite formidable indeed, to possess such strength at such a young age. It instills fear even in me. Spare me your flattery, you scoundrel. Even if you encountered a pirate with a bounty not exceeding 100,000 berries, you would still pout and declare him terrifying. Roxy's lips twitched, uncertain of how to respond, and could only manage an awkward smile. Clang, clang. The sound of mechanical collisions resonated to his right. Within the realm of his observation, a profound and impenetrable force emerged, as weighty as the very earth beneath his feet. Manifesting on his right side, Zephyr, burdened by the weight of his mechanical arm, approached and seated himself upon the adjacent bench. An overwhelming pressure enveloped Roxia, causing him to swallow hard. As Zephyr began to speak, he caught a glimpse of the general's lips curling into a smile, revealing a set of white teeth. Before he solemnly uttered, "Call me grandfather." Cold sweat trickled down Rasha's forehead as he stood frozen in place. Oh, Rasha. Uttering words that caused distress to the elderly is indeed a most impolite action, came the sarcastic voice of Huang Yuan from the left. Roxa felt a pang in his heart. Was this a threat? How outrageous. The high-ranking officials of the Navy headquarters, were they a bunch of old rascals? How did they differ so greatly from his expectations? Roxa had always believed that only the lecherous yellow ape was the most unreliable of all. Yet he was taken aback when he encountered you. Are you Roxa? At that moment, Sengoku also approached, standing behind Roxa, towering at 278 centimeters. He was half a head taller than Roxa. Dressed casually in a loose-fitting white short-sleeve shirt, he was not clad in his admiral's uniform, presenting an air of nonchalance. Lieutenant Roxa of the North Sea 177th Division, I have the honor of meeting Admiral Sengoku. Ruo Xia did not boast. He stood upright and rendered a precise military salute. Just call me Grandpa. The warring states nodded slightly. At that moment, a towering figure pushed forward, obstructing Rashia's final escape route, extinguishing his fleeting thought of retreating to the kitchen to prepare a meal. I am your Grandpa, Carp, he declared, digging into his nostrils and grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. Roxa found himself encircled by three elderly men, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he thought, how can this be tolerated? A true man, born of this vast world, should never languish beneath others for long. As a robust young man, how could he acknowledge these three old rascals as his elders? With an imposing presence akin to towering mountains, their collective might surged within the confines of the modest courtyard, stirring a tempest that seemed poised to shatter the very ground beneath them. Grandfather Zephyr, Grandfather Warring States, Grandfather Carp, I am 2nd Lieutenant Roxa of the 177th Division. I look forward to your guidance. Roxa displayed a demure expression, nodding and smiling at the three lecherous men. Ha ha ha. The child is indeed teachable, the old man exclaimed. I shall impart my most esteemed techniques to you, provided you are capable of mastering them. With a hearty laugh, Cap extended his hand and gave Roxa's shoulder a firm pat. Rochet felt as though he had diminished in stature, the earth beneath his feet seemingly sinking under his weight. A sharp pain radiated from his shoulder blades, as if they were on the verge of dislocating. This sensation was entirely novel to him. Even during his encounter with Doflamingo, when his arm had been mercilessly sliced by the threads for an extended period, he had suffered no such injury to his bones. Was the strength of this old man truly so formidable? Who, then, could truly be regarded as the beast with the greatest prowess and physical strength among Zoan-type devil fruit users? Rashia regarded Carp with an expression akin to that of a monster, before making his way to Kazan's side and taking a seat. Drake observed him with a mix of envy and jealousy, clearly aware of Rashia's significance among the prominent figures present. How unfortunate. The ancient lineage seems far too appealing. I too yearn for the powers of a mythical beast. As the distinguished guests arrived, Bepo and Grus, displaying remarkable acumen, rose to their feet and discreetly positioned themselves to the side. This round table was not particularly small, yet the towering presence of the individuals gathered, Kazan, Kizaru, Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Rashia, averaged an imposing height of nearly 2 meters 80 to 2 meters 90. Thus, Rashia, standing at 1 meter 90, appeared almost childlike among them, while the diminutive Yunk, at 1 meter 50, resembled a kindergarten child. Initially, Rashia contemplated standing aside, but Sengoku approached him, a benevolent smile gracing his features as he placed a reassuring hand on Rashia's shoulder, urging him to remain seated. Drake, sitting to Rashia's right, could not help but reflect on this moment. Indeed, Rashia was the grandson of Admiral Sengoku. Rashia had not deceived him. They had nearly come to blows not long ago. What a narrow escape. Witnessing Rashia's popularity, Young felt elated and accompanied Dino to the kitchen. The gathering had grown rather large, with attendees boasting impressive appetites. The modest spread before them seemed insufficient. They resolved to prepare more food. Bepo and the others, feeling somewhat out of place, stealthily followed suit to assist. Grus stood there, somewhat at a loss. He wished to join Bepo in their endeavor, yet his legs felt as weak as noodles, rendering him unable to move. The ancestors of the Prince Kingdom had manifested. Who do I see before me? Admiral Sengoku, the naval hero Carp, Admiral Zifa, the Black Arm, Admiral Kizaru. Grus's eyes welled with emotion. Is this paradise? In that instant, he felt as though he were basking in the light of justice. His spirit invigorated from within. Hey, you there, with the hair obscuring your eyes. Sit down. Stop standing there grinning foolishly. Carp's thunderous voice reverberated, startling Grus so much that he nearly fell to the ground. Chapter 91. Vice Admiral Senbei requests subscription 45. Ha ha ha. You're the prince of the Prince Kingdom, the one who shuns the throne to join the navy, right? And that troublemaker in the North Sea who caused the deaths of so many people, your brother? You two truly are nothing alike. Carp continued to stuff his mouth with food while conversing with Grus, whom he had forcibly pulled to sit on his left, causing the boy to tremble with anxiety. Why yes, that's me. I am Prince Grus, he stammered, finally managing to articulate his name after a considerable pause. Carp chuckled, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. Do you have any idea how much trouble your renunciation of the throne has caused us? Young lad, your dedication to justice resonates deeply with me. Thus, you shall henceforth follow me, and I shall cultivate you into the next generation of naval admirals. An admiral of the Navy? Bruce froze momentarily, his entire being flushed with crimson, as smoke began to emanate from his head. Garp, what nonsense are you up to? Please do not mislead the youth. You cannot even restrain that insatiable mouth of yours. Sengoku seized a slice of steak and hurled it towards Garp's face, only for Garp to catch it deftly and shove it into his mouth. I am utterly serious. Anyone who becomes my disciple is destined to ascend to the rank of admiral. Ha ha ha. Rashia found himself ensnared between Kizuru and Zephyr, flanked by formidable men. Paralyzed with trepidation, he could only fixate on a plate of green peas before him, methodically lifting each one to his mouth and chewing in silence. The aura of these titans was overwhelmingly potent, although none of them consciously exuded their formidable presence. Simply being in their company made Rashia feel as though he were in the midst of 5 colossal sea kings rather than mere humans. In comparison to these towering figures, he felt like an insignificant sprout. Nevertheless, this scene was an exceptionally rare and delightful tableau. At the head of the table sat Karp, who was still laughing heartily and amusing grooves, while Kazan lounged beside him, casually indulging in his meal. Across from them was Sengoku, his face adorned with a benevolent expression, occasionally serving Rashia with morsels from the shared dishes. Luo, this individual, is evidently ill at ease with such warm treatment, his demeanor distinctly rigid. However, within the perceptive realm of the observation hockey, it is palpably clear that Luo's emotions at this moment radiate a vibrant joy. It is likely that he will soon develop a sense of belonging to the Navy. Sengoku has clearly learned of Luo's existence and the connection between Luo and Razanandi from the latter. Razanandi was the adopted son of Sengoku during the Warring States period. Upon hearing the news of Razanandi's sacrifice on Minion Island, Sengoku wept profusely. Now, having this grandson Razanandi back must bring him immense comfort. It is no wonder that Rasha feels the warmth of Sengoku's gaze, filled with kindness. To his left sits the current admiral, Kizaru, leisurely peeling the shell of a lobster with meticulous care, ensuring not a single morsel of meat is left behind. His slow movements remind Rasha of the sloths from Zootopia. This fellow is not a monkey but a sloth, indeed. On his right is Zephyr, tinkering with his mechanical arm, producing a series of clicking sounds. Then, Rasha observes Zephyr opening the casing of his mechanical arm and retrieving a bottle of very familiar wine. Kazan, could you chill this for me? Zephyr extends the bottle of sherry to Kazan, who reaches out and grips it. A frosty mist envelopes the bottle. In an instant, the sherry is perfectly chilled. This sight evokes a sense of reflection in Rasha. After all, isn't this the true purpose of a devil fruit? To be employed for purposes beyond mere violent combat is a far more noble utilization. Hey kid, would you like a drink? Zephyr lifts the sherry bottle, preparing to pour some for Rasha. No, let me do it, Grandfather Zephyr. How could I allow you to serve me, a mere junior? Please, have a seat. Ratchet, startled, hastily rose to his feet and seized the bottle of sherry from the smiling Zephyr, pouring a modest amount for several attendees. As soon as he finished pouring, Karp eagerly lifted his cup, downing its contents in one gulp and wiping his mouth. This simply won't do. It's far too little, Zephyr. Do you have any more stashed away in that mechanical arm of yours? Don't be stingy. Bring it all out. There's no more. The space within is limited. Furthermore, this arm is designed for battling pirates, not for concealing liquor. Zephyr shot him an irritated glance. Humph. I'm certain there's more, you miserly old man. Karp huffed, bending down to retrieve the wine that Dose had brought over. I proclaim that the wine brewed right here at headquarters is the true drink for real men. Sherry is simply outdated. What did you say, Karp? Don't expect to get another bottle of sherry from me. The two old men exchanged playful banter. Meanwhile, Kazan watched Ratchet with an expression of intense concern. Roxa found himself perplexed by his gaze, involuntarily glancing at his attire. He discerned no stains or blemishes. Kazan, what are you looking at? He inquired without the slightest hint of embarrassment. After more than a month of acquaintance, their relationship had blossomed into a strong camaraderie. During this time, Kazan had imparted a wealth of knowledge to Roxa and occasionally served as his sparring partner, effectively becoming a mentor of sorts. Moreover, Kazan's demeanor was devoid of pretentiousness. He engaged with everyone in a languid manner, despite exuding an aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. He possessed a surprisingly gentle heart. It's nothing, just advising you to drink a little less, Kazan remarked, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Roxa's slightly flushed cheeks. How much have you drunk? Not even half a bowl. Is this what you call drinking? Zephyr interjected with a hint of displeasure, directing his attention towards the figure of Borsalino, who sat to Roxa's left. Are you going to drink that? If not, pass it to Roxa. I wish to share a drink with him. No, a bowl. I don't drink much, Borsalino replied, nudging the bowl toward Roxa. Although he had consumed a bottle of sherry with Kazan previously, Roxa still felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. The drink was indeed a fiery assault on the throat. He was reluctant to partake. Yet, with Zephyr raising his bowl, refusing would be tantamount to disrespecting the authority of the training camp's chief instructor. If Zephyr were to demonstrate his prowess during training, Roxa would find himself at a considerable disadvantage. Contemplating this, Roxa rose from his seat under Kazan's discreet gesture to cover his face, lifted the large bowl of sherry before him, clinked it against Zephyr's, and then, in a display of bravado, downed it in one go. The fiery sensation surged within him almost immediately. Rochester felt as though he might ignite in flames. Simultaneously, his mind was clouded, and his tongue felt uncomfortably swollen. Kazan covered his face, secretly lamenting the situation. It was dire. That lad had a poor tolerance for alcohol and ought not to indulge excessively. If he were to become inebriated. A mere 10 minutes later, he mused. Old Zephyr, with such a heavy mechanical arm, how do you manage to use the restroom? Surely, the toilet would be crushed under its weight. Roxas let out a tipsy belch, grinning as he casually draped his hand over Zephyr's shoulder. Zephyr was taken aback. Uncle Borsalino, is it true that the stronger one is, the faster their nails grow? I heard from Drake that you spend your days merely tending to your nails. Roche's left hand rested once more upon the shoulder of the yellow ape, who, in the midst of peeling shrimp shells, was momentarily taken aback. Roche's turned his gaze towards Carp, locking eyes with the old man's vacant stare. Grandpa Carp, I believe your naval code name should be Simba rather than Iron Fist, for you can forego a day of fighting yet cannot resist a day without indulging in Simba. Kazan tugged at his own hair, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Opposite him, Drake, Law, and Doflamingo stood agape, their mouths wide open, exposing their tonsils as if they were 3 amorous hippos. Puffed. The liquor that Sengoku had just swallowed erupted from his mouth. You speak the truth, young man. It is the first time I have so wholeheartedly agreed with someone. Sengoku slammed his hands on the table, creating a cacophony, laughter streaming down his face. Carp, from this day forth, your code name shall indeed be Senbei. It suits you perfectly. And Zephyr. So it was you who instigated the incident with the shattered toilet at headquarters? No wonder no one dared to point out the true culprit. Wahaha. I must tell Little Crane. This is simply hilarious. Moreover, Borsalino, has your infamous reputation for slacking off reached the North Sea? How utterly disgraceful. Amid Sengoku's thunderous laughter, 3 colossal shadows loomed, engulfing Roche's, whose foolish grin was now obscured. Fist of Fury. Meteor. Shattering Blaster. Lightspeed Kick. Chapter 92. Such a soft sound. Seeking subscriptions when Roche's awoke the following day, he felt an all-encompassing ache, as if a naval warship had rolled over him. Hiss. He pressed his hand against the swollen bump on his forehead, gazing in bewilderment at the small room before him. What transpired last night? How did he end up in Yuwa's room once again? Roxa strained to recall the events of the previous night, yet his mind remained a blank slate, save for the vague memory of indulging in libations with several naval dignitaries. As he descended the stairs, his battered visage adorned with 2 dark, swollen circles resembling panda eyes, he spotted a familiar silhouette sprawled on the grass in the courtyard, blissfully snoring. Noting the drool trickling from Drake's lips, Roxa couldn't help but smirk as he approached and delivered a swift kick to his rear. Drake jolted awake, springing 3 feet off the ground. Upon noticing Roxa's bruised eyes and the swollen lump on his forehead, he erupted into laughter. Then, he beheld Roxa across from him, who was pointing at his own face, equally amused. Drake, what on earth happened to your head? Did a bee sting you? If you maintain that look and spritz yourself with a bit of gold paint, you could easily pass for the golden statue of a warring states general. Rochet chuckled as he patted his shoulder, only to be met with a dismissive slap from Drake. Drake's face was etched with resentment. You scoundrel, how dare you question me? What did you do last night? You actually claimed that I informed you about the slothful habits of the yellow ape, who spends his days trimming his nails. Alas, I ended up receiving a thorough beating from him. Did I ever utter such words? That is utterly implausible. I could never stoop to such treachery as betraying a brother. By the way, where are Ro and the others? Roxa chuckled nervously, pointing at the desolate courtyard with a hint of confusion. Upon hearing his inquiry, Drake's previously disgruntled expression swiftly morphed into one of schadenfreude. Heh, you're finished, Roxa. Today marks the inaugural day of training for you new recruits from the North Sea. Roe and Gruss have long since reported to the training camp, while you, my friend, are still here indulging in slumber. Arriving late on your first day of training? You've truly sealed your fate. Are you not also here napping? A sense of foreboding began to swell within Roxa. Drake, hands on his hips, erupted into laughter. Me? I graduated from the training camp ages ago, of course. I can enjoy a long sleep. You scoundrel, why didn't you alert me sooner? Being tardy on the first day of training will surely offend Chief Instructor Zephyr. Upon hearing this, Roche was utterly flustered. In an instant, he dashed out of the courtyard, employing his swift moonwalk technique while simultaneously unleashing his observation haki, searching for the whereabouts of his companions as he hurried towards the main square. Offending someone. Observing Roche's frantic departure, Drake felt a wave of satisfaction as he followed suit. This lad is likely unaware that his reckless words from the previous night have antagonized several high-ranking individuals. Ha. I am eager to witness how this young man will be reprimanded by the instructors. All personnel, assemble. Commence roll call. Those who are late or absent from training will receive a demerit. Training will be doubled, if late more than 3 times. The qualification for the new recruit training camp will be revoked. In the expansive, crescent-shaped square, dozens of instructors holding the rank of lieutenant were leading their respective squads of new recruits in roll call. With a stern expression, Colonel Benjamin, clutching a roster, bellowed in a voice that resonated like thunder, "Trafalgar Law." "Present," replied Law, who had donned the classic blue and white sailor uniform, somewhat unaccustomed to the attire as he responded in a low voice. "Your voice is too soft. I can't hear you," Benjamin exclaimed, glancing at the roster where it indicated Trafalgar Law, hailing from the North Sea, 177th Division, with a provisional rank of junior lieutenant. With a smirk, he shouted again, louder. "Present." Law raised his voice. "I still can't hear you. Are you a coward? Haven't you eaten? Give me a louder response. With such a feeble voice, how do you expect to command a warship?" Benjamin approached Law, his face contorted in rage as he continued to roar, spittle flying onto Law's face, causing his cheeks to twitch. Rochang restrained himself from unleashing his abilities to bury the stern-faced instructor in the ground, raising his voice once more. "If your voice remains this feeble next time, you shall stand atop the coastal artillery and shout at the sea all day long." Benjamin cast a sidelong glance at him before continuing with the roll call. "Babwa, present." In the midst of the crowd, the surrounding naval soldiers wore peculiar expressions as they observed the figure ahead, a white bear clad in a third-class sailor's uniform, drenched in sweat from the morning sun, panting heavily. "Your voice is too soft." "What? Why is there a bear here? Who brought a pet? Are you trying to get us killed?" Benjamin surveyed the panting Babwa, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the entire assembly. "Sir, his name is Babwa. He belongs to the fur tribe, not merely a pet. Furthermore, he is a third-class sailor." Roe interjected from behind Benjamin. With a scowl, Benjamin turned back, glaring fiercely at Roe. "Did I inquire about your opinion? Do you not understand the proper protocol before speaking?" He glanced at the annotations on the roster. Babwa, for tribe, third-class sailor of the North Sea 177 Division. Truly, it is astonishing that such creatures can enter the training camp. I wonder how they uphold standards. Benjamin muttered under his breath, lacking any intention to reprimand Babwa, as he directly bypassed the dejected white bear and moved on to the next name. Upon seeing it, his eyes instantly brightened. Roxia, a second lieutenant of the Beihai 177th branch, was merely a subordinate officer. Humph, so he is but a lowly branch second lieutenant. How absurd that scoundrel Dao Si would elevate him to such heights. Benjamin cast a sweeping glance over the 100 recruits under his command. Yet he discerned no particularly remarkable individuals among them. "Roxia," he bellowed, fixing his gaze intently upon the assembly of recruits. The atmosphere was thick with silence. No one responded. Luo cast a few glances around, perplexed by the absence of Luo Xia. He and Babwa, along with a few others, had rested in the Kingdom of War the previous night. Although the warmth of the kingdom was somewhat overwhelming for him, Luo could distinctly perceive the goodwill being extended. Last night, he also listened to the formidable admiral recounting his encounter with the young Rosanandi from years past. Luo has finally come to realize that Luosanandi is, in fact, the adopted son of the warring states. Rosanandi feels a profound sense of gratitude for his rebirth. His current enlistment in the Navy seems to be a fated twist of destiny. As for his vendetta with Don Quixote da Flamingo, that will not dissipate merely because he finds himself within the naval ranks. Rasha, rookie Rasha, With no response forthcoming, a vein throbbed on Benjamin's forehead. As if he had been gravely insulted, he bellowed repeatedly, his voice booming and drawing the attention of the surrounding recruits. Chapter 93. A surge of killing intent. Rasha? Is he calling for Rasha? The name Rasha was indeed that of the individual referred to by Colonel Doss, the one capable of single-handedly besting all of us newcomers from the North Sea. Another braggart, perhaps? I must see for myself what sort of extraordinary being dares utter such audacious words. In the midst of a throng of people below, Rasha, who was anxiously searching for the figures of Roe and Gruss, suddenly heard the call resonating from the distant square. Instantly, a smile illuminated his face. They are calling my name. It seems that the situation is not as dire as I had feared. The roll call has only just begun. Rasha. Another loud shout echoed back. Raka hurriedly responded from a distance. Yes. Louder. I can't hear you. You boastful king of bluster from Beihai. Turns out you're just a softy. Benjamin shouted, his voice echoing, provoking a wave of laughter from the crowd gathered in Marin Fanduo Square. Above, Raka felt a few dark lines forming on his forehead. What is this guy's problem? Is he targeting me? Has he lost his mind? Listening to the raucous laughter below, Raka stepped lightly on the air, shimmering through several positions before descending gracefully behind Benjamin. Phew. As Rorschach inhaled, the air within a radius of several dozen meters was instantaneously siphoned away, transforming into a vacuum. Rochester's chest heaved as he faced the trembling Benjamin, unleashing a thunderous roar. Enough. A magnificent wave of sound erupted from his lips, resonating across the expanse of Marin Fanduo Square like a clap of thunder. The ferocious gust of air sent Benjamin's skin rippling as if caught in a tempest, while his military cap was whisked away by the howling wind. A cacophony filled the air, causing his ears to ring and forcing him to stagger backward, toppling several new recruits behind him. Soldiers within a radius of 40 to 50 meters grimaced in agony, clutching their ears in distress. Those closest to Benjamin, much like him, were also knocked to the ground by the overwhelming sound waves. Rorschach's voice resonated like a cannon firing across the expanse of the Marin Fanduo Square, leaving the crowd in a daze. How was that? Was the volume sufficient, Commander? Roxa scratched his head, a bashful smile gracing his face, resembling the boy next door. Behold, that innocent, harmless smile. In the crowd, Luo appeared numb as he watched Roxa, who had suddenly become the center of attention. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Is that lad really Roxa from Beihai? Indeed, his audacity is remarkable. To think he would dare to assault an instructor. He's finished. Wait, didn't he claim he would adhere to Beihai's regulations? What do you all think? Should we confront him and show him his place? From a distance, the new recruits, upon seeing Roxa, lost all focus on their training, casting incredulous and curious glances his way. Among them, however, were the female recruits who remained indifferent to the spectacle. At this moment, the few female recruits present gazed in awe at Roxa's tall and imposing figure, his azure eyes reminiscent of the vast sky and sea, and his strikingly handsome visage. When did such a dashing recruit arrive at the headquarters? This countenance, this charisma, starkly contrasted with the surrounding group of recruits, whose appearances were rather unremarkable. The notion that the naval headquarters lacked handsome men was not a mere platitude. While there were numerous rugged individuals, many even tougher than pirates, finding someone who was both handsome and tough was a rarity. In an instant, Roxa inexplicably garnered the sympathy of all the female recruits. Among them stood Yin Xiao, who, like everyone else, stared at Roxa in a daze. How dare he? Rookie Roxa, you audaciously attacked an instructor. Benjamin shook his head, feeling slightly dazed, as he brushed aside several recruits trying to assist him. With a dark expression, he strode purposefully towards Roxa, ready to deliver some harsh words, only to find himself looking up at the towering figure of Roxa, who stood at an imposing height of 2 meters and 6 centimeters, nearly 4 of his own heads taller. Though the youth before him smiled, and the smile was indeed charming and bashful for some inexplicable reason, Benjamin felt an involuntary shiver as he approached him. He desperately wanted to suppress this feeling of embarrassment and anger, yet his instincts compelled him to avert his gaze from Roxa. Benjamin was not a fool, however. The invisible pressure made him immediately comprehend the gravity of the situation. This young man before him was likely extraordinary. It seemed that Doss, that unreliable fellow, had not been entirely exaggerating. Yet, if this alone justified concluding that Roxa could single-handedly topple all the new recruits, Benjamin was resolutely unconvinced. He recalled that day when Doss had humiliated him in front of all the new recruits, prompting him to weakly admonish, "Rookie Roxa, tell me, why have you arrived only now? Do you not comprehend the value of the training camp's qualifications? Being late on the very first day is unacceptable. What on earth am I even saying? Benjamin truly wished to slap himself. How did a stern reprimand transform into gentle counsel? At that moment, a group of hot-headed recruits rushed over, providentially extricating Benjamin from his predicament. The new soldiers surged from other formations, surrounding Rasha like ravenous wolves. Their fierce gazes fixed upon him, leaving Rasha utterly bewildered. "Are you really named Rasha?" Just as a burly giant, towering over 2 meters, uttered this remark with a sidelong glance, a massive hand seized his throat, lifting him off the ground. The momentary visage of Rasha, adorned with a bashful smile, was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, casting a pall over his expression. As his demeanor darkened, an intangible aura of lethality surged forth, akin to a vast sea of blood, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. This was the ironclad murderous intent he had cultivated after slaying thousands of pirates in the North Sea. The mere release of this bloodlust rendered the hundreds of new recruits encircling him ashen-faced, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Among them, over 100 recruits with weaker wills were so overwhelmed by this torrent of malevolence that they succumbed to their fear, losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. "What did you just say? Please repeat that." Rasha grasped the struggling recruit, who was utterly incapable of dislodging his fingers, and brought him before his gaze. A pair of cerulean eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. "I said nothing. Let me go." The fear radiating from the burly man's eyes was palpable, as a warm stream trickled between his legs, revealing his utter terror. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to envision himself at the foot of a mountain formed by the grotesque heads of thousands, each face etched with despair, fear, resentment, and regret. "Rasha, stop!" Benjamin's legs trembled, and his gaze upon Rasha mirrored that of one beholding a monster. How many lives had this man extinguished to cultivate such a terrifying aura of murderous intent? "Next time, be cautious with your words. I abhor any slander against my family." Rasha gently set down the burly man who was nearly driven to madness, casting a cold, sweeping gaze across the assembly. "So what is it that you intend to do?" Chapter 94. Unstoppable Silence. In the vast square of the headquarters, thousands of new recruits and instructors focused their attention on the striking figure of silver hair that stood out amongst the crowd. Gulp. A nervous recruit swallowed hard. What has he done? How could so many have fallen without him even lifting a finger? Could it be the legendary conqueror's haki? After a brief silence, the recruits erupted in chatter. What has this kid Rasha experienced over the past year? Such an intensity of murderous intent. His strength is likely beyond my imagination. Das observed Rasha, who stood resolutely in the center of the crowd, with no one daring to approach him, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. "Das, are you certain this guy is a new recruit?" Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, furrowed his brow. Das suddenly chuckled and extended his hand. Smoker hesitated for a moment, then, with a grim expression, retrieved a cigar from his coat pocket and tossed it over. "This is a fine product from the East Blue, worth 10,000 berries each. Heh, knowing your cigars, I expect no inferior quality. Besides, I wouldn't smoke it if it weren't good." Das caught the cigar, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke before chuckling. "Not just new. He's practically a novice. Guess how old he is?" "How old?" Smoker raised an eyebrow and glanced at Rasha, noting his height before stating a number. 18? I meant his age. Of course, I was referring to his age. Das, with the cigar in his mouth, replied, "A bit younger." 17? Younger still. 16? Even younger. 15? Smoker's lips twitched as his right hand transformed into smoke, grabbing Das by the neck and pulling him closer. "Are you joking? You can't possibly mean that kid is only 14. Das raised an eyebrow. "To be precise, he's 13. Seeing the incredulous expression on Smoker's face, Das grew anxious. "Hey, do you not believe me? If you doubt my words, go ask Admiral Sengoku. When I rescued him last year, he was just a 12-year-old, scrawny country boy." 13? Smoker bit down on 2 thick cigars, staring intently at Rasha for a long while before turning to look at a short-haired girl with glasses in the female recruits formation. "The North Sea's customs?" Listening intently, a rookie recounted, with trembling lips, the words spoken by Dawes that day in the square, spilling them forth as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Suddenly, his mouth twitched, and he turned to gaze in the direction of Dawes. Noticing the scrutinizing gaze of Roche, Dawes shuddered slightly and discreetly retreated behind Smog, feigning nonchalance as he drew on his cigar. "That scoundrel Dawes, once again digging a pit for me. This fellow is truly a source of endless troubles." Rox seethed with frustration. However, to explain himself in front of such a large audience would only serve to embarrass both him and Das. As he grappled with this vexation, a metallic clattering echoed from the execution platform beneath the Justice Fortress. An elderly man with purple hair, holding a megaphone, made his entrance. Upon seeing this figure, the crowd, consisting of both recruits and instructors, gazed upon him with profound respect. It was the esteemed General Zephyr. Roxa felt a sudden jolt of foreboding at the sight of Zephyr. Indeed, the familiar proclamation soon reverberated across the square of Marin Vondo. All recruits, heed my command. Launch an assault on the recruit Roxa. Those who can injure him shall be granted direct admission to the elite training camp. Only the top 100 will secure a place. You may join forces in your attack and target his vital points. All consequences will fall solely upon me. Now commence immediately. As Zephyr's words fell, the recruit's eyes ignited with fervor. It was not necessary to defeat Roxa. Merely injuring him would grant them the coveted opportunity to enter the elite training camp. Such an extraordinary stroke of luck happening within the esteemed Navy headquarters was astonishing. The quota imposed by Zephyr meant that the recruits could not simply sit back and watch the spectacle unfold. With over 1,000 recruits present in the square, any hesitation in seizing this chance for promotion would lead to deep regret for those who were already brimming with confidence. Thus, an unprecedented scene unfolded at the Navy headquarters. A sea of blue and white surged toward Roxa's position, a frenzy akin to wolves converging on their prey. Kill him. Injuring him means entry into the elite training camp, where I will receive the esteemed General Zephyr's direct instruction. I could rise to the rank of lieutenant in the headquarters. Should I miss this opportunity? Who knows how long I must wait for another chance. I will give everything to injure him. What a jest. He is but a single individual. Yet General Zephyr holds us in such low regard. Let the general witness that we are not to be underestimated. You from the North Sea. Don't blame me if I strike too hard. Rasha cast a glance at Dorse and then turned his gaze towards Zephyr, who stood upon the execution platform. Letting out a sigh? How is it that it has come to this again? In an instant, his figure vanished from the sight of the approaching recruits. The next moment, a series of thunderous sounds echoed. Within the blue and white tide of humanity, a straight path emerged. A blurred silhouette, akin to a sharp arrow, pierced through the throng, sending recruits soaring into the air with cries of agony as it passed. The encircling recruits merely felt a fierce gust sweep past them, followed by a sharp pain that lifted them off the ground. Do not be too arrogant. We too are capable of the 6 styles. Shave. One recruit flickered and appeared behind the just stabilized Rasha, launching a punch towards his abdomen. Roxia stood resolute, allowing the blows to rain down upon him. Excellent. A hit. The expression on the new recruit's face brightened momentarily. Yet, the next instant, he heard a sharp crack emanating from his wrist. His fist, propelled with excessive force, had shattered the bone. A gust of wind whipped across his face as Roxia's formidable hand grasped his head, hurling him into the surging tide of dark figures ahead. Thud! The air rippled as a dozen individuals were sent sprawling backward, landing on their backs. Roxia tread upon the moonlit cloth, soaring into the sky, furrowing his brow as he gazed down upon the throng of people below, akin to a tide of corpses, with thousands gathered. Would it truly take until nightfall to vanquish them one by one? I have no time to engage in a game of tag with a bunch of children. As Langi observed Roxia ascend into the heavens on the moonlit cloth, the new recruits in the square stood in stunned silence. Though a handful among them possessed considerable prowess, over 90% had yet to master even the simplest techniques of the 6 styles, such as the iron block and finger gun, let alone the more advanced skills like mooncloth and shave. Unable to reach Roxia in the sky, they exchanged anxious glances, and some, in their frustration, began to curse. Amidst the crowd, only a select few felt a surge of impending danger. With a flick of his finger, a semi-spherical dome descended, precisely locating Gruss, Beepo, Pekin, and Shaki amidst the throng. Even the Skylark, mingling within the ranks of female soldiers, was effortlessly shifted to the periphery of the crowd. No sooner had they vacated the vicinity of Rasha than he, suspended in midair, lifted his right leg. A crackling sound ensued, as a dazzling electric light manifested upon his leg. The atmospheric currents intensified, spiraling around his dynamic limb and transforming into an elongated whip of air, stretching over 10 meters. The electric light danced, enveloping the whip and transmuting it into a lengthy electric lash. Raging Foot. Electrocution Whip. Chapter 95. The instructor's arrival with a crackling sound. The shimmering electric whip descended from the heavens, rendering aiming unnecessary due to the density of the crowd below. A mere sweep of the whip resulted in hundreds collapsing, frothing at the mouth. With a sudden realization, Rasha smacked his forehead. Am I an imbecile? Is this truly how a whip is wielded? Raksa held his hands in a delicate grasp, the air swirling between his fingers as the currents twisted and spiraled, coalescing into tangible whips of air. Subsequently, 2 flickering arcs of electricity erupted from within him, transforming the elongated air whips, each measuring over 10 meters, into whips of pure lightning. Whoosh! In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing amidst the most densely packed throng of people, where the 2 serpentine whips of electricity coiled around him, delineating a circular zone of impact. Ratchet wielded dual long whips, sweeping through the air with a resounding crack that echoed across the square. The whips sliced through the ranks of the recruits, striking with precision and sending them tumbling. Wherever the long whips traversed, chaos ensued. Electric whirlwind. Rasha's arms trembled as he quickened his pace, weaving through the dense crowd like a whirling electric top. Where he passed, it was as if a tempest had swept through, leaving the throng to fall like harvested wheat. The instructors observing from a distance stared dumbfounded at the astonishing spectacle. How could he command electricity? Was he a special ability user? Could he be the legendary Thunderfruit wielder? Dorse was equally mesmerized. He had anticipated Rasha's strength, yet he never imagined he would effortlessly dispatch hundreds of recruits with such unparalleled ease. As more and more new soldiers were felled by electric shocks, the crowd began to stir, retreating in panic. A monster. That fellow is nothing short of a monster. How could we mere recruits possibly contend with such a creature? In less than a few minutes, the 1,000-strong Navy soldiers that had charged at Rasha had dwindled to less than half still standing. Those who remained dared not approach, gazing at Rasha amidst the fallen, surrounded by dissipating electric whips, as if beholding a humanoid beast. One recruit, pale as a ghost, quivered and exclaimed, "Another monster has emerged from the North Sea." On the balcony at the top of the fortress, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Ha ha, this is hopeless. They are no match at all. These recruits are incapable of drawing out that boy's true prowess. If you ask me, let me take a crack at testing his combat capabilities, Karp said, savoring a donut while watching the fray unfold in the square. Do not undermine the confidence of an exceptional young man in front of such a large audience. Hey, Karp, why aren't you eating your rice crackers anymore? I have some here, Sengoku remarked, clutching a bag of rice crackers and crunching away. Leave me be. I intend to refrain from rice crackers for 3 days to prove I am not dependent on such things. Though challenging, this was a test of willpower for a true man, and he would not concede. Karp bit fiercely into his donut. Beside him, Kizuru instinctively pulled out a nail clipper from his pocket, only to nonchalantly return it after catching Sengoku's sidelong glance. In the square, Rasha was about to withdraw when a clear, crisp female voice rang out from the crowd. Rasha, I challenge you. He looked up to see a ponytailed girl with black-framed glasses stepping forward, a wooden sword in hand, standing earnestly before him. I am third-class Seaman Dasky from the Navy headquarters, and I hereby issue you a challenge. Are you Dasky? Rasha's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the unassuming girl before him, still in the bloom of youth. He found it difficult to reconcile her with the grand-hearted figure from the comics. Yet, there were faint echoes of similarity. Her short hair, glasses, and the earnest demeanor with which she wielded her knife all bore a resemblance to Dashki from the illustrations. Noticing Rasha's momentary distraction, a flush of indignation and embarrassment surged across Dashki's face, mistaking his gaze as one of disdain. Private Dashki, I challenge you, she called out, taking a few steps forward and raising her voice. I apologize, I did not mean to belittle you. As Rasha was about to explain, he was interrupted by Dashki. You are indeed formidable and have every right to feel proud, but mark my words, one day I shall surpass you. For my dream is to become the foremost swordsman of the naval headquarters. Rasha was taken aback, pondering to himself, isn't your dream to collect all the renowned swords? Very well, I accept your challenge. Let me witness the caliber of the future's foremost swordsman of the Navy headquarters. As Rasha smiled, he extended his hand. His fingers curled softly, and a surge of electricity converged within his grasp, materializing into a radiant blade of lightning. One sword style. One sword style. The two individuals nearly simultaneously clasped the hilt with their left hands, while their right hands reached forth to draw the blade, bending their bodies into a poised stance for the Ayajutsu strike. Ayajutsu. Whoosh. Rosha's figure flickered and vanished, brushing past the frantically charging Dashki. With a sharp crack, the wooden sword in Dashki's grasp splintered into two pieces, and a surge of electricity erupted around him, causing his short hair to stand on end. His eyes rolled back, and his body limply collapsed to the ground. A commendable technique, albeit a tad lacking in strength. Perhaps you might consider seeking a renowned blade. Rochester turned to glance at the fallen Dashki, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. The technique he employed was one of considerable explosive force, a skill he had surreptitiously gleaned from Hawkins. Despite the brevity of his training and the lack of finesse in his execution, the sheer strength of his blow proved overwhelming. The disparity in power between him and Dashki was insurmountable. "Is there anyone else willing to challenge me? I am pressed for time and must train," he declared, surveying the remaining hundreds. Suddenly, a timid voice emerged from behind him. "I want to challenge too." Upon hearing the familiar feminine tone, Rochester paused in surprise. "Lark, what brings you to this commotion?" He turned to see Lark timidly emerging from the crowd, her cheeks flushed as she approached him, striking a boxing stance. Noticing the smile on Rochester's face, she bit her lip and said, "Brother Rochester, I am quite serious. Please, teach me." Why is that?" "Because I do not wish to be left too far behind by you, Brother Rochester. I want to keep pace with your journey." Lark took a deep breath, summoning her courage, and spoke with as much conviction as she could muster. "Is that so? I understand. Very well, let us engage. I accept your challenge." Roxia sensed that Yin Xiao was not jesting, and thus adopted a serious demeanor. "Be cautious." The petite figure of Yin Xiao flickered in place, and in an instant, she lunged forward. Her right index finger aimed directly at Roxia's face. It was a finger jab. The wind howled as her translucent, alabaster finger sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound of piercing. Such speed. Roches was taken aback. He never anticipated that the mere 12-year-old Lark had already mastered the Navy's 6 styles. And with such remarkable speed. Truly, as the daughter of Admiral Sakazuki, she exemplified the notion that the progeny of formidable individuals inherit their prowess through blood. With a sharp crack, Lark's finger jab struck precisely between Roches's splayed fingers. Her delicate little fist was then ensnared by Roches's large hand, leaving her suspended in midair like a mere rag doll. "Roches, big brother." Lark's charming face flushed with a flurry of confusion, her previously summoned courage dissipating in an instant, rendering her round little face as crimson as a flame. "Higi, let us postpone our battle until next time." Roxia extended another hand, gently patting the top of her small head before releasing her. In the distance, the authoritative voice of Zephyr resonated once more from the execution platform. "New recruits, stand down. Instructors, take action. All together." Chapter 96, Nature System, Transformation. Did Zephyr intend for the instructors to confront the new recruit, Roxia? The instructors training us held ranks no less than that of a major in the headquarters. Moreover, General Zephyr stated that all instructors would engage, and there were at least 30 of them here. Upon hearing Zephyr's command, the new recruits erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Even Yunk, who had great faith in Roxia, couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. "Roxia, perhaps you should concede. Among the instructors are Dorsey and Uncle Smoker. Uncle Smoker, like my father, is a formidable nature-type ability user." With concern, Yunk grasped Roxia's arm and looked up at him. "Have faith. Do you believe in me, Yunk?" Roxia lowered his head, a faint smile curving at the corners of his lips. "I trust you, Brother Roxia," Yin Xiao replied, her ears flushed from his smile, her voice barely above a whisper. "Then let us witness how I will utterly defeat that scoundrel, Dos." Roxia clenched his fists, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he fixated on the figure concealed behind smog. Indeed, following Zephyr's command, over 30 headquarters-level officers swiftly descended upon Roxia, their forms vanishing almost instantaneously as they surged forward with remarkable speed. These officers had all mastered the 6 styles of the Navy. Selected to serve as instructors for the new recruits, their prowess among the headquarters officers was undeniably exceptional. After all, the new recruits gathered from across the globe were all promising naval talents. To be entrusted with the responsibility of mentoring such promising individuals and guiding them to greatness would significantly benefit the officers' future naval careers, should fortune favor them. And they successfully train a formidable individual like Roxia, their prospects would undoubtedly shine brightly. Whoosh! In an instant, officers clad in white cloaks of justice appeared in all directions around Roxia, launching either powerful kicks or thrusting their fingers like spears at him. With a sly grin, Rosh's foot struck the ground, causing a thunderous explosion beneath him. In an instant, he soared several dozen meters into the air, his right foot slicing through the vacuum. unleashing a colossal crescent-shaped wind strike that extended over 10 meters. This was the gale kick, a cutting wind. It was an extraordinary blow that could be delivered without the sacrifice of life, a feat typically reserved for those in a state of life restitution. Moreover, this crescent strike shimmered with arcs of electricity. Gale kick. Gale kick. In the face of this astonishing assault, the officers exhibited no sign of panic. They synchronously executed the same gale kick technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of slightly smaller gale kicks cleaved through the air, countering Rosh's electrifying wind strike. Boom. Upon collision, an explosive wave of energy erupted in the sky. Subsequently, arcs of electricity scattered wildly, piercing the air and striking several unsuspecting majors, leaving them momentarily paralyzed, letting out muffled groans as they plummeted to the ground. In his human form, Rosh's electrical output was not particularly potent. Thus, it failed to incapacitate these formidable officers. After a brief bout of paralysis, the fallen officers regained their footing, their expressions darkening as they surged toward Rasha with renewed vigor. Clearly, this meager electrical discharge was insufficient to subdue such powerful adversaries. Roche clenched his fist, producing a series of explosive crackles. Roche, I am Major Branu of the headquarters. A Mediterranean officer, taking the lead, executed a lunar step and charged towards Roche, delivering a kick aimed at his chest. Greetings, Major Branu. I am Second Lieutenant Roche. Iron block fist. Bang. Rochit's right fist pierced through the air, propelling forward with remarkable swiftness, crashing into Branu's abdomen. The impact caused Branu to gasp in shock, his eyes rolling back as his body plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a substantial crater upon impact. What? Was Branu rendered unconscious by a single blow? Colonel Benjamin, rushing toward the scene, felt a surge of apprehension upon witnessing this alarming spectacle. As he pondered whether to allow others to engage first, his ears were suddenly met with the resounding thuds of flesh colliding. For colonels from headquarters launched a coordinated assault. Two among them thrust their fingers like spears, striking Rochit's back. Meanwhile, the two tasked with diverting attention were swiftly dispatched by Rochit, each receiving a punch that sent them crashing into the ground, following in Branu's unfortunate trajectory. With a couple of sharp cracks, two colonels behind him emitted muffled sounds of disbelief as onlookers beheld their fingers, which had pierced Rochit's back, contorting grotesquely. Yet, on Rochit's back, only two holes marred his clothing, while his skin remained unblemished, void of any mark or bruise. I can manipulate iron too, and in a mobile manner no less. Rochit grinned broadly, and with a swift kick, sent both lieutenants flying, propelled like cannonballs over 100 meters away amidst their horrified gazes. Do not scatter. Attack together. This kid possesses the demeanor of a great general. A shrill voice suddenly pierced through the crowd of officers. A vein throbbed ominously on Rosh's forehead. Damn you, you scoundrel. Return life. Boom. Rochit's physique suddenly expanded, muscles straining against his clothing, revealing a body forged from steel. With a powerful kick, he executed a cyclone of motion, generating a vacuum that propelled him into a swift spin, unleashing a massive arc-shaped slash spanning 30 to 40 meters. Smoker's pupils constricted as he bellowed, scatter. In an instant, his form erupted into a swirling white smoke, transforming into a colossal figure towering over 10 meters, arms outstretched to embrace the incoming arc of destruction. With a whoosh, the white smoke giant was cleaved in two by the arc. The expressions of the 20 or so officers behind Smoker shifted dramatically as they sank down, activating their signature defensive techniques. Iron block, steel, hockey armor. Just as their defensive stances were established, the immense slash descended from above, accompanied by a tempestuous force, colliding violently with them. A chorus of pain cries erupted as over 10 individuals were sent flying, suspended in the air, each spitting blood, faces pale as parchment. Have you truly become a monster? This is utterly absurd. Doss gasped, staring at his arms, which bore two deep gashes, the pain taking his breath away. Not even hockey could withstand Rochit's colossal strike. This attack was not merely a kick. It bore the paralyzing current and devastating power of electricity. You are no match for him. Let me handle this. Smoker roared, his lower body transforming into billowing smoke as he surged toward Rochit. In midair, witnessing Smoker charge solo, Rochit grinned. How terrifying, Midshipman Smoker, a legendary Logia user. Without hockey to counter him, a Logia user is indeed an invincible force. Boy, unleash your full power. Or prepare to lie down. Smoker declared as white smoke swirled around him, launching a barrage of jetting fists like a torrential downpour aimed at Rochit. Is that so? Let us see. Ratchet responded, activating his blue scale form. Chapter 97. Smoker's Dark Hand 55. Subscription request completed suddenly. On the Marine Headquarters Square, a tempest arose, kicking up sand and stones, rendering everyone unable to see. Crackling sounds of chaotic electricity filled the air as bright arcs of electricity shot forth from the swirling dust, spreading across the sky. What manner of monster is that? Above, the swirling dust coalesced into a whirling sandstorm, encircling a terrifying figure that continued to expand. Smoker's pupils dilated in shock as he sensed Ratchet's overwhelming presence, which surged like a volcanic eruption. Blue scale form. A myriad of azure scales adorned the sinewy form, while two crimson antlers pierced the heavens, accentuating a visage crowned with four formidable fangs, exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty and dominance. Silvery locks billowed in the tempest, extending over 10 meters, entwined with flickers of lightning, piercing through the smoke-infused fists launched by Smoker, shattering them effortlessly. A menacing crocodilian tail lashed through the air, producing a resonant thud, its protruding bone spurs sending shivers down the spine. The 6-meter-tall, beastly form of the Chelan revealed itself for the first time before the multitude of officers at the Navy headquarters and over 1,000 recruits. Was this a Zoan-type devil fruit user? What was this suffocating sensation? Such overwhelming pressure? An ancient species? Or perhaps the fabled mythical beast? Surely this cannot be serious? The atmosphere at the headquarters square erupted in chaos. Both instructors and recruits were utterly astonished. The striking azure Chelan form displayed by Rasha left them profoundly shaken. The drowsy Dashki, roused from her stupor, gazed at the figure that had punctured the air with a single punch, obliterating Smoker into a cloud of dispersing white smoke. Momentarily rendered speechless. Is this truly the extent of Rasha's power? Astonishingly formidable. Yunk was left in awe. Beepo shrank his neck, murmuring, "Captain." That fellow is becoming increasingly terrifying. Lost in thought, Law gazed at the formidable Rasha soaring in the sky. The gap between them was growing ever wider. I must strive harder. Atop the Justice Fortress, what an extraordinary sight. It reminded me of Kaido's dragon form. Sengoku's eyes sparkled with excitement behind his glasses. Haha, he does bear a resemblance to Kaido in his prime. I find myself increasingly eager to devise a training regimen for this lad, Carp exclaimed, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. Barely able to contain the urge to leap down and engage Rasha in battle. The youth of today are truly astonishing. Kazan, you have returned with a future Marine Admiral in tow. The yellow monkey, still preoccupied, extracted his nail clippers and began to trim his nails. Without this task, he found it difficult to justify his presence here. As a Marine Admiral, one cannot simply doze off in the Admiral's office, can one? Thanks to Sakazuki. Kazan adjusted his eye patch and suddenly glanced towards the distant inner bay, sensing their return. Has Sakazuki returned from the New World? Is it due to the son-in-law's arrival from the North Sea? Haha, he truly is fortunate. A trip to the North Sea has gifted him such a talented youth. It makes me want to journey to the North Sea myself. In the square above, Smoker wore a grave expression, acutely aware of the overwhelming, uncontestable power emanating from Rasha. His body had been shattered time and again, rendering him incapable of inflicting any meaningful damage upon Rasha. White smoke emitter. White smoke erupted forth as Smoker's form, battered by relentless bolts of lightning, was punctured by massive craters. Yet, he rapidly closed the gap between himself and Rasha, when they were a mere 5 meters apart. Smoker's entire body swelled with smoke, transforming into a vast white mist that engulfed Rasha entirely. White vine. The white smoke twisted, morphing into thick tendrils that coiled around Rasha's robust frame, binding him tightly. White serpent. Smoker's right fist became enveloped in a layer of pitch-black hockey, hurtling towards Rasha's head like a cannonball. 30 million volts discharge. With his silver hair dancing wildly in the wind, Rasha suddenly flexed his massive arms, effortlessly breaking free from the smoky restraints that bound his body. Simultaneously, a barrage of thick electric serpents erupted from within him, hurtling towards Smoker. The 1,000 serpents dance. Boom. Boom, boom. The electric snakes sliced through the air, reverberating with a series of muffled thunderclaps across the sky of Marineford. Smoker let out a low grunt as his form was once again shattered by the deluge of electric snakes raining down upon him. Even with his hockey-imbued right fist, he was unable to reach Rasha's visage, as he was pierced and obliterated by the thick electric serpents. Thunderous roars resounded. The air beneath Rasha quivered. No, it was the very sky that trembled in an ephemeral moment. A thunderous sound barrier erupted midair. as his towering figure was enveloped by gusts of wild wind and flashes of lightning, shattering the sound barrier as he descended upon Smoker's newly materialized form with a formidable punch. 1,000,000 volts. Thunderclap fist. The white fist. Smoker gritted his teeth and retaliated with a punch of his own. Smoke billowed forth, his haki enveloping him. Boom. The air surged, and Smoker's fist detonated. The 2 cigars he had clenched disintegrating into dust, his form bursting into a cloud of mist. Ratchet still maintained the posture of wielding that enlarged Chelan claw. Upon the robust claw, wisps of searing white lightning flickered. A smoke emitter. The dispersing mist converged once more as Smoker, with a grim expression, seemed to grip a black iron rod, swinging it towards Ratchet's form. Futile, though you are an invincible master of the natural element. I currently lack the haki to strike your corporeal form. However, you two find yourself at an impasse, do you not? 10 hands? Rochester's voice abruptly ceased, as he felt an instantaneous loss of strength upon making contact with the dark iron rod in Smoker's hand. The transformation into his azure-scaled form was likewise dispelled in an instant. His body bore no coating of armament haki, rendering him temporarily vulnerable to the effects of sea stone. Boom. For the first time, Smoker struck him down from the sky with a mighty blow, causing him to crash heavily into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Rochester! Exclaimed Habari in shock. That scoundrel Smoker, utilizing sea stone's weapon. Drake, observing from a distance, darkened his expression, furious and eager to confront Smoker. On the ground, Rochester wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. He had let his pride get the better of him. This was not a favorable situation. With a buzz, his formidable observation haki expanded, enveloping a radius of several hundred meters around him, akin to activating a 360-degree panoramic camera. In the sky, Smoker's lower half transformed into smoke and surged forward once more, wielding the weapon. At that moment, the air above the plaza erupted with a piercing explosive sound. A slender apparition sliced through the air, swiftly embedding itself in the earth beside Rochester. Chapter 98. The Dragon's Spear. Clang. A resounding metallic resonance echoed through the vast expanse. As Rasha fixed his gaze, he beheld a double-edged spear firmly embedded in the ground, its sharp blades and tips glimmering with a cold radiance. The obsidian shaft, seemingly forged from fallen meteorite, bore ancient carvings that rendered it astonishingly heavy. Ha ha ha, Rasha. This is a gift from your esteemed brother Sakazuki, seized from that old rascal Wang Ji. Why not give it a try and see how it feels? A hearty laughter resonated from the waters of the inner bay, echoing in Rasha's ears. A weapon gifted to me by Uncle Sakazuki, snatched from the hands of the notorious pirate Wang Ji? Rasha's eyes widened in astonishment. Sakazuki had ventured into the new world. Had he encountered the pirate king directly? Grasping the still buzzing war spear, Rasha extracted it from the earth. The nearly 4-meter-long spear had a shaft thicker than an average man's arm. Even with Rasha's formidable strength, he felt the weight of the spear as he lifted it. A burden that could not be underestimated. This weapon weighed no less than 10 tons. Indeed, 10 tons, not 10 kilograms. Although this weight may sound exaggerated. This is the world of the Pirate King, where the strength of the powerful is beyond imagination. In the manga, the octopus-like character, Little Eight, wielded swords weighing 300 kilograms each. 6 of them amounted to 1,800 kilograms. The weapon wielded by the demon, Little Oars, was several dozen meters long, with an unknown weight in tons. Diamond Jaws could hurl solid ice blocks with a diameter of 60 to 70 meters, their weight likely in the tens of thousands of tons. And then there was the Old Man Carp, who enjoyed tossing iron balls larger than the Thousand Sunny. Furthermore, Kaido's Kanabo was certainly no lightweight. For Rasha, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, such a formidable heavy weapon was nothing short of the perfect armament. Boom. The blue-scaled hybrid form re-emerged. Standing at 6 meters tall, the 4-meter-long double-edged spear appeared somewhat inadequate. Crackling, threads of lightning flowed onto the black spear, causing it to radiate an extraordinary brilliance, astonishing even Sakazuki from a distance. This was a unique aura that even the great Wanza did not possess. It seemed that this heavy spear, referred to as the Celestial Dragon Spear by Wanza, was inherently attuned to Rasha, who could manipulate thunder and lightning. Now, it resembled a pearl long shrouded in dust, finally unveiled in its true glory. At this moment, Rasha felt as though he and the Celestial Dragon Spear were one, unabashedly exuding an overwhelming, unrestrained, and ferocious aura. This formidable battle intent surged upward, causing cold sweat to beat on the forehead of Smoker, who descended from the sky. As a Logia-type user, he sensed a lethal threat emanating from Rasha. A chilling realization that made him feel an inexplicable sense of shame at the presence of such power in a mere 13-year-old boy. White smoke launcher. White dragon. Smoker contorted his form, unleashing billowing clouds of white smoke that coalesced into a menacing white smoke dragon in the air. With claws gripping the black 10-fingered hand, it descended upon Rasha with tremendous force. Ratchet, adorned with a mane of silver hair, twirled with fervor as strands of lightning pierced the void. Grasping a heavy war spear with sinewy, muscular arms, he unleashed a devastating blow towards the approaching smoke dragon from a distance of over 10 meters. 50 million volts. Thunder slash. The weighty spear descended, shattering the air above with a deafening explosion, creating a vast atmospheric disturbance. The white smoke dragon descending from above had not yet approached. Yet the claws clutching 10 hands were obliterated by the surging shockwave. The colossal smoke dragon erupted, scattering into a cloud of vapor. Boom. Above the square in Marineford, a cataclysmic air cannon detonated, unleashing a violent wave that swept across the surroundings, sending all onlookers flying. Hundreds of new recruits were tossed like straw, leaving only Ratchet. His towering frame standing resolutely, gripping the pitch-black, substantial spear. His presence radiated an intensity akin to fire-igniting oil. As if he aimed to pierce the heavens and rend the earth asunder. This young man. His aura is truly formidable. Adira leaped from the warship. Standing on the stone steps of the inner bay, gazing at the silver-haired youth standing proudly in the center of the square, a smile of admiration involuntarily gracing his face. Behind him, Akainu's eyes reflected Ratchet's defiant stance, a subtle tremor coursing through him. Even he, known for his strict demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction with Ratchet's display. He broke through. He broke through. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the ranks of new recruits as they beheld Smoker, who had reformed his shape on the ground. His complexion ashen. The expressions of over 1,000 recruits mirrored profound shock, their gazes filled with reverence as they watched Ratchet gradually regain his human form. In that moment, the newcomers harbored no trace of disdain or contempt for Ratchet. Instead, they were filled with respect and awe for the strength he exhibited. This young recruit from the North Sea had truly managed to breach the new recruit camp. Not only that, but he had also overwhelmed the instructor team of the main academy officers. Moreover, he appeared utterly unscathed, showing no signs of exhaustion. Was this something a newcomer could achieve? The recruits had entirely abandoned any thoughts of rivaling Ratchet, for he had ascended to an entirely different echelon, far removed from their ordinary existence. This is what one might call a monster. A new beast from the North Sea. Bang, bang, bang. The air in the sky erupted with a series of explosive sounds as several imposing figures swiftly traversed the atmosphere, landing before Ratchet. As the crowd focused their attention, they immediately stood at attention, rendering military salutes. The Warlord, Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Zephyr. Step, step. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed from behind, prompting the crowd to turn and behold a towering figure, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, approaching from a distance. It was Admiral Akainu. Upon recognizing the familiar silhouette of Akainu, a genuine smile graced Rosya's face. Uncle Sakazuki, Uncle Adira. It has been quite a while, Rosya. Your progress has truly impressed us. Adira stepped forward, delivering a hearty pat on Rosya's shoulder before saluting Sengoku with respect. Then beaming, he moved aside. Akainu approached Rosya, giving him a slight nod. Do not grow complacent. This level of strength is still far from sufficient. Yes, I shall not become complacent, Uncle Sakazuki. Roxa stood upright, just as he had aboard the Akainu-S battleship, saluting the most formidable soldiers of the headquarters. Well done, lad. You possess half the charisma of my youth. Karp laughed heartily, patting Roxa on the shoulder. Zifa also wore a smile, and the eyes of the three old men sparkled with joy. Roxa's performance had delighted them immensely. They felt as though they had struck gold. For these past years, Sengoku and the senior officials like Zifa had been troubled by the lack of promising talent among the new generation of the Navy. Although the overall strength of the Navy had not diminished, in fact, it continued to rise, thanks to the peak prowess of Akainu and the other three admirals. Sengoku and Zifa had to concede that no extraordinary, monstrous talents had emerged to follow in the footsteps of Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. Individuals like Gion, Kaji, Smoker, and Drake were undoubtedly gifted, yet they fell significantly short of the monstrous caliber. If the peak strength of Akainu and his peers were to wane and the new generation of the Navy failed to catch up, the Navy would inevitably face a daunting predicament, a descent into decline. Conversely, the pirate faction had seen a continual influx of formidable and exceptionally gifted newcomers. In recent days, the dynamics of the New World had undergone a seismic shift. Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, and once a mere apprentice under Roger, had officially ascended to the throne of the Sea Emperors, becoming the fourth emperor after Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. The world now recognized these four as the emperors reigning at the pinnacle of the ocean. Good, 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 Sengoku exclaimed thrice, and before all the new recruits, he declared, "New recruit Roxa, heed my command. From this day forth, your rank shall be elevated to the position of major at headquarters. Beginning tomorrow, you will undergo specialized training under Zifa." Major? Rasha blinked, gazing at the somewhat excited Sengoku, doubting whether he had misheard. Noticing the confusion etched on Rasha's face, Sengoku exchanged a glance with Zifa, and they both burst into hearty laughter. "Young man, you heard correctly. It's the rank of junior major. Over the past year, you have apprehended over 3,000 marauding pirates in the North Sea, personally slaying the notorious Mig Jones, known for his acts of village massacres and island annihilation. During the incident in the Kingdom of Prince, you led the charge, showing no fear of sacrifice, displaying remarkable courage and exceptional performance. Coupled with today's impressive display and your outstanding personal prowess, far surpassing that of your contemporaries, we have decided, after deliberation with Zifa, Carp, and others, to elevate your rank directly to that of a major." As Sengoku spoke, his smile faded, and he regarded Rasha solemnly. "However, you need not place excessive importance on your rank. The most crucial matter for you at this stage is to enhance your strength. You are still young. Assigning you the burdensome responsibilities of military affairs now would only hinder your progress. Once you graduate under the tutelage of Zifa and the others, the headquarters will make appropriate arrangements based on your personal input and combat capabilities." With that, Sengoku turned his gaze to Akainu, Sakazuki, and inquired, "What do you think?" "I have no objections," Akainu replied with a slight shake of his head. "Speaking of which, this weapon looks somewhat familiar," Zifa remarked as he stepped forward to take the dual-bladed war spear from Rasha, examining it in his mechanical grasp. Carp, picking his nose, chimed in, "It does seem familiar. Isn't this the national treasure of the Flower Kingdom? The national treasure of the Flower Kingdom?" A question mark appeared over Rasha's head. Hadn't he Uncle Adira said this weapon was seized from the hands of the pirate king Wanjin? How had it transformed into a national treasure of the Flower Kingdom? Zifa shook his head. "Indeed, it is Wanjin's weapon, but it is also a national treasure of the Flower Kingdom, an ancient war spear known as the Heavenly Dragon Spear, ranked among the 21 Great Blades. Although Wanjin never disclosed his place of origin, we speculate he has significant ties to the Flower Kingdom, as he has maintained a connection with Qingjiao." "Qingjiao?" Carp laughed heartily. "That fellow's head was flattened by me. Ha ha ha. He is probably back home enjoying retirement now. I can see that this weapon suits you well." Rasha, Sengoku added, taking the Heavenly Dragon Spear for a closer examination, admiring the intricate dark patterns upon its shaft, unable to suppress his awe. "This war spear is extraordinary. It is likely on the verge of being imbued with haki, transforming it into a black blade." "A black blade?" Rasha was astonished. "Is Wanjin truly that formidable? His weapon is nearing the level of a black blade?" "The black blade is a weapon forged through the formidable power of armament haki, nurtured over countless years. It typically possesses certain exceptionally formidable attributes. For instance, there is the national treasure of Wano, the black blade Akushui, renowned for its extraordinary resilience and hardness. Even a dinosaur trampling upon its blade would not cause it to bend by a millimeter. Another example is the black blade Yoru, wielded by the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Although the specific attributes of Yoru remain unknown, it is universally recognized as one of the 12 supreme great swords, a fact that suffices. This war spear is not solely the weapon of Wang Ji. For centuries, many powerful haki users from the Land of Flowers have wielded this national treasure. Its nurturing has been a collaborative effort among numerous strong individuals. Sengoku gazed at Rasha, returning the Heavenly Dragon Spear. "Is it not now in your hands? I hope it will undergo its final transformation into a black blade under your stewardship. However, it may be too soon. I have yet to master armament haki." Rasha shyly scratched his head. 3 days, Zephyr raised 3 fingers. "Within 3 days, I shall awaken your mastery of haki." 3 days? Roches was taken aback. What is there to be surprised about? I am none other than the formidable Black Arm Zephyr. Sakazuki, you must be free these days, right? "I will need your assistance then," Zephyr said to Akainu. "Certainly." "Akainu, as always, was sparing with his words. However, Uncle Kazan mentioned that it is due to my physique not reaching its pinnacle that I am unable to awaken. Kazan, what does he know about hockey? Before Rasha could finish his words, Zifa before him smirked, and an ink-like hue swiftly enveloped his exposed left arm. Having devoted a lifetime to the study of martial arts and hockey, the old man had foregone numerous opportunities to acquire remarkable fruit abilities in pursuit of perfecting his hockey. Young one, he declared, never rely too heavily on the powers of the fruits. In this world, hockey is the supreme force that transcends all. Ratchet gazed at Zephyr's left arm, which resembled steel, and beneath the perception granted by observation hockey, he sensed the terrifying strength contained within. He feared he could not withstand a single punch. Ha ha ha. Indeed, hockey is the paramount strength that every formidable warrior must possess. Karp laughed heartily, the air around him warping as his tightly clenched fist seemed to be enveloped in an invisible, intangible armor. However, Ratchet murmured softly, I believe some devil fruits are quite powerful as well. Both Zephyr and Karp turned to him, their expressions darkening, causing Ratchet to shiver involuntarily. Karp approached, clasping Ratchet's shoulder, and began to lead him toward one side of the plaza. Young man, practice is the ultimate truth. Since you harbor doubts, I shall allow you to experience the might of hockey firsthand. Zephyr, with seaweed dangling from his mouth and his mechanical arm swing, followed suit. Old man, I was merely expressing an opinion. I did not claim that hockey lacks importance. Roxia, on the verge of tears, lamented his own folly for speaking in front of these two ancient beings who have never tasted the fruits of power. Indeed, their entire lives have been devoted to mastering the arts of combat and hockey, achieving unparalleled prowess across the vast seas, besting every renowned warrior. In Chapter 100, The Secrets of the Fist, the human-shaped black blade, in a secluded corner far from the central plaza, a beleaguered Roxia found himself ensnared by two fearsome old men. With a crackling sound, Karp released Roxia, his fists clenching with a resounding pop, a broad grin revealing his gleaming white teeth. Come, young one. Engage in a duel with me. Roxia's lips twitched as he repeatedly shook his head. Grandpa Karp, how could I possibly be your match? Please spare me. No way. We must engage in a battle for you to truly comprehend the formidable strength of hockey. With a powerful stomp, Karp charged forward, raising his fist to deliver a seemingly effortless blow to Roxia's face. In Rashia's perception of color and sensation, it appeared that Garp's fist was devoid of the hockey of armament. Nevertheless, even without employing hockey, Garp's prowess was formidable. In his azure-scaled form, the 6-meter-tall Chelan sprang forth. As Rashia gripped the celestial dragon spear, wielding it like a colossal broadsword, aimed directly at Garp's head, 50 million volts of electricity surged forth. Thunder slash! The crackling bolts of lightning danced upon the spear's blade, transforming the celestial dragon spear into a radiant weapon of thunder. Boom! Before the spear could strike Garp, the unleashed sharpness cleaved the ground in front of Rashia, carving a fissure several dozen meters long. Such is the momentum one must possess. Garp's smile grew ever more radiant as he directed his fist towards the sharpest edge of the spear. Fist of bone. Clang! A resounding explosion of metal clashing echoed through the air. Rasha felt his arms tremble violently, the war spear in his grip nearly slipping from his hands. The formidable celestial dragon spear was sent soaring into the air by a single punch from Karp, lifting Rasha's towering 6-meter frame along with it. What? Your fist is not even enveloped in hockey. Roxia's eyes reflected a perplexity. Ha ha ha. Thus, little Roxia, your understanding of the use of domineering power remains at the most rudimentary level of mere coverage. Karp, stepping upon the moonlit fabric, burst forth in a flash, his speed so swift that it stirred a tempestuous gale in the air. With a rough, calloused hand, he seized Roxia's face, sending shivers down his spine. Life restored. His already imposing physique swelled once more in an instant, electric sparks enveloping him, as he disregarded his halberd to strike at Karp, his silvery hair entwined with lightning, piercing towards Karp's eyes. Karp, unfazed, continued to grip his face, channeling force through his right arm, and slammed him into the ground, plummeting to the depths of the sea. A thunderous roar erupted, resonating throughout the skies above the Maryford Plaza, instilling fear in the hearts of the newly resumed trainees and instructors alike. On the ground, Roxia's body plummeted like a meteor, creating a massive crater several meters wide in the solid stone floor. Cough cough. This old man, has he truly struck so heavily? Treating me like Kazan? Deep within the pit, Roxia was forcefully returned to his original state by the blow, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His halberd flung from his grasp. With a soft thud, Carp descended from the air, standing at the edge of the crater, crouching down with a grin as he gazed at Roxia, who lay supine at the bottom. "Well, little one, do you understand now?" "I understand nothing. What have you even taught me to ask if I comprehend?" Ratchet felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Is this truly the method of instruction employed by Garp? To deliver a beating and then inquire if one comprehends the lesson? Such dominance is not solely meant for the cultivation of weaponry. At that moment, Zephyr appeared at the edge of the pit, elucidating the situation to Ratchet. He gestured towards Garp, who was crouched nearby, and explained that Garp's most formidable technique is known as the fist bone. You must have noticed that, despite Garp not employing haki, his fists possess a hardness that surpasses even that of your greatsword. Did you not? Ratchet felt a jolt of astonishment as he gazed incredulously at Garp. Could it be that you have infused your very essence with haki? Ha ha ha. Indeed. If haki can be wielded upon weapons after prolonged nurturing, transforming them into an extraordinarily resilient and powerful black blade, then it is unequivocally possible to cultivate a human body into a black blade as well. Garp extended his fists. After decades of honing my haki, I have forged these fists into black blades. To transform one's own fists into black blades? Ratchet's eyes widened, his expression akin to that of a person who has encountered a ghost. Initially, he aspired to hone every bone in his body to the caliber of a black blade. However, the essence of armament haki is derived from the power cultivated within the human body. Thus, utilizing this innate strength for self-training proved less effective than nurturing a weapon. Garp, seemingly producing a donut from thin air, began to chew it while pointing at Zephyr's arms. The adage too much chewing leads to indigestion rings true. Zephyr, in his ambition to surpass me, endeavored to cultivate both arms with haki, aiming to transform them into black blades. Ha ha ha. Yet, to this day, he has failed to achieve that goal. It is likely that he shall never have the opportunity in this lifetime. Thud. A stone struck Garp's forehead, shattering upon impact. Zephyr's countenance darkened. Transforming a person into a black blade? Goodness, is that truly possible? At the bottom of his heart, Ratchet was utterly astonished. However, Garp and Zephyr made a valid point. If weapons can be forged into black blades, why not humans? The human body itself is the most fundamental weapon. Although Garp's assertion may seem simplistic, it is not a feat that can be accomplished in a brief span. Zephyr continued. I am not suggesting you emulate Garp in this regard, but rather encouraging you to broaden your horizons. Do not confine yourself to the superficial. Learn to explore the myriad applications of power. What you mentioned earlier is indeed correct. The power of devil fruits is extraordinarily formidable. For instance, Whitebeard's quake fruit, Akainu's magma fruit, or the long-absent thunder fruit from the seas. The vast destructive capability of these fruits surpasses what mere haki can achieve. Yet, to stand as a formidable force at the pinnacle of the world, one must excel in all aspects, advancing in unison, rather than allowing oneself to possess evident weaknesses. Take that scoundrel Borsalino. He relies excessively on the abilities granted by his light fruit. It's unavoidable. That fruit, when developed to its utmost potential, allows him to dominate the seas. Ratchet grimaced. With capabilities like those of the light fruit, speedy, powerful, and equipped with wide-ranging destructive techniques, even without mastering haki, one could still contend effectively against rivals of equal caliber. However, if one cannot match Borsalino's speed, they must brace themselves for relentless punishment. Insufficient. Zephyr raised his voice, warning Ratchet in a very serious tone. This world is replete with extraordinary devil fruits. In terms of speed, there are those capable of rivaling the light fruit, such as the teleportation fruit, the thunder fruit, and even the surgical space manipulation of law, which may even surpass the light fruit in swiftness. Perhaps one day, your own powers could allow you to command wind and thunder. Just imagine, if Garp were to consume such a teleportation fruit or thunder fruit, someone like Borsalino, who is not adept at haki, would suffer a crushing defeat. Rashia pursed his lips, offering no rebuttal. Zephyr remarked that Kazuru was not adept at haki, though that comparison depended on the context. Chapter 101. The Hungry Ghost in the Mist. As dusk descended, Sengoku, having concluded a day of administrative duties, strolled to a corner of the square with his hands clasped behind his back. There, he beheld Rashia, who had appeared so formidable during the day, now reduced to a pitiful state. His swollen head was adorned with numerous fist-sized lumps, reminiscent of Sengoku's own Buddha form, with dark, panda-like eyes and a bruised visage. Rashia's tattered clothing rendered him akin to a beggar, limping in the waning sunlight, exuding an aura of desolation. In stark contrast, Karp radiated joy, his face beaming with triumph. "So, this is the optimal training regimen you devised over several days?" Sengoku's expression twisted in disbelief. "What a striking young man. Reduced to this by the two of you. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this plan is perfectly tailored for this resilient lad," Karp replied. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, injuries that would take ordinary folks months to recover from, he can brush off with just a night's rest. Perhaps he just needs a bit more marine delicacies each day. Karp had relished the day's sparring. It had been years since he had found a punching bag apprentice as durable as Rashia. Even Kazan, back in the day, could withstand only a few blows before succumbing. Yet Rashia had withstood the combined onslaught of Karp and Zifa for an entire day. Sengoku fought the urge to deliver a kick to Karp's face and instead turned his gaze to Zifa. "Zifa, why have you succumbed to Karp's antics? This is not your usual training style." Zifa shook his head, chuckling softly. "Training styles must be tailored to the individual." He glanced at Rashia's retreating figure, noting the boy's extraordinary resilience forged through adversity. It's merely a trivial physical discomfort. Engaging with different masters daily is far more beneficial than monotonous strength training. As Karp had stated, this method of training is not one that ordinary individuals could endure. Even that ancient breed would falter, yet this boy could endure it. "Sengoku, do you know what he said as he left?" Zifa grinned. "What did he say?" Sengoku inquired, intrigued. "He said, 'See you tomorrow,'" Zifa replied, chuckling. Sengoku could only shake his head. "You two truly are like blind cats stumbling upon a dead rat, fortunate enough to find such a naive soul to train." "So Zifa, your training method involves Rashia battling different masters every day? Isn't that a bit too harsh? Shouldn't it be more gradual? Only through intense combat can one forge their own path. It is only in the crucible of life and death battles that one can grasp their unique techniques." He coughed. Zifa was suddenly seized by a violent cough, his breathing becoming labored. He placed his hand upon his chest, retrieving a nebulizer, which he inhaled from with great effort, allowing his heavy breaths to gradually subside. A flicker of concern crossed the eyes of Sengoku and Karp. "Are you all right?" Sengoku inquired with a hint of worry. "I'm fine, just an old ailment." Zifa waved his hand dismissively and turned, heading in the direction where Rasha had departed. "It's too late for me to return and cook. Let us dine at the cafeteria." "Wait, I'll accompany you," Karp responded, following closely. "Hey, I promised Tsukihiryu that I would go to her house for dinner," Sengoku called out from behind. "Oh, let us forget that. We're drenched in sweat and ought not to intrude upon Tsukihiryu's home." The two old men walked side by side, bantering as they made their way to the cafeteria. "I hope that lad can hold on," Sengoku mused, observing the pockmarked ground. Reminiscent of a battlefield ravaged by the onslaught of demon-hunting artillery, and he couldn't help but shake his head. "Wait for me." As the three of them approached the cafeteria's entrance, they almost believed they had wandered into the wrong place. The expansive cafeteria building, now enveloped in a shroud of steam, resembled a scene from the heavens. A torrent of scalding vapor streamed forth from within, causing the cafeteria to appear as though it floated amidst the clouds. Could it be that Dino, that chubby lad, is experimenting with some new culinary delights? Karp licked the drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Zifa, without uttering a word, removed his sunglasses, revealing a look of astonishment. "Goodness! This lad." Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief, inhaling sharply. "What's the matter?" Karp, perplexed, instinctively expanded his observation haki, enveloping the steam-emitting cafeteria. In the next moment, Karp's eyes widened in shock. Inside the misty cafeteria, not only was Rasha, who had just finished training, present, but numerous instructors and a handful of new recruits were also gathered. Even the recently returned Akainu and Adela were conspicuously seated at the dining tables. At this moment, these individuals were not partaking of food. Rather, they were seated, gazing intently at a silver-haired youth in the open space before them. The silver-haired boy sat upon the smooth floor, surrounded by towering stacks of colossal platters. Whirling around his arms were visible tangible vortices, transforming into phantoms that continuously swept the dishes brought forth by the chefs into his gaping maw. Employing the technique of life restitution, he had loosened his jawbone, his mouth agape to an extreme, resembling a gigantic python in the throes of consumption, an image both grotesque and awe-inspiring. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Do not cease with the ingredients. Bring forth all the sea king meat that arrived today from the warehouse," I shall unleash my full power. The rotund chef, Dino, donned as chef's hat that burst forth, his tousled black hair swirling like serpents. His imposing presence surged, leaving the junior officers of the headquarters utterly astonished. I shall never allow my soldiers to go hungry in my kitchen. If they do, it is a dereliction of my duty, a failure of justice. This is my life's motto. Life restored. Supersonic cuisine. Little Lark. Now is the time to fully embody the chef's creed. Indeed, Uncle Dino, Colonel Benjamin, in sheer disbelief, found himself seated on the ground in shock. Could this be a jest? This aura belonged to a chef? That gluttonous, portly figure was truly formidable? How could one individual manage the culinary needs of several thousand personnel at the naval headquarters without sufficient stamina to support such a feat? Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, remained unfazed. Yet, his gaze was steadfastly fixed upon the focal point of the scene. As Rasha indulged in an unrestrained feast, torrents of scalding steam emanated from his pores and even from his orifices. His skin flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a boiled shrimp shell. The colossal quantities of high-calorie food, particularly chunks of sea creature flesh, swiftly transformed into a continuous flow of energy upon entering his stomach, rapidly mending the injuries sustained during the day. The wounds on his exterior visibly shrank and healed at an astonishing rate, returning to their original state. The residual energy penetrated deep into his cells, transmuting into electrical power and accumulating within him. With a cacophony of cracking bones, Rasha's physique expanded, revealing a towering 6-meter blue-scaled form as he effortlessly devoured a large meat chunk exceeding a meter in length. The morsel slid down his throat, now widened by the resurgence of life, into his stomach without the need for mastication. This monstrous capacity and manner of consumption left the seasoned commanders, accustomed to grand spectacles, utterly astounded. A true monster, they thought. How naive I was to believe that it was the mythical beast's lineage that bestowed upon him such strength. With this innate talent, even without consuming the fruits, he would inevitably ascend to become a top-tier powerhouse within the Navy. Smoker felt a surge of apprehension as he observed Rasha's relentless eating. Akainu, watching Rasha continue his feast, suddenly rose and exited the dining hall. At the entrance, 3 elderly figures exchanged bewildered glances. Sengoku's lips quivered. Could that boy consume an entire sea creature in a single day? Had the supplies just delivered been entirely depleted? Ha. Such an appetite. No, I am the Navy headquarters' foremost glutton. I cannot allow Rasha to usurp this title from me. Hey, Rasha, you rascal, I'm coming too. Garp laughed heartily and charged in, only to be halted by Sengoku, whose expression darkened as he grasped Garp by the collar. What chaos are you causing? The military funds will be drained. Leave such matters for those old bastards and Mary Geos to worry about. It's none of my concern. Garp's upper body inflated, tearing his shirt as he excitedly rushed inside. Akainu stepped out of the dining hall, glancing at Zifa, and spoke gravely. Let me train him tomorrow. Huh? Why? Sengoku inquired, somewhat taken aback. Your training methods are too restrained. He requires a more brutal regimen. Zifa and Sengoku responded. Chapter 102, Lava Scalding Head, Armed Awakening. The next day, as Rasha gnawed on a bone while strolling through the plaza of Marineford, he noticed that the surrounding instructors and recruits parted like a tide, creating a wide passage as he approached. What is this? Am I truly that fearsome? Raka shook his head and continued to gnaw on the meat. Ahead, a somewhat familiar instructor stepped forward, saluted Raka, and then smiled as he extended his hand. Major Raka, I am Branu, the one you sent flying yesterday. Ah, Major Branu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Raksa promptly returned the gesture and shook hands with him. After walking a few dozen meters, he noticed another familiar instructor smiling and greeting him. As he continued forward, the instructors along the way greeted him with warmth, leaving Raksa somewhat overwhelmed. Upon reaching the end of the new recruits formation, he spotted Colonel Benjamin, whose expression was tense and body rigid, standing at attention. Major Raksa, greetings. I am Benjamin. I apologize for my reckless behavior yesterday and hope you will not take offense, he said, lowering his head, resembling a nervous recruit who had erred. Rorschach even perceived the beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Ratchet waved his hand, dismissing the matter as trivial, expressing that it held no significance for him. By the way, why have I not seen Colonel Smog today? Roches cast a glance around the square, yet he found no sign of Smoker. It appeared that Dorsey was also absent. Colonel Smoker had been assigned to the East Blue, as it was rumored that headquarters had appointed him as governor there. A look of envy crossed Benjamin's face. The term governor signifies the chief authority over the naval branches across the four seas. With Smoker serving as governor in the East Blue, he would wield immense power and influence, reigning supreme in that region. The East Blue, indeed? A flicker of complexity crossed Rorschach's eyes. Subsequently, he became aware of row among the new recruits led by Benjamin, along with Beppo and others. Rorschach leaned down, whispering a few words into Benjamin's ear before departing with a smile. Luo gazed suspiciously at his receding figure, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. That new recruit. What are you gazing around for? You're not taking the training seriously, yet you aspire to command a warship? I see you as nothing but a troublemaker. You must undergo additional training. Benjamin glared fiercely, unleashing a torrent of reprimands upon Luo. A prominent vein throbbed on Luo's forehead as he finally comprehended the source of his unease. That scoundrel was deceiving me again. Meanwhile, Luo Xia wore a contented expression, even humming a tune. Luo, strive diligently in your training to advance to the elite training camp. I have personally exerted a favor to ensure Colonel Benjamin provides you with additional practice. No need for gratitude. After all, we are fellow townsmen from Beihai. He lifted his gaze and spotted a tall, imposing figure standing in the corner where they had trained yesterday, arms crossed and an impassive expression on his face. Dressed in a striking red military uniform, with a broad, white cape of righteousness billowing behind him. Uncle Sakazuki? Roches was somewhat taken aback. He stepped forward a few paces and saluted. Observing Akainu before him, he glanced around in surprise, yet he could not find Zephyr or Garp. However, he did spot Dorse, who was not lingering in the square, but was instead training the new recruits. Dorse beamed at him, leaning against the coastal artillery base on the stone steps, beside a large medical kit. Upon seeing that medical kit, Roches suddenly sensed that something was amiss, though he could not quite articulate it. He turned his gaze back to Akainu. Uncle Sakazuki, where is Teacher Zephyr? Today's training is under my supervision. Akainu slowly uncrossed his arms. Under your supervision? Rochester felt beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Could it be that the fact he had been sleeping in the lark room had come to the attention of Akainu? Do not hesitate. Strike with all your might. Akainu's voice resonated with a deep intensity as he began to stride towards Rochester. With each step he took, Rochester's observation hockey revealed before him a turbulent lake of crimson lava, gradually awakening and threatening to engulf him. Rally yourself, Rochester. A voice echoed from afar, urging him on. Oh, spare me your encouragement. Roches cast a displeased glare at Doss, engaging in battle with Akainu while adding fuel to the fire. Is that not akin to exacerbating the situation? Uncle Sakazuki, surely you do not intend to utilize magma, do you? Rochet tightened his grip on the celestial dragon spear, his palms beginning to perspire. In battle, one must devote oneself entirely. Fear resolves nothing. The true essence of courage lies in drawing one's weapon against an insurmountable foe. As Akainu declared, his right fist, clad in a black glove, began to emanate a crimson glow. The temperature of the surrounding air surged dramatically, as though it were being brought to a boil. Large beads of sweat erupted from Rochet's body, the immense pressure rendering him slightly breathless. Akainu was serious. This was a stark contrast to the earlier beatings from Zephyr and Garp. Although he had suffered greatly and was in excruciating pain, those two elders had exercised restraint. Their imposing aura, while formidable, lacked the unbridled oppressive force radiating from Akainu. Faced with the brutality exuding from Akainu, Rochet could almost hear his bones and muscles creaking under the unbearable strain, as if he would collapse beneath the weight of this overwhelming pressure at any moment. With a roar, his body swelled, azure scales unfurling, and a tempest swirled around him. Gripping the celestial dragon spear tightly, he swung it towards the advancing Akainu in a powerful arc. Confronted by the tidal wave of pressure, Rochet chose to strike. Crackling, lightning coursed along the spear. The air ahead cleaved by the sharp blade, descending towards Akainu's head with unyielding force. 50 million volts. Thunder slash. The spear, aglow with electricity, descended. As Akainu's right fist flared with red light, and he retaliated with a punch. Boom. The searing magma-infused fist collided with the descending spear blade, causing the lightning to explode into a brilliant display, sending the spear blade soaring upward. Whoosh. The ground beneath Akainu erupted, debris scattering as his massive form lunged forward, crashing directly into Rochet's exposed chest. Bang! A wave of white air exploded forth as Rochet coughed up a torrent of blood mist, his towering frame bending backward. Hurtling through the air like a meteor across the sky, flying hundreds of meters away. Crash! A colossal coastal artillery base was obliterated by the force of Ratchet's flight. The heavy cannon tilting and plunging into the bay, sending up a great splash of water. Ratchet found himself deeply embedded within the thick, cemented stone steps, and the surface of his azure-scaled armor began to fracture, revealing vivid streaks of crimson that began to seep forth. Cough! 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 Roches coughed violently, expelling copious amounts of crimson blood, feeling as though his sternum had shattered into countless fragments. Was that rascal Sakazuki truly intent on ending Roches' life? To employ such brutal force against a novice incapable of wielding even basic haki, resorting to advanced haki and the power of magma? Atop the fortress, several seasoned veterans widened their eyes in disbelief, observing the scene from a distance. Sengoku, in a state of alarm, felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. Had it not been for Zephyr's restraint, he would have rushed headlong into the fray. Roches has become a prized asset of the Navy headquarters, and Sengoku aspires to cultivate a new generation of leaders within the fleet. Should he fall victim to Akainu's wrath, it would spell disaster. How dreadful it is that Sakazuki would use such extreme measures against his future son-in-law. One must be wary that Hibari may not provide for him in his old age. Kizaru, with his legs crossed, casually settled onto the balcony. Kazan was present as well, yet his brow was furrowed in discontent. He found it difficult to accept Akainu's excessively brutal training methods. In the square, a thunderous explosion abruptly halted the training of the new recruits. Thousands of astonished eyes were fixated on the figure, bloodied and embedded deep within the concrete steps. Rose stood there, staring blankly at the scene before him. Is this truly what they call basic training? To unleash a naval admiral's full might against a mere recruit? Brother Rasha, in the female soldiers' camp. Young's eyes brimmed with tears as she dashed towards Rasha. In the corner, on the stone steps, Doors opened the medical kit, nervously grasping the bandages and scalpel. Rasha, you must hold on. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sound of footsteps resonated on the ground. Akainu approached Rasha, raising his magma-imbued right hand once more. Remember, the enemy will never show mercy simply because of your frailty. Indulging in the illusion of insignificant strength will only allow past tragedies to unfold anew. Do you wish to relive the experience of losing everything? If not, then adopt an attitude willing to risk your life in pursuit of growth. Akainu pointed towards the recruits training in the square, asserting that such frivolous methods will never forge an admiral. The square fell into silence. Huff, huff. As Rasha gasped for breath, visions of the flames consuming the wooden cabin flooded his mind, alongside the image of an elderly man curled up, clutching a piece of black bread tightly in his hands. The experience of violent lightning crackled from his right hand, sizzling ominously. Rochester raised his thumb and forcefully pressed it against his heart. Once was sufficient. Overload mode. Activate. Boom. The stone steps constructed by the seaside of the inner bay shattered explosively, transforming into a myriad of fragments that shot forth in all directions. Roxia's silver hair stood on end, crackling with electric energy, while arcs of lightning surged from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nostrils. The rhythmic thumping of his heart echoed like a series of dense drums within his chest, propelling his blood at an extraordinary velocity and accelerating the circulation to unleash the utmost potential of his body. Thick tendons and veins bulged beneath his skin. A tempest swept across the land as Roxia let out a ferocious roar, shattering the earth beneath him. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of white lightning, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, a thunderous war spear descended upon the head of Akainu with tremendous force. Akainu staggered slightly, allowing the razor-sharp spear to glide past him, crashing into the ground before him. A colossal explosion erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth above the square of Marineford. The impact of the dragon spear created a multitude of shattered stones, leaving behind a crater several dozen meters wide, as if struck by a meteor. Ratchet deftly twisted his wrist, preparing to draw his spear and deliver a diagonal strike towards Akainu. However, Akainu swiftly raised his right foot, pressing it down upon the blade of the Tian-long spear, forcefully embedding the formidable weapon into the ground. Ratchet's muscular arms strained as he attempted to draw his battle spear, only to discover that the weapon felt as though it were burdened by an insurmountable peak, immovable and steadfast. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely relinquished his grip on the spear's shaft, and his tail, adorned with scales and bony protrusions, lashed out like a cannonball, striking the body of the Crimson Dog. This time, the Crimson Dog did not evade. It allowed Ratchet's tail to collide with its form. A sickening squelch echoed as the upper half of its body was cleaved open. Ratchet's 3 to 4 meter long tail, slicing deep into the crimson dog's flesh. Yet, astonishingly, it inflicted no damage. Instead, Ratchet emitted a muffled groan of agony. The vicious tail was seared by the magma coursing within the crimson dog, and in an instant, its scales and bony spikes were charred to a crisp. "Brother Ratchet," a voice tinged with tears rang out from a short distance away. "Do not approach. I am in training, Yunk." Roxia endured an excruciating pain that penetrated to the very marrow of his bones, letting out a bellow of anguish. Yet, in the depths of her eyes, Yunk felt tears welling up. She longed to call out to Akainu to cease his actions. However, she refrained from uttering the words father in his presence, for only the Akainu faction and a select few were privy to her true identity as his daughter. She could not risk exposing her lineage, as it was a measure of protection afforded to those of her standing as a commander-esque kin. "Please, just prepare some delectable food for me in the mess hall. Thank you." Roxa gritted his teeth, his right fist clenched tightly, muscles swelling into a formidable Kirin arm, radiating with the electric brilliance of a Kirin claw as he lunged towards Akainu's head. Akainu, with his left hand gripping Roxa's tail, exerted force, swinging him downwards with great force, crashing him into the ground. Boom! The entire plaza of Marineford trembled as if shaken by the impact. A massive pit, 7 to 8 meters deep, erupted before Akainu, while a substantial fissure spread outward, extending over 100 meters, nearly bisecting the plaza. Has that fool lost his mind? Zephyr, do not hold me back. If he continues this recklessness, that boy will surely perish. Sengoku felt a genuine urgency. Within the vast pit before Akainu, Roxa's protective scales had shattered, and under Akainu's ferocious assault, several of his bones had been mercilessly broken. His tail twisted grotesquely, with arm bones, ribs, and leg bones suffering extensive fractures. This was the first time Roxa had sustained such severe injuries. The hardness of his bones was evidenced when Doflamingo had employed his string saw against him. At that time, he had only just consumed the fruit, and his physique was incomparable to what it was now. Moreover, he was currently in a state of overload, experiencing a peak explosion of power. His body enhanced significantly in all aspects. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of bubbles bursting echoed in his ears as Roxa lay limp at the bottom of the pit, gazing up at Akainu's right arm, which was emanating torrents of molten lava. The enemy would not spare you simply because you had lost your fighting capability. Eradicating the root of the problem is the most effective means of eliminating future threats. With that thought, Akainu raised his seething right arm towards the motionless Roxa in the pit. He intends to kill me. Uncle Sakazuki is not jesting. He truly means to end my life. At the bottom of the pit, paralyzed by his grievous injuries, Roxa felt an icy chill enveloping him, as an unfathomable and immense aura of murderous intent cloaked his entire being. The killing intent unleashed by Akainu at that moment was akin to an endless crimson tide, threatening to engulf all of Marineford. The murderous intent emanating from Rasha pales in comparison to that of Akainu, akin to the flickering glow of a firefly against the brilliance of the full moon. It is not merely a simple desire to kill. It embodies the unwavering conviction of absolute justice that Akainu adheres to, willing to sacrifice himself utterly for his beliefs. Suddenly, a shard of ice shatters on the fortress balcony, and Kazan's figure vanishes without a trace. Hey, this must be a joke, right? Why are you not intervening to stop that madman? Rasha is in grave danger of being killed. Luo's face was a portrait of disbelief. His right hand had splayed open, a vortex of air swirling around it without hesitation. In the distance, the lark collapsed to the ground. Dorse rushed forward, clutching a medical kit. A torrential flow of crimson magma surged forth, hurtling toward the pit where Luo Sha lay. Akainu remained impassive. Move. I implore you to move. If you don't act soon, it will be the end. Rasha watched helplessly as the crimson lava cascaded down, the force of wind and thunder within him once again converging, launching upward with a tremendous roar. Boom! The lava splattered, showering his body. Instantly, the scales on Rasha's surface emitted black smoke, swiftly burning through. The excruciating pain pierced through to his heart. Thud! Thud! His blood rushed tumultuously through his veins, and before him lay a sea of red. Just as the molten mass was poised to engulf his entire being, a dormant power deep within Rasha finally shattered its shackles and awakened. It was the Haki of armament. Yet, this manifestation of Haki, unlike the black hue typically cultivated by others, radiated a profound deep blue, mirroring the color of his pupils and scales. This deep blue Haki of armament emerged from within, merging with the wind and thunder that enveloped his body, casting a magnificent azure glow. Splash! The searing lava poured down upon him. In the distance, gasps of astonishment echoed. An ice pillar descended, revealing Kazan's form, though he halted, his right hand poised to reach out. In an instant, Luo's surgical space flickered and he found himself at the edge of the vast pit, poised to unleash his abilities once more and relocate Luoxia. However, in the next moment, a tremendous shockwave erupted from the pit's depths, casting the molten rock that had cascaded down into the air, splattering towards the direction of Akainu. Subsequently, a figure as formidable as a mountain surged forth from the bottom of the pit, its fist radiating a ghostly azure light as it swung towards Akainu's face. Akainu, with his arms crossed, showed no intention of evading this time. The massive fist, seared by the molten lava, halted just before it reached Akainu's visage. Rox's figure diminished, his chest heaving violently. He gazed at his fist, enveloped in a deep blue aura, inhaled deeply, and abruptly straightened his posture, bowing to Akainu. "Thank you, Uncle Sakazuki, for your guidance. I shall forever remember it. Brother Roxa, are you all right?" A petite figure rushed into Rox's embrace, causing him to grimace in pain. Upon noticing the newcomer, Akainu's expression darkened as he coolly instructed, "Das, attend to him," before striding away. Once Akainu departed, Roxa felt utterly drained, collapsing onto his back without a trace of strength. "Clear the way. Do not obstruct. He requires immediate medical attention." Das forcefully pushed aside the onlooking naval soldiers and positioned a medical kit beside Roxa, commencing his treatment. "I shall assist as well." Room. Sterile surgical space. A transparent dome descended, enveloping Roxa. He grasped the surgical instruments from the kit and, alongside Das, began administering treatment right there in the plaza. "Stop gawking and return to your training. Do not allow yourselves to be outdone. He has already awakened the dual haki." Kazan remarked, hands in pockets, casting a casual glance at the surrounding recruits and junior officers. "Dual haki?" The recruits exchanged puzzled glances, some having never even heard of haki. The junior officers, in contrast, wore expressions of shock. This newcomer from the North Sea had just broken through the training camp and instructor team the day before, and now he had awakened the armament haki. Truly, the comparison was disheartening. They would rather go a lifetime without awakening haki than endure training like Roxas. This was not training. It was tantamount to courting death. Chapter 103, Granny Crane 3 days later. What? Uncle Sakazuki has gone out again. In the courtyard of Akainu's residence, Roxas sat bare-chested, allowing Das to tear away the bandages that clung to him. Yin Xiao brought over 2 cups of juice. Indeed, he has set sail for the Grand Line. Whenever he returns to the base, he seldom stays for more than 3 days before he becomes restless and ventures out to sea. Sigh, Uncle Sakazuki is truly diligent. Unlike Kizaru, who spends his days lounging in Marineford, basking in the sun and slacking off. If only Uncle Sakazuki possessed Kizaru's devil fruit powers, there would be no pirates on the Grand Line or the Four Seas. Roxa gazed at his nearly healed body after unwrapping the bandages, a smile blossoming on his face. Fortunately, he bore no extensive burn scars like those depicted in comics. Through this battle, Roxa finally experienced firsthand the sensation of confronting Akainu, as well as the searing heat of magma. The feeling of being roasted from the outside evoked an involuntary association with the dish known as beggar's chicken. The instant he was enveloped by magma felt akin to being smeared with mud and thrown into an oven, perhaps even more agonizing. Nonetheless, Akainu had restrained himself, nearly drenching him with a slight amount of magma. Had he unleashed a full-fledged attack like the Hound of Hell, Roxa would surely have found himself resting in the martyrs' cemetery of Marineford by now. Over the past 3 days, he had been voraciously consuming the precious ingredients available in the cafeteria. There were chunks of sea king meat, rare medicinal herbs, and various revitalizing flora and fauna. In short, Sengoku had truly invested significantly, allocating a substantial military budget for the cafeteria in order to cultivate a new generation of leaders. Perhaps due to the awakening of his Busashoka haki, Roxa found himself with an even greater appetite than before. Once his skeletal structure had fully healed, he discovered that his mastery over the powers of wind and thunder had advanced to a new level. The limit of electrical energy he could store within himself had notably increased, potentially reaching a staggering 8 million volts when fully charged. Moreover, this limit could continue to rise as long as Rox's physical prowess continued to strengthen. Upon hearing Rox's musings, Dorse, who had just closed the medical kit, chuckled. If Admiral Sakazuki were consuming the Mara Mara no Mi, I wouldn't be surprised if he targeted the Grand Line's notorious pirates. However, I believe the Magu Magu no Mi is more fitting for him. Indeed, nothing suits Uncle Sakazuki better than magma, ha ha ha. Rorschach chuckled softly, while Lark appeared somewhat discontented, her expression marked by an unusual sense of unease. Roxa certainly noticed. He lifted the juice from the table and took a sip. The taste was delightful. Why do you appear so disheartened, Yunchi? Roxa inquired. A hint of remorse crossed Yunchi's face as he replied, I apologize for my father's situation. Oh. Roxa quickly rose to his feet. Please do not say that, Yunchi. I truly bear no ill will towards Uncle Sakazuki. His expression radiated sincerity. Uncle Sakazuki acts in my best interest, you see. Rorschach extended his right hand, and a deep blue hue swiftly emerged, enveloping half of his arm, resembling a sapphire. Without the training from my mentor, how could I have mastered the art of armament hockey so swiftly? Moreover, it was my mentor who awakened this potential within me. Roxia forced a smile. To be candid, the day I triumphed over those rookies and instructors, a sense of pride did indeed blossom within me. Conversations often revolve around my age and the vast potential it supposedly holds. Yet, the teachings of Uncle Sakazuki have illuminated a crucial truth. Age and potential are but illusions. Only strength is tangible. Without formidable prowess, even the grandest potential can render one powerless at times. In comparison to Uncle Sakazuki and his peers, my abilities are utterly insufficient. I must exert myself with even greater fervor. At this juncture, a hint of regret flickered across Roxia's visage. He sighed, lamenting the fact that Uncle Sakazuki could not be present in Marineford every day. Otherwise, I would yearn for the opportunity to spar with him daily. If he were to train me, my strength would undoubtedly soar to new heights. You young man are truly insane, Dorse remarked, shaking his head. After a single training session, one nearly met their demise. While it is one thing to lack fear, to seek danger daily is another matter entirely. Today's youth are indeed astonishingly reckless. After a brief interval, Dorse, carrying a medical kit, departed. He was off to train the new recruits. Very well. My body has fully recovered, and I can resume training. Lark, see you tomorrow. I must find teachers effort. Rochet rose and bid farewell to the Lark. During these past few days, he had not resided in the home of the Red Dog, but rather, like Luo and Beppo, he had taken up residence in the dormitory of the headquarters. However, unlike them, he was accommodated in the officers' quarters. Luo and Babor reside in the new recruits' dormitory. In truth, Luo has been promoted to the rank of second lieutenant and is fully entitled to reside in the officers' quarters. However, he insists on staying with Babor and the others. It remains uncertain whether he seeks to share in their tribulations or wishes to distance himself from Roxia. When Roxia donned his uniform and entered the office of the warlord, he found no sign of Zifa. Within the office, alongside the warlord, sat a short, kindly-looking elderly female general and a striking young officer draped in a cloak, a cigarette delicately held between her lips. Upon Roxia's entrance, both women were taken aback by his appearance. What a handsome young naval officer. You must be the new recruit from the North Sea, Roxia. Indeed, a fine specimen. General, he smiled warmly at the approaching Roxia. Second Lieutenant Roxia. I am honored to meet you, General he, Roxia replied, saluting with respect. The gentle and amiable elder before him was none other than General he, the Chief of Staff and grandmother of Konke. You have achieved the rank of major at such a young age. I have heard many commendable tales about you from Konke. Just recently, I overheard the warlord praising you, stating that you would be a leader of the new generation of the Navy. General, he remarked, her eyes gleaming with approval as she assessed Roxia, with his silver hair cascading over his shoulders and his clear blue eyes shining brightly. He exuded a youthful vitality and a tall, upright stature. The more she observed him, the more her satisfaction grew. Such flattery makes me quite bashful, Roxia replied modestly. Rochet scratched his head, only then noticing the young female general standing beside him, who had been observing him with a gaze filled with scrutiny and curiosity. This is Tina. Holding the rank of colonel, allow yourselves to become acquainted, General Crane introduced. Roxia was taken aback. No wonder she looked somewhat familiar. The stark contrast between a lifelike figure and the flat characters of a comic left him momentarily unable to recognize the woman as Tina. Tina, intrigued, remarked, I heard you defeated Smoker. Is it true that you are merely 13 years old? Yes, indeed, he replied. However, Colonel Smoker is quite formidable. I did not truly defeat him. On that day, I had yet to awaken my haki and couldn't strike his true form. Rokia awkwardly explained that he had defeated the arrogant Smoker at the tender age of 13 and had awakened the dual haki, leaving Tina genuinely astonished. She exhaled a plume of smoke and inquired, Rokia, you are here to find Zephyr, aren't you? He's at the hospital on the island. Coincidentally, Xiahe and the others are heading there as well, so you might as well accompany them to check on that old fellow. At that moment, Sengoku, who had been engrossed in paperwork, finally lifted his gaze and spoke. The hospital? Is Mr. Zephyr all right? It's just his old ailment acting up again. It's nothing serious. Chapter 104. Zephyr. The hospital on Marineford Island is situated in the town behind the Fortress of Justice. Its name is quite straightforward, the headquarters hospital. This establishment was constructed concurrently with the establishment of Marineford as the Navy headquarters. It occupies a vast area, specifically designed to serve the Navy personnel stationed at the headquarters and their families residing on the island. Medical care here is provided free of charge. At this moment, in a patient room on the 5th floor of the hospital, Zephyr sat against the white hospital bed, wearing a respirator, lost in thought while gazing at a photograph in his hand. The picture depicted a family of 3, a middle-aged man with short purple hair, smiling broadly with a full set of white teeth, while his wife cradled a swaddled infant in her arms, nestled closely beside her husband, both exuding happiness. Creak. The door to the hospital room was pushed open, and Zephyr discreetly clasped the photograph in his palm, looking up. Mr. Zephyr, are you feeling better? I brought you chicken soup and some meals. Entering was a female soldier with cascading sea blue wavy hair. Ah, thank you, Ein. Just place it on the table. Zephyr replied with a strained smile, observing the weariness on the woman's face, which also bore a hint of relief. If you're not feeling well, you should rest more. Did you not mention wanting to retire? Why are you back to training new recruits? Ein gazed at Zifa, the once formidable admiral, now appearing considerably older than she had remembered. A fleeting pang of sympathy crossed her heart. Since the fateful day 3 years ago when she had accompanied Zifa on his voyage and encountered that tragic incident, he seemed to have been utterly drained of vitality. The loss of his wife and son had not defeated this resilient old man. However, the catastrophe involving the new recruits training ship had claimed the lives of hundreds of elite naval warriors under his command, leaving only her and Binz as survivors. Even Zifa himself had suffered grievously, losing an arm while protecting his students from that savage attack. In the aftermath of that harrowing event, Zifa appeared to age a decade in an instant, and his severe asthma had relapsed, necessitating hospital treatment every few days. In the past 2 years, although the new recruit training program continued to be devised and reviewed by Zifa, he rarely took to the field to train the naval warriors himself. The sight of youthful, spirited sailors inevitably reminded him of the vibrant lives that had perished before his eyes, plunging him into a state of guilt and anguish. Yet today, upon returning to headquarters to report, Ein and Binz learned that Zifa had not only resumed presiding over the elite training camp, but had also recently engaged in combat with a new recruit, meticulously imparting the mastery of hockey and physical techniques. This revelation left Ein and Binz both puzzled and concerned. Zifa discerned the reproach in Ein's tone, warming his heart. However, a thought seemed to strike him, and a familiar glimmer sparkled in his eyes. A smile graced Zifa's face as he reflected on the promising recruits among this year's batch. He couldn't entrust their training to just anyone, especially not to that rascal Carp, who would undoubtedly lead any potentially great naval talents astray in his absence. There was much talk recently about a newcomer from the North Sea. Was it Rasha? Ein inquired. Indeed, he is among the finest, Zifa affirmed. Moreover, there are many promising talents. With just a little guidance to help them identify their future paths, we could bolster the Navy with a new generation of officers. Given such an opportunity, I must muster some spirit in my old bones. Ein wore a skeptical expression. Is that new recruit truly that exceptional? I've heard he is quite young, yet possesses a Zoan-type devil fruit ability, not to mention the awakening of dual hockey. And he seemingly has an innate grasp of advanced life restoration techniques. Indeed, the lad's talent is not inferior to that of the likes of Akainu, Kadu, or Akiji in their youth, Zifa replied. As I recounted, upon mentioning Luoxia, Zifa suddenly became animated, sitting upright to passionately share tales of Luoxia, his meticulously devised training regimen, and his aspirations for Luoxia's future. Ein sat quietly at the bedside, observing the beaming smile on Zifa's face, which inevitably mirrored her own. Perhaps it would not be a misfortune to allow teacher Zifa to occasionally train the new recruits. The soup has turned cold, which renders it less enjoyable, teacher Zifa. Haha. I shall partake of it now. Just as she was savoring the soup, a sudden knock on the infirmary door interrupted, which was then pushed open. Upon seeing the visitor, Ein quickly straightened her posture. General He, she acknowledged. You have returned from Xiangbedi. General, he approached, giving Ain's shoulder a reassuring pat. Glancing at Zifa, who was still enjoying his soup, and cheerfully gestured behind him. Zifa, it seems you will be indulging in several bowls of soup today. Zifa, momentarily taken aback, then noticed behind General He, Luoxia was holding a large pot over a meter tall, emblazoned with the character for soup. You rascal. Did you bring the restaurant soup pot here? Zifa's hand froze mid-sip, his mouth agape in astonishment. With a playful grin, Rasha gently placed the large pot he had been holding on the ground and then lifted the lid. Instantly, the room was filled with the sight of rolling chunks of meat and a rich broth. A delightful aroma wafted through the air. This exquisite soup was specially prepared for you by Chef Dino. It is designed to bolster your immune system. Therefore, Professor Zephyr, do savor every drop. Are you attempting to make me burst? My appetite does not rival yours, Professor Zephyr replied with a chuckle. Tina has brought some fruit, Professor Zephyr. Tina placed a hefty bag of fruit on the table. Thank you, Zephyr said, nodding with a smile. Roches unexpectedly produced a large basin from somewhere, scooping a generous portion of soup from the vat and presenting it before Zephyr. Come, Professor Zephyr, have some soup. I have already stated that I lack the appetite for it. You should consume it yourself, Zephyr replied with a hint of irritation, pushing the basin away. How could I possibly do that? This soup is intended for the ailing, and I am not unwell. Roches swallowed hard, feeling disheartened. Zifa's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Who are you calling a patient? Are you tired of living? It seems that Sakazuki hasn't been tough enough. We must intensify our training tomorrow. I specifically sought you out to discuss this matter. I demand additional training. My injuries have healed, and as you can see, he is indeed Roches. Ain observed the exchange between the elder and the youth, a profound curiosity stirring within her regarding the young man before her. It was precisely due to his presence that teacher Zifa had regained his vigor and spirit. Rasha certainly noticed the presence of Ain standing nearby. Among those in the room, he regarded Ain, who possessed the extraordinary ability of the retrospective fruit, capable of reverting the age of anyone he touches by 12 years, with utmost apprehension. After all, Rasha himself was merely 13 years old. Should he be regressed by 12 years, he would become a mere infant of 1 year. However, it seemed that Ain's ability was not permanently effective. Otherwise, esteemed senior officers of the Navy, like Zephyr and Garp, would undoubtedly have requested Ain to utilize his power upon them. At their advanced age, a 12-year age difference would result in a significant disparity in combat prowess. By the way, Teacher Zephyr, why is the hockey I awakened, the armament hockey, blue in color? I have yet to see anyone in the headquarters possessing such a hue of hockey. Is it true that colorless hockey is the most superior? Rasha held a large basin, savoring the soup with great delight, while incoherently inquiring. Zifa, carrying a small bowl delivered by Ain, chewed on a piece of tender chicken. The formidable distinction of ranks is not solely determined by color. As for the hue of your aura, Zifa pondered for a moment. There is indeed an individual with a rather grotesque physique who possesses this same color of aura. Who? Rasha inquired with curiosity. The Devil's Progeny, Douglas Barrett. Chapter 105. 3 months. Thunder and light. 3 months swiftly passed. In a corner of the main square, dozens of chefs clad in uniforms stood before large bamboo baskets, conversing on the steps by the inner bay. In front of them stood 2 tall young men, seamlessly executing a graceful operation to scoop fish from the waters of the inner bay, depositing them into the bamboo baskets before the chefs. Get ready, Rasha, it's coming. With an expression of exhilaration, Luo Xia extended his arms and gestured towards the expanse of the sea. Chilin's majestic wave. Suddenly, a tempestuous wind swept through the heavens and the earth as Luo Xia's hands converged, stirring the waters ahead and transforming them into a colossal whirlpool, measuring 20 to 30 meters in diameter. A resonant hum echoed as the vibrant aura of observation hockey, shimmering with electric brilliance, permeated the depths of the sea. Instantly, schools of lively fish were caught in the swirling currents, disoriented and tossed about. Dragon's water absorption. With a flourish of his right hand, Rasha summoned forth a magnificent spectacle. The swirling whirlpool of seawater surged upward, gradually ascending into the air. Hundreds of tons of oceanic water transformed into a colossal waterspout, propelled by the force of the wind. This massive waterspout spun with incredible velocity, ensnaring large fish from the depths of the sea, soaring dozens of meters high, and frantically rotating above the surface of the inner bay, emitting a resounding roar. The 5-fingered claw of the Luo spread wide as a transparent dome, measuring over 100 meters in diameter, descended to envelop the waterspout on the sea. Command rod. With a swift exchange of his hands, Luo extended and curled his fingers. In the next instant, the waiting chefs beheld an astonishing sight. Large fish emerged from the swirling vortex of water, seemingly materializing out of thin air, cascading like rain into the baskets before them. In no time, each bamboo basket was brimming with the bounty of fish. Splendid. Once again. It was a day overflowing with harvest. Ratchet smiled, instinctively placing his hand on Ro's head. Well done, Ro. It appears your abilities have notably advanced. The effectiveness of the elite training camp is quite evident, isn't it? Remove your hand, or I shall sever it. A few strands of black hair hung down from Luo's forehead, and with a grim expression, he grasped the long knife tucked under his armpit. Oh dear, how frightening, he exclaimed. Luo, I merely sought to draw closer to you, with no ulterior motives. My inclinations are perfectly normal. Rorschach chuckled softly, retracting his hand that had tousled his hair. With a scowl, Luo pulled his hat down over his head, his form flickering as he executed the six-style shave, vanishing before Luo Xia's eyes. This fellow, Luo, has indeed made remarkable progress in just 3 months. His innate talent is truly exceptional within this brief span. While he has yet to master the hockey of armament, he has successfully learned all the techniques of the Navy's 6 styles and even awakened his observation hockey. Watching Luo disappear, Luo Xia couldn't help but murmur in reflection. It is indeed your progress that is more astonishing, Luo Xia. With your current strength, even I find myself somewhat intimidated. Suddenly, a blinding golden light flashed in the air before him. Even in broad daylight, this resplendent golden glow was exceedingly dazzling, akin to an additional sun shining brilliantly in the plaza of Marineford. How blinding it is, Uncle Kazuru. Roxia squinted, raising his hand to shield his eyes. It was his uncle, not an elder. As the brilliance gradually faded, before Roxia stood the yellow-striped suit-clad yellow ape, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. Upon seeing the yellow ape, Roxia chuckled, recalling the words spoken 3 months prior when he had been thoroughly defeated. So, it is you again, Admiral Borsellino. By the way, are we engaging in a full-scale battle today? I find myself rather eager. Roxia extended the fingers of his right hand, grasping at the air. Whoosh! A formidable black war spear, seemingly materializing from the ether, swiftly descended into his grasp. Buzzing with energy, the 4-meter-long spear vibrated intensely. A deep azure luminescence rapidly emanating from Roxia's hand, enveloping the entire shaft of the weapon. Simultaneously, his form began to ascend and swell, an awe-inspiring transformation. How terrifying, Roxia, to wield the armament hockey with such mastery. The yellow ape withdrew his hand from his pocket, the tip of his index finger igniting with a glimmer of golden light. Aimed directly at Roxia's head, unleashing a golden laser beam. Whoosh! The laser sliced through the air, arriving before Roxia in the blink of an eye. With a grin at the corners of his mouth, Roxia's body emanated flickering bolts of lightning. One particular streak of electricity surged forth abruptly, striking towards the incoming beam of light. Boom! In an instant, a brilliant explosion of golden light erupted in the corner of the square, accompanied by scattering arcs of electricity. Such was the terrifying power of lightning. The yellow ape pouted, observing the burst of golden radiance, when suddenly a deep blue war spear pierced through the brilliance. Gathering the golden light in his grasp, it transformed into a resplendent golden sword, which he wielded with precision, aiming it at the spear's tip as it lunged forward. The sword of Amaterasu. Clang! Although it was a sword of light, at the moment of collision with Roxia's spear, it emitted a sharp metallic resonance. Sensing the immense explosive force emanating from the sword of Amaterasu in the yellow ape's hands, Roxia felt the azure scales upon his gripping hand rise, releasing streaks of electric energy and gusts of air. Thunderstorm. His right arm transformed in an instant into a propulsion device. The reverse thrust of the storm energy causing Roxia's strength to surge, overpowering the yellow ape's sword and piercing through his chest with a single thrust. I nearly lost my life. A weapon enveloped in such domineering aura could indeed be fatal. The yellow ape's form erupted, dissolving into a cascade of golden light. Swiftly appearing behind Roxia, his right foot blazed with brilliance, delivering a powerful kick to Roxia's lower back. Speed is power. Roxia, have you ever been struck by light? Armament of hockey. With a tightening of his scalp, Roxia unleashed a torrent of armed color hockey that instantly enveloped his broad back in a deep shade of blue. In the next moment, A surge of ferocious power erupted from his lower back. He let out a muffled groan. Blood mist escaping his lips as his imposing figure was propelled forward like a cannonball, tracing an arc of over 100 meters before crashing into the surface of the bay. Suddenly, violent gusts of wind surged through the heavens and earth, forming spiraling columns of tornadoes that swirled around Rasha, stirring the depths of the sea below. Ratchet's form soared through the air, buoyed by the columns of wind, and he found himself suspended high above. In his grasp, the deep blue war spear was raised triumphantly, as torrents of violent white lightning erupted from within, converging upon the spear's blade and swiftly coalescing into a thunderous orb pulsating with electric energy. Uncle Borisolino, behold this technique, he declared, propelling the spear shimmering with electric fury across the expanse of 100 meters. 80 million volts. Thunderbolt. Whoosh. In the sky above the plaza, a streak of blue vanished in an instant, moving with such speed that it eluded the naked eye. In the next moment, the corner of the plaza where Kizaru stood was struck by a deep blue spear exceeding 10 tons in weight, impacting with cataclysmic force. Boom. The ground within a 100-meter radius shattered completely. A corner of Marineford was obliterated, taking with it the coastal artillery that had only been hastily repaired the day before, reducing it all to a cloud of dust. The sound resonated through the skies of Marineford, akin to the roar of thunder. The entire island seemed to tremble in response. Bang! At the pinnacle of the Fortress of Justice, the office door was sent flying off its hinges, crashing down into the plaza. Sengoku rushed onto the balcony, bellowing, "You two rascals, do you wish to demolish Marineford? Cease this madness. Kizaru, go trim your nails if you have nothing better to do. Ratchet, I grant you a week's leave. Now give me some peace." Roxia hesitated for a moment, but then exclaimed, "Grandfather Waring states, please do not mention training again. If you wish to practice, I shall gladly accompany you." "Ah, really?" Roxia's face lit up with joy. Get lost. Chapter 106. Blood of Regret. Lark, dear Lark. Roxia called out loudly at the entrance of the Akainu family residence. Oddly enough, was Lark not home? What a pity, for he had intended to invite her to join him for a delightful outing in the charming land of Chambord. Receiving no response, disappointment washed over him. Just as he was about to turn away, he heard a hurried female voice from the courtyard behind him. Wait, Brother Roxia, I'll be there shortly." So you are home, Lark." Ratchet scratched his head, standing at the sloped entrance of the courtyard, waiting. He refrained from employing the observation hockey to probe his surroundings in advance. In Marin Vondo, the use of observation hockey by commanders is, in fact, strictly prohibited. This location is a military stronghold, harboring numerous secrets. Moreover, indiscriminately using observation hockey to pry into others' affairs is considered highly improper. For instance, last month, he had shed regretful tears of blood due to such behavior. In any realm, one must never put faith in a girl's words when she says "I'll be right there." Rochester had been waiting outside Akainu's estate for nearly half an hour, to the point of nearly dozing off on his feet. Finally, he spotted a figure clad in a flowing crimson princess gown, Hiyori, who emerged breathlessly. He inquired, "What have you been doing?" "I was on the verge of falling asleep." Roxa stifled a yawn, gazing at the rosy cheeks of Lark. Indeed, 3 months had passed. This little girl remained as she always was, with a slightly cherubic face and 2 wide eyes that often wandered off into daydreams. She still blushed so easily. "I'm taking a bath." Lark turned her head away. Her ears flushed, her voice barely a whisper. "Are you going to take a bath?" Ratchet felt a twinge of embarrassment, thankfully refraining from employing his observation hockey. This reminded him of the vivid images he had encountered the last time he utilized this ability. It was uncertain whether Raiden had a peculiar enhancement on his observation hockey, but his perception not only discerned the emotions and auras of others, but also allowed him to see remarkably clear visions. For instance, when he passed by the Lark's residence, his instinctive release of observation hockey unveiled strikingly vivid scenes. He hastily cleared his throat, recalling the purpose of his visit. "Ah, yes. Grandpa Sengoku had granted me a 7-day respite, allowing me a moment of repose. Thus, I came to inquire if you would like to accompany me to the Sabaody archipelago for some leisure." "Absolutely yes. I have been utterly bored staying in Marineford. Let us go to Sabaody. I yearn to experience the amusement park and ride the bubble roller coaster." Upon hearing this, Lark's eyes sparkled with excitement as he bounced with glee. "Do you think Uncle Sakazuki will permit you to go?" Ratchet felt a flicker of concern about Akainu's potential wrath. Lark, however, seized his arm and began to lead him outside. No worries. We are merely heading to Sabaody, which is quite close to Marineford, and besides, isn't there you, the new generation leader of the Navy, accompanying us? With you, Brother Rocket, I am certain I will encounter no peril. Rocket could not help but smile wryly, inquiring where such words had come from. Did the illustrious Admiral Sengoku himself utter them? The entire Navy at Marineford is already aware. What is there to be astonished about? After all, you, dear Rocket, are exceptionally talented. By the way, shall it be just the two of us? I shall summon Ro and Beepo. They have been training here for over 3 months and deserve a respite. As they conversed, they strolled side by side towards the new recruits' training square. 3 months had elapsed since their arrival at Marineford. During this time, Rocket had engaged in daily sparring sessions with the high-ranking officers of the headquarters, with the esteemed Vice Admiral Zifa overseeing. None who were summoned to spar with Rocket dared to decline. Among these were the formidable Admirals Akainu and his peers. Zifa himself, along with Garp, Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru, would occasionally offer guidance on Rocket's training and combat techniques. Additionally, he had faced off against nearly 30 rear admirals from headquarters. The disparity in strength among these officers was significant. Some were so weak that they could not withstand even a single blow from Rocket, while others could inflict injury upon him, such as the 5 veteran rear admirals responsible for the demon-slaying order, namely, Ghost Spider, Fire Mountain, and Weasel. However, such experiences were confined to the early stages of his training. Presently, apart from a select few dozen high-ranking officers, Rocket no longer found himself inferior to any captain or officer within the Navy. What piqued Rocket's curiosity was the absence of Guion and Kaki at Marineford. Upon inquiring with Vice Admiral Tsuru, he learned that they were stationed at the G1 branch in the New World. By the time Rocket and his companion arrived at the square, they instantly became the center of attention. Every gaze in the square converged upon him, as though Rocket had transformed into a celebrity within the Navy headquarters. It was no wonder, after all. He had engaged daily in diverse matches against various mid-tier and high-ranking officers, causing the corner of the square to require urgent repairs to reinforce it due to the relentless nature of their battles. For 3 consecutive months, come rain or shine, Rocket had been seen in that corner, stirring the winds and producing thunderous sounds that even reached the ears of Sengoku in his office atop the fortress, driving him nearly to the brink of anxiety. He had long wished to send Rocket to train at other island branches. Yet only Marineford boasted a sufficient number of high-ranking officers to serve as Rocket's sparring partners. Brother Rocket, look. The admiration in their eyes is palpable, Yinxiao remarked, a proud smile gracing his face, as if he himself were the object of their reverence. Roxa cast a cursory glance around and indeed observed the truth of the matter. Not only the trained soldiers, but even the instructors gazed upon him with a sense of reverence. Over the past 3 months, Rox's remarkable advancement in strength had garnered the respect of all. Naturally, the female soldiers nearby regarded him with even more fervent interest, their gazes seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Noticing Rox's attention directed towards the female soldiers, Lark let out a soft hum, grasped his arm, and quickened their pace forward. Before long, they arrived at the far right corner of the inner bay. This elite training camp, comprising fewer than 30 individuals, was situated here. The esteemed Zephyr was responsible for training these exceptional soldiers. However, there were occasions when he had to attend to his asthma treatment at the hospital, necessitating temporary replacements from available headquarters officials. Today, the training session was led by an old acquaintance of Rox's, a seasoned vice admiral from the naval headquarters, known as Vice Admiral Squirrel. Roches approached with a smile, greeting the Dormouse. The Dormouse, adorned with 2 delicate whiskers, typically bore a serious and austere expression. His demeanor reflected the strict and meticulous nature of a commander. However, upon seeing Roches, a rare smile graced his face. Ah, Roches, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you here for a leisurely chat? Why have you not trained today? Has Master Zifa not arranged for any assistance? Would you like me to serve as your sparring partner? No. I truly appreciate your kind offer, General Dormouse. It is the Supreme Commander of the Warring States who has instructed me to take a few days of rest. Roxia was somewhat taken aback. The dignitaries of the Navy headquarters were indeed excessively generous towards him. It was truly a pity. Engaging in combat with you has been immensely rewarding for me as well. Is there something you wish to discuss? The squirrel smiled, gazing at Roxia with admiration, appreciating the ambitious and extraordinarily talented young naval officer. Naturally, both hawkish and dovish leaders would find him appealing. Although on the surface, Roxia was recruited under a Kainu-esque command, he still bore the identity of a member of the sword unit. Akiji and Akainu are the respective leaders of the Navy's dovish and hawkish factions. Consequently, the senior naval officers under both leaders were eager to court Roxia. I came to find Trafalgar Law. I wish to take him on a brief excursion to Sabaody for a couple of days. What do you think, Major General Squirrel? That is perfectly fine. The lad has performed admirably in his training tasks. 2 days of rest will be no issue at all. Chapter 107. Brother Roxia, you're so quick. It's quite ridiculous. Admiral Sengoku is rather stingy, having allocated only 500,000 berries for our travel expenses. On the vast expanse of Azure Sea, a 20-meter class small warship of the headquarters was hoisting its sails, sailing boldly towards the horizon. Roxia gazed at the substantial stack of berries in his hands, his countenance etched with disappointment. 5 million berries may sound like a considerable sum, yet in reality, should he indulge in extravagance, it would scarcely suffice for a single meal. The Roxia of today is a far cry from the man he was 3 months prior. If, back then, he could consume a monstrous sea creature measuring 100 meters in a single sitting, his current appetite demands at least 3 to 4 times that amount. Should he find himself injured, additional sustenance would be necessary. Having 5 million berries at his disposal is, in fact, a modest boon. Luo rested his arms behind his head, reclining against the mast, casting a sidelong glance at the despondent Luoxia. Who would have thought that your insatiable appetite could single-handedly inflate the Navy's monthly food budget by a staggering 70%? I've heard that Admiral Sengoku has gone out to sea several times himself, claiming it's to supplement his household expenses. Upon hearing this, Young nearly gasped with laughter. Roxia was left utterly speechless, his mind a whirlpool of disbelief. Was it truly necessary? It was merely a modest meal that I had partaken in. A modest meal? Luo rolled his eyes, signaling his reluctance to engage further with Roxia. He found it difficult to recall the number of times he had rushed to the headquarters cafeteria after late-night training, only to receive the disheartening reply from the chef, "Come back tomorrow. The kitchen supplies have already been depleted by Roxia." The memory brought a slight moisture to the corners of Luo's eyes. How could he have imagined that serving in the Navy at Marinfando would leave him famished? Had he known, he might as well have remained in the North Sea as a doctor. Luo has also heard that the new recruits at Marineford are now assigned the task of fishing at sea. They euphemistically call it a balance of work and leisure, an opportunity to experience the perilous encounters with sea kings. Nonsense. It is merely a means for the recruits to procure food supplies for the depleted mess hall. By the way, I have heard that Sabaody is a chaotic place, rife with pirates and slave traders. Given how close the headquarters is to there, why is it not being addressed? Rochet leaned against the bow of the boat, skillfully manipulating the currents to lift vast amounts of seawater into the air, transforming it into a myriad of shapes, some of which bore a rather mundane appearance. Yunha approached, gracefully leaping to perch upon the ship's railing, swinging her delicate, pale legs. I recall hearing Granny Crane and Grandpa Sengoku discuss this matter. There are numerous reasons. Oh, do enlighten me. Rochet gazed at the little girl with a hint of surprise, not expecting Yunha to possess such knowledge. Law approached and leaned against the ship's railing. This time, only the 3 of them had come out. Beepo and the others, having been lazy and failing to complete their training tasks, were forbidden to leave Mariewa. Even with Law's intervention, he could not bring them along. This reflects the strict management of the headquarters. Hibari softly remarked, "It is well known that the Sabaody archipelago is a geographically pivotal island. Situated at the end of the first half of the Grand Line, it serves as a crucial passage to the New World. Whether pirates, merchants, or nobles, anyone wishing to enter the New World has only 2 routes. The first is to obtain permission from the world government to traverse the Red Line's ascent and descent channels. This is a privilege reserved for powers closely allied with the world government. Ordinary individuals need not aspire to it. The second option is to dive to the depths of Fishman Island, over 10,000 meters below sea level, and access the New World through there. Fishman Island lies directly beneath the Red Line, representing the sole breach in this world-encircling wall. To descend to such depths, one must undergo bubble coating at the Sabaody archipelago. Thus, the Sabaody archipelago is undeniably a key point connecting the 2 segments of the Grand Line. Should this connection be severed, those from the New World would be unable to emerge, and those from the Grand Line would be barred from entry." Hibari's cheeks flushed slightly as she coughed and continued. "The island is a melting pot of various factions, not merely pirates and slave traders. Even among these pirates and slave traders, most have significant backing, either under the protection of the 7 warlords or as mercenaries employed by noble families, and some may even serve the world aristocracy. The 79 numbered districts of Sabaody are populated with human trafficking, auctions, bubble parks, tourist areas, specialty shops, shipyards, coding zones, naval bases, government entrances and exits, and hotel streets, encompassing dozens of industries. The involved factions include the Navy, pirates, government officials, nobles, merchants, and civilians. Sometimes, merely dealing with a small pirate crew or dismantling a minor slave-catching fleet can entangle one with powerful nobles, the 7 warlords, or bureaucrats within the government. Therefore, the naval affairs in that region are particularly cumbersome. Having finished her discourse, Hibari felt somewhat parched. Given the significance of this location, if the Navy could gain full control over it, simply taking charge of Sabaody's shipbuilding and coding industries would effectively curtail the pirates of the Grand Line from entering the New World. In doing so, they would completely sever the fresh supply of new blood for the pirates of the New World. After listening to the Lark's narration, Rasha let out a sigh. Ultimately, the current Admiral Sengoku's methods are rather lenient. 2 years after the climactic battle depicted in the manga, the Navy headquarters relocated to the New World. The beautiful island of Sabaody has tragically descended into a haven for lawbreakers. Nevertheless, we are merely here to unwind. Let the headquarters handle these troubling matters. Steady now. I must accelerate. With a swift motion, Rasha ascended to the pinnacle of the mast. A gust of wind surged forth. With a grand gesture, he summoned a tempest that roared across the sea's surface, striking the sails of the warship with ferocious force, propelling the vessel forward at an exhilarating pace. The ship's velocity escalated dramatically, skimming the water's surface as it was thrust onward by the violent winds. So fast. Brother Rasha, your abilities are astounding. Can you make the ship soar? Yunk exclaimed, nearly thrown off the deck by the ship's sudden acceleration. She leapt onto the deck, assuming command of the helm. As the most skilled navigator aboard, the direction of their voyage was entirely under her control, while flight was within the realm of possibility. The ship's structure was not designed for such heights. A fall from the sky would spell disaster. Rorschach chuckled, remarking that it could indeed be accomplished even more swiftly. For instance, he could harness his fruit ability to execute spatial displacement directly upon the sea. Who would engage in such a tedious endeavor? Surely, it would be a waste of energy. Luo cast a sidelong glance at Luoxia and remarked, with your antics, once we arrive at Shambaudi, I fear that 5 million berries may scarcely suffice for a single meal. Ha! When we reach the mountain, a path will surely appear, if all else fails. Shall we not seek a bit of assistance from those benevolent pirates? Rachka laughed heartily, completely unconcerned. Speaking of which, there exists an auction house on the island. A possession under the dominion of that scoundrel Doflamingo. What did you say? Rua's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Chapter 108, The Shambaudi Islands. Under the command of Rua, the fierce winds transformed what would have taken the better part of a day to traverse to the Shambaudi Islands into a journey completed in less than an hour. Roches instructed the Lark to navigate the warship into the expansive, arched root system of the mangroves, anchoring it within the inland river formed therein. He then embarked with 2 companions onto the island, entirely entwined by the roots of the red mangrove. The archipelago of Shambaudi, also known as the Bubble Islands, is home to the largest tree in the world, the majestic Rhizophora mangle, whose extensive roots have crafted this unique isle. What a magnificent tree it is! Truly a miraculous specimen of nature. Roches gazed in awe at the towering red tree before him, a magnificent pillar reaching for the heavens. This is the renowned Red Tree Zone 40. He exclaimed, a genuine sense of wonder emanating from within. Our choice of direction was impeccable. This is indeed the scenic and specialty area of Xiangbidi. Adjacent to this lies the world-famous Bubble Park. Lark, filled with exuberance, scanned her surroundings. Her red dress fluttered gracefully, reminiscent of a delicate butterfly. Does this number hold any significance? Luo remained as he always was, clad in a tawny short-sleeved shirt, denim trousers, and polished black leather shoes. Cradling the long weapon known as the Ghost Cry, the numbers on the red trees denoted the region we inhabited. Yunk meticulously elucidated the various designations within Chambord, detailing the corresponding industries. Numbers 1 to 29 primarily encompassed establishments for human trafficking, auctions of individuals, and other illicit territories. Numbers 30 to 39 were dominated by the Bubble Park, while numbers 40 to 49 featured tourist attractions and specialty shops. Numbers 50 to 59 housed shipyards and craftsmen of plating, and numbers 60 to 69 were primarily military bases and government entrances. Numbers 70 to 79 were known for the Street of Inns, Which Red Tree region is Doflamingo's auction house located in? Are you referring to the renowned auction house? Indeed, it is the largest on Chambord Island, situated in the first Red Tree area, approximately in that direction. Where are you headed? As Yunk finished speaking, she observed Luo, clutching the ghost cry, turning to walk toward the direction she indicated. I am going over there to take a look. You all enjoy yourselves, and do not mind me. Luo Chao waved his hand behind him and strode away, lost in his own thoughts. Was he going to confront the auction house? Would there be any repercussions? Let us follow him, Brother Luoxia, Yunk expressed her concern. Roxa cast a glance at the pretentious Luo, curling his lips in disdain. Never mind him. He is not a fool and knows his boundaries. Let us indulge in our own amusement. With that, he smiled and extended his right hand towards Lark, gesturing upwards. Shall we ascend to the treetops? I have discovered an abundance of enormous bubbles up there. Sounds delightful. Shall we use the moonwalk to reach it? Lark replied eagerly, rushing over to place her small hand in Rox's larger one, where it was gently captured. Her lips pursed in a shy manner. No, times have changed. We shall soar upwards. As Rox's words echoed in the air, Lark felt her body being lifted by an invisible current, rising gracefully into the sky. The sound of rushing wind filled her ears as the ground receded from view. Within mere seconds, Roxa guided her skyward, traversing through the immense canopy of the archy vine-red trees, until they reached the pinnacle of the crimson trees. Wow, so many bubbles, and they are enormous. Lark exclaimed in wonder, her eyes wide as she took in the breathtaking sight surrounding her. Roxa was equally awestruck. From the vantage point atop the tree canopy, he beheld the sprawling expanse of the vibrant red vines of the Yauki tree, an endless vista that resembled a vast continent. Upon this verdant continent, bubbles of various sizes perpetually emerged, shimmering under the sunlight and casting ethereal rainbows into the sky as they ascended, only to burst with a soft pop, creating arcs of color that danced across the heavens. The scene appeared almost otherworldly. Suddenly, Roxa seized Lark's hand, propelling her petite form towards a newly formed bubble that floated above a tree crown. Ah, Lark gasped, her face paling in fright as she flailed her limbs in a frantic attempt to invoke her lunar step. However, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, she found herself momentarily incapacitated. As she plummeted, the little girl's eyes widened in terror, threatening tears. In that instant, a bubble, measuring over 2 meters in diameter, collided with her, enveloping her completely. Lark found herself akin to a delicate doll tossed into a transparent vessel, slowly ascending within the massive bubble. Surprisingly, she proved to be quite brave. After a fleeting moment of panic, she quickly regained her composure, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she surveyed her newfound surroundings. Roxa, look. I'm inside a bubble, she exclaimed, reaching out towards the soap bubble, only to discover that her hand did not pierce its surface. A glimmering sheen coated her extended arm, preventing the bubble from bursting. As the bubble continued to rise, it suddenly let out a soft pop upon reaching a certain height, causing Lark's earlier excitement to transform into a state of alarm as she tumbled downward. Ha ha ha, isn't this fun? With silver hair flowing gracefully in the wind, Roxia ascended, extending his elongated arms to effortlessly catch the little girl who had fallen. Treading upon an invisible breeze, he soared directly towards the destination pinpointed by his observation. The Lark nestled in his embrace, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her gaze wandering as she dared not meet Roxia's eyes. Where are we headed? To savor takoyaki. I am famished and can already scent its delicious aroma. Roxia licked his lips. A few minutes later, the two sat before a stall selling takoyaki, indulging in their feast. Careful, dear customer. Eat slowly or you might choke, the barbecue vendor exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he watched Roxia ravenously devour plate after plate of takoyaki, his cheeks bulging as if stuffed with pine nuts like a squirrel. Phew, big brother Roxia, I can't eat anymore, Yunk said, patting his round belly. Reclining in a floating bubble chair, gazing enviously at Roxia, who continued to feast voraciously. After finishing the last plate of takoyaki, Rasha gazed longingly at the proprietor. Why have you stopped grilling? I haven't had my fill yet. The owner of the takoyaki stall wore an awkward expression and, with a wry smile, spread his hands. My dear customer, I sincerely apologize, but we have completely run out of ingredients. Oh, is that so? My apologies. By the way, how much do I owe you? Roxia retrieved a stack of berries from his pocket. With a generous offer of 13 million berries, due to an early closure, he sold out completely, granting the esteemed guest a special price of merely 1 million berries. The octopus ball vendor wore a radiant smile. 1 million berries? Rochester was taken aback. Having only just settled a modest pre-meal snack, how could he have already spent 1/5 of his travel budget? With a tinge of regret, he counted out a stack of bills, which only served to deepen the genuine smile on the proprietor's face. Frustrated, he thought to himself that since it was already insufficient, he might as well indulge and feast heartily. Roches gently caressed his growling stomach, casting a fierce gaze towards the array of delectable food stalls ahead. Tears of poverty involuntarily trickled from the corners of his mouth. Lark, let us move on to the next one. He expressed his gratitude to his brothers, including Yuchen, Min 9, Sanqian, and Nai, for their monthly support. Chapter 109. The pirates have come to settle the bill. Ah, how fragrant. Good sir, what sort of meat is this? Rasha, accompanied by a lark, unleashed his formidable observation hockey, attuning himself to the emotional currents of the diners around him, discerning the most delectable food stalls. Were Zephyr and Sengoku to discover that Rasha employed his painstakingly cultivated hockey for such trivial pursuits, they would undoubtedly subject him to a punishing bout. A combination of Black Arm and Shockwave would surely render Rasha bedridden for 3 days. What? You mentioned the Fist of Love? Apologies, but if Garp were to find out, he would surely be astonished to acquire a new skill. This is water meat, a gourmet delicacy from my hometown, the Water 7. How about it, my friend? Care to sample it? The proprietor at the stall was also quite astute. He had already taken note of Rasha, the voracious eater, and had been discreetly monitoring the movements of Rasha and his companion. Thus, he had deliberately enhanced the marinade on the grilled meat, allowing its aroma to waft throughout the entire street. Observing Rasha's hesitation, the rotund proprietor resorted to his ultimate tactic. He seized a skewer of water meat from the grill and thrust it towards Rasha's mouth, nearly forcing it inside. Gulp. Ratchet could not help but swallow hard. The one thing he could not resist was exquisite cuisine, particularly the unique delicacies emblematic of the world of One Piece. This water grilled meat bore a striking resemblance to the Sea King meat he had savored in Marineford, yet it was even more tender. It was as if the flesh was enveloped in a gelatinous layer. Despite being roasted to a golden crisp, the meat on the skewer danced with a lively elasticity. Upon taking a bite, the morsels melted in his mouth, instantly releasing a cascade of delectable juices that flowed down his throat and into his belly. The sensation was not overly rich, but rather reminiscent of a well-prepared broth, infused with the charred essence of grilled meat and the sweet notes of savory soup. After consuming it, Ratchet felt a wave of warmth surge within him, as if he were enveloped in a cocoon of bliss. An inexplicable urge to shed tears of joy welled up within him. It was simply divine. Could it truly be that delicious? The exaggerated expression on his face made Yunka salivate, as she felt her own stomach rumble, yearning for just a bit more. When Ratchet offered her the remaining pieces of the water grilled meat, Yunka took a bite, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Oh, it's too delicious. This water grilled meat. I must learn to cook this dish. Roxa placed the stack of hefty berries from his pocket onto the stall, exclaiming, Boss, grill all the water meat you have here. I am in the mood for a grand feast. Very well. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. I shall commence your service post-haste. Upon seeing the substantial pile of berries on the stall, the proprietor's face instantly broke into a radiant smile, and he energetically began to prepare the grilled delicacies. The two sat at the stall, eyes gleaming with anticipation, awaiting the proprietor's offerings. From a distance at the street corner, a group of burly men observed Roxa and Yunk with furtive glances, their faces betraying a covetous grin at the sight of the considerable pile of berries on the stall. Hurry and inform Captain Pittman. I have spotted 2 exceptionally attractive targets, and these prey carry a substantial amount of berries. I will keep watch here. You must quickly notify the captain to bring reinforcements. Be swift, for if you tarry, we may find ourselves thwarted by others seizing the opportunity, leaving 2 behind. The rest of the men hastily departed. Roxia appeared oblivious as he smiled and accepted the skewers of grilled meat handed to him by the proprietor. He generously shared several with Yunxiao before indulging in them with great enthusiasm. Delicious. Good sir, did you mention that you hail from the city of 7 waters? As Rasha savored the succulent grilled meat, he cast a glance at the industrious middle-aged man nearby. Indeed. I hail from the city of 7 waters and have spent nearly 3 years in this vibrant land of Chambord. I've heard tales of the lucrative opportunities here, which prompted me to take a leap of faith and join a trading fleet. Upon hearing Rasha's inquiry, the man responded with a smile, with such delectable grilled meat. You must have earned quite a fortune. Have you not considered returning home? Pray tell, have you yet to marry, dear sir? Rorschach jested, of course I am married. A blissful smile appeared on the boss's face as he spoke of his beautiful and kind wife, along with their mischievous and adorable daughter. It is precisely because of family that one dares to take risks and pursue wealth. I have heard that a man with riches may change for the worse. Uncle, you haven't returned home in 3 years. Could it be that you have established a new life in Shambhala? Rochester seized a generous handful of barbecued meat, relishing every bite with exuberance. The proprietor shot him a stern glance, admonishing, such remarks are not to be trifled with, my dear patron. The integrity of old Tommy is well acknowledged. I assure you, I am a good man. As for wealth, if I had patrons as generous as you every day, I would surely have amassed a fortune and returned to my homeland long ago. The uncle chuckled, you jest. With barbecued delicacies as delectable as yours, how could business ever falter? Rochester harbored some skepticism. My dear guest, on this island, while earning money is indeed possible, the fruits of your labor do not wholly belong to you. In reality, if one were to amass a fortune of 1 million Baileys, only 200,000 would find their way into your pocket. Furthermore, one must remain vigilant against unscrupulous individuals who may resort to outright theft. The proprietor, who was tending to the barbecue, appeared to have his heart opened by Rochester's words and began to share his grievances. To earn 1 million and only retain 200,000? Is that truly the case? What becomes of the remaining 800,000? Rorschach furrowed his brow. The proprietor glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention, before lowering his voice to voice his grievances. This island does not belong to any single nation. In theory, it falls under the jurisdiction of the world government. Therefore, there exists a tax bureau here that collects taxes monthly at a rate of 30%. Additionally, the naval branch responsible for security requires a fee of 20%. Lastly, the regional overseer also demands 20%. Once they receive their payments, they promise that we may conduct our business unhindered by the harassment of those roving gangs. The proprietor shrugged, acknowledging that while this arrangement indeed deters most timid individuals, the island still harbors many lawless factions that fear neither the regional overseer nor the authorities. Occasionally, they still come to extort protection fees. Alas, it is indeed challenging to sustain a business, dear customer. Do the tax-collecting officials of the world government and the Navy not concern themselves with this? Rochet set aside the roasted meat he was enjoying, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a large group of robust men approaching the street corner. It was unclear whether they were ruffians or pirates. The leader bore a resemblance to the Monkey King and wielded a golden staff. The officials were solely responsible for collecting taxes, indifferent to such matters. As for the naval branch, it was perhaps best left unmentioned. Old Tommy shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further. However, Rasha was quite eager to understand how the naval branch stationed in Zyangabadi operated. Yet, it was evidently not the opportune moment to inquire. For not far away, the audacious Monkey King approached with a formidable entourage of followers. Piderman. The moment old Tommy laid eyes on the newcomer, he instantly became flustered. However, before he could utter a word to the approaching Monkey King, Piderman, Roxa, with a single motion of his right hand, summoned a pirate from beside Pittman and unceremoniously cast him at his feet. He then placed his foot upon the man's head, resting his elbow on his knee, while his palm cradled his chin. So, you have come to assist me in settling my accounts, have you? Chapter 110, Floral Fertilizer, What Transpired? Old Tommy and the others were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Pittman gazed at the burly man beneath Rox's foot. He was the very pirate who had rushed to report to him moments ago. Hey, Gene, you fool, why are you lying on the ground? Pittman instinctively voiced his confusion, only to quickly realize the foolishness of his question. It was evident that Gene would not voluntarily position himself as a footrest for the silver-haired youth before him. Thus, it must have been this smiling silver-haired young man who orchestrated the humiliation of his subordinate. Pittman's expression darkened, his face turning a shade of iron. The blatant disrespect shown towards his subordinate suggested that the young man did not regard him with any seriousness. So, you intend to oppose me, Pittman? Roxa, with a sigh, cast a discontented glance at the imbecile before him. You resemble a monkey, and I wonder if your intellect matches. How is it that you are the first to accuse an adversary? He continued, what is the purpose of your imposing gathering? What do you seek to accomplish? What do we seek? Naturally, we intend to capture and bind you 2 exquisite specimens and sell you to a renowned auction house. He, a pretty boy like you, alongside that petite and charming girl, would be the favored choice of the noble women and aristocrats. Oh, my apologies, I misspoke. Compared to a delicate, lovely girl, a rare youth like yourself would certainly be more appealing to the wealthy lords, he chuckled lewdly, unable to suppress a smirk. To come in broad daylight with such a large entourage to seize people? Are you not afraid of the naval branch stationed on this island descending upon you? The expression in Rosh's eyes grew cold. The Navy? Pittman, as if he had heard an amusing jest, exchanged glances with his subordinates and erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, the esteemed officials of the Navy have no time to concern themselves with us. This month's dues have been fully paid. As long as the payment is settled, neither the world government officials nor the Navy will pay heed to such trivial matters. Trivial matters? Rochester's mood suddenly darkened. The joy he had derived from the breathtaking scenery and delectable cuisine of Scomber Island dissipated in an instant. Guests, please, leave at once and do not provoke Captain Pittman, old Tommy exclaimed, his brow glistening with sweat. He hesitated, contemplating whether to step out from his stall to plead on Rochester's behalf. Yet, fear held him back. As an ordinary merchant, his trepidation and love for his family restrained him from approaching. Suddenly, with a resolute determination, old Tommy clenched his teeth, picked up a stack of Bailey from his stall, and rummaged through his pocket to produce a disheveled pile of Bailey. Summoning his courage, he forced a stiff smile and took a couple of steps forward, addressing Pittman from a distance. Captain Pittman, here is some money, my earnings for today. You may have it all, but I implore you to show mercy and spare these two young ones. They did not intend to offend you. Silence, Pittman bellowed, causing old Tommy to drop the Bailey in terror, his body trembling as he recoiled behind the stall, too frightened to utter another word. Pittman, with a menacing grin, tightened his grip on the club in his hand and turned his attention to Rochester. Just as he was about to speak, he was met with Rochester's icy gaze. That stare was as sharp as a blade, piercing through him and making his eyelids ache. The malevolent expression on Pittman's face faltered, as an inexplicable wave of profound fear surged within him. Lark, close your eyes. Rocha coldly uttered a remark. Lark pressed her lips together and silently turned away. What do you intend to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly. Our Pittman pirate crew has already paid our dues. If you provoke us, the naval branch on this island will not spare you. The fear within Pittman deepened, prompting him to retreat. Yet Rochet had no intention of granting him further opportunity to speak. The wind unleashed a flurry of strikes in an instant. Rochester's index finger gently tapped. With a whoosh, fingers formed from the condensed air shot forth, piercing the foreheads of the pirates who crowded the street. The marauders had scarcely a moment to react before translucent holes appeared in their brows. From the back of their skulls, a spray of red and white liquid, mingled with shattered bone, shot forth, cascading onto the cobblestones below. Pittman was the first to fall. The golden circlet that bound his head was severed by the windblade finger spear, obliterating the upper portion of his visage. Over 100 ferocious pirates stood frozen in place, their expressions blank. Old Tommy's eyes widened to their fullest extent, then suddenly rolled back as he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. The bodies left here would only tarnish this street. You pirates are fit only to serve as fertilizer for the Arceus red trees. Roches slowly rose to his feet, extending his right hand forward. A howling tempest surged forth, coiling into tangible ropes that ensnared the lifeless bodies of fallen pirates, propelling them towards the roots of the ancient red tree, some hundreds of meters away. At the base of the red tree, the earth itself split open, revealing numerous pits. Subsequently, the corpses of the pirates descended from thin air, plunging into the yawning chasms, where they were subsequently entombed. Yet, their unblinking faces remained exposed upon the surface. Over 100 pirates encircled the base of the red tree, forming a protective ring. The pirate, Jean, who lay beneath Roches's foot, trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by the nightmarish scene that had unfolded. He lacked even the strength to rise, instead curling into himself, desperately inching towards the shelter beneath old Tommy's stall, yearning to distance himself from this devilish figure, Roches. Rochet gazed down at him, his eyes icy and penetrating, as if he had been transported back to the northern seas of Chienyan Island, once again standing upon the waters outside the princely city of Prince. He observed the pirates, who typically wielded their power over the common folk with impunity, now displaying expressions of terror and despair. Did not all pirates possess the resolve to face death? Let me witness it. With a wave of his hand, Rorschach conjured an invisible current that ensnared the retreating Jean, drawing him forth from beneath old Tommy's stall. Amidst Jean's panicked cries of terror, he was lifted by the unseen force, soaring to a height of over 100 meters above the ground. Ultimately, he landed upon a branch extending from the 42nd red tree, jumped down, Rorschach commanded, "And if you survive, you shall be spared." Rasha tilted his head slightly and spoke in a subdued tone. Jean, his entire being pressed against the slender tree trunk, was engulfed by a tide of fear that filled his heart. Below, at the base of the roots, hundreds of heads, including that of Pittman, resembled malevolent spirits clawing their way from the depths of hell, silently gazing up at him. In utter despair, Jean shut his eyes, trembling all over. Yet he could not summon the courage to leap down. Thus, is it not true that such enlightenment is not possessed by every pirate? Roches clenched his right hand, and an invisible current of air transformed into an enormous palm, grasping Jean along with the tree trunk he held. With a forceful squeeze, a resounding thud echoed. Crimson droplets, like delicate roses, cascaded upon the massive trunk of the Yauki vine tree, resembling the playful scribbles of a child. Rashia knelt down to gather the scattered belly from the ground and return them to old Tommy's embrace before turning to gaze at the lark that looked up at him. "Lark, let us visit the naval base on the island." Chapter 111. Corruption in the Red Tree District. Near the immense Red Tree number 66, there stood a naval base, which, despite being labeled as such, radiated a level of opulence rivaling that of a typical royal palace, adorned with gleaming silver structures. This naval installation exuded luxury at every turn, with its grand entrance featuring two gilded doors that appeared exceptionally resplendent. To an unworldly observer, this establishment might easily be mistaken for a genuine naval headquarters. At the entrance of the base, two burly Marines stood idly, their robust physiques causing their navy uniforms to bulge with creases. Within the spacious corridor flanked by the open golden doors, soldiers occasionally passed in and out, carrying boxes. From time to time, elegantly designed carriages could be seen entering the premises. Inside the three-story building, a hearty laughter resonated from the office of the base commander. "Ha ha ha, Lord Tenyasha, how exceedingly gracious of you to remember a mere minor character like myself. It is truly an honor for me, Lawrence." Seated behind a genuine leather chair was Rear Admiral Lawrence, a robust man with a full beard, savoring a luxurious cigar embellished with golden threads. Engaging in jovial conversation with Berkeley, the host from the renowned auction house. The radiant smiles exchanged between them indicated that their dialogue was exceedingly pleasant. Berkeley, a middle-aged man clad in a floral shirt and sporting heart-shaped glasses, was currently showcasing his offerings to Lawrence, 5 meticulously arranged boxes of substantial belly. Rear Admiral Lawrence, if a high-ranking naval officer like yourself considers himself a trivial figure, then I, in comparison, would be utterly ashamed, Berkeley remarked, gesturing towards the boxes. "I am aware that you prefer pristine belly. Hence, we at the auction house have taken special care to prepare brand new notes for you. These belly I exchanged at the bank early this morning, amounting to a staggering 500 million belly." "Ha ha ha, how thoughtful." "Indeed, soiled belly can dampen my spirits," Lawrence replied as he rose and approached the boxes filled with currency. He picked up a stack of belly, inhaling its scent, a look of ecstasy instantly gracing his face. "Ah, it is this ink-scented money that truly captivates the adults." With a satisfied grin, he indicated a box of cigars on the table, adding, "However, I must confess, I prefer the cigars gifted by Lord Tenyasha, a royal specialty from Dressrosa. Even with wealth, acquiring such delights is no simple feat." General Lawrence expressed his fondness for the matter, assuring that he would arrange for additional resources to be sent from Dressrosa. Berkeley, with a smile, rose and extended his hand, clasping it firmly with Lawrence's strong grip. "Now, for the upcoming slave auction, I must trouble you, Lord Lawrence, to ensure that the Navy maintains order and prevents any unruly disruptions. This auction is of significant importance, as it may attract the attendance of the world's nobility. Security must be flawless." Lawrence's expression turned grave. Naturally, the Navy and the 7 warlords are steadfast allies. Moreover, it is our duty to protect the world's nobility. Then, a smile broke across his face. "However, Berkeley, this is not merely a slave auction. It resembles a professional referral service." Berkeley paused for a moment, then erupted into hearty laughter. Indeed, it was I who misspoke. It is not a slave auction, but rather a professional referral service. Lawrence bid farewell to Berkeley with a smile, but once alone, his countenance shifted as he called out, "Come in." 4 robust soldiers rushed into the room. Lawrence pointed at the 5 large boxes in his office. "Take 3 of these boxes to the World Government Building number 69. One should be moved to my treasury. The remaining box, distribute among your comrades." It is imperative that you all work diligently to maintain order on Sabaody Archipelago. There must be no incidents involving the world's nobility within my jurisdiction. Yes, thank you, General. The 4 lieutenants exclaimed, their faces alight with joy. By the way, what are those supernovas who have already landed on Sabaody up to? They aren't causing any trouble, are they? Lawrence inquired, his brow furrowed. Currently, there have been no disturbances from them, only minor skirmishes among pirates. The Decallan brothers have been indulging in leisure at Bubble Park, while Pamer is at the shipyard constructing vessels, seemingly attracting some attention from slave-hunting gangs due to his giant stature. The Avenger Aristot is in the know. One Red Tree area, likely biding his time for this week's auction. His brother, de Phelongs, appears to be searching for suitable weaponry. Keep a close watch on them. Do not allow those wretched pirates any opportunity to infringe upon the noble world's elite. Should any unexpected incidents arise, immediately contact the Navy headquarters. Lawrence picked up a bounty notice from the table, pointing at a man bearing a scar across his forehead. Particularly keep an eye on the Avenger Aristot and his brother de Phelongs. These two have garnered the highest bounties among the pirate supernovas in recent years. Since their emergence at sea, they have attacked 11 Navy bases, claiming the lives of thousands of sailors and civilians, seemingly harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the Navy. The 4 lieutenants displayed expressions of trepidation. General Lawrence chuckled softly, gesturing dismissively. There was no need for excessive concern when Aristot and his companions landed on Shambody Island. I had already informed Marin Vondo. Surely, they have dispatched formidable individuals to address the situation. All you need to do is keep an eye on him. As the 4 departed, Lawrence picked up the cigar box on his desk, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he exited the office and entered the adjacent room. Upon opening the door, a carefree smile spread across his face. My darlings, have you missed me after an hour apart? Inside the room was a steaming hot spring pool, where a dozen scantily clad young women were immersed. Upon seeing Lawrence, the initially apathetic expressions of these diverse girls transformed instantly into alluring smiles as they gathered around him. General, where have you been for so long? We were about to become pruned from the hot spring. Lawrence's breathing grew heavy as he reached out to grasp the slender leg of one girl. Oh, really? Let me see where you've become swollen. Meanwhile, under the 39th Red Tree, approximately 4 to 5 kilometers from Base 66, Roa's steps suddenly halted. Why have you stopped, Brother Roa? No need to continue. In Rashia's eyes, a flicker of electric light danced, his gaze turning as cold as ice. Chapter 112. The Avenger Aristot. The Red Tree District No. 1 stands as the most vibrant area of Sabaody. Its prime geographical location, facing the sea and unshaded by the canopies of the Yalki vine trees, allows for abundant sunlight. Unlike other Red Tree areas, characterized by randomly generated rugged terrain, the ground of District No. 1 is remarkably spacious and level. This is due to the efforts of Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who established the largest auction house in Sabaody in this region. He invested considerable effort and a substantial fortune to level the ground and construct numerous bridges connecting various areas. Consequently, District No. 1 rapidly transformed into a bustling hub, attracting nobles and affluent individuals from all corners of the world. Here, wealth affords one the luxury of royal treatment. Renowned swords, exquisite beauties, formidable warriors, devil fruits, precious jewels, oil paintings, and even vast quantities of weapons can all be acquired at the prestigious auction house. Furthermore, the occasional presence of high-ranking world nobles draws countless aspiring aristocrats and merchants eager to align themselves with such elite. Holding his beloved ghost cry, Luo gazed indifferently at the resplendent edifice before him. This magnificent structure was none other than the finest auction house in the Sabaody archipelago, a prized possession under the command of Don Quixote da Flamingo. As Luo approached, a sentinel clad in iron armor stationed at the entrance stepped forward, brandishing his spear. Esteemed guest, please halt your advance. The auction will commence tomorrow, and we are currently closed for business. Luo expressed a desire to inquire about the treasures that might be unveiled at the forthcoming auction. Luo maintained a serene expression, devoid of any trace of fear. Perhaps it was the extraordinary demeanor he exuded that prompted the guard to retract his spear and adopt a more courteous tone. While I cannot divulge the specifics of the auction, I can reveal that tomorrow's event may feature a mermaid slave valued at over 100 million berries, alongside a renowned blade from the land of harmony. Look over there. Even this year's most formidable pirate newcomer, the Avenger Aristot, has graced us with his presence. underscoring the immense allure of this auction. The guard gestured towards a large tree several hundred meters away from the auction house, where a throng of burly pirates had gathered. Some standing, others seated, engaged in raucous revelry. Most conspicuous among them were two robust men perched atop a crimson-painted chest. The resemblance between the two was striking, both towering over 3 meters tall. However, the man on the right bore a prominent horizontal scar across his forehead, while the one on the left was adorned with an intricate array of skull tattoos across his chest. Avenger Aristot? Luo murmured softly, realizing he had not encountered this name before. Surely, you jest, esteemed guest. You have not heard of Aristot? The guard exclaimed, his tone somewhat exaggerated. His name has recently echoed throughout the Grand Line. It is said that his homeland was annihilated due to the corrupt Navy's exploitation, prompting him to launch relentless assaults on naval forces since he became a pirate. He has even obliterated over a dozen minor naval branches, claiming the lives of thousands of Navy personnel and civilians. Do you see that scarred giant? That is Aristot, with a bounty reaching an astounding 360 million berries. Known by the moniker the Bloody Avenger, the one beside him is his twin brother, Defelongs, with a bounty of 210 million berries. Dubbed the Plunderer, a bounty exceeding 300 million? The expression on Law's face revealed a flicker of emotion. This bounty amount ranks among the highest within the ranks of pirates in the Grand Line. The last encounter with Mig Jones in the Kingdom of Prince revealed that even his peculiar and formidable abilities only warranted a bounty just exceeding 100 million. Yet, the combined bounty of the two colossal figures before him equates to that of 5 Mig Jones. Perhaps sensing Law's gaze, the giant on the left, Daffalons, lifted his head and cast a glance in their direction. It was at that moment that Daffalon's eyes fixated upon the blade, Inma, cradled in Law's arms. Hey, you there. Young man. His voice resonated loudly, echoing within his vast chest, reaching Law's ears distinctly, causing the soap bubbles floating in the air to burst with a series of soft pops. Could you kindly show me the sword you hold? I have a keen interest in renowned blades. Daffalons grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. I can offer you a handsome price. He patted the large red lacquered box he was seated upon. I am quite affluent. Luo Moran cast him a glance, her voice icy as she replied, I'm sorry, but I do not sell. Think carefully before you respond, young man. Defelongs leaned casually against the sturdy tree behind him, his robust arms crossed. Behind him, a group of brawny pirates loomed, their eyes fixed on this scene with predatory intensity. Luo cast a cold glance over and turned away. Defelongs was momentarily taken aback. Yet contrary to Luo's expectations, he did not erupt in fury and rush over to seize the ghost cry. Instead, he threw his head back and burst into laughter. Ha! Rejected. Indeed, renowned blades are not something one can casually procure on the streets. How infuriating, especially when I possess such wealth. Brother Defelongs, didn't the auction house's brochure state that tomorrow's auction features the famed blade SHY Shigeru from Wano? A pirate reminded him from behind. Then I shall wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow, I shall acquire a superior weapon. With that, Defelongs unsheathed the steel knife at his waist, sighed, and proceeded to stuff it, sheath and all, into his mouth, crunching it with ease. The remarkably hard steel blade crumbled under his teeth as if it were mere sugarcane, swallowed down his throat. Delicious. I yearned to savor the taste of a fine blade, a magnificent blade, the supreme magnificent blade. I have nearly forgotten the flavor of the last fine blade I consumed. Defelongs licked his lips in delight. At that moment, Aristot, who had been feigning sleep with his arms crossed, rose to his feet. I am parched. I shall explore the Navy base on this island. You all remain here. Should you spot a celestial dragon, inform me immediately, and I shall hasten over. Brother, remember to check if there are any renowned blades there. Defelongs shouted from behind. He then crossed his arms again, leaning against a grand tree, instructing. Take some money and search elsewhere for good weapons. Procure a few for me. I am hungry. Remember, do not coerce those unwilling to sell weapons, unless they are Navy personnel. Meanwhile, at Marine Fort, Sengoku surveyed the documents in hand, his face rarely betraying anger as he forcefully slammed his palm onto the desk, startling Kizaru, who had been trimming his nails. The brother Aristot, who has slain so many Marines, dares to brazenly appear at Sabaody. Kizaru, you shall go and capture that arrogant scoundrel for me. I want him to suffer and impel down. How terrifying, Admiral Sengoku. That fellow is indeed a ruthless pirate. However, hasn't he a formidable force just departed for Sabaody? Let him take action and apprehend Aristotle. Are you referring to Rasha? Sengoku hesitated. Can he manage? Absolutely. His current prowess is such that even I find it somewhat intimidating. Chapter 113. The Dicarbon Brothers Boss. Bring me 10 more servings of tuna steaks. 10 more servings of tuna steaks. Boss. In the upscale restaurant adjacent to Bubble Park number 33, 2 menacingly hefty youths occupied the table closest to the bar. Bellowing at the perspiring restaurant owner. Please hold on. We shall prepare for the guests momentarily, the owner stammered, incessantly wiping the sweat from his brow. Anxiety etched across his face as he surveyed the throng of pirates, numbering at least 100, that filled the establishment. Do not be alarmed. We have merely come to dine. By the way, remember my name. It is Dicarbon, declared the rotund fellow on the left. Flashing a grin that revealed his jagged yellow teeth, his left eye squinting as he smiled at the pallid owner. Oh, I shall remember, Lord Dicarbon, the owner replied, nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grain. What do you want from me? Is my tuna steak ready? Inquired the hefty man on the right, narrowing his right eye in confusion. Huh. The owner appeared bewildered. I do not. We are twin brothers, sharing the same name, Dicarbon. Remember that. We are the most synchronized twins in this world. Do you recall? Yes, I remember, the owner gulped. Haha, that is correct. So what is my name? The left side hefty man chuckled, looking expectantly at the owner. The owner hesitated for a moment before tentatively replying. You are Dicarbon. Bang. Suddenly, a table soared through the air, striking the owner on the head and sending him crashing through the bar, leaving him sprawled amidst splintered wood, bloodied and groaning in agony. You are mistaken. Gravely mistaken. The 2 hefty men simultaneously pointed at one another and declared, Only when we are together are we the true Dicarbon. Do not mispronounce our names again. It is exceedingly rude. The waitress, trembling with trepidation, brought forth the tuna steaks they had ordered. The Dicarbons licked their lips, extending their gloved hands like claws to snatch the food from the waitress, devouring it ravenously. Delicious. Once we finish, we shall venture to the new world, defeat Whitebeard, and become the new sovereign of the seas. Only then can we savor the most exquisite fish in the world, the left hefty man mumbled between bites. Indeed, after vanquishing Whitebeard, we, the brothers, shall be the strongest men in the world, echoed the right hefty man. The left hefty man lifted his head from the plate, his greasy hand scratching his scalp in confusion as he pondered. But isn't the strongest supposed to be just one person? We are one person, the most harmonious twin brothers. As united as a single entity, the right hefty man replied with a grin. Also the most formidable. The left side of the Dicarbon brothers broke into a grin. Suddenly, a pirate rushed in from outside the dining hall, panic etched on his face as he exclaimed, Captain Dicarbon, we have a situation. The brothers left on the ship have been attacked by the Avengers pirate crew. What? What on earth is happening? Do they not realize that you are subordinates of the Dicarbon brothers? The 2 rotund figures immediately rose, their smiles vanishing in an instant, replaced by an expression of fierce determination. We have stated that you, Captain, and your brother are the most formidable twin brothers in the world, perfectly in sync. As if one entity. The pirate wiped the blood from his face, his voice tinged with desperation. Indeed, you speak nothing but the truth. That is the reality. The Dicarbon brothers nodded in satisfaction. However, therein lies the crux of the matter. The 2 captains of the Avengers pirate crew, the bloodthirsty Avenger Aristotle and the ruthless plunderer Delphin, are also twin brothers. Furthermore, their bounties are a staggering 360 million and 210 million, respectively. The pirate cautiously glanced at the Dicarbon brothers and trembled as he spoke. The members of the Avengers pirate crew audaciously proclaimed that the strongest twin brothers in the world, as well as the most harmonious, are Aristotle and Delphin. Consequently, they not only injured our brothers guarding the ship, but also vandalized our vessel. What audacity! How dare they? The Dicarbon brothers strode towards the door, their fury palpable. How dare they claim to be the most harmonious of brothers? This is unforgivable. Let us go. We shall eliminate these wretched Avengers and plunderers today. They merely possess higher bounties, and their bounty amounts are not even the same. How can they claim to be the most in sync twin brothers? A throng of individuals marched purposefully towards the dining hall's exit. Just then, 2 figures, one tall and one short, suddenly blocked the path of the Dicarbon brothers. Step aside. We are in a hurry. If you do not move, we shall toss you into the sea to feed the fish. The 2 rotund figures squinted, bellowing in unison. Rochester's expression was one of indifference as he cast a cold glance at the 2 individuals. Having consumed their provisions, did they harbor no intention of compensating for them? Operating a restaurant on this island is no easy feat, what did you say? The rotund figure on the left leaned in, his plump face filled with astonishment. It is only natural to eat when one is hungry. Why should one pay? The stout fellow on the right chimed in. We are consuming fish, which comes from the sea. Did they pay the ocean? If not, why should we pay them? Indeed, that is the crux of the matter, exclaimed the captain. Food originates from the sea. They fish from its depths without ever rendering payment. Therefore, we, the dicarbon pirate crew, shall partake of fish without compensation. However, should we consume other fare, we would indeed offer payment, for we are not truly villainous pirates. The crew behind him eagerly nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting a sense of triumph. Is this truly the case? Something felt amiss, yet she could not quite articulate it. Lark, with her mouth slightly agape, found herself bewildered by the convoluted reasoning of the pirates. Such a plethora of fallacies. A prominent vein throbbed on Roxia's forehead, and in a flash, he extended his hand to seize the temple of the portly man to his left, slamming him down onto the ground. He then lifted his right foot and brought it crashing down. The abruptness of this action was startling. As his foot descended, it propelled the air with a whistling sound, a testament to the immense force behind it. The remaining rotund individual was taken aback, yet his reflexes were not sluggish. With a swift motion, the claws he wore on his hand lunged toward Roxia's eyes. Rasha remained motionless, his entire head instantly enveloped in a rich, deep blue hue. Clang! The claws of DeKalbin's cat sparked as they grazed Rasha's face. Then, all present witnessed Rasha's right foot decisively pressing the head of the fallen, portly figure into the ground. The 1088th chapter marked the departure of Karp, with Kobe emerging as the new hero of the Navy. Kobe's rate of growth is more exaggerated than that found in fan fiction. It was unexpected for Karp to exit in such a manner, as a naval hero. One would anticipate a legendary farewell akin to that of Whitebeard. In Chapter 114, Rasha's ascent unfolds. Boom. The ground at the restaurant's entrance shattered, with DeKalbin's body inverted, embedded in the earth. What? The captain has been defeated? This is impossible. The throng of over 100 pirates crowded behind, witnessing this scene, nearly convinced themselves they were hallucinating. Since they had officially set sail and embraced the life of piracy, the DeKalbin brothers had never tasted defeat. This is not to suggest their strength was unparalleled, but rather that their synergy was akin to that of a singular entity, exhibiting remarkable tacit understanding, an almost telepathic bond. Such harmony in combat yields results that far exceed the simple sum of their parts. This allowed DeKalbin to face adversaries stronger than themselves with composure, never falling behind. Yet today, it was the manifestation of Haki. Upon observing the deep blue tint emerging on Rasha's visage, the standing, portly figure's expression turned grave. Clearly, he was an experienced pirate, well aware of the formidable power that Haki represented in this world. Furthermore, it was not merely any Haki. The DeKalbin brothers had indeed crossed blades with those possessing Haki. Though they themselves were not wielders of supernatural abilities, their naturally robust physiques, combined with their unique clawed gloves, enabled them to execute formidable physical techniques comparable to those of Zoan-type users. However, encountering someone like Rasha, who dared to confront his claws with such a vulnerable part of his anatomy, was a first for DeKalbin. The silver-haired man before him was undeniably powerful. Unforgivable. Another DeKalbin, his head crushed beneath Rasha's foot and sunk into the floor, let out a roar of indignation and fury. His body visibly swelled, veins bulging beneath the surface. As DeKalbin bellowed in rage, he braced himself against the shattered floor, gradually lifting his upper body while glaring at Rasha with eyes ablaze with fury. You have angered me. Regardless of who you are, I will. Boom. Ratchet's right foot pressed down once more, silencing the blustering fat man, as he forced his head deeper into the ground. The exertion he applied was greater than before, causing the entirety of the man's upper body to submerge into the earth, leaving only two trembling legs visible. Release my brother. You scoundrel. What are you imbeciles waiting for? Attack him. Eliminate him. The standing DeKalbin sprang forward again, his physique appearing to swell significantly, as if engorged with power, amplifying his strength tremendously. With a swipe like a feline's claw, he tore through the air with a piercing shriek, aiming for Ratchet's chest. As Rasha was about to unleash a punch, he caught sight of the petite figure of the little girl, Yunhu, as her long dress billowed around her. A slender leg, akin to a whip, swiftly struck the astonished DeKalbin squarely on the chin. Bang! Despite her diminutive stature, The force of Yunhu's kick was akin to a cannonball, propelling the corpulent Daikablin several meters into the air. Ugh, this is unforgivable. To be struck on the chin by a girl he had scarcely regarded sent Daikablin into a frenzy. His eyes turned crimson, his rotund form swelled once more, and he exuded an aura of fury, reminiscent of a mad tiger. He lunged at Rashia with all four limbs, a primal force unleashed. Please refrain from damaging the establishment. I lack the funds to cover such reparations. Rasha cast a fleeting glance at the throng of over 100 pirates surging forward. With a decisive motion of his right hand, he clenched his fingers. Suddenly, a tempest erupted within the expansive dining hall. Invisible currents swirled and converged, materializing into tangible chains that ensnared every pirate brandishing weapons, binding them without exception. With a swift tug, a deafening explosion resonated as the front wall of the upscale restaurant shattered into ruins. The pirates, bound by the intangible chains, emitted terrified cries as they were hurled out like liberated kites, soaring through the air in arcs before crashing onto the marshy ground outside Soap Bubble Park. The restaurant owner, just roused from slumber, beheld the wreckage of his establishment, his face instantly transforming into a mask of despair. Apologies, but you may seek compensation at the naval base on this island shortly. As Rasha spoke, his silvery hair danced like serpents, suddenly expanding and ensnaring the neck of the charging, corpulent brute. With a forceful toss, the gluttonous Decarbon, whose body was flushed crimson, hurtled at an even greater speed than the preceding pirates that had been flung away. With a thunderous crash, he embedded himself into the 33rd red tree, situated over 100 meters behind Rasha. Meanwhile, the Decarbon, who was firmly pinned beneath Rasha's foot, found himself utterly unable to free himself, regardless of the immense strength he exerted. Roche's foot resembled a colossal mountain, firmly pinning his head down. How outrageous! How outrageous! I care not who you are. It would be prudent to release me at once. Otherwise, when I rise, I shall ensure that you are captured and used as bait for fishing. Decalin continued to roar in frustration. However, the subsequent words of Rock caused an almost imperceptible tremor to pass through the corpulent figure, and his struggles diminished. Lark, what is the composition of the Decal Band pirate crew? Is it capable of being vanquished? Roxia cast a glance at Yunka. For the past 3 months, his existence had been consumed entirely by combat. He had neglected to engage in any of the courses that other recruits or officers were expected to learn: navigation, tactical command, intelligence gathering, military administration, and the analysis of both new and established pirate factions were all foreign to him. This training regimen had bestowed upon Roxia the significant advantage of an exponential increase in his combat prowess. However, the drawbacks were equally apparent. Beyond his sheer brute strength, he possessed no comprehension of other essential skills. For instance, if tasked with independently navigating to a certain sea area to eliminate pirates, he might very well steer a warship to a distant and unrelated locale. Conversely, the recruits like Luo and Yunka were required to simultaneously acquire knowledge in these areas. Thus, they had a wealth of understanding beyond mere combat techniques, particularly for female soldiers like Yunka, unless endowed with exceptional combat talent. The headquarters would steer them towards roles in staff, medicine, or navigation. As the daughter of Akaino, Yunka undoubtedly possessed commendable combat aptitude. However, with Admiral Crane as a prominent strategist in the mix, she had also absorbed a plethora of lessons beyond the battlefield. Upon hearing Roxia's inquiry, Yunka responded almost instantaneously. Without a moment's contemplation, the Decarbon brothers were this year's rising supernova pirates and represented one of the few sets of twins in the vast ocean. In terms of strength and bounty, they ranked just below the Aristot brothers, though their bounty was slightly lower. Our capabilities certainly exceed theirs. Beneath them, the struggling rotund figure continued to bellow. Crackling sounds erupted as bright arcs of electricity surged from Roxia's right foot, weaving into a vast net that enveloped the portly figure, constricting tightly. Instantly, the hefty man trembled violently beneath the force, emitting a quivering wail as he was overwhelmed by the intense current, his eyes rolling back, drool escaping his lips, while his limbs convulsed uncontrollably. Yunka glanced at him with a hint of sympathy before continuing. Both brothers have a bounty of 150 million berries. 150 million berries? Chapter 115. Apparently absurd. Rochet raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. He was certainly aware of the brothers DeCarl. These two were commanders of the Grand Fleet under the Whitebeard pirates, renowned for their participation in the epic War of the Summit. Their portrayal in the manga was commendable. Initially, they were evenly matched with the deceased 4th Division captain, Sachi. Later, they were subdued by Ace and subsequently joined the Whitebeard pirates. In later developments, they proved to be well matched against Rear Admiral Dalmesia. However, at the end of the year 1516 in the Sea Circle calendar, these two were merely supernova pirates preparing to enter the New World. The bounty they commanded exceeded 100 million, indicating considerable strength. Yet, the value of this bounty seemed inflated. They appeared far less formidable. Compared to the oppressive aura exuded by that fellow, Mig Jones, they were significantly weaker. It seems that Brother Ratchet, your prowess is simply unparalleled. Hibari, somewhat speechless, gestured toward the hefty individual on the ground who was smoking from the electric shock, noting that their strength was by no means trivial. Having nearly breached the G2 branch of the Grand Line, even 5 Rear Admirals united could not subdue them. Ultimately, it was Vice Admiral Gumir's intervention that forced them to retreat. Is that so? Roches scratched his head. Of course, given your current prowess. 3 months ago in the Kingdom of Prince, that fellow Migjans would have been utterly incapable of withstanding even a single move from you, much like this rotund individual. Young spoke with utmost seriousness. We, the brothers of the Daikalban, are certainly no weaklings. Tiger Claw Fist Technique. Rock-splitting slash. Another hefty figure, flung away by Roches's hair, plummeted from a height of over 100 meters, his hands crossed, 10 sharp claws poised to tear down. His speed was remarkable, even surpassing that of ordinary naval lieutenants utilizing the shave technique. Yet, within the realm of Roches's observation hockey, it appeared as though time had been decelerated by more than tenfold. The trajectory of his descent transformed into a series of still frames, vividly unfolding in the canvas of his mind. Ratchet extended his index finger, and a glimmer of white light ignited at its tip. A crackling electric arc pierced the air, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds, a million-volt spherical lightning. In the blink of an eye, a fist-sized orb of lightning shot forth, slipping through the gaps of Daikalban's 10-fingered assault and striking his chest. Boom! In that instant, a dazzling bolt of thunder illuminated the area above Ratchet's head. The descending Daikalban was enveloped by tendrils of lightning emanating from within, leaving his body charred and blackened amid the resounding thunderclap before he collapsed onto the ground before Ratchet. Though he had not succumbed to death, his scorched body convulsed in spasms. Captain, are we dreaming? Such a formidable captain has been so effortlessly vanquished. Who exactly is that silver-haired man? A naval admiral? On the wetland, over 100 pirates stood in pale-faced disbelief, witnessing the Daikalban brothers so easily felled by that silver-haired man. With the lightning infused with armament hockey, its attacking power must have increased by at least threefold. Yet, the consumption of hockey is astonishingly immense. Were it not for the peculiar nature of my armament hockey, I certainly could not wield it in such a manner. Rorschach gazed in astonishment as a mere 10 million volts of lightning energy incapacitated the Daikalban brothers, who bore a bounty of 150 million. Even he was taken aback. How astonishing! The power of lightning is truly formidable. Its speed, range, and destructive capability are all extraordinary. Each time he beheld the sheer potency of his own electrical prowess, he marveled at its immense impact. Ratchet could not help but envision the terrifying extent of Enel's power should he master the art of armament hockey, perhaps even intertwining it with Conqueror's hockey. Withdrawing his foot, Ratchet cast his gaze upon the 2 hefty figures sprawled on the ground, then turned to Hibari. You have yet to reveal the actions that warranted such a staggering bounty. If they have indeed committed unforgivable sins. Ratchet cast a chilling glance at the pirates in the distance, causing those ensnared by the invisible chains of wind to shiver with an overwhelming sense of dread, too terrified to meet his gaze. The exorbitant bounty on the heads of the 2 brothers stemmed from the peculiar expression on Young's face. She glanced at the proprietor, who sat vacantly in the dining hall. The consequence of dining and dashing. What did you say? For what reason? A large question mark appeared above Rosh's head. He believed he had misheard. Young, somewhat at a loss for words, proceeded to elucidate. Due to indulging in free meals, they have been placed under a bounty of 150 million berries by the Navy. Since the inception of their pirate crew, the 2 brothers have cunningly persuaded a plethora of followers using their previous fallacies, roaming the various affiliated nations of the Grand Line in pursuit of complementary sustenance. Possessing commendable physical prowess and capabilities, those nations found themselves utterly powerless against them, resorting instead to incessantly report to the world government and the Navy. However, The brothers proved astute. After feasting in one nation, they would swiftly relocate to another, indulging in gluttony without any discernible pattern, driven solely by their desire for food. Consequently, despite dispatching numerous individuals to pursue and intercept them, we have been unable to capture them. Rorschach's expression at this moment can be succinctly encapsulated by the aforementioned 3 words. Are these 2 individuals out of their minds? With such formidable strength, how can they shamelessly indulge in free meals? Moreover, what is the source of their obsession with consuming fish? Thus, is it truly feasible to accumulate a staggering bounty of 150 million solely by feasting on complimentary meals? Roxia remained somewhat skeptical, for their conduct was indeed rather reprehensible. The expression on Young's face was peculiar. They ventured into those diminutive allied nations, wielding force to seize the opportunity while the royal offspring feasted at banquets, mercilessly driving them aside and indulging in a lavish display of gluttony. Rochit's lips twitched, revealing the extent of the grievances he had faced. It was hardly surprising that he had been reported so many times. The severity of their actions was staggering. As Yin Xiao furrowed his brow, he considered the fact that their prey was not limited to royalty, wealthy merchants, or the affluent. Establishments such as these, along with the taverns and eateries lining the streets, and even fishermen returning from the sea, all fell victim to their avarice. As they claimed, fishermen extracted fish from the ocean without compensation, so it was only logical that they would seize the fisherman's catch without remuneration. Upon hearing this, Rochit's countenance darkened. To partake in a free meal at the expense of others' labor, all while justifying their actions with twisted logic, was appalling. What might seem like mere mischief to many, easily dismissed as trivial, was, in fact, a grave transgression. In the realm of comic tales, one might recall how Luffy and Ace devoured an extravagant feast in Alabasta, leaving the restaurant in ruins without so much as a penny for the proprietor. After all, they were pirates. It was a miracle they hadn't dispatched the restaurant owner, let alone expected to pay him. Yet, Rochit's 12 years of experience had imparted a crucial lesson. In this world, where vast expanses of seawater conceal countless dangers, venturing out to fish is perilously treacherous. The lurking threats beneath the waves, from fearsome sea creatures measuring dozens, even hundreds of meters in length, could easily capsize a fishing vessel and consume it whole. Additionally, the unpredictable and tumultuous weather patterns across various seas could spell disaster for fishermen. One stroke of misfortune could lead to a storm that capsizes their boats, casting them into the abyss. While it may appear effortless for the strong to vanquish sea monsters, the reality is that these formidable beings pose a catastrophic threat to humanity. Smaller sea creatures can easily overturn vessels, mid-sized ones can challenge warships, and the larger ones can unleash waves akin to tsunamis. The gargantuan sea creatures possess the power to devour entire islands. Were it not for the fact that these colossal beings generally congregate in windless zones, the small islands of this world would likely have been devoured one by one. The antics of a character like DeKalbin could very well drag innocent fishermen into the depths of despair. In this world, mere survival is a formidable challenge. To be further persecuted by this band of unruly miscreants, armed with their skewed reasoning, adds yet another layer of hardship. Rochit furrowed his brow as he gazed at the 2 hefty figures sprawled upon the ground. However, to directly eliminate them seemed rather inappropriate. Chapter 116, The Mission of the Headquarters. Had they not committed heinous acts of slaughtering villages and indiscriminate killing? Rokia turned his gaze towards the lark. The lark pondered for a moment and gently shook his head. I do not know. We cannot entirely dismiss the possibility. After all, they are lawless pirates. However, based on the available intelligence, no evidence has surfaced indicating they have committed such heinous acts. Just as Rokia was grappling with how to handle the Dikarlban brothers, a peculiar sound emanated from the lark. Bubbling, bubbling. Suddenly, the sound of a snail phone resonated from the lark's person. He promptly retrieved a small snail phone from his chest and answered. Click. Moshi Moshi, this is Lark. Little Lark, this is Grandpa Sengoku. Is that rascal Rokia by your side? The voice of the elderly Sengoku echoed from the snail phone, and the snail's head transformed into the visage of the bespectacled old man, appearing remarkably lifelike. Grandpa Sengoku, Big Brother Rokia, is right beside me. By the way, we just apprehended the Dikarlban brothers and their pirate subordinates, but we are uncertain about how to proceed. Hearing Sengoku's call, the lark's voice was tinged with a hint of joy. What? The Dikarlban brothers? Are you referring to those 2 gluttonous miscreants? Sengoku paused momentarily before inquiring. The lark nodded. Indeed, it is they. They were once again indulging in free meals on Sabaody Archipelago, and we happened upon them. Big Brother Rokia easily defeated them. Well done. Finally, I can report back to the higher-ups regarding these two despicable gluttons. By the way, you all are uninjured, right? Sengoku's tone was one of relief, followed by concern. No, we are perfectly fine. Big Brother Rokia dispatched them with ease. The lark replied with a tone of pride, as if it were she who had subdued the Dikarlban brothers. It seems I underestimated that lad. The twin brothers with a bounty of 150 million berries, the notorious pirates even Admiral Gymir could not apprehend, were effortlessly dealt with by Rokia. Now I can rest easy. Lark, hand the snail phone to him. I have a mission to assign to Rokia. Sengoku finally resolved himself. A mission for me? What is it, old man? Roxa received the phone worm from Yunxiao, feeling somewhat perplexed. It appears that a new faction of pirates has recently arrived on Shambordi Island, possessing strength that may even surpass that of the Dikarlban brothers. Among them are two captains, both of whom are the most bountiful and formidable among this year's pirate supernovas. The Bloody Avenger, Aristote, and the Iron Plunderer, Defilongs, boast bounties of 360 million and 210 million respectively, marking them as powerful newcomers in the realm of piracy. Roche's pupils constricted slightly. A newcomer among pirates, yet with such a substantial bounty. It is no wonder that Roche's was taken aback. After all, it was the end of the year 1516 in the era of the sea. At this juncture, the inflation rate had not yet reached the exaggerated levels it would in 4 or 5 years. A formidable pirate like Miguel Jones possessed the strength to warrant a bounty exceeding 100 million. In certain respects, the overall threat level posed by Miguel Jones was even greater than that of the Dikarlban brothers. At the very least, his method of parasitically collecting power resembled the shadow gathering of Moonlight Moria. Should Miguel Jones' foundational strength increase, allowing him to accumulate the power of thousands, his combat prowess would undoubtedly be terrifying. If Miguel Jones is thus formidable, how much stronger could Aristote, with a bounty 3 times his own, be? Hearing the astonishment in Roche's tone, Sengoku fell silent for a few moments, as if grappling with unspoken burdens. After a while, he spoke solemnly. The exorbitant bounties of these two stem from their heinous crimes. They have slaughtered over a dozen Navy branches and killed thousands of Navy soldiers. Such blatant provocation against our Navy must be decisively dealt with in Sabaody. We cannot allow the Aristote brothers to enter the New World. Kizar has stated that your current combat strength is sufficient to confront them. Therefore, I entrust you with the task of capturing the brothers Aristote and Defilongs. Hikaru should be well versed in their specific abilities and combat traits, so you may consult her. I understand. I shall apprehend them at the earliest opportunity. Roxa did not refuse. Given that the adversaries were extreme pirates, mercilessly slaughtering the Navy, it was imperative to employ thunderous means to obliterate them. Contemplating this, a flicker of electric light shimmered in Roxa's eyes. As for the Dikarlban brothers, the headquarters would dispatch Colonel Tina to accept the captives. Upon concluding the conversation, the transponder snail was hung up. Brother Roxa, what shall we do with these individuals? Are we to stand by and watch until Sister Tina arrives? As Yunk posed this question, he observed Roxa extend his palm towards the ground, fingers curling inward. Wind burial. A tumultuous current of air surged through the heavens and earth, compressing into razor-sharp blades that cleaved the ground open with colossal gashes. The atmospheric pressure swelled, forcing these fissures wide. Chains of wind ensnared a multitude of pirates, dragging them into the gaping earth, leaving only their heads exposed. The Dikarlban brothers, rendered unconscious by electric shock, met a similar fate, buried by Roxa. To prevent the pirates from escaping, Roxa's hands once more grasped at the intangible air currents, pulling downward. This motion closely resembled the final gambit executed by Whitebeard during the Marineford War. However, the magnitude and impact were undeniably incomparable. The currents compressed the ground within a radius of several dozen meters, lowering it by 2 to 3 meters along with the entombed pirates. The earth, pressed by the air, became as hard as metal, causing the pirates to flush with color, nearly suffocating under the weight. Very well, this shall suffice. Yet, the task of capturing Aristoteles remains perilously daunting for you. Roxia lowered his gaze towards Yunxiao and inquired, Yunxiao, could I trouble you to keep an eye on them here? The phone bug is on you, so when Colonel Tina arrives, you can facilitate the handover. Yunxiao opened his mouth as if to respond, but ultimately nodded obediently. Rest assured, I will take care of things here. Brother Roxia, do exercise caution and remember to inform Luo so that there is someone to keep watch. Then I shall leave this in your capable hands. I believe I have already discerned the whereabouts of one target. Additionally, be vigilant regarding the Dickard brothers. Should you notice any signs of their awakening, immediately distance yourself and refrain from engaging in battle to prevent the Dickard brothers from awakening prematurely. Roxia stepped forward and delivered 2 additional jolts of a 1,000,000-volt shock. He then smiled and affectionately ruffled Yunxiao's small head. With a swift motion, his towering figure ascended, enveloped in an invisible current, vanishing instantaneously within the vast expanse of the mangrove forest. I am still too weak. I am unable to assist Brother Roxia at all. I must strive to improve my training from now on. Yunxiao gazed at Roxia's receding silhouette, a hint of shame crossing his features. Chapter 117. Attack before the number 66 Naval Base. A clean, spacious avenue led far into the distance, perfectly suited for the passage of carriages delivering gifts. Bored naval soldiers leaning against the gate pointed with lewd smiles towards the direction of the base commander's office. General Lawrence is once again engaged in a battle with those slave girls. Just the thought of it could make one bleed from the nose. Ha ha. Indeed. Not only human girls, but also the long-armed and long-legged tribes, and those with elongated necks. By the way, yesterday, President Berkeley sent a beautiful mermaid. Although she is already married and her fishtail has transformed into human legs, it remains quite exhilarating. She is a slave that could fetch a staggering price of hundreds of millions of berries. What is this? Did you not notice the giant girl that was delivered by the slave ship days ago? I heard she is only 30 years old, equivalent to a mere 10 in human years, yet stands at 5 meters tall. Haha. I wonder if General Lawrence, at his advanced age, can still manage. Shoo. Are you seeking death? General Lawrence spends 12 hours a day in his hot spring retreat. His capabilities are certainly intact. Let us not forget. He is a Zoan-type ability user. 2 naval soldiers, filled with an insatiable sense of excitement, plan to indulge themselves at the Joy Street on the island after their shift. Coincidentally, today, General Lawrence generously distributed funds to his comrades, with rumors suggesting the total amount reached a staggering 100 million Bailey. Indeed, General Lawrence was the most magnanimous superior they had ever encountered, as long as they adhered to orders. Even the lowest-ranking privates could earn an income that rivaled that of lieutenants back at headquarters. It was said that the annual bonuses for several major generals exceeded several hundred million Bailey. Such a lavish approach endeared all naval soldiers at Base 66 to General Lawrence, making his word far more influential than even that of the marshals from naval headquarters. Suddenly, while the 2 soldiers were engaged in conversation, they noticed a tall figure approaching along the distant road, striding steadily toward them. Hey, look! Someone is coming to bring us more money, exclaimed one soldier, a teasing smile gracing his face. However, the soldier on the right, with a keener eye, observed that the approaching man appeared to bear no gifts. Such a scenario was quite rare. Typically, only someone closely associated with General Lawrence, like President Berkeley from the auction house, would visit without bringing offerings. Others were generally required to present gifts, otherwise, they could not even enter the base. Moreover, the soldier recognized the figure's face as somewhat familiar. Hey, don't you think he looks a bit familiar? Seems like I've seen him somewhere before. He glanced at his companion, only to find the soldier on the left trembling uncontrollably, his face etched with terror and anxiety. It's Aristote. It's Aristote, the left soldier stammered, suddenly screaming and collapsing onto the ground, scrambling backward in fright. Aristote? Who is that? The right soldier inquired, still bewildered. You fool. He is the bloodthirsty avenger who hunts naval soldiers for sport, having ruthlessly slain thousands of them. Aristote. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The soldier on the ground screamed, his voice echoing throughout the base. What did you say? The standing soldier was still in shock when, in an instant, the imposing figure in the distance seemed to dissipate like mist. Then, he beheld a monstrous silhouette towering over the headless corpse of a naval soldier, reveling in the blood gushing forth like a fountain from the severed neck. Is that my body? What is happening? Before the soldier, the world gradually succumbed to an abyss of darkness. The exquisite taste of naval blood remained as intoxicating as ever. Aristos cast aside the decayed, headless corpse, now resembling a desiccated mummy, and gazed with his crimson eyes at the marine, who sat trembling on the ground, utterly paralyzed by fear. Such misfortune was truly repugnant. Aristos furrowed his brow, his right hand delving into his waist, slowly drawing forth a blood-red cutlass, which he casually waved before him. With a sharp hiss, a crimson arc of light sliced through the air, and the seated soldier was instantly obliterated, akin to an overturned barrel of paint, leaving no trace of his former humanity. The sanguine crescent of light cleaved the ground, severed the gilded gates, and carved through the Plaza's surface, leaving a gaping chasm in the base's main building. The structure was cleaved in twain, and where the blade had passed, both flesh and walls were reduced to rubble. The tremendous noise roused every occupant within the confines of Naval Base 66. In the blink of an eye, soldiers and officers surged forth from every corner of the base. Some soldiers appeared disheveled, their eyes still heavy with sleep, wearing expressions of confusion and bewilderment. The officers, however, bore grim visages, their faces marred by fury. Adjacent to the base office, the sudden cacophony startled Lawrence, causing him to slip and crash painfully against the hard edge of the pool. The searing pain nearly caused his eyes to bulge from their sockets. Under the fearful gaze of the slave girls, he trembled as he surveyed his own body. Who dares? He bellowed in fury. I shall annihilate his entire family. Overwhelmed by rage and humiliation, Lawrence, clad only in his undergarments, kicked open the door to the hot spring room, sending the entire panel flying. Yet in the next moment, upon witnessing the unfolding chaos in the plaza, he was jolted back to his senses as if doused with a bucket of ice water. It was the Avenger Aristos. How could that demon be here? Hadn't I ordered someone to keep watch on him? What were those fools doing? In the plaza below, the towering figure of Aristos, wielding the cutlass that seemed almost toy-like in his grasp, coldly surveyed the gathering throng of several hundred naval warriors. Open fire. Shoot, commanded the startled brigadier generals and lieutenants, unwilling to grant Aristos a moment to react. As the soldiers assembled, the order to attack was issued without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. Hundreds of naval soldiers brandished their long-barreled flintlock guns, unleashing a barrage that enveloped the base in a haze of gunpowder smoke. The thunderous sound reverberated in all directions, drawing astonished glances from those nearby, who were bewildered by the unfolding events at the naval base. No one could have anticipated that someone would dare to directly confront the formidable 66th Naval Base, and yet, there he stood, alone, amidst the torrential downpour of bullets. Aristot stood resolutely, unfazed, allowing the relentless rain of projectiles to cascade upon his robust form. The sharp reports of gunfire echoed as blood splattered in all directions. Chapter 118. The special paramecia, blood fruit. The powerful bullets, each carrying immense kinetic energy, riddled Aristot's towering physique with wounds, leaving him battered and torn. His eyes were pierced by the onslaught, flesh torn from his neck, and his garments were reduced to mere tatters, revealing gaping holes across his chest and abdomen. He was hit. How could this be? Wasn't he the notorious supernova pirate with a bounty of 360 million berries? How could he be so easily struck? The soldiers pulling the triggers stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. In a place like Sabaody Archipelago, they had frequently encountered pirates with substantial bounties. Typically, those with a bounty exceeding 50 million berries presented a formidable challenge, while those surpassing 100 million berries were often peculiar power users or swordsmen. Yet, for a pirate like Aristot, with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries, it was inconceivable that he could be so easily gunned down. This is the fate of the arrogant. Aristot, the Avenger. A naval rear admiral took a puff of his cigar, sneering disdainfully. Fools, be cautious. He is a power user. Suddenly, a booming voice from the balcony of the base called out, belonging to Vice Admiral Lawrence. A power user? The officers on the ground felt a jolt of alarm, but confusion quickly followed. Even if he were a power user, sustaining such injuries from so many bullets would surely spell his doom, wouldn't it? Unless, of course, he were a natural type user. But that seemed highly improbable, as natural type abilities were exceedingly rare. Prompted by Lawrence's warning, the previously relaxed Navy personnel hastily reloaded their weapons, preparing for another round of fire. It hurts so much. In his remaining eye, Aristot beheld a group of soldiers clad in blue and white uniforms. A face marred by wounds gradually contorted into a mask of agony. It hurts. He discarded the rapier he had been wielding, raising his tattered hands to clutch his head, unleashing a heart-wrenching cry. It hurts so much. It hurts so badly. As he screamed, tears streamed from his solitary eye. Quick! Reload the ammunition. Prepare to fire again. That man is not normal. Officers, follow me. Engage in close combat. A major general from the headquarters bellowed, charging ahead with a broadsword in hand towards Aristos, who was clutching his head and crying out in agony. Aristos slowly lifted his gaze, his vision blurred by pale crimson tears. and beheld a throng of naval officers rushing towards him, their justice capes billowing behind them. Each time I behold your garb, my heart and soul, much like my battered body at this moment, feel like they are riddled with countless wounds, tattered and torn. Drip, drip. Viscous plasma cascaded from Aristos, pooling on the ground below. The crimson liquid dripped faster and in greater volume, transforming the sound from mere drops to a gushing flow, then evolving into the babbling of a stream, and ultimately crescendoing into the roaring of ocean waves. Crash! Standing amidst the chaos, Aristos was a veritable fountain of blood. His body riddled with gaping wounds, gushing forth red liquid that emitted an intensely sanguine scent, overwhelming the hundreds of terrified naval soldiers ahead like a tidal wave. What is this? How could this man possess such an abundance of blood within him? What is happening? As the officers danced through the air, evading the oncoming sanguine deluge, expressions of shock and confusion marred their faces. Do not let that blood touch you. Those without overwhelming strength, retreat immediately. That man is a special superhuman with extraordinary abilities. He possesses the blood fruit, granting him control over the blood within all living beings, as well as the power to become a source of blood himself. As long as his own blood is not depleted, he cannot be killed. Crash! In a seeming response to Lawrence's explanation, the surging crimson tide within the base appeared to possess a will of its own, soaring upwards and rushing towards the agitated naval officers. Some attempted to evade, but at that moment, a tentacle of blood delivered a sword into Aristos's grasp. He unsheathed the blade and slashed through the air. Swish! The crimson glow tore through the sky, cleaving the flesh of 5 or 6 brigadiers and colonels. In the instant their skin was lacerated by the blade's aura. These formidable officers found their bodies akin to punctured water sacs, rapidly exuding torrents of blood. As their lifeblood ebbed away, their forms visibly shrank, collapsing to the ground. In the distance, Lawrence moved, leaping to the apex of the base, intent on departing this perilous locale. Although Lawrence possessed ample confidence in his own abilities, he deemed it unnecessary to confront the madman below. Clutched in his hand was a snail phone, through which he sought to connect with the World Government Agency at Base 69, not the Navy headquarters, for Marine headquarters lay a considerable distance away. Despite Sengoku's assurances that formidable reinforcements were dispatched to apprehend the Aristot brothers, he knew that unless an admiral arrived, none would possess the power to eliminate someone like Aristot in an instant. Lawrence was not foolish enough to linger and await reinforcements. Thus, he quickly sought to contact the nearest allies. As he ascended with a moonwalk, he attempted to dial the snail phone, yearning to reach those in the world government. However, to his frustration, the device in his hand remained unresponsive, its bewildered eyes reflecting an absence of signal. What could be amiss? Why was there no signal? In his exasperation, Lawrence felt an urge to crush the useless snail phone. He glanced back at the base. Just a fleeting look sent shivers down his spine. Without a second thought, he turned and propelled himself away at maximum speed. Within the base, only the towering figure of Aristot remained, standing solitary. A deluge of blood surged back towards him, flowing into the numerous wounds across his body. With the return of the blood, the myriad of gashes swiftly healed, restoring him to pristine condition, akin to the regenerative abilities of a nature-type user. Beneath him, the ground bore witness to the presence of hundreds of deflated corpses, resembling mummies, among which lay several officers from the headquarters. Aristot's demeanor returned to its cold indifference as he leapt forth like a great bird, pursuing the fleeing Lawrence. Unbeknownst to either, suspended among the canopy of the crimson Yalchiman trees above, a silver-haired youth observed the bloody scene below with an equally impassive expression. Within a radius of several kilometers, tendrils of fine electric arcs flickered intermittently in the air, emitting faint crackling sounds. Chapter 119. Row and the Giant in the Red Tree Zone 40 by the seaside. The ground trembled with a deep rumble as a throng of armed marauders encircled the giant. Quickly, shoot it with the harpoon gun. Where are the tranquilizers? You fools, what are you waiting for? A mere adolescent giant has caused me to lose such a significant number of my men, and yet I have yet to subdue him. Deploy the nets. Utilize the iron chains. Bring forth every piece of equipment at my disposal. A burly man, his face a mask of fury, stood not far from the encircling troops, continuously hurling curses as he directed the operation. Meanwhile, on the coastal sands, a 10-meter-tall giant emitted roars of rage. Wielding what he claimed to be a weapon, a mast hastily snatched from the shipyard, flailing it aimlessly before him as though swatting flies. Despite the utter lack of finesse in his movements, his innate strength as a giant rendered him formidable. With each swing, that ordinary wooden mast sliced through the air, producing a cacophony of splitting sounds. Occasionally, a few unfortunate thugs, foolishly positioned too close, were struck by the 8-meter-long timber, sent soaring like baseballs hit by a bat. The sound of cracking bones echoed within their bodies, and as they soared through the air, they transformed into nothing more than crushed tomatoes, splattering crimson juice in their wake. How dare you beasts destroy the ship I had just commissioned with my hard-earned money? This is utterly unforgivable. Beneath the disheveled hair of Parmel lies a face characterized by rugged features. Although he appears somewhat aged, Parmel is merely 50 years old this year. For a giant, whose average lifespan can extend to 300 years, Parmel's age is akin to that of a human adolescent of 16 or 17. Born in a small nation along the Grand Line, he ventured into the seas at the behest of his parents, who wished for him to explore the New World and eventually return to the giant village of Elbath. Parmel chose the path of a pirate, inspired by the legendary tales of the giant warrior pirates recounted by his parents during his childhood. The adventurous exploits of the two legendary giant captains ignited a fervent passion within young Parmel, who longed to gather a band of companions and embark on thrilling adventures across the oceans. However, it was only after he set sail alone, armed with the modest fortune his parents had accumulated over decades to purchase a ship, that he discovered the maritime world was far more treacherous than he had ever envisioned. Storms, tempests, whirlpools, sea kings, and underwater reefs were just a few of the natural perils that rendered his costly vessel dilapidated after a brief period at sea. To compound his troubles, he encountered the despicable human slave-catching crews and pirates. Despite having no quarrel with these individuals, his identity as a giant prompted an immediate response from them to seize him for profit. Upon fortuitously arriving at Sabaody, Parmel found that this place was not the paradise he had hoped for. Rather, it was a far worse nightmare. Almost immediately upon disembarking, he was targeted by a dozen slave-catching teams. Though he managed to fend off hundreds with his brute strength, these slavers seemed inexhaustible, with fresh waves of attackers continually emerging. The relentless assaults wore down even the robust stamina of a giant like Parmel. Furthermore, the slave catchers were equipped with advanced and durable gear, and the leading assailants were formidable in their own right. Parmel need not have been so beleaguered. Previously, he had a cadre of human pirates following him. Yet, what infuriated Parmel the most was that, under the financial pressure exerted by the slave catchers, those human pirates, who had once admired his strength, betrayed him without a shred of loyalty, even attempting to poison his food. Had it not been for his parents' teachings about the complexities of human nature at sea, urging vigilance and caution, he would have become just another giant slave featured at the auction house today. Heavy breaths escaped from Parmel's mouth and nostrils as he felt the weight of his footsteps grow heavier. A pang of hunger gnawed at his stomach, glancing back at the relentless slave catchers pursuing him. Then at the dark waters ahead, Parmel gritted his teeth and abruptly halted his frantic run. In a sudden burst of energy, his massive frame surged in the opposite direction, swinging the great log in his hands with such force that it described a semicircle with a radius of 15 meters. Thud, thud, thud. His unexpected pivot and the sweeping log sent the dozen or so thugs trailing behind him flying, their insides shattered, lifeless bodies suspended in the air. Fall back. Create distance. Grappling hook. Throw the grappling hook. The captain of the slave catchers shouted, retreating hastily while barking orders. Die, you beast. Parmel loathed him the most and would never allow him to escape. Raising the log like a javelin, he pulled back his long arm, muscles bulging, and with a powerful swing of his right arm, he launched it forward. Whoosh! A sharp whistle sliced through the air as Parmel's overwhelming strength propelled the log to tremendous speed. The log, slicing through the air, even emitted smoke and flames. No! Stop him! The captain's eyes reflected the fiery projectile, his face contorted with unspeakable fear. Yet, the moment his scream escaped his lips, the flaming log struck him, impaling him directly into the ground. The 7 or 8 meter long log buried itself completely underground, taking the captain's body with it, vanishing before the eyes of the bewildered thugs. Captain! Thugs rushed forward to investigate, only to find a deep hole, its walls splattered with blood and mud. Without a doubt, they knew the fate of their leader. Damn it! He killed the captain. With the captain dead, Mr. Berkeley will have us killed. We must capture him to avoid punishment. After a brief silence, the thugs' eyes blazed with fury, and they charged forward with even more ferocity than before. However, Parmel had already turned once more, plunging into the dark waters ahead. He swiftly navigated the complex underwater routes of the mangroves, leaving his pursuers helplessly staring at the vast sea. Spread out. He'll have to surface for air. The thugs refused to relent, and over 100 of them scattered in all directions along the shore, keeping a watchful eye on the water's surface. Meanwhile, Parmel emerged from the depths of the mangrove roots, having swum several hundred meters, his anger still palpable on his face. An auction house for rare items, you say? I shall remember this grudge. My power is insufficient. I must journey to Elbaf in the New World to learn the legendary techniques of the Wano country, the might of the sea, and the fabled Elbaf spear. At that moment, I shall unleash a single strike to obliterate this accursed place. Pamela thought resentfully, suddenly raising her brow as she noticed, not far ahead, a sturdy root system concealing a vessel. Oh, there is a ship hidden here? Who could have concealed it in such a manner? A spark of joy ignited in Pamela's eyes as she swiftly swam towards the ship. This is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. I can utilize this ship to embark towards the New World. On the warship, Luo reclined against the railing, gazing upward at the sprawling Yalki vine, its roots entwined like a massive serpent, lost in thought. Ever since 4 months ago, when he accepted Luoxia's invitation to transition from the life of a pirate to that of a righteous naval officer, the journey he had undertaken felt akin to a dream. At times, Luo finds himself grappling with a sense of unreality. Initially, his perceptions of the Navy have undergone a significant transformation due to the harrowing experiences of his childhood. He has harbored a profound aversion, even loathing, towards the Navy and the world government it represents. His homeland, the Kingdom of Frevans, is renowned globally for its abundant deposits of platinum lead, a unique metal prized for the creation of superior weapons, scientific apparatus, and high-end luxury goods. Its immense value has incited the covetous eyes of not only the Kingdom of Frevans itself, but also neighboring nations and the world government. The royal family relentlessly exploits platinum lead, leading to widespread affliction among the populace, many of whom succumb to the insidious toxins inherent in this metal. This affliction, known as platinum lead disease, gradually weakens its victims, resulting in a premature death within a few short years, accompanied by conspicuous white patches on the skin. Consequently, the Kingdom of Frevans became infamously dubbed the White Town by the world. In the aftermath, the affluent nobles of the kingdom, having amassed their fortunes, chose to abandon their ailing homeland and flee to foreign lands. Meanwhile, neighboring nations, having tasted the spoils of the platinum lead mines, seized the opportunity to unleash their armies upon Frevans, committing acts of wanton slaughter and pillaging. The entire nation teetered on the brink of destruction, bereft of any savior. The world government not only turned a blind eye to the plight of this member state, but also dispatched the Navy to impose a blockade, preventing those afflicted with platinum lead disease from escaping. They were left to languish in that desolate, white realm, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. In such despair, Luo lost everything that was most precious in his life: his father, mother, and younger sister. It was precisely because of this bond that Luo had never entertained the notion of joining the so-called righteous Navy, even though he had long been aware of Rosinante's identity as an undercover agent within the Navy. It was during the incident in the Kingdom of Dressrosa that Luo first witnessed the existence of brave souls within the Navy who fearlessly embraced death and upheld true justice. Rokia, Drake, Peacock, and those lieutenants. Though their interaction was fleeting, the unwavering determination of the others profoundly impacted Rokia, particularly the silver-haired youth, whose somewhat reckless demeanor resonated with him. Perhaps it was due to their shared experiences of a brutal childhood, or perhaps the brief camaraderie during battle led Rokia to unwittingly agree to join the naval ranks, a decision he had never contemplated before. Initially filled with hesitation, he later felt remorse along the way, but after enduring 3 months of rigorous training at headquarters, his resolve gradually solidified. The regret stemmed from his belief that he had acted too hastily, as his true objective was to exact vengeance upon Don Quixote da Flamingo, the perpetrator of Rosinante's demise. Being part of the Navy, an ally of the world government, he realized he had no legitimate opportunity to confront da Flamingo directly. This uncertainty lingered until Rokia encountered Sangoku in Marineford, where he learned that Sangoku was even more pained by Rosinante's fate. Sangoku revealed that while the 7 warlords of the sea were indeed allies of the world government, Their relationship was one of mutual exploitation, fundamentally unstable. The roster of the warlords was subject to change. They were not fixed entities. Thus, should Doflamingo lose his utility to the world government, it was conceivable that his title could be revoked. Although the Navy could not directly engage the warlords, the Blade Squad could. This squad functioned as an auxiliary to the Navy, akin to temporary personnel. In the future, once Rokia's strength was sufficient, he could leverage the guise of the Blade Squad to confront Doflamingo directly. What of Doflamingo's awareness? Even if the Navy were to dismiss him as a temporary worker, he could easily transition to another role, continuing to shine for justice. Most importantly, after 3 months of elite training, Rokia felt his abilities had grown remarkably. Although he could not rival that prodigy, he had transformed significantly from the frail individual he had been 3 months prior. Suddenly, as he pondered, a frown creased his brow, and he seized the weapon beside him, casting a wary gaze towards the inky expanse of the sea to the left of the warship. His observation hockey was not particularly formidable, having only recently awakened, yet it could extend over a range of 500 to 600 meters. At that moment, his perception alerted him to a formidable presence swiftly approaching from beneath the surface of the water. Was it a sea king? With a furrowed brow, Luo approached the ship's railing and peered intently into the abyss. At that moment, the inky surface of the sea erupted with a thunderous roar, sending torrents of water skyward as a magnificent figure surged forth from the depths. Grasping the exposed roots of the mangroves for leverage, the figure leaped into the air, soaring towards the warship. "Ha! What a delightful surprise, a warship!" exclaimed Pamer, his voice resounding with exuberance. Though somewhat diminutive, it posed no significant issue for a single occupant. "You there. Depart at once. I have no desire to slay the Navy. This vessel now belongs to me." A giant, indeed? With a furrowed brow, Luo gazed at the towering giant soaring through the air, astonished by the creature's remarkable agility despite its colossal stature. For beings of such immense size, speed is typically a significant disadvantage. The Marine Vondo boasts several giant admirals, whose strength is undeniably formidable. Their physical prowess far surpasses that of the seasoned admirals. Yet, they are incapable of mastering techniques such as the shave or moonwalk from the 6 powers. Luo had never encountered a giant as nimble as this one. As he watched Pamer descend towards the warship, Luo extended his right hand, fingers splayed, creating a swirling, expanding circle that enveloped an area of 100 meters in an instant. He pointed his finger at Pamer, who hovered in midair, and beckoned. "Command." In a flash, Pamer's massive form vanished from above. When he crash-landed, he found himself on the ground of Sabaody, surrounded by a dozen or so slave-capturing thugs, who stared blankly at his sudden appearance, still in disbelief. With a soft sound, Luo, clutching the cursed blade, also materialized on the ground, casting a cold gaze in Pamer's direction. Upon witnessing Luo's unexpected arrival, Pamer felt a sudden jolt of alarm. This diminutive naval officer was, indeed, a wielder of peculiar abilities. As Rob drew his weapon, the wailing sound echoed, and in a mere instant, he vanished from Pamel's sight. With a swift motion, he unleashed a forceful injection. Chapter 120, The Iron Raider. The prowess of this navy was formidable. Sensing a hint of danger approaching from behind, Pamel's heart raced, and without a moment's hesitation, he hurled himself forward, executing a somersault. Boom! The ground erupted in a spray of dirt as his massive form rolled, inadvertently capturing a bewildered member of the slave-catching crew, whom he hurled as a projectile towards the airborne Rob. Pamel's elongated arms acted as a lever, flinging the unfortunate soul as if he were a mere stone. However, faced with the oncoming assailant, Rob merely flicked his finger. The slaughterhouse. The incoming assailant vanished in an instant, only to reappear with a resounding thud, colliding with the astonished Pamel's head and causing him to stumble. A humming sound resonated as a translucent hemispherical shield descended, enveloping an area of 100 meters, encasing Pamel within its confines. With a swift motion, Luo unsheathed his long blade, executing a horizontal slash. In a flash, within the spherical barrier, wherever the blade's light traversed, both trees and obstructing assailants were cleaved apart. Those who were severed found their bodies suspended in the air, their wounds enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. Rendering their internal organs invisible, they remained alive, albeit emitting blood-curdling screams of sheer terror. What manner of cursed ability is this? Pamela felt a chill run down her spine, her massive form curling into a ball as she hastily rolled away, quickly escaping the confines of Luo's surgical domain. Rua's figure vanished once more, pursuing the fleeing Pamere. Whoosh! Just as he materialized a short distance behind Pamere, poised to unsheath his blade and strike, a colossal fist cleaved through the air, hurtling toward his face like a cannonball. The ferocious pressure of the wind sent his hat soaring into the sky. A sudden shock coursed through Luo's heart as the surgical space collapsed, prompting him to swiftly relocate to a distant position. Pamere maintained his poised stance, throwing a punch while flashing a toothy grin at Luo. "You are quite impressive, but I, Pamere, am no weakling." He shifted his body, then launched himself towards Luo with ferocious intensity, akin to a rampaging dragon. The ground trembled beneath Pamere's mighty footsteps, producing a thunderous sound that momentarily led Luo to believe the very earth was quaking. With a powerful step, he leapt into the air once more, gripping his knife in his right hand, and executed a sweeping arc through the void. The semi-spherical surgical space expanded accordingly, enveloping the area below. "Slaughterhouse. Get up." Pamere's rushing figure abruptly halted before a massive boulder jutting 5 or 6 meters from the ground. He wrapped his arms around the stone and, with audacious strength, performed a backward bridge, hurling the colossal rock towards Luo, who hung suspended in the air. Boom! The enormous stone shattered the air, unleashing a violent gust, reminiscent of a meteorite hurtling down from the heavens. The formidable sword energy unleashed by Law cleaved the massive boulder in twain, sending its halves hurtling past him in a thunderous spectacle, tracing a parabolic arc that struck the distant ground, erupting a vast plume of earth. Empowered by the abilities of the surgical fruit, the sword energy emanating from Law's blade diverged from the aerial slashes of traditional swordsmen. It manifested as an intangible cutting force, eluding visibility and thus posing an even greater challenge for defense than the discernible trajectories of conventional strikes. Just as the colossal stone split into two, a massive timber surged forward, its crown adorned with lush foliage. This branch, severed by Law mere moments ago and measuring an impressive 20 to 30 meters in length, was now grasped firmly by Pamere, who swung it menacingly towards Law and Madare. Room. Spatial manipulation. As Luo extended his fingers, the surgical space descended. In the next moment, Parmel, bewildered, appeared beneath the branch that had fallen. Meanwhile, Luo's figure materialized in the position where Parmel was originally situated. With a resounding crack, a thick branch struck Parmel squarely in the face, instantly misaligning his nasal bone. He let out a muffled groan of pain, his massive form staggering for several steps before he managed to regain his balance. Wiping away the tears that streamed from his stinging eyes, Parmel clutched his bloodied face, casting a furious glare at Luo. This strike felt akin to inflicting harm upon himself. Accursed naval brat. Parmel, both humiliated and enraged, felt his chest heave violently, ready to unleash a torrent of wrath, when suddenly a cold voice echoed from the distance. "Navy? Where's the Navy?" Upon hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Luo furrowed his brow slightly and turned to look. There, descending step by step from a distant slope, was a towering figure over 3 meters tall, his upper body adorned with an array of tattoos. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Pamela's pupils constricted. It was the steel marauder, de Phailongsi. Luo recognized de Phailongs, the formidable giant he had previously encountered at Auction House No. 1, who had evoked his interest for the infamous ghost cry. According to the auctioneer's attendant, he was a notorious supernova pirate with a bounty amounting to a staggering 210 million. De Phailongs entered the arena with an impassive expression, casting a glance at the face-concealed Pamere. "Is he the Navy brat you mentioned?" he inquired, directing his gaze towards Luo, who stood opposite Pamere, his earlier jovial demeanor replaced by a somber visage. "This matter is mine alone. It does not concern you, de Phailongs. Should you intervene, you shall find yourself my adversary." The cold indifference that marred de Phailong's countenance only intensified Pamere's simmering sense of humiliation. He believed himself to be the mightiest warrior of the giant race. Yet since arriving in this wretched place, he had faced relentless setbacks. Being pursued by a swarm of foes was one thing, but being toyed with by a naval brat, whose physique was dwarfed by his own, was a bitter pill to swallow. And now, the arrogant de Phailong stood before him, further exacerbating his feelings of inadequacy. "Oppose me?" De Phailong scrutinized Pamere with a distinct air of disdain. "I could stand here all day, and you would tire long before I even broke a sweat. What did you say? How dare you insult a warrior of the giant race?" Pamere's fury erupted instantaneously at de Phailong's contemptuous remarks. His eyes blazed, and he clenched his colossal fist, aiming a devastating blow at de Phailong's head. He was determined to shatter this arrogant adversary and teach him the grave folly of humiliating a giant warrior. Boom. His immense fist collided with Daifilong's left cheek, generating a shockwave that reverberated through the air. The sheer force of the impact gouged the ground beneath Daifilong's, creating a trench over 10 meters long. Yet, astonishingly, Daifilong's remained standing, arms crossed, unyielding and motionless. In stark contrast, Khmer gazed in disbelief at his own severely distorted fist and the fractured arm that had delivered the blow. "No, this cannot be," he gasped, his eyes wide with incredulity. "Humph, a frog in a well. Do you truly believe that mere size renders one invincible?" Daifilong's turned his head towards Luo, poised to articulate a thought when he suddenly felt a peculiar sensation in his throat, instinctively licking his lips as his gaze fixated on the ground beneath him. What was this? It appeared as if there lay an exceedingly rare metal beneath the surface. His throat tightened as he inhaled sharply, excitement coursing through him. Ignoring Luo, Daifilong's abruptly bent down and struck the ground with a mighty fist. Crack! With a resounding crack, his right fist struck the ground, causing the surface to splinter like a spider's web, rapidly fracturing into numerous fissures in all directions. In the next instant, an area spanning over 30 meters collapsed, sending a cascade of soil and wood debris plummeting downward, revealing the dark expanse of the sea beneath, along with a warship. Daifilong swallowed frantically, casting his gaze towards the vessel. There. What does that fellow intend to do? Does he also seek to seize the warship? Looking at the figure of Doflamingo, Law, disregarding any inquiries, opted to act directly. Room. Slaughterhouse. With a swift motion, an unseen blade of light traversed a distance of over 100 meters, cleaving through the utterly withdrawn Khmer and heading towards Doflamingo's body. Clang. Doflamingo paused, his upper body swaying slightly, and coldly cast his gaze in Law's direction. "I ask you, young Navy officer, are you so eager to meet your demise? What is the matter with this fellow? He has not employed hockey, yet he managed to withstand my assault." Observing Doflamingo's body, unmarred by even the slightest wound, Law furrowed his brow deeply. Chapter 121. The Iron-Eating Beast Today's update brings 12,000 words. Subscriptions are appreciated. Long before his training at Marineford, Law had endeavored to deepen his understanding of the surgical fruit's capabilities. He had consumed this fruit many years prior. Coupled with his background as a doctor, he possessed insight into various developmental directions for the surgical fruit. The utilization of room, the surgical space, necessitated a drain on his stamina. The broader the activated range, and the more frequently it was employed, the quicker his vitality would deplete. With the enhancement of the fruit's abilities, the technique he unleashed, Sonic Whale, was now capable of severing ordinary steel. Yet, astonishingly, such a maneuver left not a single mark upon Doflamingo's form. Was it hockey? Or was he a devil fruit user? Luo furrowed his brow. He did not perceive the overwhelming aura typically associated with Daifilongs. As for possessing a natural physique stronger than steel, such individuals are not entirely absent, yet the likelihood of encountering one is exceedingly rare. "Little brat, I am quite famished at the moment. Do not interrupt my meal, and I shall deal with you later," he said with a sinister grin. Daifilongs bared his teeth in a ferocious smile, leaping into the air towards the warship below. "Regardless of your abilities, should you fall into the sea." A glint of brilliance flashed in Luo's eyes as he plunged the ghost cry into the ground, his hands swiftly extending outward to either side. Room. A resonating hum accompanied the emergence of a hemispherical shield, 200 meters in diameter, enveloping both Daifilong's and the warship. In the next instant, the warship beneath Daifilong's vanished entirely, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Meanwhile, the sea below was cleaved apart, creating a chasm of 5 to 6 meters in depth, resembling a lifted blanket that surged toward him. On the ground, beads of sweat formed on Luo's forehead. From the gaping hole, the warship reappeared out of thin air, crashing down with a resounding thud upon the forehead of Pamela, the reclusive giant. The impact rendered him unconscious, his body sinking into the earth. "Let it plunge into the sea." The water surged forward, splashing against Daifilong's, who was taken aback. "A peculiar ability, yet it holds no effect on me." Clenching his fist, he struck downward at the encroaching waves. Fist of Fury. A powerful blow. His robust arms collided with the air before him, generating invisible ripples that compressed the surrounding atmosphere, forming an air cannon. Boom. The deluge of water exploded outward as Daifilong's soared upward, leaping 30 to 40 meters from the hole. Suspended in midair, he began to expand, sprouting countless strands of black and white fur. Roar! His mouth erupted with sharp fangs, dark circles forming around his eyes, while two short ears protruded from his head, now swollen to twice his size. Defei Longxi reached a towering height of 8 meters, his limbs firmly planted on the ground. With thick pads underfoot, he gently pressed down, propelling his massive form like a rubber ball, racing toward Luo like a gust of wind. As Luo extended his hand to draw forth the wailing specter, his form flickered and vanished from his original position. Yet, it was futile. My speed surpasses yours. Defei Long's gaping maw twisted into a grin as he stood upright, his powerful legs lightly tapping the ground. In a manner that belied his massive stature, he swiftly darted to the very spot where Luo had just materialized, delivering an elbow strike aimed squarely at Luo's chest. Impact injection. Luo gripped his sword tightly and thrust it towards the incoming elbow. The sharp sound of metal clashing reverberated in his ears. He felt the flesh of his hand splitting, nearly losing his long blade. An irresistible force surged towards him, forcefully driving the hilt of the ghost cry into his chest. The distance was too short, leaving Luo no opportunity to wield his abilities. In that split second as his muscles tensed, the hilt struck him squarely in the chest. With a resounding boom, blood erupted from his mouth as his body plummeted to the ground with a heavy thud. Ha ha ha, little marine, you are far too weak. Defei Longxi dove after Luo, his massive claws extending, ready to rend Luo's face. I show no mercy to the Navy. Die. In a moment of urgency, Luo could only raise the hilt of Ghost Cry, barely managing to deflect Defei Longxi's claws. Indeed, it was a fine blade. Even the hilt was crafted from the highest quality materials. Defei Longxi's throat convulsed as he seized the ornate hilt from Luo's grasp. In a shocking display, he shoved the hilt into his mouth, much to Luo's astonished horror. Crunch, crunch. Defei Longxi's fangs ground the hilt as if it were mere sugar cane, ultimately swallowing the remnants. Not bad, he mused, though the metal within the hilt was rather scant. This sword could serve as a delightful appetizer before a proper meal. With his massive jaws agape, saliva dripping, he extended his black and white claws towards Luo's ghost cry once more. Room. Under the surgical space, Luo vanished from the pit. Heart pulse shock. From behind Defei Longxi, Luo reappeared, wielding ghost cry and aiming for his vulnerable back. He, you cannot breach my defenses. Defei Longxi stood undeterred, allowing Luo's long blade to descend upon him. I am a Zoan-type user of the bear fruit, in the Iron Eater form. Not only do I possess the peak physical enhancements of ordinary Zoan users, but I also have a unique ability to consume metal to fortify my physique. The higher the quality of metal ingested, the more formidable my body becomes. However, the finest metals are typically forged into renowned weapons. So far, I have only consumed a single quality blade. Yet even with that, my physical strength has surpassed ordinary steel and is nearing. Before Defei Longxi could finish his boast, he felt a sharp pain in his back. In Luo's grasp, the tip of the ghost cry blade crackled with brilliant arcs of electricity, shattering his defenses and piercing his vulnerable back. Defei Longxi felt a jolt of shock surge through him. He could not afford to maintain his composure any longer. With a sudden pivot, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. A robust arm struck Luo with tremendous force, sending him flying. Instantly, Defei Longxi spun around, his expression a mixture of astonishment and fury. It had been a close call, his heart nearly pierced by this seemingly feeble naval brat. He had underestimated his opponent. He never anticipated such a destructive technique could emanate from him. It seems I have greatly misjudged you, young naval officer. Defei Longxi swept his hand across his back, noting the bloodstains that now marred his palm, and his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Towering at over 8 meters, Defei Longxi lowered himself to the ground, transforming into a formidable black and white panda. With limbs planted firmly, he surged forth, his speed amplifying as he became a blur of contrasting shades racing towards Luo. Fist of Fury. Earth-shattering claw. His razor-sharp talons erupted from beneath his thick pads as Defei Longxi lunged at Luo's face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp gusts of his energy sliced through the air, shredding Luo's garments and inflicting several deep gashes upon him. Room. Luo's countenance was grim, and the spectral wail of the ghost cry sliced through the air, accompanied by arcs of shimmering silver electricity. A high-frequency scalpel. Was this the essence of such electric brilliance and rapid incision? Defei Longxi's gaze sharpened, yet his outstretched claws remained relentless, advancing without hesitation. With a resounding thud, blood erupted from Defei Long Sea's beastly claws, staining his black and white fur. However, Luo fared worse. The mighty force that struck him sent the ghost cry flying from his grasp, while Defei Long Sea's claws collided with his chest, propelling him backward as if struck by thunder, crashing through the warship's bulkhead and scattering a cloud of wooden splinters. Just as Defei Long Sea was about to retrieve the ghost cry, an instinctive twitch of his nose caught an alluring scent. How delightful, how exquisite! The quality of this metal must be unparalleled. With eyes closed, an expression of rapture graced his panda-like visage as he inhaled the non-existent aroma. Approaching the gaping breach in the warship's hull and peering inside, suddenly, a shockwave coursed through him. Just as he ventured into the wreckage of the warship, a powerful jolt of electricity struck Defei Long Sea's chest, eliciting a cry of pain. Damn those naval brats, do not disturb me. I am in search of a delectable treasure. With a mighty swipe, Defei Long Sea sent Luo hurtling through the air once more, crashing through the opposite bulkhead of the warship. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth, which he casually wiped away with his furry paw. Let me uncover what marvelous object emits such an enticing metallic fragrance. Saliva dripped from Defei Long Sea's lips as he rummaged through the warship, finally discovering the source of the tantalizing scent. What he beheld left him momentarily stunned. A 4-meter-long pitch-black war spear lay before him, adorned with intricate engravings. Its crescent-shaped, broad blade flanked the spear's tip, emanating scintillating blue glimmers amidst the shadows. Upon sighting the spear, Defei Long Sea's saliva cascaded like a waterfall. What essence is this? A grand blade? An unparalleled grand blade? A black blade? Oh, divine providence, is this a gift from the heavens? From the very navy I detest has come the high-grade metal I so desperately crave? With an expression of obsession gleaming in his eyes, Defei Long Sea reached for the black war spear within the ship's hold. It felt heavy in his grasp, akin to lifting a house. Such a formidable weapon. The material of this metal is extraordinary. Defei Long Sea positioned the spear as tipped to his mouth and prepared to bite down. If I could consume this weapon, my physical strength would rival that of a grand blade. In that moment, even assaulting the naval headquarters would not breach my defenses. His face alight with excitement, Defei Long Sea's pristine fangs eagerly descended. Crack! The excitement etched on Daffalong's face abruptly froze. He slowly withdrew the war spear from his mouth. The sound of metal clinking echoed lightly as his formidable fangs, capable of effortlessly piercing steel, shattered and fell to the deck. I refuse to believe this. Armament hockey. Daffalong growled defiantly, his teeth turning jet black as he bit down once more on the ebony spear in his grasp. Suddenly, the black spear began to tremble violently, emitting a resonant hum as if it possessed a life of its own. In the next moment, under Daffalong's bewildered and fearful gaze, a terrifying burst of lightning erupted from the weighty black spear. This explosive radiance blossomed within his mouth. Crack! The ferocious power of thunder pierced through Daffalong's jaw, transforming into a colossal electric net that enveloped his entire being. Boom! It was as if divine retribution had descended. The raging thunder erupted around Daffalong, obliterating the warship from within, scattering it into a myriad of fragments. Amidst the swirling debris of wood, a howling tempest swept through the atmosphere, lifting the black spear and sending it soaring into the distance, vanishing amidst the crimson vines of the Yalki tree. Meanwhile, Daffalong, transformed into a black and white iron-eating beast, stood motionless. A charred statue with wide eyes and a gaping maw belching forth thick clouds of smoke. His massive form rapidly diminished, swaying slightly before collapsing to the ground. Thud. Chapter 122. Timely assistance. Deep regrets at the edge of the 66th Red Tree area. Damn it. Answer me. Connect the call. Why can't the phone bug get through? Major General Lawrence, hastily donning a pair of trousers without even having the time to put on a shirt, traversed the thickets of mangroves, a sheen of cold sweat visible on his brow. At this moment, Lawrence felt an overwhelming, oceanic bloodlust trailing behind him, sending chills through his entire being. It was that ruthless scourge of the Navy, the bloody avenger, Aristote. Lawrence had anticipated that this year's most notorious pirate prodigy would possess considerable strength, yet he could never have fathomed that the opponent's might was not merely formidable. It was grotesquely powerful. The 66th Navy branch under his command, albeit steeped in corruption, still boasts a formidable presence stationed at this vital transportation hub. The soldiers and officers here possess considerable strength, even if some may have gained their positions through connections, seeking personal gain. Nonetheless, One cannot dismiss the capabilities of these officers and junior ranks. Even when compared to the rigorously trained personnel at headquarters, they are merely slightly inferior. Yet, when faced with Aristotle, these hundreds of naval elites were rendered utterly powerless, meeting their demise in an instant. Lawrence initially believed that the exorbitant bounty on Aristotle was a reflection of the numerous naval soldiers he had dispatched to their graves. However, the value of a bounty does not solely indicate the strength of the person it is placed upon. Rather, it signifies the extent of their menace to the world. It was only upon his close encounter with Aristotle that Lawrence comprehended the absolute legitimacy of that staggering bounty of 360 million. There would be no escape. He would not allow anyone clad in that attire to slip away from under his vigilant gaze. A few dozen meters behind Lawrence, Aristotle came to a halt, and several wounds spontaneously opened across his body. From these gaping injuries, crimson blood erupted forth, shooting out with the force of a high-pressure water jet, its velocity far surpassing that of Lawrence's own sprint. Bloodthorns. With a swift whoosh, several blood columns, each as thick as a finger, surged forth, traversing dozens of meters towards Lawrence's back. The propelled blood exhibited formidable penetrating power, effortlessly perforating any trees in its path, leaving behind glaring holes. Feeling the imminent danger closing in from behind, Lawrence's heart raced, prompting him to accelerate and evade his original position. His speed surged, allowing him to dodge the majority of the blood columns, yet one still pierced through his shoulder blade, propelling forward and out of sight. The searing pain radiating from his shoulder caused Lawrence to falter, his legs weakening mid-stride, leading him to tumble forward, crashing onto the grass in a most undignified manner. Is this the caliber of a vice admiral from the naval headquarters? Lawrence's clumsy fall only served to deepen the icy demeanor of Aristotle, who was now merely a few meters behind him. Corruption, lust, greed, cowardice, incompetence, weakness. This is the Navy. The very same that claims to uphold justice and professes to maintain world peace. Aristotle could not contain his laughter. Ah, how ludicrous! How utterly absurd! Yet, it is precisely you, cloaked in the guise of wolves, who engage in deeds more repugnant than those of pirates behind closed doors. His smile vanished in an instant, his blood-red rapier poised to strike. From the day I departed from the South Sea, I vowed to eradicate every last one of you. The most hypocritical beings in this world. Blood knights flow. Bloodlight slash. Whoosh. A crimson blade of energy, stretching 15 to 16 meters, erupted from the slender rapier, carving a bottomless chasm in the ground as it descended mercilessly upon the newly risen Lawrence. Arrogant pirate, do you truly believe I would cower before you? I am a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. Embarrassment and fury flickered across Lawrence's face as his body swelled dramatically, yellow, curly fur sprouting from his skin, his form towering, and sharp canine teeth emerging, his head transforming into that of a yellow dog. The zoan-type dog fruit, teddy form, chafe, whoosh, with agile, curved feet. Lawrence deftly evaded the deadly strike from Aristotle's blood-red sword light at the last possible moment. Gale foot. In midair, the dog-headed Lawrence manifested, delivering a powerful kick that unleashed a 7 to 8 meter long slash aimed at Aristotle's head. Aristotle's expression remained cold and indifferent, his eyes betraying a deep disdain as he neither flinched nor avoided the attack, simultaneously swinging his rapier in response. Sizzle. The arc of Lawrence's gale foot struck through Aristotle's left shoulder, cleaving downwards until it reached his abdomen, finally coming to a halt. His body lay severed, revealing a torrent of crimson within. Within Aristotle's body, the organs were obscured, replaced by a gathering of blood. As his body was cleaved open, the blood surged forth like a breached dam, flooding out of the gash and transforming the grass beneath him into a sea of red. Meanwhile, in midair, Lawrence's chest erupted with a narrow fissure, a cry of agony escaping his lips as Aristotle's sword sent him hurtling away. Crash! The blood-red tide surged, and Aristotle, like a sovereign of blood, propelled himself upward, his legs morphing into jetting pillars of crimson, pursuing the retreating Lawrence. Raising his rapier, a chilling grin spread across his face. Full moon radiance. Bloody night. As blood gushed from his hand gripping the rapier, he unleashed a swift, ferocious slash, akin to a spray of sanguine brilliance, enveloping Lawrence entirely. Armament hockey. Iron block. Lawrence crossed his arms defensively before him, his body enveloped in a dark shroud of armament hockey, muscles swelling as he utilized the iron block technique. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The crimson glow above cascaded like rain, carving deep, sanguine wounds upon his form. despite Lawrence's formidable defense. He could not fully withstand the onslaught of Aristotle's blade. More alarming was the unnaturally copious blood flow that erupted from those seemingly insignificant lacerations as the sword's brilliance sliced through his skin. Blood gushed from Lawrence's body like a fountain, and within mere seconds, his complexion had turned ashen. This cannot continue. After battling a dozen female slaves, his strength was severely depleted. He must flee from this madman or face certain death. Panic began to stir within him. Life restored. He inhaled deeply, his golden curls expanding once more, his physical strength bolstered enough to barely deflect the scattered shards of light from the sword. With a sudden flip, Lawrence propelled himself forward, his forepaws striking the ground, launching him skyward as he fled into the distance. Aristotle, poised to pursue, suddenly halted mid-step, his eyes narrowing as he coldly regarded the space before Lawrence. Crackling sounds filled the air as flickering sparks coalesced, and a tall figure with long silver hair descended from the top of the Yalchaman red tree, hovering not far ahead of Lawrence. Who are you? Lawrence's expression momentarily froze, then transformed into one of surprise as realization dawned upon him. Are you Rasha, sent by the headquarters to capture Aristotle? Excellent timing. He is right behind me, that blood-soaked fiend. Lawrence beamed with delight, yet internally he cursed the headquarters. When he had notified them to dispatch a strong individual to apprehend the notorious Aristotle, the response had been that Major Rasha was vacationing in sham body and could assist with the capture. Lawrence had thought it a jest, sending a mere major to apprehend a pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries. Was that not a death sentence? However, upon witnessing the youthful visage before him, Lawrence realized the gravity of the situation. The fact that someone so young could attain the rank of major was indeed remarkable. Perhaps he was a relative of a high-ranking naval officer, having secured his position through connections. Though he harbored disdain, Lawrence kept it concealed. In such dire circumstances, even the weakest ally could afford him a moment's respite. Be cautious, his abilities are quite formidable. I am grievously injured and need to rest. Aristotle is now in your capable hands. Lawrence offered a smile, tinged with a hint of regret. I apologize for not being able to assist you in this endeavor. Allow me a few moments to recuperate, and I shall regain some strength. Then we can confront the challenge together. Suddenly, on the distant horizon, a ferocious tempest swept across the land and sky, carrying with it a heavy black war spear, soaring through the air. Ratchet raised his right hand, fingers splayed. With a resounding clap, the heavy war spear fell into his grasp, and immediately, streams of blue and white electricity surged through his entire being, igniting a tempest within. Crackling sounds filled the air as his silver hair danced in the blinding electric light, and the aura surrounding Ratchet soared to celestial heights, exuding an unparalleled ferocity. This tempestuous energy resembled a thunderstorm, leaving Lawrence feeling as if he were facing a cataclysmic force at sea, capable of toppling all in its wake. How could this individual possess such formidable strength? A being of such terrifying presence was merely a junior major from headquarters? This singular thought flashed through his mind, and his retina captured the image of a figure enveloped in electric light. In the next instant, Lawrence felt a sharp pain pierce his heart. He looked down to find his chest impaled by a black war spear. In disbelief, he raised his gaze to Ratchet, stammering, You. Major General Lawrence, lacking sufficient strength, met a cruel demise at the hands of pirates, and I regret that I could not arrive in time to save him. Rasha uttered these words softly, and suddenly, the heavenly dragon spear erupted with thick bolts of lightning, penetrating Lawrence's body from within and reducing him to a charred, blackened mass. With a shake of the spear, the charred remains shattered and fell to the ground below. Engaging in self-destruction, I have once again witnessed the hypocritical side of the Navy. On the ground, a sea of blood surged as Aristotle walked forth, standing amidst the crimson tide. Gazing up at Rasha in the air, his face adorned with a profound mockery. Even the most ruthless pirates of the ocean understand that slaying a comrade is the gravest of sins. Yet, such an act is witnessed among the self-proclaimed just Navy. Today, my eyes have been opened. A tempestuous wind surged around Rasha, dispersing the blood that had pooled beneath him as he stood upon the grass, gazing with an air of indifference at the imposing figure across from him. I am indeed a naval officer. However, not all in the Navy are my allies. Avenger Aristotle, I could permit you to cleanse the utterly corrupt and irredeemable 66th Naval Branch. Yet, regarding your slaughter of thousands of innocent sailors, I am compelled to inquire, why did you commit such an atrocity? The first daily 10,000 badge has been secured. From tomorrow onward, I shall resume 2 or 3 updates. Accumulating drafts to assess the situation come next month. Should the subscription fees surpass the minimum guarantee, I shall endeavor to update relentlessly, aiming for another daily 10,000 batch. If the minimum is not even met, I shall maintain 2 or 3 updates. All updates shall occur at 7 in the morning. I extend my gratitude for the monthly votes and subscriptions. Chapter 123. Fully armed, why do you ask? Aristote's face twitched, his jaw clenched tightly, and prominent veins bulged on his forehead. He suddenly roared, resembling a frenzied beast. How dare you question me? It was your navy that perpetrated these deeds. Why can you not admit it? Hypocrisy. 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 As Aristote's furious roar echoed, the crimson tide beneath him surged violently, akin to a raging tsunami, crashing towards Russia. The deluge of blood filled the air within 1,000 meters, saturating it with a nauseating stench. Water tornado. Confronted with the overwhelming and menacing crimson wave, Russia remained unfazed, merely raising his left hand and sweeping it upwards. With a swift motion, a powerful whirlwind materialized, forming a rapidly spinning tornado several dozen meters before him. The 3-meter diameter column of wind swayed and plunged into the depths of the crimson tide, agitating the blood that gushed forth from Aristote, giving rise to a colossal blood-red water vortex. Invisibly sharp blades of wind erupted from the swirling water tornado, slicing through the air like scythes, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding grass and trees. Aristote's formidable form bore several deep gashes, revealing the vivid crimson beneath. Such power, once extinguished, would surely pierce the hearts of the navy. To eliminate mere scum like those earlier would hardly bring me joy, even if it numbered in the hundreds or thousands. Behind the whirling blood-red tornado, a savage grin split Aristote's face as his towering figure lunged forward, his rapier slashing diagonally. With a swift motion, a blood-red sword aura surged forth, extending over 10 meters and aimed directly at Rasha's visage. Rasha's gaze was icy, his grip firm on the spear, as he struck with a single, powerful thrust. With a resounding crash, the air ahead was shattered, and the heavy war spear obliterated the incoming crimson sword light. Wind slash. A fierce whirlwind spiraled around Rasha's legs, amplifying his speed severfold, propelling him far beyond Lawrence's capabilities as he vanished from Aristote's sight in an instant. How swift! A chill ran through Aristote's heart as he unleashed his observation hockey, enveloping 100-meter radius around him. In a flash, a sharp black spear blade pierced the void to his left, silently aiming for his temple. Aristote pivoted 180 degrees, his rapier slicing towards the encroaching black war spear. The clash resounded with a thunderous boom. An overwhelming force surged forth, forcing Aristote to retreat 3 steps before he could regain his footing. Such formidable strength. A glint of determination sparked in Aristote's eyes as he tensed his right arm, channeling the blood-red sword light for another strike. The slender rapier carved a sinuous arc in front of him, unleashing an agile sword light that belied Aristote's imposing stature. One sword style. Blood serpent. The crimson sword light transformed midair into a ravenous serpent, as if alive, coiling around the descending war spear to strike at Rasha's neck. Just a mere scratch on your skin, and your blood shall be mine to command. Fear not. As a warrior of your caliber, I shall drain every drop of your blood and preserve you as a specimen, the first of my collection of naval might. Aristote discarded his rapier, spreading his fingers wide, awaiting the blood serpent's blade to breach Rasha's skin so that he could unleash the full potency of his blood fruit's blood manipulation ability to siphon Rasha's lifeblood. Yet, facing the imminent crimson sword light, Rasha remained unfazed, gripping the spear's shaft tightly, unleashing torrents of wild, overwhelming thunderous power that enveloped the blade of the heavenly dragon spear. With a fierce cleave upwards, he aimed directly at the unarmed Aristote. 30 million volts. Thunder slash. In a flash, the crackling strike surged past the stunned Aristote. Boom. Before Rasha, the ground erupted with a thunderous roar, splitting open a wide fissure that extended for over 100 meters. The first victim, Aristote, was cleaved in 2 by this strike, and his body subsequently exploded under the chaotic force of thunder, transforming into a torrential rain of blood that fell upon the earth. With a resounding rush, the endless stream of blood flowed back, coalescing into the form of Aristote once more. His pupils constricted violently as he beheld Rasha, his heart overwhelmed by a profound shock that left him speechless. Before him, Rasha was enveloped in a layer of deep azure aura, which wrapped around his tall figure like an exquisite suit of blue armor. Flickering streaks of lightning danced across the surface of this deep blue power, forming intricate decorative patterns on the armor, exuding an air of mystique and grandeur. It was this deep azure aura that rendered Aristote's bizarre sword strike entirely ineffective. The blood-red blade of light, upon making contact with his opponent's neck, was thwarted by that azure armor. The entirety of Russia was shrouded in armed color. And Aristote's eyes widened in disbelief. The youthful naval officer before him was undeniably young, certainly not over 20 years of age. Yet, how could someone so young wield such a formidable armed color aura, devoid of any apparent weaknesses? A hum resonated as the azure glow spread from Rasha's right arm, gradually enveloping the black war spear. As he stepped forward, the earth beneath him shattered explosively, collapsing over a 10-meter radius, while the thick red roots beneath the soil were pulverized by the force of his stride. Boom! The war spear, wreathed in deep blue aura and charged with the might of wind and thunder, lunged toward Aristote's chest. There was no need to target any vital points. Under such a level of aura-infused assault, any part of Aristote's body struck by Rasha would bear a grave cost. Blood diamond shield. Aristote raised his palm, summoning a crimson tide that surged forth, coalescing into a translucent giant shield of blood, which stood before him. Crack! A deep blue spear tip pierced through the blood shield, continuing its relentless advance toward his chest. Splash! Aristote elevated his body, his chest splitting open to reveal a gaping cavity, allowing the black war spear to pierce through without resistance. Blood sea creation. Touch of the giant demon. He spread his fingers wide, grasping at the swirling blood vortex above. In an instant, torrents of blood converged, transforming into thick, octopus-like tendrils that whipped, entwined, and thrust toward Rasha. Armor of war. Confronted by the crimson tendrils that filled the sky, Rasha remained unfazed, an endless torrent of his formidable aura surging forth, deepening to an abyssal blue. His war spear spun with ferocity, shattering the shields that obstructed his path, unleashing arcs of lightning that detonated upon Aristos' form. Aristos, feeling a sense of helplessness, was compelled to retreat once more, distancing himself from the lethal reach of Rasha's spear. This ferocity, more savage than his own, was a first for Aristos since he had set sail. Most critically, his own techniques could not penetrate the formidable haki that enveloped his opponent. Yet, he dared not confront the onslaught of his adversary head-on. What manner of monster are you? Chapter 124. Frenzied clash. Roches maintained a stoic expression as he repelled the beleaguered Aristos with a single thrust of his spear, allowing the onslaught of 7 or 8 formidable crimson tentacles to descend upon him, engulfing his form. These 8 immense blood-hued appendages unleashed a tempest of ferocious strikes upon his body. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of impact reverberated against him. Roches appeared to have transformed into a block of iron, placed upon an anvil, enduring the relentless blows of several formidable hammers. Yet, his physique was unlike that of the iron. Despite the savage onslaught of the crimson tendrils, Roches remained utterly unscathed. The deep blue aura enveloping his body was gradually diminished by the assault of the blood-red appendages, yet in the next heartbeat, a more profound power surged forth from within him, cloaking him anew. This terrifying spectacle even left the resolute Aristote shaken. This was the deep blue aura that Roches had awakened, possessing a nature akin to that of the devil's progeny, Douglas Barrett. It was immense. Although only 3 months had elapsed since his awakening, the magnitude of this aura within Roches had already reached a level that many would scarcely dare to conceive. At his zenith, Douglas Barrett could envelop an entire island with his armed color, wrapping around the surface of a colossal being soaring over 1,000 meters high. The density of his armed color was undoubtedly extraordinary. In contrast, Luffy in the manga required several minutes to utilize his 4th gear, needing 10 minutes to recuperate. Yet Barrett could cover 1,000-meter figure with ease, illustrating the sheer exaggeration of the deep blue aura's vastness. Even more remarkably, alongside its immense quantity, the quality of the deep blue aura was equally formidable, qualifying it for growth into the pinnacle of auras. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly dragon spear, entwined with the deep blue aura, swung in Roches' grasp like a heavy hammer, shattering the 7 or 8 blood-red tendrils with each strike. Navy brat, I acknowledge your strength. However, to think that such a feat alone could defeat me is nothing short of naive. Blood sea unification. Blood demon. Aristotle's eyes became engorged, turning a deep crimson. The blood cascading from the heavens, the sanguine waves spreading across the grass, and the torrents of blood conjured by Rasha's tempest all converged upon his form. As the vast quantity of blood surged back into Aristotle's being, His aura transformed into a harrowing spectacle. The pungent scent of blood emanated from his towering figure, wafting into Rasha's nostrils like the metallic tang of rust. Aristotle unleashed the long-stored essence of blood from thousands of souls, along with the lifeblood extracted from hundreds of naval soldiers at Base 66. As the life energy contained within this blood was liberated, it filled his corporeal vessel. Aristotle's stature, nearly 4 meters, gradually swelled to an imposing 8 meters. His body was marred by crimson fissures, resembling a colossal porcelain giant that had been shattered and reassembled with sanguine adhesive. The sight was profoundly terrifying and bizarre. Even the slender rapier clasped in his grasp rapidly enlarged under the deluge of blood, transforming into a two-handed sword over 5 meters in length, wielded by the blood-morphed Aristotle. Transformed into a blood demon, Aristotle's lips curled back, revealing a blood-red dental ridge, akin to a fiend emerging from the depths of hell. His voice, when he spoke, resonated with countless echoes, as if thousands were speaking in unison. He, naval wretch, let us now test whose strength prevails. Thud, thud. With each step he took, the ground trembled beneath him, producing a sonorous reverberation. I am no longer the being I once was. Within me resides the power of thousands. Come, try to withstand it. With a swift motion, the 5-meter-long blood-red broadsword descended upon Rasha, slicing the ground beneath it and cleaving a fissure over 100 meters long before it could even reach the apex of Rasha's head. The wind stirred. The spiral thrust began. Roxia's right hand loosely gripped the dragon's spear as the furious tempest propelled it into a rapid spin, emitting a piercing howl. With a thrust, it aimed at the descending crimson broadsword. Clang! A deafening clash of metal erupted, causing Roxia to grunt softly. His arm holding the dragon's spear recoiling violently against his chest. Ha! Block it! Stand against me! Why can't you hold your ground? Aristotle, with both hands firmly clutching his sword, unleashed a strike that sent Roxia and the war spear soaring hundreds of meters away. Ruasia's form traced elongated lines in the air, striking directly into the towering Yalki vine trees. The tremendous force propelled him from one side of the colossal red tree, piercing through it, and emerged from the other side, scattering countless swirling wood shavings. Ah, what immense strength! Rasha rose from the shattered pit, wiping away the trickle of fresh blood that had escaped the corner of his mouth. The might of Aristotle's strike had penetrated his formidable armor, injuring his body. This was merely a demonstration of raw power. Once again, he encountered a fruit ability capable of harnessing the strength of others. Such an ability, in comparison to the solitary path of relentless cultivation and development, indeed offered a shortcut to a temporary surge in power. However, the forces amassed through such means come at an exorbitant cost, not least the lives of many. The repercussions are equally significant. He gazed at Aristotle, who charged forward like a savage beast, ruthlessly crashing through the colossal Yarchim vine tree. A cruel smile etched upon his face. Roxa could not help but recall Mig Jones and the moonlit Mariah. The strength of united forces, while formidable, can lead to the loss of rationality. Die, die, just die already. The blood-red giant, towering over 9 meters, wielded a crimson broadsword, slicing through the air as if intending to cleave Roxa and the entire 66th Red Tree region in two. The sheer force of the strike compressed the atmosphere within a radius of hundreds of meters, creating a monumental shockwave that rent the great tree asunder, uprooting soil and generating visible sonic booms in the air. A tempest swept across the land, causing Roxa's silver hair to dance wildly. In his blue scale form, his muscles erupted with explosive vigor, adorned with deep blue scales that cloaked his robust physique. Fiery red antlers thrust skyward, and his azure eyes transformed into imposing deep blue slits. The two curved hind limbs struck the ground, fracturing the earth within a broad radius, while his arms, glimmering with blue-white lightning, gripped the deep blue celestial dragon spear, launching him into a powerful downward slash. The wild thunder roared like a colossal primordial tree, shimmering upon the heavy war spear, surging forth with tremendous force. 90 million volts. Thunder Dragon. From the celestial dragon spear clutched in Roxa's hands, a massive dragon composed entirely of thunderous energy, over 100 meters long, surged forth, tracing a luminous path through the air before colliding into the blood-red giant. Simultaneously, the deep blue war spear in Roxa's grasp effortlessly shattered the crimson broadsword held by Aristotle, maintaining its momentum as the razor-sharp spearhead pierced through Aristotle's chest. In an instant, A crimson line erupted across the giant's broad chest. This time, the war spear, imbued with the power of armament hockey, finally struck Aristote's true form, eliciting a cry of agony from the blood-red titan. A narrow, profound wound opened on the giant's expansive chest, gushing forth a copious amount of blood, staining the grass beneath him a viscous scarlet. Aristote staggered back several meters, his eyes ablaze with fury, poised to charge once more. Yet, before he could retaliate in rage, the 100-meter-long thunder dragon collided with his chest. Boom! The thunder erupted, its resounding roar echoing across more than a dozen red tree regions, shattering countless bubbles in the sky. The inhabitants of the surrounding red tree areas trembled in fear, gazing upward in bewilderment. Aristote's massive form was struck directly by the terrifying thunder, causing blood to burst forth from his body. The ultra-high voltage lightning seared through his veins, evaporating hundreds of liters of blood in mere seconds. Aristote's colossal figure shrank in size, diminishing to over 7 meters. Rasha gazed upon the scene, further solidifying his unwavering belief in the necessity of gradual cultivation to attain strength. To rely on external forces, as Aristos did, is ultimately an unwise strategy for those who stand atop the ocean's pinnacle. Only by mastering the power that resides within oneself can one avoid the erratic fluctuations of strength. With a resounding thud, his bent legs shattered the air beneath him. And without waiting for Aristos to regain his composure, Rasha wielded the heavenly dragon spear once more, striking downwards. His movements were grand and sweeping, devoid of excessive finesse. According to the teachings of Karp, Zephyr, and Sengoku, it was somewhat late for Rasha, at his current age, to systematically learn the art of weaponry. The use of blades, spears, and halberds diverges significantly from the application of one's fists and feet. Mastery over these cold weapons typically requires initiation in childhood. Fortunately, Rasha possessed a formidable physique, restored to its peak, complemented by the abilities of his phantom beast lineage, allowing him to pursue an alternative path. This path entailed discarding overly intricate techniques in favor of pure, unadulterated strength. With absolute power, he would crush and shatter all. With the monstrous physical prowess granted by his phantom beast heritage, he swung the war spear, weighing several tons and imbued with an immense aura, capable of obliterating even a 100-meter-high wall with a single thrust, not to mention the added elemental forces of wind and thunder. The deep blue spear whirled in Rasha's hands, akin to a baseball bat, and with a mighty swing, it struck Aristos squarely on the forehead. A thunderous explosion erupted in the air before him, shattering the blood-red giant's head into fragments. The giantess' towering form erupted, transforming into a torrential river of blood, instantly staining the ground within a 100-meter radius crimson and spreading outward in relentless waves. Observing this spectacle, Rasha furrowed his brow, aware that in his final moments, Aristos must have consciously disintegrated his own body, morphing into this frenzied tide of crimson. The blood tide swelled larger and larger, and within mere seconds, half of the 66th red tree zone was engulfed in a sea of blood. Aristos' figure had yet to reappear, but Rasha knew he had not perished, for the blood sea beneath him radiated an overwhelmingly potent life force, resembling a peculiar living entity in the form of a blood ocean. Suddenly, the surface of the blood sea rippled, forming a colossal visage over 10 meters high, Aristos' own face. Navy brat, I concede your extraordinary prowess. You are the most formidable adversary I have encountered since embarking from the South Sea to the Grand Line. Come forth. If you can defeat me now, I shall reveal to you why I seek to eradicate every navy in the world, along with the hypocritical world government. Blood sea frenzy. The towering visage of Aristote, standing over 10 meters high, roared mightily, inciting the sea of blood below to erupt into a frenzy. An endless tide of crimson surged skyward, relentlessly advancing towards Rasha. The curtain of air. Rasha released the heavenly dragon spear, grasping the intangible air with both hands, as if lifting a vast quilt of air spanning 100 meters. He forcefully struck down upon the oncoming sea of blood. A thunderous explosion ensued, as crimson blossoms erupted across the sky. A transparent wall of air successfully thwarted the assault of the blood tide, compressing a substantial volume of the liquid as it surged away into the distance. The blood surged forth once more, coalescing into the immense visage of Aristote. Simultaneously, two colossal arms, entirely formed of blood and measuring 40 to 50 meters in length, emerged from the sea, violently sweeping aside the obstructing air wall, descending upon Rasha with great force. Roche's right leg twisted with precision, delivering a powerful kick. Gale foot. The void slash. A formidable strike, spanning over 30 meters, sliced through the air, cleaving a massive crimson hand that had descended from above into two halves. Thunderous roars echoed. Aristos's other blood-red hand descended, but Roche's vanished as if in an instant, reappearing at the heart of the blood sea, thrusting his spear towards the colossal crimson visage of Aristos. Deep blue majesty and blinding lightning entwined upon the war spear, effortlessly shattering the towering blood-red face that loomed over 10 meters high. The crackling electricity pierced through the scattered blood, generating intense heat that evaporated the crimson fluid, depleting Aristos's energy. A resounding explosion ensued. Beneath the feet of Rorschach, a tumultuous sea of blood surged forth as a colossal crimson hand, spanning 100 meters in diameter, unfurled, grasping everything within a radius of several dozen meters in its palm. Roxa was unexpectedly enveloped by an endless tide of blood. Blood, come forth. Aristot, witnessing Roxa ensnared, immediately unleashed the full potential of his blood manipulation abilities derived from the blood fruit, attempting to draw forth Roxa's lifeblood. However, deep within the abyss of crimson, Roxa's towering figure, standing over 6 meters tall, radiated a deep blue aura that rippled like the ocean's waves. Despite the corrosive onslaught of the blood, he remained steadfast and unyielding. With each wave of blood expended, another surged forth from within him. After several seconds, the vast volumes of blood not only failed to erode the aura enveloping his surface, but were instead dissipated in great plumes by the arcs of lightning entwined around Rox's form. It is time to conclude this. The battle has raged long enough. Roches suddenly raised his right hand. Crackling sounds erupted as a torrent of thick lightning surged forth from within him, gathering above the palm of his hand. Amidst a cacophony of explosive noises, the sphere of lightning hovering above Roche's palm grew increasingly larger. After several moments, a terrifying orb, measuring 20 to 30 meters in diameter, slowly descended from the sky, plummeting towards the center of the blood-soaked sea. Sensing the imminent threat, Aristos exerted every ounce of his strength, commanding all the blood to surge towards the descending thunder. Roxia hovered in the air, gazing down as the thunderous sphere plummeted into the sea of blood. 100 million volts. The thunderpool. Crackle. Boom. The colossal thunderball descended into the sanguine depths, detonating with a tremendous explosion, transforming into serpentine bolts of lightning that pierced through the blood-laden waters for hundreds of meters, vaporizing vast expanses of crimson liquid. The chaotic power of the thunder erupted with a brilliance akin to the sun, illuminating the mangroves with a radiant glow. Even from several kilometers away, the blinding light was unmistakable. After a span of over 10 seconds, the inhabitants of the nearby area finally heard the resounding blast that reverberated through the air. Following the cataclysmic explosion, the ground was left barren, the blood entirely evaporated, revealing a towering figure, battered and weak, lying upon the grass. You have triumphed. Chapter 126, from the island of Badairila as the sphere radiating an aura of annihilation descended. The battle between Roxia and Aristot was definitively concluded. The viscous sea of blood upon the ground had evaporated, leaving a scene of utter devastation. The expansive 66th Red Tree District resembled the aftermath of a cataclysmic earthquake. The earth was riddled with vast fissures, the soil and grass upheaved. The iconic 66th Colossal Red Tree, with a trunk thicker than an ordinary house, bore gaping wounds that pierced through its core. Crackle. The air still flickered with the remnants of escaping lightning. Rorschach's form diminished, returning to his human shape. He reached out and tore away the tattered remnants of his clothing, subsequently inspecting his trousers. Fortunately, his undergarments remained intact. Although the beach shorts he wore had long since burst at the seams, he was spared any embarrassment. Rochester could not help but exclaimed that the shorts distributed by the headquarters were truly remarkable. They were exceptionally elastic, with fabric that was both resilient and comfortable, effectively preventing any unfortunate exposure due to bodily transformations. This is the reality of the world. It is quite normal for garments to tear during combat, particularly for those endowed with animalistic powers. Often, before the battle even begins, the mere act of transformation can cause one's physique to swell several times, resulting in the immediate destruction of one's attire. It is precisely for this reason that the scientific division of the Navy headquarters devoted considerable time to the research and development of durable trousers. The shorts that Rashia wears are a unique piece of equipment he received from the logistics department after being promoted to the rank of major. They bear a remarkable resemblance to the indestructible trousers of the Hulk. Naturally, those with elemental abilities need not worry about such matters of embarrassment, as their bodies possess the capacity for elemental transformation. According to Drake, he suspects that the yellow ape is, in fact, not wearing any clothing at all. This is because it is the flesh of the ability user that can undergo elemental transformation, and any garments worn cannot possess such capabilities. What appears to be clothing is merely a manifestation of the yellow ape's ability to elementalize himself. Rorschach found his words to be quite compelling. I am rather curious about this. I shall inquire with Kizaru upon my return tomorrow to ascertain the truth of the matter. Roxas shook his head, casting aside the sudden thought that had surfaced, and approached the gravely injured and dying Aristote, who lay incapacitated on the ground, gasping for breath. This towering figure, nearly 4 meters tall, now reclined amidst the shattered grass, his vacant gaze directed towards the canopy of the Elric red tree. His body was marred with charred marks, a result of being struck by a lightning orb, with certain parts reduced to mere charcoal. From his appearance, it was evident that he was on the brink of death. Aristote's strength was undeniably formidable. In Rox's eyes, even the Marine vice admirals from the headquarters might pale in comparison to him. The bounty of 360 million was well-deserved, perhaps even a tad underestimated. For the 2 abilities he ultimately displayed were exceedingly powerful, one of which transformed him into a colossal blood-red giant, exuding unparalleled strength. Without transformation, Rasha can only be crushed. In contrast, the other incarnation, Blood Sea, endows Aristote with characteristics comparable to elemental nature. Unless the overwhelming tide of blood is evaporated or destroyed, Aristote shall not face defeat. Fortunately, on this battlefield, they are the sole combatants. Otherwise, if Aristote were allowed to engage in battle while continuously drawing the blood of others to replenish himself, the outcome of this confrontation would remain uncertain. This encounter has once again revealed to Rasha the formidable potential of a potent fruit ability. The special paramecia type blood fruit, akin to Katakuri's machi fruit, is equally formidable. In certain respects, the traits of the blood fruit may even surpass those of the machi fruit. If this fruit were to be wielded by a powerful swordsman, it could undoubtedly amplify its lethality severfold. May I now inquire why you are so adamantly fixated on annihilating the Navy? What grievance do you hold against them? Rotchet knelt down, gazing at the feeble Aristote, whose breath flickered like a candle in the wind, and voiced the doubt that lingered in his heart. Are you unaware? Aristote lay there, his body battered. Yet the blood vessels in his eyes re-emerged. Indeed, at your tender age, you may be truly oblivious to that matter. After all, it is a transgression committed by your Navy, and you, who pride yourselves on righteousness, would naturally go to great lengths to conceal it. Transgression? Roxia furrowed her brow as she listened to Aristote's words. I hail from the South Sea, from the island of Badalyra. Aristote's chest heaved slightly, his breath growing labored, and his eyes reddening. The mention of Badalyra sent a jolt through Roxia, her pupils constricting at the familiarity of the name. So you are aware of that place? She thought, a smirk forming on her lips. With his eyes brimming with tears, Aristote gritted his teeth, forcing each word through clenched jaws, his voice laced with deep-seated hatred. 15 years ago, the world government and the Navy's fleet surrounded that peaceful island under the pretext of seeking Roger's widow and any potential bloodline. They abducted every innocent woman who was either pregnant or had recently given birth, executing them without mercy. At this point, Aristote bit down so hard that blood oozed from his gums. My brother, Daphilons, and I once had our own blissful families. My wife, Rosa, had been resting in our room after suffering severe hemorrhaging during the birth of our daughter, Leah. When those so-called righteous executioners stormed into our home, they dragged Rosa away violently, denying her even a final glimpse of our daughter before brutally severing her life. Tears streamed down Aristote's face, falling like droplets of sorrow to the ground. My newborn daughter, my little Leah, never even had the chance to witness the world before being cruelly taken from me. When I awoke from my stupor, all I beheld was a scene of bloodshed and an empty house. Those beasts left me with nothing. Not even the bodies of Rosa and Leah. His voice trembled with grief as blood-red tears cascaded down his cheeks. Daphilon's newlywed wife, barely 3 months pregnant, was also mercilessly slain before his eyes by those same brutes. I should have perished that day on Badalyra Island. Yet, if I cannot exact my revenge, I would have no face to meet Rosa and Liao in the afterlife. We left the South Sea, traversing the oceans in search of the Navy's slaughter. Why did that scoundrel Roger come to our Battleire Island? In his final moments, he indulged in his own pleasures while condemning hundreds of innocent women and children to death. What gives him the right to call himself the Pirate King? Should I discover his burial site, I will unearth his remains and scatter his bones. Cursed be the world government. Cursed be the Navy. You wretches. Aristotle swore vehemently, his bloodied tears glistening in his eyes as he glared at Roxia, as though he wished to devour her whole. Roxia's complexion was pale, and he dared not meet the gaze of those blood-red eyes. In pursuit of a lineage whose very existence remained uncertain, he callously slaughtered my wife and children, as well as countless innocent women and infants. This is the kind of deeds that you, who claim to embody justice, partake in. Ha 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 ha. Aristotle laughed, sprawled on the ground in mirth. Justice, utterly laughable. This wretched world has never known such a concept. Chapter 127. Silence. When Lark saw Roxia again, the youthful vigor that once radiated from him had vanished. He hung his head, and a vacant expression clouded his eyes, his complexion now notably pallid. Roches held aloft a bloodied head. The Lark cast but a fleeting glance, yet instantly recognized the unfortunate owner of the severed head, none other than the notorious and perilous supernova pirate, the bloodthirsty avenger, Aristotle. Brother Roches, are you unharmed? Have you sustained any injuries? The Lark approached with a hint of concern, her eyes filled with worry as they met Roches's. I am fine. Let us regroup with Rona and return to the headquarters. Roxia's voice was barely audible, almost indistinguishable to the Lark, and it bore a slight rasp. With his head bowed, he held aloft the severed head of Aristotle, traversing past the Lark while gesturing with his right hand. The ground, which concealed the bodies of hundreds from the Dicarlan pirate crew, was severed by a gust of air. The invisible currents transformed into chains, binding the pirates and extracting them from the earth, dragging them along the ground. The Dicarlan brothers, possessing commendable physical resilience, had already revived from the electric shock. Upon their emergence from the soil, they instinctively sought to break free from the chains of wind and flee. However, when the two rotund figures caught sight of the bloodied head that Roxia held, their escape plans were swiftly extinguished. They obediently lay down, allowing the chains that bound them to drag them along like dead dogs, trailing behind Roxia and the Lark. A glance exchanged between the two revealed a profound tremor in each other's eyes, accompanied by a flicker of palpable fear. The avenger Aristotle? That madman who dared to slaughter the Navy indiscriminately, a lunatic with a bounty thrice their own, and whose strength was unfathomable. Had he truly met his demise in such a gruesome manner, with his very head severed? How long had it been since they, the brothers, had been vanquished by that silver-haired youth? The fact that this individual had dispatched Aristotle, whose bounty exceeded 300 million, was staggering. Who exactly was he? A hidden power of the Navy? Why had they never encountered him before? As burgeoning pirates, the Dicarlan brothers would certainly make it a point to familiarize themselves with the formidable figures within the Navy. The adage, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles, held true. Understanding the mid to high tier strengths of the Navy was essential so that, should they inadvertently cross paths on the ocean, they could choose to flee or engage based on the opponent's prowess. Figures such as Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Flying Squirrel were seasoned vice admirals. Not to mention the three admirals of the Navy, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. These formidable beings were regulars in the headlines of the World Economic Journal, and the Dicarlan brothers could recall their visages distinctly. Yet, the terrifying silver-haired figure ahead was indeed their first encounter. What had transpired with Roxia? Something extraordinary must have occurred during the recent battle. The Lark silently trailed behind Roxia, her heart heavy as she observed the suddenly despondent figure ahead. Roxia walked ahead, his mind haunted by the vivid images of Aristotle, whose face was perpetually stained with tears of blood. The deafening recounting of Aristotle's ordeal weighed heavily upon him, creating an oppressive atmosphere that enveloped his spirit. The profound gravity of hearing the victims from Baradol Island narrate their tragic experiences surpassed by 100-fold, 1,000-fold, the mere words hastily sketched in comics. Aristotle, the merciless pirate who had once carved open his own chest without shedding a single tear, was now overwhelmed by a deluge of sorrow at the recollection of his past, witnessing his wife and children perish before his very eyes. Powerless to intervene, such despair could transform any husband, any father, into a demon from the depths of hell, bent on devouring the world. Rasha empathized with Aristotle. Feeling compassion for his plight, yet ultimately severed his head. Regardless, the fact remains that Aristotle had slaughtered thousands of naval warriors. The incident at Badalara Island was undoubtedly a grave misstep of both the world government and the Navy. However, such transgressions should not be paid for by the innocent soldiers at the bottom. This realization weighed heavily on Rasha's heart. What stood before him, obstructing his desire to transform the world, were not merely the pirates, but also the world government and the Navy itself. Moments later, Rasha beheld Ro, who was tending to his wounds. Upon witnessing the head he held, the charred body of Dephilongs, electrified by the millions of volts stored in the celestial dragon's spear, instantly reddened around the eyes. "Brother Aristotle," Dephilongs exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he pushed against the ground, frantically propelling himself towards Rasha. "You beast! How dare you? How dare you kill Brother Aristotle? I will slay you." Dephilong's eyes bulged with rage, his scorched skin splitting open, crimson blood gushing forth, emanating an overwhelming aura of despair as he reached out his hands toward Rasha. Roxia stood motionless, quietly observing. Suddenly, a fiery red figure flashed before him, delivering a sweeping arc of a strike toward the advancing Daphilons. With a sharp sound, the blow connected, slicing a crimson line across Daphilons' face, staining his vision in a wash of red. "Fist of the earth shatter!" Yunk cried out, swiftly evading Daphilons' front and repositioning to his side, delivering a precise punch to his left temple. The impact sent Daphilons' head reeling, his vision darkening as he staggered uncontrollably, crashing to the ground several meters away. "Brother Aristotle!" he bellowed, blood streaming down his face as his body swelled, an eruption of black and white fur bursting forth, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal panda with blood-red eyes, charging ferociously toward Roxia. In Daphilons' gaze, there was only Roxia. He yearned to shred the silver-haired man before him, to obliterate all living beings in this vicinity. For his brother Aristotle was dead. The one who had vowed alongside him to seek vengeance against the world government and the Navy had perished. Once more, Yunk darted forward, positioning himself in front of Roxia, delivering a punch aimed at the oncoming giant bear. With unwavering resolve, his slender fist met the enormous claws of the beast. At that moment, Roxia's focus sharpened. He exhaled softly, stepping forward, releasing his grip on the heavenly dragon spear, fingers converging. A deep blue aura enveloped his arm, surging forward to strike Daphilons, now a massive bear, squarely in the chest. The impact was tremendous. The 8-meter-long bear arched backward, propelled like a cannonball over 100 meters, crashing through a slope and landing amidst the shattered earth and stone. Chapter 128. The celestial dragons thus unfolded the tale. The 66th Navy branch of Sabaody was utterly decimated, falling to Aristotle's hands. The fervor behind Aristotle's relentless pursuit of vengeance against the Navy stemmed from his tumultuous past. As Roxia and his companions sat upon the grass beside the remnants of a shattered warship, Roxia candidly recounted the events surrounding Aristotle to Luo and Hibari. After hearing about the brutal occurrences on Badalara Island, Luo's expression remained largely unchanged. Having been a participant in the hidden darkness within the world government and the Navy, he possessed a profound understanding of its depths. However, Hibari was different. As the daughter of a fleet admiral, she had always resided in the Navy's Marineford. Naturally kind-hearted and charmingly innocent, she had been cherished by numerous formidable naval commanders. Even Akainu, a leading figure of the Navy's hawkish faction, did not diminish the affection that Sengoku and Garp had for her. Growing up in such an environment, Hibari had never heard of the dark past that lurked within the Navy. Upon listening to Roxa's account, her initial reaction was to dismiss the pirates' words as lies. How could they, the representatives of justice, commit such heinous acts that would invoke the wrath of both gods and men? The slaughter of defenseless women and infants could only be perpetrated by demons from hell. Surely this must be false, right? That avenger, Aristotle, must be slandering the Navy and tarnishing the reputation of grandfather Sengoku. A man of such righteousness and virtue could never issue such orders. Hibari found it impossible to believe, nor would she accept it. The more outwardly resplendent something appears, the more it conceals unspeakable filth within. The Navy, emblematic of justice, may not be inherently benevolent. Let us not forget that above the Navy lies the world government, the largest institution in the world, serving the celestial dragons. Ruwa shed his shirt, allowing Ruwa to assist him in bandaging his wounds, casting a sympathetic glance at Yunquebec. "No, I cannot believe it." Yunkei's delicate face appeared somewhat pale, her gaze evasive, as if the conviction she had firmly held in her heart wavered at that moment. Do you not believe? Then, I shall share with you the events that have transpired in my life. Of course, you may consider it merely a fictional tale I weave. Lo cleared his throat and gradually recounted the affairs of the kingdom of Fravats. Rorschach was silently listening as well. Such is the nature of things. Although the methods of handling may differ, the events occurring in my country and those transpiring on the island of Batons are fundamentally of the same essence. That is, Luo extended a finger, pointing towards the heavens, articulating with deliberate clarity, in the eyes of some lofty rulers. The lives of ordinary individuals are scarcely regarded as lives at all. Perhaps they are deemed even less significant than ants, easily crushed at will. He turned to glance at the silent Luoxia, remarking, "Were it not for the faint glimmer of faith I hold in you, I would never have joined the Navy. Luoxia, I fervently hope you can alter this repugnant fate." Rorschach meticulously bandaged the final wound, gazing intently at him. "I cannot change things on my own. I require your assistance, as well as the support of many others. Having embarked on this treacherous journey, I shall certainly contribute my share." Luo turned his head slightly and uttered a few words in a subdued tone. At that moment, having listened to Luo's tale, the lark sitting opposite him was already in tears, utterly at a loss for words. Her shoulders trembled, and her complexion appeared exceptionally pale. For the first time, hearing about the dark side of the Navy from someone else's lips profoundly shook the lark's faith in the Navy's commitment to justice. Particularly striking was the fact that it was Luo himself, who spoke these words. "Foolish one, even among humans, there exists a spectrum of good and evil. How could such a vast institution as the Navy possibly be flawless? It is precisely because of its shadows that we must strive to effect change, forging a Navy that upholds order and steadfastly defends justice." Roxia extended his large hand and gently placed it upon Lark's head. "Will you help me, Lark? Together, let us transform this world." His voice was particularly soft, somewhat husky, yet resolute. Lark slowly lifted her gaze, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. Her lips trembling as she spoke. "Change the world, Brother Roxia? Can we truly accomplish that? I feel so insignificant." "No one is born powerful," he reassured her. "As long as we persist in our efforts, I believe that one day we shall indeed shake the very foundations of this decaying world." Roxa extended his hand, urging me to accept his assistance. The lark's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she pressed her lips together, placing her right hand into Roxa's grasp. Rochester exclaimed, "Ah!" Luo turned his head and beheld the silver-haired youth, whose cerulean eyes shimmered once more with a fervent brilliance. He also noticed the two outstretched hands. Luo's lips twitched slightly, a manifestation of youthful naivety. He turned his head away. "Luo." Roches raised his voice, exclaiming that it was indeed too childish, foolish even. Reluctantly, Luo extended his right hand. The three palms met, and in an instant, the pent-up emotions within Luo Xia dissipated. He took a deep breath, poised to inquire about the arrival of Colonel Tina at Shambadi. Just then, his expression suddenly shifted, his brows knitting tightly together. Noticing the change in his countenance, both Luo and Yunk turned their gazes towards him. What was the matter? Rashi's expression gradually turned cold as he cast his gaze toward the distant woods. "The celestial dragons have arrived." "The celestial dragons?" The expression on Law's face swiftly turned to one of indifference. Yinxiao furrowed her brows. She had also heard of the celestial dragons. After all, who could ignore the fact that within the Navy headquarters, there was a certain Carp who incessantly berated the celestial dragons as worthless trash? It was only Carp who dared to speak such words, even to the extent that Sengoku found himself powerless against him. The celestial dragons are the so-called aristocrats of the world, the very subjects served by the world government, the largest political entity in existence. They proclaim themselves as gods, residing atop the holy land of Mariewa on the Red Line. At the entrance of the world government's 69th branch, a spacious avenue was adorned with a bright red carpet, flanked by a throng of elegantly dressed individuals kneeling on the ground, their foreheads pressed to the earth, not daring to utter a sound. Even those few walking along the carpet, their heads adorned with spherical bubbles, were obscured from view, their expressions hidden. The nobles and merchants, once haughty, now wore expressions of sycophancy, bowing respectfully. As officials of the world government stationed in the 69th region, we had encountered St. Roseward, St. Charlos, and St. Chalulia. A multitude of bureaucrats clad in suits surged forth from the residence, immediately kneeling before the three saints. "Enough, we have come to purchase slaves. I am weary of the ones at home, and wish to procure a fresh batch. Take us to auction house number 1 at once, declared St. Roseward, who sported a heart-shaped topknot, spherical bubbles atop his head, dark sunglasses concealing his eyes, and a lavish beard. He donned a white robe adorned with numerous badges and sat cross-legged on the back of a robust slave, his impatience palpable. The leading official's face contorted with concern. St. Roseward, it seems the auction house is closed for the day. We must wait until tomorrow. What did you say? Do those despicable merchants expect the great celestial dragons to wait until tomorrow? He barked. Immediately summon the auction house, or I shall dispatch a marine admiral to obliterate it. Why, yes, of course. I shall contact President Berkeley at once and have the auction house convene today, stammered the plump official, his face paling at Roseward's reprimand as he fumbled for the din mushy to reach the auction house's head, Berkeley. However, another official swiftly intervened, lowering his voice to caution him. While convening the auction house in advance may not pose an issue, we must not forget that several supernova pirates have arrived at Sabaody Archipelago today. Do you recall that tremendous explosion? Something significant is unfolding at the marine base. If anything were to happen to the Roseward family, we would be doomed. Upon hearing his colleague's remarks, the rotund official's countenance darkened considerably. Yet, his colleague was indeed correct. Safeguarding the world aristocrat's security must always take precedence. Resolute in his thoughts, he gritted his teeth, rose to his feet, and intended to communicate the situation to the several black-clad CP guards stationed beside Lord Roseward. However, as he stood, one of the guards swiftly moved to block his path. His expression stern, and drew a dark handgun from his waist, pressing it against the official's forehead. The icy barrel exuded an aura of death, causing the official's legs to weaken, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Are you seeking death? How dare you rise before the esteemed Lord Roseward? What do you intend to do? The guard's voice was frigid, his finger poised on the trigger. A mere gentle squeeze would send a bullet through the official's skull with ease. Please, do not fire. I merely wish to remind you that the island is unsafe. There are pirates, and they may cause a disturbance. I fear it might affect Lord Roseward's mood for the auction, the portly official stammered, drenched in cold sweat. Humph. Mere pirates. Should they dare to appear before Lord Roseward, they shall be captured and made into slaves. Remember, do not offend the great Lord Roseward, St. Charlos, or the Celestial Dragon Palace over such trivial matters next time. The guard cast a cold glance at the trembling official, reholstered his firearm, and swiftly returned to the ranks protecting the Roseward family. There were over a dozen such black-clad guards, in addition to a formidable contingent of more than 100 armored warriors wielding spears, who surrounded the Roseward family. These individuals represented only a fraction of the formidable protectors assigned to the 3 celestial dragons. Regularly, the dignitaries from the Holy Land would descend to Sabaody for leisure, despite the occasional appearance of pirates on the island. Yet, for decades, not a single world noble had encountered danger while on Sabaody Island. Even in the event of an unexpected incident, the strength of their guards would provide ample time for reinforcements from the Holy Land and the Navy headquarters to arrive. Pirates were not foolish enough to provoke the world aristocrats. It was widely known that antagonizing them would summon the might of the Navy admirals. The portly official's colleague attempted to voice further objections, but the official shook his head urgently to silence him. He feared that continuing to speak might provoke Lord Roseward's wrath, and he might not live to see the morrow. Since the guards of Lord Roseward regarded pirates with disdain, it was prudent to inform Berkeley to convene the auction without delay. After purchasing the slaves, the Roseward family hurried back to St. Mary Joya, as this was the most prudent action to ensure their safety. Simultaneously, they had already dispatched individuals to Naval Base 66 to assess the situation. It stands to reason that if any significant incident had occurred there, they would have been promptly informed via the telephone book. However, the absence of any communication thus far indicates that no major calamity has transpired. At Naval Base 66, several government officials clad in suits stood frozen in horror, their gazes fixed upon the ground, littered with hundreds of lifeless bodies. Stunned into silence, they quickly realized the gravity of the situation and urgently notified their superiors. There has been an incident. The naval base is in chaos. After a prolonged moment, one of them, trembling with fear, fished out a telephone bug and attempted to call their superior. The device emitted a persistent ringing, yet remained unanswered. No signal. How could there be no signal at such a critical moment? Return and report. The pirates have annihilated everyone at the Chambord Naval Branch. On the path to Auction House Number 1, Charles sat cross-legged atop a robust slave, a stream of mucus trailing down his face, wearing a foolish grin. I heard the auction house has acquired another mermaid. I must purchase her to race against the shark in my aquarium and see which is swifter. Hee hee. The last mermaid couldn't keep up and ended up with only half of her tail. What a disappointment. Aren't mermaids supposed to be the fastest in the sea? Yet, more than mermaids, I yearn to procure formidable pirates or giants as slaves. Rodsword wielded his whip, relentlessly striking the massive slave beneath him, whose back was reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh and blood as he crawled like a beast on all fours. Too slow. These slaves are far too sluggish. I desire a fully grown giant. That would certainly be most impressive. He glanced back at his daughter, Shalulia. And you? What kind of slave do you wish to acquire? The strikingly beautiful celestial dragon princess, Shalulia, nonchalantly replied, I wish to have that mermaid, but since Brother Charlos desires it as well, I shall relinquish it to him. After all, I have several at home that I can use for a while. Thank you, Shalulia. Charlos sniffled. The grand procession of celestial dragons made their way to a residential street. Upon witnessing such an imposing display, the inhabitants of the street immediately understood that the world's nobility had arrived. Without needing a word of instruction, the standing crowd promptly knelt, bowing their heads in utmost reverence, too afraid to gaze upon the Rodsword family. Charlos sniffed again, his expression one of disdain. Let us move quickly. The air here is foul. These wretched, filthy commoners have sullied the very atmosphere of Chambord. Among the throng, a curious little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, with her hair styled in horns, peeked out and caught sight of Shalulia's resplendent white robe and her exquisitely beautiful face. The little girl gazed in awe, involuntarily whispering, That sister is so beautiful. However, this seemingly innocent compliment darkened Shalulia's countenance. She drew a golden flintlock from her bosom, raising it to point menacingly at the dazed little girl. Wretched commoner, whom do you call sister? The little girl's brown eyes widened in terror, frozen in place, completely at a loss. She forgot the admonition from her parents to kneel when others did, lest she never see them again. Nisa, Nisa, from the crowd nearby. A young couple was paralyzed with fear at this sight, their faces drained of color, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They instinctively attempted to rise from their kneeling position to rush toward their daughter. Don't stand up. You'll die? Those kneeling beside them quickly grabbed them, forcefully pressing them back to the ground to prevent them from rushing forward. My beauty does not require praise from the likes of you, lowly peasants. Die. As she spoke, her alabaster fingers poised to pull the trigger. Boom. Suddenly, a deep rumble of thunder echoed in the sky above, startling Shalulia, who was poised with a pistol in hand. The flintlock slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. Chapter 130, The Chaotic Realm. The heavens over the archipelago of Shambodi were abruptly engulfed by a tempest, as dark clouds, thick as ink, rolled in. These heavy clouds converged, illuminated by flashes of white lightning that darted between the inky layers, accompanied by the resounding growl of thunder. The fierce winds tore through the canopy of the Yalkaman vine trees, and soon, torrents of rain cascaded from the gaping chasms, drenching those below. Ah, it is raining. I despise the rain. It is so damp. Charles sniffled, muttering to himself. The CP guards behind him seemed to have anticipated this turn of events. Before the downpour commenced, they swiftly produced umbrellas they had prepared in advance, shielding the heads of Rosward and his companions. The rain arrived unexpectedly and with great swiftness. In a mere span of seconds, the ground transformed into a quagmire. Hurry, hurry. We must leave this place. Pay no mind to those impudent commoners, Shaluria. Rodsword shouted with fervor. Wait until I eliminate that impertinent girl. A look of ire adorned Shalulia's face as she clutched her golden handgun, desperately attempting to locate the petite girl who had earlier flattered her beauty amidst the densely packed crowd. However, the torrential rain, pelting against the bubble that sheltered her, obscured her vision. After a prolonged search, Shalulia was unable to spot the diminutive figure. This is infuriating. In her vexation, Shalulia pulled the trigger, unleashing a series of shots into the crowd that, despite the downpour, dared not lift their heads. Bang! Bang! The piercing gunfire shattered the curtain of rain, reverberating into the distance. The throng erupted into chaos, and several unfortunate souls, struck by the bullets, let out pained groans before collapsing into the mire. Having exhausted the ammunition in her handgun, Shalulia angrily struck the body of the slave beneath her with the weapon. Keep up with my father and brother Charles. You useless fool. A large group hastened their pace towards the area of auction house number 1. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the sudden deluge, 3 individuals, 2 men and a woman, had mysteriously appeared. In the midst of the rain curtain, The surgical space in Luo's hands flickered and vanished as the frightened little girl, immobilized by the gunpoint of the Summer Luria Palace, was swiftly relocated. "Are you all right?" Yunxiao rushed to the motionless girl, meticulously examining her body. He soon realized that the child had merely been startled and was unharmed by the bullets fired from Summer Luria. A sigh of relief escaped his lips, and a joyful expression illuminated his face as he excitedly embraced the little girl before him. "Thank goodness, she is safe." After a moment of rigidity, the young girl, still reeling from her shock, was suddenly enveloped in Yunxiao's exuberant embrace, which sent her into tears. Her tender cries resonated through the rain, swiftly attracting her family to her side. "Yunxiao, we must leave. We cannot be discovered." Noticing several figures dashing towards them in the distance, Luo Xia grasped Yunxiao's shoulder with one hand and held onto Luo's arm with the other. An invisible current of energy enveloped the three of them, propelling them skyward and into the expansive canopy of the great Yaoqi vine tree. Nisha, are you all right?" "Oh, thank the heavens. It is such a relief that you are safe." Beneath the torrential rain, the voices of a young couple, filled with joy and emotion, soon reached them. From their perch among the lush treetops, the drenched Luo Xia and his companions peered through the gaps in the leaves, watching the group of people rush away. Their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. Rorschach is indifferent and somber. Luo's expression remained impassive, yet beneath the surface of his gaze lay a chilling abyss. Yunk found herself at a loss for understanding. Why? She glanced at Luo Xia and Luo, her confusion palpable. Why would that woman choose to pull the trigger in response to someone else's praise? The little girl had merely complimented her beauty. Was this not a cause for delight? Who could fathom it? Perhaps the thought processes of the celestial dragons are indeed as absurd as this. Luo emitted a soft grunt, pressing his hand against his slightly aching chest. He turned to Luo Xia, astonished that you could manipulate the weather. Why had he never witnessed such a talent before? It merely so happened that dark clouds were gathering above the Shangbo region. Even without my intervention, this torrential rain would inevitably descend. I simply employed my ability to control the wind to gather the clouds together, stirring them with lightning to hasten the arrival of the downpour. In Rasha's eyes flickered a crackling electric light, while his observation haki remained steadfastly fixed upon the St. Rosward family. "Let us return to the port. Once the Marineford fleet arrives, we shall depart. I have no desire to linger here any longer, lest I witness something repugnant once more," Lo coldly remarked. The celestial dragons reside above all. Regardless of their outrageous actions, others lack the authority to intervene. No, this is a rare opportunity. I believe we can leverage these three fools for our own purposes. Rorschach turned to face Luo, his gaze piercing and resolute. Luo felt a surge of anxiety under his gaze and could not help but elevate his tone slightly. "What do you intend to do? Do not act recklessly. I understand your disdain for those despicable celestial dragons. However, if you truly wish to endeavor to change the world, then striking against them now would merely serve as a fleeting release of your pent-up anger. The demise of three fools will not alter the oppressive darkness of this world. On the contrary, should harm befall the celestial dragons, countless innocent lives on this island would be ensnared in the aftermath. I do not wish to act at this moment." Ratchet gazed at Ro, and with the enhancement of lightning, my observation haki allowed me to perceive an extensive range that nearly enveloped the entirety of the Sabaody archipelago. I discerned that on this island of mangroves, aside from a formidable life force emanating from the depths of the No. 1 auction house, there were no other particularly powerful individuals present. As for the person within the No. 1 auction house, I could surmise their identity. What does it mean? Rose still did not comprehend. It signifies that there are no exceptionally strong guards protecting the celestial dragons, which presents us with an opportunity. Ratchet clenched his fist. If pirates are the elements that render this world chaotic, then the celestial dragons are the very source of all turmoil. Only by deeply understanding these beings can we discern the path we must take in the future. Law, do you recall the technique you inadvertently developed while we were sparring in Mariehua? Luo's body trembled, his pupils constricting. Are you suggesting the chaotic realm? Indeed. It is precisely the chaotic realm. Ratchet's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he turned to Luo and the bewildered Lark. I wish for you to employ your chaotic spatial technique to exchange the minds of the three of us with those of the Roswald family. This way, we could immerse ourselves in the perspective of the celestial dragons and observe this world. Chapter 131. Mind Exchange, Transforming into Darkness. No, this is far too perilous. My technique is still in its infancy. Should it fail, Before Rashia could finish his words, he was interrupted by Luo. Such an opportunity is rare and may only come once in a lifetime. The torrential rain continued to fall, drenching the three of them. Rashia extended his hand, firmly grasping Luo's shoulder. Go ahead, let us personally experience what qualities the source of this chaos possesses, that it has withstood the test of time for 8 centuries. A few minutes later, at the apex of the Yalki Manhong tree, 3 pirates, their bodies charred and their gazes vacant, were brought up by Rashia and cast among the dense branches. What do you intend to do? He inquired, looking at Luo. Luo furrowed her brows deeply, her fingers unconsciously curling as she pondered how to execute the technique of the chaotic space. Firstly, the characteristic of the chaotic space indeed possesses the ability to remotely interchange one's consciousness, for instance, in this manner. Luo extended his hand towards Luo Xia and the bewildered Skylark, alternating the positions of his left and right hands as he unleashed the technique of chaotic space. Boom, boom. Both Rasha and Yunxiao felt their hearts abruptly halt for a fleeting moment. Then, in a haze of confusion, they regained their senses. What have you done, Rasha? Yunxiao inquired, her voice laced with bewilderment. Yet, as she spoke, she found herself momentarily stunned. Something was amiss. Her voice resonated with the timbre of her elder brother, Rasha. Staring down in a daze, her eyes widened in astonishment. She gazed incredulously at her own form, towering at over 2 meters. Her body was a sculpted mass of taut muscle, brimming with unimaginable strength. Her hands were long and powerful, and even amidst the torrential rain, her vision could pierce through to the farthest horizon with clarity. This overwhelming sensation of strength, fullness, and lucidity captivated Yunxiao. No, this cannot be. This is not my body. It belongs to my brother Rasha. How did I become him? Yunxiao was taken aback. Then she heard the diminutive figure beside her, the Yunxiao, speaking in her original voice. This was Rasha's chaotic spatial technique, capable of temporarily swapping the consciousness, or rather the psyche and soul of individuals. We have effectively exchanged bodies. Rokia elucidated with the melodious voice of a lark. What an astonishing ability, what an impressive technique. Upon hearing Rokia's explanation, the lark expressed her admiration, gazing at Ro with reverence. Ro, your technique is truly remarkable, if employed skillfully. It could undoubtedly turn the tide in a life-and-death crisis. Luo, however, does not possess the same optimism as Yunxiao. It is not as straightforward. Should one encounter an individual of resolute mind or one possessing an air of dominance who is wary, my technique would prove ineffective. He spoke while casting a glance at Luoxia, noting that had Luoxia fortified his body with his prowess in advance, the current predicament would have been averted. Do not underestimate yourself. This move is indeed formidable. Nevertheless, let us exchange places swiftly. Time is of the essence. Roxa shifted uncomfortably, instinctively touching his arms and chest. His skin was soft and smooth. Although he possessed some muscle, the fat content on his body was slightly higher than that of a typical boy, primarily concentrated around his chest and hips. This body of Yunk's felt so frail. His perspective had drastically changed, plummeting from a height of 2 meters and 6 centimeters to merely 1 meter and 6 centimeters. The adjustment was indeed disorienting. Spotting Rox's movements, Yunk's mind went blank, leaving him momentarily frozen. What on earth was Roxa doing? Luo made another move, employing the technique of chaotic space to restore the 2 individuals' minds to their rightful bodies. Oh, it is indeed far more advantageous to be in one's own form. Roches let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the lark felt a rush of heat in her ears, covering her face with her hands and turning away, unable to face anyone. Have you not yet made up your mind? Roches, this torrential downpour is nearing its end. Once it ceases, we shall have lost our finest opportunity. Rochester furrowed his brow. Within the realm of his observation and the perception granted by his conqueror's haki, he discerned that the Roseward family, under the escort of CP personnel, had already distanced themselves significantly, nearing the auction house. Once they entered the confines of the auction venue, the likelihood of their mental exchange being discovered would escalate considerably within such a confined space. Those well-trained CP guards were not to be underestimated, should they harbor any suspicions. The situation would become quite precarious. Law took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure, and pointed at the 3 unconscious pirates nestled among the branches. Listen carefully. My plan is as follows. You have all experienced the chaotic nature of this space, which has the potential to alter one's psyche. If I were to employ this technique on the 3 of us and the 3 from Roswald, the outcome would be that our minds would inhabit each other's bodies. the three celestial dragons would awaken in our forms. I need not elaborate on how disastrous this situation could become. Rochester was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed not given this matter the earnest consideration it warranted. Luo is not mistaken. If the Rosward family were to seize their bodies, the matter would be irrevocably exposed. Regardless of how the three attempt to explain themselves afterward, they would likely meet a dismal fate. The charge would be one of assault against the nobility of the world. Therefore, do you intend to utilize those three pirates as a means of transit? Rokia gazed thoughtfully at the three pirates, who lay battered and semi-conscious, their eyes vacant and lifeless. It was no surprise that Luo had summoned these three individuals. Indeed, the incapacitated and grievously injured pirates would serve as the mental vessels for the Rosward family. Shortly, I would employ the powers of the Ope Nomi to sever their neural perceptions, rendering them unable to see, hear, smell, speak, or move. Our bodies would then become the conduits for their consciousness. This endeavor carries certain risks. Should the pirates unexpectedly awaken, the situation could take an unforeseen turn. However, I have assessed the circumstances, and your lightning should have sufficiently damaged their brains. Even if our bodies were to be occupied by their minds, it is likely they would remain in a stupor, incapable of controlling their physical actions. Ro let out a sigh and stretched his body. With this, we now have ample time to pursue your idea. Roxia, you must contemplate carefully. No matter how meticulously I arrange this matter, the risks involved are exceedingly substantial. Let us take the plunge. Without the slightest hesitation, Rasha made a resolute decision. Thus, let us proceed to the treetop canopy nearest to the Rosward family, accompanied by these three pirates, for it is there that I shall unleash my abilities. Rasha, your task is to create a significant commotion to divert the attention of those CP guards. At that precise moment, I shall strike. Leave it to me. Roxa rose. As the currents at the apex of the treetop coalesced to form an invisible tether that ensnared the three pirates, he grasped both Yunshi and Luo with his hands, soaring upward like the wind, swiftly pursuing the departing Rosward family from the summit of the tree. Noticing that Yunshi remained in a daze, Roxa couldn't help but call out a reminder. Yunshi, snap out of it. Remember, you are the celestial dragon Shalalia of the palace. Do not engage in any behavior unbecoming of your status. What should I do? Yunshi realized the gravity of the situation. Any misstep could spell their doom. When in doubt, remain still and maintain a stern expression. As for everything else, we shall handle it. After a moment of contemplation, Rasha expressed, rest assured. I shall not be a hindrance to you. Lark replied resolutely. The three of them sprinted atop the verdant canopy, swiftly catching up with the Rosward family. At that moment, the imposing entourage guarding the celestial dragon family was situated directly beneath them, thanks to the expansive and lush canopy of the Yalki vine tree. The vigilant CP guards surrounding them remained oblivious to Rasha and his companions. Moreover, the torrential rain above did not descend upon the Rosward family. Prepare to act, Ro. I shall divert their attention, he declared. Rasha softly murmured, and a thread of lightning unfurled from his right hand, winding upward through the dense curtain of rain, merging into the dark clouds above. In that moment, he experienced an extraordinary sensation. He felt the unleashed force of lightning rapidly expanding, growing ever more potent. The lightning, a natural phenomenon, was fusing with his own essence, amplifying the thunderous power within him. After a brief interval, Rasha sensed it was time to act. He directed the released lightning toward a massive archivine red tree not far away. To his astonishment, as he summoned the lightning again, what emerged was not a bolt the width of an arm, but a colossal pillar of lightning, as robust as an ancient tree. With a thunderous roar, the formidable lightning column descended from the clouds, akin to divine retribution piercing the heavens and the earth, crashing directly into the trunk of the archivine red tree. The cataclysmic sound reverberated as the massive lightning pillar penetrated the tree's body, causing this ancient giant, which had stood for countless ages, to splinter and crack from within. The thunderous explosion resonated so powerfully that it generated a shockwave, creating tumult in the undergrowth beneath. The towering archivine red tree was shattered by the sudden onslaught, uprooting its thick roots and heaving the ground into ridges and valleys. The ground, beneath the weight of this immense force, sent hundreds of people sprawling, while dozens were hurled away by the violent sonic waves. The bubbles hovering above the Rosvard family burst with a resounding crash, sending them tumbling to the ground. Dazed from the impact, even the formidable CP guards gritted their teeth, their ears ringing with a persistent hum. A chaotic realm. Ro inhaled deeply, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in his eyes, as his observation hockey firmly focused on the figures below: Saint Roswad, Saint Charles, and the celestial dragon of Shalilia. This time, the manifestation of his surgical fruit ability did not reveal the usual transparent dome-like sphere. Instead, it was an invisible, expansive display of power. Such a technique, undoubtedly, demanded an immense expenditure of physical strength. As Ro adjusted the position of his hands, the three individuals atop the treetops suddenly appeared dazed and immobilized, standing rigidly upon the densely clustered branches that had been carefully chosen to prevent their fall. Meanwhile, a short distance away, three pirates trembled slightly, yet remained motionless in their supine positions. However, on the ground below, the three members of Roswad, who had been toppled by the shockwave triggered by the lightning strike, blinked in confusion as they opened their eyes. Saint Roswad, Saint Charles, Shalilia Palace. Witnessing the esteemed celestial dragon sprawled in the muddy earth, their once pristine and luxurious garments now sullied by thick mud, was a sight to behold. The iconic bubble-shaped headgear that symbolized their status lay shattered. More alarmingly, each of the three celestial dragons bore visible signs of injury upon their faces. Observing this scene, the CP guards trembled uncontrollably, their hearts engulfed by an overwhelming dread. The transformation of the celestial dragons into such a state was an unpardonable transgression. They would be better off dead. Yet, ingrained in their very beings, instilled from childhood, was an unwavering loyalty to the celestial dragons. Thus, despite their paralyzing fear, the CP agents rushed forward, trembling hands reaching out to assist the Roswad family. Simultaneously, the armored soldiers of the Holy Land approached in a state of utter trepidation. Kneeling in unison, their foreheads striking the ground with fervent desperation. "We are deeply sorry. We are deeply sorry. Saint Roswad, Saint Charles, Shalilia Palace. We have caused distress to your esteemed persons. This is our dereliction of duty. We deserve death 1,000 times over." The CP guards who aided the Roswad family also knelt, their pallid faces sinking into the muddy ground beneath them. "It is not your fault. You need not." Charles instinctively wished to utter words of forgiveness upon seeing the guilt and fear etched on their faces. However, the resolute Saint Roswad suddenly brandished his cane, delivering a crushing blow to the head of the black-clad guard kneeling before him. Thud! The heavy cane struck the guard's head, causing blood to spill forth as he groaned and collapsed to the ground. The furious Saint Roswad, possessing considerable strength, bellowed, "Incompetent fools! How dare you allow one as great as I to endure such humiliation?" Lodsword raised his cane once more, bringing it down mercilessly upon the fallen CP guard, delivering a series of brutal strikes that left the unfortunate man convulsing on the ground, blood seeping from various wounds. Behind him, Charles and Shalilia appeared to be paralyzed with shock at their father's violent display, standing motionless in his wake. The CP guard sprawled on the ground was the leader of the team tasked with protecting the Lodsword family, a figure of considerable standing among his peers. Yet, under the relentless assault from Lodsword, he made no attempt to shield himself, instead lying there submissively, enduring the savage beating without resistance. The actions of Rodsvard did not escape the vigilant eyes of the other guards, each one betraying a profound sense of dread. If it were merely a matter of being beaten, even to the point of severe injury or disability, it would be a trivial concern as long as it appeased the celestial dragons. However, should the Rodsvard family remain unable to absolve the recent events, the fate that awaited these individuals would likely be far more terrifying than death itself. Yet, even in the face of a future that could lead them straight to hell, not a single guard dared to resist or flee. All knelt, awaiting the wrath of the furious Rodsvard. "You worthless lot, I shall have each of you executed. I shall have each of you executed." Roosevelt, breathless and enraged, cast aside his cane and pointed at the multitude of guards kneeling before him, their dark figures forming a dismal sight. With a voice filled with fury, he bellowed. Charles, startled by his father's wrath, turned pale, his lips parting as if to utter a response. "Have you lost your mind, Charles?" he thought, aware that his father was in a fit of anger. "They are nothing but lowly scum, having failed in their duty to protect us and allowing such disgrace to befall us. Their execution would be a mercy." Shalilia reached out to grasp her brother's arm, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and concern. Meanwhile, the guards present, including those of higher rank among the CP guards, turned ashen upon hearing Roosevelt's grim decree. Rodsword let out a heavy snort, turning his gaze towards his children. "Charles, Shalilia, are you both unharmed?" Under the scrutiny of Rodsword's piercing eyes, the sniffling Charles averted his gaze, seemingly apprehensive of him. Meanwhile, Shalilia met his gaze for a fleeting moment before subtly curling her lips in disdain. As Rosward observed the expressions of the two individuals, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Suddenly, his chin whiskers quivered, and he erupted into a fit of coughs. That was close. He nearly burst into laughter. Rosvard, the reincarnated Rorschach, instantly comprehended the starkly contrasting behaviors of Charlos and Shalilia upon observing them. The chaotic space conjured by Luo evidently deviated slightly from its intended purpose. While it can be deemed a general success, it inadvertently transferred Young's consciousness into that of Charles, while he himself found his essence inhabiting the body of the Shalilia Palace. Only Rasha successfully switched into the form of Lord Rodward. In an immediate reaction, he executed a furious action befitting a celestial dragon, delivering a severe reprimand to the ineffectual guards. "We are fine, Father," the Shalilia Palace remarked somewhat uneasily, noting the dirted garments and the torn headpiece, expressing a disdain for the foul air of Chambord. "Father, shall we return now? However, Charles wishes to acquire the mermaid still at the auction house. And you, Father, have intentions of purchasing a giant slave. Shall we leave empty-handed?" Rosvard Saint immediately understood. Turning around to fix his icy gaze upon the surrounding guards and the fallen leader of the CP. What had just transpired? An enemy attack? The bloodied guard, hearing the inquiry, quickly straightened his posture and respectfully replied, "Esteemed Rosvard Saint, based on my assessment, it appears that the recent disturbance was merely the result of a lightning strike upon the Yalchaman Red Tree. The torrential rain likely summoned the thunder, fortuitously striking the red tree nearby. Is that so? I had assumed it was a pirate assault," Rosvard mused. "Surely it cannot be a pirate attack, noble Rosvard Saint. In these waters, it is unlikely that anyone could conjure such a terrifying column of thunder," the guard leader stated reverently, undeterred by the blood staining his face. Rosward Saint retraced his steps to the imposing figure of the giant slave, who had been brought back by several guards. Upon his approach, one of the guards, who had been kneeling nearby, promptly crawled over and prostrated himself before him, serving as a stepping stone. Rosward Saint stepped onto the back of the guard, supported by two other guards, and took his place upon the spacious back of the giant slave. He cast a cold glance at the kneeling crowd, letting out a disdainful huff. "I am headed to auction house number 1 to procure slaves. You are fortunate today, for I shall spare your lives. However, our garments are sullied, and our hoods are tattered. I require you to procure clean clothing within 10 minutes, or you shall meet your demise." Upon hearing Rosward Saint's voice, the guards who had been kneeling in trepidation finally revealed expressions of relief, their eyes brimming with gratitude as they looked towards him. "Thank you, Rosward Saint, Charles Saint, and the generosity of Shalu Palace. We are deeply grateful for your grace. Rosward Saint, there should be spare clothing and hoods at government residence number 69. Please allow us a moment to fetch them for you." The blood-soaked leader of the CP reached into his pocket and produced a vial, draining its contents. As the potion entered his stomach, his body swelled dramatically, and his aura surged immensely. He rose to his feet, his figure flashing as he darted several dozen meters away, swiftly vanishing into the distance. Two more from the guard group stood up, similarly consuming the potion, their auras expanding and their speed escalating as they vanished into the depths of the nearby woods. In less than 8 minutes, the CP leader returned with the other two, each cradling a snow-white robe wrapped in exquisite fabric and a bubble hood forming a collar. "Maids, come assist the 3 lords in changing attire." The CP leader's complexion was somewhat pale, and the aura he exuded was weaker than before consuming the potion. Furthermore, his once jet-black hair had turned predominantly white, and distinct wrinkles marred his face. The other two were similarly affected. After a while, once they had changed into their garments and donned the bubble hoods, Rosward Saint and his companions resumed their journey towards auction house number 1. The surrounding guards became increasingly vigilant. The CP guards stood resolutely around Rosward and his companions, fully alert, constantly attuned to the slightest rustle in their surroundings. The CP leader gazed at Rosward Saint's retreating figure with gratitude. "How fortunate I am today. I nearly believed I would meet my end. It was my negligence that prevented me from rushing to protect the esteemed Rosward Saint and his family in the immediate aftermath of the thunderous explosion. Thankfully, the great Rosward Saint has shown mercy and forgiven our lapse in duty. Such an incident must never occur again." Charles felt the discomfort of the voluminous robe draped over him, the peculiar bubble cap adorning his head, and the slave beneath him, creating an overwhelming sense of unease. However, The physical discomfort paled in comparison to the turmoil within his soul. He observed the slave beneath him, laboriously crawling across the unforgiving earth. A towering figure exceeding 3.5 meters in height, shackles binding his neck, hands, and feet. This man, seemingly devoid of emotion, bore the weight of Charles on his back, oblivious to the sharp stones that lacerated his palms and knees, drawing forth crimson blood. It appeared as if he had lost all sensation, both corporeal and spiritual, plunging into a profound state of numbness. The same could be said for the giant slave beneath Shaluya and Rodward. The blatant trampling of another's dignity and flesh inflicted a deep psychological impact on Yunk. Especially disconcerting was the cadre of guards surrounding him, each displaying a reverent demeanor, none betraying even a hint of sympathy for the enslaved. To them, it was a matter of course. Living in such a manner was akin to a fate worse than death. Yunk sat rigidly upon the slave's back, yearning to take action. Perhaps, as a celestial dragon of the esteemed Charles, he could grant clemency to the slave below. Yet, Yunk was acutely aware that such an act would be unbecoming of a celestial dragon. Was this the darkness that his elder brother Rasha wished to unveil? Yunk believed she had glimpsed the chaotic source Rasha spoke of, yet she underestimated the celestial dragons. When their party finally arrived at the open space before Auction House No. 1, Yunk was met with an unforgettable spectacle. Stretching from east to west, a throng of people surged through the hundreds of meters of space, teeming with hundreds, even thousands. Among the crowd were opulently dressed merchants, nobles, and even royalty from various kingdoms. There were burly slave traders, pirates, and government officials, alongside terrified commoners. The aristocrats, officials, and wealthy merchants, adorned in lavish attire, wore smiles as they stood in the center, while the robust slave traders and pirates clustered on the right, each tethering various slaves. The fearful commoners remained on the left. Everyone knelt, save for them. Chapter 132, Supreme Power. In the open space before Auction House No. 1, thousands knelt in reverence, eagerly welcoming the arrival of the world's nobility. Rodsvard sat expressionless upon the back of a slave, utterly indifferent to the magnificent spectacle before him. The palace of Shaluya bore a cold smirk, seemingly ungrateful. To the astonishment of the CP guards, Charles Saint, typically the most vivacious among them, appeared unusually subdued today. Perhaps he was still shaken by the earlier lightning strike. This left the guards feeling a sense of unease. At this moment, Charles Saint sat vacantly on the slave's back, lost in thought as he gazed at a corner of the crowd to his right. The CP leader, marked by bruises, perceptively noted this unusual behavior and quickly followed his gaze. In that corner, he spotted a petite, ragged red-haired girl, no older than 15 or 16. Her neck bound by chains and held captive by a brutish slave trader, reminiscent of a dog on a leash, despite her delicate neck being ensnared. A flicker of hatred shone in her eyes. Realizing this, the CP leader suddenly understood. Charles Saint had taken an interest in the untamed girl. It was no surprise, for the esteemed Charles Saint had always favored such wild spirits, having already married numerous wives in the Holy Land, none of whom exceeded the age of 16. It was clear what drew him in. Believing he had unraveled Charles' intentions, the CP leader approached the slave trader, whispering a few commands. Immediately, a look of ecstatic delight spread across the trader's face, drawing envious glances from the surrounding slave traders. My lord, of course, to be chosen by the esteemed world aristocrat is her fortune. I shall take her to meet the illustrious Charles Saint at once, exclaimed Yod, his face alight with uncontainable joy. He could scarcely believe that on his very first occasion welcoming the exalted celestial dragon, he had been selected. As a slave trader in Sabaody, it was a dream for each to capture either a mermaid or an adult giant. For only these two rare commodities could elevate one to the ranks of the world aristocrats, transforming a life of toil and hardship into one of opulence, forever free from the scrutiny of others. To be a servant of the celestial dragons was to possess a status even greater than that of kings and noblemen. Yet, capturing a mermaid or an adult giant was no easy feat. The mermaids are rather enchanting. Although Fishman Island resides at a depth of 10,000 meters beneath the ocean surface, the waters near Sabaody occasionally reveal some Na'vi mermaids who ascend from the deep to marvel at the sky, the moon, and the islands. If fortune favors one, they might even manage to capture one. However, capturing an adult giant, particularly a male giant, is nearly impossible. The village of Elbaf, home to giants, is situated in the New World, where giants are seldom glimpsed near the paradise. Even if one were to appear, their formidable combat prowess is beyond the capabilities of ordinary slave-catching crews. Earlier today, these slave traders had participated in the capture of a giant pirate. Yod witnessed firsthand that during that capture, at least 200 individuals met their demise at the hands of what was said to be an immature giant. Previously, he had received word from Berkeley that world nobles would soon arrive, prompting them, the slave traders, to bring forth their finest stock. If luck smiled upon them, perhaps they would catch the eye of a passing celestial dragon and ascend to greatness. Consequently, Yod brought along the most striking red-haired girl he had captured in recent days. Compared to the rare species slaves acquired by his peers, Yod's prize, despite her stubborn refusal to bow, lacked any remarkable qualities. Thus, he believed he was merely going through the motions. However, he was utterly unprepared for the unexpected surprise that awaited him. He yanked the chain in his hand, pulling the downcast girl from the ground. Ha ha ha, you are fortunate to have been chosen by the illustrious celestial dragon. Henceforth, you shall reside in the holy land of Mariehua. Now, come with me to meet the great Saint Charlos. Behave well, and you may become his next wife. Yod, filled with pride, scanned the surroundings, relishing the envious and jealous gazes directed at him, which only heightened his satisfaction. Yet, upon hearing his words, the red-haired girl stood frozen, her previously burning hatred and defiance vanishing without a trace, replaced by a countenance filled with despair and resignation. Yod, with an air of arrogance, dragged the dazed girl along, following the chief CP until they stood before Charlos. Upon seeing Charlos seated upon the backs of slaves, adorned in his pristine white robe and iconic bubble helmet, Yod immediately donned a sycophantic expression, falling to his knees with a thud. I have seen the illustrious Lord Saint Charlos. May your health be everlasting, and may you live long and prosper. The young man certainly possesses a remarkable gift of eloquence, mused the leader of the CP, raising an eyebrow. Upon witnessing the red-haired girl he had been following appear before him, Charles regained his senses from his momentary stupor. As he drew nearer, he noticed the heavy chain around the girl's slender neck, now tarnished with rust. The oppressive weight of the chain had chafed her skin, leaving bruises around her collarbone. Swollen and discolored, the girl appeared quite frail, her physique emaciated, evidently having gone many days without sufficient nourishment. How pitiable, he thought, a surge of compassion welling within him. Release the chain and allow her to remain by my side. Fetch some food for her, he commanded. Yes, I shall unlock the chain at once, Yoda replied eagerly, unable to suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. It was indeed true. He was not dreaming. The esteemed Charles had truly taken a liking to his slave. Trembling with excitement, Yoder fumbled for the key, his hands quivering in anticipation. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Finally, I shall rise to prominence, he exclaimed joyfully. From this day forth, I shall seize the entire slave-catching team in this region of Shambody. As the chain around the girl's neck was released, Charles gracefully dismounted from the slave's back, approaching her with genuine concern. A smile also graced the leader of the CP's face, for it was evident that Charles had indeed taken a fancy to the girl, issuing such thoughtful commands. Sensing he had discerned his master's intentions, the CP leader felt a swell of satisfaction. This development would surely mitigate the unpleasantness of earlier experiences. Meanwhile, noticing Charles's actions, Shalulia furrowed her brow. Casting a subtle glance at her father, Losward whispered meaningfully, asserting that as the greatest deity, we are free to act as we desire without regard for consequences. For everything we do, no matter how absurd, is inherently justified. No sooner had he uttered these words than a tumultuous event transpired involving Charos. Charos, having taken food from his guards, crouched down, his grotesque visage marred by a runny nose, and extended the offering toward the despairing red-haired girl before him. Are you hungry? Please, have something to eat. The girl slowly turned her head, staring blankly at the man adorned with a bubble helmet and a face repulsively grotesque. Suddenly, she screamed, extending her hands to claw at Charos's face. I would rather die than become the wife of someone like you. Celestial Dragon, you are the scourge of this world. Watch out. Charos. The CP leader gasped, swiftly positioning himself in front of Charos, instinctively thrusting his finger toward the girl's head. No, Charos exclaimed in shock, instinctively reaching out to intervene. Yet, he seemed to forget that he was merely a pampered, plump boy. The CP leader's movements were far too swift for him to impede. A sharp sound echoed as the red-haired girl lunged forward, her head thrown back, her eyes glazing over. A hint of relief gracing her features as her diminutive form tumbled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A deep wound marred her forehead, a testament to the CP leader's merciless strike. With the girl slain by a mere fingertip, the CP leader's countenance darkened considerably. He cast a cold glare at Yod, whose expression was as frigid as ice. Yod fell to his knees, about to protest, when darkness enveloped him as the furious CP leader seized his hair, dragging him backward. He snatched a spear from a guard and impaled the terrified Yod to the ground, piercing his heart. Your slave dared to frighten Lord Charos. You wretched man. Having executed this brutal act, he swiftly knelt before Charos, seeking his master's forgiveness. Yet in that moment, Charos's gaze was entirely fixed upon the lifeless red-haired girl, oblivious to the words being uttered. The girl's eyes, once vibrant, were now hollow, yet a smile of liberation adorned her face, as if she found solace in her escape from the clutches of evil. Not far off, witnessing Yod's gruesome demise, the other slave traders displayed not a trace of sorrow. Instead, they wore expressions of glee. With Yod dead and the girl whom Lord Charos had coveted also perished, it signified their renewed opportunity to ingratiate themselves with the celestial dragons. The slave traders, noticing Charles's gaze still fixated on the lifeless girl, suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. It appeared that the esteemed St. Charles had a penchant for girls of such demeanor and disposition. They resolved to employ every conceivable means to procure a girl of this type to present to St. Charles. With this thought, some of the slave traders began to scan the surrounding crowd with keen eyes. Witnessing this turn of events, the cold depths of Shalulia Palace's gaze grew even more profound. Meanwhile, St. Rodsward descended from the back of a slave and approached a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, who knelt at the forefront. Upon seeing Rodsward approach, Berkeley's aged face immediately brightened with an exaggerated, sycophantic smile. Just as he was about to speak, Rodsward pointed at his face and intoned gravely, "Strike yourself 50 times. What did you say, my Lord Rodsward?" Berkeley, the chairman of the auction house, looked at Rodsward in confusion, convinced that he had misheard. A gust of wind swept through, and a guard clad in black appeared, delivering a resounding slap across Berkeley's face, sending him spinning and causing his top hat to fly off. This sudden upheaval instilled fear in everyone behind, prompting them to lower their heads in trepidation. "You shall comply with the Lord's command without question. Regardless of explanation, it is of no concern to you. Now immediately strike yourself 50 times, or face death." The guard drew a pistol, pressing it against Berkeley's temple. Terror and panic flickered in Berkeley's eyes. I shall do it at once," he stammered, trembling as he raised his hand to strike his own face. "Harder. Have you not eaten?" Rodsward's gaze was icy, his tone frigid. With a sharp crack, Berkeley gritted his teeth, swung his arm in a wide arc, and delivered a forceful slap to his own face, causing his skin to ripple. He struck himself repeatedly, each blow rendering him increasingly dazed, while his mouth gradually swelled. After delivering 50 resounding slaps, Berkeley's once handsome visage had swollen to resemble a large bun. Blood trickled from his nose, and his lips bore the marks of crimson. His slicked-back hair fell disheveled around him as he knelt on the ground, his eyes vacant, tears welling in his eyes. Overwhelmed with a sense of injustice, he dared not weep. "Do you understand why you are being punished?" Rodsward's voice was devoid of warmth. Berkeley, trembling in fear, collapsed to the ground, shaking his head. "I don't know," he stammered. "Then let it be 50 more slaps." Rodsward turned away, disregarding the sorrowful expression of Berkeley, and approached his son. "Charos, rouse yourself. He is merely a despicable slave, and such refuse is abundant." He gestured toward the throng of heads gathered on the vacant ground, and with a nonchalant tone amidst their fearful gazes, he remarked, "If you desire, you may choose from among these individuals. After all, they are but a collection of timid wretches, incapable of resistance. To become our slaves is a fortune they have earned through their past lives." Charos slowly lifted his gaze, meeting the increasingly frigid eyes of his father, before numbly surveying the surrounding crowd. Wherever his eyes fell, all faces were buried deeply into the ground, trembling in dread, fearful of being selected as a slave. No one resisted, no one fled, and not a soul dared to exhibit even the slightest hint of anger or defiance. What remained was only fear, submission, and reverence. "Since there is none to your liking, let us proceed within. Let us see what new curiosities the auction house has to offer today." Rodsward extended his hand to lift his somewhat disoriented son as they approached the entrance of the auction house. As they passed by Berkeley, who was still nursing his wounds, he coldly remarked, "The reason I permit you to endure this humiliation is that you, a mere lowly wretch, dare to make one as magnificent as I wait for the commencement of the auction. Has that fool Doflamingo not enlightened you on how to treat a deity? Should such a disgrace occur again, I shall ensure the world government revokes your title of warlord. Now, proceed to oversee your auction. If you fail to satisfy us today, you shall accompany us to the Holy Land to endure the human-powered elevator. At the mention of the human-powered elevator, Berkeley's complexion drained to a ghostly pallor. Devoid of any color, he had been unwell, suffering from a rash, and had spent 7 or 8 days in the hospital receiving intravenous treatment. Yet, these ailments do not serve as an excuse. He was still typing away on his phone. Despite missing classes, he had spent over $1,000 on medical expenses. Truly, it was a vexing situation, but he reassured himself that relief was imminent. Next month, he would unleash a torrent of updates, aiming for another daily 1,000 badge. The 30-day one. What of a 200 subscription count? He would simply forge ahead. Chapter 133. Unrestrained Freedom, the Hall of the No. One auction house was adorned in a manner reminiscent of a cinema. A series of circular seats sloped downward, with 2 aisles carpeted in red running through the center. At the front stood a raised platform, similarly draped in crimson. At that moment, Berkeley, his face swollen and grotesque, clutched a microphone, suppressing the pain in his visage. As he passionately introduced the first auction item, his appearance was exceedingly comical. However, among the hundreds of nobles and wealthy merchants seated in the audience, not a soul dared to laugh, for directly in front of them, in the central seats, sat 3 celestial dragons, the Holy Family of Lodsvard. The seating arrangement of the 3 individuals was markedly distant from that of the others. Not only was there an absence of outsiders within a radius of over 10 meters, but also armored guards stood vigil around them, alongside vigilant black-clad personnel with sunglasses, exuding an air of utmost alertness. Charles, take heed, at times. A single act of kindness from those in power can save many, yet it may also lead to the demise of even more. Rosward gazed at the somewhat disheartened Charles, his lips moving slightly as he spoke in a barely audible whisper. Yet, my sole intention was to save her. Unbeknownst to him, Charles's grotesque visage contorted in anguish, his eyes brimming with torment as he lamented, but I caused her demise. The palace of Shaluria observed the large fish tank being pushed forward by several burly men, within which a mermaid floated, her face etched with terror. In a chilling tone, she murmured, "Have you ever contemplated that death might be a release for her? Did you not notice the smile upon that girl's face? The fate that awaits a slave captured by traffickers is a harrowing thought that chills one to the bone. Charles, she might even express gratitude towards you." Upon hearing Shaluria's words, Charles shook his head, resolute in his belief. "Regardless, I am the one who brought about her end." With a glimmer of hope in his eyes, he turned to Rosward, asking, "Father, do you think we might utilize this identity to rescue those unfortunate slaves?" "Impossible," Rosward replied, his voice devoid of warmth, as if a storm brewed within. "You are not a fisher tech, and the celestial dragons remain indifferent to the lives of slaves. Observe closely, and remember this suffocating, powerless, and agonizing sensation. This is precisely what I wish for you to witness. Then shall we effect no change at all?" Charles inquired, his spirit undeterred. "No, change shall come, and swiftly." A chill surged deep within Rosvard's heart. Charles trembled, suddenly calming his mind as he gazed upon the mermaid on the high platform. No, she should not be referred to simply as a thing. A mermaid is not a fish. She is a being of humanity. Indeed, the mermaid's appearance was as enchanting as the legends foretold, so breathtaking that one could scarcely divert their gaze from her visage. Her azure eyes, reminiscent of the clearest, most crystalline ocean waters, captivated all who beheld them. Her exquisite features were perfectly proportioned, from her delicately arched nose to her glistening cherry-red lips, which floated gracefully in the water, flowing with her long, pink hair that danced with the waves. Her bare upper body was modestly adorned with 2 blue shells, revealing a vast expanse of smooth skin and ample curves. Below her waist flowed a long, elegant tail, sleek and aquamarine in hue. Unlike the scaly tails depicted in fairy tales, this mermaid's tail bore a resemblance to that of a shark, devoid of scales and featuring sharp fins. The union of her human form with a fish's tail, paired with the delicate panic reflected in her eyes, exuded an exotic allure that could drive any man to madness. When the mermaid first graced the stage, pushed to the center of attention, the nobles and wealthy merchants, initially mere guests, were instantly transfixed, their eyes gleaming with insatiable greed as they fixated on her. Some even pondered the potential repercussions of participating in the bidding for the mermaid, unsure if it might offend the celestial dragons. Yet, this was an auction house, where the highest bidder claimed their prize, Such was the established rule. Esteemed guests, behold the pièce d'assistance of this auction. Berkeley raised his voice, stepping closer to the aquarium, pointing at the mermaid within. From the depths of the Pearl Fishman Island, we present the extraordinarily rare great white shark mermaid. Look at her flawless figure, her sleek, elongated tail, and her stunning beauty that rivals even that of the pirate empress. Imagine bringing this unparalleled mermaid into your home, residing in your grand aquarium. What a profound impact she would have on your guests. If you prefer not to keep her as a mere fish, why? You could also take her as your bride. Berkeley chuckled, displaying a knowing expression typical among men, though the swelling on his face distorted it somewhat. To possess such a beautiful mermaid as a wife, one can scarcely imagine the lavish lifestyle that would ensue. What? You wish to inquire how to lead a joyous life with a mermaid? Ah, that secret is one you must discover for yourself upon bringing her home. It is noteworthy that after marriage, the mermaid's tail transforms into human legs. Though still beautiful, they bear little distinction from those of a human. However, upon re-entering the water, her tail re-emerges once more. Moreover, there exists no reproductive isolation between mermaids and humans. If one wishes to avoid the birth of unsightly fishmen, it would be prudent to take appropriate precautions. Now, let us commence the auction, featuring the magnificent white shark mermaid, Dora, hailing from Fishman Island. With a starting bid of 100 million berries. As Berkeley's impassioned declaration resounded, a chorus of heavy breaths erupted from the auction floor. Those invited as guests were all affluent individuals, replete with wealth. Among them were nobles and royals from allied nations, as well as wealthy merchants from large trading caravans. At this moment, their eyes gleamed with fervor, fixated on the mermaid upon the stage. Some hesitated, contemplating whether to place a bid, while others cast their gaze toward the celestial dragon seated at the front. They knew that the celestial dragons held a particular affinity for mermaids. Typically, whenever a mermaid was captured in sobriety, a lofty celestial dragon would descend from the Holy Land to partake in the auction. The bidding for mermaids often soared to 500 or 600 million, even into the billions. It was rumored that a celestial dragon had once set a staggering price of 5 billion berries for the legendary mermaid princess. Whoever managed to capture the mermaid princess and present her to a celestial dragon would be rewarded with 50 billion berries and the right to reside in Mariejois. Regardless of whether these individuals intended to bid, the first call for bids must come from a celestial dragon. Otherwise, one might find themselves on the receiving end of the celestial dragon's wrath, with no inkling of how dire the consequences could be. Once a celestial dragon placed a bid, others could follow suit, for even they adhere to certain protocols, do they not? If they disregarded such conventions, they would simply have their desired items delivered directly to the Holy Land. Such were the musings of some attendees. Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation, the esteemed St. Roswald, seated in the front row, finally spoke up to place a bid. He regarded Berkeley, who stood on the stage with a flamboyant smile. With an air of indifference. 1 berry. Excellent. The esteemed St. Roswald bids 100 million berries. Berkeley announced loudly, waving the microphone in his hand. 100 million berries. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auction hall fell into silence. The nobles and merchants seated at the back exchanged perplexed glances. Did St. Roswald just bid 100 million berries? Did I hear correctly? Or was it merely 1 berry? Surely you misheard. The starting bid is 100 million berries. Not 1 berry. As whispers rippled through the audience, Berkeley gradually came to realize the gravity of the situation. The exaggerated smile on his face began to stiffen as he glanced once more at the nearby St. Roswald. Esteemed St. Roswald, your recent bid was indeed 1 berry. I bid 1 berry. Rosward spoke with calmness, gesturing towards the leader of the CP, requesting a single belly to purchase a mermaid. Yes, Lord Rosward. The CP leader exhibited no trace of surprise, receiving several coins from an attendant and respectfully handing them to Rosward. A crisp sound resonated at Berkeley's feet, where a 1 belly coin rolled a few times before coming to rest beneath him. Berkeley swallowed hard, his lips moving as he bent down to retrieve the coin. A rigid smile appeared on his face as he announced, Lord Rosward bids 1 belly. Does anyone wish to raise the bid? He looked expectantly towards the nobles in the audience. At that moment, Berkeley longed for a hero to emerge, someone who could restore the auction to a reasonable bidding price. Though he harbored a fear of the celestial dragons, Berkeley remained a profit-driven merchant, with the value of money holding significant weight in his heart. A rare mermaid like Dora could fetch a staggering price of at least 1 billion belly. From Doflamingo, he could earn a commission of over 100 million belly, a substantial sum indeed. However, with Rosward's intervention, Berkeley felt his efforts had been in vain. and his anticipation for the auction had been squandered. The bids from the audience were far below the starting price, and no one else was willing to participate. Ordinarily, such a bid would be deemed invalid. Yet, the bidder was a celestial dragon. Berkeley lacked the courage to declare the bid void. Even if his master, the warlord Don Quixote, were to intervene, he would hardly dare to offend Lord Rosward. Thus, with a heavy heart, Berkeley continued to preside over the auction. One belly going once, one belly going twice, one belly going thrice. With no competing bids, he reluctantly declared, "Congratulations, Lord Rosward. The mermaid Dora is now yours." Berkeley felt as though his heart was bleeding as he waved his hand, signaling the attendants to bring the fish tank containing the mermaid before Lord Rosward's family. Struggling to suppress his emotions, he steeled himself to introduce the second item. A table draped in golden silk was presented. Berkeley took a deep breath and, once again adopting his elevated tone capable of stirring the auction's energy, excitedly proclaimed, "In these tumultuous seas, myriad dangers lurk. To ensure one's safety, one must possess formidable strength. Enhancing one's power requires not only time and effort but also exceptional talent. Yet, within the ocean lies a force that can grant immense power with ease. A mere taste is all it takes to transform one into a superhuman, soaring above others. However, acquiring such strength comes at the cost of one's ability to swim. However, when compared to the acquisition of superhuman powers, the cost is utterly negligible. At this juncture, it is evident to all that this power is embodied in the treasure unveiled by Berkeley as he pulled aside the golden silk to reveal a magnificent chest of gold. He lifted the chest and, before the audience, slowly opened it. Inside lay a peculiar fruit adorned with spiral patterns, resembling an enlarged strawberry. The devil fruit. Berkeley, brimming with excitement, grasped the devil fruit from the chest and raised it high. This particular fruit is the zoan-type bug fruit in its sandworm form, which, when consumed, grants one the ability to transform into a colossal burrowing worm, significantly augmenting one's strength. Recently, the notorious pirate, Mig Jones, captain of the giant worm pirates, who caused an uproar in the territory of the warlord Gecko Moria and managed to retreat unscathed, was the previous owner of this fruit. Dear attendees, are you intrigued? By consuming this fruit, you too could attain formidable power equivalent to a bounty of 120 million berries. The starting bid for the zoan-type bug fruit in its sandworm form is also set at 100 million berries. Let the auction commence. Upon hearing Berkeley's introduction, Rosward cast a surprised glance at his daughter, Shalulia. Shalulia, equally astonished, did not expect Mig Jones's fruit to have found its way to Sabaody. The influence of the Don Quixote family is indeed immense, having procured this fruit so swiftly. At the sight of the fruit, Rosward was reminded of the late Aristotle. With Aristotle's demise, would his blood fruit abilities also find rebirth elsewhere? From the performance exhibited by Aristotle, the growth potential of that blood fruit is astonishingly high. It possesses a power that is undoubtedly on par with the formidable abilities of the natural-type fruits. Should it fall into the hands of the Navy and be consumed by an appropriate individual, it could yield a formidable force. Conversely, if it were to be seized by pirates, another Aristotle would emerge upon the seas. Witnessing the devil fruit held aloft by Berkeley, the spectators in the audience were once again filled with excitement. As merchants and nobles, their paramount concern for safety always takes precedence. The devil fruit, being the quickest means to enhance one's own strength, is undoubtedly the most coveted treasure among all. This desire surpasses even the yearning for mermaids. After all, with immense power at one's disposal, amassing wealth becomes exceedingly simple. However, before these eager nobles could roll up their sleeves and prepare to draw upon their considerable fortunes to participate in the bidding, a round coin clattered once more at Berkeley's feet, producing a crisp sound. The smile on Berkeley's face instantly vanished. A vein throbbed on his forehead, his cheeks twitched uncontrollably, and his hand, clutching the devil fruit, trembled. The most undesirable scenario had reared its head again. One belly. Lord Rosward spoke with his characteristic indifference. Rules? This time, Berkeley, overwhelmed by a tempest of suppressed anger, finally mustered the courage to voice a word of counsel. It appears that your actions do not quite align with the conventions of the auction house. The atmosphere around Rosward turned frigid as he scattered the remaining coins of a belly at his feet. My rules are absolute. Today, every item shall be priced at a singular belly. How can you conduct yourself in such a manner? If this is the case, we might as well bundle all the goods and present them to the esteemed Lord Rosward at our renowned auction house. Berkeley, consumed by rage and losing his composure, uttered these words with a slight tremor. His heart bled profusely. Originally, he anticipated a commission of 200 to 300 million bellies after today's auction. Yet, with Rosward's interference, he found himself deprived of even a single belly. More than this financial loss, the prospect of facing the wrath of Doflamingo filled him with dread. The items worth billions of bellies had slipped through his fingers. Doflamingo, that obstinate and arrogant figure, would hardly entertain any explanations. Such an outcome would only serve to highlight his incompetence. A gust of wind swept through, and a figure emerged, striking Berkeley across the face, causing blood to spill from his mouth and nose. He staggered, disoriented, before collapsing onto the ground. The leader of CP received the devil fruit and returned respectfully to present it to Rosward. Rosward held the fruit in his hand, locking eyes with Berkeley's furious and repressed gaze. "No, I disdain forceful seizures. I find solace in possessions acquired through monetary means." Resumed the auction. "I shall continue to bid." Observing Berkeley slumped on the ground, resembling a bereaved soul, Rosward furrowed his brow. The leader of the CP, noticing this, cast a chilling glare and prepared to ascend the stage once more, intending to deliver a resounding slap to Berkeley. Sensing the impending threat, Berkeley jolted upright, hastily resuming his role as the auctioneer. There was no turning back. He could only contemplate his escape after the auction concluded. He could not linger in Shambadi, having offended both the celestial dragons and the Tenryubito, leaving his future shrouded in darkness. Next came a renowned blade from Wano country, the Shigyur, one of the 50 finest swords, with an opening bid of 5 million berries. Berkeley, with a weary demeanor, introduced the item. As anticipated, Rosward, adhering to his customary practice, bid a solitary berry and acquired the Shigyur. Time gradually elapsed as an array of items paraded upon the stage: slaves, weapons, and individuals of various races, young and old. The slaves bore heavy explosive collars around their necks, ready to be detonated at their master's whim. The subsequent item was a silver-haired old man, bespectacled and escorted by guards, who sought to sell himself due to his inability to afford alcohol, a coding craftsman, Rayleigh. Chapter 134, The Dark King Rayleigh? Kneel. Upon hearing this name, Rosward's expression grew increasingly frigid, and both he and Shalulia focused intently on the elderly man being brought forth. Noticing their gaze, the perpetually glum Charlos was taken aback and turned to look as well. The man bore a vertical scar across his right eye, his visage adorned with round-framed glasses, exuding an air of neglect. He wore an unbuttoned white striped shirt, red beach shorts, and flip-flops, revealing his hairy calves. A tattered white cloak, faded and riddled with holes, hung loosely from his shoulders. The old man's lips curled into a slight, sardonic smile, and despite being prodded by two burly men, he clutched a small bottle, occasionally taking swigs from it. "Dear gentlemen, is there anyone who might purchase me? I can cook, and barbecue. I merely require a few bottles of fine wine daily to yield you, considerable returns." Without waiting for Berkeley's detailed introduction, Rayleigh proactively declared his virtues and needs. Upon hearing this, a speechless expression crossed Berkeley's woebegone face. "You, sir, are you intentionally mocking the esteemed Rosward?" The CP leader was seething with fury. How could they dare to bring even a decrepit old drunkard, aged in his 70s or 80s, to be auctioned off? It seemed that this auction house, T&I Cha-Sha, had no intention of continuing its operations in Shangbodi. "Tomorrow, I shall report this matter to the world government and seek the revocation of your business license." Listening to the CP leader's tirade, Berkeley hurriedly offered apologies and explanations, yet internally he had already resigned himself to the situation. "Go ahead and report me. After all, I plan to flee soon, and if this auction house collapses, so be it." However, for the first time, Berkeley found himself agreeing with the CP leader. Who would be foolish enough to buy an old drunkard? Such an elderly individual could hardly be expected to work and might succumb to drunkenness at any moment. Despite his thoughts, Berkeley continued to fulfill his duties as the auctioneer, eager to bring this torturous auction to a swift conclusion. Starting bid, 50,000 berries. Berkeley declared weakly. "Just 50,000 berries, and you could take this old man home. For the price of a few bottles of good wine, you could acquire a strong, robust male slave. There is nothing more advantageous than this in the world." Raleigh finished the last of the wine in the bottle, reluctantly licking the rim, and then echoed Berkeley's call for bids. The expression on the face of the audience member from Shalulia Palace was utterly captivating, as if witnessing an extraordinarily absurd spectacle. Rosward Saint displayed an expression of undeniable certainty. Just as everyone anticipated that he would announce the bidding price of 1 belly, they were suddenly taken aback as it marked the first time Rodsvard raised his sign. 1 billion bellies. The illustrious Rodsvard Saint dares to bid 1 billion bellies? Berkeley's mouth fell agape, his countenance akin to that of a ghost, bewildered as he gazed at the bidding Rodsvard. He was certain that his ears had not betrayed him. Indeed, he had heard 1 billion bellies, rather than the incessant 1 belly bids from before. 1 billion bellies? The hundreds of affluent spectators seated behind suddenly snapped out of their dull, passive observation and turned their attention towards Rodsvard and the figure of Rayleigh on stage. He was merely an ordinary elderly man with a white beard. Why would a celestial dragon bid 1 billion bellies? Had he lost his mind? Or did the celestial dragons consider money trivial? Fools! I believe this is merely a display of their supreme status. Just as they had previously forcibly acquired a mermaid worth 1 billion bellies for a mere 1 belly. Now, with 1 billion bellies, they seek to purchase an old man who is worth less than 1 belly. They wish to convey that they can do as they please. If they desire to spend 1 billion bellies on a pile of dung, no one would dare to object. The rotund merchant who had uttered these words suddenly felt a chill enveloping him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. On stage, Rayleigh's smile faltered momentarily as he surveyed the wealthy patrons buzzing with speculation, his gaze eventually landing on a family seated directly opposite him. Their distinctive bubble-shaped headgear and pristine white robes unmistakably revealed their identity. In truth, Rayleigh had encountered Rodsvard Saint and his family numerous times before, and in the same manner as today. However, he had never garnered their attention until now, it seemed. Ha ha ha, 1 billion bellies. This gentleman is indeed generous. Yet, I am aware of my own worth. Though I possess confidence in my strength, I am, after all, advanced in years. A mere few million bellies would suffice to secure my services. There is no need to expend such a vast sum. Rayleigh waved dismissively at Rodsvard, casting a glance at Berkeley beside him, and softly remarked, President Berkeley, I am willing to sell myself. We agreed that I must receive half of the payment later, or else I shall lack the funds for my wine. Yet, Berkeley was utterly oblivious to his words. In his ears, there resonated only the echo of 1 billion bellies. He pondered whether Rodsvard's proclamation was genuine or merely a facade. If he could secure this 1 billion bellies before fleeing, he could live the remainder of his life in the lap of luxury, even after departing from the Don Quixote family. No, you jest. If you are not worth even 1 billion bellies, then that is the true jest. Rodsvard's lips curled into a smile as he threw his head back in laughter, exclaiming to Rayleigh and the others, Ha ha, do you agree? The right-hand man of the pirate king, the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh. At this proclamation, the room fell into a stunned silence. The Dark King Rayleigh, sir? Are you referring to that Rayleigh? The CP leader's eyes widened, his muscles tensing instantaneously as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Rodsvard to shield Rayleigh from view. Simultaneously, the guards scattered throughout the auction house converged, their expressions vigilant as they directed their attention towards Rayleigh on the stage, effectively encircling the Rodsvard family. Silver's Rayleigh. Is he that drunken old man? What a joke. Hey, is this for real? That old man, the right hand of the Pirate King? A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience behind them. Oh no, I've been recognized. Rayleigh muttered to himself, tapping his forehead in frustration and letting out a sigh. Lord Rodsvard, please keep your distance. That man is exceedingly dangerous. The CP leader, witnessing Rodsvard rising and pushing aside the guards in his path as if intending to approach Rayleigh, turned pale with fear. If the drunken old man on stage was indeed the legendary Silver's Rayleigh, then no one here could withstand his assault, unless a Navy admiral were to arrive. Step aside. As the CP leader obstructed his path, Rodsvard's gaze turned icy, emanating a terrifying and commanding presence. This aura was one that the CP leader and the surrounding guards had never experienced from Rodsvard before. Under his scrutinizing gaze, the CP leader found himself retreating uncontrollably to the side. Rayleigh squinted, surprised by the approaching figure of this celestial dragon elder. There was something about this celestial dragon's demeanor that set him apart from the debauched youth he was accustomed to seeing. It bore a resemblance to the 5 old men he had encountered previously. Why had he not noticed this before? Was it his inattention? Silver's Rayleigh. Rodsvard approached Rayleigh, gazing upon the legendary figure before him, and suddenly posed a question that left everyone in astonishment. What is your opinion on the celestial dragons? What? Rayleigh was taken aback, somewhat bewildered. How do you perceive the celestial dragons as a group? Rodsvard inquired once more. Rayleigh furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the celestial dragon before him. and then smiled as he replied, "The celestial dragons are the deities governing this world, the illustrious aristocrats of the realm, the supreme rulers." "Is that so? Are these your heartfelt sentiments, King of the Underworld Rayleigh?" On the countenance of Rosward, there was not a trace of fear towards the so-called King of the Underworld. Rather, he took a step closer. The distance between them was a mere 2 meters. The hearts of the guards behind him were in their throats. The CP members were drenched in sweat, their eyes fixed intently on Rayleigh. Rayleigh, observing the impassive Rosward, genuinely wished to kneel. Before he could finish his words, Rosward coldly uttered 2 words. "Huh? What did you say?" Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. "Lord Rosward." The leader of the CP gasped in shock, disregarding the potential offense to his master, and swiftly positioned himself between Rosward and Rayleigh, his expression tense as he watched Rayleigh closely. The audience, meanwhile, were all left agape. The celestial dragon was demanding the legendary pirate king Rayleigh to kneel? Did he not value his life? This was an infamous figure, known for his lawlessness. Rosward gazed at the astonishment etched upon Rayleigh's face and coldly reiterated, "If your words are indeed sincere, then why do you not kneel before me?" Rayleigh raised a hand to stroke the stubble on his chin, pondering his predicament. "Oh dear, this is rather troublesome. Lord Rayleigh, what do you intend to do? You must carefully consider the consequences." The leader of CP, drenched in perspiration, spoke with a tremor in his voice. "Should you refuse to kneel, I shall turn this place into a river of blood." Lodsvard Saint turned, gesturing towards the throng of spectators. "If you do not kneel, I shall execute these individuals." Upon hearing these words, the audience was left utterly bewildered. "If you do not kneel, I will ensure that the bar owner, Shachi, who extorts others, vanishes." In an instant, Riley's gaze grew frigid, and a terrifying aura began to awaken within him, akin to a malevolent dragon opening its eyes. Rosward remained impassive and continued, "Should you refuse to kneel, I shall compel the world government to revoke Boa Hancock's title as a warlord of the sea, and summon the marine admirals to the calm belt to escort her back to Mariahua. If you do not kneel, I will transport every woman from the Amazon lily to the Red Continent." He forcefully pushed aside the stiff-bodied leader of CP and stepped before Rayleigh, gazing coldly at him. "Now, you may kneel." This chapter, impervious to corrections, presents quite the vexation. Chapter 135, Doflamingo's Fleeting Life. "Now, you may kneel." As the seemingly nonchalant words of Rosward escaped his lips, an oppressive silence enveloped the auction house, a stillness so profound that even the sound of breathing vanished. All eyes were fixed upon Rayleigh. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the elderly celestial dragon before him, acutely aware of the frail and diminutive aura that emanated from the old man. Yet, the latter remained unfazed by the overwhelming presence that Rayleigh exuded, displaying not a hint of fear. Was it the result of his prolonged tenure in a position of power that endowed him with such an air of superiority? "This old fellow is rather impressive." Suddenly, Rayleigh threw back his head and erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, indeed, an admirable display of intimidation. However, threatening an old man who is half a step away from the grave is hardly a prudent choice." His laughter abruptly ceased as he cast a chilling gaze around the room, observing how the 100-strong guard beside Rosward raised their spears and flintlock pistols in unison. "Are you not afraid that I could eliminate every soul present in an instant? I possess the capability to do so before your guards even have time to dial for help." He pointed towards the pale-faced, sweat-drenched leader of the CP guards and continued, "So what are you hesitating for? Does aging bring forth more reservations? Where is the indomitable spirit of the legendary pirate, Rayleigh?" Rosvard continued to exert pressure. Riley cast a lingering glance at him, then smiled. "You are right. With age comes a waning of vigor, a tendency to look back and forth. Your threats indeed place the elder in a precarious position. It seems you wish to drive me to the 9 serpents." He shook his head, placing his hands behind his back, refusing to kneel. Instead, he turned and strolled along the aisle of the audience, making his way toward the exit of the auction house. Alas, what a pity it would be to mar such a splendid environment as Shambodi. Must I not be allowed to enjoy my twilight years in peace? This beautiful land of Shambodi must not fall victim to the scourge of pirates. The voice of Roswad reverberated from the stands, causing Rayleigh to pause in his steps. A subtle smile curved at the corners of his mouth as he abruptly turned around, his eyes narrowing behind his round spectacles. Suddenly, a formidable aura, reminiscent of a sovereign's might, erupted from his aged form, sweeping across the entire auction house like a tempest. Under the onslaught of this storm-like presence, all individuals within the auction hall became as fragile leaves tossed about in a gale. One by one, they rolled their eyes back, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed to the ground. Thud, thud. Moments later, the vast auction hall stood devoid of any standing figure, with bodies sprawled haphazardly across the floor. Reminiscent of a crime scene. Rayleigh glanced back at the equally fallen Roswad, shaking his head gently. An intriguing celestial dragon indeed. Ha ha ha. I must return to inform Shaki. It seems we truly need to change locations this time. Then, his gaze fell upon the mermaid floating in the fish tank. With a sigh, he turned back, lifted the mermaid into his arms, and soon vanished from the auction house. A few minutes later, the CP leader, clutching his throbbing head, stirred from his unconscious state. The first sight that greeted him was the multitude of bodies strewn across the floor. His heart sank, particularly upon witnessing the Roswad family lying there. Eyes rolled back in their heads. It felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill coursing through him. He scrambled to the nearest Roswad, leaning down to listen for a heartbeat. Upon hearing the faint thrum of Roswad's still beating heart, he exhaled a sigh of relief, quickly moving to check on the unconscious Shalulia and Charos. After confirming that the three celestial dragons were largely unharmed, he slumped to the ground, utterly drained. His body slick with cold sweat, as though he had just emerged from water. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The Roswad family is safe. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to report to the higher-ups. Has the Dark King really left? Was that truly the Conqueror's Haki? Such a terrifying presence. Truly deserving of the legendary pirate's reputation. The Dark King Rayleigh, right here in Sabaody Archipelago. This situation is far too perilous for the celestial dragons. It must be reported to the world government. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a few more minutes passed, and one by one, the unconscious began to awaken. Seeing Roswad open his eyes, the CP leader rushed forward to offer his support. Roswad opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings before returning to his seat. After a while, Charles and Shaluria also awakened, looking at him with a hint of confusion. Do you have the contact number for Doflamingo? Roswad turned to the leader of the CP, standing beside him. Are you attempting to contact Tian Yeshia, my lord? I shall make the call at once. The CP leader hastily retrieved a lethargic phone bug from his pocket. It was evident that this phone bug had also been rendered unconscious by Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki moments earlier. Bring. The phone bug rang a few times before being answered. On the other end, a shrill voice pierced through, resembling someone choking while attempting to shout. Who is it? Have that fool Doflamingo answer the phone. Roswad seized the din mushy from the hands of the CP leader and coldly remarked, What did you say? How dare you insult the young master? Do you wish for death? Before the voice on the other end could continue, the CP leader, his expression darkening, retorted. You are the highest-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, Pika, am I correct? Listen well. This is the esteemed Roswad Saint. I care not for what you say. The sharp voice from the din mushy abruptly ceased, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. In the New World, within the royal palace of Dressrosa, Pika, his face glistening with cold sweat beneath his metal mask, cautiously cradled the din mushy in his palm and sprinted out. What had he just done? He had dared to threaten a celestial dragon. A moment's reflection revealed the gravity of his mistake, for this particular din mushy belonged solely to Don Quixote Doflamingo. Few, aside from the likes of Kaido, a few other powerful figures, and those with higher status than Doflamingo, possessed knowledge of this contact number. Pika, why the sudden alarm? In the palace hall, Doflamingo lounged on his throne, one hand propping up his chin, while Violetta kneaded his shoulders and Baby 5 fed him peeled grapes. Doflamingo, it is a call from a celestial dragon. They claim to be Roswad Saint, Pika managed to utter, his voice barely above a whisper, fearing that his words might provoke the wrath of the individual on the other end. A celestial dragon? Roswad Saint? Upon hearing this name, Doflamingo, who had been somewhat relaxed, instantly straightened his posture and waved his hand. Violetta, Baby 5, Pika, you may leave. A flicker of deep curiosity crossed Violetta's gaze as she stood behind him. Yet she remained silent, obediently following Pika out of the hall. As the door closed behind them, Doflamingo found himself alone within the hall. Outside, Violetta distanced herself from Pika and Baby 5, retreating to a corner where she formed two circles with her fingers, placing them before her eyes. With a piercing gaze, she seemed to see through the thick walls and behold the happenings within the hall. Inside, Doflamingo held the din mushy, speaking cautiously, Roswad Saint. What prompts you to contact me? To hold you accountable, the din mushy transformed into the likeness of Roswad Saint, undeniably him. Accountable? Ha ha ha, what a curious matter to broach. I believe I have not offended you, my lord. Doflamingo licked his lips, a smile playing on his face. Offended? Humph. In this absurd auction house located in Sabaody, you have audaciously captured the illustrious Rayleigh, the Dark King, to sell him into slavery. What do you intend to accomplish with this? Doflamingo's eyes widened in disbelief, and his lips twitched in confusion. Rayleigh, the Dark King? Are you implying that Berkeley has ensnared him for an auction as a slave? Doflamingo pinched his thigh, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. Could Berkeley truly possess such formidable power? Why then would he allow himself to be the president of this ludicrous auction house? It would be an affront to have him as merely the vice leader of the Don Quixote family. You ought to inquire with him yourself. The atmosphere was frigid as Rosward's voice pierced through the tension. In a swift turn of events, the phone transformed into the lamenting visage of Berkeley. Berkeley, what on earth is happening? What the hell did you do in Shambody? You're only causing trouble. Do you wish for your own demise? Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with fury. Young master, it wasn't me who captured him. I was unaware that the old drunkard was the fabled king of hell. He insisted on auctioning himself off, claiming he had no funds for liquor and sought to sell himself for a drink. Berkeley stammered. Silence, you brainless fool. Doflamingo could no longer contain his rage. Doflamingo, won't you offer an explanation? Do you realize that just 10 minutes ago, the king of hell, Rayleigh, was less than 10 meters away from us? Now, he strides away nonchalantly, and before departing, he bestowed upon my family a display of conqueror's hockey. Moreover, he proclaimed that he shares a partnership with you. That's preposterous. It's slander. I have no association with him. Doflamingo interjected vehemently. Yet, can you elucidate why he appeared at your auction house? Doflamingo, I've known your father, Homing, for quite some time. In fact, when you were just a small child, I held you in my arms. Do you recall what you used to call me? Foster father, yes. That's right. I now wish to hear you utter those words once more. The voice of Lord Roswald was deep and resonant, causing the handsome visage of Doflamingo to contort in response. He grasped the armrest of the throne with such intensity that he gradually reduced the stone carving to mere powder. What is this? Your demeanor suggests a certain reluctance? Ah, father, the term escaped Doflamingo's lips through clenched teeth. What did you say? I could not quite catch that. Roswald inquired, arching an eyebrow. Doflamingo inhaled deeply, raising the din mushy with his left hand, his skin twitching, and a grin revealing his pearly whites stretched across his face. Father, ha ha ha, splendid, Doflamingo, my dear son, you are quite remarkable, and I am fond of you. Perhaps I might speak favorably of you to the Gorsi, paving your return to the throne of the celestial dragons. Thank you, father. Doflamingo lowered his head, a look of gratitude gracing his features. St. Roswald chuckled coldly a few times before dismissively uttering a phrase. Good son, send someone to deal with the affairs of Sabaody. I wish to see your sincerity. Remember, I shall wait for you but 2 days. Click. The phone was abruptly hung up, sitting upon his throne. Don Quixote Doflamingo felt the veins on his forehead throb violently, his handsome visage contorting into a ghastly grimace. Ah, that scoundrel Roswald. How dare he deceive me? In a fit of rage, he hurled the phone across the room. Bam! The unfortunate device crashed against the hall's wall, shattering into a grotesque mess. And that fool Berkeley, that piece of trash, a blundering waste of space, deserving of 1,000 curses. And Pluto Rayleigh, that decrepit old ghost. Should I find the opportunity, I shall ensure he meets the late Roger sooner than expected. As Doflamingo's furious bellow echoed through the hall, Pika cautiously pushed open the door and stepped inside. Before he could utter a word, Doflamingo commanded in a low tone, prepare 50 billion berries in cash, along with 10 mermaids. And send Diamante personally to Sabaody to deliver them to the Roswald family. Now, depart immediately, at the swiftest pace. Chapter 136, An Abrupt Halt to the Great Pirate Era. Ah, my head aches terribly. Within the renowned auction house, the previously composed St. Roswald suddenly cried out in agony before collapsing to the ground, shattering the bubble helmet he wore atop his head. His aged face struck the floor with a dull thud, echoing through the space. Lord Roswald. This unexpected turn of events left all the guards in a state of shock and confusion. The CP agents rushed forward, attempting to intervene in Roswald's self-destructive behavior. Thud. Suddenly, a much louder crash resonated from behind. Shalulia, clutching her head, slammed into the armrest of a chair, blood streaming from her injuries. Her exquisitely beautiful face bore the marks of the impact, with her nasal bridge visibly crushed, attesting to the force of the blow. Ah, no. Shalulia. Stop. The guards, pale-faced, lunged to restrain her. Thud. Another muffled sound echoed, as the dazed Charlos seemed to be affected by the pain in his head. screaming as he collided with the armor of a nearby guard. His collision was the most forceful, as though he intended to end himself with the impact. His grotesque, plump face was quickly marred by the guard's armor, blood splattering across it. The three of them, in unison, violently slammed their heads against their surroundings, their actions brutish. St. Roswald, St. Charlos, Shalulia, what has come over you? Please, cease at once. The guards hurriedly embraced the three individuals, striving to prevent them from inflicting further harm upon themselves. Yet, in the brief moment of chaos, the three esteemed celestial dragons found their heads spinning, their faces marred by blood. What could have transpired? Did the infamous Rayleigh have a hand in the plight of the Roswald family? The leader of CP uttered a pained inquiry, yet no one was present to address his concerns. In that instant, the Roswald family, once again, rolled their eyes in unison and succumbed to unconsciousness. Quick! We must transport these esteemed individuals back to Mariewa. Hurry! Witnessing the unfolding scene, the guards were entirely thrown into disarray, cautiously lifting the trio of Roswalds and sprinting towards the exit of the auction house. A few hundred meters away, atop the towering red tree marked with the number 1, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Rochester, Luo, and Lark suddenly opened their eyes, sitting upright amidst the treetops. Were it not for your admonition against self-harm, I might have impulsively utilized Rosward's body to crash headfirst into Doflamingo's auction house. Such an act might have allowed me to shift the blame for the demise of the Rosward family squarely onto Doflamingo's shoulders. Rochet shook his weary head, glancing at the increasingly despondent faces of Luo and Yonk. Are you all right? Why have you fallen silent? Rua's complexion appeared remarkably pallid, his chest heaving as if even the strength to speak had abandoned him. He gasped for breath, gently shook his head, and in this chaotic realm, should anyone meet their demise, his consciousness would instantaneously revert to its original form. At that moment, within his true self, a singular consciousness had already taken residence. What transpires when two distinct minds coexist within a single body remains a mystery to me. The condition of two consciousnesses inhabiting one corporeal vessel? Rochet scratched his head, pondering the possibility of developing schizophrenia. Perhaps he could consume an additional devil fruit. What did you say? A large question mark appeared on Luo's forehead. It's nothing, just nonsense. Luo Xia waved his hand and stood up, grasping the lethargic Yonk and Luo, one in each hand. Simultaneously, the air before him stirred, sweeping up 3 other pirates and accelerating towards the area of the red tree number 40. What transpired next was of no concern to you. Yonk, Luo, listen carefully. Once we reach the red tree number 40, you are to remain by the seaside and go nowhere, waiting for Tina's arrival. As he swiftly rode the winds, Luo Xia spoke softly. Upon hearing his instructions, the previously listless Yonk and Luo felt a sudden surge of energy within their hearts. Rochenxing exclaimed, Roxia, what do you intend to do? Do not act recklessly. Brother Roxia, do you truly wish to? This cannot be allowed. Should anything befall the celestial dragons, the world government will undoubtedly be enraged, Yunkei said urgently. You need not dissuade me. I have thoroughly contemplated all consequences. Roxia replied with unwavering determination. Only by undertaking this endeavor will the Grand Line, centered around the Sabaody archipelago, undergo a monumental transformation. The exalted celestial dragons must shed blood to relinquish more power to us, the Navy. Do not engage in foolishness. The demise of a few despicable wretches will resolve nothing and may very well cost you your life. In Luo's voice, a tremor had already crept in. Are you truly a fool? How many times have I conveyed this to you? This world cannot be altered merely by eliminating a few pampered science. Luo Xia, wake up. You possess a grander future ahead of you. There is no need to act impulsively out of fleeting passion. Rochet gazed intently at his two friends, his demeanor imbued with an unusual seriousness. This decision was not born of a fleeting impulse, Lothar and Yunka. I implore you. After momentarily stepping into the shoes of the celestial dragons, what reflections have emerged within you? Is this truly the appropriate moment for such discourse? You are confined with us in the Red Tree District number 40, unable to venture elsewhere. Lothar's voice grew stern. Tell me, I am eager to understand your perspective on the celestial dragon faction. This inquiry I had previously posed to Rayleigh as well. As Rosh's right shoulder shifted, an invisible current ensnared the 3 pirates, cascading them into an inland riverbed, before releasing them to plummet into the sea, slowly sinking. Yukari, gazing upwards, found herself cradled in the crook of Rosh's left arm, her eyes fixated on the side profile of this young man. With a slight parting of her lips and a hint of redness around her eyes, she murmured, I believe the celestial dragons have rotted to the core and must be uprooted entirely. Indeed, what else? Rasha encouraged with an affirming gaze, prompting Yukari to continue. Brother Rasha, it is evident that you have witnessed the journey we undertook. The guards, the common folk, the nobility, merchants, and slave traders, all their varied responses towards us, fear, envy, desire, and flattery. Yet, what is glaringly absent is respect, admiration, trust, and solace. As Yukari spoke, her mind drifted back to the red-haired girl who had perished before her eyes. Recalling how the girl had chosen death over being rescued by Charlos, that unwavering resolve and defiance left a profound impact on Yukari's tender heart. Such rulers hold no rightful place in existence. Under their dominion, no one can find happiness, for in the eyes of the celestial dragons, we are but swine, mere ants. Worthless refuse, mere slaves. Well articulated, Yukari. Your insights are remarkably profound. Roxas nodded in approval. He then turned to Law and inquired, and you, Law, do you hold a different perspective? Indeed, the celestial dragons are a repugnant breed, Law replied in a somber tone. Yet, despite their disgusting and inept nature, they reign with brazen arrogance, belittling and humiliating others without a single soul daring to rise in defiance. That is the crux of the matter. Those derelict guards would rather kneel and await their demise than attempt to flee. The individuals of various strata, who are openly scorned as trash and slaves, utter not a word of protest. Even the legendary pirate, Silver's Rayleigh, when coerced into submission, refrained from taking your life. This illustrates that, regardless of the celestial dragon's hubris and incompetence, the vast majority of people in this world harbor an abiding fear of them. Such fear is deeply ingrained, a visceral instinct. Perhaps only an innocent child like Nami, or one devoid of sense, would dare to resist them. This, fundamentally, is the reason the world remains unchanged. After listening to Law, Roxas pondered for a considerable time before nodding in profound agreement. Law, your perception is indeed profound. You both have discerned the essence of the issue. Huh. May I pose a question? Do you know when the last significant bloodshed involving the celestial dragons occurred? Luo raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to the incident where Doflamingo murdered his father? Certainly not. Why are you still fixated on that scoundrel Doflamingo? Did you not find it satisfying to hear him call me his adoptive father just moments ago? Rorschach couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Luo chuckled, indeed quite satisfyingly. However, it is regrettable that the truth cannot be revealed to him. Otherwise, one would be most curious to witness his reaction. Enough is enough. I have already ensnared him once, compelling him to send someone to address the issue. By then, he is likely to lose yet another capable subordinate. He would never fathom how the enchanting locale of Xiangbidi would transform in the coming days. A cold smile graced Rasha's face. It mattered not if he dispatched his highest-ranking officials, or even if he himself were to appear in person, he would still be flayed alive. Brother Rasha, I may possess the answer to the question you seek, came a timid voice from Yunxia. Oh, you know Yunxia? Rasha replied with a smile. As both Rasha and Luo turned their gaze toward her, Yunxia felt a flush of embarrassment. You must be referring to the incident of Goddess Valley that transpired 32 years ago. The incident of Goddess Valley? What is that? Luo inquired, curiosity piqued. It is entirely normal for you to be unaware of such a significant event, Yunxia said, clutching Rasha's left arm. After all, the implications of that incident were vast. Any single detail revealed would be sufficient to stir a tremendous uproar. Approximately 32 years ago, prior to the Old Era, a notorious criminal, Rox D. Jibek, brazenly attacked the Fugaran family, one of the 19 celestial dragons, igniting the most heinous bloodbath in history. While the exact number of celestial dragons who perished in that ambush remains unclear, the multitude of factions involved offers a glimpse into the gravity of the situation. The forces that participated included the Navy, led by Grandpa Carp, the Pirate King Roger, and the Knights of God, renowned as the shield of the celestial dragons. Together, they united to confront the most formidable and savage Rox pirates. Following the conclusion of that battle, the island where Goddess Valley was located was obliterated, disappearing entirely from the map. A profound shock was evident on Luo's face, mingled with a hint of perplexity. Were even the esteemed hero Garp and the legendary Pirate King Roger involved in this conflict? Moreover, what manner of formidable force was the Rox pirates? Indeed, the reason Garp is hailed as a hero lies in his successful thwarting of the Rox pirates' assault during that fateful battle. The Rox pirates, prior to the reign of Pirate King Roger, were the most formidable pirate crew upon the seas. The extent of their might remains somewhat elusive to me. However, Many notorious pirates who later gained fame emerged as individuals following the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates. Notable figures include the Yonko Edward Newgate, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates; Shiki the Golden Lion, captain of the Flying Pirate Crew; Kaido, captain of the Beast Pirates; and Charlotte Lin Lin, known as Big Mom. Countless others, whose mere names could instill fear, also stemmed from this legendary crew. Law was rendered speechless by the words of the Lark. The sheer number of formidable pirates, any one of whom could inflict grave harm upon his lifelong nemesis, Don Quixote da Flamingo, was staggering. Had the Rocks Pirates not disbanded, what relevance would Gold Roger have? Now, to return to the matter at hand. Law cleared his throat, drawing the attention of both individuals. The Lark was indeed correct. The incident of 32 delivered a crushing lesson to the exalted celestial dragons, igniting a monumental transformation across the globe. The colossal Rocks Pirates suffered a tremendous blow, leading to their disintegration and fragmentation. Consequently, the Navy rose to prominence, nurturing a succession of elite sailors. More than 30 years have passed since then, and the Pirate King, Roger, ushered in the era of great piracy, allowing pirates to once again thrive unchecked. In stark contrast, our Navy has made little significant progress over the past 2 decades. In the battle against piracy, we have even resorted to establishing the Shichibukai, a system of sanctioned pirates, to bolster our adversaries and counterbalance other pirate factions. It is utterly ridiculous. Ratchet shook his head, recognizing the disunity among the pirates. Otherwise, they could exploit our strengths against us. Once they have grown stronger by utilizing our resources, they might turn against us and ally themselves with the formidable pirates of the New World. Our actions would then merely serve to empower the enemy. Over the years, the pirate faction has grown increasingly robust, and the Revolutionary Army has ignited flames of rebellion across the seas. Meanwhile, we, the Navy, remain stagnant, relying on the legacy of our predecessors to uphold the banner of justice. A fierce light ignited in his eyes. It was time for a transformation. We must bring a sudden halt to this flourishing era of piracy. Let the aloof gods, who have forgotten their pain after healing, receive a lesson of sufficient severity. They must understand that only a powerful navy can provide them with a sense of security. Let those pirates witness who truly reigns as the master of this age. Chapter 137. Akainu's arrival on the battlefield. In 5 seconds, the howling winds bore the 3 figures down from the sky, landing upon the grassy expanse of the Red Tree District No. 40. On the grass, the pirates who had previously been struck by Ratchet's electric shock, including DeKalbin, remained unconscious, their eyes still rolled back in their heads. As Rasha grasped onto Luo and the Lark, barely having steadied himself upon landing, a transparent dome suddenly enveloped him. In the next instant, his body vanished into thin air, reappearing within the gaping chasm in the ground, plummeting towards the murky surface of the sea. Room. With his fingers spread wide, Luo's forehead glistened with sweat. An expression of remorse surfaced on his face as he gazed at the gaping chasm not far away. I am truly sorry, but I cannot allow you to engage in foolishness. Brother Luosha. Yunk was momentarily taken aback, then hastened towards the opening. However, before she could approach, an invisible tempest surged from the abyss, lifting a silver-haired figure into the air, soaring swiftly towards the heavens. Simultaneously, an unseen chain of wind descended, ensnaring the unconscious Dafalongsi and pulling him skyward. Luosha, you foolish idiot. Stop this at once. Luo, in a moment of disarray, dashed forward a few steps. His right hand splayed wide, conjuring a swirling vortex in an attempt to retrieve the airborne Rasha. Brother Rasha, do not go. I implore you. Yunk rushed over as well, tilting her head toward the heavens, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Rochester paused mid-air at an altitude of several dozen meters, casting a gentle smile downward. I am not heading towards certain death, so rest assured. I shall return, he reassured. You two stay here and wait patiently. I will be back shortly. With that, he turned away, the surrounding winds swirling fiercely as he began to accelerate. Within the realm of his observation haki, he sensed that the CP guards had already escorted the Rosward family to the vicinity of Naval Base 66, not far from the world government's headquarters at Location 69. Should he delay any longer, this opportunity would be irrevocably lost. Room. The cyclone in Luo's hand rapidly expanded, consuming all his energy without hesitation. Yunk, stepping lightly in moonlit strides, ascended into the air, her cheeks flushed and her skirt billowing as she pursued Luosia. Crack. 2 slender bolts of lightning struck them both. Instantly, Yunk let out a muffled groan and plummeted from a height of 7 or 8 meters, crashing onto the grass with a dull thud. Gritting her teeth, she lifted her head, and at the edge of her vision, she caught a fleeting glimpse of silvery hair disappearing into the distance. Don't go. Yunk bit her lip, tears streaming from her eyes as her strength seemed to drain away, leaving her helplessly sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, Luo's hair stood on end, smoke rising from his forehead. He lay on his back, gritting his teeth and glaring, his chest heaving violently. Fool. A complete fool. Truly a 13-year-old brat, utterly clueless. No understanding of restraint. No foresight for the future. Luo Xia, you imbecile. After lying on the grass for a few minutes, Yunk suddenly sprang up, wiped her tears, and quickly ran to a distant corner, retrieving her communicator from her pocket and dialing a number. Dad, it's Yunk. I'm at the Sabaody archipelago, in an unnamed sea of the Grand Line. Run. Hurry, it's the Navy. It's Admiral Akainu. A ship laden with pirates billowed its sails, racing desperately toward the horizon. Strong pirates on either side of the vessel wielded long oars, striving to hasten the ship's pace. Behind them, a massive green warship pursued relentlessly from several hundred meters away. At the bow of that warship stood a stout, imposing man clad in red military attire, his expression cold as he crossed his arms, surveying them from afar. Faster. Row faster. The captain of the bounty of 90 million was nearly in tears, his legs trembling and barely able to support him. He dared not look back, fearing that another glance at that terrifying figure would send him into a panic. Akainu, the most brutal and cold-blooded executioner among all naval officers, the nightmare of every pirate, from the mighty warlords of the sea to the fledgling rascals of the four seas. All who had heard of Akainu's reputation felt a chill. No one dared challenge Akainu, not even the most arrogant and flamboyant among the warlords. For when that man unleashed his wrath, he would annihilate not only his soldiers, but also innocent civilians. He was a terror more ruthless than any pirate. Captain, didn't you capture a hostage? Use the hostage to threaten the Navy. Those hostages, do they not claim to be nobles from a certain allied nation? The Navy must harbor some trepidation regarding this matter. At that moment, the navigator aboard the pirate ship raised his voice in warning. Upon hearing this, the pirate captain acknowledged the validity of the concern. If those hostages truly are nobles of an allied nation, then even Akainu would. You fool. Quickly, give me a gun. I refuse to die like this. Hand me a weapon, and together we shall slay them. The noble, bound to the mast, shouted in desperation. The pirate captain was taken aback. What did you say? You imbecile. That Akainu's subordinate has never left a survivor. Do you genuinely believe he would exercise caution merely because we are nobles of an allied nation? Do not jest. That man will strike even more ruthlessly. So hurry up. We are out of time. As the noble spoke, a profound despair etched itself onto his face. The pirate captain turned rigidly, only to witness an enormous magma fist, larger than their pirate ship, soaring from the bow of a warship several dozen meters away, crashing into their vessel like a meteor. Boom. A brief explosion reverberated. In an instant, the grand pirate ship vanished from the surface of the sea, leaving no trace of splintered wood behind. The waters boiled, and only the rapidly cooling magma chunks sank swiftly beneath the waves. Gazing silently at the roiling sea, Akainu maintained an impassive expression, betraying not a hint of emotion. How many pirate crews is this now? He inquired in a low voice. Behind him, a colonel from headquarters stood at attention, filled with awe, and saluted sharply. Reporting to Admiral Akainu, this marks the 19th pirate crew. The Chain-Blade pirate crew, led by Captain Chain-Blade Sidina, with a bounty of 90 million berries, previously robbed a circus in Spring Queen City, resulting in the deaths of 46 innocent civilians. The nobles he has taken hostage appear to be from the insect. Insect? Akainu furrowed his brow. Indeed, it is the kingdom that has only recently joined the world government this year. However, our current intelligence does not provide the specific location of this kingdom. Suddenly, the sound of a transponder snail emanated from Akainu's pocket. He retrieved it and answered the call. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, a rigid smile crossed his face. It's you, Lark. What is it? Minutes later, Akainu hung up the transponder snail and issued a command for a return voyage. Accelerate the return to Sabaody archipelago at the fastest speed. Understood. The colonel complied without inquiring further. Akainu stood alone atop the towering artillery of the warship, arms crossed, gazing towards the horizon. The fierce sea breeze billowed his white cloak behind him. That boy, is he truly a fool? To dare undertake such a perilous endeavor. What does he mean by wanting to bring a sudden halt to this era of great pirates? How audacious one can be. The flames have ignited. Starting tomorrow, I shall strive for 10,000 daily. I humbly seek your support through subscriptions. Chapter 138, Revenge Against the Divine. Sir, ahead lies Naval Base number 66. Should we first transport the esteemed ones there for treatment? The CP guard, who had been leading the charge, swiftly returned and addressed the CP leader. The leader turned to glance at the bloodied Rosward family lying on the stretcher. At that moment, his emotions transcended any words that could describe despair. His mind was a chaotic tangle, and he could only numbly execute the most straightforward course of action to escort the revered Rosward family back to the holy land of Mariehua. As for what would follow, the awakening of Rosward's saint, who might condemn him to death, or perhaps assign him to the drudgery of the human elevator, or worse, to a life of servitude, he found himself utterly indifferent. This escort mission had been fraught with trials and had culminated in a complete and utter failure. His future had dissipated. You stay here to safeguard the esteemed ones. I shall summon a medic from the naval base, the CP leader instructed coolly. He then swiftly took to the air, gliding with remarkable speed. However, mere seconds after entering the naval base, the sight of lifeless corpses strewn across the ground sent a shiver down the CP leader's spine. The sight of these unusually deceased soldiers presented a dire warning. This place was not safe. What further unsettled the CP leader was the persistent lack of signal on his transponder. He was unable to contact the government office at No. 69 or reach the medical department in the Holy Land. This was highly irregular. With a foreboding sense of dread, the CP leader quickly returned to the Rosward family. His expression grim as he urged everyone to hasten their journey toward the government office at number 69. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away, atop a red tree, an ominous presence loomed. Roches pressed his palm against de Felong's chest. A crackling surge of electricity emanated from his hand, surging into de Felong's heart, delivering a jolt to his very core. With just a single shock, de Felong, who had lapsed into unconsciousness, abruptly regained consciousness. The moment he laid eyes on Roches, he retaliated fiercely with a powerful punch. Bang! Rox's 5 fingers converged, firmly grasping the fist that came hurtling towards him. The wind whooshed as de Felong's eyes flashed with ferocity. His left hand's fingers splayed out, aiming for Rox's eyes. Stand down, you are no match for me. A deep blue aura enveloped his head, forming a thick barrier that steadfastly blocked de Felong's probing fingers. With a roar, de Felong's body swelled, revealing his beastly form. Yet, in the next moment, a fist imbued with deep blue power struck him squarely in the abdomen, propelling his robust body into the air. His legs buckled, and he knelt upon the treetops, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Huh, you're nothing but naval scum. If you dare, then kill me. De Felong's glared at Roxa with eyes brimming with hatred. It was this seemingly youthful boy who had slain his once invincible elder brother, Aristot. The brother who had shared his sufferings, left their homeland together, trained relentlessly, and sought vengeance against the Navy and the world government, now lay dead. Suddenly, the very belief that had propelled de Felong's forward crumbled before him. He now yearned only for death, gazing at the hate-filled figure before him. Roxa spoke in a deep voice, I will kill you. Then come at me. De Felong's retorted defiantly. If I even flinch, then I am but a coward without courage. He relinquished his attack on Roxa. The youthful figure before him was far too powerful. He was simply not a match. The full force of his assault had been rendered nothing more than a jest in the eyes of his opponent. But I can offer you a choice of how to die. Rorschach remained unperturbed, continuing to speak. Dayflons furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Do you wish to humiliate me? Roches shook his head and pointed in a certain direction, where a 100-member guard from the world government was escorting 3 celestial dragons towards the holy land of Mariehua. What? The celestial dragons? De Felong's eyes widened in shock, blood vessels appearing in his irises. He had heard from his elder brother that the orchestrators of the Baratalara Island incident in the South Sea were none other than the orders issued by the world government, with the Navy tasked to execute them. If the Navy was the blade that took the lives of their wives and children, then the world government was the one wielding that blade. The celestial dragons were the rulers of the world government. Thus, his brother's lifelong ambition had been to slay a celestial dragon. However, the celestial dragons resided high above, atop the red line, surrounded by countless guards. The notion of attacking a celestial dragon was as daunting as scaling a mountain, let alone the mere desire to even catch a glimpse of one. His brother had expressed that if he could kill a celestial dragon, he would be able to face another world and reunite with his wife and children. Yet here and now, there were 3 celestial dragons, threefold the ambition of his brother. If he could eliminate all 3, not only would he fulfill his brother's dream, but he would also seek retribution for those who perished on Baradalar Island. At this thought, Defilong's eyes turned crimson. What do you want me to do? Why are you revealing this to me? Are you not with the Navy? His voice was hoarse, fixated intently on Roche's. Do you really need to know this? Roxia gazed at him, stating, I merely present you with a choice, to be slain by my hand directly, or to fulfill your dreams only to meet your demise afterward. The ultimate outcome remains death. Now, make your selection. Indeed, I have no need to comprehend the rationale behind your decision. Suddenly, a dramatic smile crept across Defilong's lips, revealing his bloody teeth. A mere scoundrel of the Navy, it seems you are no ordinary sailor. How audacious of you to request assistance from a pirate such as myself for such tasks. Nonetheless, I find this intriguing and deeply desire it. Rising from the treetop, he cast his gaze in the direction Roxia had previously indicated, his smile growing ever more radiant. I shall fulfill your wishes and crush those 3 celestial dragon scum. Piece by piece. Given your current strength, you still require some assistance. I shall provide it. Rochet rose to his feet and extended his right hand. Under the astonished gaze of Defilong, delicate streams of electricity emanated from Rochet's arm, converging in the palm of his right hand. Gradually, a sphere pulsating with electric brilliance materialized. What is this? A thunderball? Defilong questioned in confusion. Do you intend for me to wield this contraption to obliterate the celestial dragon? No, I plan to embed it within your heart. Roxia raised the pulsating thunderball in his hand. Under the influence of this electrifying sphere, the rhythm of your heartbeat would gradually accelerate until it culminated in an explosive finale. As your heart raced, your blood surged, enhancing your strength, speed, and reflexes in every conceivable manner. Hearing Roxia's words, Defilong shook his head with a bemused smile. It appeared to be a form of insurance. Surely, if I were to choose flight or betrayal, this thunderball would be the first to obliterate me. Rorschach remained noncommittal. What about your choice? How long will it last from the beginning to the explosion? Defilong did not respond but merely inquired. 3 minutes. That is sufficient. Defilong patted his chest and grinned widely. Come on, I shall obliterate those 3 nuisances within 3 minutes. No, within 1 minute. Aristotles, if you have not ventured too far, observe the wrath of vengeance I unleash upon the divine. Chapter 139, Pursuit of the Celestial Dragon. At the border between the 66th and 67th Red Tree districts, a multitude of armored guards encircled the unconscious Rosward family, hastening towards the world government's outpost at number 69. Do not stop. Continue to dial the snail phones. Once a signal is established, immediately summon the Holy Land's guardians. The Rosward family requires protection. An unsettling premonition lingers in my heart. The CP leader shouted loudly to several guards clutching snail phones. Simultaneously, he maintained a vigilant watch over their surroundings, prepared for any unforeseen events. In no time, they arrived at the site where Rorschach had battled Aristotles. The spectators gazed at the ravaged ground, strewn with remnants of a fierce conflict, and at the massive gaping hole in the trunk of the archivine red tree ahead, their expressions awash with astonishment. A powerful being had fought here. What transpired? This location is alarmingly close to the number 69 government outpost. Why were there no reports upon their prior arrival? The CP leader pondered, suddenly recalling the earlier chubby official's hesitant demeanor, his countenance darkening further. Perhaps what the official had wished to convey pertained to these very matters. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. Soon, the ground beneath them began to tremble slightly. It felt as though a colossal beast was charging through the woods, its massive form trampling the earth, causing it to quake. This is bad. All units, remain alert. As the distant sounds grew clearer and the tremors intensified, the CP leader's expression turned grave. He swiftly drew his flintlock pistol from his waist and fired a shot into the air, shouting loudly. Before his call could fully dissipate, a giant bear, adorned in a striking pattern of black and white, appeared in their line of sight, charging towards them with alarming speed. Its bare head, marked by dark eye circles, opened wide to reveal a mouth filled with menacing fangs. The thundering of its powerful limbs reverberated, shaking the ground within hundreds of meters, as if the arrival of this beast had caused the very heavens to tremble. A panda? Why on earth is there a panda on Shambody Island? With a startled gasp, the guards raised their long rifles, aiming at the charging giant bear. Bang! 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 These guards were seasoned protectors of the holy ground. Although the sudden upheaval caused some initial disarray, they quickly regained their composure. The guards equipped with ranged weaponry immediately commenced firing. Among the crowd, a few guards hoisted rocket launchers on their shoulders. The CP leader dashed forward, seizing a rocket launcher from one of the guards preparing to fire, and aimed it at the bear, which continued its relentless advance despite the barrage of bullets. He pulled the trigger. Boom! A fierce blaze erupted, engulfing the bear in a fiery explosion, resembling a colossal fireball. Splendid! A direct hit. One of the guards exclaimed in delight. However, the expression on the CP leader's face betrayed no joy. In the next instant, a violent shadow surged forth from the conflagration, striking down a frontline armored guard with a single claw. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the armored guard was flung away, his body contorted like a crushed tin can. Without even a scream, the guard soared through the air, knocking down comrades in his path as if propelled by an unstoppable freight train. The CP leader's face turned ashen. He grounded himself, his form flickering as he darted to the bear's rear, thrusting a finger gun forward. This was no mere panda. It was a Zoan-type devil fruit user. The bear was the iron beast form of the steel plunderer, Daphilones, a notorious supernova pirate. In response to the CP leader's furious shout, Daphilones unleashed a devastating palm strike that sliced through the air. Fist of Fury. Shockwave. Iron block. Boom. The CP leader spat a copious amount of blood as Daphilones' invisible shockwave shattered his arm, almost fracturing the bones. His body was hurled back as if struck by cannon fire, flying several dozen meters away. Stop him. As soon as he landed, he coughed up more blood. Yet he continued to shout desperately. At that moment, the CP leader fully comprehended the gravity of the situation. Daphilones' target was likely the unconscious family of Rosward Saint. Curse that pirate. Daphilones, do you understand the gravity of your actions? If you dare to harm a single hair on the great Rosward Saint, the world government will not spare you. The Navy admirals will mobilize. And so what? With bloodshot eyes, Daphilones let out a furious roar, his claws wildly swiping, sending the ironclad guards who dared to embrace him flying. He looked skyward, his voice laced with boundless resentment and rage. The lives of celestial dragons are precious. Yet my wife and child's lives are not? Now, I shall make you experience the despair that my brother and I once endured. With a mighty crash, the colossal bear charged headlong into a flurry of spears, allowing the sharp points to pierce its flesh, striking against bone as it relentlessly advanced towards the dozens of armored guards, hurtling towards the CP guards who were frantically escorting the Rosward family to safety. Stop. What do you want? I can represent the world government and grant your demands. Money, legendary swords, devil fruits, beauty, power, whatever you desire. Just halt. The CP leader pulled a vial from his pocket and, without hesitation, swallowed it whole, glass and all. His body swelled dramatically, his hair turning white at an alarming rate. An overwhelming aura of despair erupted from within him. With a swift motion, the ground beneath him exploded, creating a crater several meters wide as he propelled himself forward, charging toward the raging Daphilones. I demand the lives of the celestial dragons. In response, the ironclad guards were sent flying in all directions. The rampaging bear was an unstoppable force. Its explosive power far surpassed that of these armored figures. In an instant, its speed surged, even outpacing the CP leader. Within a mere 2 seconds, this bear, enveloped in an aura of destruction, pounced upon the airborne Rosward family, crashing down with tremendous force. Suddenly, 3 of the 6 CP guards escorting the Rosward family leaped forward, arms outstretched, attempting to intercept the descending giant. Get away, you dogs of the celestial dragons. The terrifying claws descended, shattering the skull of one guard, sending a spray of crimson and ivory into the air. As the headless body plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, the remaining 2 guards could not withstand Daphilones' onslaught either. They merely delayed him for a second before meeting the same grim fate. Ha ha ha, disgusting celestial dragons. Die. A sinister grin spread across Daphilones' bare face as he lunged toward the Rosward family below. Chapter 140. The Death of the Rosward Family. No. Please, no. The CP leader, momentarily stunned, found his mind blank. Yet, in a critical moment, a blood-soaked figure surged from the side and collided forcefully with Daphilones, sending him hurtling away. The 2 figures, one large and one small, tumbled on the ground, carving a long trench through the grass. This unexpected turn of events momentarily left the CP leader in shock. But then an overwhelming joy surged within him. He had been saved. "Who are you?" he exclaimed as he hastened towards the Rosward family. Glancing at the three still unconscious individuals, noticing they had not sustained any further injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, with a thundering roar, the giant bear that had been flung aside swung a massive paw at the newcomer, striking the silver-haired figure and causing blood to spurt forth. The figure was propelled back like a cannonball, crashing heavily at the feet of the CP leader. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the newcomer as a silver-haired, blue-eyed youth, whose body was marred by grotesque wounds. His exposed chest bore long, gaping lacerations, unmistakable signs of having endured a brutal assault. His body was swollen and bloodied, presenting a terrifying sight. "Huff, huff. I am Major Rasha of the Navy headquarters," he gasped. Rasha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed intently on the charging giant bear. Observing the CP leader still frozen in shock, he could not help but bellow in frustration. "You foolish CP. What are you doing standing there? Hurry and take the great Lord Rosward's family to safety. Leave this to me. I shall hold off to Fei Long Sea." "Ah, understood." The CP leader, witnessing the silver-haired youth grit his teeth and charge once more at the colossal bear, felt a surge of emotion. What a loyal Navy officer. "Hold on. As long as Lord Rosward's family escapes safely, even if I perish, I shall certainly report your merits to the world government. Navy Major Rasha." The CP leader let out a low growl, swiftly lifting Rosward and Shalalia, and with renewed determination, sprinted deep into the thicket. Charles was guarded by 3 CP agents closely following behind. Behind them, the surviving guards watched helplessly as the blood-soaked, silver-haired Navy youth recklessly engaged in a fierce struggle with the roaring giant bear. Bang, 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 hiss, hiss, hiss. The youth clenched his teeth, relentlessly throwing punches at the bear's body, causing it to roar in agony. Meanwhile, the bear's massive claws tore into the youth's flesh, leaving horrific wounds deep enough to expose bone. A copious amount of blood gushed forth from the youth, staining the grass beneath him. The guards even caught sight of bloody chunks of flesh being flung away by the bear's claws. Such brutality, utterly harrowing. The scene before the Celestial Dragon guards delivered a profound shock to their spirits. If the Navy can display such valor, how can we, as the protectors of the Celestial Dragon, be outdone? Charge. Risking our lives, we shall intercept the Fei Long Sea. With red-rimmed eyes, the guards roared and surged forward. In the midst of the chaos, De Fei Long Sea felt the increasing surge of electrifying power coursing through him. The vitality within his flesh was pushed to its limits by the lightning energy transmitted by Rasha. Should he advance further, he would surely meet his demise. The tumultuous energy within him surged like a tsunami. "Pirate, I shall not allow you to harm even a hair on the great Celestial Dragon. If you wish to harm Lord Rosward, you must step over my dead body first." The silver-haired Navy youth spread his arms wide, unleashing a furious roar. De Fei Long Sea cast a deep glance at the youth before him, and on his bloodied bare face, a sinister smile emerged. "Then perish, dog of the Celestial Dragon." Hypocritical Navy. With terrifying force, the colossal claws descended, enveloping him in an unstoppable might. In an instant, blood burst forth. The guard's pupils reflected the image of the Navy youth, whose chest had been torn open, sent flying over 100 meters, crashing into the ground like a meteor. This time, the resilient and courageous Navy youth did not rise again. "Ah, you despicable pirate." The Guardians, their eyes wide with rage, surged forward with unparalleled fury. However, at that moment, Daffalon's had become an unstoppable force. He resembled a hyper-accelerated supercar, its engine revving at a critical threshold, on the verge of bursting. Everything that stood in his way would be utterly obliterated. With a thunderous roar, the earth shattered as the massive bear flung aside the advancing Guardians, creating a long wave of air as it pursued the CP leader, who was frantically fleeing with the Rosward Saint family. Unbeknownst to them, the flickering lightning that had filled the air for miles around had vanished. One CP Guardian, in the midst of his escape, suddenly wore a look of astonishment. He raised the Dindin Mushi in his hand and shouted towards the leader ahead. "The Dindin Mushi is connected. The Dindin Mushi is connected. Call for reinforcements from the Holy Land. Summon the noble members of the Divine Knights." As quickly as possible, the CP leader turned and yelled frantically. At that moment, he sensed the imminent danger approaching rapidly from behind. The valiant Navy major had indeed failed to halt the ferocious Daffalongs. This supernova pirate was astonishingly powerful. Meanwhile, On the Pangu Avenue of Mariehua, a middle-aged man in a suit was connecting the Din Moshi in his arms. Moshi Moshi, this is Admiral Spandane. Urgent matters. The pirate Daffalongs is pursuing us, hunting down the Rosward Saint family. Help. The situation is critical. Requesting support. The piercing cries emanating from the Din Moshi nearly deafened Spandane and left the surrounding CP agents in stunned disbelief. What did you say? Spandane's eyes widened. Help. Please come quickly. No. St. Charlos. Beast. He has killed St. Charlos. With a thud, the Din Moshi slipped from Spandane's grasp, crashing onto the white jade pavement of Panga City, producing a sharp sound. Spandane trembled, his lips quivering as he suddenly squeezed out a horrified scream from his throat. Class A alert. A celestial dragon has been attacked and killed. Moments later, the vast holy land of Mariehua erupted in chaos. The shrill alarm echoed throughout the Red Earth continent, resonating at the pinnacle of the world's highest power. Meanwhile, on the Shabandi archipelago, in the 67th Red Tree District, Daffalongs, having swollen to an enormous size, descended from the sky, his claw tearing apart the 3 CP guardians who were carrying Charlos, along with Charlos himself, into countless bloody fragments. Charlos's grotesque and bloated face, having left the lifeless body, spun through the air, passing right before the CP leader's eyes. The fierce wind lashed against him, severing his entire left arm with its razor-sharp claws, along with the legs of the sacred Rosward and Xiaoyu area he held in his embrace. 4 feet, and one arm plummeted to the ground simultaneously. Without the support of his left arm, the leader of CP lost his balance. Unable to maintain his grip on Rosward and Xiaoyu area, he leaned forward and fell heavily to the earth. The excruciating pain from his severed legs jolted the unconscious Rosward and Xiaoyu area awake, their faces contorted in agony. Their eyes reflected sheer terror as they beheld their severed limbs. A torrent of blood gushed forth from the jagged wounds. The once proud and holy visage of Xiaoyu area was now marred, her features twisted in despair, tears and mucus streaming down her face. Beast, Daffalongs, you audacious fiend, you shall meet your demise. Not only you, but your family, your brothers, your village, your nation, everyone will pay for your heinous deeds. The CP leader struggled to rise, brandishing his single arm as he charged toward Daffalongs. Daffalongs stood before the terrified Rosward and Xiaoyu area, lifting his massive foot and bringing it down with tremendous force. My family and brothers have long since perished. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. He laughed maniacally, large tears cascading from his eyes. They have long been dead. Thud. Beneath the colossal paw, the head of Daffalongs contorted and shattered, transforming into a gruesome pulp. The sixth style, the finger gun. The veins of the CP leader erupted, and with his remaining arm, fingers united, he drove it straight into Daffalongs' back, piercing his heart and emerging from his chest. Crimson fragments of the heart cascaded down before the great bear. My family, my wife, my children, my elder brother. An abyss of darkness enveloped Daffalongs' vision as his right hand rose high, poised to strike the location of the Shalulia Palace. No, stop. Despair filled the eyes of the CP leader as he attempted to withdraw his hand from Daffalongs' heart, only to be firmly grasped by the latter's left hand. Murky blood gushed forth from Daffalongs' chest, staining the earth below. With a resounding crash, the entire upper half of the Shalulia Palace was crushed into the ground by a massive black and white paw. Feeling the grotesque sensation emanating from the palm, Daffalongs trembled, erupting into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. So this so-called deity is utterly feeble. In the far distance, Rayleigh stared intently at the unfolding events, his eyes wide with astonishment. This is unprecedented. 3 celestial dragons have perished in one fell swoop, without a doubt. The most heinous event in 32 years. His gaze shifted from Daffalongs to another scene, the silver-haired boy cradled by a surviving guard. A sense of unease lingered, but he could not articulate it. The era of the great pirate is on the brink of transformation. Thunder rumbled ominously above, dark clouds converging. An unprecedented storm is about to descend. Chapter 141. The most heinous event in the Red Tree District number 67. The remaining guards gathered cautiously to lift the silver-haired youth, who lay in a deep pit, and placed him on level ground. They gathered the disfigured bodies of Charlois Saint, Rosward Saint, and the remains of Shalulia Palace, stacking them together. Gazing at the grotesque heap mingled with soil and shattered stone, exuding a nauseating stench of blood and mud, the guards, having removed their hoods, were expressions of numbness. The family of Rosward Saint, The exalted celestial dragon had perished, though they still drew breath. It was not difficult to fathom the grim fate awaiting them. Stripped of their previous fears and uncertainties regarding the inevitable future, the surviving guards began to shed their heavy armor, seeking bandages and medical supplies to tend to the unconscious naval youth and the barely breathing CP leader. The CP leader's right hand remained impaled in the heart of Dafalongsi, firmly grasped by Dafalongsi's left hand, rendering it impossible to extricate. He had succumbed to excessive blood loss and had fallen into unconsciousness, while Dafalongsi had long since perished from a shattered heart, restored to his human form. He held the CP leader's wrist, which pierced his own heart, with his left hand, while his right hand propped him up from the ground, a radiant smile gracing his face in death. His eyes, even in lifelessness, remained open, gazing toward the southern seas. "Bring me a blade. Sever his wrist and body. Extricate the captain's hand." A guard shouted. "What shall we do now? Can this naval major survive?" Several guards looked at the youth sprawled on the ground, marred by countless lacerations, uncertain of how much blood had been lost. They had never encountered anyone so grievously wounded. Many of the naval youth's body parts were even missing flesh, and no matter how they bandaged him, they could not staunch the bleeding. The ghastly, sunken wounds sent shivers down their spines. "We can save him. We must preserve both his and the captain's lives, no matter the cost, although we are doomed. Witnessing their unparalleled courage and conviction would render our lives fulfilled. A man of such bravery will not perish easily. Fetch a din mushi. I shall contact the naval headquarters to send assistance." What was his name again? Before long, someone procured a din mushi. The Holy Land had already notified of the demise of the Rodsword family. Surely, Chambord would soon be sealed by the Holy Land's guards. A guard turned to Rasha, fully aware of the nature of the dignitaries from the Holy Land. This valiant naval youth must not fall into the hands of those cold-blooded beasts. Notify the Navy. Urge them to come swiftly for the extraction. What about the captain? A concerned expression crossed the faces of those observing the CP leader who had lost his left arm. The captain would not be able to move. A guard's face reflected a blend of helplessness and anguish. Within every CP member lay a tracking device, once one entered CP. They were bound for life. The guards fell silent, settling onto the uneven, pockmarked grass, buzzing incessantly. The telephone insect on the desk of the marshal's office at the pinnacle of Marineford roused Sengoku, who had been napping on the sofa. "Who is it? Can't the old man have a moment's peace?" Finally, that rascal Rasha was not causing a ruckus in Marineford. Sengoku stretched lazily, removed his glasses, and rubbed his slightly weary eyes. Click. Moses, this is Sengoku." A fleeting glance at the unfamiliar face of the telephone insect revealed that the caller, though unknown, evidently possessed the credentials to reach his office. Sengoku was accustomed to this situation. As the fleet admiral, nearly every noble in the world had his contact number. After all, safeguarding the exalted celestial dragons was the Navy's solemn duty. "Is this Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy? Greetings. I am a member of the Guard under the command of Lord Roswald. I would like to inquire if your Navy headquarters has a certain major named Rasha." Upon hearing the voice from the telephone insect, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback. Under the command of Saint Roswald, the members of the Guard began to inquire about the affairs of Rasha. Could it be that the young lad had once again stirred up trouble in Sabaody? Had he incurred the wrath of those formidable celestial dragons? A sense of unease washed over Sengoku as he contemplated this possibility. Clearing his throat, he responded in a gentle tone, "Indeed, Rasha is a lieutenant commander of the Navy headquarters. May I ask why you seek this information? Has he somehow offended Saint Roswald? If so, I extend my sincerest apologies on his behalf. Rasha is still quite young and tends to act impulsively if he has caused any offense. I implore you to extend your understanding." On the contrary, came the voice from the transponder snail, imbued with deep admiration. "Lieutenant Commander Rasha valiantly battled the pirates who attacked St. Roswald and his family. We witnessed firsthand his unwavering courage, willing to face death rather than retreat." "Oh, I see. Ha ha ha. So Rasha actually assisted St. Roswald? I had mistakenly thought he had offended the esteemed celestial dragons. Not at all. It is our duty as the Navy to protect the world's nobility." Upon hearing the gratitude and respect emanating from the other end of the transponder snail, Sengoku's initial trepidation evaporated, replaced by a beaming smile. "That fellow Rasha has done remarkably well. Having just arrived at the Shambaudi archipelago, he has already managed to form connections with the celestial dragons. Rodsvard Saint? It seems that the old Biden has a rather attractive daughter. Could it be that Rasha has caught the eye of Rodsvard Saint's daughter? Oh dear, This young lad has surely embarked on a fortunate journey with the celestial dragons, and his future path to advancement appears exceedingly bright. The prospects ahead are indeed promising. Sengoku's smile almost reached his ears. By the way, where is Rasha now? Is there any news regarding Rodsvard Saint? I regret to inform you, but Major Rasha appears to be on the brink of death. His injuries are quite severe. What? Sengoku blinked, momentarily taken aback. As for Rodsvard Saint, there is no longer any need for concealment. For soon the entire world shall be aware of the events transpiring in Sabaody. The calm voice of the celestial dragon's guards continued to emanate from the transponder snail. Yet, the hidden implications within their words gradually alerted the seasoned Sengoku to the unsettling reality. Indeed, the next moment, the words transmitted through the transponder snail sent Sengoku's emotions spiraling out of control, unleashing the long-dormant conqueror's haki, which surged forth like a golden tempest, sweeping through Marineford in an instant. The entire Rodsvard family has been attacked and perished, their bodies intertwined beyond recognition. The assailants responsible for their demise are pirates from the South Blue, led by the steel plunderer, Doflamingo. Furthermore, we urgently request the Navy to dispatch personnel to retrieve Major Rasha, if he were to fall into the hands of the impending CP-0. Despite being the hero who thwarted the attackers, he would undoubtedly face unjust treatment. Please expedite this. I fear he may not last much longer. Thunder rumbled. The skies above Marineford were engulfed in a golden tempest, sweeping across all directions. The black-red lightning of Conqueror's haki spread across the sky like a web, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to a sovereign reigning over all. What nonsense is this? 3 celestial dragons have perished? Rasha is nearing death as well. Could someone please enlighten me on what in the world has transpired in Sabaody? Sengoku's thunderous roar shattered the doors of the Admiral's office, reverberating through the square, causing all the generals and soldiers present in the Marine headquarters to widen their eyes in disbelief. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Sengoku's conqueror's haki and his roar subsided, several figures, swift as the wind, leaped from various corners of Marineford, rushing to the door of the Admiral's office. Sengoku, what did you just say? What has happened to that lad Rasha? Zifa, bare-chested and not even having the time to remove the breathing apparatus covering his mouth and nose, rushed to Sengoku's side, anxiously inquiring. This is terrifying. I haven't witnessed Sengoku unleashing his conqueror's haki in over a decade. The yellow monkey scratched his ear, while Kazan wore a grave expression, remaining silent. Was this truly the moment for such inquiries? 3 celestial dragons had perished in Sabaody. The Roswald family had met a tragic end. Sengoku's voice erupted with barely contained fury. Roswald? I care not for his demise. Zephyr extended his heavy mechanical arm, seizing Sengoku by the collar. What has happened to Rasha? Speak swiftly. The celestial dragons are worthless. Their demise would be a blessing. Yet that lad, Rasha, must not perish. I have yet to witness him surpassing us old ghosts. Honing his bones to the caliber of a black blade, Carp, with a finger up his nose, displayed a face of cruel amusement. Sengoku's forehead throbbed with fury as he forcefully shoved Zephyr's mechanical arm aside, pointing an accusatory finger at Carp. Carp, how dare you spout such nonsense? 3 celestial dragons have died, all at once. Do you not comprehend the severe repercussions of such a heinous event? Have you forgotten the obliterated traces of God Valley? Now, with the Roswald family extinguished in Sabaody, consider the treatment that the Sabaody archipelago shall endure. Rasha coughed violently. Zephyr bent over, coughing so fiercely that his face flushed, and with a sudden turn, he smashed through the office wall and dashed outside. To Sabaody, then? I shall go and see for myself. That rascal Zephyr. Does he not discern the gravity of the situation? Sengoku clenched his fists. He then sighed, turning his gaze towards the yellow monkey. Polysolino, your speed is unparalleled. Make haste to Sabaody and locate Rasha. Do not allow the CP from the government to seize him. Understood. I shall not permit them to take my disciple. The yellow monkey scratched his cheek, gradually transforming into golden light, soaring towards the sky. Hey, Polysolino, that lad Rasha is undeniably my disciple. Carp crashed through the wall, promptly descending from the fortress. Sengoku stared at the now doorless, dilapidated office, his expression frozen in a state of numbness. The phone snail on the desk began to ring urgently. Here it comes. It must be the 5 elders calling. Sengoku took a deep breath, grasped the phone snail, and glanced at Kazan, who was turning to leave the office. Kazan, assemble all forces of Marineford and head to the Sabaody archipelago. Once in the vicinity, use your powers to seal the sea. Do not allow a single criminal to escape. Kazan nodded silently, his form flickering before vanishing from the office. Moments later, a piercing alarm echoed above Marineford. Kazan's deep voice, amplified by the phone snail, swiftly spread throughout the entire naval headquarters. All Marines assemble and set sail for the inner bay, destination Sabaody Archipelago. Amidst the assembled naval crowd, Drake's expression was decidedly grim. Had something happened to Rasha? What could it be? Just earlier today, he had seen him setting sail with Lark and Roe, brimming with joy, claiming they were heading to Sabaody for a vacation. One could only hope he was unharmed. In any case, the first course of action would be to contact Peacock and ask her to inquire about Lark's well-being. Mary Geos, the ancient and resplendent Panga city, stood majestically amidst a vibrant garden adorned with blooming flowers and lush greenery. A winding thoroughfare led deep into the heart of Panga city, connecting various solemn and sacred edifices. At this moment, within this pinnacle of global power, an atmosphere of panic, unseen for many years, began to spread rapidly. On the tidy, expansive thoroughfare, squads of armored and fully armed warriors appeared, while the celestial dragons, leisurely parading with their slaves, were urged home by CP agents. Those nobles and residents granted the right to dwell in this holy land were brusquely herded back to their abodes. Overseeing this operation was a robust elder sporting a mohawk. Who could have anticipated that after all these years, such a seismic event could transpire right beneath the eyes of Sabaody? This would surely keep the 5 elders occupied. The Supreme Commander, Steelbone, crossed his robust arms as he observed the chaos unfolding in Panga City, reflecting on the situation. Just then, a soldier approached at a swift pace, saluting him sharply. "Commander, we have gathered all pertinent information regarding the assailants. Please review it." The soldier presented a document, and the commander nodded, accepting it. Upon perusing the contents, his brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing. So that was it. No wonder they had the audacity to brazenly attack and slay the world's nobility. These were Avengers from the past. Meanwhile, at the Power Hall on Batarilla Island, 5 distinguished elders, each with a unique demeanor, listened to Spandane's trembling report echoing through the vast chamber, their expressions growing increasingly somber. An overwhelming atmosphere of dread permeated the hall, pressing down on Spandane, who began to sweat profusely under the strain. Bang! Clad in a black suit, with cascading white curls and a fluffy white beard, adorned with a flat cap and bearing a scar on his left cheek, the scientific defense deity, Jagarushia Satan, raised his cane and shattered the lavish crystal table before him with a single blow. The tremendous noise startled Spandane, causing him to collapse to the floor in shock. What audacity! What cruelty! It has been many years since anyone dared to so openly challenge our authority. The furious roar reverberated through the vast hall, and the visage of Saint Satan flushed crimson from overwhelming rage. The steel marauder, Daferance, vice-captain of the Avenger Pirates, with a bounty of 210 million berries, possessed the powers of the animal-type bear fruit in its iron beast form. Clad in a white robe, the bald financial war god, Izambaron V. Nejiru, observed the documents in his hand, a smirk involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth as he tossed the papers onto the sofa. A mere bounty of 210 million berries for such a wretched pirate had caused an unprecedented bloodbath. Moreover, why was the assailant Daferance and not his more ruthless brother, the so-called Bloody Avenger, Aristote? This ambiguity necessitated prompt investigation by CP. A man with golden hair, dressed in a deep red suit, crossed his arms and retrieved a din mushy from within his coat. First, contact Sengoku. We must deploy warships and generals to seal off the Sabaody archipelago. Regardless of whether the assailant is Daferance, the incident involving the Roswald family in Sabaody demands a thorough cleansing of the area. This declaration came from Shepherd X, Peter, one of the 5 elders wielding the title of agricultural war god. Meanwhile, the bald law war god, Topman Vacheli, clad in a dark green suit and sporting a distinctive map-like birthmark on his forehead, wrapped his fingers against the armrest of his chair. Before the Navy SEALs of Sabaody, let CP0 apprehend all individuals who could potentially be involved in this matter. Be they Navy personnel, pirates, nobles, slave traders, or common citizens, everyone must be detained and interrogated. I need to ascertain whether there exists a conspiracy, whether the will of the lineage is at play here. As the atmosphere thickened with murderous intent, fervently discussing the tragic demise of the Roswald family, a tall elder clad in a black cloak, with a western sword dangling at his waist, strode into the chamber. Vacheli was not mistaken. The elder harbored suspicions that the flames of the lineage might indeed be involved. Wearing sunglasses, With his hair curving upward and a distinctive mustache that resembled a crescent moon, the elder exuded a unique presence. He rested one hand on the hilt of his sword, glanced at the incapacitated Spandane, and turned his gaze towards the 5 elders. Allow me to investigate this matter, to discern how this incident compares to events of yore. Chapter 142. Panic erupts. The great flight from Sabaody in the Red Tree District number 13, atop a gentle slope, Rayleigh, burdened with numerous bags, wore a wry smile as he observed the woman behind him, still scavenging for odds and ends in a small bar. Shaki, do not linger. We must depart from the eye of this storm swiftly. Should we delay any longer, the fleet of admirals from the Navy headquarters will soon encircle Sabaody. The demise of the celestial dragons in Sabaody, particularly the simultaneous death of 3, is undoubtedly the most outrageous event to transpire upon these waters in decades. With her short hair and clad in a tank top, Shaki remained oblivious, meticulously selecting items as if she intended to take the bar's tables and rags along with her. If we don't leave now, we might not escape at all. I sense the imminent peril drawing near. Rayleigh squinted, casting his gaze towards a certain direction amidst the mangroves. Humph. It's easy for you to say, but this little place is something I've painstakingly managed. The depth of my attachment to it is beyond your comprehension, you drunken fool. Shaki hefted a large bag from the bar counter, casually grabbing a broom behind the door, then nudged the wooden door closed with her foot, locking it with an old, rusted padlock. Don't say that. I've contributed my fair share as well. In Sabaody, coding is a highly sought-after skill. Rayleigh utilized his sword as a makeshift staff, hoisting his pack as he descended the slope towards the coastal waters. Wait here a moment. I'll go fetch the ship. He set down his backpack, removed his shirt, and plunged into the sea with a powerful dive. Shaki turned to glance back at the quaint bar atop the hill, letting out a wistful sigh as she retrieved a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. A slender lady's cigarette nestled between her crimson lips. She exhaled a wisp of ethereal smoke. Have the new generation of pirates become this audacious? Even the celestial dragons are not spared. Alas, it's a pity I won't have the chance to meet such a hero. As her thoughts drifted, bubbles rapidly surfaced on the inland sea. A massive shadow swiftly expanded beneath the water's surface. In the next instant, a colossal dome emerged, displacing the sea. As a luxurious ship, entirely enveloped in iridescent soap bubbles, burst forth from the depths. This was an enormous 3-masted sailing vessel, its furled sails a deep crimson hue. The bow featured a protruding red wooden ram, flanked by 2 exquisitely carved mermaids, whose hands supported the ram aloft. Amidst these mermaids, a dark cannon barrel extended from the ship as hull. Upon sighting this rare and opulent 3-masted ship, Shaki's eyes widened, momentarily forgetting to inhale the cigarette perched between her lips. How did this ship come to be here? Ha ha ha. After Roger's departure, this ship naturally followed me. Otherwise, do you think I came to Sabaody to learn coding techniques for no reason? Stop standing there in shock. Hurry aboard. We still need to make a trip to the first Red Tree area. Riley was drenched, yet a long-lost radiant smile graced his face. He caressed the mast of the sailboat, his gaze imbued with profound nostalgia. With a swift motion, his right hand tore at a bubble encased in a film. A soft pop resonated, shattering the soap bubble that enveloped the entire vessel. Then, Riley grasped the familiar rough rope on the mast and pulled with force. Whoosh! The enormous crimson sail unfurled instantly, revealing itself to the sea breeze of Sabaody. Gold Roger, the most illustrious legendary ship upon these waters, the Oro Jackson of the Roger Pirates. Also known as the Gold Jackson. Constructed entirely from the wood of the Adam tree, the shipwright was the renowned fisherman Tom from Water 7. Witnessing the sail of the Oro Jackson billow once more, Riley's eyes glistened with moisture as he abruptly drew his long sword and raised it high. Set sail. Roger Pirates. Shaki observed the suddenly spirited elder, shaking her head in amusement as she picked up her bundle and leaped onto the deck. At such an age, reminiscing about the fervor of youth might lead to high blood pressure. Ha ha ha. You truly have a knack for dampening the mood, Shaki. Riley discreetly wiped away the moisture at the corner of his eye, sheathing his sword back at his waist. He approached the helm at the bow of the ship and began to steer. I leave the handling of the sails to you, Shaki. Shaki nodded, grasping the rope that hung from the mast, her eyes fixed on the elder's silhouette. Why venture to area one of the red trees? Is it to rescue those slaves? Riley nodded. Sabaody is on the brink of a great cleansing. Those unfortunate slaves left here will only face calamity. Since we intend to abandon this haven, why not take these poor souls with us? It's merely a matter of convenience and will not consume much time. What do you think? Suit yourself. Shaki inhaled her cigarette, a smile gracing her lips. For now, you are the captain. Ha ha ha. Today you seem unexpectedly gentle, Shaki. Area 1 of the Red Trees. The infamous auction house. You fools, what are you still doing here? Hurry and get the ship ready. Don't concern yourselves with those damned slaves. This cursed place is about to be obliterated. The bruised-faced auctioneer, Berkeley, was shouting at the guards still tussling with the slaves. However, President Berkeley, these slaves are the private property of the Don Quixote family. If we do not preserve them intact, we will face the wrath of the Don Quixote family. A group of steadfast guards dragged along a diverse array of slaves, showing little deference to Berkeley's commands. It was evident that although Berkeley held the nominal title of president of the auction, the Don Quixote family were the true puppeteers behind the scenes. The loquacious Mr. Berkeley was merely a subordinate. Frustrated by the guard's obstinacy, Berkeley stamped his feet in anger. Abruptly, he turned and seized the box containing the bug fruit and the famed sword Shiyu from the hands of a burly guard, fleeing with urgency. You all better protect Doflamingo's assets well. I shall take my leave, he declared. Oh, by the way, Mr. Berkeley, do you wish to inform the young master about the events unfolding here? Inquired a rather simple-minded guard without attempting to stop him. I will inform him, but for now, you remain here to safeguard the slaves, Berkeley retorted as he ran, cursing inwardly. Inform Doflamingo? Not a chance. The conversation between Lord Roseward and Doflamingo during the auction had made it abundantly clear to the astute Berkeley that he had irreparably offended the volatile young master. Even without the unfortunate demise of the Roseward family, his future was destined for darkness. Furthermore, there was the looming fear that Doflamingo might resort to a ruthless betrayal, disposing of him entirely. With this in mind, Berkeley decided to abscond with some treasures and flee alone. Glancing at the fruit and the sword he clutched, he was suddenly reminded of the lost mermaid, a pang of sorrow welling up within him. What a splendid mermaid she was! Had it not been for that detestable Roseward meddling, I could have sold her for over 1 billion berries by now. He looked at the golden box in his left hand and the sword in his right, and a sudden thought struck him. Indeed, why not consume this devil fruit myself? Wield this weapon and seek refuge in a safe sea, living a life of nobility on a secluded island? By devouring the devil fruit, my powers would rival that of a Superman. As long as I steered clear of the Grand Line, I would undoubtedly reign supreme in the 4 seas. With this thrilling prospect in mind, Berkeley took a bite of the bug fruit, gritting his teeth to swallow the first mouthful of its flesh. He cast his gaze toward the ocean. Among the 4 seas, the East Blue was the weakest. Perhaps he would venture there, becoming a local lord and subjugating those charming rural maidens. Just the thought sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Meanwhile, the news of the celestial dragon's demise spread throughout every mangrove area of the Sabaody archipelago. A bone-chilling terror enveloped all who resided on the island. In that moment, whether they were slave traders, pirates, or merchants engaged in illicit dealings, nobles alike fled in haste, gathering their valuables and abandoning Sabaody. The ordinary residents, who had long called the island home, trembled in fear as they retreated into their houses, securing their doors and awaiting the arrival of those who would determine their fates. In Soap Bubble Park, old Tommy pushed his cart, observing the chaotic scene around him as tourists and shopkeepers screamed in unison, hastily escaping. He felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. I shouldn't have been greedy. I should have returned home last year. Marguerite and Emily have been eagerly awaiting my return. He touched the bulging belly of his cart, reminiscing about the pair of sunny youths he had encountered earlier. I wonder how that young lad and lass are faring now. I hope to see them again someday. Taking a deep breath, old Tommy released his faithful cart that had accompanied him for years, a smile of relief gracing his face. It's decided. Tomorrow, I shall return home to Water 7. I'll bring back some local delicacies from Sabaody, though it will cost me a bit of belly. But it will be worth it. They will surely be delighted to see me. Alas, the unique bubble products of Yalchaman would burst outside the island's confines. Otherwise, he would have loved to gift them a bubble bike. Marguerite and Emily, how I miss you. Old Tommy's expression was one of excitement. I am finally going home. Suddenly, a blinding flash of sword light tore through the sky, severing the towering mangrove trunks and cleaving the earth, splitting the towering Ferris wheel and roller coaster in half. An elder clad in a black robe descended gracefully from the splintered treetop, standing amidst the bisected soap bubble park, and slowly sheathed his longsword. No mercy for those who flee. A cart, now devoid of its owner, rolled down the slope, tumbling into the dust. Gratitude to the reader MS for their generous donation. And thanks to everyone for their monthly votes and support. Thanks to all subscribed brothers. The daily goal has been achieved. and we shall continue tomorrow. I noticed some brothers were puzzled as to why Rasha chose to intervene. The reason is explained in the 3rd chapter updated today. The death of a celestial dragon is a monumental event. His absence would make it exceedingly difficult to extricate himself from this quagmire, especially since he had previously defeated those pirates, including De Fei Long Si. Chapter 143, Forgotten Green Ancient Saint. The celestial dragon is dead. The world's nobility has perished in Sabaody. Flee. Quickly, flee. The naval admirals and the forces of the world government are on their way. At the seaside of Red Tree District No. 40, a panicked throng surged forth from various corners of the island, rushing towards the shore. Along the coastline, some individuals were hastily unfurling sails. Hurry. For heaven's sake, be quick. I refuse to be caught in the crossfire. The demise of the world's nobility was truly catastrophic. The audacity of that murderer is simply astonishing. Who on earth possesses such boldness to dare strike down even the celestial dragons? The coastline was in utter chaos. Some were vying for the chance to board ships, while others seized the opportunity to demand exorbitant sums of money. There were even unscrupulous slave traders brazenly capturing people amidst the crowd to enslave them. Suddenly, someone with sharp eyes spotted a colossal warship approaching in the distance. Its unmistakable seagull flag billowing in the wind. It's a military ship. This is bad. The naval headquarters vessel has arrived. Panic ensued as the realization dawned that an admiral was approaching. In an instant, the previously clamorous shoreline erupted into chaos, with hundreds, if not thousands, fleeing in every direction. Tina was perplexed. What on earth was happening? Why was there such turmoil? At the bow of the warship, Tina, clad in a flowing white cloak, observed the scattering crowd with a furrowed brow. The presence of slave traders was one thing, but within the throng, there appeared to be ordinary civilians and even some nobles. They had no reason to flee at the sight of a military ship, did they? Just then, a weak voice called out from the hillside, filled with urgency. Is that you, Colonel Tina? Quickly, find Loxia and Lynx. They are in danger. Was that voice Captain Trafalgar? Startled, Tina swiftly ascended into the air, landing on the grassy shore with urgency. Not far ahead, she spotted a feeble man lying on the ground, none other than Lieutenant Rowe, whom she had met at the naval headquarters. Are you all right? What has transpired? Tina hurriedly approached and crouched down to assess Rowe's injuries. However, he grasped her outstretched hand firmly. Do not waste time. Go find Loxia and Lynx. Loxia may have become embroiled in an incident involving the celestial dragons. Just inquire among those fleeing, and you will ascertain his whereabouts. Lynx has gone to search for him. Do not allow the world government personnel to take Loxia first. Hurry. Understood. I shall go at once. Although unaware of the specifics, Tina grasped the urgency in Rowe's voice. Without a moment's hesitation, she darted towards the mangroves. Along the way, she seized a fleeing passerby to gather information, and at last, she discerned the unfolding events and the location of the attack on the Rosward family. Red Tree District 66 and 67? That is quite a distance. I hope I make it in time. Sensing the palpable atmosphere of urgency and depression surrounding her, Tina tightened her nerves, quickening her pace upon the moonlit fabric beneath her feet. In the Red Tree District 67, Spandane, clad in a black suit, erupted in a furious tirade against the guards, who had been disarmed and shackled by CP0. You worthless fools. How could you fail at a mere protective task, leading to the tragic demise of the Rosward family? You deserve nothing less than death. Surrounding him were numerous CP0 members in white robes, each adorned with magnetic shoes akin to those of Germa 66. It was through such technological prowess that they could leap from the towering red earth and arrive at the scene with haste. Upon witnessing the grotesque state of the deceased Rosward family, Spandane immediately fell to his knees, delivering a performance of profound grief that could only be described as heart-wrenching. The depth of his sorrow was such that it would likely surpass his feelings at the loss of his own parents. Each CP0 agent held an image-transmitting snail wide-eyed in hand, meticulously documenting every detail of the scene for the government's subsequent investigation. Simultaneously, the area surrounding Red Tree District 66 and 67 was densely cordoned off by soldiers under strict martial law. The guards, shackled and expressionless, showed no intention of defending themselves. Instead, they pointed towards the fallen Rasha and the CP leader, pleading with Spandane and others. Commander, we acknowledge our incompetence in this matter. However, the captain and that young Navy officer truly risked their lives to thwart the attackers. We are acutely aware of our grave misdeeds, but we implore you to show mercy and save them. Wiping away the tears from his cheeks, Spandane shot a fierce glare at the speaking guard. Of course, I will revive them. After all, they are the first witnesses to the attack on the Rosward family. Once they are revived, we must extract the complete account of the incident from them. As for how we obtain this information, it will depend on their cooperation. A blatant smirk adorned Spandon's face. Spare them? Don't be absurd. These foolish guards have no comprehension of the severity of 3 celestial dragons perishing in Sabaody. Once we meticulously investigate every detail of the events, not only will these guards face death, but that Navy boy will too, as will the incompetent CP leader. Even the thousands of government officials stationed at the Sabaody Base 69, along with everyone on the island who has ever interacted with the Rosward family, will all meet their demise. This is the price one must pay for daring to offend the majesty of the divine. Were it not for the significant commercial, civilian, technological, and military value of the Red Tree Island known as Chambord, Spandane had no doubt that the world government would unleash the Navy to enact a demon-slaying decree, reducing the entire island to ashes and sinking it beneath the waves. Boom, boom. In the distance, a dull sound resonated through the woods, suggesting that a skirmish was underway. The members of CP-0, upon hearing the commotion, donned serious expressions and brandished their weapons, directing their gaze toward the source of the noise. Soon, they beheld a petite girl clad in a red dress, who skillfully repelled several soldiers and darted towards them. Who is that? Capture her, Spandane commanded, pointing at the newcomer. Swish, swish, swish. Several white shadows darted forward as CP-0 members moved to intercept, reaching out to seize the oncoming lark. The girl crouched low, disregarding the muddy blood on the ground, and curled her small form, rolling across the earth toward the boy lying not far away. Rasha. The CP-0 members were slightly taken aback as their attacks were evaded by the young girl, yet their surprise was fleeting. Shave. Flying finger gun. One member bent his fingers, aiming a projectile at the retreating lark's back. Thud. Like an invisible bullet, the air pressure struck the girl's shoulder, propelling her into the air as she was sent tumbling forward. Blood trickled from her lips, but gritting her teeth, she utilized the moonwalk technique to accelerate towards the fallen boy. Upon witnessing the horrific injuries that marred Rasha's body, so grotesque that it was almost unbearable to behold, tears cascaded from her eyes like a kite severed from its string, unstoppable. Return to me. Gale foot. Just as she was about to reach Rasha, a CP-0 member suddenly appeared before her, delivering a sweeping kick that struck her abdomen, sending her flying backward. Do not kill her. Capture her and interrogate her about her identity, Spandane ordered from behind. At the moment the Gale foot strike connected, the lark employed iron block to mitigate some of the damage. Nevertheless, her diminutive frame was still propelled over 10 meters, crashing into a nearby red tree, where she emitted a muffled groan and coughed up blood. A dozen CP-0 members, hearing Spandane's command, advanced to seize the lark. Stop. All of you. Cease at once. A fierce cry echoed from the distance. In an instant, dozens of whistling black spears erupted from the thicket, raining down upon the surrounding CP-0 members. Is that a skill? The CP-0 members dodged the incoming spears, yet their momentum remained unyielding as they reached out to grasp the lark's shoulder. Iron block gun fist. Houndsbite crimson lotus. Suddenly, Inxiao's right fist tightened, drawing a remarkable trajectory in midair. In the astonished gaze of CP-0, her punch struck directly at his heart. Bang! The force of this blow was not overwhelming, yet it contained an astonishing momentum that surged forward. In that fleeting moment, CP-0 felt as if a ferocious hound had opened its gaping maw, intent on devouring his very soul and flesh. This brief moment of intimidation caused a sharp pain in his chest. Darkness clouded his vision, and he loosened his grip on Yunxiao, collapsing towards the ground. What are you all doing? If you do not eliminate her, are you self-proclaimed elites of CP-0 merely a bunch of inept fools? Spandane's fury ignited. He had underestimated her. This seemingly frail girl wielded a technique of exquisite precision. Dogbite's Crimson Lotus. Had he not heard that name before? Upon witnessing their comrade felled by Yunxiao, the other CP-0 members lost their patience and prepared to strike back with force. In those few fleeting seconds of delay, a striking figure cloaked in white surged forth from the distant woods, sweeping her hand to conjure 2 black barriers that extended infinitely. Yehukin. The black barriers pierced through the red trees on either side, encircling the dozen or so CP-0 members assailing Yunxiao. You are the Marines' Black Cantiana? Spandane raised an eyebrow. As a commander of CP, it was part of his daily routine to be acquainted with many figures under the world government, and he immediately recognized her identity. Knowing that I am with the Marines, why do you not cease? Do you understand who you are attacking? The barriers closed in, failing to ensnare any CP0 members. Yet ensnaring Yinxiao, pulling her backward. Anyone who intrudes here, regardless of who they are, must remain. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black swept through the sky, delivering a palm strike from several meters away. Boom. The air compressed in layers beneath the newcomer's hand, instantly forming a terrifying shockwave, crashing down upon Candiina and Yunxiao like tumultuous waves against the shore. Bang! Bang! Two muffled thuds echoed as both coughed blood, their bodies plummeting to the ground like cannonballs. It is the illustrious Fugolin Green. Upon seeing the newcomer, all present, including Spandane, displayed expressions of reverence and knelt in unison. The moon-headed Fugolin Green gracefully descended before Rasha, retrieving two small glass vials from his cloak and casting them to the ground. Revive them. I have questions to ask. Chapter 144. Who dares to harm my daughter? Those are potions meant to unleash latent life potential. Cease at once. Major Rasha's injuries are too severe, giving him such a potion. Candiina struggled to rise. Her voice strained as she cried out, Brother Rasha. Lark endured excruciating pain as if her bones were fracturing, biting her lip resolutely. With Tina's support, she made her way to where Rasha was located. This time, no one obstructed their path. The CP0 members pried open the mouths of Rasha and the CP captain, directly pouring the contents of a glass vial into them. As the potion coursed through their bodies, the pallor on their faces visibly transformed, rapidly blooming into a healthy flush. The muscles on Rasha's body writhed and swelled, stretching the bandages that encased him, and a copious amount of crimson fluid began to seep through the fabric. Meanwhile, the captain of the CP team, who had already turned completely white-haired from consuming 2 bottles of potency serum, downed another vial. Instantly, his middle-aged visage was etched with deep lines, reminiscent of the ravages of time. Cough. The two men simultaneously opened their eyes and erupted into violent fits of coughing. Brother Rasha. Upon witnessing Rasha's awakening, Yunk disregarded the CP0 agents blocking her path and rushed to his side, tears glistening in her eyes as she grasped his hand. Yunk. I am fine. Roxia observed the disheveled appearance of Yunk and the traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, a fleeting glint of icy murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He reached out to caress her head, smoothing her tousled hair. At the same time, he acknowledged Tina with a nod. Just moments prior, he had indeed succumbed to a profound state of unconsciousness. The horrific wounds adorning his body were partly inflicted by the razor winds he had conjured, while the remainder resulted from the violent tearing of daffalons, which he had endured due to the collapse of his hockey defense. This excessive blood loss had led him to faint. Despite his efforts to execute a flawless ambush on the Rosward family, there remained unavoidable gaps. The assailants had perished, as had some of the victims. Witnesses had seen him bravely intervene, risking his life to impede daffalons. Yet preceding this attack, his battle with Aristod and the unusual behavior of the Rosward Holy Family, along with a series of transactions at the auction house, would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Furthermore, daffalons had previously been felled by him, a fact witnessed by hundreds from the Decarbon pirate crew, which would inevitably come to light. Given these circumstances, it would be prudent for him to immerse himself in the eye of the storm. Additionally, Roxia recalled a detail he had previously overlooked, the thunder sphere he had inserted into Daffalon's heart. This sphere was intended to amplify Daffalon's strength and served as a safeguard. However, with Daffalon's demise, his heart and other internal organs would inevitably suffer damage from the thunder's power, presenting a vulnerability should he personally strike Daffalons with lightning. This flaw would find its justification. Ah, quite composed, aren't you? This young man possesses no small measure of strength, Spandane. What are the particulars regarding him? St. Gringa surveyed Roxia, somewhat surprised by the calm demeanor of the youth before him, even when encircled by dozens of CP0 agents. Not a hint of panic marred his countenance. Judging solely by this air of serene confidence, it was evident that this youth was no ordinary individual. Indeed, St. Gringu. Spandane hastily stepped forward, casting a glance at the impassive Roxia, and respectfully introduced him to Gringu. He recently arrived from the North Sea's 177th branch to participate in the Marine Headquarters rookie training. Due to his outstanding performance, defeating 1,000 recruits and collaborating with numerous naval officers, he has attracted the attention of the higher-ups in the Navy and is receiving focused training. He currently holds the rank of Major, having awakened dual hockey and possesses the abilities of the mythical Zoan-type Mare fruit in its Chelan form. His prowess firmly secures his position as the foremost among the new generation of the Navy, boasting combat capabilities on par with seasoned vice admirals. Spandane glanced at Roxia once more, swallowing hard. The boy was merely 13 years old. Oh, such exaggeration? A 13-year-old with strength rivaling that of established vice admirals? And a legendary Qilin fruit user to boot? Green Gusheng's expression was one of astonishment as he couldn't help but scrutinize Luo Xiao once more. No wonder my observation Haki perceives a formidable power lying dormant within you, albeit somewhat weakened at present. He cast a glance at the lifeless form of Defei Longxi not far away, his brow furrowing slightly. However, if your combat prowess is indeed so formidable, why were you repelled by Defei Longxi, an ordinary Zoan-type user? Who are you? Why should I divulge that to you? Roches remained silent, unflinchingly locking eyes with the esteemed Green Saint. This dignitary held the position of commander of the Divine Knights, the illustrious Fugarin Green Saint. Naval brat, mind your demeanor. Spandane barked sharply. The commander of the Divine Knights, Fugarin Green Saint? Roches felt a stirring in his heart. The surname Vigilant was indeed that of the celestial dragon family which had been attacked by rocks 32 years ago in the Valley of Gods. It seems the world government truly regards this matter with utmost seriousness, even dispatching the commander of the Knights of God. This implies that the venerable elder before him may be reluctant to accept that this incident is merely a straightforward act of pirate vengeance. When he approached to thwart Daffalon's, he was already bearing grievous injuries. Suddenly, the CP captain, seated beside him, gasped for breath and spoke. Has St. Gringu asked you anything? You disgrace of CP5 Phrysis. Spandine glared fiercely at the CP captain, Phrysis. The events have transpired, and I shall not shirk my responsibility. Death is the just punishment I must face. However, Phrysis turned to Roches, noting the horrific wounds upon him, and pleaded with St. Gringu to spare this young Navy officer. For he bears no guilt and has risked his life to halt Daffalon's. Whether one is guilty is not for you to decide, Spandine retorted. Take him aside and conduct a thorough interrogation. Document every detail of the ordeal endured by the Roswald family in Sabaody, St. Gringu commanded. He then turned his gaze back to Roches. Now, would you kindly enlighten me as to how you acquired those injuries? Roche's elder brother had previously engaged in combat with the Avenger Aristote. Thus the wounds upon him were undoubtedly inflicted by Aristote. The Lark cast an indignant glare at St. Gringu, showing no hint of trepidation in light of his stature. Ah, so that is the case. The bounty of 360 million berries on Aristote indeed suggests he far surpasses his brother in strength. So, you defeated Aristote? St. Gringu's observation Haki swept across the entire Area 66 of the Red Tree, swiftly revealing the devastation within the naval base. Indeed, Aristote possesses a most peculiar ability to extract the blood from his victims. Although I succeeded in slaying him, I was gravely wounded by his counterattack. Roxia spoke in a low voice. The entire naval force stationed at Zyangbidi was annihilated, slain by Aristote. Then, Aristote was killed by you, and you were gravely injured. Where did you go afterward? The observation Haki of St. Gringu focused intently on Roxia, monitoring his every movement and emotional fluctuation. I returned to the Red Tree District now. 40. Bringing back the head of Aristote. Why did you not apprehend Daffalon after slaying Aristote? My comrades engaged Daffalon in battle within District number 40. By the time I arrived, I had already subdued Daffalon, after which we rested in District number 40. Wait. St. Gringu's brow furrowed, and a shadow suddenly fell across his face. He coldly gazed at Roxia. What did you just say? A shiver ran through Roche's heart as he recognized the most significant flaw in the situation. Indeed, De Phelongs had been knocked unconscious by a single punch in the nose. 40 Red Tree District. Witnessing that moment were not just Rasha and the Skylark, but also over 100 pirates, including the Dicababin brothers. At that time, the Rosward family had yet to arrive at Sabaody, and Rasha had not even conceived the thought of assassinating a celestial dragon. Thus, the previous events could not be concealed. He knew he had to speak the truth. Any attempt to obfuscate would only lead to further complications. I state that my companion engaged De Phelongs in the know. 40 District, and upon my arrival, I incapacitated him. Subsequently, we took a respite in the same area. Suddenly, a black boot struck Rasha's face, propelling him several meters away before he landed heavily on the grass. The unexpected blow caused his wounds to reopen, and torrents of blood flowed forth. Clear indentations appeared on his nose and cheek. Brother Rasha, Skylark exclaimed in alarm as she rushed to his side. Blingus slowly retracted his boot, imbued with dark Haki, casting a somber glare at Rasha. You claim to have defeated De Phelongs, yet he has reappeared in the number 66 Red Tree District to assault the Rosward family. Why did you not eliminate him directly, as you did with Aristote? Young Navy, I implore you to provide a reasonable explanation. With that, Glingus slowly drew his rapier from his waist, inspecting the blade that gleamed with a formidable light. Cough, cough. Roches struggled to rise, drawing the lark behind him, breathless, with blood continuously dripping from his mouth and nose. Aristotle's strength was formidable, his abilities exceedingly peculiar. I could not afford to show him mercy. The price of eliminating him had already been grievously steep. My companion had sustained serious injuries to hold back Defilangs, and upon my arrival, I managed to subdue him. Subsequently, I utilized my powers to deliver electric shocks to all the captured pirates, including Defilangs. However, Defilangs employed some method to significantly enhance his physical form in a short span of time. His escape was something my companions and I could not prevent. We had exerted ourselves to the utmost and had never anticipated that he would dare to assault the Rosford family. A rapid enhancement of physicality in a brief period, Phrysis. Is what he claimed true? Grand Duke Greencoat turned to inquire. Phrysis nodded. Indeed, it is true, even amidst that fierce battle. I could distinctly perceive the drastic changes in Defilang's physique. It was as if he had consumed a potion that unlocked latent potential, perhaps due to his Zoan-type abilities. His body could withstand a significant degree of potential overexertion, leading to an unrestrained surge in power that rendered us utterly incapable of repelling his onslaught. Enough. Grand Duke Greencoat brandished his rapier, pointing it at the blood-soaked Roches. Ultimately, it is your failure to adequately deal with Defilangs that has resulted in his audacious actions after his escape. Naval whelp, you are guilty. As Grand Duke Greencoat's words fell, a tempest arose within the arena. The swirling winds swept across Roches' form, immediately slicing through his skin and muscle, leaving gaping wounds in their wake. Roches narrowed his eyes, keenly attuned to his surroundings. It soon became apparent that what he perceived was not a whirlwind, but rather the invisible sword energy emanating from the blade of the western sword in Green's hand. The sword energy surged like a tide, rushing towards him as if intent on dismembering him inch by inch. Did this old rascal truly intend to kill him outright? Not far away. Tina's garments were also torn by the sword energy, leaving lines of blood etched upon her skin. Rochet, with a singular determination, cradled the lark in one arm, gritting his teeth as he summoned his strength to leap before the gravely injured Tina, who had been struck by Green's devastating blow. With his left hand outstretched, he sought to lift Tina and escape this perilous situation. Having committed such heinous acts, where do you think you can flee? Even if you were to reach Marin Van Deel, I would still ensure your capture and deliver the ultimate punishment. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Green unleashed a razor-sharp sword energy that grazed Rochet's left arm. A faint sound echoed as the muscle of his arm was severed, exposing the stark whiteness of his bone. Yet, undeterred, he held tightly to Tina and, with his feet firmly planted on the ground, unleashed a formidable force, propelling himself swiftly into the distance. Interesting. Green murmured in surprise. The potent strike infused with his formidable aura had failed to sever the arm of this naval youth. The strength of his bones was astonishingly resilient, capable of withstanding the might of his sword energy. It seemed this young sailor possessed a rather unique constitution. In an instant, Green's form blurred, akin to a swift teleportation. As he reappeared before Rochet, his rapier poised for a strike. With a swift motion, he unleashed a crescent-shaped arc of blade energy that sliced through the air, its formidable power sufficient to cleave even the massive Yalchi vine tree in two. Rox's gaze sharpened with determination as he resolutely pushed away the clinging Tina and Yunhu. Gritting his teeth, he felt his body swell and transform into the azure-scaled form, unleashing a fierce roar. A surge of deep blue majesty erupted within him, colliding with the massive strike that descended upon him. Major Roxa, Brother Roxa, Tina and Yunhu exclaimed in unison. With a sharp sound, the 100-meter-long crescent blade struck Rox's chest, instantly cleaving a narrow, horizontal gash across his torso. Roche's colossal form was instantaneously propelled backward by a strike powerful enough to rend the earth, his body hurtling through smaller crimson trees, traversing over 100 meters before crashing thunderously through the walls of Naval Base 66, landing within its confines. Is it possible that your body remains unsevered even after such a strike? This truly defies my expectations, remarked the Grand Sage Greenhorn, astonishment etched across his countenance. His slash had employed 6 or 7/10 of his strength. Even the 79 towering red trees would have been effortlessly cleaved by its might. Yet, the body of that Navy major remained intact, an extraordinary feat indeed. Roches, Brother Roches. The terror and anxiety in Lark's eyes reached a crescendo. She turned her gaze wildly, her chest heaving, and suddenly cried out, Father, if you do not come now, Brother Roches will perish. Father, Spandane, having ordered the battered Phrysis to be released, could not help but display a sinister smile upon hearing Lark's desperate shout. Little girl, calling for help now is futile. Before the great Grand Sage Greenhorn, even an admiral of the Navy would be powerless. Boom. A thunderous explosion shattered the skies above Sabaody Archipelago, reverberating throughout the land. Under the sound of that cataclysmic blast, the entire Sabaody Archipelago seemed to tremble. Far from the 66th Red Tree area, in the outer seas of Area 1, a warship surged through the waves toward the harbor with formidable zeal. Atop the ship's bow, a Kainu stood with crossed arms, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Suddenly, a deep crimson luxurious three-masted sailboat appeared on the horizon, its silhouette strikingly familiar. Report to Admiral Akainu. It's the Oro Jackson, which disappeared over a decade ago, exclaimed a lookout aboard the warship. Simultaneously, Rayleigh, steering the Oro Jackson, spotted the imposing warship approaching with a commanding figure atop it. His expression shifted dramatically. Releasing his grip on the helm, he quietly grasped the hilt of his sword and called out, "Everyone, listen. Retreat to the cabin immediately. Shaki, be ready to abandon ship at any moment." Shaki, who was busy handling the ropes, glanced over at his words. After a mere glance, fine beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. It's a Kainu. Encountering a Kainu, Akiji, or Kizaru, nature-type wielders on the sea posed a significant threat. Even if they could engage in combat without defeat, the vessel beneath them stood a considerable risk of being destroyed by the aftermath of their battle, particularly with the Kainu, whose catastrophic abilities rivaled natural disasters. A single meteor volcano could render even Rayleigh's formidable swordsmanship insufficient for complete defense. Even if he could withstand it, the Oro Jackson would not be spared. However, just as Rayleigh was fully focused, poised to strike and cleave through Akainu's warship, the figure of Akainu standing atop the battleship's turret suddenly flickered, propelling himself beyond the confines of the ship and soaring hundreds of meters into the sky within an instant. Be careful, Shaki. Watch the skies. Rayleigh's heart tightened, his long blade already unsheathed, enveloped in an ethereal layer of advanced haki. Yet, in the next moment, Akainu, suspended in midair, transformed his lower body into a colossal pillar of molten lava, akin to the torrent of magma erupting from a volcano. This propelled his form through the skies above the Sabaody Archipelago, leaving behind a crimson trail of lava as he descended towards the area pinpointed by his observation haki. The magma pillar, soaring through the air, accelerated rapidly, generating concentric sonic booms that caused the soap bubbles floating over the Sabaody Archipelago to burst from the sudden rise in temperature. A thunderous roar echoed, reverberating through the heavens and the earth, reminiscent of a divine being's wrath. The blood-red torrent of lava instantaneously obscured the sky above Area 66, staining both the heavens and the earth in a vast sea of crimson. Who dares to harm my daughter? Chapter 145. Do not move, St. Greenbowl. With a cry of panic laced with fear, the yell from Huya pierced the air. In that instant, the entire sky over the Sabaody Archipelago was painted a vivid red, especially above the 66th area of the Red Trees. The earth lay awash in crimson, thick smoke billowing upward as an intense blaze cascaded from the heavens, resembling a blood-colored divine sword piercing the firmament. Spandon's mouth gaped wide in horror. What is that? A meteor? A shooting star? The violent gust of wind swept across the ground, sending numerous CP0 members flying like leaves caught in a tempest. St. Greenbowl furrowed his brow, his sunglasses reflecting the descending torrent of lava. Akainu's wrath was palpable. Boom. The searing lava sword plunged into the earth, and from the surging waves of magma, a towering figure radiating an overwhelming aura of bloodlust materialized. The tumultuous magma surged forth with a deafening roar, cascading towards the terrified CP0 members and the already trembling Spandang. Akainu, what are you doing? St. Greenbowl's expression darkened as he drew his sword, executing a feigned slash. Swish, swish, swish. Blades of sword energy, each 100 meters long, sliced through the air, cleaving through the onrushing tsunami of lava, intercepting the molten tide that threatened Spandane and the CP0. The terrifyingly high-temperature lava rampaged across the ground of Area 66, transforming the once beautiful Sabaody into an inferno. As the flowing lava surged towards Huya and Tina, it parted instinctively, creating a protective barrier around them. Simultaneously, an invisible layer of haki enveloped the surface of the lava, insulating them from its searing heat. What am I doing? Amidst the roaring torrent of crimson, the red dog advanced step by step, exuding a volatile aura capable of incinerating all in its path. The rolling magma behind him formed a mantle of molten rock. His expression was one of steely resolve as he observed the disheveled state of the skylark. Her lips stained with blood. "I must inquire, what are you all doing?" The esteemed green ghost interjected, confronting the red dog directly. "I can comprehend your involvement in the ambush of the Roswell family." However, the red dog bared his teeth, presenting a smile that sent shivers down Spandane's spine. "But can you enlighten me as to who has harmed my daughter?" The green ghost furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the skylark, sheltered behind the magma barrier. That girl, barely in her teens, was indeed the daughter of the red dog? No wonder she had called out for her father. It was a summons to this mad beast. She obstructed the investigation first. "Now I ask you, who injured my daughter?" The red dog stepped forward, standing mere meters from the green ghost. An oppressive heat radiated from him, transforming the entire 66th Red Tree District into an inferno. The air grew increasingly torrid, the surrounding red trees and grass igniting in flames. The green ghost's gaze turned frosty. His eyes locked onto the red dog as he tightened his grip on his sword. This rabid dog, when unleashed, could instill terror even in the hearts of pirates. Even the Navy and the world government would quake in fear, for he was a genuine, bloodthirsty maniac, adhering to an unwavering sense of justice. In pursuit of this absolute justice, he was capable of committing the most outrageous acts, bombarding refugee ships, incinerating hostages alongside their captors, and ruthlessly executing deserters on the battlefield. Yet at this moment, there appeared to be a point of no return, an inviolable scale before him. The petite figure of that girl, the daughter of this mad dog. After a brief silence, the green ghost suddenly turned to the distant members of CP0, addressing them. "Who among you attacked that girl? Step forward." Several uneasy members of CP0 slowly emerged, including the one who had shot the skylark with a flying finger gun, another who had kicked her with a gale strike, and yet another who attempted to seize her shoulder, only to be struck down by her fist. "Very well. So it was you who harmed my daughter? CP0. You indeed possess some audacity." The red dog nodded, his gloved right fist suddenly emanating a fierce red glow. "But I am not that old fool, Zephyr." He swayed his imposing figure amidst the fearful gazes of CP0 and the somber scrutiny of Green Bull, while Spandane looked upon him as if he were a specter. With a single, mighty punch, he declared, "Whoever dares to harm my only family must be prepared to descend into hell." The dog bite Crimson Lotus. Akainu's right fist transformed into a fearsome magma hound, its body elongating several meters, instantly penetrating through the ranks of a dozen CP0 agents. "So this is the dog bite Crimson Lotus. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity with that earlier move." As the magma pierced through their bodies, a fleeting thought crossed the minds of the CP0 agents, only for the world before them to fade into darkness, witnessing the effortless demise of the elite CP0 members. Lifeless after being impaled by magma, Spandane was so frightened that he rolled his eyes back and fainted. "The very individuals who harmed your daughter have met their end at your hands. Akainu, you must provide an explanation to the Gorosei." Green Bull cast a cold glance at Akainu before striding toward the direction where Rasha had been flung back, toward the collapsed walls of the naval base. "Explanation?" Akainu glanced at the unconscious Spandane and thought, "My explanation is that this useless fool must step down from his position as head of the CP organization. Otherwise I, as a Marine Admiral, shall resign." Hearing the mocking laughter behind him, a vein throbbed on Green Bull's forehead. Akainu, that scoundrel, is the epitome of someone who cannot be swayed by either force or persuasion. He is unyielding, regardless of the approach. However, his value to the world government undoubtedly surpasses that of all other Marine admirals and high-ranking officials, for he is the only one among them who executes the orders of the world government without reservation. He will kill whoever he is told to kill. The others are either idling away or preoccupied with trivial pursuits. If Akainu were to confront the Gorosei, the unfortunate Spandane might truly find himself ousted. The Gorosei would never relinquish such a useful mad dog as Akainu. As for the demise of a dozen CP0 agents, that is merely a trivial matter. Observing Green Bull moving toward Rasha's direction, the lark suddenly grew anxious, looking toward her father. "Father, please save Brother Rasha. He is gravely injured." "Humph." He brought this upon himself by showing off. Akainu scoffed, turning to watch Green Bull enter the naval base, his gaze flickering. Inside the base, Green Bull beheld Rasha, who had reverted to human form, blood pooling beneath him. He slowly raised his sword, aiming it at Rasha's head. I am eager to see just how hard your skull is. With a sharp thrust of the sword's tip, a brilliant golden light suddenly streaked across the sky, landing upon the walls of the naval base. This golden radiance coalesced into the elongated silhouette of a figure who crouched atop the wall, extending a finger glowing with golden light towards Green Saint. Do not move, Green Saint. At the height of the conflict, the moment Beckman appeared atop the warship, a languid voice whispered in his ear, "Do not move, Beckman." Startled, Beckman raised his hands. "Oh, is that you, Kizaru?" Chapter 146, Retract. The previous words do not count. Do not move, Green Saint. The elderly man, half-crouched on the naval base wall, pouted, revealing a lewd grin. Green Saint's expression darkened further. With a cold demeanor, he straightened his posture and brandished his sword towards Kizaru. "What? Are you really prepared to fight an old man over a mere naval lieutenant, Kizaru? How terrifying indeed." Green Saint. Kizaru raised his hands. "I dare not engage with the illustrious world aristocracy. However, this young man on the ground is a disciple I hold in high regard. I wonder if the esteemed Green Saint could grant me a favor and allow him to receive treatment first? The charges have been confirmed. The assailant of the Roswald family is indeed the one who was carelessly released due to his mismanagement. In other words, he is the primary culprit responsible for the demise of the Roswald family. If I were to kill him now, no one could utter a word against it." Green Saint stood his ground, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Kizaru. "Mind your position, Kizaru. The Navy serves the world government, not you." Admiral Akainu approached, brushing past Green Saint, reaching down to seize Rasha from the ground without even glancing at the visibly agitated Green Saint. "Admirals are indeed at the service of the celestial dragons, and I, Green Saint, tightened my grip on the sword." Akainu halted, slightly tilting his head. "So, do you wish to seek my assistance?" "It's quite possible. All that is needed is an order from the world government, and I can mobilize immediately to ensure your safety, esteemed Green Saint. The culpability of my disciple is to be judged by the Navy's Internal Criminal Investigation Bureau, not determined by your personal whims. Borsellino, since the esteemed Green Saint has uttered words of distress, you, as an admiral, shall temporarily assist Green Saint in investigating the incident concerning the Roswald family's attack." Akainu, cradling the unconscious Rasha, exited the naval base, accompanied by Hibari and Tina, swiftly vanishing from Green Saint's view. "Rest assured, I shall fully cooperate with you, Green Saint." Kizaru's form transformed into a myriad of luminous points, descending and coalescing before Green Saint. With a heavy snort, Green Saint remarked, "Kizaru, did you not claim he was your disciple? How has he now become Akainu's disciple?" The yellow ape scratched his head and pouted, saying, "Sakazuki is not entirely mistaken. Rasha is indeed my disciple. Yet, he is also a disciple of Sakazuki, Kazan, Teacher Zephyr, and Vice Admiral Garp. Moreover, he is likewise a pupil of Admiral Sengoku and General Tsuru." The holy green sage fell silent. Several hours later, as dusk approached over Sabaody, the grand fleet of the Navy headquarters and the Holy Lands Guard of the world government finally arrived en masse at the outskirts of the Sabaody archipelago. Hundreds of warships and official vessels surrounded the archipelago, leaving no passage unguarded. Tens of thousands of soldiers from the Navy headquarters and thousands from the Holy Land Guard flooded into the 79 red tree zones of Sabaody, thoroughly scouring the entire island. They eradicated all illicit forces, whether hidden in plain sight or obscured from view. Slave traders, arms dealers, the Joy Street, smugglers, and pirate crews were all captured without exception. No matter the power behind them, this time it proved futile. Numerous influential factions, including those under the auspices of the auction house, were uprooted entirely. The remaining crew of the Avenger pirates, the captured D. Carban brothers, the giant Pamere, hundreds of nobles and wealthy merchants who had participated in the auction house, and the surviving guards of Lord Roswald were all brought to the clearing in the 40th Red Tree Zone to await the joint interrogation by the world government and the Navy headquarters. As for Rasha, where's my student? Before the warships had even steadied, several elderly figures hastily jumped from the vessels and rushed towards the area where the suspects were detained. A few CP0 guards instinctively reached out to block their path upon seeing them approach. No unauthorized entry. Violators, step aside. A heavy mechanical arm seized one CP0 by the collar and flung him several meters away as if discarding a rat. The other CP0 members, startled, were about to draw their weapons, but upon recognizing the newcomers, they froze in place, too intimidated to advance. Blackarm Zephyr, Hero Garb, Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Kazan. The imposing elderly figures filed in, followed by the slender form of Kazan. Saint Greenbow, it has been a long time. How is your health? Sengoku smiled as he approached the elderly man in the black robe seated in a nearby rattan chair. Upon seeing Sengoku, the saint did not dare to be presumptuous and rose from his seat. Not bad, though it seems I cannot compare to you, Sengoku. My hair has turned white, while yours remains a deep black. Sengoku chuckled, touching his own wild hair. Ha ha ha, this is dyed. As the fleet admiral, if I were to sport a head full of white hair, I would surely be ridiculed for the Navy's lack of successors. With a few chuckles, the Warring States cleared his throat, realizing that the current situation was not conducive to casual conversation. Thus, he beckoned the venerable green sage to take a seat and began to discuss the incident involving the assault on the Rosford family. Meanwhile, Drake, along with Peacock, Beepo, and Groose, followed closely behind Zephyr and Carp as they entered a makeshift tent erected in a vacant area by the seaside. Inside the tent, a somewhat rejuvenated Law was attending to the horrific injuries of the unconscious Rasha alongside Dorse. When Zephyr, Carp, and Kazan beheld the ghastly wounds on Rasha's body, revealing the very bones beneath, their brows furrowed deeply in concern. How had these injuries been inflicted? Was that Aristot truly so formidable? It was no wonder that Zephyr and the others were filled with doubt. Having frequently sparred with Rasha over the past 3 months and having pointed out many of his shortcomings in battle, they had developed a precise understanding of his capabilities. Although Roxy's training period was brief, lasting a mere 3 months, his rapid advancement in strength, aided by the guidance of numerous high-ranking admirals at the Navy headquarters and his remarkable ability to assimilate nourishment, has astounded even the likes of Zephyr and others. The mastery of observation hockey is self-evident. Under the expansive perception granted by lightning, Roxy's observation hockey can now effortlessly encompass the entirety of Marineford. The greater the potency of the released lightning, the wider the range of his perceptive powers becomes. Next is Roxy's awakened armament hockey. While his current hockey intensity remains relatively low, far from the destructive prowess of advanced armament hockey, the type he has awakened is exceedingly rare in this world. It shares a resemblance to the deep blue hockey exhibited by Douglas Bullitt. Under the protection of this hockey, combined with his mythical beast abilities, Roxy's physical resilience has reached a level where even the vice admirals of the headquarters would tire themselves out before exhausting his stamina and hockey. He now embodies a youthful amalgamation of Douglas Bullitt and Kaido, albeit slightly weaker overall. It can be asserted that once Roxy masters advanced armament hockey, his strength would stand firm even against an admiral-level combatant, making him not easily overwhelmed. To inflict such injuries upon Roxia would necessitate an overpowering force or an assault from several vice admirals. I heard from Hibari that Dorse, who was tending to Roxia's gruesome, horizontally split chest wound, suddenly looked up in irritation and gestured outside the tent. Roxia had been struck twice by the old man with the moon-shaped head, not to mention receiving a kick as well. Are you referring to that old scoundrel, Greenbow? Carp clenched his fists, incensed by the audacity of it all. How could the commander of the Divine Knights resort to violence against a mere Navy lieutenant? That rascal, had it not been for my intervention at Goddess Valley, would have undoubtedly been bested by rocks. Cough cough. Outside the tent, Sengoku's harsh coughing echoed, reminiscent of a sudden asthma attack akin to Zephyr's. Those 2 wounds were inflicted by him. Dorse pointed towards Roxy's left arm, where the bone was visible, and the horizontal slash that nearly cleaved his body in 2. Zephyr's expression darkened. Greenbow had indeed used lethal force, were it not for Roxy's extraordinary skeletal attributes. The 3 months of abundant nourishment and the hockey training under Carp, he might have been slain by Greenbow on the spot. It was a stroke of fortune that Zephyr had discovered such a promising candidate to uphold the future of the Navy, only to nearly see him fall at the hands of their own. The more Zephyr pondered, the angrier he became, his breathing quickening as he succumbed once more to coughing. Years ago, when Rox had him pinned to the ground, it nearly exploded his head with fury, yet he never managed to fell Rox. Now, however, he displays remarkable prowess in turning against his own. What a treacherous character. Zephyr, why waste your breath on such a person? At worst, one could seize an opportunity to shroud his head in a sack and deliver a sound thrashing. Carp, with an unamused expression, was digging in his nose. Kazan, his face marred with lines of discontent, covered his face and quietly cautioned, Admiral Carp, they are listening outside. Carp paused, then broke into laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha. I was merely jesting, disregard my previous words. Outside the tent, Sengoku appeared visibly uncomfortable, coughing repeatedly. Opposite him, the venerable green bull exhibited a countenance of fluctuating hues, gripping the hilt of his sword so tightly that his knuckles turned white. At that moment, a dark Navy ship from the Navy headquarters approached the shore. Upon its arrival, Sengoku cleared his throat and rose to his feet. It was Tenju, tasked with investigating the crimes, and he would handle the matter. Chapter 147. The Dark Horse Tenju. Another mama fruit. The Navy headquarters vessels rarely sported a purely black design. This large, three-masted black sailing ship was the first of its kind to enter the sight of ordinary naval soldiers. As the ship docked, a naval officer dressed in a black suit, sporting sunglasses and a slick hairstyle akin to a world government official, descended from the vessel, seemingly holding someone in his right hand, landing before Sengoku and the others. Sengoku cast a glance at the individual being held and raised an eyebrow. Wasn't he that the chairman of the renowned auction house, Berkeley? How did he come to be in your possession? I had heard from Green Bull that he had not been located, nor had the elusive Rayleigh mentioned by the nobles. The man in the black suit, known as Tenju, was the head of the Navy's Criminal Investigation Bureau, codenamed Dark Horse. His rank was substantial, second only to the 3 admirals of the Navy, on par with the warden of Impel Down. Upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, Tenju nonchalantly tossed Berkeley to the ground, chuckling. This fellow was sneaking away on a small boat, and I happened to cross paths with him. A brief application of my abilities revealed his identity and intentions. As he spoke, Tenju unsheathed a long blade from his waist and carelessly dropped it beside Berkeley. This rascal attempted to flee amidst the chaos, having consumed a devil fruit and absconded with this fine sword. You employed your abilities on him? Sengoku furrowed his brow, glancing at the slumped figure of Berkeley, drooling and wearing a vacant grin. Your abilities remain a double-edged sword. While they yield the most authentic intelligence, they inevitably inflict damage to one's psyche. Very well. Since you are here, these individuals are now your responsibility. Utilize your powers to delve into the dreams of all who have interacted with the Roswald family on Sabaody Archipelago. Juringus turned his head towards the tent, particularly fixated on the 3 youthful naval officers. As he concluded his statement, he caught sight of Akainu, who stood with his arms crossed, his imposing figure merging into the evening shadows, quietly towering on a nearby hillside. The petite figure of the Skylark, having been overly tense throughout the day, was now curled up beside his father on the bamboo mat, soundly asleep. 2. Juringus corrected himself. Juringus. I almost forgot to mention, that capable young doctor is my newly adopted grandson. Ah, do you recall the exceptional Marine, Razanandi, whom I spoke of years ago? It's like this. Sengoku leaned closer to Juringus, rambling on for what felt like an eternity, causing Juringus's head to throb. Rubbing his forehead, he managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. The other 2 naval officers may not accept the dream of heaven, but that lad named Rasha must be questioned in the dream. Hey, Juringus, you old coot. Unhand me, Sengoku. Carp, bursting out of the tent, was still spewing curses when Sengoku swiftly covered his mouth and forcibly dragged him away. How harsh, Juringus. Speaking of which, didn't your CP0 already interrogate everyone this afternoon? The specifics of the incident should be quite clear by now. From the darkness, Kizaru's tall figure approached. Kazan, hands in pockets, also made his way over. Witnesses, physical evidence, and the timeline all aligned, and no hidden conspiracy against the world nobles has been detected. The sole unexpected factor was the interaction between the Roseward family and the Dark King, Rayleigh, at the auction house. He stepped before the impassive Juringus and adjusted the eye patch on his forehead. I must express my disagreement with your assertion that Rasha exhibited grave negligence. In my view, as a naval officer, he performed admirably. Kazan gestured towards a large group of pirates shackled with sea stone. He apprehended all the supernova pirates this year, fought valiantly against Aristot while severely injured, and risked his life to thwart the attack from Doflamingo. He has already made the utmost effort. Protecting the world nobles is fundamentally the responsibility of the CP guards surrounding them. The Navy fought fiercely without orders, yet Juringus considers this a crime? Juringus's gaze swept over Kizaru, Kazan, and Zifa's faces. He truly did not anticipate that the handling of such a trivial naval major would provoke near-universal opposition from the upper echelons of the Navy. What particularly vexed Juringus was that Kizaru, Kazan, and Akainu, who typically hardly shared the same space, had remarkably come together to support such a minor figure today. Rasha, the young naval cadet, undoubtedly stands as the most formidable youth the speaker has encountered over the years. Should today's affairs be mishandled, it could incite the ire of the entire naval hierarchy. Although the world government places significant emphasis on the demise of the Rosward family, provoking dissatisfaction among the naval command could prove counterproductive, especially since the family is already deceased. Furthermore, the circumstances surrounding the attack are lucid and straightforward, with no irregularities uncovered. Yet, perhaps driven by an instinctive intuition, Green Gush perceives that the death of the Rosward family is far from straightforward. Moreover, that young naval cadet, Rasha, who withstood 2 fatal blows without succumbing, possesses an extraordinary constitution and vitality that could not withstand the mere 200 million berries of the Doflamingo. Despite his claims of having sustained severe injuries prior, Green Gush steels himself and declares, regardless, Rasha must undergo the dream interrogation by the Celestial Administration. The other 2 can be trusted, but this one cannot. Why? Zifa, who had remained silent, inquired gravely. Green Gush conjured a myriad of excuses in his mind. Yet upon meeting the gazes of Kizaru, Akiji, and Zifa, he simply replied, "It is my instinct." Zifa regarded him for a few seconds before silently nodding, "Very well. However, we must wait until tomorrow. His current physical condition is too poor to endure the mental torment of the Celestial Administration." Green Gush contemplated in silence for a moment, then acquiesced. Zifa turned to the Celestial Administration's Black Horse, cautioning, "Be mindful of your approach. Rasha represents the future of the Navy." Black Horse smiled apologetically, "I sincerely apologize. Teacher Zifa, my principle is to give my utmost in all endeavors, even towards our own." Zifa nodded, said nothing further, and turned to return to the tent. Black Horse removed his black gloves, a smile gracing his features as he advanced toward the hundreds gathered by CP0. This night would indeed be unforgettable. Everyone would be able to indulge in pleasant dreams. As he approached, his form began to swell and elongate, igniting 2 flickering flames within his eye sockets. In mere moments, a magnificent black steed appeared upon the grassy expanse of Area 40, its flowing mane transforming into flames that danced with fervor. Each hoofstep ignited the earth beneath, leaving behind smoldering imprints. This creature, akin to Rasha's Zoan-type horse fruit, but representing malice and darkness, embodied the nightmarish horse form, capable of stealing and manipulating the dreams of others. Within the dreamscape, it could shatter the mind of the dreamer, compelling them to divulge all secrets. This is the identity of the director of the Navy's Criminal Investigation Bureau, Black Horse. Chapter 148. Military Ship Sandbags, Dream Invasion. In the Crescent Square of Marieford, the weather was splendid and the sky was clear. Today it is my turn to be your sparring partner, Rasha. With a drowsy expression, Kazan approached, yawning as he came from a distance. Rasha scratched his head, his gaze momentarily distant, before a joyful smile illuminated his face. "How wonderful, Uncle Kazan. It has been far too long since we last sparred. How shall we proceed this time? Shall we engage as we did before?" "No," Kazan replied, shaking his head. "Today, we shall practice with the punching bag. This will serve to assess the gap between you and the Admiral, revealing how far you have yet to travel. Rest assured, this training method focuses solely on physical prowess, although it will also incorporate certain applications of hockey." Punching bag? A large question mark emerged above Rasha's head. What sort of sandbags could withstand the might of a general's onslaught? Soon, the enigma was unraveled. Accompanied by a resounding tremor, dozens, if not hundreds, of recruits gritted their teeth and dragged 2 colossal naval warships from the logistics warehouse below the square. These vessels were immensely vast, with 3 broken masts still visible atop them. It was evident that the specifications of the ships belonged to the largest model of 3-masted naval vessels. As the recruits took turns exerting themselves, pulling the 2 massive warships, resembling small mountains, before the 2 men, they were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Is this what you referred to, Uncle Kazan, as sandbags?" Roxia stood in astonishment, gazing at the hulking forms of the 2 warships, each marred by colossal indentations and deep gouges. The vessels, cloaked in heavy iron plating, steel panels, and solid timber, resembled the aftermath of a meteor shower or the devastating bombardment of a demon-slaying cannon, with nary a smooth surface to be found. The immense depressions prominently displayed the unmistakable imprints of fist and feet. It was reminiscent of the training sessions with Rear Admiral Karp, where we would strike at the sandbags aboard the warship. Kuzan flexed his wrist, the dark hues of his armed hockey silently enveloping his entire arm. He reached out to pat the side of another warship, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to Roxia. "Come, give it a try. It's quite exhilarating." Roxia swallowed hard, yet his eyes shimmered with anticipation. How shall we engage? Is it merely a contest to see who can create larger dents in the battleship? Kazan shook his head, then suddenly extended his hands, his fingers exerting force as they sunk into the steel plating of the vessel. His arms bulged with muscle. And to Roxia's astonishment, the 50-meter-long battleship, resembling a small mountain, was effortlessly lifted by Kazan's hands. Given it was a sandbag, it was only fitting to strike while suspended. Beneath the colossal battleship, Kazan's slender figure appeared almost insignificant, yet an unusual glimmer of excitement danced across his face. Could it be? Is it possible that? Rochester shuddered, an ominous premonition rising within him. As anticipated, the ship's hull creaked ominously, and with a violent tremor, the colossal vessel surged upwards, hurtling towards him. What manner of sandbag training was this? Would it not be fatal? The weight of the 50-meter-long warship was beyond his comprehension. Yet it surely outweighed the dragon spear he wielded by an unimaginable margin. In a moment of desperation, he called forth his blue form. His body expanded and surged, a deep azure aura erupting from within him like a tidal wave, enveloping his robust Kirin arms. He thrust his hands skyward, bracing against the descending ship. With a thunderous crash that echoed like a meteor striking the earth, the massive hull descended upon the plaza, compressing the ground beneath into submission for dozens of meters. The tremendous force sent shockwaves rippling outward, fracturing the earth like a spider's web. A swirling storm of dust erupted across the Marinfander Square, akin to a sudden tempest of sand. The ground shattered, and Rochester's body was driven deep into the rocky surface, as if he were a nail being pounded in by the ship's colossal hammer. Do not presume that sheer strength alone will make this training effortless, came Kazan's voice from outside. The essence of this exercise lies in harnessing your power while safeguarding the surrounding environment, ensuring that your full might is directed solely at your adversary. Imagine, you are now facing Kaido. Yet beside you stand your comrades, such as Hibari, Law, and Drake. If they were to be harmed, unable to protect themselves amidst the aftermath of your clash, how then can you unleash your strength with precision, ensuring that it does not endanger your allies? It is paramount to concentrate your physical prowess, haki, and technique into a singular point for a precise breakthrough. Only then can you manifest your power flawlessly and repel the foe. I comprehend now, Uncle Kazan. Prepare yourself. Fist of the Meteor. Beneath the descending warship, Rochester braced against the heavy hull with one hand, his right fist clenched tightly. In the next instant, a resounding boom echoed as part of the embedded hull shot upwards over 10 meters. Yet, the force he exerted was clearly insufficient compared to Kazan's. The ship ascended briefly before beginning its descent once more. At that moment, Rochester's form expanded anew, shattering the air beneath him as he rocketed skyward. Repositioning himself at the side of the ship, with a mighty strike, he unleashed his golden Buddha impact, the demon-subduing staff. The deep blue aura surged along his arm, coalescing into a formidable, invisible staff, as if wielded by an unseen colossal Buddha, crashing down upon the side of the vessel. Boom! With a thunderous roar reminiscent of the earth splitting apart, the warship traced a long parabolic arc, descending upon Kazan like a meteor. A glimmer of approval flickered across Kazan's face. Before the vessel could crash, he sprang forth, arriving at the wreckage of another ship. With a swift grasp and a toss, he hurled this ship skyward, directing it toward Rasha. Yet, he still possessed the strength to return to his original position, leaping high to catch the falling warship, landing with assured stability. The ground beneath him remained unscathed, unshaken by the colossal impact, for an emanating layer of armed haki spread from beneath Kazan, merging him with the very earth itself. Since this was a practice with sandbags, both participants were required to engage simultaneously. Kazan grinned widely, and amidst Rasha's dazed gaze, he sent the warship he had just caught flying back. Wait a moment. Two colossal warships collided, sandwiching Rasha between them, leaving him battered and bloodied. Days passed. Ha ha ha. Kid, did Kazan recently have you playing with warships as sandbags? Come, let me check your training progress. Carp shed his shirt, revealing a muscular upper body. He pulled a senbei from his pocket, crunching it audibly, while with the other hand he seized the warship, marked by numerous deep dents, and tossed it towards the silver-haired youth several meters away. Sure thing, Grandpa Carp. Please do assess my progress thoroughly. Fist of bone, falling from the abyss. The silver-haired youth's body surged with fluid grace, leaping up to grasp the hurled warship's hull, his arms bulging with muscle, as he retaliated against Carp, who was still munching on his senbei below. Using my own techniques against me, are you? You audacious little brat. Ha ha ha. Fist of bone. Meteor. Carp chuckled, darting towards another warship. With a firm grip on its hull and a lean back, he hurled the massive vessel into the air to collide with the descending ship. Boom! Like two meteors crashing together, the massive warships collided high above, producing a resounding echo that reverberated throughout Marineford. Swish! Swish! Before the two ships could plummet, Carp sprang into the air while Rasha propelled himself upward, both preparing to strike the colliding vessels with their fists. Fist of bone. Collision. Black arm. Shattering blaster. Their fists met the sides of the warships, unleashing a ferocious impact that penetrated the thick hulls, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Boom! The air erupted with a tremendous shockwave, causing two warships to be propelled aside, crashing down upon Rasha and Carp. The violent tremor reverberated through the entirety of Marineford, setting it into a subtle quiver. Not far away, the atmosphere distorted, and a figure clad in a black suit gradually emerged, casting a grave gaze upon the silver-haired youth crushed beneath the weight of the warships. At last, I comprehend why Teacher Zephyr, a man of such integrity, felt compelled to caution me to exercise restraint in my actions. Tianjing's gaze upon Rasha turned exceedingly earnest. The growth potential and rapid progress of this young man had reached an astonishingly remarkable level. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Fires ignited in Tianjing's eyes as the plaza of Marineford began to fade into insignificance. Soon, only Rasha remained, standing in a corner of the square, with his eyes closed and eyelids fluttering as if he were on the verge of awakening. Before him, a series of phantoms flickered in succession, akin to a slideshow being projected. Within the slide-like images, Tianjing beheld figures such as Sengoku, Zephyr, and Carp. He witnessed Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. He saw the likes of Fire Mountain, Ghost Spider, Doflamingo, and the Flying Squirrel. He observed Drake, Peacock, and Law. The individuals facing the silver-haired youth continuously rotated, while he remained steadfast and motionless. Tianjing witnessed Rasha learning the shockwave techniques for which Sengoku was renowned. He saw Carp laughing heartily, simultaneously giving Rasha a good thrashing while instructing him on the use of Busashoka Haki, honing his bones and physique to unleash explosive power in his punches. He observed Zephyr smiling, teaching the silver-haired youth his unique signature technique, the Black Arm series. He noted Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji providing guidance on the application of his abilities. Every individual who interacted with this silver-haired youth, even those initially harboring impatience, found that following a battle, their relationships would swiftly soften and harmonize, leading to a warm camaraderie. This was the first instance for Tianjing within the grand confines of the Navy headquarters, witnessing a singular individual capable of fostering connections among all factions, hawks, doves, and neutrals alike. This silver-haired youth possessed an almost magnetic allure, effortlessly dissipating the tensions and hostilities of others, drawing leaders from disparate factions to his side. It was an inherent gift, a natural leader's charisma. At this moment, Tianjing perceived in the 13-year-old boy a vision of a future where the naval forces would unite in ideology, emerging as a genuine bastion of the world's mightiest righteousness. Just then, the silver-haired youth, with a slight tremor of his eyelids, gradually opened his eyes. Almost simultaneously, the radiant square of Marineford reappeared. Zephyr, with seaweed dangling from his mouth and dragging his heavy mechanical arm, approached the somewhat dazed Rasha and said, "Rasha, allow me to introduce you to your sparring partner for today, the director of the Naval Criminal Investigation Bureau, codenamed Black Horse, Tianjing." Rasha shook his somewhat heavy head and gazed at the towering figure beside Zephyr, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, nearly 3 meters tall. A bashful smile quickly emerged on his face. "Mr. Tianjing, greetings. I am Major Rasha from headquarters." "Major Rasha, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance," Tianjing replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he stepped forward to shake Rasha's hand. "I have recently heard tales of an exceptional young Marine who has arrived at Marineford, which piqued my interest. Thus, I took the liberty of seeking out Teacher Zephyr to witness Major Rasha's prowess." "Your praise is excessive, Mr. Tianjing," Rasha quickly interjected, waving his hand. "I am merely a newcomer at Marineford, lacking in any remarkable skills. Such accolades are merely the embellishments of others. Please do not take them to heart." "Is that so? If that is indeed the case, I must admit I would be somewhat disappointed. Ha ha ha," he replied, as his form gradually expanded, the seams of his black suit straining against his physique, revealing a body of pure black muscle that resembled obsidian. Simultaneously, flickers of flame danced across the surface of his muscles, and his dark hair billowed in the wind, transforming into flowing flames that cascaded behind him. His head morphed into that of a skeletal horse, also ablaze with vibrant flames. By the way, I share a similar form with you, as I too possess the mythical Zoan type of the main fruit. Ratchet's eyes sparkled with excitement as he involuntarily transformed alongside the black stallion, adopting the form of a towering 6-meter blue Lin. Yet, even after this metamorphosis, his stature still paled in comparison to the creature before him, a grotesque being with the head of a horse and the body of a man. Mr. Tianzheng, your beastly form is simply magnificent. You mentioned that you too possess the horse fruit of the mythical Zoan type? What is this shape? He chuckled. This is the nightmare. A Zoan type, horse fruit, mythical form, the nightmare horse. The nightmare horse is a mythical entity capable of manipulating the dreams of other beings, delving into the depths of their subconscious thoughts and memories. While its physical combat prowess may not be formidable, within the realm of dreams, it reigns supreme. As he spoke, the flames erupting from the back of Tianjing's head swelled exponentially, rapidly extending hundreds of meters and engulfing the entire square of Marineford. The naval soldiers engaged in training were instantaneously consumed by the roaring inferno, reduced to mere skeletons, their ash dissipating into nothingness. Mr. Tianzheng, you. Roxia's countenance changed dramatically as a profound sense of impending danger surged within him in response to the sudden turn of events. He swiftly turned his gaze towards Zifa, who stood beside Tianzheng. Zifa appeared to be struck by an acute asthma attack, bending over and coughing violently. In that moment, Tianjing's obsidian arm, engulfed in flames, began to rise ominously, poised to strike down upon Zifa's head. You scoundrel! What are you doing? Teacher Zifa! Quickly, get out of the way. Ratchet's eyes instantly turned crimson, and with a roar, his towering figure became enveloped in a tempestuous aura. A black war spear soared through the air from a distance, landing in his grasp, which he wielded with a sweeping motion towards Tianzheng. Boom! The resounding thunder echoed across the sky as a massive bolt of lightning, entwined with a strike of over 100 meters, surged forth. Driven by the howling winds, its velocity reached an unparalleled zenith, far exceeding that of an ordinary swordsman's strike. In the astonished gaze of Tianzheng, it traversed several dozen meters in an instant, cleaving through his upper body with precision. A fiery horse head soared high, only to be shattered amidst the torrential onslaught of lightning. Teacher Zifa, are you unharmed? Rasha seemed utterly oblivious to the fact that he was not in the naval headquarters of Marin Vondo, but rather in a chaotic and nebulous gray expanse. Surrounding him were no structures, only himself, the bisected black giant, and Zifa, who was still bent over, coughing. He rushed forward, relinquished his war spear, and reached out to assist the coughing Zifa. Truly a dutiful disciple. Having a student like you is a stroke of fortune for the venerable Zifa, especially in light of his recent tribulations. Zifa lifted his head, and in his eyes flickered a fiery glimmer that locked onto Rasha's gaze. As Rasha beheld those eyes ablaze with vibrant flames, his own gaze became momentarily dazed, plunging him into a state of bewilderment. In the next instant, a black war spear pierced through his heart from behind, lifting his towering frame off the ground. What on earth is happening? Zifa! Roxia let out a muffled grunt and turned his gaze. Before him stood a monstrous creature, a black figure with the head of a horse and a towering height of over 10 meters, gripping his celestial dragon spear and lifting Roxia's body high into the air. My apologies, Major Roxia, but to unveil the secrets concealed within your heart, I must dismantle the layers of your subconscious in this dream realm and delve into the depths of your dreams. The fiery horse-headed beast bared its razor-sharp teeth, showcasing a grotesque smile. We shall meet in the next layer of dreams. With that, the celestial dragon spear in Tianjing's grasp surged with power, ready to rend Roxia, who was suspended in midair. Yet, in the next instant, a black battle spear emerged in Roxia's hand, radiating with a thunderous brilliance as thick as a dragon, which he hurled fiercely towards his adversary. 100 million volts. Thunderbolt. Swish. The black spear sliced through the air, piercing Tianjing's gaping maw and penetrating the back of his head, plunging into the depths of the endless gray mist. The surface consciousness is so tenacious? No wonder it has garnered the attention of those beasts. Tianzheng paused, momentarily taken aback, before an inferno erupted around him, engulfing the suspended Roxia and instantly reducing his body to ashes. As the ashes fell to the ground, the chaotic world began to collapse, the mist dispersing and gradually twisting into a vibrant blue ocean. At the center of the ocean floated a small, tranquil island. Chapter 149. The awakening of the conqueror's hockey radiant sunlight bathed the sandy shore, as the waves polished the grains of sand to a lustrous sheen, resembling scattered grains of wheat along the coastline. A few dozen meters from the beach, a verdant bamboo grove was sprouting tender shoots, with diminutive bamboo shoots breaking through the soil, their pointed heads emerging. A winding path within the forest revealed a slender, silver-haired youth, his deep-set eyes betraying his fatigue. As he ambled forward, the boy struggled to carry a modest bamboo basket, pausing intermittently to catch his breath before continuing on his way. Thus, he trudged slowly, a journey of less than 200 meters taking him several arduous minutes to complete. Upon reaching the edge of the bamboo grove, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The bamboo basket he held fell from his grasp, producing a soft thud that startled an elderly woman busy weaving within the grove. Upon seeing the boy seated on the ground, a look of concern crossed her face, prompting her to hastily abandon her work and rush over. "Roxia, my child, did I not advise you to stay home and not venture out? What brings you here again?" The elderly woman approached the young boy, wishing to assist him in standing. However, the boy's frail and seemingly fragile form appeared exceptionally heavy, and despite her utmost efforts, she was unable to lift him. Instead, she found herself exhausted and drenched in sweat, ultimately sitting down beside him. Upon noticing the perspiration beading on the woman's forehead, a flicker of guilt crossed the boy's emaciated face. "I'm sorry, mother. It is my fault. I do not blame Roxa. It is simply that you have grown old and lack strength." The elderly lady, Mrs. Elizabeth, took a moment to catch her breath, revealing a gentle smile as she reached out to stroke her son's head, which had grown considerably taller than her own. "Are you hungry? Did I not prepare bread and water for you before I left?" she inquired. "I haven't had lunch either," the boy replied, as he retrieved the fallen bamboo basket and placed it before Mrs. Elizabeth. "Let me bring you your meal." Mrs. Elizabeth lifted the lid of the basket, revealing several pieces of bread and a bottle of water. The number of bread pieces remained unchanged from what she had placed there in the morning. Upon this realization, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she smiled and affectionately ruffled her son's hair. "Oh, dear child, I have already eaten this morning. You have a hearty appetite. You mustn't go without food. Mother, you need to weave the baskets. How can you skip lunch?" he replied. "I merely stayed at home and did not exert myself, so I am not as hungry." Roxa rolled his throat and turned to gaze at the seaside. "When will father return?" "He may be a bit late today," she replied. "The weather is splendid, perfect for fishing at sea." Lady Elizabeth picked up a loaf of bread from the bamboo basket and extended it toward her son. "I'm not hungry, mother. You should eat." Roxa shook his head. "Oh, you silly child, let us share this meal together. I cannot possibly consume all this bread by myself." Lady Elizabeth took a bite of a piece of bread and then pressed another piece into Roxa's hand. Rocha gazed at the loaf of bread in his hands, and his stomach promptly rumbled in response. He licked his lips and slowly chewed the bread. As he continued to eat, tears suddenly streamed from the corners of his eyes. Large, glistening droplets cascaded down the young boy's cheeks, falling onto the ground beneath him, splattering onto the bread in the bamboo basket, shattering it into pieces. Seeing this, the elderly woman, Lady Elizabeth, rose in a flurry, wiping away her son's tears and inquiring with concern, "What is wrong? Why are you crying? Is it those unruly children from the village causing trouble at home again?" Remembering how the village children, out of fear of her son's appearance, not only refused to play with him but often came to their home to wreak havoc while he was bedridden, a flicker of anger crossed Elizabeth's face. She frowned, asking, "Whose child is at this time causing a disturbance? Tell me, and I shall speak to their parents about it. They have no sense of decorum at all." While Roch's gaze was distant and tears continued to flow unabated, he suddenly reached out and embraced the elderly woman who was trying to dry his eyes. "I just miss my mother," he confessed. Lady Elizabeth paused, then broke into a gentle smile as she held her frail son close and kissed his forehead. "Your mother misses you dearly too, my child, Rochet." After a moment, Lady Elizabeth picked up the bamboo basket from the ground and smiled at her son. "Come, let me take you home." "No, Mama, I will just sit here and wait for you, for father to return." "Very well, then let us sit in the bamboo grove, where the sun cannot reach us, and it won't be so hot." "Yes, Mama, I want to learn how to weave bamboo baskets." "All right, I will teach you." Weaving this bamboo basket is quite simple. Outside the bamboo grove, Tian Zhang, dressed in a black suit, silently observed this scene, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Did he truly wish to shatter the remnants of beauty that lingered in the boy's heart? although merely a dream within the depths of consciousness. It stands as an invaluable memory for the young man before us. Moreover, Tianzheng has an inkling that Luoxia might already be aware of his existence within this dream. As night descends, the rare sight of twinkling stars emerges in the heavens above the sea. In a secluded corner, away from the village, a solitary wooden cabin flickers with the faint glow of candlelight. A diminutive elderly man, his expression weary yet adorned with a smile, sits by the hearth tending to the fire. Meanwhile, the matronly Mrs. Elizabeth, clad in an apron, busies herself at the stove, where a pot of bubbling fish stew simmers. A slender youth occupies a wooden table nearby, gazing intently at the two elders as they bustle about the earthen stove, engaged in light-hearted conversation about the day's bounties. The gentle flicker of candlelight dances across the ordinary yet endearing faces of the elderly couple, warming the young man's parched spirit. Soon, a steaming bowl of fragrant fish soup and tender fish is presented in a large wooden basin, brought forth by old John. Mrs. Elizabeth ladles a generous serving of fish into a wooden bowl and places it before Luoxia. You must be hungry. Do indulge. Your father has caught plenty of fish today. Enough for you to feast. Indeed, the weather has been splendid today, and the harvest is indeed abundant. Luoxia, eat your fill, if it's not enough. I shall have your mother prepare more for you. Old John then brings forth 2 pieces of dark bread, crumbling them into a wooden bowl filled with fish soup, and nudges it towards Luoxia. Rochester pressed his lips together, gazing into the expectant eyes of his elderly parents, only to shake his head. Mother, father, please eat first. Lady Elizabeth remarked with a smile, do not hesitate. Your father truly caught a great many fish today. Yet the young man stubbornly refused, resolutely unwilling to partake in the meal before his parents. The elderly couple, resigned to their son's insistence, could only eat a bowl of fish soup infused with tender morsels of fish, accompanied by slices of dark bread soaked in the flavorful broth. Only then did they witness their son slowly lift his wooden bowl, beginning to eat in measured bites. Roxa dined at a leisurely pace, savoring each morsel with deliberate care. The once sturdy and dry black bread, now softened and infused with the fragrant fish soup, transformed into a delectable delight, imbued with the essence of the broth. The freshly caught fish boasted tender, succulent flesh, with minimal bones, allowing for confident and generous bites. Observing this scene, the 2 elders exchanged surprised glances. Today, their son appeared somewhat different. In the past, Roxa had struggled to rein in his insatiable appetite, although he would still insist that his parents eat first. Once he commenced his meal, his manner of consumption would become quite exaggerated. A large bowl of food like the one before him would likely vanish within mere seconds, devoured at a terrifying speed. Furthermore, the peculiar affliction that plagued him seemed to intensify his hunger the more he ate. An excessive intake of food not only failed to alleviate his ravenous appetite, but instead exacerbated his overwhelming craving for sustenance. This was the most perilous moment for Roxa. Should he lose control, every living creature in his vicinity could potentially become prey. During such times, the elderly couple, John and his wife, found themselves in the utmost state of anxiety. This concern was the very reason they had relocated their wooden cabin far from the village, to the seaside. Above all, they had one unwavering decree: no consumption of human flesh. This was the most frequently reiterated admonition from the elder couple to Roxa. No consumption of human flesh. In the corner of the cabin, Tianjing stood like an invisible specter, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Thunder rumbled ominously. In the late hours of the night, a sudden thunderstorm erupted, enveloping the solitary island adrift upon the sea. The humble wooden cabin belonging to old John was evidently ill-equipped to withstand the onslaught of the tempest, soon becoming thoroughly drenched by the relentless rain. Inside the cabin, the silver-haired youth's eyes reflected an indelible sorrow. The following day, Lady Elizabeth fell ill. Old John scoured the village, but returned with nothing more than a few herbs he had managed to gather. Red Leaf Village was exceedingly remote, devoid of any medical practitioners. In times of illness, the villagers would simply huddle by the fire, seeking warmth, and resort to ancestral remedies. As old John gazed upon his frail wife, lying upon the wooden bed, a profound sense of guilt and helplessness washed over him. He felt inadequate, having failed in his duties as a husband to care for his wife, and as a father to restore his ailing son to health. He surveyed the leaking cabin, gritted his teeth, and shouldered his fishing gear, making his way towards the sea. His son must not go hungry. He needed to bring back sustenance to satisfy his most basic needs, lest he succumb to madness and transform into a ravenous beast. Old John was determined that his son would not become such a creature. He understood that, at heart, his son was a kind-hearted child who had never harmed anyone throughout his life. Old John departed, leaving behind the ailing Lady Elizabeth. Outside the cabin, the silver-haired Rasha stood silently, watching the frail, aged figure recede into the distance, her eyes filled with profound sorrow. Enough. Suddenly, he spoke. The space around him was desolate. Aside from the wooden cabin behind him, there was no sign of another soul. Yet, Rasha continued to voice his thoughts. No one responded to his words. And as he clenched his fists, a crimson hue began to rise in his eyes. A latent force, obscured yet potent, seemed to strive to rupture the frail shell of his body and break free. Power. If he could harness the strength of this corporeal form at this moment, he could alter the predetermined tragic outcome. Even though Rasha understood that this was a mere illusionary realm, he yearned for change, driven by the flicker of guilt and longing that resided within his heart. However, an intangible chaos converged, imprisoning his physical form and binding that force deep within him, rendering it inaccessible no matter how fervently he attempted to summon it. In just a few fleeting seconds of exertion, an overwhelming wave of dizziness engulfed him. His muscles, unable to bear the weight, and his excessively robust bones placed his body in a state of utter imbalance, akin to a toddler attempting to walk while burdened by an immense weapon of hundreds of pounds. The weapon was formidable, yet for a child who had not matured, it was merely a burden, a hindrance. Nevertheless, there existed a glimmer of opportunity to master this weapon in a short span of time, to consume all living beings around him, devouring their flesh and blood, transforming them into the sustenance necessary for his growth. What are you hesitating for? Devour the other villagers, consume the provisions stored in their homes, and you shall liberate yourself from the torment of insatiable hunger, gaining sufficient strength. Tianjing's figure appeared on the muddy path not far away, as if summoned from the depths of his thoughts. With power, one could afford to take risks. You could venture out to sea with your mother. And if fortune smiled upon you, perhaps you might find the nearby port of Maris, where doctors could cure her of this minor chill. Tianjing gazed at the struggling youth before him, a profound sensation stirring within his heart. Following his near demise at the hands of Luoxia in the previous layer of the dream, he had harnessed his ability to manipulate the dreamscape. Altering the rules of this second layer, he imposed limitations on Luoxia's powers, confining them to the level of his memories within the dream. At this moment, Luoxia, at the tender age of 9, was exceedingly frail, afflicted by a voracious appetite. In such a state, he was undeniably vulnerable. However, with these rules set in place, Tianjing too faced constraints, unable to unleash his full strength against Luoxia. He could only provoke the boy's emotions to compel Luoxia's sanity to shatter, perhaps by exploiting past regrets or crafting specific environments. Yet, the latter approach proved ineffective against someone as mentally resolute as Luoxia, who was acutely aware of his dreamlike existence. Thus, Tianjing sought to uncover Luoxia's vulnerabilities, aiming to incite his emotions to induce a mental collapse within the dream realm, thereby seizing the secrets he was reluctant to divulge, such as his connection to the demise of the Saint family of Rodsword. Thunder rumbled ominously as the storm intensified, the sky resonating with a deep, foreboding sound. The boy's emaciated form stood amidst the tempest, appearing increasingly fragile. The blood vessels in his eyes grew more pronounced, and the aura he emitted became ever more fierce and brutal. What are you hesitating for? Your mother is on the brink of death. Consume them all, devour everyone, and you will regain a fragment of your strength. You can alter the past. As Tianjing's voice echoed, shadows of villagers materialized around Luoxia. He saw the terrified, distant gazes of innocent children directed at him, the pity reflected in some villagers' eyes, and the apathy and indifference in others. Do not hesitate. You know full well that this is merely your dream. Even if you were to consume them, it would only be the phantoms of memories. The voice of the dark horse resonated from all directions, reaching Luoxia's ears. Silence. I will not harm others, even within this dream realm. The boy abruptly lifted his head, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. Get out of here. Leave this island. Depart from my dream, no matter who you are. As the youth's anguished roar echoed, the shadows of the surrounding villagers crumbled and vanished. The tempest in the sky abated, and the weather turned fair. Yet, on the boy's visage, no trace of joy was discernible, for within that seaside cottage, a benevolent old woman would henceforth be absent. The dark horse observed silently as this drama unfolded upon the isolated isle. He witnessed the boy's despair, contemplating an end to his life with a harpoon. He beheld the diminutive figure of old John, in a rare display of ire, unleashing his wrath upon his son with a fierce beating. He watched the boy, weary yet resolute, trudging along the shore, gathering seashells, each step a laborious effort fraught with heavy breaths. He saw the youth suppress his shyness, bartering the gathered shells with the village women for a few loaves of dark bread. The dreams and phantoms of the island swirled in ceaseless motion. Finally, dusk approached, heralding the onset of night. The dark horse observed as a pirate ship slowly anchored at the edge of this oceanic sanctuary. Meanwhile, the boy, collecting shells by the shore, was on the brink of a frenzied eruption, his eyes betraying a suppressed madness. He gasped for air, racing homeward with urgency. The dark horse also appeared beside the seaside cottage. Gradually, flames flickered to life in the village, accompanied by the weeping of women, the furious shouts of men, and the anguished cries of children, intertwining in the night like the mournful call of a cuckoo. "Look, Captain Jericho, this wretched place is far too impoverished. We should not have heeded that Elias. Why should we surrender half of our plunder to him? We could easily take it all for ourselves," grumbled one of the pirates. "Fool, we only require a modicum of his protection. With his backing, we can brazenly enter the kingdom of Rubnalu, pillaging these maritime isles and remote hamlets. Though our share may be somewhat lesser than that of our usual hauls, we gain safety in return. Ah, Captain, look over here. There's a small cottage, and an old man is bustling inside. In this darkness, he nearly became a forgotten prey. Allow me to eliminate him." "Ha ha ha, no need. I shall handle this old man personally." With that, Jericho seized a torch from one of his crew, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he stealthily approached the cottage, igniting the wooden door with the torch's flame. Gradually, the fire engulfed the entire cottage. The elderly man within was ensnared by the rising flames, unable to escape. Thick smoke billowed, stinging his eyes and drawing forth tears. The scene elicited uproarious laughter from the band of pirates, who found it absurdly comical. Jericho then noticed the old man retreating into a room within the cottage, clutching something tightly to his chest, curling up in a defensive posture. What could he be holding? Was it something of value? As the flames in the wooden cabin gradually dwindled, Jericho stepped inside, turning over the curled body of the elderly man. He discovered that the old man's gnarled hand clutched tightly a piece of black bread. A vivid expression crossed Jericho's face as he spat contemptuously at the old man. "A destitute fool. Even in death, he clings to his wretched bread. What a pitiful existence." Suddenly, from the depths of the darkness, a shadow began to approach. It was a silver-haired youth, resembling a skeletal figure. As the boy drew nearer, an overwhelming aura, far beyond the imagination of Jericho, emanated from his frail form. The sky and earth became suffused with a sanguine hue. "Are you satisfied?" The boy advanced step by step, extending his bony hand. In the horrified gaze of Captain Jericho, he grasped his head, lifting him slowly from the ground. The boy's mouth widened grotesquely, resembling an abyss. He tossed Jericho into his gaping maw, and the captain's face contorted in terror as he gradually vanished within. "Are you satisfied?" The youth's form rapidly expanded, growing ever taller. Blue scales began to emerge from his skin. Fiery red antlers sprouted from his brow, and a tail lined with bony spikes dragged behind him. What is happening? He had broken free from the constraints of the dream's rules. How could this be? Unless he possessed power that transcended my reality, or his mental fortitude far exceeded my own. An intense sense of unease surged within Jericho. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. A torrent of blood-red waves erupted from Rasha's body, sweeping towards Jericho in a deluge that stained the entire island and sea crimson. An overwhelmingly profound force suddenly erupted, transforming into a swirling mass of black and red light, radiating outward in all directions. Jericho's eyes widened in shock. This is Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 150, Rampage. The Dark Cairn. On the grassy expanse of the Red Tree Area 40, Zephyr and others gathered outside their tent, silently awaiting the conclusion of Jericho's ordeal. It had been quite some time. What was happening? Had Jericho not yet shattered his mental defenses to extract the desired answers? Glinga's face bore a look of confusion. Or perhaps he was deliberately stalling for time. He cast a subtle glance at Zephyr and the others, his skepticism unmistakable. Zephyr, however, was entirely focused on the unfolding events, uninterested in Glinga's scrutiny. Seated at a distance with arms crossed, Akainu's eyes suddenly snapped open. At that moment, every formidable presence in the vicinity felt a tempestuous aura erupting from within the tent. With a thunderous roar, the immense structure was violently swept away, disintegrating midair. Almost instantaneously, A dense orb of crimson-black light surged forth from the tent, rapidly expanding to encompass hundreds, even thousands of meters, shrouding a significant portion of the Sabaody archipelago. This overwhelming aura was profound, frenzied, and exceedingly savage, permeated with the acrid scent of blood. In the blink of an eye, all those engulfed by the radiant sphere, including civilians, pirates, nobles, and numerous navy soldiers, collapsed, their eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth. Such an explosive presence. Was this the Conqueror's Haki, the Dark Horse? A tremor of shock coursed through CP0. No, it was not the Dark Horse. It was the young naval officer, who, at such a critical juncture, had awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Glenku's pupils constricted as the profound eruption of Conqueror's Haki radiated outward. The unconscious boy within the tent rapidly expanded, transforming into a magnificent blue Chelan, exceeding 60 meters in length and over 10 meters in height. With a mighty whoosh, the air crackled with wind and thunder around the colossal beast. The scales of the blue Chelan lifted, exuding dense black mist, swiftly enveloping the creature in darkness. Upon its fearsome and regal dragon head, eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty light, a gaping maw suddenly unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking the Dark Horse standing a short distance away. With a resounding crash, the Dark Horse, eyes closed, emitted a muffled grunt, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. As it was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into a distant hillside, the blue Chelan, shrouded in black mist, let out a furious roar, galloping forth. Rising into the tempestuous winds, thunder rumbled ominously in the sky as dark clouds converged, and the howling winds echoed across the land. The 60-meter-long Chelan beast rode the winds, commanding the thunder to descend. Thick bolts of lightning indiscriminately rained down upon the earth below, as if intent on obliterating the world. Rasha, Zephyr shouted, "What is happening?" His aura is off. It seems he has lost his mind. Is he experiencing a mental breakdown? If that scoundrel Tenjung has harmed Rasha's psyche, I shall not forgive him. Karp bellowed in fury. Stop dawdling. Quickly restrain him. Do not let him wreak havoc. If these lightning strikes fall, it will be a grave predicament, Sengoku declared as he stepped from the warship, his eyes shining with unprecedented brilliance. The Conqueror's Haki. Years have passed, and it is astonishing that the Navy headquarters has produced another wielder of the Conqueror's Haki. This extraordinary ability is not merely a reflection of innate talent. It represents the unwavering strength of one's will and steadfast adherence to personal convictions. Those who possess Conqueror's Haki embody an indomitable spirit, a fierce determination to defy fate and never yield. Such individuals are inherently averse to subjugation and constraints imposed by others. Historically, few within the Navy have awakened this formidable power. This is not to suggest that the likes of Akainu or Kizaru lack the requisite strength. Indeed, one must possess remarkable capabilities to ascend to the rank of admiral. However, the inability to awaken this Haki stems from the Navy's status as a subordinate entity to the world government, which necessitates compliance with its oversight. For those in lower ranks, liberating their true nature is akin to scaling the heavens. How terrifying! Rasha, you have awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Kazan, employ your powers to encase him in ice. At some point, Kizaru and Akiji also appeared in the clearing. Kazan nodded, his form flickering as he leaped into the sky, reaching heights of 100 meters. Cold air swirled around his hands, erupting into two towering ice pillars that soared towards the black Chelan aloft. Ice ball. A torrent of frigid energy shot from his hands, hurtling towards the creature in the sky. Roar. The Chelan let out a furious bellow, its gaping maw unleashing bolts of lightning as thick as barrels, shattering the incoming ice pillars into a cascade of icy mist. Oh. The power of this lightning seems to have intensified considerably. The deep blue aura of armament Haki enveloped the lightning as it struck Kazan, instantly obliterating his form midair. Simultaneously, the swirling winds encircling the Chelan compressed further, forming crescent-shaped blades that rained down like a torrential downpour. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of crescent blades descended from the heavens, poised to cleave through the gathered individuals. Green Gosen steadied his hand on the hilt of his rapier, yet upon noticing the grim visage of Karp nearby, he silently halted his actions. As the storm of wind blades threatened to blanket the ground, beams of golden light suddenly erupted from Kizaru's hands, impeccably intercepting and detonating each blade midair. In the sky, the white chill coalesced once more into Kazan's form. He clasped his hands together, a substantial surge of cold energy erupting from him, cascading like a waterfall and enveloping the colossal Chelan entirely. Soon, The frigid air completely encased the massive beast, thickening rapidly into a massive ice block that plummeted from the sky. Swish! A clear sound echoed as Cap leapt from behind the ancient sage-green goo, soaring high into the air to catch a massive ice block that descended from above with steady hands. Simultaneously, in the dream realm of Rasha, having devoured Jericho and fully transformed into a bloodthirsty beast, Rasha emanated a terrifying aura of brutality. He clashed violently with the beast-human hybrid Tianzheng, engaging in the most savage form of hand-to-hand combat. Thuds and rumbles resounded as their colossal fists collided against each other's chests, unleashing waves of tremendous force. The air shattered, and the dream island, constructed from Rasha's memories, fragmented into chaotic wisps of gray. Haima grew increasingly alarmed. Within another's dream world, he could exert his full strength, while those he invaded were often unable to utilize even a fraction of their power. Yet, the silver-haired youth before him managed to withstand his relentless assault for such an extended period. This level of strength and innate talent was indeed formidable. Although Haima had yet to reach the heights of an admiral, he was not at all inferior even in comparison to a vice-admiral. With the awakening of his conqueror's haki, Rasha seemed to exhibit enhanced power within this dreamscape. This was the power of conviction. Even in a virtual realm, a resilient spirit could firmly maintain one's identity. As Haima pondered this, Rasha suddenly froze, becoming rigid in place. A perfect opportunity. Haima rejoiced. A massive black fist, engulfed in flames, descended upon the head of the Kirin Beastman. With a resounding crash, Rasha's head finally exploded. The isolated island world in this sea began to crack and collapse inch by inch, transforming the scenery before Haima's eyes. He beheld a vast canopy, from which countless iridescent soap bubbles emerged, gradually ascending before bursting in the sky, creating arcs of rainbow. This was the land of Shambadi. Chapter 151. You are the murderer. Haima gazed around, his feet planted upon a sprawling, undulating canopy reminiscent of a vast prairie. Colorful soap bubbles emerged from the verdant treetops, rising into the air before bursting, painting the sky with vibrant rainbows. This was indeed Shambadi. Yet, the Black Horse comprehended that he had not transcended the realm of dreams. He remained ensconced within the depths of Rasha's subconscious, a domain the latter wished to keep concealed from prying eyes. Soon, he discerned three indistinct silhouettes materializing atop a nearby treetop. Among them, one figure stood out with clarity. It was none other than Rasha himself. Ordinarily, once Black Horse ventured into another's second-layer dream, all the secrets of the dreamer would unfurl before him. However, this youth named Rasha was ensnared within the confines of his third dream layer. Remarkably, the two nebulous figures retained a vestige of self-awareness, endeavoring to obscure their identities from their companion. At that moment, Black Horse heard the indistinct figure to Rasha's left utter words of caution. What do you intend to do? Do not act recklessly. I am aware of your disdain for those loathsome celestial dragons. Yet, should you truly aspire to alter this world, striking out against them now would merely serve as a fleeting release of your pent-up indignation. The demise of three fools will not transform the darkness that envelopes the world. On the contrary, should any harm befall the celestial dragons, countless innocent lives on this island will inevitably be ensnared in the chaos. Roxia's voice was deep, and his expression serious. I do not wish to take action at this moment. I merely seek to comprehend how the celestial dragons perceive this world. With your ability, allow us to inhabit the essence of the Rosward family and witness this realm through their eyes. As Roxia concluded his statement, the environment before Haima began to shift dramatically. Once the surrounding images regained clarity, he found himself in the auction hall of Auction House Number 1. The figures of Roxia and his companions had vanished, replaced by the Rosward family seated in the front row of the auction house. Taken aback by this sudden transformation, Haima was initially startled, followed by an overwhelming sense of astonishment. What manner of ability is this? Had they exchanged their souls or spirits with the Rosward family? Such a bizarre power. Yet, more astonishing and unfathomable to Haima was the realization that the audacity displayed by the trio led by Rasha is nothing short of astonishing. Particularly, Rasha's audacity in daring to confront the illustrious Rosward family is remarkable. As a member of the Navy, how could he muster the courage to harbor such rebellious thoughts against the rulers of this world? At this moment, the Black Horse began to speculate whether Rasha might be an undercover agent sent by the Revolutionary Army infiltrating the Navy. A scene from the auction house resurfaced vividly in his mind, revealing the identities that Rasha and his companions had assumed. The silver-haired youth seamlessly embodied the essence of Rusward, exemplifying the arrogance and haughtiness befitting a celestial dragon. In contrast, the individuals who replaced Shalia and Charles were evidently less daring than Rasha, holding back their actions and remaining silent observers throughout the auction. Soon after, the Black Horse witnessed the entrance of the Dark King, Rayleigh, and heard the words uttered by Rusward, demanding Rayleigh to kneel. For a fleeting moment, the Black Horse was momentarily disoriented, almost believing he had encountered the elders. Rasha, embodying Rusward, truly seemed to ascend to the exalted status of a celestial dragon, exuding an aura of contempt for all and a lofty disdain for the masses. The subsequent scenes continued to leave the Black Horse in awe, as he witnessed the mockery of the nightmarish Don Quixote da Flamingo and the self-mutilation of the celestial dragon's body. The audacity of the three individuals, Rasha, is nothing short of extraordinary. Any revelation of their actions would undoubtedly lead to inescapable peril for their lives. The gravity of their transgressions is such that even formidable figures like Akainu and Sengoku could not offer them protection. At this juncture, Black Horse felt a profound sense of conviction, nearing certainty in his assessment. The assault on the Rosward family is undeniably linked to Rasha and his associates. As anticipated, when Rasha and Daifilong reached their final agreement to attack the Rosward family in the 67th Red Tree District, the astonishing events that transpired in the Sabaody archipelago unfolded before the eyes of the Black Horse. After witnessing the entire sequence of events, Black Horse found himself standing for a prolonged moment upon the very ground where the Rosward family had met their demise, his heart overwhelmed with a profound sense of shock. Particularly striking were Rasha's reflections on the profound significance and ramifications of eliminating the celestial dragons. It is time for transformation, a sudden halt to this increasingly prosperous era of piracy. A severe lesson must be imparted to those lofty beings who, having healed their wounds, have forgotten their pain. They must recognize that only a sufficiently powerful navy can provide them with a sense of security. Conversely, the era of piracy must be curtailed. The death of a celestial dragon in the Sabaody archipelago, a pivotal juncture in entering the New World, will undoubtedly render this location a forbidden zone for all pirates henceforth. Should pirates wish to venture into the New World in the future, aside from seeking the scattered Yauki mangroves on small islands to coat their ships, they will be left with no choice but to traverse the Red Line. The challenges of crossing the Red Line are immense. Consequently, the influx of new blood among the New World pirates has been effectively severed by this singular act. Those from the New World are unable to exit, and the four seas are barred from entry. This scenario affords the Navy a prolonged period for development and the opportunity to absorb fresh talent, enabling it to grow swiftly. Just as the silver-haired youth contemplated at the conclusion of his reflections, even if his actions were to be exposed, it would matter not. The objective of eliminating a celestial dragon in the Sabaody archipelago had been accomplished. Even if he were to face death for this audacious act, the era of piracy would undeniably undergo a monumental transformation as a consequence. Over a decade ago, the era of piracy, instigated by Roger, would now be reined in by this mere 13-year-old boy who would bring it to an abrupt stop. What a remarkable youth! In that moment, Black Horse found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe Rasha. Should he label him as audacious or as possessing an extraordinary spirit that transcends the ordinary? When Rasha's self-awareness returned, he encountered Black Horse once more, only to hear the man in the black suit before him regard him with a profoundly complex expression and utter those fateful words. "You are the murderer, Rasha. You are the one who killed the Rosward family." Outside, as Black Horse emerged from the nightmare, awakening from his closed-eyed state, the gazes of those present converged upon him. Green Ghost, unable to contain his impatience, inquired, "What has transpired, Tianzhong? Have we ascertained the true culprit behind the tragic demise of the Rosward family?" As the gazes of numerous onlookers converged upon him, Tianzhong cast a glance at the frozen behemoth of the Kirin and nodded. The truth has indeed been uncovered. The Rosward family fell victim to the assault of the pirate Dafi Longxi. However, the mastermind orchestrating this calamity remains elusive. What did you say? Upon hearing Tianjing's revelation, the expressions of all present drastically changed. Zephyr, Carp, and Sengoku furrowed their brows. Kazan remained silent, while Kizaru's mouth fell agape in shock. Akainu sat motionless in the shadows, resembling a statue. I knew this matter was not so simple. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from Green Ku, his right hand gripping the hilt of his rapier at his waist. Who is it? The Black Horse's face remained impassive. the puppet master is. Chapter 152. Diamante, surrounded by 7 admirals. On the 3rd day following the tragic demise of the Roseward family, a majestic 3-masted sailboat adorned with a flamingo figurehead ascended rapidly from the depths of the murky 10,000-meter abyss beneath the Red Tree District. This vessel, coated with a film for buoyancy, employed a straightforward mechanism for its ascent, the release of wooden blocks known as corrugas, which encased the ship in a bubble membrane. The speed of its rise was contingent upon the number of blocks released, as these pieces possessed remarkable buoyancy, capable of effortlessly towing considerably heavy objects. On the dimly lit deck, a tall figure named Diamante, his skin marked by striped tattoos beneath his eyes, occasionally cast his gaze towards the water above. His mood was one of impatience. This time, he had been dispatched by Don Quixote da Flamingo to extend an apology to the world aristocrats, the Roseward family, to pacify their ire. The young master had spared no expense. A staggering sum of 5 billion berries, coupled with 10 maiden mermaids gathered from various locales, along with numerous other rare treasures, was to be presented. To unveil such a vast fortune at once, even the affluent Don Quixote family would feel the strain. Yet, there was no alternative. They had offended individuals whose ire must not be incurred. The illustrious Saint family of Roswald, the preeminent aristocrats of the world. That accursed Berkeley. After I extend my apologies to the celestial dragons, I shall ensure he is captured and cast upon Punk Hazard Island, allowing Caesar to conduct his grotesque experiments upon him. Such a blundering fool, capable only of causing calamity, has managed to instigate such a grand debacle. The thought of the monumental losses weighs heavily on Diamante's heart, causing him immense anguish. It must be noted that the Don Quixote family has been beset by misfortune of late. Over 4 months ago, no one could have anticipated that Tory Bull, one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, would meet his demise in that wretched little nation of the North Sea. Along with him, Gladius also fell in battle. Moreover, the crucial artifact, which the young master had endeavored to secure for a series of collaborations with the beast Kaido, eluded their grasp. Ever since the young master returned from the North Sea, he has been shrouded in melancholy, exacerbated by Kaido's scathing reprimand, leaving him with a temperament far more volatile than before. Were it not for the Don Quixote family's possession of the technology to create artificial devil fruits, the collaboration with the beast pirates would likely have been rendered impossible due to this incident. Diamante, do not dwell on these matters. Executing the tasks assigned by the young master is of utmost importance. Our counterparts are world nobles, and we must adopt a posture of utmost humility, ensuring no further blunders occur. A diminutive yet robust bald elder emerged from the ship's hold, offering a reminder to the dazed Diamante. Diamante raised his hands, vigorously wiping his face, acknowledging, "I understand, Lao Ji. Do you doubt my abilities?" With that, he grasped the ship's helm, adjusting its position, preparing for ascent. With a resounding splash, as a multitude of bubbles surged forth, seawater cascaded upward. The bubble membrane swiftly ruptured, allowing the Don Quixote family's pirate ship to breach the surface of the water, emerging near the Red Tree Zone No. 1. Water gushed from the ship, creating a magnificent spray. Finally, after a frantic rush, we have arrived in just over 2 days. What an exhausting endeavor this has been. As the bubble wrap burst and Diamante inhaled the crisp air of the sea, the oppressive expression that had marred his face began to dissipate, revealing a long-lost smile. He then cast his gaze across the surrounding waters. In the next moment, however, the smile on Diamante's face gradually stiffened. His eyes grew vacant. He beheld, on either side of the pirate ship, massive warships anchored at intervals of several dozen meters, stretching endlessly beyond his sight. There must have been dozens of them. Not far off, on the grassy shore, stood several tall, imposing figures engaged in what appeared to be casual conversation. As Diamante discerned their attire and features, chaos engulfed him like a tempest. Clad in a white cloak of justice and sporting an unruly black afro was Admiral Sengoku. Beside him, an elderly man with a buzz cut, impressively muscular and munching on rice crackers, was the legendary Navy hero, Garp. To the right stood a man with a heavy mechanical arm, a strand of seaweed dangling from his mouth, his purple hair a striking contrast. He was the notorious Black Arm Zephyr. Dressed in a vivid red military uniform and black gloves was Admiral Akainu. The languid figure in a yellow striped suit, hands in pockets, was Admiral Kizaru. A tall, thin man, perpetually yawning and adorned with an eye patch on his forehead, was Admiral Akiji. In addition to these prominent figures who frequently graced the front pages of global news, Two individuals clad in black coats stood on the open ground, an elderly man with a mop of white hair and a moon-shaped head, and a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair and a cigarette dangling from his lips. Suddenly, a massive pirate ship emerged from the sea before them. Sengoku and the others, who had been deliberating on how to handle the situation in Sabaody, were momentarily stupefied. That must be the flamingo ship of the Don Quixote family. The individual aboard appeared to be Diamante, a senior officer of the Don Quixote family. What could he possibly be doing here at this moment? A large question mark loomed over Sengoku's forehead. How terrifying. It was one of the subordinate officers of the Shichibukai, Kizaru remarked with a pout. On the flamingo ship, Diamante and Lao Ji gaped, their mouths agape as if they were two aroused hippos. Lao Ji, are we dreaming, or have we wandered into the wrong place? Is this truly Sabaody Archipelago? We haven't accidentally arrived at Navy headquarters, have we? Cold sweat poured down Diamante's forehead like raindrops. At that moment, he noticed Akainu turning his gaze in their direction. Approach the shore, disembark, he commanded. An irresistible voice emanated from across the way, causing Diamante's legs to tremble with trepidation. He yearned to flee, yet escape was futile. Given the formidable assembly before him, even if Don Quixote da Flamingo himself or Kaido, the so-called strongest creature in the world, were present, there would be no chance of retreat. At this moment, even the dimmest of minds would recognize that a monumental event, one capable of shaking the very foundations of the world, had likely transpired on Sabaody Archipelago. After all, how could such illustrious figures, whose mere footfalls could reverberate throughout the globe, converge in one place? In the briefest lapse of thought, the temperature of the sea began to rise. Diamante noticed the right arm of Akainu emanating a fierce crimson glow, sending a chill down his spine. He hastily waved his hands and shouted, "Stop. Do not engage. We are allies. We come bearing gifts for the esteemed Saint Roseward." Gifts for Roseward? Carp paused in his consumption of rice crackers, a peculiar expression crossing his face. You may very well end up burning them. Carp. Sengoku glared at him with irritation. Just eat your rice crackers. Burning them? Diamante wiped the sweat from his brow, bewildered by Carp's insinuation. Just then, the old man with the moonlit head approached, his hand resting on the hilt of a long sword at his waist. As he drew near, an intensely sharp aura enveloped Diamante, as if it sought to rend his flesh and spirit asunder. In that moment, Diamante realized that the old man's strength was formidable beyond measure. No wonder he stood alongside these naval commanders. Pirate, Green Bull's countenance was grim and foreboding. He cast a cold glance at Diamante and demanded in an icy tone, "Reveal your true purpose for being here, or face death." Though he had yet to unsheath his weapon, Diamante felt an icy chill at his throat, as though an invisible blade were poised against it. His complexion drained of color. He stammered, "We truly have come to present gifts to the Roseward family. If you do not believe us, you may send someone to our ship to verify. We have brought 50 billion berries and 10 mermaid slaves. The Roseward family is dead, and you claim to bring them gifts? Speak. What treachery does that scoundrel Doflamingo harbor?" Green Bull bellowed, causing Diamante to collapse in terror. Dead? Diamante's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind went blank, as if struck by lightning. No wonder so many warships had appeared on Sabaody Archipelago, and why 6 of the Marine headquarters' most formidable admirals had gathered. It was revealed that a celestial dragon had met with misfortune. Contact Doflamingo. I must personally inquire about his true intentions. Diamante, trembling with anticipation, retrieved the snail phone from his pocket and began dialing Doflamingo's contact number. Meanwhile, Carp, Zifa, Kizaru, and Kazan ascended aboard the flamingo ship belonging to the Don Quixote family. Rauji did not dare to impede their passage. Upon entering the cabin, they were immediately greeted by a plethora of opulent golden treasure chests stacked within. Curiously opening a few, they discovered them filled with stacks of pristine, high-denomination berries. To their astonishment, they had indeed come bearing riches. Carp was momentarily taken aback. The 7 warlords are truly affluent. Their initial offering of 5 billion demonstrates the substantial advantage conferred by their legitimate piracy rights. Kazan kicked open several chests and ventured toward the back of the cabin. There, against the wall, stood 10 enormous glass tanks, each over 3 meters tall. Enclosed within were 10 mermaids, each adorned with collars, their faces reflecting despair and helplessness. Upon noticing the towering figure of Kazan approach, terror washed over their faces as they instinctively curled up, pressing themselves against the glass. The abhorrent practice of slave trading had long irked me. I have always found the auction house of Chambord to be repugnant. It should have been abolished long ago, What do they mean by a professional referral center? It is nothing more than a slave trading hub. Karp's expression darkened. Without uttering a word, he approached the glass tanks and, without hesitation, lifted one to carry it away. Seeing this, Kazara scratched his head, thinking he might lend a hand as well. Thus, they all set to work, retrieving the 10 glass tanks from the cabin. Hearing the commotion above, Raoji cast a glance in their direction, his expression betraying a desire to speak, yet he ultimately remained silent. Fear not, mermaids. I am Vice Admiral Karp of the Navy headquarters. I shall return you to the sea. Hurry back to Fishman Island and refrain from wandering about. Be wary of those nefarious individuals who might capture you again, Karp declared loudly to the mermaids before him. A splash echoed from within the tanks as several mermaids emerged, their white arms extending over the edges, peering up at the imposing figures of the men. Really? You will set us free? They inquired, hope flickering in their eyes. Yet they quickly recalled their predicament. But we are bound by explosive collars. Should we stray beyond the confines of the tanks, they will detonate. Although joy briefly illuminated their faces, it soon faded into despondence. Fear not. Kazan, assist them in removing the explosive collars, Karp instructed. Kazan nodded and swiftly reached for one inquisitively gazing mermaid, seizing the collar before she could react. Don't move. It will explode. The mermaid's face was etched with terror. It's all right, she murmured. Kazan, gripping the collar, emanated a frigid aura that instantly encased the explosive collar around the mermaid's neck in ice. The surface of the ice was adorned with an invisible layer of haki, ensuring that the cold did not harm her delicate skin. With a resounding crack, Kazan effortlessly crushed the collar, which shattered into countless pieces, resembling broken ice. There was no explosion. The nearby mermaids were momentarily stunned, but soon their faces brightened with joy, eagerly awaiting Kazan to freeze and shatter the explosive collars encircling their necks one by one. Once the collars were finally removed, 10 mermaids emerged from the glass tank, embracing one another, laughing and crying in a whirlwind of emotion. Now, you must return to Mermaid Island. Be cautious next time you venture out. Avoid those wretched slave-catching crews. Kazan instructed, hands tucked into his pockets as he disembarked the ship. Thank you. You are all truly kind. The mermaids expressed their gratitude, bowing in unison to Karp and the others. They exchanged knowing glances before leaping from the pirate ship's railing into the sea, swiftly disappearing from view. Watching the mermaids vanish beneath the verdant waves, Karp turned to Zephyr. Their eyes met, a silent exchange of thoughts. Zephyr, do you believe that Brat Tianzhong spoke the truth or uttered falsehoods? Karp whispered softly. I am uncertain. However, given the current circumstances, even if his claims are false, they must be treated as truth, Zephyr replied, shaking his head gently as he cast a sidelong glance at Kizaru, who was eavesdropping. Kizaru promptly raised his hands. Master Zephyr, your gaze is quite terrifying. I heard nothing at all. Below, on the grass, Doflamingo, connected to the call, lapsed into an extended silence. Just days prior, the audacious Saint Roswald had demanded to be addressed as father, yet he had met such a sudden demise. Moreover, his entire family had perished on Sabaody Archipelago. This was a matter of utmost gravity. Listening to the ominous tone in Greenbull's words, Doflamingo remained silent for a moment before finally squeezing out a few words. Greenbull, I suspect that the fate of the Roswald family may be connected to the Pirate King, Rayleigh. As I understand it, there was a confrontation between Rayleigh and the Roswald family at the auction house that day, where haki was employed. As Doflamingo spoke, his eyes grew increasingly bright with excitement. Indeed, it must be the work of Rayleigh. I recommend a thorough investigation into the remnants of the Roger pirates. Should the need arise, my Don Quixote family will wholeheartedly cooperate with the world government's inquiry. Chapter 154, Rayleigh, with a bounty of 3.9 billion berries in the grand hall of the renowned auction house located in the Red Tree District. Figures such as Sengoku, Zephyr, and the esteemed Greenbow gathered to deliberate a series of pressing matters concerning the recent assault on the Rodsward family. Even from a distance in Dressrosa, it is unlikely that Don Quixote Doflamingo could have anticipated that a modest auction house under his purview would transform into a venue for discussions among two of the world's most formidable power entities, the world government and the marine headquarters. Tianzhong, you have utilized your ability to delve into the dreams of hundreds who have interacted with the Rodsward family. It is expected that you have gleaned a comprehensive account of the events leading up to this incident. Now, I entrust you with the task of reconstructing the timeline of these events, synthesizing all the intelligence at Greenbow's disposal, and arriving at a definitive conclusion regarding the shadowy figure you previously alluded to. Sengoku adjusted his round-framed spectacles resting on his nose. The five elders have been pressing for answers, and with 3 days having elapsed since the news of Shambadi's extensive lockdown, it is likely that those tenacious journalists have already leaked the information. Should we fail to reach a conclusive judgment soon, the credibility of the world government may suffer considerable damage, a scenario that the five elders would certainly wish to avoid. Heim nodded in acknowledgement and began to recount the intricate details he had gathered from his dream explorations. To begin with, the Rodsward family had arrived at the government's outpost number 69 3 days prior. During that time frame, a significant event had already unfolded on Sabaody Island. The Avenger Aristot had launched an attack on the Marine base, annihilating the station troops entirely. Simultaneously, Marine Major Rasha and Ensign Nightingale were engaged in an operation to apprehend the DeKalb brothers at Soap Bubble Park number 33. After a brief reconnaissance, Marine Captain Trafalgar Law returned to his vessel. Shortly thereafter, the Major received an urgent assignment from headquarters to capture the Avenger Aristot. At this juncture, Heim glanced at Sengoku, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I too received a message from Lawrence indicating that Aristot had landed on Sabaody, prompting me to immediately inform Rasha and assign him this critical task. He cast a sidelong glance at Kizaru, who was nonchalantly seated with his leg crossed, idly grooming his nails. At that time, Borisolino was present as well, having recommended Rasha to me. Are you calling for me, Admiral Sengoku? Kizaru inquired, lifting his head with a bemused expression. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively, his tone weary. It's nothing. Oh, feel free to ask any questions. I am always ready to respond. Kizaru replied, resuming his nail care. Heim observed Greenbow, noting his silence, and continued with the narrative. Next, it was Major Rasha who engaged in combat with the Avenger Aristot in the Red Tree District number 66. After a prolonged conflict, Rasha paid a considerable price to decapitate Aristot. Thereafter, he hastened back to Soap Bubble Park number 33, bringing along the previously apprehended DeKalb brothers to the Red Tree District number 40. During this time, the giant Pamir and Captain Luo, along with the instigator of the assault on the Rodsward family, Defilancy, had already clashed, according to the dreams recounted by the DeKalb brothers and their crew. Upon his return, Major Rasha delivered a powerful blow that rendered Defilancy unconscious. Subsequently, he indeed employed electric shocks on them once more. Up to this point, none of the individuals involved harbored any subconscious criminal intentions towards the aristocracy of the world. The Black Horse meticulously narrated, utilizing insights gained from nightmare abilities, as if he had personally experienced the events in Shambadi over the past few days. Furthermore, he presented conclusions from multiple perspectives, drawing from the viewpoints of numerous individuals. All intelligence was interlinked, with no trace of error. Such an extraordinary ability to restore events would leave even the most fastidious investigators without a single flaw to dissect. Perhaps this is the power of the devil fruit. After detailing the journey of the Rodsward family from their arrival in Shambadi to their tragic demise, Zephyr and his companions suddenly heard a light cough from the Black Horse, signaling the crux of the matter was at hand. The Black Horse gazed at Green Ancestor and, in conjunction with the CP0 investigation and Green Ancestor's inquiries, outlined several anomalies that might be present in the assault on the Rodsward family. Firstly, on their way to the auction house, the Rodsward family unexpectedly encountered extreme weather conditions, including thunderstorms. During their passage, they were startled by a lightning strike on Red Tree number 79, yet according to the statements from Phrysis and the guards, they sustained no injuries. Secondly, possibly due to their fright, the Rodsward family caused a commotion at the renowned auction house, attempting to purchase all auctioned items at the price of a single belly. Thirdly, a conflict arose between the pirate king Rayleigh and the Rodsward family, during which Rayleigh unleashed a conqueror's hockey shockwave upon them. Fourthly, the Rodsward family furiously reprimanded Doflamingo, demanding substantial compensation regarding the incident involving Rayleigh. Fifthly, the Rodsward family exhibited extreme self-destructive behavior within the auction house. Currently, the only plausible explanation for this is the mental turmoil induced by Rayleigh's conqueror's hockey shock. Lastly, while Major Rasha was recuperating, Defilancy, utilizing some means, briefly activated his latent potential, escaped from the Red Tree District number 40, and assaulted the Rodsward family. At this point, the Black Horse cast a glance at the impassive Green Ancestor and continued. Major Rasha arrived at the scene of the attack, but failed to successfully prevent Defilancy, resulting in the tragic demise of the Rodsward family. Regarding this, Green Ancestor harbored doubts about Major Rasha's commitment. Nonsense. Before Haima could finish his statement, the hall was filled with the unreserved rebuttal of Carp. Sengoku pressed his fingers to his temples, lowering his head. The yellow monkey was startled, nearly dropping his nail clipper. Carp, with unmistakable anger etched on his face, exclaimed, "Which of your eyes saw that brat Rasha didn't give his all? If he hadn't, how could he have sustained such injuries? Moreover, it has been 3 days, and the lad is still unconscious. Is this what you call not giving his all?" After speaking, Carp leaned forward, closing the distance to Greenback's stern visage. "If that's the case, then your so-called not giving your all back in the day was nothing short of deceit and trickery. Do you wish to die, Carp? Do you truly believe that I would hesitate to act against you?" Greenback's expression was as cold as ice. "Oh, really? I must admit, I am a tad frightened," Carp replied, pulling a pack of senbei from his pocket, reclining in his chair, and began munching audibly in front of Greenback's visibly displeased face. "Must you be such a nuisance, Carp? Would it kill you to hold your tongue?" Sengoku interjected, swiftly snatching the senbei from Carp's hands and stowing them in his own pocket. He then rapped the armrest of his chair and said with gravity, "Greenback, do not take Carp's unfiltered remarks to heart. However, he is not entirely wrong. I can vouch with years of experience and integrity that Rasha is certainly not one to resort to deceit. Although still young and relatively new to the Navy, his commitment to justice is evident. I firmly believe that during the confrontation with Doflamingo, he exerted every ounce of his strength." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Greenback's expression softened considerably. Seizing the moment, Sengoku continued the discussion. "Regarding the 7 anomalies proposed by Tenju, we can first eliminate the first and second points. Weather surveillance from Mary Geos confirms that there was indeed a significant likelihood of heavy rainfall near Sabaody a few days ago. The occurrence of a thunderstorm was purely coincidental. We cannot suspect Rasha merely because he possesses the ability to manipulate electricity. He is not the thunder fruit user. The currents he can control are merely those generated by his own body, far less potent than a thunderstorm. Furthermore, following the thunderstorm, nothing untoward happened to the Roswald family. Next, concerning the 4th point, external information from Diamante confirms the occurrence, thus dismissing any anomaly. It merely suggests that the Roswald family harbored discontent towards Doflamingo. As for the 6th point, the sudden surge in Doflamingo's strength is plausible. As a Zoan-type user, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to achieve such feats. In this world, there exist techniques capable of temporarily stimulating the body to unleash peak power, even at the cost of one's life potential, resulting in a significant increase in strength for a brief period. Thus, Sengoku surveyed the room and spoke in a low voice. In summary, aside from the uncertain ramifications that may arise from Rayleigh, the tragic demise of the Roswald family seems devoid of any extraordinary secrets or external influences. The root of this calamity can be traced back to— He fell silent for a moment before continuing, "the island of Batalyra in the South Sea." Upon the utterance of Batalyra, a profound silence enveloped the room. Carp's lips quivered, his gaze dimmed, and his fingers instinctively clenched into fists. The brothers Aristot and Defilongs hailed from Batalyra Island. Sengoku turned his attention to Green Ghost. Years ago, in pursuit of the bloodline that Roger might have left behind, the world government collaborated with the Navy to cleanse Batalyra Island, executing hundreds. At this point, Sengoku sighed, unable to continue. To this day, it remains unknown whether any of the pregnant women and infants who perished on Batalyra Island included Roger's widow or descendants. This matter has become a blemish within the world government and Navy, akin to the O'Hara incident, with information meticulously sealed off, forbidding any future inquiries. Yet, no one could have anticipated that one day, this island, nearly forgotten by the world, would resurface in such a manner. This was a vengeance from history, a retribution from the innocent souls of the wronged pregnant women and infants. However, the lives of 3 world nobles, 3 celestial dragons, could not be attributed solely to a mere pirate supernova like Defilongs. If the world were to discover that a pirate with a bounty of merely 200 million berries dared to slay the exalted world nobles, the world government's reputation would be utterly shattered, potentially inciting further turmoil. Thus, the deaths of the Roswald family must be shouldered by an individual or entity of sufficient gravitas. This individual could neither be the plunderer Defilongs from Batalyra nor the vengeful Aristot. Their status was far too lowly to seek retribution against the divine lineage. Among those present, who was not astute, they had long anticipated this development. Hence, yesterday, the Dark Horse provided that particular answer. Regarding the so-called mastermind, whether true or false, it must be treated as truth. In the vicinity of the Chambord Islands, among all the prominent figures who had connections to the attack on the Roswald family, Only the Dark King rarely possessed the qualifications to bear this consequence. Therefore, the final conclusion is evident. The Dark Horse cleared his throat at an opportune moment, drawing everyone's attention. Gentlemen, the ultimate conclusion regarding this matter is that the Dark King Rayleigh, harboring resentment for the events that transpired on Battleira Island, incited the de Filong's brothers to assault the esteemed world nobles. Uncertain of the opinions that others might hold regarding this conclusion, he cast his gaze upon the assembly, particularly towards the esteemed saint of Green Valley. However, this time, the saint refrained from voicing any dissent against the Black Horse's conclusion. In truth, all present were acutely aware that this conclusion might indeed be the most prudent one. As for the saint's private doubts concerning Rasha's full commitment, those had become trivial matters. Since there were no objections from anyone, I shall promptly report this conclusion to the esteemed 5 elders. Sengoku rose without hesitation, retrieving the den mushi from his pocket. The saint of Green Valley nodded subtly, then stood and departed alone. Days later, news from the Chambord Archipelago, which had been strictly sealed off by the world government and the Navy headquarters for several days, swept across the seas like a tempest, reaching every corner of the world. On a nameless island in the Grand Line, Rayleigh and Shaki bid farewell to the grateful slaves as they prepared to set sail towards the calm belt where the land of women resided. Both he and Shaki had varying degrees of connection to this land. With nowhere else to go, they decided it was best to retire in the tranquility of the calm belt. Shaki, do you have some change? A seagull has come to deliver the news. I'd like to buy a newspaper. Rayleigh leaned against the ship's railing, waving at the seagull soaring towards him. The seagull, adorned with a hat and carrying a rolled newspaper, gracefully landed on his hand, allowing Rayleigh to take a copy before he stuffed a 50-berry coin into the pouch attached to the bird, also treating it to a morsel of jerky. Let me see what significant events have transpired on Chambord Island, and if they made the headlines. Rayleigh chuckled as he unfolded the newspaper. Yet, after merely a glance, the smile on his face froze. The front page featured a photograph of him steering the Oro Jackson at the bow. Bold, black letters proclaimed 2 striking headlines. The Golden Jackson returns to the seas. The Dark King Rayleigh strikes against the world nobility. A legend reborn. The Dark King Rayleigh is offered a bounty of 3.9 billion berries. Chapter 155, Whitebeard, Shanks in the New World, on Sphinx Island. A pirate ship resembling a colossal white whale lay quietly anchored by the shore. Atop the coastal cliffs, a pirate crew of several hundred was reveling in a grand feast. Laughter and merriment filled the air as robust and boisterous pirates raised their cups in joyous camaraderie. Speaking of the red-haired Shanks, he truly is remarkable. Who would have thought that the once lowly intern of the Roger Pirates would one day stand shoulder to shoulder with his father, becoming the maritime emperor of the New World? How unpredictable life is, indeed, evoking profound reflections. Captain Lackey of Team 7, adorned with dreadlocks, held a bottle of wine, his face reflecting a myriad of emotions. A venerable figure within the Whitebeard Pirates, his experience surpasses even that of 1st Division Commander Marco. Indeed, red-haired is formidable. Yet to claim he stands on par with our father, we cannot acquiesce, he asserted. Without a doubt, our father reigns supreme, whether it be Kaido, Big Mom, or red-haired. Compared to our father, they are merely fledgling novices. Our father is a maritime legend, rivaling even the Pirate King, Roger. The inebriated pirates voiced their discontent, murmuring in agreement. Of course, I recognize our father as the strongest. That is beyond dispute. It is merely a moment of reflection, Lackey replied, clinking his wine bottle with a robust man seated across from him, whose dark skin and missing teeth marked his rugged visage. Speaking of which, Diki, when we clashed with Roger's crew, red-haired, and that little red-nosed brat were your adversaries, were they not? Hearing of your former rivals ascending to the rank of Yonko, do you not harbor any sentiments? Diki grinned widely, gulping down generous swigs of wine and biting into a slice of cherry pie. Ha ha ha, Captain Lackey. After all these years, do you still not know my nature? I possess no such ambition. To remain aboard our father's ship, surrounded by everyone, is fulfillment enough for me. Come now, you ought to step into the limelight. The position of 2nd Division Commander has remained vacant for far too long. Given your experience and strength, you are entirely deserving. Shall I speak to our father on your behalf? I believe there would be no objections, would there? Indeed. Diki, if you were to assume the role of 2nd Division Commander, we would all be in agreement. They echoed. Yes, yes. After all, Diki has saved many lives. His prowess is commendable, and he dedicates considerable time to training. Yet, as his comrades' voices surrounded him, Diki simply chuckled, His cheeks puffed as he savored the cherry pie. Please do not place me upon a pedestal. I truly possess no such ambition, nor do I deem myself capable. The position of 2nd Division Commander is not suited for just anyone, as we all understand. Lackey observed Diki's reaction, shaking his head in bemusement. This fellow, so amiable in every respect, was simply devoid of ambition. Over the years, he had been nominated numerous times to assume the role of a division commander. Yet he had always graciously declined. Sea King Barbecue is here. Enjoy to your heart's content, my friends. Eat to your fill, leave the cooking to me. Sachi, the 4th Division Commander, donned a chef's hat, approaching with a veritable mountain of grilled meat, his face aglow with joviality. Ha ha ha. With Sachi's culinary prowess at our disposal, it would be a challenge to go hungry. Captain Sachi, I desire a substantial piece. Not a problem. Indulge yourself, impel down. The banquet continued, and the pirates seated on the periphery noticed a seagull delivering newspapers on the horizon. They swiftly produced their belly and purchased all the newspapers from the seagull, laughing as they presented them to Captain Lackey and others. Captain Lackey, Captain Sachi, we have newspapers to read. Please enlighten us, the illiterate brutes, on the recent happenings at sea. Not much excitement to report, Lackey replied instinctively as he took the newspaper. Shanks has already become one of the 4 emperors, and the situation in the New World is stabilizing. That may not be the case. Several new pirates have emerged this year, Haven Tive? I've heard tales of a particularly formidable one, known as the Avenger, with a bounty that is astonishingly high. Marco mentioned that we should keep an eye on this individual. If he enters the New World, we must seize the opportunity to recruit him. Sachi remarked while distributing grilled meat, rambling on. Suddenly, he sensed a notable silence enveloping the gathering. What is the matter? Sachi turned around to see Lackey holding a newspaper. The headline boldly proclaiming, "The Roger Pirates resurface at Sabaody Archipelago. The Dark King Rayleigh assassinated a celestial dragon, bounty set at 3.9 billion belly." Anyone who glimpsed that headline, with its enlarged and bold font, alongside the image of the Oro Jackson and the unmistakable visage of the pirate Rayleigh, held their breath in astonishment. A few minutes later, within the confines of Sphinx Island. Father, a significant event has transpired. The typically composed Lackey, eyes filled with shock, rushed into the island, brandishing the newspaper, calling out to a tall man seated on the grass, indulging in drink. Hearing Lackey's urgent call, Marco, who was pouring wine for Whitebeard, looked surprised. Uncle Lackey, what is you in such a tizzy? The man, draped in a flowing cloak, with silver hair cascading down and a crescent-shaped beard, raised his enormous wine bowl and looked up. Do not act rashly, Lackey. No, Father, Marco, this is explosive news. You must see this. The Roger Pirates have returned. Lackey, perspiring yet filled with inexplicable excitement, insisted. What did you say, Roger? Upon hearing the name, Whitebeard paused mid-action, involuntarily placing down his wine bowl to take the newspaper from Lackey. A mere glance at the page caused his lips to break into a wide grin. Gah! The Oro Jackson. How nostalgic. I never anticipated seeing Roger's ship in the papers again. That is not the focus, Father. Marco's face was a canvas of astonishment, his hand trembling slightly as it clutched the newspaper. After vanishing for over a decade, the enigmatic Rayleigh, who had not stirred even a whisper upon the vast ocean, had audaciously committed an act against the celestial dragons. Moreover, he had been bestowed with an exorbitant bounty of 3.9 billion berries. Such a reward seemed utterly outrageous. Is it truly outrageous? Whitebeard mused, setting the newspaper down with a soft chuckle and a shake of his head. Not at all. The lofty celestial dragons had been attacked, though the report did not explicitly state how many had perished, even if only one had met their demise. It was an event capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. Yet, Whitebeard furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Given his understanding of Rayleigh, the man known as the Dark King, whose demeanor was even more composed than that of Roger, it was inconceivable that he would engage in such a flamboyant display. Though Roger has perished, the successor he awaited has yet to emerge. Rayleigh and the remnants of the Roger Pirates should not so brazenly thrust themselves into the gaze of the world government at this time, especially not in such an overtly provocative manner. In addition to Rayleigh's bounty of 3.9 billion berries, this newspaper also bears news of this year's supernova pirates. Let me see. The Avengers pirates have been utterly vanquished. Captain Aristot was slain by Navy Major Rasha, and Vice Captain Daffalon has met his demise. The DeKalbin brothers have been apprehended by Navy Major Rasha. while the giant pirate Pamel was captured by Navy Captain Trafalgar Law. After reading this, Marco sighed, "Father, it seems we shan't be able to add any fresh blood this year. All 5 supernova pirates have been annihilated. Where did this Navy Major Russia spring from? How could a mere major take down 4 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million? Has the Navy produced another monster? A monster? Huh. To be called a monster. One must be far more formidable." Whitebeard raised his cup and drank deeply, yet other thoughts began to surface in his mind. A storm is brewing. The events unfolding in Sabaody will impact not only this year's new generation of pirates. Although the new world is vast, the first half of the Grand Line and the 4 seas serve as the primary sources for the majority of pirates. Marco, contact Shanks and inquire if he knows what that old fellow Rayleigh is up to. I will call him right now. Countless bolts of blinding white lightning pierced the heavens and tore through the darkness, enveloping the entire island in their brilliance. The sea roared with tumultuous waves, as if an invisible hand were stirring the dark waters with abandon. This is Thunder Island in the New World, a place perpetually bathed in lightning. How unfortunate to rest in such a cursed location. Should I inadvertently be struck by lightning, my life would surely be forfeit here. Along the coast, a grand red dragon ship bobbed precariously in the surging waves, raising concerns that it might capsize at any moment. Ha ha ha, Jesus Burgess, we must trust in our luck. By the way, have you found Shanks? Chuckled the rotund Lakiru, gnawing on a chicken leg while glancing toward the island's center, where the lightning struck with increasing frequency. Jesus Burgess raised his sniper rifle and aimed at the ominous island. I see them. They are actually battling atop the peak where the lightning strikes most fiercely, truly reckless. Jesus Burgess lowered his rifle and shook his head, catching sight of Beckman sitting not far away, engrossed in a newspaper. In this pitch darkness, I can't believe you still have the composure to read. Beckman, aren't you concerned about our captain? He is missing an arm, you know. The cigarette, but held between Beckman's lips, flickered with a crimson glow in the darkness. Kaido had emerged from every corner, and his duel with Mihawk was merely a friendly sparring match between old acquaintances, so there was little to worry about. In comparison, the contents of the newspaper were far more intriguing. Shanks would undoubtedly find it captivating. Thunderous roars erupted as blinding bolts of lightning, resembling the branches of ancient trees, shot forth from the pitch-black clouds, enveloping the entire mountaintop below. Atop the undulating heights, 2 tall figures stood, each wielding a long blade. Ha ha, Mihawk? Consider joining me on my ship. We host lively banquets every day, Shanks declared, clutching his griffin with one hand, his smile radiant, seemingly oblivious to the tempest of lightning. His gaze fixated solely on the figure 100 meters away. Did I not mention that if you can defeat me, I might contemplate it? In the darkness, 2 hawk-like eyes glimmered with sharpness as Mihawk, grasping the supreme black blade Yoru, slowly raised his weapon. As he lifted the dark blade, the inky night seemed to part like an invisible blade, severing the cascading torrents of lightning. A brilliant flash of light surged atop the mountain, creating a dazzling halo in the sky, as if daylight had suddenly arrived. All right, this is what you said. Haha. It seems I will gain a new companion aboard my ship today. Shanks laughed heartily, stepping forward in his sandals, his form transforming into a fleeting shadow as he soared into the air, the griffin's sword in his hand crackling with dark red lightning, exuding an unparalleled, dominating aura. Boom. A thunderclap louder than the storm erupted above the island as the griffin slashed forward, the black-red blade cleaving through the heavens, meeting the radiant halo unleashed by Mihawk. Divine avoidance. Clang. The earth-shattering clash of blades resounded across thousands of meters of sea. The 2 opposing forces of sharp energy collided and reverberated, cleaving the iron-like mountain into deep fissures. In the vicinity of several hundred meters, the mountaintop crumbled under the onslaught of their blades, disintegrating into fragments, which were further reduced to fine powder amidst the overwhelming force of their strikes. Mihawk gripped his sword with both hands, his presence soaring to the heavens as he delivered a vertical slash. With one arm lost, you still dare to spout such bravado. It appears that your battle with Kaido has rekindled your confidence, Shanks. As he raised his blade, a violent cyclone coalesced in the air, an invisible aura swirling along the obsidian edge, revealing the unparalleled swordsmanship of the world's greatest swordsman in its entirety. Swish. A colossal surge of sword energy rent the sky, extending far beyond sight, akin to a magnificent celestial pillar descending upon Shanks with overwhelming force. I have always possessed unwavering confidence in myself. Shanks seemed to have anticipated the situation, his form gradually dissipating from its original position. In the next moment, a sword, entwined with black and red lightning, struck fiercely towards Mihawk's side. Was it observation hockey? Mihawk swiftly withdrew his blade, the long black sword, knight, tracing an uncanny arc, deftly intercepting the trajectory of the griffin's strike. Clang! The clash of blade against blade erupted in a cascade of thunderous lightning, instantly giving rise to a radiant sun. The heavens split open, revealing a profound chasm. Centered around the two, the ground beneath them cracked open, causing towering peaks thousands of meters high to fracture in unison. Boom. Hours later. Ah, I still couldn't best you, Mihawk. Oh well, let us go. It's time for a drink. Shanks, his attire tattered and torn, sheathed his long sword with a flourish and approached, casually draping an arm over Mihawk's shoulder. Don't come near me, you reek of sweat. Mihawk attempted to shake off his grip, but was unsuccessful, as Shanks cheerfully kept his arm around him, leading him towards the shores of Thunder Island. Let the feast begin. Everyone, the captain has failed again. What a letdown. Ha. How many times has it been now? Who knows, but certainly not the last. On the shores, amidst the darkness, several bonfires were lit. Soon, the fragrant aroma of meat and the rich scent of wine wafted through the air. Mr. Rayleigh has assassinated a celestial dragon and has been offered a bounty of 39 billion berries. Shanks exclaimed in surprise, holding the newspaper. Especially upon seeing the Oro Jackson beneath Rayleigh, a flood of memories surged forth, reminiscent of times long past. Mihawk, too, perused the newspaper, a look of keen interest adorning his face. Silver's Rayleigh, a legendary swordsman as well. It appears he is in the Grand Line. Just the right time to return and see if I can have a duel with him. It shouldn't be. The Oro Jackson shouldn't have appeared so soon. Shanks muttered to himself, furrowing his brows. Shanks, what are you pondering? Jesus Burgess inquired, noticing Shanks' distracted demeanor. Nothing, Shanks replied, shaking his head, just a bit concerned for Mr. Rayleigh's safety. Does he need your concern? A bounty of 39 billion berries, even higher than yours, Shanks. Truly the Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh, Jesus Burgess, and the others remarked, somewhat dismissively. Suddenly, Beckman retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket. It's a call from Whitebeard. Whitebeard. Shanks paused momentarily, then shook his head with a chuckle, realizing that the news in the newspaper had indeed stirred quite a commotion in the world. Chapter 156. Awakening. Roxa awoke on the third day after being ensnared in a dream by the Dark Horse. Upon his awakening, the room quickly filled with a multitude of visitors. Aside from Yunk and a few others, there were also Zifa, Carp, and Drake among them. What are you trying to prove, you brat? Since you are already grievously injured, why concern yourself with the safety of the Rosward family? If you were to sacrifice yourself for those worthless beings, all the effort we old ghosts have invested in you would be in vain. As Roxa's eyes fluttered open, Carp delivered a sharp rap to his forehead, causing him to grimace in pain. Grandpa Carp, be gentle. Brother Roxa is still recovering, Yunk exclaimed, her heart aching as she witnessed the tears welling in Roxa's eyes. Ha, little Yunk is already concerned for her beloved at such a tender age. It seems Akainu's little cotton-padded jacket is letting in a chill. Carp laughed heartily, ruffling Yunk's hair, which made her cheeks flush crimson as she dared not meet Roxa's gaze. Hey, are you all right? Drake inquired, pushing past the silent Rhoda lean closer to Roxa. Rochus took a moment to assess his current physical condition. The wounds, enveloped in bandages, had begun to emit a tingling sensation, indicative of the flesh beneath mending. It appeared that his body was recovering without significant issues. However, he still experienced sharp pain emanating from two particular areas, his left arm and chest, where he had been struck by the blade of the formidable green. On a mental level, he felt a newfound clarity, accompanied by a refreshing sense of vigor. I am fine. I have caused you trouble, he thought, noticing the concern in Drake's eyes, though he dismissed any sentimentality as insincere. Ever since arriving at the naval headquarters, Rochus had sensed an overwhelming tide of favor and kindness from those around him. While he felt grateful, it also filled him with a sense of unease and trepidation. What merit did he possess to earn the admiration of such esteemed figures and the goodwill of his colleagues? It is nothing to worry about. We have merely extended our stay here by a couple of days. Now that you have awakened, it is time for us to return to Marineford. Return to Marineford? Roxia keenly discerned the implications within Drake's words, and his internal perplexity deepened. In that ethereal and surreal dreamlike realm, he vaguely recalled that his meticulously orchestrated plot surrounding the demise of the Rosward family should have been uncovered by that Dark Horse by now. If the so-called director of the Criminal Investigation Bureau was already aware that he was the true architect behind the Rosward family's tragic end, Why was he still safely ensconced here? Despite considering numerous angles, Roxia had not anticipated that the Navy possessed a capability akin to memory fruit, enabling them to delve into another's subconscious to unearth secrets. With his mind clouded by doubt, Roxia did not hesitate to pose his question directly. The room was devoid of outsiders. How was the incident involving the celestial dragons handled? He asked, piercingly turning his gaze towards Drake. Drake, not particularly surprised by Roxia's concern regarding the matter, acknowledged the situation. After all, the injuries Roxia bore were primarily a consequence of this incident. Rumor had it that a high-ranking official from the world government intended to hold Roxia accountable. Even he felt a twinge of indignation on Roxia's behalf. Considering how hard Roxia had fought, not only had he not received the commendation and benefits he deserved, but he was also being scapegoated in the end. Upon hearing Drake's account, an odd expression surfaced on Roxia's face. What? The attack on the celestial dragons was orchestrated by Rayleigh, the Dark King? But why? Why else? Drake replied, with an air of certainty. It was, of course, in response to the cleansing decree issued by the world government regarding the potential existence of Roger's lineage on the island of Bartai in the South Seas. As the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates and a close confidant of Roger, seizing the opportunity to avenge Roger's unborn progeny was simply inevitable. Drake's reasoning was sound. Had he not been the perpetrator present, Roxia might have believed him wholeheartedly. Now, he finally grasped why, since his awakening, Ro had remained silently clutching the ghostly whale. Lost in thought, it seemed that the chaos they had wrought had been unfairly placed upon Rayleigh's shoulders. Moreover, the critical aspect was that the sequence of events had formed a closed loop, flawless and irrefutable. After a while, the others began to disperse, leaving only Zifa behind in the room, still lingering. Rochelle sat up straight, gazing at the elderly man who had always treated him with kindness. Teacher Zephyr, do you have something you wish to inquire of me? Zephyr, seated on a stool by the bed, had remained silent since the arrival of others. It was only now, with the room devoid of company, that he regarded Rochelle with a complex expression, contemplating the last promising talent he hoped to nurture for the Navy. As the primary instructor for Rochelle, Zephyr possessed an unparalleled understanding of his capabilities. Others, such as Kizaru, Akiji, and Garp, would occasionally drop by to offer guidance. But Zephyr was different. Unless he was hospitalized due to asthma, he attended every training day without fail. After observing Rochelle's battles against other naval commanders, he would meticulously elucidate the mistakes and techniques displayed during combat. It is fair to say that Rochelle's dramatic improvement in fighting prowess over the past 3 months was not merely due to his eclectic learning, but was significantly attributed to Zephyr's mentorship and insights. While Sengoku and Garp may still have uncertainties regarding Rochelle's precise strength and how it compares to that of Aristotle, Zephyr held unwavering confidence, firmly believing that Rochelle could defeat his adversaries without incurring substantial costs. His formidable physical gifts, top-tier fruit abilities, rare mastery of hockey, and a weapon perfectly suited to his style, a formidable blade, combined to place Rochelle at the forefront of the Navy's candidates for greatness. Such prowess explains why Green Bull harbored suspicions regarding his ability to withstand the likes of Doflamingo. Noticing Zephyr's prolonged silence, Rochelle sighed inwardly, realizing that his meager attempts at concealment were insufficient to deceive this mentor who had been by his side day in and day out. It was not only Zephyr. Rochelle suspected that Sengoku, Kizaru, Akiji, and even Garp might have discerned something amiss, yet chose not to confront it. And what of that dark horse, Tenzin? What motives led him to refrain from exposing Rochelle? Was it Sengoku, or perhaps even Rochelle himself, who withheld the truth? As Zephyr remained silent, Rochelle found himself at a loss for how to explain to this benevolent teacher. The room fell into an extended silence.